Chapter 1. A hoarse caw echoed in the tranquil and shadowy forest, as a few birds flapped their wings and took flight, casting fleeting silhouettes against the full moon. The leaves rustling softly, seizing the opportunity of the encroaching darkness. Muzan returned to his dwelling upon entering. He caught sight of his reflection in a nearby mirror, noticing the still drying bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, prompting him to retrieve a handkerchief to cleanse himself. He had successfully usurped another's body, conveniently absorbing the soul of a mediocre master and gaining access to his memories. While the process was peculiar, it paled in significance compared to the realization that sleepless nights could indeed lead to sudden demise. Before his arrival in this world, the mediocre master had transformed a reluctant doctor into a spirit. Taking residence in the doctor's home upon noticing Muzan's return, the doctor, Yoshizawa Nikiaki, promptly bowed and respectfully addressed him as my lord, resuming his tasks only after Muzan retreated to his chamber. Yoshizawa had caught the attention of the original Muzan. Due to his medical prowess, however, his character was vastly superior to that of the previous mediocre master. Despite becoming a spirit, he seldom preyed upon the innocent and reserved his actions for the truly wicked, often saving lives as he did in his human days. This irked the former mediocre master, who would have disposed of him long ago had it not been for his skills, yet the current Muzan found him much more agreeable. Once back in his room, Muzan withdrew a book from the shelf and settled on the floor to read. He had not anticipated that, after his transition, he would find solace in reading, particularly in a previously mundane medical theory text. Perhaps it was the influence of the original Muzan's memories, or perhaps the sheer tedium of this era. It was still the year 1467, during Japan's Warring States period, devoid of entertainment. He yearned for the day when smartphones would emerge without something to occupy his time. He felt he might succumb to unbearable boredom as dawn broke. Sunlight streamed through the paper windows, warming the floor and prompting Muzan to seek a black cloth to shield himself from the rays, resuming his reading. Fortunately, as a spirit, he could discern the text even in darkness. Meanwhile, Yoshizawa continued to await patience as he would in his human life, while also studying Muzan's blood in hopes of discovering a means to withstand sunlight. Yet, Muzan had already perceived his thoughts. It was simply unfeasible, utterly unattainable. He was merely an ordinary doctor, possessing slightly above average medical skills. Aiding a spirit in overcoming sunlight was an impossible feat. Closing the thick tome that lay before him, Muzan noted the pages filled with fine script on the adjacent sheet of blank paper. He returned the book to the shelf, gathered his notes, and rose to his feet. The door to the outer room was ajar, and as Muzan pushed it open, he found Yoshizawa engrossed in a hefty volume, surrounded by sheets densely scribbled with notes, his expression one of anguish, reminiscent of a student grappling with the final math problem during exams. He was straining to fulfill the former master's demands, despite it clearly exceeding his capabilities. However, in order to avoid being eliminated for lack of utility, he could only brace himself and proceed. Noticing that his merciless and ruthless employer had approached, his body instinctively stiffened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He hurriedly stood up, lowering his head in silence. Muzan had long grown accustomed to the demeanor of his subordinates. Picking up a hefty tome from the table, "If it cannot be done, do not exert yourself," he stated with indifference. Upon hearing this, Yanase Noriyuki's already pale face turned even more so, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his voice trembled. "Master, I can do it." Muzan closed the book and gazed at him in silence, as if to convey his concern that he might be discarded once he was no longer useful. "I will not kill you. Take your time to improve your medical skills," he reassured, before turning to leave with the heavy volume in hand. The primary objective was indeed this book, and conveying to Yanase Noriyuki that he need not strain himself was merely incidental. Knock. A soft sound emanated from the wooden door outside. Muzan turned, intrigued, and pulled over a small stool to sit beside it. Yanase Noriyuki, after assessing his employer's expression, called out towards the door. "Come in." 3 individuals clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms entered briskly, 2 of them supporting the one in the middle. Upon seeing their attire, Yanase Noriyuki's face stiffened, and he instinctively prepared to flee it. A voice echoed in his mind, "Stay calm, they have come seeking your aid." Truth be told, Muzan was momentarily taken aback upon their entrance, but upon recalling that they had knocked and received permission to enter, and noting their apparent lack of strength, he felt reassured that they would not recognize him as a demon. Moreover, the individual being supported bore blood-soaked clothing on one side of his waist, while the other 2 exhibited numerous rips in their garments, their arms adorned with wounds. How intriguing it was that members of the Demon Slayer Corps had come seeking treatment from a demon kibutsuji. Muzan possessed not only formidable memory and intellect, but also the ability to monitor his subordinates at will. However, since his arrival in this world, he had grown indifferent to such surveillance. Observing their condition, He scanned the situation of his own subordinates. Had none of them encountered the Demon Slayer Corps nearby? With Muzan's subtle cue, Yanase Noriyuki felt reassured enough to allow them to place the injured individual on a nearby bed for examination. His expression was fraught with difficulty. He was terrified to provide aid. Though a healer's heart is compassionate, one must prioritize survival over a noble death. How could he dare to treat members of the Demon Slayer Corps in the presence of the Demon King? Proceed with the treatment. Just as he hesitated, Muzan's voice resonated in his mind again, prompting Yanase Noriyuki to relax. He then inquired in a casual manner, "How did you sustain such grave injuries?" In the Warring States period, the existence of man-eating demons was akin to that of deities. Widely recognized throughout the land, the youngest-looking member of the Demon Slayer Corps leaned his Nichiren blade against the bedside. Sitting beside it with indignation, "We encountered bandits. The audacity of those scoundrels." Another one expressed his frustration, "And they managed to escape." TSK. As Yoshizawa Noriyuki tended to his wounds, he remarked, "Ah, these chaotic times. By the way, you should try to avoid going out at night. There have been reports of people being taken by demons nearby." Upon hearing this, Yoshizawa nodded in agreement, while contemplating whether it was time to relocate. Despite the current turmoil, with bandits rampant and wars erupting, remaining in one place for too long would inevitably lead to discovery. He sensed that he was close to being found out. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Muzan turned his gaze toward Yoshizawa. "Rest assured, they are referring to another demon." Although Muzan had not created many demons, their presence was concentrated within Tokyo, thus their density was not insignificant. Indeed, a few demons still lingered in the vicinity. Moreover, "This evening, you should deal with the bandits for me and bring one back." Muzan cast the bones aside, leaning against the wall while contemplating whether it was time to reorganize his subordinates. Yoshizawa approached to clear away the bones on the ground, burying them beneath a tree in the courtyard. As Muzan devised his plans, he resumed reading. There was no rush. He decided to immerse himself in literature, since time was ample. As Yoshizawa neared the conclusion of his book, Muzan felt it was time to make a move. Given the era of warring states, sustenance would not be a concern. The more victims a demon consumed, the stronger it became. With thoughts of the impending emergence of Sukuna, Muzan felt compelled to enhance his prowess. 2 days later, having finished the substantial tome, Muzan lay on the ground, gazing at the ceiling, too full to stir. In recent days, Yoshizawa had been particularly industrious, leaving no trace of the bandits around the village. Perhaps he aimed to extract every last bit of value before departing. Muzan was content to reap the benefits, though the Demon Slayer Corps had recently eliminated yet another demon in the vicinity. Moreover, it seemed that the Demon Slayer Corps had begun to suspect them, as they made sporadic visits, clearly not ailing or injured. Rising from the ground, Muzan glanced outside. "Noriyuki, the Demon Slayer Corps has grown suspicious of us. It's time to leave." Noriyuki was already prepared, having packed books and valuables, and the two slipped away under the cover of night. The following evening, the Demon Slayer Corps stood in frustration before the empty house, lamenting the fact that they had allowed the demons to escape. While Yoshizawa possessed blood demon arts, they were not particularly potent. Their primary function was healing, which was of little use against demons, truly befitting his role. As a physician, the two navigated through a forest and arrived at a town. To their astonishment, amidst the chaos of the warring states, they found a town flourishing with life, where everyone appeared to live in peace and prosperity, resembling a veritable paradise. Even at night, it was a lively scene, with red lanterns adorning the streets as friends, couples, and families leisurely strolled about without a care. Upon reaching the town gate, a charming young girl approached them eagerly, offering to guide them. "Are you planning to stay long-term?" Nizawa Kiko cast a glance at Muzan, who nodded slightly in affirmation. "Indeed," he replied. The little girl immediately beamed with joy. "My sister happens to have a vacant house. Would you like to stay there for a while?" Standing at just over 1 meter tall, the petite girl looked adorably small, her short stature accentuating her charming smile, while her long hair bounced rhythmically with her movements. "Thank you very much," Muzan said graciously. Following the little girl to the house she referred to as her sister's, the wooden house was larger than anticipated, exuding a touch of opulence, distinctly more spacious than the surrounding dwellings, adorned with intricate patterns and carved embellishments. Moreover, it was the only house in the vicinity, situated near the town's center. "Please, go ahead," the little girl said, producing a key to unlock the door. "I'll fetch some cleaning supplies." With that, she dashed away, leaving Kiko feeling uneasy as he glanced at Muzan. "Something feels off, sir. Why fear when we are all demons?" "Let's proceed," Muzan replied without hesitation, stepping inside as Kiko reluctantly followed. No sooner had they entered than a loud bang echoed behind them. The door slammed shut. Kiko instinctively turned back, attempting to open it, but Muzan called out, "Do not concern yourself, come along." Kiko stole another glance before hastily catching up upon entering the courtyard. A colossal shadow suddenly lunged at Muzan. Kiko rushed forward to intervene, but by the time he reacted, Muzan had already pinned the creature firmly to the ground. Standing awkwardly, Kiko finally discerned the nature of the assailant demon. No less had it grown weary of life. Attempting to attack the Demon King? This particular demon was grotesquely unique, its form resembling numerous heads fused together with flesh and blood, towering over 2 meters in height and astonishingly broad. Each head gaped with a gaping maw. Its limbs contorted from the amalgamation of heads. Muzan pressed the creature harshly into the earth, its body sinking under the weight, blood splattering across the ground, yet it dared not utter sound. In that moment, realization dawned on the demon. It had assaulted the Demon King, Kibutsuji. Muzan, fearful for its life, every head displayed an expression of sheer terror, pleading, "Master, spare me, spare me." Muzan regarded the demon with a smirk, looking down upon the wretched creature. "No, your appearance is far too unsightly," he declared, ignoring its cries for mercy. He exerted force, reducing the monstrous head into a mass of bloody pulp. Kiko, trembling in the corner, swallowed hard, scarcely daring to breathe. Muzan turned to Kiko, commanding, "Clean up the mess on the ground, and fetch that little girl for me." From the moment he drew near, he realized that the existence of this utopia was fundamentally rooted in the town's veneration of this demon, which demanded the sacrifice of passers-by, the surrounding populace, and even one's own kin, all in pursuit of a prosperous and affluent life. The townsfolk relied on the demon to eliminate wayfarers for wealth, thus fulfilling their insatiable desires. Such occurrences were, in fact, quite prevalent in this era. Muzan merely passed by and decided to dismiss an employee he found unworthy. Regrettably, a well-kept home had been reduced to a state resembling a dog's den by this demon's neglect. Debris and bones were carelessly strewn about, but eventually, Jixing managed to tidy up a room. To Muzan's astonishment, this house even contained a study. Despite being tainted by various foul odors, a thorough cleaning and airing would render it acceptable. A fortunate find soon. Jixing returned, dragging a struggling little girl, who was violently thrown before Muzan. The girl trembled in fear. Even the deity of this place had vanished, and she could easily surmise what had transpired. Tearfully, she knelt before Muzan, exclaiming, "Sir, it was unintentional. I know where another deity is venerated. Please do not kill me." Does she perceive him as a savior, akin to the demon slayer core? Muzan gazed at her with a smile. "You are aware of demons, are you not?" The girl, head bowed, hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." "Then can you not see that what you worship is, in fact, a demon? A deity, you say?" The girl remained silent, too fearful to speak. Who could fail to deduce such a truth? Yet, survival was paramount. "I was mistaken. I shall lead you to those wicked demons." She presented herself as one eager to atone and assist them. Observing her demeanor, Muzan chuckled darkly. "I am also a demon." The girl's face fell visibly. She longed to inquire, "Are you jesting with me?" But she lacked the courage. Kneeling, terrified that this malevolent demon might consume her, she stammered, "Then, I shall help you deceive others into coming." "Is that so?" Muzan replied, a cryptic expression crossing his face. "My previous statement was a ruse. I am with the Demon Slayer Core. You are indeed toying with me, aren't you?" The little girl nearly cracked under the pressure. Muzan, observing her reaction, was tempted to laugh, but maintained a facade of seriousness. "I intended to grant you a chance, but your indecisiveness." Sir, please grant me another chance. I beg you." The little girl, terrified, crawled over to clasp Muzan's leg, her tears flowing profusely, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Muzan sighed, adopting a pose of benevolence. "Alas, very well. I am indeed a demon." The girl sobbed softly. "Two shall not cooperate with a demon." With a satisfied smile, Muzan gently patted the girl's head and glanced at Jixing, who was stifling laughter in the corner. "You do not fancy eating girls, do you?" Jixing conveyed his disinterest with a mere nod. Indeed, upon hearing this, the little girl incredulously raised her head to look at Muzan, tears genuinely streaming down her face. "And mister, are you a human or a ghost?" Muzan affectionately ruffled her fluffy, soft hair and replied, "A ghost." The little girl thought to herself, "Please let me perish. Thank you, Muzan lifted her up. "I shall cease the jest." The girl's expression brightened. "You're not a ghost, are you?" "No. I am indeed a ghost. Please allow me to die." Her face turned ashen. Was it truly appropriate to mock me like this before my demise? "Fear not. I shan't consume you instead. I require your assistance at this." The little girl instinctively looked up, a smile returning to her face. "Mister, what assistance do you seek?" "The people here call at least 2 people over to me every day." The little girl's face stiffened again. But that is not good, right? It's okay to deceive outsiders, but the people in the town all know that deities live here. If we forcefully deceive them, maybe it will work once or twice. But too many times we'll definitely be noticed. This is not easy to handle. I don't care. If you can't bring people, then I can only eat you to fill my stomach. You can choose whether to be eaten by me or someone else. The little girl left in tears. To survive, it's not shameful. Jixing busied herself for half a day, finally cleaning up 2 rooms, creating a tidy space, and laid out the books for Muzan in the yard, using stones to weigh them down. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Jixing was just about to return to her room when she was called over by Muzan. Muzan sat on the tatama mat, playing with a sunblade that he didn't know where it came from. Kikyu, let's go take the Demon Slayer core assessment. Yoshizawa Kikyu. What did you say, Lord Muzan? Why has Lord Muzan been acting more and more strange lately? You're not like before, always wearing a gloomy face, looking at us like we're all useless, and saying that you would eventually become the ultimate being and kill us all. Your expressions have increased, but you are the Demon King. Letting me handle the wounds for the Demon Slayer core is one thing. But why the hell are you going to the Demon Slayer core yourself? And besides, Wisteria Mountain is filled with wisteria flowers. You can't even get in. Muzan disappointedly tossed the Nickeron blade aside. Well, the wisteria is practically a bug. Fine, just bring me the book once it's dried. After saying that, Muzan lay down and fell asleep. Jixing's expression was a bit unnatural. His complaints had been overheard. The next night, Muzan saw 2 young men sneaking in quietly, seemingly looking for something. But after just a few steps, they bumped into Jixing, who startled them into turning to run, only to be picked up by the scruff of their necks. The 2 screamed in terror, but when they saw who had grabbed them under the moonlight, they regained some bravado. Put me down. Are you also coveting Lord Goddess treasures? Seeing Muzan remain indifferent, one of them switched tactics. Brother, don't go too far. Can't we split it? However, Jixing paid no attention to their words and carried them straight into Muzan's room, leaving them somewhat uncertain. Jixing then threw the 2 onto the ground. My lord, it seems that girl didn't go back on her word. Muzan put down the book in her hand. She definitely wouldn't dare. As they spoke, both were puzzled when Muzan's fingers suddenly extended long claws, and with a swipe, she decapitated them in the terrified gaze of the 2. It's all mine. If you want to eat, go catch something outside. Jixing. Under the moonlight, on the pale street, that little girl was busy spreading rumors. Do you want the treasure of the great deity? Then go find it. He's hiding there. She even spent money to create a sensation. One could say she's quite a talent. Finally done with her work and ready to take a break, she turned a corner and walked into an alley, only to see one of the ghosts shoving a person into its mouth. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. The guy who looked no different from a normal person that day now had crimson pupils, sharp teeth bared, stuffing flesh in his mouth, while the remaining corpse on the ground was in tatters. Ugh, the girl couldn't help but lean against the wall and dry heave. Luckily, she hadn't eaten dinner that night. Jixing glanced over expressionlessly, and under the little girl's gaze, his mouth curled up and his smile slowly exaggerated, with sharp teeth stained with blood. Seeing this, the little girl stumbled back a step. Ah! A scream echoed through the night sky as she panically shouted and ran away. Jixing chuckled twice. The next day, the little girl successfully tricked 2 more people, and at night, she saw the terrifying ghost hunting humans again. But she also realized that since she was now serving them, that guy wouldn't attack her, which made her feel somewhat relieved. A week later, the people in Chintown finally realized that a new evil ghost had appeared in the town. Fewer and fewer people appeared at night, and the little girl capitalized on this. Only by going to the deity's residence can one possibly avoid being hunted by the evil ghost. With the efforts of her and Jixing, over the course of several days, the population in the town dwindled, and panic grew increasingly severe. Consequently, more and more people willingly walked into the tiger's mouth each day. An old tree in the courtyard grew increasingly lush, with the ground covered in fertilizer. One day, a father, holding his young daughter, fled into a house in the center of the town. Although he knew the great deity was a man-eater, at least he had worshipped the great deity. Surely, he wouldn't be killed, right? Staying outside would definitely lead to being eaten by the evil ghost sooner or later. Muzan heard the commotion outside, put down his book, and opened the door to see a father and daughter standing at the entrance, looking lost. The young child made it difficult for him to act. You're here to escape, right? The man, although somewhat unfamiliar, seemed to be another refugee. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the man ask, have you worshipped the deities here? The man quickly nodded, I have. And I've sacrificed 18 people. What about this child? Muzan looked at the little girl he was holding, appearing to be around 5 years old. The man confidently replied, "This child has helped a lot during the worship. Come in." The man followed Muzan into the dark room and awkwardly sat to the side. While Muzan looked at his daughter, she was quiet and sat obediently next to her father. Muzan looked at the man and said, "You go into that room first." The man couldn't help but glance at his daughter. Muzan reassured him, "Don't worry, it will only take a few minutes. She will follow you." The man nodded and walked into the room, turning back step by step. Muzan looked at the slightly bewildered little kid and asked, "Did you really help your father deceive others and get eaten?" To his surprise, the child appeared angry and retorted, "Don't slander the great deity. Muzan, the brainwashing is quite thorough. Huh, have you sacrificed to your deity?" To be honest, Muzan just doesn't have the heart to deny this child a chance. Of course, seeing her proud look, Muzan sighed. "Don't you think those who were eaten are quite innocent? Although it's probably not very appropriate for him to say that." She retorted angrily, "They weren't eaten. They went to heaven." "Muzan, then why don't you go to heaven yourself?" "Little girl, can I say I don't want to?" Muzan sighed, stood up, and thought that the opportunity had already been given. After all, he was not a saint and didn't bother to correct those with twisted thoughts. To be honest, children are not necessarily pure and kind. One can reflect on whether they were pure and kind in their own childhood to know the truth. Muzan looked at the little girl. "Let's go." Days passed, and Muzan felt as if he was being continuously fed every day. What surprised him even more was that there wasn't a single innocent. It was a huge blunder. This person was more competent than a ghost. But as there were almost no living people left in Shin Town, the Demon Slayer Corps also took notice. As soon as Muzan sensed that the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived, he packed up the unfinished book and fled. There was no way he would engage in a fight. He had no desire to confront the Demon Slayer Corps, as it held no meaning for him. Before running away, he specifically took the little girl who had helped him for so many days. The little girl, just learning that the Demon Slayer Corps had come, was preparing to welcome a bright tomorrow when Muzan abruptly grabbed her and ran off. Her face turned ashen, realizing she might never escape this evil demon. What a terrible fate she had brought upon herself. Why did she ever deceive those two? The two demons and the girl finally arrived at a dense forest. Uncertain of when they would find another place to avoid the light, they decided to spend the night in the forest. The little girl was roughly thrown to the ground, huddling against a tree, too scared to speak. She was afraid of being eaten as food. But following these two demons made her feel that even if she wasn't eaten, she would still starve to death. Muzan took out a book and leaned against a tree, while Jixing was reading as well, keeping an eye on the little girl. According to the adults, it was indeed a matter of rations. However, Jixing did not understand why the Demon King would show such leniency towards the Demon Slayer Corps, which posed no real threat to him. But he dare not ask. The forest was dense with foliage, and almost no light came through. The day quickly passed. Muzan looked at the little girl, his eyes contemplating whether to have a meal. The little girl shrank back in fear, saying, "Adult, I may not have achievements, but I have worked hard too. Please spare me." Muzan lifted her up, not caring about her pleas for mercy, as he had no intention of letting her live. But before he could make a move, an arrow suddenly shot out from the dense forest. At this moment, Jixing had already greatly increased his strength, and he rushed over to grasp the incoming arrow, cautiously looking around. Following that, several more arrows shot in from all directions. Jixing was unable to stop so many arrows at once, and Muzan, not wanting to get hit and ruin his clothes, threw aside the rations in his hand and instantly caught all the incoming arrows. However, almost the moment he released the little girl, a Nichiren blade swung towards him, aiming directly for his neck. Muzan's speed was astonishingly fast. He took a step back and sidestepped, dodging the incoming blade. At the same time, he finally saw the slash with its own special effects. Although he didn't have breathing techniques yet, the opponent also seemed to be a sufficiently powerful swordsman. The blade reflected light, and the slash left behind an afterimage, almost like a special effect. Muzan seized the blade of the Nichiren blade, and, surprisingly, the sharp edge did not cut through his skin. He forcefully yanked it, causing the attacking individual to almost lose balance, leaning slightly before hastily releasing the Nichiren blade to avoid falling. However, in those few seconds of delay, the little girl had already been rescued. The Demon Slayer Corps member, who had lost the Nichiren blade, quickly retreated, knowing he was no match for the evil demon. He called for his teammates to hurry and run with the rescued little girl. The girl, being carried away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally escaped from those two evil demons. But before she could celebrate, a figure instantly caught up with the fleeing Demon Slayer Corps and snatched her away. Jikigaku, holding the food supply of his boss, did not even glance at her pleading eyes, and without hesitation, he tightened his grip around her neck and, with a forceful squeeze, killed her. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were immediately furious, witnessing such brazen killing in front of them. Damn evil demon. The Demon Slayer Corps members swung their blades in unison, their anger overshadowing their sadness as they roared and attacked. But they were merely ordinary humans. Jikigiku's strength was at least at the lower moon level, easily knocking out a child with a kick. However, due to Muzan's orders, he didn't use lethal force, merely rendering them temporarily incapable of fighting. Watching the defeated members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who were screaming to kill him but were powerless, Muzan looked at Jikigaku and said, "Let us go." Jikigaku nodded and followed Muzan. Just as they escaped the sight of the Demon Slayer Corps, Jikigaku saw one of Muzan's hands transform into a monstrous claw with a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth, which devoured the corpse he was holding, the chewing sound eerie. His hand returned to normal as he looked at Jikigaku. Jikigaku was immediately startled, and Master, my foot. Let's hurry, Muzan replied. According to Muzan's memories of the original story, Tamayo should be the first major demon he turned. He wondered if he could encounter her. After all, she was a skilled healer and the best support in the original story. So it would be better to try and win her over. As for the likes of Yoriichi, Tsujikuni, he probably had to wait 100 years, so he could slowly increase his strength. He didn't seek to surpass the limits. He just wanted to outlast him. He also didn't know when he would meet Nezuko. It was so inconvenient without the Infinity Fortress. In the following 3 months, Muzan hardly created any new demons, instead opting to eliminate those he found displeasing. Jikigaku quietly counted that Muzan had already disposed of over 100 of his subordinates. He was growing increasingly afraid, with his boss's peculiar penchant for layoffs. He would eventually be next. Understanding his employees, Muzan would pat Jikigaku's shoulder whenever he sensed such thoughts. "Don't worry, I find you pleasing to the eye. I won't let you off." Jikigaku expressed that he really couldn't feel at ease. There were only about 200 demons, and he had eliminated more than half. Moreover, what did he mean by finding him pleasing to the eye? He feared that one day Muzan might not find him pleasing anymore. Muzan was too lazy to elaborate. The two arrived at a place that had just experienced a war. Although they were in the territory of the victors, the scene was still one of suffering, with only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled visible. When Muzan first entered the city, what he saw was a scene resembling a slum, with emaciated, barely clothed people everywhere on the streets. But absurdly, in the distance, he could see a towering building, luxurious and extravagant, illuminated by candlelight, making the massive structure glow brightly. The streets were muddy and foul-smelling, filled with stench and swarming with flies and insects. Upon seeing the two, the beggars and refugees by the roadside looked as if they had seen a savior, mustering all their strength to cry out for help. Muzan frowned slightly. To be honest, he had seen such scenes quite a lot in the past few months. He used to give some money out of kindness, but once he did, people would gather around as if helping one person meant helping them all. He suddenly looked at Jixing and said, "Let's start a revolution." Jixing replied, "What are you talking about?" Well, Muzan was too lazy to put in the effort. His perspective wasn't that grand either. Forget it, it's pointless. Muzan glanced around at the refugees on the road and noticed a little boy holding his younger sister. Although he looked weak and frail, his eyes were clear, and Muzan suddenly felt he could take action. Jixing, take those 2 children. Jixing, what does the adult want to do now? He now understood that although the Demon King Muzan ate people, he didn't do it indiscriminately and would even help others when the opportunity arose. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that there were always things in Muzan's mind that others couldn't comprehend. He didn't attempt to guess the Demon King's thoughts, quietly walked over, and picked up the 2 children to follow along. As for their struggles and pleas for mercy, they were of no use. They found Nin, and Jixing followed behind Muzan. The innkeeper saw the 2 forcefully grabbing the children, but didn't say anything. They booked 2 rooms, and Jixing glanced at Muzan's expression, then unceremoniously threw the 2 children onto the floor and closed the door. The 2 little ones were a bit scared, and after being thrown down and feeling pain all over, they didn't dare to make a sound, huddling together in fear as they looked at the 2 seemingly wealthy individuals. These 2 didn't look like they were the kind to save people out of kindness, and, with such rough treatment, could they be slave traders? Muzan approached quietly, under the fearful gazes of the 2 children, squatting down to look at them and gently patting their heads. "Do you want to have the power to eat well and stay warm in this chaotic world?" The 2 children curled up, trembling slightly and not daring to look up. They were somewhat surprised by his words, and the boy cautiously raised his head. "Mr. You." Their eyes clearly revealed a glimmer of hope. Muzan smiled and said, "I can give you power, but you have to sacrifice something. Do you have the determination?" The little boy swallowed hard, looking at his emaciated sister, curled up in his arms and barely clothed. "Yes." Muzan's smile revealed a sense of satisfaction, almost as if confirming, "No matter the cost?" The little boy nodded firmly. "Good." Muzan smiled and patted his head. Suddenly his nails elongated and plunged into the boy's head. The little boy didn't react in time. His pupils filled with terror, and his sister's arms suddenly went wild, opening her mouth to bite Muzan's arm. But she was also pierced in the head by Muzan's claw. The two children were enveloped in intense pain, thinking they were going to die, casting pleading looks towards Jihong, who stood behind Muzan, begging him to show mercy and save their lives. But all they saw was a face devoid of any emotion, coldly watching the scene. In reality, Jihong was envious. Muzan retracted his fingers, watching the two roll on the ground in pain and scream. He glanced back at Jixing and said, "I'll give you more blood later." Muzan had a high level of control over his demons and understood how much of his blood they could endure. Jixing could take a fair amount of it. The previous boss had no interest in enhancing the abilities of his subordinates, giving just a bit of blood and leaving them to his control. Now, Muzan felt it was necessary to boost the strength of his subordinates. He didn't want the demons he valued to become mere achievements for the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the two's wails, even if the soundproofing was poor, no one would be idle enough to meddle in their business. Soon, their pain subsided, and they lay on the floor in a starfish position, gasping for breath, looking visibly shaken. Muzan also learned the names of the two from their thoughts. The older brother is Maruoka Masahito, and the younger sister is Maruoka Yoshiko. The blood given to them by Muzan isn't too much, but it's not little either. The fact that they can withstand it indicates that the strength of the two has become sufficient, perhaps enough to touch the threshold of the lower moons. Although the lower moons aren't that strong either. At this moment, the two also understand what's going on. They have already transformed into man-eating demons, and the identities of the two individuals in front of them are self-evident. But why them? Muzan sat on a stool, drinking water that wouldn't produce a foul smell, "Because I find both of you pleasing to the eye." The two were taken aback upon hearing this, their faces showing unabashed surprise and panic. "You can read my thoughts?" "Yes, so don't think anything random in your mind from now on." Muzan looked down at the two of them and said, "Stop lying down. There's a mission for you two to become demons." The two stood up in front of him, bowing their heads, seemingly aware that their lives were already in the other's control. "What do you need us to do?" Muzan revealed a smile that had a hint of ambition. "Do you want to play a farming game? Do you want to change this world? To create a beautiful world where everyone is equal, with no hunger or oppression." Such words from Muzan hold a strong allure for a child tormented by hunger and cold. The two could not help but show expressions of longing, yet they could not believe that such a world had any connection to the man-eating demons. "You now possess powers that ordinary people do not have. Why not use your own hands to create a kingdom, a beautiful land ruled by you, where everyone lives and works in peace?" Muzan is like the leader, frantically painting a grand vision for the two. Overthrow the tyrannical rule of the daimyo. Establish a peaceful nation. Overthrow the tyrannical rule of the daimyo. Establish a peaceful nation. Muzan went through it once, and the two children followed along, shouting with great enthusiasm. After a round of brainwashing, crossed out guidance, the two established a firm goal and determination. Muzan satisfiedly bought clothes for the two of them, asked them to clean themselves up, and after they got cleaned, he conveyed his relevant knowledge to them through the connection between him and his subordinate demons. The country depicted by Muzan is alluring. Two young children were easily deceived by Muzan, and the knowledge that appeared in their minds made their gazes towards him filled with fervent meaning. "Let's start from here." Muzan touched the heads of the two and laughed. The two nodded firmly. The next night, screams came from the towering, luxurious building in the center of town. Strangely, the nobles who had survived after visiting there the day before denied the incident. The dead had died in vain, and the surviving daimyos said nothing. Perhaps it was because Muzan's brainwashing was excessive. After the two enhanced their strength through cannibalism, their blood demon arts actually involved manipulation. By altering perceptions, they made others obey them, and both of their blood demon arts were this. Muzan, before leaving, patted the heads of the two with satisfaction. "Keep it up. No need to rush. Take your time, and make sure to protect yourselves." The two, encouraged, nodded more firmly for a better future. Jixing watched this scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. The ease with which his master operated was not merely due to their immense strength and the brainwashing of the two children, but also the subtle ideological influence of the Demon King on the demons. The demons under Muzan may become stronger due to their reliance on his blood for survival, and as a result, their thoughts may align with his, developing a sense of admiration for the Demon King. Muzan naturally sensed this as well. In the original work, even though the boss was both despicable and cowardly, he was ruthless to his subordinates, and the demons were very loyal to him. Many demons even had feelings of admiration or obsession towards him. Initially, he thought it was a major miscalculation, and it should have been like the final battle, where they could take it easy and let things slide. But now he understands that it was quite normal. Muzan left the town with Jixing, leaving behind a flicker of hope. Perhaps having tasted success, or perhaps finding it amusing, Muzan began to create a demon wherever he found things unsatisfactory. Months passed, and Jixing gradually became accustomed to his boss laying off old employees while hiring new ones. Throughout their journey, that basically covered the entire Tokyo area. Most of the demons originally created by Muzan had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were ordered by Muzan to learn the correct ideology. The atmosphere among the demons changed drastically. However, naturally, they encountered the Demon Slayer Corps along the way, most of whom failed to realize that the two were demons. Though some did notice, they were unable to catch up with Muzan, who taunted them mercilessly. The Demon Slayer Corps gradually noticed that the demons seemed to be more active, but in a different way. There were no longer reports of people being taken by demons in deep mountains and forests, or sudden disappearances at night. Instead, there were more reports of dozens of people dying overnight in certain places, or evildoers suddenly vanishing. In some areas, after people went missing, the locals outright denied any existence of evil demons, insisting that the Demon Slayer Corps should not interfere. Their attitude towards the Demon Slayer Corps was quite poor. This worried the Demon Slayer Corps. What scheme did Muzan have? The public was being so easily manipulated. At this moment, the Demon Slayer Corps was stationed at the Tashiho family estate. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps looked into the distance with concern. For some reason, the future seemed to be changing. He couldn't foresee the details, but could vaguely see that the shadows in the world were growing increasingly severe, with only a flicker of unstable hope shining faintly. Within 100 years, there was no hope of killing Muzan. How long would it take to slay that evil demon? Looking at the bleak future, he sighed heavily and summoned a crow. Muzan doesn't care at all about the Demon Slayer Corps. He is currently deep in thought. The demons under his command have all mastered the 24 true words and do not harm innocent people. Some are dedicated to creating a better world, while others, like lazy fish, only go out to fight bandits when they are occasionally hungry. Some go out to punish the wicked and help the poor, while others disguise themselves as humans, living sweetly with their wives and children. There are even those who pose as gods in shrines, receiving regular blood offerings from the protected. However, they're all paying attention to the location of the blue spider lily. But Muzan has had enough of that. He begins to contemplate deeper questions. For example, what exactly are demons? According to the final Easter egg in the original work, this world should still be driven by technological development, with demons being more like the remnants of the mysterious side. Yet, they also resemble a medical condition. Although it is said that the blue spider lily allows Muzan to overcome his fear of sunlight, is it merely about overcoming this flaw? Or does consuming it also resolve the issues of cannibalism and fear of wisteria? Moreover, could it even restore him to human form? And without a corresponding prescription, will taking it alone have any effect? Furthermore, what exactly do demons consume from humans? Amino acids? Blood? Antibodies? DNA? Or something else? Why can't they consume animals? Why does eating humans enhance their strength? What is the fundamental flaw that prevents demons from dying but makes them susceptible to sunlight? What component of sunlight restrains demons? Ultraviolet rays? Infrared rays? Or something else? Why can wisteria poison demons? What are its components? The wisteria flowers are not toxic to humans, but other parts are poisonous. What parts are toxic to demons? Muzan realized that relying on the meager knowledge from his past life was completely useless, and the backward technology of this era couldn't resolve his confusion. Moreover, the existence of demons is less like a disease and more like a bug in the world. It is the only mysterious side bug in the technological world, and what is called a disease seems more like an introduction. According to the speculation of fans of Demon Slayer, Nezuko's ability to overcome sunlight and the urge to eat humans, as well as Tanjiro becoming the strongest demon king, is also due to their consumption of the blue spider lily. After using the blue spider lily, There's a high probability that one can overcome the issues of craving human flesh and fearing sunlight. However, based on Nezuko's portrayal in the series, even if she no longer needs to eat humans, she may still have a desire for them. But what exactly is the curse of the Kamadu family? Is it a problem related to the mysterious side or a genetic disease? Muzan turns out to be a member of the Tsujikuni family. The curse of the Tsujikuni family is less of a curse and more like a hereditary disease or a genetic-related contagion triggered by the short-lived Muzan. As for the markings, according to the original setting, they seem more like a disease that allows one to overdraw their own life, and it is also contagious. However, it feels like a mysterious side power left over by the world against demons. Muzan senses that the science of the Demon Slayer world is scientific, yet not entirely scientific. Rather than a grand conspiracy, it seems more like different rules from different worlds. It's akin to Newton's laws, a rule that can be further studied, but is already established. The demons under his command certainly won't attract too much hatred for him, but to prevent being punished by Yoriichi or facing a game over in the final plot, Muzan still needs to make adequate preparations. Demons rely on consuming humans to survive, which is already locked in the opposition between demons and humans. Under the curse, the Tsujikuni family will forever oppose him. And will there be a narrative force? Like those predecessors who crossed over, should he resist the narrative force? After a day of wild thoughts, Muzan suddenly looked at Kokushibo. Let's go find Tamayo. Kokushibo. He was watching his boss frown in deep thought, occasionally scratching his head, when he suddenly heard his boss say this, looking utterly confused. Who is Tamayo? Why do we need to find her? Muzan stood up and looked at the crescent moon that had risen in the night sky. Let's go. No matter what, we must secure Tamayo first. The best support in the original work, her medical skills are top-notch, which indicates her strong learning ability. If given time to study, she might be able to unravel his doubts. Yoriichi, the first pillar, and the adorable Nezuko are also key focuses. While instructing his subordinate demons to keep an eye on Tamayo and report back upon discovery, he moved through the darkness. Searching for Tamayo was urgent, but he still needed to do something else to enhance his strength first. Muzan brought Jixing to a martial arts school. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower, and with a pressing concern in his heart, he didn't dare to relax. In the original work, things like patterns and transparent worlds need to be approached gradually, relying on opportunities, and require him to break through his limits. With his current strength, it can be said to be very difficult. Who else could hurt him? However, he can learn some techniques. Ordinary people can kill demons through training. So, as a demon king, if he were to learn swordplay and combat skills, constantly training himself over hundreds of years, to what level could he elevate himself? Perhaps the owner of the martial arts school really had true skills. When the two arrived at the door, seeking to learn, just as it was getting dark, the owner instinctively felt they were not good people and refused to teach them. However, under Muzan's monetary pressure, the owner eventually agreed. The owner led the two inside, and although he couldn't resist the temptation of the huge reward, he still felt uneasy and solemnly asked, "Can you guarantee that you won't use what you learned from me for evil?" Muzan looked at him seriously, put away his playful expression, and assured, "Don't worry, absolutely not." The owner of the venue then turned to Jixing. "What about you?" Jixing glanced at Muzan and nodded in agreement. The owner sighed, walked to the shelf by the wall, picked up 2 wooden swords, and solemnly placed them in front of the two. The Shadow Leak sword technique focuses on offense. Before ordinary people learn it, they must cultivate their hearts. The moment you pick up the wooden sword, I become your master, but I need to know your reasons for wanting to learn the sword. Upon hearing this, Muzan replied without hesitation, for self-defense. Muzan's words were indeed straightforward, with not a hint of a lie. The owner didn't expect Muzan to respond without hesitation, and he looked genuinely sincere. Furthermore, this reason was reasonable. In this increasingly chaotic time, where even cannibals roamed, it was perfectly normal to learn swordsmanship for self-protection. Although it wasn't particularly grand, it was very practical. He then looked at Jixing. "What about you?" Jixing's expression was a bit unnatural. After a few seconds, he scratched his head and said, "Actually, I don't really want to learn, but I'm just here to accompany the boss." Muzan glanced sideways at Jixing and asked, "Why are you being so honest now?" He secretly told him through his connection to the demons, "If you don't want to learn, just go somewhere cool and stay there." The expression on the instructor's face also seemed displeased by Jixing's words. "You don't want to learn my sword techniques, do you?" Jixing awkwardly touched his nose and quickly slipped away under the not-so-friendly gazes of Muzan and the instructor. "Sorry," he asked, just a bit simple-minded. Next, Muzan followed the instructor's pace in the martial arts school every day, starting with some absurd heart-training exercises. As long as he didn't have to be in the sun. Muzan completed them leisurely. Although the instructor found it strange that Muzan had a skin condition and couldn't be in the sun, he was very satisfied with his steady mindset and gentle personality. He increasingly felt that his impression from that day was purely a misunderstanding. Then, Muzan officially began his training, starting with the basics and moving on to sword techniques. Everything flowed smoothly, and the instructor was amazed by Muzan's powerful physical abilities and delighted by his exceptional talent. Other students in the school also noticed this new junior brother, a swordsmanship genius, and a wealthy one at that. He was friendly, had a gentle personality, didn't show off his talent, and occasionally helped guide others. This earned Muzan a good reputation in the martial arts school, but it also made him a bit impatient. Some young girls, who were just beginning to have feelings, often ran over to see him. However, that wasn't too much trouble. Just looking wound cost him a pound of flesh. But the seniors who frequently sought his guidance often interrupted him. It was really annoying. There were even people eyeing his money, underestimating human limits. There were always those who sought small advantages through moral coercion. What finally drove Muzan to his limit was one night, after he had just dealt with the questioning seniors. He was informed that the master was waiting for him in the woods behind. When Muzan curiously went over, he realized he had been tricked. It wasn't the master calling him, but a challenger, Inosuke, who was also studying in the martial arts school. Muzan had noticed him as well, because Inosuke would occasionally glance at him with eyes full of resentment. However, Muzan didn't care much. He was just there to learn swordsmanship. With his infinite lifespan, he couldn't be bothered to care about a weakling who could only live for a few decades. But being tricked into this situation inevitably made Muzan, who was already annoyed by being consulted, even more displeased. Inosuke gripped the sword at his waist and gritted his teeth as he looked at Muzan. "I want to challenge you." Muzan hung a wooden sword at his waist, his expression somewhat gloomy. "I'm not in the mood." Out of respect for the owner of the establishment, Muzan still didn't want to kill. However, Kaneo obviously didn't realize that Muzan was giving him a chance to live. Seeing Muzan's demeanor, he felt disdained and angrily shouted, "What are you pretending for?" Muzan frowned, his gloomy expression causing Tanjiro to instinctively shiver. He hurriedly drew the iron sword from his waist, the sound of the blade unsheathing echoing in the air. Seeing the wooden sword at Muzan's waist gave him a bit more confidence. It was clear that Tanjiro's intention was not merely to challenge him. By luring him into a secluded forest with a sharpened iron sword, he had already made up his mind to kill. Muzan did not draw his sword, suddenly revealing a smile. "I want to know why you want to take my life." Jing-san sneered a few times. "I just can't stand the sight of you. It's all your fault. My master was about to pass the martial arts school to me. Even Sakura likes you. Why? Just because you look good? What are you pretending for every day? If it weren't for you, I would still be the most popular one in the martial arts school. It's all your fault. Ever since you came, I've lost everything." His face twisted further with jealousy and resentment, his voice sharp and gloomy. "I want to kill you." "Kill you? Is that so?" Muzan nodded. So the owner was actually planning to pass the dojo on to him? Muzan moved a little closer, showing no concern for the blade directed at him. Looking at Inosuke, whose face was twisted in hatred and whose arms were trembling, he smiled and said, "So, do you want to know why I have such talent?" Inosuke, feeling unsettled by Muzan's nonchalance, instinctively took a step back. Realizing his own weakness, he became furious and stepped forward forcefully. "Why?" Muzan grinned, and under the moonlight, two sharp teeth were revealed, the crimson pupils no longer concealed. "Because I am a demon." Gulp. At that moment, all of Tanjiro's thoughts vanished, fear occupying his mind. "A demon." He screamed and turned to run, but just as he shouted, a massive mouth lunged at him, swallowing him whole. The sound of terrifying chewing echoed in the silent woods, making it somewhat horrifying. Muzan was about to revert his arm back to its original state when suddenly, a glinting knife slashed through the air. Clang! The blade struck Muzan's monstrous arm, producing a sound like a collision with a hard object. The attacker withdrew the knife, and Muzan's arm returned to normal as he turned to look at the person who attacked him, the owner of the mansion. He wore an apologetic smile. "I didn't intend for you to see this." The mansion owner's expression was grave, filled with anger. "My swordsmanship is not meant for evil demons." Saying this, he swung his knife again, fully aware that this demon was powerful, even knowing he might be devoured by the evil creature. Muzan took a step back, then jumped onto a high branch on his tiptoes, looking down at the owner. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." The owner, an ordinary human, naturally had no power to chase Muzan and could only roar from the ground. "You told me back then that you were doing it for self-preservation." Muzan curled his lips. In 100 years, someone will be able to kill me, but you probably won't be able to see it. By the way, tonight is the duel between Muzan and Kaneo, where both will be killed by demons. Don't even think about committing seppuku, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, Muzan's figure disappeared into the night sky. The owner of the establishment looked at the empty night sky, as if he had made a decision. After Muzan left under the cover of night, he found another martial arts school. However, this time, after becoming an apprentice, Muzan maintained a cold expression throughout, successfully becoming a social hermit thanks to the subtle pressure of the Demon King. He learned quickly and left right after each session. Time flew by, and after visiting countless martial arts schools, Muzan had mastered knife techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, combat skills, archery, and hidden weapons. One night, after watching the last senior brother leave the school, Muzan stayed behind to help the master tidy up the training area and continued practicing karate, while the master looked on with a satisfied expression before going to rest. By the window, the master's daughter, still a small child, leaned her head against the window to watch Muzan practice, before the master affectionately ruffled her hair and carried her away. Muzan also somewhat enjoys this kind of life. While he was practicing, he suddenly noticed that the demons under him seemed to want to contact him. Muzan stopped his actions and realized he had found Tamayo. Taking advantage of the fact that the owner had not yet left, Muzan hurriedly caught up. "Master, I might need to leave the dojo." The owner, holding his daughter with one hand, turned to look at Muzan, his eyes seemingly asking what was wrong. "I have some matters to attend to." Seeing that he didn't want to say much, the owner smiled. "Go ahead. The night is not safe. Be careful." MHM. Muzan nodded, changed his clothes, and bid farewell to the owner of the establishment. After so long, he finally found a key character from Demon Slayer. What would Tamayo be like in reality? The night was deep, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, and a shadow flashed by. The shadow of Muzan flashed by and finally landed lightly on the roof of the wooden house. Opposite was the house where his subordinate's demon found Tamayo. At this moment, a faint candlelight flickered inside the house, and a figure sat by the window, with their head bowed, seemingly busy with something. Muzan looked at the figure. It should be Tamayo. He leaped down lightly to the ground, and his unhidden footsteps caught the attention of the people inside. Through the paper window, he could see the figure lifting her head. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Tamayo, whose face was already troubled by the knowledge that her time was short, showed even more worry. She weakly and slowly opened a small gap, but saw nothing outside. Confused, Tamayo closed the window. Could it be that her illness had progressed so far that she was hearing things? Meanwhile, Muzan had already landed on a more distant rooftop. Now was not the time. The best opportunity to turn her into a demon would be when she was close to death. Otherwise, it would likely have to be done through brutal means, which would always backfire. At this moment, Tamayo was also nearing her end. Even opening a window was a struggle, and staying awake at night was just her desperate attempt to find a way to survive. Muzan confirmed the situation and decided to stay here. He wanted to know what the blood demon art was all about. Moreover, since it was born from his blood, why could he use the blood demon arts of the demons under his command? Muzan's control over demons extends from the mind to the body. He carefully observed how his subordinates used blood demon arts, mimicking their actions as he raised his palm toward the teapot. With a grip of his hand, crack. The teapot shattered in response, spilling tea all over the table and dripping onto the floor. No. Muzan's face showed a joyful smile. It really works. No matter what the principles of blood demon art are, as long as it's useful. However, the birth of blood demon art must come from demons. And only when the demons under him possess the corresponding blood demon art can he have it as well. But that's enough. A few days later, Muzan overheard conversations from nearby people. It seemed that Tamayo was about to die. They also seemed to lament. After all, Tamayo was a well-known physician who had healed many people, and her early death felt like a case of talent being envied by heaven. At night, when Muzan approached Tamayo's home, he could sense her aura was terrifyingly weak, as if she could leave this world at any moment. Muzan walked over and knocked on the door. The one who opened it was a man, Suguko's husband. "Hello." Muzan stood outside the door and smiled. Ta, the husband of Tamayo, looked at Muzan in confusion and said, "Hello, is there something you need?" Muzan smiled politely and said, "I am a doctor. I heard that your wife is ill." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but scrutinize Muzan with suspicion. Muzan was indeed very suspicious. Not to mention that he had never met this person before, it was already strange for Muzan to come over so late at night. However, seeing his wife's condition worsening and her body becoming frighteningly weak, He didn't want to give up even on what seemed like an impossible hope. So he hurriedly and politely welcomed Muzan inside, saying, "Please come in." Muzan was brought to Tamayo's bedside. At this moment, Tamayo was lying on the bed, her face showing signs of pain, her complexion pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Weakly, she turned her eyes, glancing at the two people, her gaze filled with unwillingness and reluctance, struggling to open her mouth as if wanting to say something. Her husband hurriedly went to hold her hand, then involuntarily looked at Muzan, saying, "Doctor, my wife, she..." Muzan pretended to walk to Tamayo's bedside, his expression grave. After a moment, he looked at her husband, who was serious and heavy-hearted. This made Tamayo's husband feel a sinking sensation in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, "Doctor, is there still hope for my wife?" Muzan sighed. "I can save her, but it's very troublesome. It requires my unique secret method, and this needs to be kept confidential." "Confidential?" He instinctively repeated the phrase, hesitating for a moment, then quickly nodded. "I'll go out right now." Saying this, he hurriedly exited the room and closed the door, fearing that he might delay the treatment. Once he confirmed that he had left, Muzan looked back at Shizuka, who was so weak that she could hardly speak. Her frailty made her appear to have lost her beauty, and she seemed to have aged significantly. She looked at Muzan with eyes full of hope. Muzan looked down at the woman on the bed. "I can let you live, but it comes at a great cost." Tamayo struggled to open her mouth, producing a faint sound from her throat, as if to indicate she was willing to pay any price. "Don't rush. The way to survive is to become a demon." "Are you sure about that?" Muzan knew that Tamayo would definitely agree. Just like in the original story, she was willing to give everything to see her child grow up. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Tamayo showed no hesitation in her expression and looked at Muzan eagerly. "If you agree, just close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Tamayo slowly closed her eyelids, her weak and pale face showing a hint of worry and hope. Muzan extended his long nails and stabbed one into Tamayo's head. The momentary pain caused Tamayo to open her mouth and let out a hoarse scream of agony, but due to her weakness, her voice was extremely faint. Muzan withdrew his fingers, watching as Tamayo clutched her head and struggled violently, almost curling up into a tiny shrimp on the bed. Muzan himself doesn't know why he likes to poke a fingernail into someone's head when he bestows blood upon others, or use the tip of a whip to pierce their skull. It must be a habit of that despicable boss. It has nothing to do with him. Finally, the pain caused by Muzan's blood gradually faded away for Tamayo, who lay on the bed drenched in sweat, her gaze flickering towards Muzan. At the moment she transformed into a demon, she realized many things. For example, this guy in front of her is the legendary cruel and merciless demon king, Muzan Kibutsuji, who has devoured countless lives, and her own life, thoughts, and even body are now under his control. She has become the demon king's minion. Whether it was fear, unwillingness, or sigh of relief after surviving a calamity, Tamayo slowly sat up from the bed, as if she had already accepted the painful future that awaited her, to watch over her children and accompany her husband. She would become a gutter rat that relies on consuming humans to survive, aiding the despicable and cruel demon king in slaughtering the innocent. She didn't know if her husband and children would loathe her if they found out she was a cannibal. But thinking about being able to spend more time with her children, Tamayo accepted reality. This was her choice after all. She had merely fallen. There was nothing to lament. No need to be so sentimental. Muzan looked at Tamayo's changing expressions, sometimes worried, sometimes resolute, with a face full of speechlessness. "I haven't asked you to do anything yet." As a person from the Neon Sengoku period who values hierarchy, after accepting her identity, Tamayo crawled out of bed and knelt in front of Muzan, bowing her head respectfully and saying, "My lord." Muzan discovered something. Those he turned into demons quickly identified with their new identities. "All right, get up." But Shizuku still knelt on the ground, gathering her courage to say something, when she heard the demon king Muzan impatiently say, "You should be with the children. Do whatever you want. I have no intention of forcing you to do anything." What does he think of him? He is not a scummy boss. On the contrary, he is a caring and benevolent boss. "All right, hurry up and stand up. There's no need to kneel all the time, and also, don't randomly eat people. The bandits around can be dealt with casually." Muzan's words made Tamayo very happy. Although she could throw away her conscience to survive, it was naturally best not to be forced to do evil. Moreover, it seemed that the demon king actually had a kind heart. He specifically instructed her not to indiscriminately eat humans. Muzan glanced at her, and Shizen quickly lay back down on the bed, pretending to be ill. It was best to keep her transformation into a demon a secret from her children and husband. Muzan walked over and opened the door, only to see Tsukasa's husband anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. As soon as he saw Muzan open the door, he rushed over. "Doctor, how's my wife? The root of her illness has been removed, but she is still very weak. She just needs to rest and recuperate." Muzan adjusted his cuffs and was about to leave when Tamayo's husband hurriedly called out to him, "Your payment." "No need for that." Muzan didn't look back, embodying the demeanor of a profound master, much like a skilled doctor with a benevolent heart who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Ta's husband watched Muzan's retreating figure, his gaze filled with admiration. As Muzan's silhouette faded, he hurried into the house, his face full of concern. "Ta, how are you?" After Muzan called his assistant, Kaiki, over, he began his journey in search of fun again. He wandered around at night and spent his days either in hotels or at the homes of others, copying the blood demon arts of his subordinates one by one, or silently reading books. In the Essence Book Pavilion, he read medical books, novels, literature, religious texts, and even arithmetic books, regardless of the type. He would read each one carefully several times. There was really nothing interesting, and he even found himself reading math books out of boredom. After all, in this era, books were quite precious. Just having some to read was already good enough, and he didn't want to be picky. Although he really wanted to find the blue shore flower, he knew it couldn't be rushed. However, in the transparent world, Muzan felt as if he had touched something, yet it also seemed like he still knew nothing. As time passed, this era became increasingly chaotic, with more wars breaking out, and his subordinates, the demons, were living up to his teachings, using their blood demon arts and immense power to lead their followers into this tumultuous world. In this era, demons were not lacking in food. Not to mention the people who died in wars, there were also countless vicious individuals in such chaotic times. As wars became more frequent, Muzan was surprised to find that his subordinates who knew some medical skills took the opportunity to blend in as doctors, not only disposing of bodies in secret, but also receiving good treatment. After all, physicians who could save lives in wartime were quite valuable. Moreover, Tamayo gained fame due to her exceptional medical skills, and the name Dr. Tamayo spread widely in many places, with only Kaiki being able to rival her. While Kaiki's medical skills might not compare to Tamayo's, his blood demon arts could be used for healing. Unfortunately, Tamayo would only leave after helping all those she could in one place and almost never charge for her treatments, truly a great benefactor. On the other hand, Kaiki generally wouldn't charge for saving lives either, but it seemed to depend on his mood. Whether he would help someone or not was based on how he felt. And he also seemed to enjoy collecting books. Strangely, everyone knew Kaiki and Tamayo, but hardly anyone knew Muzan's name. Instead, many people thought Muzan was just a burden trailing behind Kaiki, and some even believed he might be Kaiki's bodyguard. After all, a physician with no strength to bind a chicken would need someone to rely on to survive in such chaotic times. Years passed, and Muzan had become so bored that it seemed he had read almost every book he could find, having to reread them, and even his medical skills had reached a certain level. However, since Kaiki was by his side, he was too lazy to save people himself. He felt that there was hardly anything fun left in all of Neon. Over the years, he had experienced all the nightlife and beautiful sights, and without an appreciation for food, he had lost a great deal of enjoyment. His days were filled with reading, sleeping, and practicing the sword techniques he had learned. Muzan lay in the carriage, bouncing back and forth, glancing at Ji Xing, who was resting with his eyes closed. "Ji Xing, you should give up medicine and pursue reasoning." Ji Xing opened his eyes, looking puzzled. Muzan looked at the wooden board above him and said, "You go learn to make ships and compasses. We're going to set sail. No more playing Demon Slayer. Let us go play One Piece." Ji Xing responded, "I don't understand what you're saying." Ji Xing's confused expression made Muzan feel bored. It's no fun to make jokes that no one understands, and self-entertainment isn't very interesting. In fact, in this era, without powerful firearms or extraordinary powers, demons are almost invincible. Aside from being unable to find blue spider lilies and figuring out what the transparent world is, Muzan can do almost anything he wants. If it weren't for his disinterest in creating a large number of demons, he could easily take over the entire Neon area, which made Muzan even less motivated. The original petty boss had no great ambitions, and he wasn't doing much better. "All right, just go back to sleep." Hearing this, Ji Xing hesitated and closed his eyes again. Just as he shut his eyes, the carriage suddenly stopped, and sounds came from outside. Another robbery. But it's daytime now, and it's inconvenient for Muzan and Ji Xing to go out. A daimyo had sent someone to invite Ji Xing to treat an illness. And since Muzan had nothing to do, he let Ji Xing agree. The two of them got into the carriage and started their journey. Suddenly, sounds of close combat, shouting, and screams came from outside. Muzan felt a bit uneasy. To be honest, they had encountered quite a few robberies along the way and had lost a few people. This time, the commotion seemed to indicate that the situation wasn't too good. It was still broad daylight, and he really didn't want to go out. But it seemed that the guards couldn't hold on any longer. He glanced at Jixing, who sighed helplessly. He didn't want to go out in broad daylight either. Even with an umbrella, the sun could still burn his skin. He picked up a large black umbrella that was standing nearby, lifted the curtain, opened the umbrella, and walked out. After a series of screams, Jixing lifted the curtain and looked at Muzan. It's taken care of. Muzan squinted at the sunlight streaming in and leaned against the umbrella as he stepped outside. He took the umbrella from Jixing with one hand and grabbed Jixing's shoulder with the other. Then with a flash, they arrived in a nearby forest. Even though he had been teleported by Muzan several times, he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. The sudden leap in space left him dazed and a bit dizzy. After being thrown to the ground by Muzan, Jixing rubbed his head and steadied himself, just about to ask his boss if they should go find that lord. When he heard Muzan's reply, "We'll set off tonight. Since we VE promised, we'll go. Maybe we can find some books we haven't seen before." After a few more days, the two crossed out. Demons found the lord who had invited Jixing to treat his illness, with Muzan following behind Jixing, watching him frown while inquiring about the illness in front of the lord's bed. "My lord, your condition is somewhat serious." Muzan realized at this moment that the lord's illness was considered an incurable disease in this era. In modern terms, it could be described as a lung disease. Upon hearing this, the lord's already weak face became even more unsettled. Jixing changed the subject. "I can treat it, but it may require avoiding others. This is my family's secret method." The lord hesitated. He was uneasy about being alone in a room with Jixing. However, many physicians had declared his illness hopeless, and now there was a lifeline. How could he give that up? Seeing him indecisive, Jixing urged, "If not, I will take my leave." Cough, cough, cough. The lord was startled and began to cough uncontrollably, as if he was about to cough out his lungs. Once he finished coughing, he hurriedly stopped Jixing. All right. You all go out." Watching the servants leave the room, the lord was asked by Jixing to close his eyes. Jixing then pretended to take a candy from the bag he carried with him, telling him to swallow it, and then used blood demon techniques for direct treatment. The lord was astonished to find that after taking the medicine, he truly felt the pain rapidly diminishing. Moments later, with Jixing's permission, he joyfully opened his eyes. At this point, besides feeling weak, he had almost no discomfort. Jixing took out a box of ordinary herbal medicine from the bag around his waist and placed it on the table beside them, seriously advising, "1 pill a day. Otherwise, it will relapse. Take the medicine on time, and you will recover in a month." The lord nodded earnestly. "Sir, it's getting late. Dinner has been prepared at the residence." Jixing stood up, brushed off his clothes, and Muzan also got up from the side. Jixing slightly shook his head. "No need, just give me the medical fee." But just as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of armed men surrounded them. Muzan looked a bit sleepy as he glanced at the daimyo sitting on the bed, his expression somewhat displeased. The ones who rushed in were not only the samurai under the daimyo, but also members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan knew that he and Kayaharu had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he felt that they might have already guessed his identity. Kayaharu looked at Muzan. He was aware that his boss didn't like to kill innocents. Muzan didn't enjoy targeting those with a tragic fate and a strong, noble character like the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He would let them go whenever he could, although the Demon Slayer Corps was opposing them at this moment. Without the breathing techniques, even though a Nichiren blade could be used to behead demons, the demons under Muzan's command were not weak, and the Demon Slayer Corps posed almost no threat. Muzan is actually waiting. If his demons don't kill people as casually as in the original story, would the Demon Slayer Corps still have a continuous influx of new strength? In the end, if only the Tsujikuni family is still holding on, what use is that? At that time, he could even go to the Tsujikuni family residence to mock the head of the Tsujikuni family. It has only been a few years now. Things will change over time. But no matter what the future holds, the current actions of this lord make Muzan very unhappy. Muzan extended several whip-like tentacles behind him, wanting to protect the samurai of the noble family, but they were all swept away in an instant. The samurai was struck in the abdomen with immense force, instantly losing all resistance. The others, seeing Muzan's terrifying, blood-red whips flying through the air, were so frightened that their legs went weak. And some samurai had already started to retreat, wanting to escape. Muzan is unaware of the situation, wondering why the Demon Slayer Corps is collaborating with the daimyo. The whip. as smooth as a knife cutting through tofu, pierced through the daimyo's chest, upholding a mindset of never wasting. Muzan transformed into a giant beast and swallowed the terrified and regretful daimyo in one bite, chewing and swallowing him right in front of the Demon Slayer Corps. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps attempted to intervene, but were all stopped by Kaiki. Muzan's arm returned to its original form, and the flying whip easily struck down the surrounding Demon Slayer Corps and samurai. He casually picked a nearby Demon Slayer, lifting him by the collar with the whip and bringing him before Muzan, ignoring the other party's fierce glare and ineffective struggles. Muzan patted his face and smiled. I wasn't planning on eating anyone. It's your famous name that caused your downfall. Tell the Hashira not to be too arrogant. Just because I'm lazy to kill you doesn't mean I won't. The Demon Slayer Corps member, suspended in midair by the whip, gritted his teeth and said, "Stop spouting your twisted logic. I will definitely kill you." Without any hesitation, he tossed him aside and glanced at Ji Xing, who nodded slightly. He casually threw away the warrior he had been holding in his hand. Muzan raised his whip, and the two figures vanished, leaving behind a group of unwilling yet powerless Demon Slayer Corps members and samurai. The head of the Kamadu family stood in the courtyard, reaching out to catch the falling messenger crow, gently stroking it a few times, his expression somewhat heavy. The future was becoming increasingly chaotic. The darkness shrouding the world was becoming surreal. The short-sighted, selfish, and cowardly Muzan he was familiar with seemed to have changed. Demons began to disguise themselves as healers, ordinary people, and even feudal lords profiting from the war. It seemed that demons had split into two categories. One group slaughtered humans and consumed them at will, while the other hid among humans, controlling the war. Yet the Demon King Muzan, accompanied by a highly skilled demon healer, was going to save people? What exactly does Muzan want to do? And why does he show mercy to the Demon Slayer Corps? Although some evil demons continue to kill indiscriminately and are unrelenting toward the Demon Slayer Corps, the demons and the Demon King hidden among humans have begun to avoid the Demon Slayer Corps for some unknown reason. In the future he sees, there is an endless battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and evil demons, but for some reason, he increasingly feels that this battle is becoming meaningless. Why? Killing demons cannot be meaningless. Kikuchi sighed deeply. His determination and will to annihilate evil demons at all costs would not waver. Evil demons that kill indiscriminately and have lost their humanity should not exist in this world. Only by killing the evil demon Muzan Kabutsuji can there be no more innocent people losing loved ones to demons. This is their responsibility. But confronting the Demon King requires planning. Perhaps the threat from that day had an effect, even though Muzan and Kabutsuji's identities were exposed. The Demon Slayer Corps did not come to disturb him. Time passed quickly, and Muzan, who had hundreds of years of memories, did not feel that several decades were long at all. Although a life without counting the days felt a bit dull, it was also comfortable. What made Muzan happy was that he seemed to be able to enter a state of clarity, but it was very unstable. About 10 years ago, Muzan first entered this state, and since then, he had only succeeded once more. He always felt that he was missing an opportunity. If it's missing, then so be it. Anyway, he can't die, so he can take his time. Several years ago, Muzan, after wandering enough, found a village to settle down in. His subordinate demons were responsible for delivering books and meat. Settled down, Muzan relied on the knowledge he had accumulated over decades to successfully become a physician under the alias Kabutsuji Muzan. Although the villagers found it strange that this physician never appeared during the day, they respected him greatly. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared from the earth and the full moon hung high in the sky, the door to Muzan's courtyard was open. He lay lazily in a rocking chair at the entrance, holding a book and gazing at the starry sky. He missed the sun a bit. He hadn't seen it for almost 70 or 80 years. He wished to find the blue flower on the other side. He wanted to bask in the sun. For someone like him, a retired elder of several hundred years, even the simple wish of sunbathing couldn't be fulfilled. Sigh. The rocking chair swayed back and forth, and Muzan decided to bask in the moonlight instead. He rested the book on his face, lying in the rocking chair as his thoughts gradually quieted. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt something poking his arm. Muzan narrowed his eyes, lifted the book that was pressed against his face to the side, and turned to look at the human child who poked him. A small boy was followed by 2 other children, and the boy who poked him shrank his neck under Muzan's gaze. Muzan found it a bit funny and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to pat the little guy's head and asked, "What's wrong?" The little boy, seeing Muzan's gentle demeanor, became bolder and, along with his 2 little followers, found a stone to sit on and asked, "Uncle, why don't you sunbathe during the day?" Muzan leaned back in his chair, swaying leisurely. Uncle is sick and can't be in the sun. The little girl asked eagerly, Uncle, aren't you a doctor? The little boy followed up, Can Uncle heal himself? Another taller boy shouted, Impossible. Mom said Uncle's medical skills are especially amazing. Muzan smiled and said, No matter how skilled a doctor is, there are diseases that cannot be cured. Uncle can't cure his own illness either. So teach me how to treat diseases, and I'll help Uncle. Upon hearing the little boy's words, the two little sidekicks beside him also chimed in, Me too, me too. Muzan feels a bit funny. Suddenly having the thought of teaching a student for fun, Muzan regretted it. He regretted it a lot. He shouldn't have foolishly thought about teaching anyone medicine. None of these three little brats learned properly. The stories in novels where you can just pick up a little girl or a little kid and they turn out to be genius disciples are impossible. He really couldn't teach them, truly couldn't. They couldn't even recognize characters. And when he tried to teach them knowledge, they didn't study seriously, just ran around everywhere. Want to touch everything they saw. He almost had his porcelain pot for medicine smashed. Teach my foot. Just the afternoon after he promised to teach them how to treat illnesses, Muzan had just made some cold medicine for a neighbor. And when he returned home, he saw the three little brats standing uneasily in the corner. The jars and bottles on the wooden rack behind them hadn't been touched. And Muzan frowned. What are you up to again? The three kids awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, glanced at each other, and then slowly shuffled their feet. Behind them was the medicine Muzan had prepared for Inakura's sore throat, which was now spilled all over the ground due to a broken container. Muzan first felt a subconscious anger, then the light in his eyes faded, and finally he let out a long sigh, stepping aside to let them out. Fine, go ahead. I have limited knowledge and can't teach you. Uncle, give us another chance. We know we were wrong. The three children showed pitiful expressions, but Muzan, as a man-eater, had no reaction to their pleas. He grabbed them by the nape of their necks and tossed them out the door one by one. The three little ones, Muzan, closed the door. I can see that Inumura is coming to pick up the medicine. Muzan sighed, thinking that next time he should change jobs and not be a doctor. It's not suitable for someone who wants to slack off. Just as he was reboiling the medicine, he heard Inumura's voice outside. Although a bit hoarse, it was still full of energy. Oh, you three are here to bother the doctor again? Did you get kicked out? Inumura lifted the curtain and walked closer to Muzan's house. Doctor, I'm here to pick up the medicine. Muzan's hands kept moving. Those three kids knocked over your medicine, and it's being boiled again, so there's no rush, just wait a bit. Jingsuan found a place to sit down, leaned against the wooden wall, crossed his legs, and chatted idly. By the way, it's been over 10 years. How come you still look so young? Muzan glanced and said, You maintain yourself well. You don't look old. What's wrong? You, a big man, still want to take care of your skin? My family nags me every day asking how I maintain myself. Sleep less and exercise more. Muzan poured the boiling medicine into a jar and handed it to Imura. Remember to return the jar after use. No problem. After sending Imura away, Muzan lay back in the lounge chair in his room. It was impossible for him to exercise more. He was too lazy for that. Would the great demon king really rely on simple exercise to strengthen his body? No way. What a joke. As night fell, Muzan languidly lay on the rocking chair outside with a book, enjoying the evening breeze. It's a good thing he wasn't human. In this era, there were no air conditioners or fans. In the scorching summer, the only ways to cool down were a hand fan and the evening breeze. Just as he was enjoying the cool wind, Muzan suddenly caught sight of a shadow darting by not far away, followed by a scream coming from the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Muzan frowned and slowly got up from his chair, only to see someone running past him in terror. Someone who noticed that Muzan hadn't run, yet grabbed him and urged, Run. A demon is out to eat people, Muzan. No, how could he not know? Muzan broke free from him. You run first. After saying that, he directly walked in the opposite direction. The man hurriedly chased after him, but couldn't catch up, turning around in frustration to continue fleeing. Muzan leaped onto the roof and quickly rushed to the scene. He wasn't aware that his demons were nearby. Moreover, his subordinates wouldn't just randomly choose a village to start feeding. Standing on the roof, Muzan saw a grotesque and massive creature with sharp, long claws, crimson pupils, and sharp teeth, which seemed to indicate its identity as a cannibal. All those left behind were torn apart from behind by a single claw, but strangely, this creature only killed and seemed uninterested in the prey it had already caught. Furthermore, Muzan had no idea that his demons had such a thing. This creature looked extremely ugly and indistinct, clearly not one of his subordinates. In the memories of the boss, he had never created such a demon. Muzan stepped down, kicking away the creature that looked like a ghost, but wasn't a ghost, then turned to the villager who had almost been killed. What are you looking at? Hurry and run. The villager swallowed hard, quickly getting up and fleeing for his life. This old doctor is truly a hidden master. Muzan looked at the creature that he had kicked away. He had deliberately controlled his strength, only kicking it away and injuring it without directly killing it. This guy seemed somewhat intelligent, yet not very smart. At this moment, it had already sensed Muzan's overwhelming power capable of crushing it, and was struggling to get up, wanting to escape. Muzan stepped forward and appeared right in front of it, then stomped down hard on its head with one foot. The monster, crushed underfoot, let out a whimper that sounded like a plea for mercy. Muzan's nails elongated, and he plunged one finger into its skull. After becoming a demon, the memories of demons can be read and even wantonly altered by Muzan. Muzan wanted to see the memories of this thing. It's really strange. Such a bizarre thing never appeared in the original work. This strange creature was invaded by Muzan's blood, screaming in pain, but was firmly pinned down by Muzan, flailing like a dehydrated fish. Muzan flipped through its memories, took a step back, and the howling creature suddenly exploded, splattering rotten flesh everywhere. Muzan touched the ground with his feet a few times, took out a cloth to wipe his fingers, and walked home slowly and unhurriedly. This creature doesn't have much memory, and its intelligence is low, so it doesn't remember much. It seems to have been implanted with some sort of ideology. It only knows that it is a demon, that it must kill people, that it must eat anyone who appears wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, and that it cannot be exposed to sunlight. It must run away upon seeing other man-eating creatures. Interesting. Could it be that this world is no longer simply the world of Demon Slayer, as he understands it? Are there other forces at play? What are they trying to achieve? To ruin his reputation? Thinking back over the decades, the fear of cannibals is still pervasive, even expanding beyond Tokyo. Yet the demons under his command have never killed people indiscriminately. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are still numerous, indicating that it's not a matter of time, but that something sinister is happening behind the scenes. Muzan washed his hands and smiled. Interesting, really interesting. In the hundreds of years of the disdainful boss's memory, there had been no mysterious powers other than demons. Was it because he had crossed over, causing a butterfly effect? Or was it a more terrifying existence? The people in this village should also know that he is not an ordinary person. None of his actions just now went unnoticed. It was time to change places and also investigate what this thing that is neither a ghost nor a ghost really is. Years went by again. The surface of the lake shimmered, with the full moon reflected in the water. A small boat drifted leisurely on the river, with Muzan sitting on it, eating some scarlet thing that should be pixelated, while Tamayo stood by the edge of the boat, looking worried. It had been decades, surely. You can't keep taking care of your great-grandson, can you? Muzan took the last bite, wiped his mouth, and washed the blood off his hands in the water within reach. Tamayo remained silent. Her son had passed away yesterday, and she knew that her still youthful appearance was no longer suitable for accompanying her grandson. But she couldn't help feeling reluctant. Her son's death also left her in low spirits. It's not a permanent farewell. You can still see your grandson in the future, as long as you don't let him find out, right? Tamayo sighed sadly. There's no need to see him anymore. Muzan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tamayo. Tamayo revealed a relieved smile on her face. The human Tamayo is already dead, and I should bid farewell to my former self. That's good. It's great that you've come to terms with it. Muzan nodded in agreement, picked up the oar, and placed it in front of Tamayo. If you've thought it through, let's row quickly and try to reach our destination before dawn. Tamayo, you're really something. Fine, this is how our boss is. Let's row. Since the day her son died, her identity as a person had vanished, leaving only one identity, a demon under Muzan Kibutsuji. Whether it is to repay Muzan for giving her the opportunity to live and see her son grow up until her death, or her own obsession with life, she will forever live on in this identity. After all, this boss may be disdainful in some aspects, but not entirely so. Muzan encountered the first half-demon, a strange creature that was neither fully demon nor human, and that very night, he notified all demons to be on the lookout for this half-demon and to kill it on sight. However, it was unfortunate that the half-demon seemed to be deliberately evading them. Over the years, the number of half-demons killed was extremely low, while the foolish Demon Slayer Corps only believed that they were all demons under Muzan's command, becoming increasingly indignant and more resolute in their determination to kill Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan, the scapegoat. Muzan, with a dogtail grass in his mouth, looked at the night about to fade away and disdainfully glanced at Tamayo, who was still struggling to row. You can't do it. It's almost dawn. Tamayo put down the oar, raised her head to look at Muzan, seemingly unconcerned about being burned by the sun. Master, we won't reach the shore before dawn. Muzan saw the calm expression on Tamayo's face and found it uninteresting. He stood up, lifted her collar, and the two disappeared simultaneously, leaving only a wooden boat gently swaying on the water, slowly drifting along the river. Muzan was a bit disappointed that Tamayo had guessed he had a way to hide in the darkness before dawn. He still wanted to tease her and see her flustered expression. However, one must admit that she truly was Tamayo, so clever. You should stick by my side from now on. Read more books, and ideally research how to overcome sunlight. Tamayo stood on the ground, unable to avoid the aftereffects of the teleportation, feeling dizzy and swaying slightly. She heard Muzan's words and could only manage a weak nod, barely avoiding falling to the ground, taking a while to recover. Muzan brought Tamayo to the territory of Shizukuji Asanuma, who was someone Muzan had casually saved for being nearly killed by bandits. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a prominent local lord. Because of his personality and worldview, Muzan thought he was acceptable, so he decided to stay. Asanuma had already been informed by Muzan that he would be coming to stay for a while, and he had prepared a house in advance. Muzan entered the room and lay down on a rocking chair that Shizuku had prepared in advance, taking out a book from one side. Ah, this extravagant life. Tamayo. Muzan glanced at her. Pick a bedroom for yourself. Tamayo. The life of this demon king is really pretty good. Muzan heard Tamayo's complaints. Who are you scolding? You're the one living a good life. Tamayo. After learning that Muzan had arrived, Shinjitsu hurried over. Pushing the door open, he saw the demon king lying in a rocking chair like an old man. To be honest, he was quite confused when the demon king requested him to make a strange chair. It was hard to sit still, and he couldn't figure out its purpose. Until now, seeing the demon king, he inexplicably felt like he was looking at a retired old man. So that's how a rocking chair is used. After conquering the world, he would like one too. Shinjitsu saw Muzan lower the book in his hand slightly and quickly knelt down, bowing his head respectfully as he called out, "My lord." Muzan glanced at him. "Stand up, don't kneel down at every turn. Go do what you need to do. And also, remember to have your subordinates pay more attention to the blue moonflower. It might only appear during the day." Jingzi hurriedly stood up upon hearing this. "My lord, there are members of the Demon Slayer Corps here. So what if they are? If they don't cause trouble, let them do as they please." Jingzi hesitated, standing still. Muzan sighed with a smile and put down the book in his hand. "If you want blood, just say it." Upon hearing this, Jingzi's face brightened, but the next moment, he saw the Demon King suddenly thrust a whip from his waist, piercing into his chest. Jingzi was instantly engulfed in intense pain, screaming as he rolled on the ground. The Demon King is not adhering to the rules of combat. Muzan was about to retract the whip when he suddenly noticed that the whip was holding the book more steadily than he could with his hand while sitting in the rocking chair. Since there was no need to be wary of anyone, after Shizuka successfully held on, he witnessed this scene. Several whips extended from Muzan's waist, and the ends of the whips acted like a stand, holding the book firmly in his hands. Even though the chair was rocking back and forth, the whips steadily supported the book. "What are you looking at? Hurry and get out of the way." Muzan glanced at Shinjisuk and said, "Once the absorption is successful, just go do what you need to do." Shinjisuk hurriedly stepped back. Shinjisuk Izuma was also a cautious demon. Even though he knew that the Demon Slayer Corps probably posed no threat to him, he still hoped to become stronger, strong enough that he wouldn't fear being discovered as a demon by the Demon Slayer Corps. Fortunately, his master was more agreeable than he had imagined, although the method of blood bestowal was a bit brutal. Tamayo originally intended to come in and grab a few books, but she happened to witness the entire process of Muzan bestowing blood at the door. Tamayo, who had once wondered if she could persuade Muzan to give her a bit of blood, completely lost that thought upon seeing this scene, recalling her own transformation into a demon. She's weak after all. Anyway, she's just a support. Muzan heard Tamayo's thoughts and sensed her capacity to endure. Decades had passed, and she could handle much more blood by now. A malicious smile appeared on his face. In an instant, Tamayo felt her hair stand on end. The next moment, a whip-like tendril suddenly pierced in her head, and her pupils constricted, overwhelmed by intense pain. Her face twisted in agony, gritting her teeth, a low growl emanating from her heart. "No way. You can do it." Muzan retracted the whip, admiring the expression of gritted teeth on Tamayo's face. For a moment, he felt that this scene might overlap with the original work. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was completely different from the petty boss in the original. He was doing this for Tamayo's sake. Tamayo finally managed to pull herself together, wordlessly standing up from the ground like a zombie, leaving Muzan's sight with a grim face while holding a book. For some reason, her anger brought up a strange feeling, and the following words floated in her mind. Why don't you just die? That filthy man. Kabutsuji Muzan. Tamayo. Why am I thinking this? Muzan. Why does this sound a bit familiar? Muzan quickly denied upon hearing Tamayo's thoughts, insisting that he was not the same as that scummy boss. The comfortable life passed quickly, and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps changed repeatedly. It has been over 100 years since he crossed over, and due to his interference, the original history has become unrecognizable. Now, the remaining factions are basically all under Muzan's command, each fighting their own battles. It's quite the game. Almost no other factions are left, only a bunch of demons and humans fighting amongst themselves. The key point is that no one is willing to back down. After all the effort he has put in, why shouldn't he be the one to establish the shogunate in the end? So, even though they are all demons under Muzan, they refuse to yield to each other. Muzan ultimately did not intervene. It wasn't really appropriate for him to do so in such matters. He just reminded them not to let other forces take advantage and then left it at that. The Kamadu family is also one of the forces that laughed last. So Muzan has been staying with them for decades without much movement. However, on this day, a family surname caught Muzan's attention, the Tsujikuni. Muzan. Tsujikuni Yoriichi? Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Tsujikuni is a samurai family, and someone from the Tsujikuni family participated in the war, which caught the attention of his subordinate demons. Only then did Muzan finally remember Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Having been in this world for over 100 years, and with almost nothing threatening him, Muzan had stopped caring about time. So he completely forgot about Tsujikuni Yoriichi, who would appear in about 100 years. To be honest, Muzan was panicking, thinking about the half-demon that he had never exterminated, who was desperately making him take the blame. Muzan panicked even more. No way. I need to set off immediately. Go find Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Tamayo followed Muzan, and the two spent several days finding the Tsujikuni residence. Tamayo, staying beside Muzan, could clearly sense his unreserved, intense panic. Could there really be something in this world that could threaten the immortal demon king? Muzan was not in the mood to pay attention to Tamayo's doubts, and was searching everywhere for the residence of the Tsujikuni family. Fortunately, it was still early. After some inquiries, Muzan confirmed that Yoriichi had just been born not long ago and was neglected by his father. It is worth mentioning that, as expected of a prominent family, Yoriichi's father, as the head of the family, could be described as cold and heartless. Not to mention that he almost killed his own son. In the original story, he wanted to replace Tsujikuni Yoriichi simply because he discovered that Yoriichi was stronger. This shows that he regarded his son merely as a tool. His own concept of family was excessively detached, as if he were a robot devoted solely to the family. Muzan found a relatively tall tree near the national residence and hid among the branches to observe Yuan Yi's situation. At that moment, Yuan Yi was hiding in the house, secretly watching Iwakatsu practice swordsmanship. Noticing his mother approaching, he hurriedly ran out to snuggle against her. Shuanai, Yuan Yi's mother, patted Yuan Yi's head, smiling gently as they stood together under the eaves, watching Iwakatsu practice. Iwakatsu was sweating and occasionally glanced over, feeling somewhat displeased when he saw Yuan Yi clinging like a little tail. Muzan felt that Akaza might have some issues in his mind due to his father. Tamayo stood beside Muzan, looking at her boss with confusion. Is it these two kids that scare you? Muzan nodded. Yes, but not the current versions of them. Tamayo, what do you mean you saw the future? Muzan couldn't be bothered to explain and left with Tamayo. At this moment, he didn't believe in Yoriichi. How could this little brat hurt him at such a young age? Impossible. In the following days, Muzan sent a clone to monitor Yoriichi's situation while leisurely reading books. For Muzan, in this dull world, reading was almost as captivating as reading novels used to be. However, he still set aside more time to train himself. According to the speculation in the original work, the location of the blue spider lily Tanjiro's house, the place where Yoriichi and his wife lived. Yoriichi grows up, finds the blue spider lily. Muzan can overcome his weaknesses invincible. For an old guy who has lived for hundreds of years, time always flies by quickly. Nearly 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Yoriichi's mother was becoming increasingly frail. Shina lay alone on the tatami mat, feeling as if her life was slowly fading away. In the dimness, she seemed to see a shadow, a strange figure. This figure gave her an ominous feeling. Was it a deity coming to take her soul? Was she going to die? Do you want to live? Muzan stood in front of Junai, looking down at her. After all, she was the mother of Yuan Shi, so if he could save her, he would. Junai struggled to open her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Are you a deity? Muzan, I am a demon and can turn you into an immortal demon. Perhaps it was the calmness of someone on the brink of death. Or perhaps it was the kindness Muzan exuded, but after hearing that he was a demon, Shuanai showed no emotional change. Instead, she shook her head. No need. But can I ask you for a favor? Upholding the idea that the deceased should be prioritized, Muzan nodded. What is it? Whether to agree or not can be discussed later. Let's see what she wants first. Take care of my 2 children. Yuan-I is not favored by his father, but he's a kind child and shouldn't be treated that way. Iwakatsu is under too much pressure. He is too competitive. Shuanai's voice grew weaker, and her gaze towards Muzan became increasingly murky, eventually fading away under Muzan's watch. Perhaps because the person before her heard her request, Shuanai left peacefully. In the distance, Muzan seemed to hear a faint thank you. He sighed. In fact, he had guessed when he saw Shuanai that aside from being a bit worried about her children, she had no real resistance to death and was unlikely to want to become a demon. As expected, Shuanai's death left Iwakatsu and Yuan-I sorrowful for a long time, but it didn't cause much emotional upheaval for their father. At the same time, Iwakatsu learned that the weak younger brother he was supposed to protect was actually a genius, and their father would inevitably switch their positions, leading him to live in that broken house and then be sent to a temple. This added to Iwakatsu's unease and jealousy amidst his sadness. However, upon learning that his brother absurdly wanted to leave and cherish that broken flute, Iwakatsu found it even harder to understand. In the evening, seeing Yuan-I being taken away through a small door, Muzan swiftly followed. Yuan-I, who was originally supposed to go to the temple, did not follow the plan, but instead headed far away. The 7-year-old Yuan-I only brought a little food and a knife, aimlessly walking towards the unknown, with Muzan following him from a distance. On the other side, Iwakatsu saw his mother's diary. Yuan-I was someone favored by the gods, and Yuan-I's action of leaning against his mother's left side was not the childish behavior he imagined, but rather a way of supporting her. As if to tell him that he was not as good as Yuan-I, Iwakatsu's hands bulged with veins as he gripped his mother's diary, his nails digging in deeply. He grabbed a knife and walked towards the place where he practiced. At that moment, his face was twisted in rage, his pupils red, and veins bulging as he crazily slashed at the practice dummy, letting out beast-like growls. Why? Why? I worked so hard for so long. Why is it that guy in the end? Not knowing how many times he struck, the dummy was covered in cuts, but because he was still young, the wounds only grazed the surface, while his brother could easily cleave through the dummy. Exhausted, Iwakatsu's jealousy and resentment surged within him, distorting his face to the extreme. Bang! The knife was slammed to the ground as Iwakatsu gasped for breath, walking step by step towards the narrow room of Iwakatsu Yuan-I. Bang! The door was violently yanked open, crashing against the frame. Iwakatsu stormed in, searching around. Has that guy hidden away? Suddenly, he spotted a note on the table, striding over and grabbing it. His previously twisted face gradually calmed, confusion appearing in his eyes as he blankly placed the note back on the table. Iwakatsu Yuan-I. Really gone? Then Iwakatsu dashed out. No, he couldn't accept such charity. He didn't need it. He would surpass Yuan-I sooner or later. Give him back. He would definitely become the world's #1 warrior. Iwakatsu wanted to chase after Iwakatsu Yuan-I. If Iwakatsu Yuan-I left like this, he might never see him again and would forever live in Yuan-I's shadow. He had to find Iwakatsu Yuan-I, but after blindly chasing for a long time, Iwakatsu finally realized that Iwakatsu Yuan-I had gone far away. He stood there dazed, his face filled with confusion. On the other side, as days passed, the food Yuan-I carried dwindled, and he had no idea where he was. A field appeared before him. The field was empty and deserted as he walked through it. After a long gaze into the distance, a figure appeared in his sight. It was a strange girl, standing in the field, blankly holding a wooden basin. Their eyes met. Because it was daytime, Muzan could only hide in the distant woods, watching the two meet from afar. With his extraordinary hearing and vision, Muzan saw the two exchange a few words before deciding to go together. The girl led Yuan-I towards her home. Muzan hurriedly followed. The opportunity to find the blue had arrived. It was already evening. The last rays of sunlight began to fade. The moonlight rose, and night fell. Muzan suddenly felt a creature approaching from behind. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance. The next moment, he saw a nearly 2-meter-tall monster charging towards Yuan-I and Sure from the other side. Due to the distance, neither of them noticed it. This monster was a half-demon. The half-demon, who had long been focused on eating humans and shifting the blame onto him, suddenly appeared, revealing its malicious intent. Muzan suddenly dashed forward and grabbed the half-demon by the neck. The half-demon was just a half-demon after all. Perhaps for an ordinary person, It was an unbeatable man-eating monster. But in Muzan's hands, it was nothing more than easily disposable trash. The half-demon clearly didn't react in time. Its face was filled with terror, and under the shadow of death, it let out a sharp, miserable scream. Muzan's arm suddenly transformed into a massive mouth and devoured it in one bite. The half-demon's scream naturally caught the attention of Yuya and the others in the distance. They turned to see Muzan's grotesque, flesh-like arms swallowing something, writhing as if chewing, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Even though he wasn't taken seriously, Yuya was still the son of the nation and naturally knew of the existence of man-eaters. He immediately understood that this guy in front of him was a vile demon and thought that Muzan was eating people. Moreover, the moment he saw this vile demon, he realized that this guy was very dangerous. He was a demon king. He possessed an extraordinary talent with a mission to kill this guy in front of him. But he was only 7 years old, and the two of them, just 7 or 8-year-old kids, were facing a vile demon. Yuya hurriedly pulled Shira behind him. Shira, you run. I'll hold it off. Even though Yuya had an incredibly strong talent with a knife and could defeat adults, he was still just a 7-year-old child, which was far from enough when facing a vile demon. Yuya pulled out a knife that was about his height and raised it towards Muzan. Muzan. Shizuka timidly hides behind Ueni, afraid but unwilling to abandon him. Muzan wanted to explain, but he suddenly felt another half-demon attacking. 8-headed half-demons, taking advantage of Yuan Yi's attention being on Muzan, suddenly charged at Shur from behind. Muzan couldn't care less about Yoriichi's cautious movements and rushed forward. Half-demon, ruining his good fortune. Even though the half-demon's attack came suddenly and in large numbers, it was no match for Muzan. In an instant, Yoriichi felt the evil spirit attacking him, and he swung his blade to block Muzan, but at the same moment, Muzan flashed behind Yoriichi. Yoriichi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around, swinging his blade at Muzan. But what came into view were the 8 evil spirits attacking from behind, along with Muzan's silhouette. In the next moment, Muzan drew his long blade from behind and swung it, repelling several half-demons that had rushed in. However, at the same time, Yoriichi's blade continued to strike Muzan's back. The skin that the Demon Slayer Corps members couldn't cut through was slashed by Yoriichi, creating a massive wound a few millimeters deep. Muzan couldn't help but gasp. It hurts. Fortunately, Yoriichi's weapon was just an ordinary. Muzan glanced back at the two and suddenly charged out, swiftly decapitating the half-demon with his blade. After dealing with the half-demons, Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that the half-demons were not just simple-minded. They resembled a colony of ants. While these half-demons might be weak individually, there seemed to be a more intelligent presence behind them orchestrating their actions. For instance, just now, one half-demon had not only drawn his attention, but also allowed Yoriichi to recognize him as a demon when he let his guard down, and then took the opportunity to attack Shizuka. The reason for attacking Shizuka was, of course, to cut off Muzan's thoughts of following her to find the blue spider lily. This group of half-demons had been hiding from him, making it nearly impossible to find them, and now they dared to appear before him, showing just how desperate they were to prevent him from overcoming his weaknesses. They would be killed eventually. With the threat of the half-demons gone, Yoriichi looked at Muzan, who was obviously a flesh-eating demon, and hesitated with his sword raised. Muzan hesitated for a moment, then decided to use violence. After all, the current Yoriichi was no match for him. Suddenly, he grabbed a knife in Yoriichi's hand, which couldn't cause him any substantial harm. Yoriichi immediately reacted, gripping the handle of the knife with all his strength, trying to twist the blade to force Muzan to let go. However, Muzan's strength was terrifying, and he forcibly snatched the knife away. "Run!" Yoriichi shouted as he lost his weapon, grabbing Shizuku to escape. But Muzan threw away the knife and lifted both of them by the back of their clothes. "Escape? Come on, little brat, show me the way." Muzan held onto the two children, his face filled with a smug smile. Yuan Yi and Shur struggled desperately, trying to escape, but they floundered like fish out of water. Muzan threw the poem to the ground and looked at Ueni, saying, "Stop flailing." When Ueni saw the poem being released, she couldn't care about herself and shouted at the poem, "Poem, run away." Muzan glanced at him, and he knew that she would not escape once he let her go. He looked at Shi with a malicious smile. "Shi, you wouldn't want to see Yuan Yi lose his life, would you?" Shi's expression looked like she was about to cry, but she stubbornly held it back, her small face covered in dirt as she got up and glared at Muzan with resentment. Naturally, she didn't dare to run, worried about Yuan Yi. "Muzan, I want to laugh. What should I do?" He suddenly feels that he's been a bit too harsh on the kids. "Don't mind me. Just run. Slap." Muzan directly gave Yoriichi a slap on the butt. Shut up, or I'll eat you like Abe Shinzo's seat. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of cloth and rope from who knows where, stuffed them into Yoriichi's mouth, and tied his hands. Yoriichi glared at him. MMPH. MMPH. Then Muzan turned to Yuta. Where's your home? Lead the way. Yuta held back her tears, sniffled twice, and turned to lead the way. Yoriichi. MMPH. MMPH. Though Muzan could have just left. After all, Yuta would have taken Yoriichi to her home anyway. Since they had nowhere else to go, why not take the chance to bully Yoriichi while he was still young? Given Yoriichi's talent, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. If Muzan didn't seize this opportunity now, he'd never get another one. The rest of the journey was filled with nothing but Yoriichi's muffled protests, Yuta's quiet sobs, and the sound of footsteps. Soon, the trio, scratch that, one human, one overpowered player, and one demon, arrived at Yuta's doorstep. It was a simple thatched hut, nestled in a clearing not far from the fields. Wildflowers and weeds grew around the cottage, lending a somewhat poetic atmosphere under the moonlight. Yuta took a deep breath, glanced cautiously at Muzan, and mustered her courage. I led the way. Now, let Yoriichi go. Muzan had a smile on his face as he stroked Shure's head. Shure wanted to pull away, but couldn't, and didn't dare to escape out of fear, shrinking his neck and feeling a bit stiff. Well done. Upon hearing this, Shure wanted to open his mouth and ask Muzan to let Yuani go. But he saw the malicious smile on Muzan's face. But did I ever say that I would let you go just because you guided me? Upon hearing this, Yuani struglet violently. Shure held back tears, feeling both terrified and angry, shrinking back further. Muzan threw Yuan into the thatched hut, then picked up Shure with one hand and pulled out a rope from somewhere to tie her up, tossing her together with Yuani. The tears in Shure's eyes could no longer be held back, and she cried out, cursing Muzan. Shameless. Yuan Yi's legs were not bound, but without hands, she couldn't get up. She crawled over, kicking and struggling, to block Shure's face, glaring fiercely at the detestable demon. Muzan glanced at the crying Shure and threatened fiercely, don't cry. Shure immediately stopped making noise, but tears continued to flow down her face, her nose sniffing. Seeing that she had really stopped shouting, Muzan looked down at the fierce Yuani. He crouched down and smiled as he patted Yuani's little face. Hey, are you mad? Your wife is crying because of me. But to Muzan's disappointment, Yuani's expression gradually calmed down, as if he had seen through everything. He curiously removed the rag that was blocking Yuani's mouth, wondering what he would say. Eat me, spare Shure. Ah, this. Muzan looked at the still, sobbing Shure, who suddenly shouted, no, don't eat Yuani. Then should I eat you? Shure shrank her neck, but suddenly her eyes narrowed fiercely. Fine? At this moment, Muzan didn't understand. Even if they were officially a couple, they shouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives for each other upon first meeting, right? Were they really this kind-hearted? He naturally didn't plan to actually do anything to them. He just wanted to tease them out of a sense of mischief. But being fed a mouthful of dog food by the two kids made him feel bored. He stood up, picked them up, and tossed them onto the tatami mat. If you two behave, I won't eat you. Yuani instinctively moved to shield Shure. What do you want to do? I want to raise you. Do you believe me? It was obvious that the two didn't believe him, but they felt as if he might actually be telling the truth. But they also realized that they wouldn't be harmed for now. Yuani took a deep breath and looked at Muzan seriously. You are the Demon King, right? Yes. Muzan didn't hide anything and admitted generously. Then why did you stop those demons from attacking us? Aren't they your subordinates? Shure looked at Muzan with confusion. They aren't. To be precise, they aren't demons either. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Muzan explained, they also eat people, but their intelligence is much lower than that of demons. And they aren't under my control. Muzan paused, his expression showing a strong killing intent. This group of things is called half-demons. They can go against me. I will kill them sooner or later. All right, from now on, I will live here with you. You can slowly ask any questions you have. And don't even think about running away. After saying that, Muzan snapped his fingers, and the ropes on the two were untied, his figure disappearing directly. This little thatched cottage was still a bit too shabby. It would be difficult to shield from the wind and rain, plus he needed to bring some books over. However, if he were to play the role of a father, wouldn't he also need a mother? In an instant, Muzan thought of the boss in women's clothing and was so scared that he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dressing as a woman is out of the question. Taking advantage of the absence of sunlight, Muzan planned to use his blood demon art to teleport books, wood, umbrellas, and other items over. However, as soon as Muzan returned to the thatched hut, he saw the tatami mat was empty. Hiv hiv. The two little kids hadn't run far before they were pulled back by Muzan and thrown onto the tatami mat, locking the door behind them. The next day, when the two were let out, they found 2 bowls of meat porridge already placed on the table. The two turned pale. It couldn't be. Even though the steaming porridge emitted an enticing aroma, they felt nauseous. When Muzan entered and saw the expressions of the two, he helplessly said, "Pork kanji." The two cast suspicious glances at him. "Muzan, I didn't lie to you. The two of you still refuse to eat. Fine, if you won't eat. You can pour it out yourselves." Muzan flicked his sleeves and left. In the end, the two of them were hungry all morning. With their stomachs growling, they wanted to go out and find something to eat. Just as they stepped out of the thatched cottage, they saw a wooden house that appeared out of nowhere. It was not exactly luxurious, but it was also not shabby. The wooden house was surrounded by long eaves that extended out, creating a large area of shade. Muzan sat in the shadows, holding a book, with an umbrella leaning beside him. Muzan heard the footsteps of the two. "Oh, still hungry, huh?" Yuan's expression was not very good, but due to his poker face, it couldn't be seen too clearly. However, Sure glared at him fiercely. "There is rice and patty in the kitchen. If you want to drink rice porridge, cook it yourself." After saying that, Muzan leisurely continued reading his book. Yuan looked at Sure. "Stay in the house and be careful of this guy. I'm going to find something to eat." Muzan lifted his head silently and glanced at Ennui, feeling that the little brat was quite tough. The next day, when Ennui and Sure woke up, they found that their surroundings had changed. It was no longer the small thatched cottage. It was Muzan. The two of them quickly realized what was happening. They rushed out of the house and saw 2 bowls of rice porridge and steamed buns placed on the table outside. The steam was rising, and the aroma was delightful. Both of them swallowed their saliva, although they had found a bit of wild vegetables to eat along with the food stored in the thatched cottage yesterday. It was nothing compared to the meals made by someone like Muzan, who had lived for a long time and learned everything. Suppressing their appetite, the two walked out of the house and saw Muzan resting with his eyes closed in a rocking chair inside the toilet. Their movements seemed to have startled him. Muzan glanced at the two and walked over to see that the breakfast laid out in the room had not been touched. "What's wrong? Not hungry?" The two remained silent, expressing their stance through their actions. Muzan let out a sigh. "Sigh, fine." As he spoke, he walked over, picked up a bowl of porridge, and suddenly grabbed Yuan, pinching his chin and starting to pour it in. "Drink this, old man." "Yuan yi, me. Glug glug. Let go of me." Sure hurriedly ran over and grabbed Muzan's arm in an attempt to stop him, but her little strength was completely useless, and instead, she ended up delivering herself right to him. Muzan poured all the porridge into Yuan Yi's mouth and grabbed Sure, then picked up another bowl and poured it in. "You drink too?" "Sure, I want to cry." Yuan Yi had no weapon in hand and was futilely tugging at Muzan. Muzan slammed the bowl onto the table, and Sure was standing aside with tears in her eyes. Just as Yuan Yi was about to go over to comfort Sure, Muzan grabbed him and shoved a bun into his mouth, saying, "Eat it all. Don't waste food." Yuan Yi, expressionless, had his mouth stuffed full. After finishing, he washed the bowl, saying, "If you don't eat, I'll shove it into your mouths." In the end, the two kids reluctantly finished their breakfast and washed the bowls. Muzan was reading a book while watching the two wash the dishes. "Hey, isn't this good?" The two didn't want to talk and turned to leave. "Don't go yet. Come here." Muzan stood up, put down the book, and the two exchanged a glance, not wanting to follow. Muzan, he could only turn around, picking them up with one hand each. He brought them to the study, threw the two of them onto the chairs, picked up 2 books from the bookshelf, and placed them in front of them. "Copy it." The 2 little ones looked up at him in silence. "Muzan, what are you looking at? Do I have words on my face?" Yuan Yi couldn't hold back any longer, stood up, and looked up at Muzan, maintaining a blank expression. "What do you want to do?" "Muzan, I'm letting you learn. How many characters can you recognize now? Don't you need to recognize a few more?" Yuan Yi remained silent, just looking at Muzan. "Muzan, all right. It's not easy for you 2 kids to be together. And I'm not happy to support you. Yuan, we don't need the help of demons. If you don't want to eat us, please let us go." Yuan Yi's tone was flat, but exceptionally serious. Muzan was momentarily at a loss for words, while Yuya was surprisingly tough. "How should I put this? I guess I saved your lives from a half-demon, right? And even though I'm a demon, it doesn't mean I would necessarily harm the innocent." Yuya was taken aback. "What do you mean? The Demon King could be a good person? Could he not harm the innocent? What a joke. Demons are also transformed from humans. I just want to survive, and I only consume evil people. You don't need to harbor such hostility. You only eat evil people? What about those demons who indiscriminately kill the innocent? Aren't they all created by you? Didn't I just lay off some? Those demons have been eliminated. Now, aside from half-demons, Perhaps only humans are indiscriminately killing, right? Yuya, a young child, felt a bit confused hearing Muzan say such things, as he knew very little about demons. All right, hurry up and copy the book. Muzan looked at him and slammed the door shut. He wanted to see if Yoriichi was raised by him, he would still almost kill him like in the original story. Moreover, it was indeed a bit tragic for Yoriichi and Shiyu, two little kids, to rely on each other. Having read the original, he also wanted to help them, to give them a complete childhood or something. Naturally, copying books was essential. The next day, after breakfast, Yoriichi and Shiyu were going to continue copying books together, but they were stopped by Muzan. Do you want to learn how to use a sword? Yoriichi showed a look of confusion. That day, I brought your sword over, and Shiyu's too. Do you want to learn? Muzan took two knives from the back cabinet and handed them to the two people. Yuani took the knife and looked at Muzan. Thank you. Hey, let me hear you call me Dad. Yuan. Am I considered to have adopted you now? Can't I be your father? What's wrong with calling me Dad? Yuan emotionlessly pulled sure and walked outside, provocatively looking at Muzan under the sunlight. Muzan? All right, wait until I find a blue. Perhaps Yoriichi really has some kind of cheat. As a freak who can create his own breathing techniques, Yoriichi's swordsmanship doesn't require learning or guidance. On this day, Yoriichi was basically developing various sword techniques on his own while also instructing Ko. Unfortunately, this isn't a novel, and Ko isn't the female lead. She doesn't have a cheat. Although Ko can't be said to be talentless, her talent is just average. The purpose of learning swordsmanship is merely for self-protection. But that's enough in the future. If a half-demon appears and Yoriichi and Muzan aren't around, she can escape. Although Yoriichi and Ko, the two little kids, are always unwilling to call him Dad. It seems they've accepted this kind of life. Every day after dinner, they wash the dishes and start their daily tasks. One day is spent copying books and studying, and another day is spent practicing swordsmanship. Muzan always assigns tasks to the two of them, and after completing them, they can go play. That day, after practicing with his sword, Yuani looked at Muzan while holding the blade, swiftly drawing it out with a spirited expression, filled with fighting intent as he gazed at Muzan. Muzan put down the book with interest. Do you want to compare skills with me? Yuan nodded slightly. All right. Muzan stood up from the rocking chair and slowly walked to the cabinet to take out his knife. The two entered a spacious room, and Sure followed them, standing to the side to watch the battle. Yuan's expression was serious. Please give me your guidance. Muzan smiled as he drew his blade. Yuan instantly felt a sense of pressure. As a natural swordsmanship genius, he could sense the terrifying aspect of Muzan with his profound understanding of the world. No matter how lazy the Demon King he had seen during this time was, he felt a terrifying pressure at this moment. Yuan opened the transparent world and saw the unusual structure inside Muzan's body. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward fiercely. Muzan had also practiced swordsmanship for a period of time, so he easily blocked the attacks of the young Yoriichi. Yoriichi attacked frantically while Muzan defended with ease. Their movements extremely fast, almost creating afterimages. Yoriichi was panting heavily, gradually becoming exhausted, when he suddenly let out a loud shout and swung down fiercely. Muzan blocked the attack with a single strike, and with a crisp crack, a crack appeared in the knife in Yuan's hand. Yuan paused for a moment, took a step back, and looked at the broken knife in his hand with a complex expression. I lost. Muzan picked up the broken blade and handed it to Yoriichi, gently patting his head, remarking that it felt quite nice. You're only 7 years old, and with your talent, you'll surpass me sooner or later. I'll buy you a good sword tomorrow. As for this blade, it could be considered one of the few items that Yoriichi had to commemorate his memories in the Tsujikuni family. Yoriichi nodded and put away the broken sword. Muzan continued, You better not grow up and cut me down. Yuani looked up in confusion at Muzan and asked, Aren't demons immortal? Muzan hesitated for a moment. They can die. Yuani looked at Muzan with curiosity. Muzan, do you really want to kill me? Yuta turned his head, not necessarily. However, every time he met Muzan for the first time, and every time he saw Muzan, he couldn't help but feel that he was born to kill Muzan. But Muzan probably doesn't know this, right? After the two finished talking, Sure ran over. Yuta is so amazing. What's wrong with me? Am I not good enough? Muzan stepped in between the two. When he was a student, for some reason, whenever he saw a couple walking together, he always wanted to run past them. Sure was a practical child and explained, It's because Yuan is still young. All right, you guys help me with something in the future. Yuan and Sure asked what? Help me look out for a flower called blue spider lily. It only blooms during the day, and if you see it, pick it for me. As he spoke, Muzan took out a photo album. It looks like this blue should be growing nearby. Yuani looked puzzled. You forced Sure to bring you here just for this? Yeah. Sure leaned over to take a look. I've seen this flower. It grows behind the house. Upon hearing this, Muzan's expression brightened. But it's not blooming right now, and I don't know when it will. It's okay. It will bloom eventually. Just help me pick it when it does. Sure nodded. Yuan-E asked in confusion. What do you want this flower for? Muzan doesn't hide anything and honestly says, overcoming sunlight. I haven't seen the sun for hundreds of years. Is it true that as long as you find the blue shore flower, you won't die completely? Muzan heard Yuji's words. Do you really want me to die? Yuji looked at the ceiling, silent. Muzan. At night, Yoriichi couldn't sleep well. Muzan carried an evil and frightening aura, and he always felt, for some unknown reason, that he seemed to exist solely to kill Muzan. However, over the past few months, Muzan appeared to be just a rather sadistic guy. He was somewhat afraid of the possibility of having to fight him in the future. If Muzan overcame the sun, would that mean he could avoid having to kill him later? While pondering these thoughts, Yua suddenly heard footsteps outside. They weren't Muzan's. He immediately became alert, got up, and grabbed the broken blade beside him. Cautiously, he opened the window, just a crack to look into the yard. He saw the silhouette of a woman. Just as he was filled with confusion, the woman glanced over at him. Yua hurriedly closed the window, lay back down, but his breathing became somewhat frantic. Then he heard footsteps approaching the front door. Confirming that the person was not coming in his direction, Yua breathed a sigh of relief, gripped the knife in the dark, and moved closer to where the woman's footsteps were headed. Soon after, he heard Muzan's footsteps and the woman's voice. The knife has been brought. A knife? Hearing this, Yua walked to the doorway between the hall and the bedroom, peering through the crack to see the two of them. The woman handed a knife to Muzan. Could it be the one Muzan mentioned was for him? But he hadn't seen Muzan go out at all. He had been lying in the house reading all day. How could someone suddenly come to deliver a knife? Moreover, at night, it must be a demon, right? Yua's attitude towards other demons remained one of vigilance and disgust. Muzan took the knife and said somewhat regretfully, you can accept more blood now, right? Tamayo's expression froze. No. Don't worry, I didn't prepare any blood for you. Muzan had also noticed Yoriichi hiding in the crack of the door. Yoriichi was only 7 years old and felt uncomfortable seeing him stab someone in the head. Tamayo breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Shinju has already prepared the food. Yoriichi, hiding inside, thought food? Human flesh? Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from inside. Yoriichi, Yoriichi hurriedly covered Tamayo's mouth. Tamayo immediately understood and nodded. Just as Yoriichi was about to release Tamayo, he heard a loud sound behind him as the door was pulled open, and Muzan and Tamayo looked down at the two of them. Yoriichi suddenly fell silent under their gaze, while Tamayo's face turned slightly red, and Yoriichi silently lowered his head. Can't you be a bit more professional when you eavesdrop? Muzan unceremoniously dismantled the platform. Muzan, did you notice me from the very beginning? Yeah, Yuan-Yi. Shai looked at Muzan in surprise and lowered her voice. Do these two kids know? Muzan nodded. I know. Tamayo looked at him in surprise. Muzan, all right, don't be surprised. Hurry up and leave. After Tamayo left, Yuikaru let her go back to sleep and looked seriously at Muzan. Is that woman a demon? Yeah, what's wrong? Muzan looked at him, holding the knife that Tamayo had brought, swaying back and forth in the rocking chair. A candle flickered in the dim hall, swayed by the breeze that slipped in, casting shadows of the two that danced unpredictably. In the distance, an unknown creature's call echoed. Ya hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked seriously, is the food she mentioned what I think it is? Yes, I can't eat anything else, but you can rest assured. It's all those bandits and mountain thieves. After a moment, Ya nodded, grasping the key point in Muzan's words. Demons can't eat anything else? What do you think? If I eat something else, it would only taste rotten, and I can't digest it anyway. Do you think I don't want to eat something else? He couldn't even enjoy a snack while watching the show. 7-year-old Ya looked somewhat unhappy. All right, I understand. Muzan looked at him and touched his head, saying, but the blue shore flower might allow me to eat other things. Yuan's eyes lit up. Really? Really? All right, hurry up and go to sleep. You have books to copy tomorrow. Yuan nodded and ran back to sleep. Muzan swayed in the chair, and suddenly, his figure disappeared, leaving only a rocking chair gently swaying. The next day, Yoriichi received a new sword and a new book to copy. Yoriichi. To be honest, he doesn't like copying books. Every time it was the day to copy books, he felt very painful. Only on the day of sword practice did he feel happy. Muzan looked at his bitter melon face and said, you can't just rely on your sword skills. You need to have culture as a person. Yuan-E still had a bitter melon face. Muzan left with a smile. After all, it wasn't him who was copying the book. A childhood without copying books is incomplete. If it weren't for the lack of 9 years of compulsory education and college entrance exams here, he would have to send Yui to various training classes to have some fun. Yui, listen to me, thank you. On the other side, at this moment, Yui's father finally saw Yui's talent in his wife's diary, feeling regretful. He immediately decided to give up on a wakatsu and bring Yui back from the temple. But he was told that Yui had never gone to the temple at all. From then on, he looked at a wakatsu with disdain, as if inheriting his position was something he had no choice but to do. He looked at a wakatsu with a face full of contempt. Why didn't you tell me when you discovered Yui was better than you? You useless waste. He kicked a wakatsu in the chest, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, and then followed up with a harsh kick. Get lost. The wakatsu lowered his head and got up from the ground, feeling filled with humiliation and jealousy. Under his father's increasingly strict demands and his own unwillingness to accept defeat, the wakatsu practiced with the sword and studied like crazy. He would surpass Yui. He would eventually become the strongest samurai. The figure of Muzan loomed in the distance. Watching this scene, no wonder Kabutsuji Yashiro became such a character. His father truly played an indispensable role. It must be said that the tragedy of the two brothers may have some roots in the original work's despicable boss, but their father is also a key factor. Muzan took a quick look at a wakatsu situation before running back to Shizuku, as he was going to have a meal. It is worth mentioning that the remaining forces were dwindling, and both Shizuku and Masahito were among the last few remaining powers. At this moment, Shizuku was excitedly reporting his great achievements and the current situation to Muzan, expressing his determination and capability to unify all forces. Muzan couldn't be bothered to listen, but seeing his employees so excited and full of energy, he didn't want to dampen their spirits, so he could only offer a few words of symbolic encouragement. Suddenly, Shinjitsu seemed to be energized as if he had been given hormones, becoming even more motivated. Muzan quietly ate his meal. After he left, Shiki immediately began to carry out the next plan. Meanwhile, Muzan took advantage of the darkness to see that Ennui and Sure were already asleep. Sleep? Get up and party. Ennui and Sure. Are you okay? Muzan effortlessly lifted the two children out of their blankets. Come on, change your clothes. I'm taking you to the night market. Being just kids, they eagerly changed their clothes upon hearing there would be fun and followed Muzan. The location was remote, far from the nearest city, but Muzan's blood demon arts allowed him to directly bring them close to their destination. To avoid scaring anyone, they appeared in an uninhabited area. However, after being transported, Yoriichi and Shino felt dizzy, and it took a while for them to recover. Yoriichi couldn't help but think, this guy. Is it really okay for the mighty Demon King to act so absurdly every day? This was one of his subordinates' territories, and since they had just achieved victory, the night market was bustling due to its safety and economic prosperity. The area was adorned with colorful lights, tall buildings glittered brightly, stalls lined the roads, and vendors shouted their wares, showcasing an array of trinkets and delicious food. The lively crowd buzzed with conversations and laughter, while children occasionally ran by, playing with their toys. Having lived in a small, run-down house and never visited anywhere else, Yoriichi, along with Shino from a remote village, had never experienced such a scene, and both were filled with excitement. The two 7-year-olds were momentarily dazzled by the vibrant atmosphere. Muzan touched the heads of the two. Just tell me what you want. However, Sure noticed the key point. Lord Muzan, do you have money? Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? To make you envious? Muzan patted her head and added, also call me Daddy. Yuan glanced at Muzan and pulled Sure. Let's go. Muzan, you little brat. Sooner or later, you'll call me Daddy. In fact, the reason Sure too won't call Muzan Daddy is because of Yoriichi. Muzan followed behind the two children. After all, they were just two little kids. It was lively and fun, with plenty of delicious food, but the two children were ultimately gentle and delicate, feeling shy about buying too many things. If it weren't for Muzan emphasizing many times that they should buy what they wanted, the two of them might have just looked at everything and not bought anything at all. They were, after all, two poor children lacking love. The two of them held food in their hands, while Muzan stored the purchased toys and treats in his blood demon art space. Having finished exploring the night market, seeing the smiles on the two little faces, Muzan patted their heads. How was it? Did you have fun? Ennui and Sure both nodded slightly. Well then, call me Dad. Let's go. Ennui pulled Sure along and quickened their pace. Muzan. After Yuan finished breakfast, he usually did his daily exercises. Suddenly, Muzan remembered something and lay in the shadow of the eaves on a rocking chair, watching Yuan swing a bamboo sword, striking the wooden dummy he had found. Yuan, how do you enter the transparent world? Transparent world? Yuani was taken aback. How did Muzan know about that? He had never mentioned it before. However, thinking about how much Muzan knew, he felt relieved. Can't you enter the transparent world? Muzan. What kind of Versailles speech is this? Looking at his expression, it is clear that Yuan has found the answer. To have a transparent understanding of the world is to have mastered the body to the extreme, able to isolate oneself from fighting spirit, which is similar to killing intent, and enter a state of no self, elevating perception to the utmost. Muzan nodded, and after learning from Uninvited what the transparent world was all about, he finally understood it. To unlock the transparent world, one must go through extreme pain, and dire situations often trigger it more easily. Of course, this excludes the cheaters, who are born with markings in the transparent world. Moreover, it seems more like the ultimate skill. One must have a strong physique to possess the transparent world. Damn cheaters. Muzan had no hope that he might encounter a desperate situation to unlock the transparent world, so he could only practice according to his own understanding. Time passed quickly as Muzan accompanied the two children as they grew up while attempting to enter the transparent world. One day, Yoriichi once again invited Muzan to practice against him. Muzan watched as Yoriichi made progress, confident in his strength. He waited leisurely for Yoriichi to attack. Yoriichi, with a serious expression, drew his sword, took a deep breath, and suddenly charged forward, the blade slicing through the air as he swung down. In that moment, Muzan was stunned. Watching the effects manifest right before his eyes, Muzan's pupils constricted. The breath of the sun? How the hell do you have breathing techniques at a time like this? Muzan hurriedly raised his knife in defense, the blazing aura rushing towards him, the sunlight-like brilliance making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yoriichi's every strike was quick and fierce, and due to the impact of the breathing technique, Muzan instinctively unleashed his strength. At that moment, Yoriichi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure as the aura of the person before him suddenly became unfamiliar. The brutal power, the life force that sought to devour everything, momentarily caused the young Yoriichi to feel as if his breath had stopped. In that instant, it was as if something pierced through Yoriichi's mind. His eyes widened, and his movements became incredibly smooth. Muzan realized that he had overreacted and quickly took a step back to retract his blade. However, right after that, he saw Yuichiro's crimson blade carve out a sun-like circle and slash towards him. Muzan's pupils contracted, an unprecedented sense of danger surged over him. In an instant, he perceived the trajectory of the blade and saw a different world. He hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding Yuya's sun-breathing technique, staring blankly at the blade with special effects that Yuya wielded. Yuya, are you trying to take my life? This is the 13th form of sun-breathing. How is it possible that it exists at this moment? In the original story, this thing nearly killed me. Crack! The blade struck the ground, creating a deep dent in the surface. Yuya's movements froze as he looked at Muzan with lingering fear. What had he just done? Muzan is also feeling apprehensive. Raising Yoriichi is just too dangerous. Although the sun-breathing doesn't pose a threat to him now, with sun-breathing already in play and the 13th form as well, it wouldn't be surprising if another H sword appeared, right? Muzan swallowed hard, sheathed his sword, and looked at Yoriichi sitting on the ground. You scared the hell out of me. Next time you have some new trick, give me a heads up before you try it. That was way too dangerous, almost took my damn life. After all, he still planned to live into the modern era and play with smartphones. Yoriichi sat on the floor, nodding blankly. The terror he had felt from Muzan just now was overwhelming. It seemed like a single touch would mean instant death. The momentary danger had made him overreact. Sighing, Muzan walked over to Yoriichi and pulled him up. Get up, no need to sit there. Yoriichi stood, nodded, and sheathed his sword. However, that fleeting moment had also successfully shocked Muzan, who had nearly lost half his soul into entering the transparent world. Talk about a fright that came with a surprise. It was worth mentioning that every time Yoriichi fought him, he activated his Demon Slayer mark, the blazing red blade radiating an overwhelmingly intimidating aura. Truly, the definition of a cheat-level player. Muzan took a few sips of water to calm his nerves before picking up the book again, but due to the sudden shock and surprise, his 7 hearts were still racing, and he couldn't concentrate on the text. The transparent world he had longed to access for decades was finally opening up. Although it was quite thrilling moments ago, to be honest, it didn't pose any real harm to him. As long as Yoriichi didn't use the Nicaran blade, he was safe. The worst he experienced was being startled, but the benefits were truly significant. The transparent world may not strengthen the body, but it represents a person's, or demon's, ultimate mastery over their own body, absolute application of techniques, and exceptional perception. As one of the methods to enhance combat power among demon slayers and demon slayer, the ability to improve battle strength through the transparent world is evident. Through this world, one can see the enemy's weaknesses and make their next move unpredictable. However, for Muzan at the moment, it was of little use. After all, the only one who posed a threat to him, Yoriichi, was currently just a little kid he was raising. Speaking of which, Yoriichi had unknowingly mastered the breathing technique and even created the 13th form in an instant due to his stimulation. This kid is quite good at hiding his abilities. One could only say he truly lives up to the title of a top-tier fighter. The moonlight was gentle. A cool breeze rustled through the leaves, casting shadows that gently swayed against the window. Muzan was leisurely sleeping in a rocking chair. For someone with his longevity, sleeping should be the best way to pass the time. However, he was soon awakened by the sound of Yoriichi pushing the door open. Removing the book that was covering his face, Muzan opened his eyes to see Yoriichi holding a long knife. At that moment, the long knife in Yoriichi's hand was stained with half-dry blood. His expression was somewhat complicated, and there were several torn marks on his clothes. The young Yoriichi was breathing somewhat rapidly, his face flushed, and the hand gripping the knife was faintly trembling. Muzan's expression suddenly became serious. What happened? I encountered a half-demon. Muzan's eyes widened in an instant. The book in his hand was thrown aside as he stood up. What is going on? Since learning that Yuya had acquired the breathing technique, Muzan had straightforwardly informed Yuya that the Nichiren blade was the method to kill demons, and that the breathing technique complemented the Nichiren blade, allowing for greater damage to demons. Over the past few months, Muzan had naturally told Yuya about the existence of half-demons, and similarly, methods effective against demons were also effective against half-demons. Although Yuya was still young, he had already developed the skills to defeat ordinary half-demons and demons, which made Muzan feel at ease with Yuya wandering around. After all, he was still a child. He couldn't be cooped up in one place all the time. I encountered a half-demon in the village ahead, but I have already killed it. Muzan frowned as he approached, crouched down to check on Ennui, and confirmed that he was only a little torn up and not injured, which relieved him. After all, he had raised this child for several years, and as a father, it was natural to worry. The young Ennui, only in his teens, was lifted by his arm for inspection by Muzan, feeling a bit of loss on the ground. He was somewhat touched by Muzan's concern, as he was a child who had grown up without a father's love and was easily moved. However, Muzan clearly did not realize this. He just sighed in relief and said, "First, throw the knife aside. I'll find you a change of clothes." Ennui nodded, ran to the side, found a cloth, wiped the knife, and placed it on the table. Muzan found it strange that there were no half-demons appearing nearby. Those things would avoid him at all costs and wouldn't dare come close to provoke him. Although half-demons seemed to be opposing him and didn't exist in the storyline, they were really weak. However, Muzan never really took half-demons seriously, since they were likely extensions of his own blood. He wasn't sure if it was due to the influence of the memories of his former self or what, but he felt that they posed no real threat. But now, they dared to come near. What were they trying to do? Speaking of which, he had never seen any blue spider lilies. How ridiculous! Watching Yoriichi, who had changed into new clothes and was meticulously polishing his blade, and the gentle-eyed Shua looking at Yoriichi, Muzan's expression turned serious. He felt the need to confront the reason behind the appearance of half-demons. Although he didn't want to think in that direction, Muzan had a lingering feeling that some force was preventing him from becoming stronger. For example, the blue spider lilies that always appeared in Shua's words had vanished since his arrival, and half-demons inexplicably showed up. Even though he had reformed the company culture, half-demons still managed to maintain the reputation of demons through their own efforts. However, for now, it was just speculation. It was still too early in the storyline, and since Yoriichi was indeed being nurtured by him, he didn't believe Yoriichi could truly lay a hand on him. Meanwhile, over at Kenroji, under his father's arrangements, he was gradually taking over family affairs, forgetting about Yoriichi and getting more accustomed to an ordinary life, even throwing aside the determination of being the strongest warrior. However, Muzan thought that since Kenroji was destined to become a demon, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Kenroji posed no threat to him. Lost in thought, Muzan was suddenly brought back to reality by Yoriichi's words. "I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Muzan, what the hell? What are you saying? Do you want to kill your own father who raised you? Seeing Muzan's expression, Ennui hurriedly explained, "I want to slay the half-demon." Upon hearing this, Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ennui continued, "When I was fighting the half-demon, I encountered members of the Demon Slayer Corps and saw the half-demon slaughtering innocents. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and use my strength to save people. Moreover, I want to change the way the Demon Slayer Corps views you." However, Ennui did not say this part out loud. In fact, when he first encountered the half-demon, Ennui did not kill it. It was only when the Demon Slayer Corps members arrived that he used the Nichiren blade to deal with the evil demon. This made Ennui realize that even half-demons are not truly dead. To kill a half-demon, one must rely on the sun or the Nichiren blade. Wutsai nodded, realizing it wasn't as he had thought. It wasn't just about letting things go and directly having the plot corrected to take him down. If they wanted to go, then go ahead, but take Sure with them. She also wanted to go out and see. Yuan glanced at Sure, who was full of anticipation. Take good care of Sure. Okay. As he watched his son, raised by him, take his daughter away, Wutsai felt surprisingly indifferent. It was time to move from this place. But it was still necessary to have a few humans stay behind under the watch of his subordinate demons, keeping an eye on the blue other shore flower at all times. Muzan flashed away from here and appeared behind Tamayo. At this moment, Tamayo was sitting in a somewhat simple room, sitting on a wooden stool and reading a book. Noticing the footsteps behind her, she was startled and quickly turned her head to look. She let out a sigh of relief upon seeing it was Muzan. Muzan looked around and assessed her living environment. For some time now, Shai had been living in a village with a considerable population, helping people with their illnesses. You fiddle around a bit and see if you can make me immune to wisteria flowers. You've been too idle lately. Shai, can't you stand to see me at ease? Muzan really can't stand Tamayo being at ease. Such an excellent supporter in the original work. But now that she's in his hands, how can he not study how to eat people and what exactly the sunlight is and how to overcome it? Although Tamayo secretly complains, she understands that her boss is very concerned about her weaknesses, and she also needs to look into the issues that Muzan mentioned. Moreover, as a demon, she has no choice but to meet the expectations of the Demon King. All right, Muzan didn't care about her inner complaints. All she had to do was work. After giving her instructions, he left. For Muzan, time passed quickly and fleetingly. At this moment, the chaotic warring states period finally came to a halt, ultimately resulting in the victory of Maruoka Masahido's forces. To be honest, this was somewhat beyond Muzan's expectations, as Maruoka Masahido and his group were merely a casual endeavor for him, while he had higher hopes for Asanuma Shizuku. But the outcome was that Masahido emerged victorious in the end. Naturally, Maruoka Masahido achieved victory through certain means. He chose to merge and ally with the human force, ultimately defeating the other factions. Shizuku was very unwilling to accept this. He never expected that Masahido would choose to sacrifice part of his power to join forces with the humans, effectively sidelining him. Consequently, the shogunate that was established later. Although Maruoka Masahido and Maruoka Yoshiko, who had never revealed their identity as demons, held a large portion of power, the main component of the ruling class was still humans. At this moment, the calm and composed Maruoka Masahido stood before Muzan, alongside the somewhat unwilling Asanuma Shizuku and other defeated individuals. Muzan was lying in a rocking chair for over a decade, watching the more than 10 people standing in front of him. Although Takedo's expression was calm at this moment, he also sensed his inner joy and desire for praise. Well done. Muzan smiled as he looked at Maruoka Masahido and Yoshiko. Asanuma Shirzwa lowered his head in silence, while another demon unwillingly shouted, "My lord." But they have teamed up with humans. The current shogunate is still controlled by humans, and our efforts have been in vain. Muzan looked at him and couldn't help but smile. I didn't ask you to control the shogunate and take the center of power. Just ending the war is enough. But aren't we supposed to rule humanity? This. Muzan's expression was somewhat unnatural. When did I say that? The speaking demon was taken aback, and, upon thinking carefully, it seemed that Muzan really hadn't said anything about wanting to rule. At the beginning, he only seemed to have asked himself not to indiscriminately kill innocents. Aside from that, he hadn't given any orders. As for the wars over the decades, it seemed they were all things he wanted to do himself, at most just encouraging himself to end the wars. So, was all of this just his own imagination? Most of the demons in front of him had expressions that seemed to say, "Did I think wrong?" Realizing this, and seeing that they all seemed to understand, Muzan suddenly extended a whip-like appendage from his waist and stabbed it into the heads of Maruoka Masahido and Maruoka Yoshiko. The remaining dozen or so demons were startled and instinctively dodged, only to awkwardly look at Muzan after realizing what had happened. The two demons who had been granted blood looked pained and emitted low, guttural growls from their throats. Muzan feels that he can't just grant blood now that his upper limit has been raised. He should only grant blood if he is willing, and it should be more clear-cut in terms of rewards and punishments. Muzan retracted the whip, and the two demons knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Muzan glanced at the others and said, "What are you looking at? If there's nothing going on, just go about your business." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so demons who had come to their senses responded and left, while Murayama Masahito and the others slowly stood up and exited as well. Muzan quickly left. At this time, Kaneo Tiyuri had already married and had children. When he finally met Yoriichi, who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he abandoned his wife and children and resolutely picked up his long-held dream of becoming the strongest warrior to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi, being somewhat naive, still believes that his dear brother cares for him only as a younger brother, thinking that their brotherly relationship is very good, cherishing the bamboo flute given to him by his brother as a treasure. Little did he know that Kaneo Tiyuri was almost losing his mind at this point. Muzan felt it was necessary to take advantage of the time when Yoriichi was on a mission to remind him. At that moment, Yoriichi was executing a mission with his beloved brother, because the Demon Slayer Corps still viewed demons and half-demons as the same. Yoriichi had no ability to distinguish between the two and could only take on missions as they came. Moreover, he believed that even demons under Muzan, if they killed innocents indiscriminately, should be slain. At that time, their mission was to find a murderous demon in a small town. According to the mission description, the husband of a Biwa player was brutally killed by a demon, and the Biwa player managed to escape the demon's grasp that day, coming out to perform despite her tattered appearance. It was said that the music played by the Biwa player that day was exceptionally beautiful because she had lost her husband. Although it seemed somewhat unreasonable, the Demon Slayer Corps, adhering to the idea of never letting any evil demon escape, sent the two brothers from the Tsujikuni family to investigate the situation with a directive to slay any demons they found. At this point, at a Wakatsu's suggestion, the two decided to split up to gather information. After Yoriichi finished questioning a passerby, not learning anything useful, he noticed the sky growing darker and felt it was time to regroup with the Wakatsu to exchange the information they had found. However, in a moment of distraction, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in a small alley. Yoriichi stopped in his tracks, looking curiously at the dimly lit alley, where the figure seemed to overlap with someone from his memories. Standing outside the alley, in the sunset, as he watched the familiar figure glance over at him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Muzan?" Muzan smiled. "I'm here to see you." Yoriichi hurriedly walked into the alley, knowing that Yoriichi couldn't be exposed to sunlight. It was quite difficult for him to come during the day. "You must have something to discuss with me, right?" Although they hadn't seen each other for a while, Yoriichi was well aware that Muzan wouldn't come just to pass the time. Muzan curled his lips. Is it not okay for an old father to come and take a look at his son? Ennui, busy with his mission, had no time to chat with Muzan. As for what Muzan said, he didn't take it seriously and instead asked, "Can you sense if there are any demons nearby?" "What's wrong?" "I received a mission." Ennui briefly explained the mission's details. Muzan frowned and said, "No, I can sense that there are no demons nearby, and my subordinates will not kill innocents indiscriminately." Muzan also emphasized that he and the demons would not kill innocents indiscriminately. Ennui had a strange expression. "I investigated a bit, and the husband of the killed Biwa player can hardly be called innocent. He was involved in gambling and domestic violence, so saying he got what he deserved wouldn't be an exaggeration." Ennui explained that, to be honest, he also felt that a man like that only living would mean that the term scum had no one to bear its weight. Muzan felt a sense of DJVU upon hearing this, but such things are actually quite common. It just seemed similar. He reassured, "I can be certain it's not the work of a ghost, otherwise I would know, and I haven't sensed any half-ghosts nearby." Yuan-E, upon hearing this, was a bit puzzled. Could it be an accident between ordinary people? It should be. "Anyway, let's not talk about that. I came to remind you," Muzan said. Yuan-E showed a look of confusion, waiting for Muzan to continue. "Your brother is becoming a bit paranoid and overly emotional." Yuan-E was confused in his eyes. His brother was steadfast and hardworking, brave in battle, and caring towards him. He seemed perfect. Muzan is truly unimaginable. At this moment, how many layers of filters have been added to Kibutsuji Yoriichi in his brother's eyes? He simply began to explain. After spending several hours, Muzan carefully detailed the situation from the beginning to the present to Yoriichi, but with the filter of an older brother, Yoriichi still remained skeptical. Muzan looked at him and felt that all the saliva he had wasted in the past few hours was in vain. "Fine, go verify it yourself. I don't have the time to amuse you." By this time, the sky had already darkened. Although Ennui was somewhat skeptical, he ultimately felt a glimmer of possibility in his heart. He thought it was time to gather with his brother, so he hurriedly took his leave from Muzan. Muzan watched him leave without hurrying back. At this moment, he finally remembered where the familiarity of the Biwa woman described by Ennui came from. It was the Naki woman. However, over the decades, he had seen many similar things, and Muzan was merely speculating. Moreover, the original work did not describe when the Naki woman appeared, so Muzan felt he could go take a look. What if it really was the Naki woman? Without much effort, Muzan found out the whereabouts of the Biwa woman. Although he didn't know where she lived, fortunately, she would have her next performance in 3 days, and he could just go directly then. Muzan found a hotel to stay in and enjoyed a relaxing soak in the hot springs. Not to mention, soaking in the hot springs is truly comfortable. The night before the Biwa woman's performance, Yuya and Wakatsu also left early. Muzan strolled through the night market, taking the opportunity to get some fresh air in the night. After enjoying the breeze for a while on a 3-story pavilion, Muzan went downstairs to head back. Since the hotel was not in a lively area, it required passing through a sparsely populated path from the night market to the hotel. Muzan turned a corner and suddenly noticed someone approaching quickly. Muzan slowed down his movements, pretending not to notice, and continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace. At this moment, the person hiding around the corner had already raised the weapon in his hand high, waiting for Muzan to turn the corner so he could strike directly. Muzan seemed completely unaware, slowly turning around, when the person suddenly brought down the iron stake in their hand. In the next second, the iron stake was caught by Muzan, and he clearly saw the attacker, a long-haired woman dressed in rags with unkempt hair. Realizing her attempt to kill had failed and terrified by Muzan's outrageous reaction speed and strength, she hurriedly tried to reclaim her weapon. However, Muzan's grip was too tight. She couldn't pull it away and decided to let go and escape. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Muzan grabbed her wrist and yanked her back. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Muzan still tightly grasped her hand, looking down at her. In his eyes, the gaze of this incredibly strong man seemed somewhat terrifying, and his expression appeared quite displeased. But she didn't know that. In fact, Muzan was somewhat delighted and excited. The current scene seemed not much different from what was described in the manga. Could it really be Nezuko? Muzan looked at the woman on the ground, her face filled with fear, and without a word, his nails instantly elongated as he stabbed violently. The woman's pupils contracted sharply, an intense pain surging through her forehead, followed by searing agony that spread throughout her body. It felt as though she might explode at any moment. Muzan withdrew his hand, shaking off the bloodstains on his fingers, and looked at the woman curled up on the ground, crying out in agony. Finally, after a moment, her voice calmed down. Aside from her heavy breathing and rapid heartbeat, her expression returned to tranquility. The moment she became a demon, she realized that the presence before her was the infamous Demon King, and she had become one of his subordinates. Mingnu showed no emotional change, quickly accepting her new identity. Having long suffered under her husband's torment and endured a difficult life, she had mentally become numb. As long as she was alive, she desired nothing else. She slowly got up and respectfully knelt on the ground. Muzan was finally able to confirm that the woman in front of him was indeed the secretary Mingnu from the original story. However, after reading Mingnu's memories, Muzan couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for her, and was also glad that he had found her before she innocently killed more people for the sake of performance. He wanted to prevent her from becoming addicted to murder and felt the need to guide her. After all, he appreciated Mingnu. She could be considered an excellent assistant, and he didn't want to just give up on her. However, Mingnu's nearly numb psychology was quite distorted. Her earlier scream had also attracted the attention of those around them. Muzan quickly grabbed Mingnu's shoulder and took her away. Mingnu's blood demon art was, of course, the infinite castle, just like in the original story. But to be honest, after thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really need the infinite castle anymore. At most, it was just an additional place to stay. Muzan brought Nezuko to his residence, tossed her aside, and lay back in his beloved rocking chair before looking at her and saying, "Stop kneeling, go pick a room." At the same time, Muzan notified his subordinate demons to come over and explain the future conduct guidelines and requirements to Nezuko. They must not kill innocents and must study hard, among other things. Perhaps influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, Muzan felt that his subordinates should not be illiterate. On the other hand, under Muzan's hint, Yoriichi began to pay attention to his brother, Kaneo Tsuyuri's situation. In fact, Kaneo Tsuyuri did not hide his emotions too much. The summer rain poured down in the courtyard, and Yoriichi saw through the window that Kaneo Tsuyuri had been practicing his swordsmanship tirelessly for 10 years. The rain, as heavy as pebbles, pelted down on Kaneo's body. Yoriichi could see the unwillingness and repression on his brother's face, and Muzan's words kept popping into his mind. Yoriichi felt a pang of sympathy, picked up a bamboo umbrella, opened the door, and held up the umbrella. Tsuri, immersed in the sound of the rain, did not notice Yoriichi approaching until the shadow of the umbrella covered his head. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella, and as the water dripped from Yuri's hair, he turned to see Yoriichi's worried expression, which only deepened his displeasure. With a sullen face, he looked at Yoriichi, his voice filled with impatience and disgust. "What are you doing here?" "Brother, it's raining too hard. Take a break," Yoriichi said, holding the umbrella, with rainwater dripping from its edge onto his shoulders. "I don't need your concern." Kaneo, Yuri, pushed Yoriichi away. He didn't need Yoriichi to shield him from the rain. Yoriichi took a step back, and what he previously perceived as Kaneo's relentless effort and strong will, now, under Muzan's reminder, he finally realized that Kaneo seemed somewhat dissatisfied with him. Just as Muzan said, Kaneo's excessive competitiveness made him feel jealous and mad, seeing that his younger brother, who should have been protected by him, had become a genius while he himself had become the weaker one. "You don't have to try so hard. I'm just your brother no matter what," Yoriichi said, watching his brother wielding his sword in the rain again. Kaneo, Yuri frowned and stopped his movements upon hearing this, turning to look at Yoriichi with a mocking smile. "Do you think everyone is like you? Born a genius?" "Huh." The suppressed emotions erupted uncontrollably, and Kaneo stepped forward, grabbing Yoriichi by the collar and shouting at him. "I've worked hard for so many years. Every day, it's practice after practice. Yet I can't compare to you. Why? Just because you're a genius? Why is it you? It should be me. I should be the one standing in front of everyone." Kaneo, Yuri's dream was not only to become the strongest warrior, but also to be the strong one who shoulders everything, standing in front of everyone, protecting the weak, including Yoriichi, and bearing the responsibilities of the strong. But in a blink, Yoriichi, who should have been the weak one, had become someone he could not reach, thoughtful, gentle, and powerful. The more perfect Yoriichi was, the more jealous he became. After venting, Kaneo saw that Yoriichi, whose collar he was gripping, was filled with compassion, which only fueled his anger further. His expression returned to calm as he pushed Yoriichi away. "I don't need your pity. Get lost." Yoriichi watched as Kaneo turned to pick up the sword that had been thrown on the ground, speechless for a long time. Finally, with a sad expression, he slightly bowed. "I'm sorry." Kaneo glanced at him and let out a sarcastic click of his tongue, then turned his attention away from Yoriichi. He didn't need anyone's pity. He only needed to surpass the so-called genius with all his effort and become the strongest warrior, the one who could protect the weak. Muzan had arrived in Muzan's Infinite City. Although there was a building similar to the Infinite City in his previous life, he, being poor, had never gone to see it and had always been quite curious about what the Infinite City looked like. Muzan sat in the center on the high platform, holding a pipa. Because Muzan's aesthetic was relatively normal, at this moment, Muzan had not transformed into a one-eyed form, but still had her long black hair covering her eyes. Slightly bowing her head, playing the pipa could change the layout of the Infinite City and transport people within it. But if she didn't want to use her blood demon art and simply play the pipa, that was also possible. After killing her husband, Muzan's only hope was the pursuit of more exquisite pipa performances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked murder just for a better performance. After becoming a demon, there is also a vague thought shared by almost all demons that made the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, more satisfied with her. However, Muzan did not know what task Muzan had for her, and now that Muzan was in the Infinite City, she was also afraid that playing the pipa would disturb him. Muzan naturally knew her thoughts and gently stroked her smooth black hair, saying, "Play me a tune on the pipa." Mingnu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and lightly brushed the pipa strings. A soft sound rang out, and she began to pluck the strings of the pipa, producing a pleasant melody. However, Muzan didn't know much about the pipa. He simply thought it sounded nice and sat down on the wooden floor. The pipa piece didn't take too long, and before they knew it, the music came to a stop. Muzan nodded and stood up. "It's quite nice, keep it up." The pipa player slightly bowed her head. Although her face still showed no expression, Muzan still sensed her feelings of satisfaction and joy. Muzan wandered around Infinite City for a while. The wooden buildings were exceptionally grand and magnificent, with rooms fully furnished. This puzzled Muzan. How could the blood demon art create things out of thin air? It even created complete houses. Unable to make sense of it, he decided not to think about it anymore. Generally speaking, to leave Infinite City, one would need Nezuko to use blood demon art to send them out, but Muzan could leave directly using his own blood demon art. He flashed away from Infinite City and returned to the house that Shinjitsu had prepared for him, lying back in his rocking chair. Just as he settled back, he sensed Shinjitsu approaching. When he reached the door, Muzan said, Come in. Upon hearing this, Shinjitsu pushed the door open and said, My lord, I want to— Just go do whatever you want. No need to tell me. Muzan interrupted. Muzan was lounging in the rocking chair, not even glancing at Asanuma Shizuku before directly interrupting him. Without needing to say anything, Muzan already understood from his thoughts what he wanted to do. Asanuma Shizuku was still unwilling to give up and wanted to find Maruoka Masahito to continue his political involvement. With Muzan's permission, Asanuma Shizuku left Muzan's room and hurried off to find Maruoka Masahito. Muzan has noticed that although Shinjima Shizuku is quite capable, he is somewhat rigid. In comparison, Maruoka Masahito knows how to be flexible and adaptable. For example, Shizuku tends to look down on people, believing that being a demon makes him superior to humans. And Muzan even finds him a bit stubborn, as he insists on showing respect to Muzan as his superior. It would be good for him to learn from Maruoka. Meanwhile, Takedo Yoriichi has activated his older brother strategy. After the other Hashira learned about the situation, they requested to the Ubuyashiki family to carry out a mission for the two of them together. Ubuyashiki agreed upon understanding the reason. Under the scorching sun, Yoriichi received a mission from Kanamori to eliminate the evil demon hiding in Kawakaji town, with the support of the Ubuyashiki family. This mission required Yoriichi to complete it alongside Iwakatsu. Iwakatsu snatched the mission paper from Yoriichi's hand, glanced at it, and felt frustrated. Why was it again that they had to carry out a mission together? Never mind, he wanted to slay demons. Slaying more demons to prove his strength. Iwakatsu grabbed a nearby sword, didn't even look at Yoriichi, and simply said, Let's go. Before leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoriichi hurriedly picked up a sword beside him and followed his brother. After spending half a day, they finally arrived at Kawakaji town. What lay before them was just a peaceful and prosperous scene. Under the setting sun, farmers were returning home with their hoes, and the busy shops in the town were gradually closing up. Where was the presence of demons? Iwakatsu, as usual, separated from Yoriichi to investigate the situation. According to the mission description, someone had seen a demon eating a person in the fields near Kawakaji town at night, got scared, and found a way to contact the Demon Slayer Corps to report this situation. Iwakatsu instructed Yoriichi to find the person who had seen the demon, while he headed straight to the fields on the edge of the town. The terrain around Kawakaji town was flat with no obstructions, and, at this time, the rice plants had just begun to grow, barely hiding any figures. If a demon appeared, he would notice immediately. Yoriichi followed his brother's instructions, nodded, and before leaving, reminded him, Make sure to protect yourself. I'm not that fragile. Iwakatsu shot him a glare and turned to walk towards the fields. Yoriichi sighed. The road ahead was long. Watching his brother's back disappear, he headed towards the local household that could contact the Demon Slayer Corps. The households that could contact the Demon Slayer Corps were usually those who had received help from them or had suffered harm from demons and wanted to assist the Corps. Yoriichi quickly found that household, which belonged to a somewhat wealthy family, with several wisteria trees planted at the entrance. Yoriichi also knew that Muzan hated wisteria. Previously, he had picked some wisteria flowers, thinking they were beautiful, but after bringing them back, Muzan seemed to be reminded of something terrifying and urged him to stay far away. Don't bring that thing near me. He had later explained the reason. The wisteria at the entrance was probably planted to prevent demon attacks. Yoriichi knocked on the door, and soon a young man came to open it. Hello, I am. Before Yoriichi could finish, the man hurriedly grasped his hand, looking both respectful and anxious. You remember the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Yoriichi nodded blankly, unsure why the person in front of him was so excited. Please, come in. The man quickly led Yoriichi inside, where he was warmly invited to sit at the table. Yoriichi sat down at the table, watching the host pour tea. Not want to waste any more time. No need for tea. I want to ask who discovered the demon. Huh? The man replied while pouring tea, placing it on the table in front of Yoriichi. It was that guy. I can take you to him. Thank you. Yoriichi stood up, slightly bowing. No problem. It's my duty, but I have one request. Yoriichi looked at him in confusion. The man shyly said, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, and I would like to trouble you to recommend me. Yoriichi examined the man before him, unable to see any signs of training, and confirmed, Are you sure? Becoming a demon hunter is very dangerous. You could be killed by a demon at any time. The man's face showed determination as he solemnly nodded. I am sure. All right. But to join the Demon Slayer Corps, you need to pass a trial. I will recommend you to the previous Flame Hashira, but first, we need to complete the mission. Hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy, full of motivation as he led Yoriichi to find the person who discovered the demon. Aimen lived on the outskirts of Kawakaji town, and by the time they arrived, it was already dark. living near the fields where the demon was found. Amon was very anxious. Upon seeing Yoriichi in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, he hurriedly invited him inside. 3 days ago, I discovered the demon in that field over there. It was dark, and I saw a strange figure in the fields. Out of curiosity, I got a bit closer and saw that the figure was gnawing on a bloodied corpse. If I hadn't run fast, I would have almost been killed. As he spoke, following Iman's direction, Yoriichi vaguely saw a shadow. Before he could take a closer look, the shadow quickly approached. Get back! Yoriichi shouted in alarm. He could see that the shadow approaching was Iwakatsu, who was flying back for some unknown reason. Bang! With a muffled sound, Iwakatsu crashed heavily to the ground. Yoriichi rushed out the door, calling back without looking. You two, run. In the next moment, another figure dashed forward. Yuan-E swiftly drew the long knife from his waist, pushed off the ground, and charged ahead. Clang! Yuan-E stood in front of Kageyama Iwakatsu, the blade of a Nichiren blade clashing with a sharp claw, producing a crisp, ringing sound. Immediately afterward, another claw attacked, and Yuan-E exerted force, twisting his wrist to create a flash of blade light, deflecting the claw while blocking the attack. He then accelerated, suddenly pushing the claw off his blade with great force. Kageyama Iwakatsu endured the discomfort in his chest. Struggling to rise, his Nichiren blade already lost. Looking at Yuan-E, who stood in front of him, Iwakatsu felt both relief at being alive and unwillingness. Why was it that the demon he could not contend with was evenly matched in Yuan-Yi's hands? Although he was unwilling, he wasn't arrogant. He knew that without a weapon, he had become a burden to Yuan-E. The best choice was to escape the scene as quickly as possible. But the next moment, what Iwakatsu saw proved that Yuan-E would not be dragged down, nor would he merely be evenly matched with a single demon. The demon's attacks came down in a torrential manner, but Yuan-E handled them with ease, effortlessly blocking all attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he used his blade with force, striking the demon's hands hard, causing them to stiffen. In that brief moment, Yuan-E swung his knife horizontally. The fiery red breath of the sun emitted a scorching heat wave, and a round sun was outlined by the swinging blade. In the demon's incredulous gaze, a smooth cut was made across its neck, and its head flew into the air, tracing an arc thud. With a look of terror, the decapitated head fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Yuan-E flicked the blood off his blade and looked back at his older brother. How are you? He said as he sheathed his Nichiren blade. Signaling Iwakatsu to come up, he would carry him. Kageyama Iwakatsu frowned, taking half a step back with a look of disgust. I don't need your help. Yuan-Yi's expression fell a bit, and Iwakatsu glared at him fiercely. Don't make that face. Be careful. Just as Yuan-E was about to support Iwakatsu, he heard the two who had run far away shout. In the next moment, a cold wind rushed past, and Yuan-E quickly grabbed Iwakatsu and stepped back, barely avoiding a claw that sliced through, cutting off a few strands of black hair. Iwakatsu looked at the attacking demon with lingering fear. Dressed in a gray kimono, with long black hair tied up high and wooden clogs on its feet, it was clearly the demon whose head had just been severed. The demon laughed playfully, glancing at its own claws. Oh, did you dodge? Looking at the demon's slightly disappointed expression and then at the empty spot where a corpse should have been, Iwakatsu's face showed extreme reluctance as he said, Thanks. Yuan-E was taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. But the demon wouldn't give the two of them time to bond. Even more ferocious attacks came crashing down. You hurt me so much earlier. Yuan-E remained silent, wielding his knife to defend. But surprisingly, this time the demon's strength was terrifyingly great, and Yuan-E was actually pushed down. Seeing this, Iwakatsu thought to himself, Aren't you a genius? How can you not handle a mere demon? It seemed he still had to rely on him. Iwakatsu turned and ran. In Yuan-E caught a glimpse of his fleeing brother, only letting out a sigh of relief, focusing on the attack. Your brother has run away. He abandoned you. The demon taunted while attacking. Yuan-Yi's expression was serious. Why was it so strong? He knew that even Muzan wasn't its opponent now. Muzan is the demon king. It's impossible for any demon to be stronger than the demon king, right? Could be a half-demon, but as far as he knows, Muzan has always looked down on half-demons. They should be quite weak. Who are you? No demon could be this strong. Guess. TSK. Yuan-E stopped talking nonsense, feeling puzzled, and could only exert all his strength to fend off the demon's attacks. However, even while barely blocking the attacks, he would still get hurt from time to time. And the demon possessed powerful regeneration. In a prolonged battle, he would definitely be the one to die in the end. The demon in front of him clearly anticipated this. How pitiful. TSK. Yuan-E's expression grew increasingly grim. This can't go on. Ennui took a deep breath, his expression serious. Veins bulging in the hand holding the sword. The long blade swung down. Breath of the Sun, 11th form. A red blade ignited like flames. With the dual enhancement of transparency and patterns, Ennui's attack was extremely oppressive. The demon was caught off guard by this suddenly powerful attack, hurriedly retreating while blocking with both hands. His arms were gradually sliced open, and the demon, who had originally looked mocking, finally became serious. But the next moment, a blade struck horizontally from behind him. Breath of the Moon. Bang! A head filled with astonishment smashed heavily onto the ground, and Tsujikuni Yoriichi couldn't help but smile. Looking at Ennui, good teamwork. Yuani Muzan used to tell him every day, "You will be the ceiling of combat power in this world, killing anyone who stands in your way." Now, Ennui wants to grab Muzan and ask what kind of creature this demon is. Tsujikuni Yoriichi's expression is also not good. He is already injured and now can't escape or fight back. Ennui takes a deep breath and slowly looks at this demon with severely excessive combat power, not even glancing at Yoriichi. "Brother, you should run quickly. I'll hold them off." Yoriichi, who originally wanted to escape, is taken aback by these words. His expression becomes even worse as he fiercely snatches the Nichiren blade from Ennui's hand, pulling him behind and standing in front of him. "I won't let you sacrifice yourself to save me. I'll hold him off." You run. Kikuchiyu watches the two people standing motionless, as a transparent screen like a mirror displays the events in the illusion. In his mind, he hears Muzan's voice, "Don't just play around." Turn Tsujikuni Yoriichi's thoughts around. Chiyu pouts, "Boss, I'm just playing with illusions, not a psychologist. I want to handle it." Chiyu scratches his head. Okay, I'll do my best." Muzan's words echoed in his mind. "I'll give you a reference for a dream." In the next moment, a massive story flooded into his brain, overwhelming him with so much information that his head ached for a brief moment. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he seemed to manipulate something in the air. Naturally, no one could surpass the pinnacle of Demon Slayer, but creating an illusion was easy. Kagaya Senju's strength wasn't that impressive, but his blood demon art was quite effective, although it had a long startup. Once someone was trapped in a dream, it was easy to manipulate and hard to detect. In the illusion, Kokushibo clearly knew that his brother was unable to fight. He grabbed Kaneo and stepped back to evade the attack, simultaneously snatching the Nichiren blade, pressing it against the demon, and with a powerful force, he flung Kokushibo away. Kokushibo was sent flying, roaring in anger. In reality, Kokushibo's body instinctively staggered, breaking free from the illusion's range. But this was naturally something Senju had deliberately controlled. Once out of the illusion, Kokushibo barely stabilized himself and looked around in confusion, and in the next moment, he reacted, drawing his sword and charging towards Kagaya Senju. But in the next instant, he was back in the illusion set by Senju. Within the illusion, Kokushibo killed Kagaya Senju with one strike, bringing his ineffective brother back to the Demon Slayer core. Years later, he found himself unable to defeat Kokushibo, and the gap between them could never be closed. He opened the transparent world and the mark. But he also learned that he would die at 25, unwilling to accept death. He encountered Muzan and became a man-eating demon under his command. Soon, he learned that Senju had encountered Muzan and nearly killed him, but failed. Additionally, as Senju's brother, he became a demon, and Senju had let Tamayo go, leading to his expulsion from the Demon Slayer Corps. Following that, Muzan deliberately hid from Senju. Born to slay the Demon King, Senju never had the chance to fulfill his mission. At 25, thinking Senju was about to die, he recalled various memories of Senju from their time in the Demon Slayer Corps, feeling a sense of pain. That day he endured discomfort, drank many bottles of alcohol, but could not get drunk. He vaguely felt he understood something, yet also felt he did not know. From then on, he focused solely on improving his strength. Many years later, he suddenly saw the aged Senju under a thatched cottage in a forest. He listened to Senju's story. He was unloved by his father in childhood, but cared for by his brother. After leaving home, he met a poet, only to be killed by a demon. He wanted to do something meaningful by slaying the Demon King, but felt powerless. He also learned that his brother had become a demon. Alone, he only wanted a warm family, a small house, and to have his wife and children within reach. But everything was gone. After listening to Senju's story, Kokushibo quietly left. Many years later, Kokushibo encountered the aging Kagaya Senju. Brother, how tragic. When that blade came down with unmatched force, a flicker of fear flashed across Kokushibo's face. But he soon became calm. However, after one strike, he was only severely injured and did not receive a second blow. He looked at his lifeless brother. A bamboo flute fell to the ground with a thud, and Kokoshibo bent down to pick it up, momentarily speechless. It seemed he was wrong. For the next few hundred years, he seemed very clear and desperate, yet also very confused and dazed. Until hundreds of years later, in Infinity Castle, a young man fought him. Through the Nicaran blade, he saw his own reflection, and his brother's words echoed in his mind. Brother, how tragic. So much meaning was contained in this sentence. Kokoshibo suddenly seemed to truly understand. The blade sliced across his neck, and he closed his eyes. Everything before him faded to darkness. Was he going to hell? But gradually, a figure became clearer from the blur, the memories of the years becoming dreamlike and vague. In an instant, it was as if awakening from a dream. The dream was quickly forgotten, leaving only some unforgettable feelings. The figure before him became clear. Who was it? As the memories before entering the illusion returned, Kokoshibo paused, looking down to see the sword that had fallen to the ground when entering the dream. He quickly grabbed the hilt with one hand while cautiously stepping back. The task is complete, Lord Kokoshibo, farewell. The demon smiled as its figure dissipated. Yet, another voice came from nowhere. Don't worry, I haven't harmed ordinary people. Not far away, Senju also broke free from the illusion, looking confused at the scene before him. Didn't I throw my brother far away? Wasn't he dragging the demon, trying to hold it off until dawn? But then, Senju realized indeed, this was an illusion. Kokoshibo smirked, wondering what the demon was up to. Why create such an illusion? What did task complete even mean? Let's go. Kokoshibo glanced at Senju, sheathing his sword and walking away. Senju looked around and saw the young man who wanted to become a demon slayer, already dozing off not far away. I'll bring someone. Hurry up. Kagaya Senju was also a demon created by Muzan. Although his illusion could freely control the flow of time, making 1 second feel like 100 years, the knowledge and abilities gained within the illusion would be forgotten the moment one left. Only some unforgettable feelings would remain, akin to dreaming. Otherwise, Kagaya Senju's strength wouldn't be so limited. He could simply enter an illusion, create a few hundred years of dream, and become the strongest in the world. Muzan, out of concern for his safety, used his abilities to bring him over. This guy is just a bit too playful, but what frustrates Muzan is that, unlike other demons, he seems unwilling to learn to read. He is now one of the few illiterates among the demons. Muzan was holding the 1,000-year-old, who showed a somewhat fearful smile. Lord Muzan. Originally, they would casually call him boss, but now it had changed to Lord Muzan. Muzan threw him to the ground and poked a finger into his head. Qianyu instantly screamed in pain. Muzan retracted his finger and glanced at him speechlessly. But he couldn't stop the howling, feeling truly annoyed, just howl a few times. Oh! Then he grabbed Kiyoshi and threw him over to Yoshizawa, the doctor who had transformed into a demon, leaving behind a sentence. Teach him to read. As the cool breeze blew, Yoshizawa, who was imitating Muzan and had made a rocking chair, looked at Kiyoshi, who suddenly appeared before him, with a somewhat displeased expression. What hassle? Kiyoshi sat on the ground, showing an embarrassed smile to his future guardian. Perhaps it was Kiyoshi's illusion at work, but Yuya clearly felt the change in Iwasato. The relationship between the brothers visibly improved, with the support of the Kinu family head. As long as there was a mission for Yuya, there would be Iwasato, and with Iwasato, there would be Yuya. This mission felt a bit different. Compared to the previous demons that were deeply hidden and discovered by chance, leading to the deaths of a few people at most, this time, according to the mission description, there was an extremely powerful demon that slaughtered almost an entire village. At this moment, the demon was openly heading toward another village. After learning about this, the Demon Slayer Corps sent the recognized strongest duo, Yuya and Iwasato, to the scene. After the Kinu family head issued the mission, he felt that at this moment, the future had subtly changed. It seemed that the Demon King was about to reveal a flaw. Was this mission related to Muzan Kabutsuji? His father had told him that since 100 years ago, the future had become increasingly elusive, and the Kinu family head's ability to foresee the future had gradually been affected, even causing the future seen on 2 occasions to differ greatly. The reason could not be found. Moreover, the opportunity to slay the Demon King had become fewer and fewer in the future, but this time, the future surprisingly indicated that something unfavorable to the Demon King would appear. However, what he saw in the future did not make the Kinu family feel joyful, because he also saw that a being different from the Demon King would appear. What was that? Could it be that something other than demons would emerge? When the 2 brothers of the Kinu family arrived at the destination, all they saw were ruins. The desolate village was filled with an unending stench of blood, and the ground was scattered with dried black-red bloodstains and shriveled remnants of flesh, resembling food scraps. Even in the midday summer, it felt bleak and desolate. The village bore traces left by a gigantic demon, not footprints, but drag marks. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed the marks. Since it was still bright, the demon could not come out to hunt. They had to arrive before nightfall, before the demon could strike again. As the sun set, casting the last orange glow, when the night sky rose, the two finally followed the trail, accompanied by the lingering stench of blood and the scattered remains, and found the demon. To be precise, there were two. For the demons that caused such devastation, there was no need to waste time. Yuya and Iwasato drew their Nichiren blades in unison. Clang! The long swords were unsheathed. The demon hid in a cave, and under the shadows of the night, its general shape could be discerned. Its huge body resembled a mass of flesh, with countless mouths filled with sharp teeth, its long tongue writhing in the air, and its exposed organs and flesh pulsating grotesquely, leaving a disgusting slime like a naked snail. On the head-like part of the giant half-demon stood a humanoid demon, appearing very small, just over a meter tall, draped in a black cloth, seemingly to block any potential sunlight, with sharp claws visible. These two bizarre demons exerted a powerful pressure unlike ordinary demons. Although Yuya could clearly sense that they were certainly not comparable to Muzan, there was still a bad premonition. Brother, I'll deal with the larger one, right? The giant demon exerted a stronger pressure. Iwasato gripped the hilt. No, the giant demon is mine. Although Iwasato had indeed opened up a bit, his competitive nature was inherent. That couldn't change. However, compared to his previous unwillingness and jealousy, Iwasato now seemed confident, giving off a more reliable feeling. Seeing this, Yuya nodded. All right. After saying that, the two clearly divided their tasks and charged towards the two demons that were already attacking. Their footsteps also startled the two demons that were preparing to leave the cave. Being able to become the first-ranked upper moon, Iwasato's strength was naturally at a high level. At this point, both of them were already Hashira. Even the gigantic demon would only require a few more slashes in Iwasato's hands. Roar! The mindless demon felt threatened and roared to intimidate Iwasato. But its body could not stop retreating, crouching down and leaping, moon-breathing. The over 3-meter-tall giant demon was struck across the head with a single slash, unable to react in time, followed by another slash immediately after. Its massive head crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, although the smaller demon was fast, how could it compare to Yuya? This was a bug-level combat power capable of slicing thousands of times in an instant. The smaller demon seemed to realize this and charged directly without dodging. Swish! A slash sealed its throat. A head separated from its neck. Yuya was just about to sheath his sword, but the next moment, bang! A muffled sound erupted, and the demon in front of him exploded, causing Yuya to stagger, blackened blood splattering all over him. Unsure if it was the aftermath of the explosion or something else, Yuya felt a momentary confusion in his brain. His vision whitened for a moment, but quickly recovered, as if he had stood up after squatting for too long. Iwasato did not retract his sword and ran over to ask, "Are you all right?" Yuya shook his head. "I'm fine." They looked at the remains in the cave and thought about the corpses along the way. "Let's bury them." "Okay." On the other side, Muzan felt a strange sensation, as if something dangerous was about to happen. But who could threaten him now? Yuya had already become his son. Who else? Adhering to the principle of caution, Muzan instructed Shizuku to thoroughly investigate the surrounding environment and decided that he would stay in the Infinity Castle during this time, regardless of whether something would happen or not. Being timid was the principle. With his rocking chair and books, Muzan moved into the Infinity Castle, listening to the melodies of the singing girl every day, leisurely. At the same time, he contemplated when other plot characters would appear. It was quite unfortunate for Sanemi, and he hoped to find him soon so that his life wouldn't be filled with sorrow. There was also Daki and Jotaro, this pair. He couldn't remember much else. Through the eyes of other demons, Muzan also saw the current social situation. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had given the Murayama siblings some memories. No wonder they were quite adaptable. With his advanced memories, Murayama Masahito and Murayama Yoshiko had already realized the importance of technology and directly climbed the tech tree, strongly supporting technological development. Muzan stated that the demons under his command are stronger than him. However, Shizuku Asanuma just couldn't understand it. So he went to find Muzan. Muzan looked at Shimizu Shizuka sitting in front of him, who was reporting the recent situation seriously while unable to help but mix in personal complaints. Why change the policy of prioritizing agriculture over commerce? Moreover, The current ships are already sufficient for fishing. Long-distance voyages are not only difficult but also costly, and the returns are still uncertain. Muzan listened with one ear and let it out through the other, finally waiting for Shimizu Shizuku to finish his complaints. Muzan poked his finger into Shimizu Shizuku's head while munching on the food prepared by his subordinates. Shimizu Shizuku jolted, his mind forcibly receiving the information sent by Muzan. It was some memories about the future that had once been given to Maruoka Masahito and his sister. Pulling back his hand, Muzan took the last bite. Got it? While trying to understand the memories in his mind, Shimizu Shizuku nodded in a daze. Got it. All right, Narimi. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a peeper rang out, and Shimizu Shizuku was sent back. That night, the Maruoka siblings were very confused about how Shimizu Shizuku suddenly shifted from strong opposition to vigorous support. After sending Shimizu Shizuku away, Muzan said to Narimi, "Bring Izumi Yuta and Izumi Kagetsu over." As an excellent tool, Narimi never questioned what Muzan wanted to do, only executing his requests. The next moment, with a clang, a man and a woman suddenly appeared at the location of the layoff meeting in the original work. With the sound of strings, Narimi sent Muzan to the high platform, looking down at the two. Muzan, layoffs. The two demons seemed to realize this and hurriedly knelt down, too guilty to look up at Muzan. Muzan leaped down in front of the two, mocking them. Even if we casually eat people, that guy Muzan wouldn't notice, right? The sound of swallowing was somewhat obvious, and Muzan's footsteps felt like they were stepping on their hearts. And master, it's not. Muzan curled his lips. What do you mean? Come, tell me. If it were just a matter of being extremely hungry and eating people, Muzan wouldn't care. Even if they secretly ate someone, he could give them a chance. But this attitude not only disregarded his orders, but also showed contempt for him. Seeking death, huh? Standing in front of him was the demon king Kabutsuji Muzan, and Yuta Izumi's body trembled slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him. When he was saved by Muzan back then, the demon king appeared gentle, making them believe that they could become a demon king too, thinking Muzan was merely lucky and just a kind fool. As for the rumors about the demon king being cruel and terrifying, they were simply rumors. But feeling this pressure, they finally realized that there are certain things that cannot be violated. Sir, I didn't mean it that way. Then what did you mean? Kume, let me hear what this clever person thinks, Muzan replied. As the last word fell, Muzan suddenly kicked out. Bang! A spray of blood erupted, and then Muzan stepped on his head, causing it to explode. Seeing this, Izumi Hanayuki immediately turned to run, but the next moment, bang! Izumi Hanayuki exploded before he could escape far. Naki, clean up, Muzan ordered. At the same time, among the hundreds of demons, more than a dozen demons died simultaneously. The demons hidden in the mountains were startled, causing a few birds to fly up, while those concealed in the bustling city turned into a cloud of blood mist and rotten flesh, truly frightening many people and causing considerable chaos. However, this was not Muzan's concern. Although about 100 years ago, Muzan had reorganized his subordinates, some demons could not resist greed and arrogance, failing to recognize the situation. And if they followed the rules, nothing would happen. Yet some felt that Muzan was too merciful, and thus underestimated him, thinking that since he was kind to humans, he would not harm his own subordinates. Their greed for greater power and thirst for flesh drove them to take risks. And some even believed that Muzan was unworthy of being a demon king, looking down on him while boldly eating people. Although the number was small, it reminded Muzan that while he wanted to create a loving family, some brainless individuals did not cherish the lives he granted them, so they might as well die. After dealing with these guys, Muzan glanced at Naki, who was bowing her head even lower. He couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Naki instinctively shrank back, but didn't dare to dodge. It's okay. As long as you listen, nothing will happen. Naki nodded, and Muzan heard her thoughts. Take this as a lesson. Cherish life. Time passed quickly, and 3 years rushed by. Muzan had hidden in the Infinity Castle for 3 years, pondering that even if there was danger, it should have passed by now, right? So he excitedly tossed his book aside and went out to have fun. As Muzan's secretary and tool, Naki silently played the piano. Neatly putting the books, he tossed on the ground back on the shelf with bookmarks. Although the layoff scene 3 years ago was a bit terrifying during these 3 years, Muzan had been quite gentle, which relieved Naki a lot. She was afraid of falling into the hands of scum like her former husband again. Although it was daytime, Muzan could stroll in the cool forest. Striding with an indifferent demeanor, Muzan took deep breaths of fresh air while listening to the sounds of birds chirping, wind blowing, dew dripping, and leaves rustling in the forest. The thick, damp layer of leaves made a crisp sound when stepped on. The only thing that displeased the demons was that some oblivious insects buzzed over to disturb him. Feeling his mood affected by the disturbances, Muzan gritted his teeth and decided not to stroll anymore. I'll just wait to visit the night market tonight. But before he could leave the forest, Muzan suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away and vaguely saw a figure. Somewhat familiar. Black hair with red edges tied in a high ponytail, familiar red pupils. A yellow outfit with a red haori, ear ornaments depicting the sunwheel flowers swaying slightly, and a long knife at the waist. Muzan's expression brightened. Oh, Yoriichi? Muzan Kibutsuji. Upon hearing this, Muzan realized that Yoriichi's expression was not quite right. At that moment, Yoriichi's face was solemn, his voice suppressed, looking fully prepared for battle, and there was even a killing intent in his eyes. He had already grasped the hilt of his sword. Muzan frowned and cautiously took a step back. What do you mean? Cough. Yoriichi suddenly drew the Nicaran blade from his waist, shouting, sun-breathing. Fiery red flames erupted from the red blade as Yoriichi swung the sword. Muzan was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. There was no doubt about it. This little brat was trying to kill him. Are you crazy? Muzan shouted, tensing his nerves to dodge Yoriichi's attacks with all his might. Compared to the original story's Muzan, he had worked hard for a century to enhance his strength. Even though he still couldn't defeat Yoriichi, he was at least able to narrowly evade Yoriichi's blade. Yoriichi, focused and silent, swung his long sword with precision, his relentless attacks putting immense pressure on Muzan. While dodging, the hem of his clothing was sliced by the blade, with threads singed and falling to the ground. The blade frequently grazed his skin, and Muzan could only feel the overwhelming sensation of burning that was hard to recover from. Taking advantage of a brief opening in Yoriichi's assault, Muzan hurriedly retreated to create distance, leaping into the air and landing on a high branch, cautiously observing Yoriichi below him, who was gripping his long sword tightly. Yoriichi looked up at Muzan, who stood several meters high on the branch against the backdrop of a full moon. He didn't understand why the Demon King looked so familiar to him, but at first glance, knowing the terror of demons, Yoriichi realized that his born mission was to slay Muzan Kibutsuji. However, during their previous battle, Yoriichi could clearly sense that this guy had not attacked proactively, and although he felt the terrifying life force of Muzan, he did not sense any malice. The vague familiarity only added to his confusion. He couldn't help but ask the Muzan above him, "Do you know me?" "Muzan, no. I've raised you. You're pretending not to recognize me. Aren't you? Is this how you repay kindness with enmity?" But then, Muzan suddenly thought, could Yuani have lost his memory? Have you lost your memory? Yuani thought carefully. Didn't he feel like he had lost his memory? So he put on a posture as if he wanted to kill Muzan. That so-called sense of familiarity might be because Muzan had done something to him. Muzan was taken aback, damn. Is he really going to fight just because of a disagreement? Seeing that Yuji was about to leap up using those not-so-tall branches, Muzan hurriedly started running. After all, they were raised together, so he felt a bit reluctant to go all out. Moreover, it seemed that Yuji had indeed lost his memory. He was bound by his own constraints. But this guy Yuji wouldn't hold back, and on top of that, he was naturally stronger than Muzan. In the original story, being able to drag it out for so long after getting his arm chopped off was already an extraordinary performance. What the hell? Muzan directly activated his blood demon art and instantly vanished from his original position. However, Yoriichi Tsujikuni was still just Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and he didn't have to worry about his brother turning into a demon. He directly opened the hunt with his clear understanding of the world. With over 100 demons under his command, Muzan's blood demon art had indeed reached the 8th form, providing him with ample ability to escape. But the problem was, none of them could escape very far. Just as he had escaped Yoriichi's line of sight, Muzan let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had already put several towns between them. He pondered whether Yoriichi could possibly catch up, but in the next moment, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. Muzan's pupils contracted as a red blade, radiating the scorching heat of the sun breathing, reflected in his eyes. Muzan! Startled, Muzan instinctively took a sudden step back, dodging to the side, as a few strands of hair caught fire. Muzan widened his eyes, slowly looking at the battle-ready Yuji with lingering fear. Damn, is this a human? Even though he had long known that Yuji's strength was at the top, he still thought he was at least a person, right? But what the hell? Is this a human? Who is the real demon here? He barely escaped using blood demon art to teleport, and Yuji instantly caught up with him using just his feet? Muzan doesn't dare to think about whether he could even be caught if he escaped to Infinity City. Is this thing originally that strong due to fate? Or is it a modification of the legendary plot power? In the original work, Muzan didn't seem to have such a hard time escaping. Yuan doesn't care what Muzan is thinking. He catches up and strikes again with another blade. Muzan moved back frantically, 7 hearts pounding with tension and fear. At this moment, Yoriichi Tsujikuni exuded a strong sense of pressure, with the markings on his forehead and a heavily murderous expression, holding a long knife stained with a few drops of his blood. In contrast to Muzan's miserable appearance, he looked more like a demon. Muzan couldn't fight back or escape. For a moment, he failed to dodge in time and was struck by a blade, leaving a deep wound on his arm that extended from his elbow to his wrist, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The damage from the blade was something Muzan couldn't recover from. Enduring the pain, he continued to evade. Finally, taking advantage of a brief moment when Yuichiro's attack was dodged, Muzan attempted to flee once more. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he realized that Kaneo Sayuri was nearby. He didn't care what would happen next. Even if he had to take Sayuri hostage, he just wanted to survive first. Muzan suddenly appeared near Kaneo Sayuri, and before Kaneo could react, a claw was already at his throat. Although Kaneo had become a demon and was the strongest upper moon after Muzan, he was still a demon and could not contend with Muzan. Instinctively wanting to resist, Kaneo found his sword easily taken away, and a slight pain in his throat made him hesitate to make any further movements. With his life in someone else's hands, Kaneo didn't dare to act recklessly and cautiously asked, "What do you want?" At that moment, he didn't even know who the person that had appeared behind him was, and he couldn't process what had happened. "Your brother is chasing me, so I can only use you to save myself." As soon as Muzan finished speaking, Yuichi chased after him, looking at Muzan who was holding his brother hostage, his expression somewhat gloomy. Kibutsuji Muzan. Seeing this, Taketum Wichiru also understood what was happening, but he was even more confused. He remembered that many years ago, Yuichi had told him that during the time he ran away from home, he met Muzan, who saved him from a half-demon, and they lived together for a long time. He also mentioned that the Demon King was not as he had imagined. But what is the situation now? Yuichi, didn't you say that Muzan was your savior? What is happening now? Muzan was also taken aback by Wakatsu's words. Was he willing to tell Wakatsu about this? Yui looked puzzled. Did he say that? Moreover, how could the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji possibly be his savior? He had amnesia and was chasing me to kill me. Muzan suddenly understood the situation. Kibutsuji Yinsheng was his lifeline. However, he was afraid that Yuichi would suddenly rush over to attack him and didn't dare to release his claws that were positioned near Yinsheng's neck. Kibutsuji Yinsheng, being held hostage, also understood the situation but was unsure of the truth. He looked at Yuichi with confusion, waiting for him to speak. Yuichi, equally puzzled, furrowed his brows and asked his brother, "Did I really say that to you?" Seeing that Yuichi was also confused, he lowered the knife in his hand, no longer in a fighting stance, which made Muzan breathe a sigh of relief. Carefully releasing his hold on Yinsheng, he said, "See, I told you he has amnesia." Yuichi was momentarily baffled. In his memory, he had never encountered Muzan at all. However, seeing that Muzan had been consistent from the beginning, it didn't seem like he was lying, and he couldn't ignore his brother's words. Muzan hid behind Kaneo Sayuri, peeking out and saying, "Even if you want to repay kindness with enmity, at least give me a reason. I haven't killed anyone randomly or done anything wrong. I raised you. Why should you kill me? You chase me the moment we meet. Did I kill your whole family or something?" Yoriichi was momentarily speechless. Isn't it normal for the Demon Slayer Corps to hunt down the Demon King? But he vaguely felt that something was off. Could it be that he really had amnesia? Hiding behind Kaneo Turi, Muzan noticed Yoriichi falling into confusion, and for the time being, he felt a bit relieved. Kaneo Sayuri glanced at the so-called Demon King shivering behind him, and then looked at Yoriichi, finally understanding what level his brother was on. A person favored by the gods. Kaneo Sayuri had joined the Demon Slayer Corps purely to have the opportunity to surpass his brother, and he didn't have much obsession with killing demons. Plus, Yoriichi had mentioned before that Muzan could be considered kind, so he advised Yoriichi, calm down and sort out what happened. Yoriichi held the sword in his hand, unwilling to put it down because he was afraid that he would let the Demon King escape after finally seeing him. Seeing this, Muzan echoed Kaneo Sayuri, "Yes, yes. Let's all put down our weapons and talk calmly." Yoriichi looked at his brother's expression, hesitated, and finally sheathed his sword, watching Muzan warily. "All right." Muzan watched as Yoriichi put down his sword and slowly moved out from behind Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Suddenly, Yoriichi went berserk, and knowing how terrifying Yoriichi was, Muzan naturally did not let his guard down. No matter how careful you are, it's not too much. Yuan asked his doubts and confirmed with Muzan. Have I really seen you before? Muzan could only endure the pain from the irreversible small wounds and the huge scar on his right arm. He held his right arm with his left hand and said, Do you remember when I met you after you left home at the age of 7? Later, I even built a new house near the Sure family. I took care of you. Do you forget? Yuan looked confused and replied, Wasn't it after meeting Sure that we built the house? And what is a half-demon? Now, Yinsheng also looked puzzled. Turning to Yuan, You told me about half-demons. How could you possibly not know? Yuan? Muzan turned to Iwakatsu and said, Look, he has amnesia. At this moment, Iwakatsu seemed more composed than before. He and T expected that the so-called Demon King would be this cowardly and foolish. Right. It seems that Yuichiro's condition isn't just simple amnesia. It appears more like someone tampered with him. You're right. Muzan nodded in agreement. He recalled the inexplicable sense of crisis that had frightened him in a hiding in Infinity Castle 3 years ago, and then looked at the two, saying seriously, 3 years ago, I felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, which should be related to Yuichiro's situation. Did anything strange happen to Yuichiro 3 years ago? After saying that, Muzan thought of the half-demon who had been sabotaging him and added, especially if it involved half-demons. Considering that Yuichiro had completely forgotten everything related to him, Muzan continued, Half-demons should be a different type of demon that has escaped my control. Most of them appear quite deformed. The two frowned in silence. Try to recall events from 3 years ago. One reason was that too much time had passed, and they had forgotten many things. Moreover, as demon hunters, they had dealt with many demons. Even though the frequency of demon appearances had decreased, they had encountered at least a dozen demons that year. Iwakatsu suddenly remembered the incident when Yuichiro and he were on a mission and encountered 2 demons, one big and one small. With a small demon's explosion caused Yuichiro to have a headache for a while. The more he thought about it, the more it resembled what Muzan had described. So he shared this information with Muzan. However, Yuichiro was confused, although he had experienced a strange headache at that time. He didn't recall any disjointed memories during that period. Muzan could confirm upon hearing that those 2 were half-demons. To be honest, most of the demons encountered by the Demon Slayer Corps are already half-demons, and naturally, some of the demons under his command are as well. If they don't act according to his orders, like killing innocents, then if they die, so be it. Muzan wouldn't care. For the others that Muzan notices, he would conveniently inform Nakheim to transfer the demons discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps to Infinity Castle. So, in fact, many demons are already quite familiar with Infinity Castle. If they have no place to stay, they go to Infinity Castle. After having enough fun, they go to Infinity Castle to slack off. It must be the half-demons causing this. They altered Yuan Yi's memories, those old 6. Muzan cursed resentfully. Yeshu ignored the useless words and pressed on. But that half-demon is already dead. How can we restore Yuani's memory now? I don't know. Muzan replied instantly. Yuichi and Iwakatsu. So you're quite proud of it? But you can go ask others. Muzan brought 2 demon slayers to Tamayo's residence. When Tamayo saw the 2 big men suddenly appear in her home, each carrying a Nicaran blade at their waist, she was stunned and terrified. When she saw Muzan behind the 2, she was left in complete bewilderment. What happened? Did the boss turn to the enemy? But that was just a fleeting thought. Although she couldn't understand how the formidable Demon King ended up with demon slayers, she knew there shouldn't be any danger. She looked at Muzan, whose memories had been altered by a half-demon using blood demon art, and wondered if she could restore them. Muzan pointed at Yoriichi and looked at Tamayo. Tamayo vaguely felt that Yoriichi looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite recognize who he was. Furthermore, she didn't understand why he, as the Demon King, wouldn't know more about blood demon arts. Besides, she was just a medical practitioner. Why would he ask her about memory-related matters? Muzan listened to Tamayo's inner complaints with an expressionless face. Tamayo. Fine, I forgot he could hear her thoughts. Moreover, in order to figure out why demons are affected by wisteria, she indeed expanded her knowledge a bit to satisfy her curiosity and researched some blood demon arts. She did understand a little. Muzan briefly explained the situation, and Tamayo pondered for a moment before saying, This blood demon art should be a one-time use, and it may come at the cost of the target's life. With such a significant price, the effect of this blood demon art becomes extremely powerful, making it not only undetectable by the victim, but also leaving no flaws in their memory, and the possibility of recovery is almost non-existent. Moreover, I can't know if there will be any other effects. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me if recovery is possible. Muzan was too lazy to listen to Tamayo's lengthy speech. Tamayo was already accustomed to her boss's personality and said, I'm not sure. You can stay here for a few days while I look into it. Muzan glanced at the two as if asking for their opinions. The two exchanged a look and nodded. All right. 2 days later, just before morning, as the sky was about to brighten, Muzan wanted to sleep through the boring daytime. Just as he had fallen asleep, a sudden loud noise woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw Yoriichi kicking the door open with a fierce killing intent. He drew his long sword with a clang, and his gloomy expression was exactly the same as in the original work, silently charging at Muzan to slash him. Muzan! Damn! Startled, he rolled off the bed in a hurry, narrowly avoiding a blade. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you doing?" Muzan Kibutsuji. However, Yoriichi gritted his teeth and forced out his name, then swung his sword again. The wounds from a few days ago hadn't even healed, and now he was in excruciating pain, yet he crazily rushed over to attack him again. Muzan was also momentarily angry. 2 days ago, I didn't dare to strike, and you took advantage of that, didn't you? Muzan didn't care whether Uninvited memory had been altered again. The whips emerged in full force, launching a fierce counterattack. At the same time, one of the whips grabbed a knife hanging in the corner of the wall. Muzan took the knife and drew it. Who doesn't he know how to use a knife anymore? He charged forward, mercilessly swinging the blade. Moments later, help! Suji! Iwakatsu! Help! Uninvited has gone crazy again. Muzan was once again wounded all over, with even a whip broken and lying on the ground, struggling on the floor like a fish out of water. Muzan burst out of the already wrecked and about to collapse house, shouting for help. I can't fight back. I really can't fight back. Even a cheating player can't defeat an invincible boss. Kaneo, Tiyuri, and Tamayo were also alerted. Kaneo, knowing her own combat power level, hid and observed the situation. Kaneo rushed out, quickly drawing her sword to block Yoriichi's attack. Yoriichi. You. Before she could finish her sentence, Yoriichi, who she thought would stop attacking, came straight at her. Kaneo. Are you crazy? Yoriichi's expression was grim, his killing intent heavy as he glared at Muzan. This time, in his memory, after encountering Muzan a few days ago, Kaneo had already been tempted by Muzan and turned into a demon, and was then bound by him with a scheme, ready to strike. Although Yoriichi was reluctant at this moment, he was resolute. He felt it was his duty to stop his older brother from going down the wrong path and minimize the loss. I'm sorry. Yoriichi's knife mercilessly slashed down towards Kaneo. How could Kaneo resist the attack from someone with such overwhelming combat power? In an instant, the threat of death almost suffocated him. The next moment, Muzan used a whip to pull him away, dodging the attack, while simultaneously using another whip's blade tip to block Yoriichi's knife, hurriedly escaping with Kaneo. I can't fight back at all. Under the cold, clean white moonlight, in the small courtyard, a figure covered in whips held onto someone with a knife, followed by a fiercely murderous demon slayer, creating a huge commotion in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, in the desolate and empty forest, only the rustling of the wind and the chirping of birds heralding dawn could be heard. The three people in the courtyard were in complete disarray. Even the stone walls were battered and broken, shattered pieces everywhere. Broken tiles and stones filled the courtyard with dust. Muzan watched as the sky was about to brighten, and Tamayo was still hiding behind the wall, desperately bleeding to perform her illusion. But it was useless against the ceiling. Tamayo, stop bleeding. Come up with a solution. Muzan was holding on to Kokoshibo, dodging and escaping while urging Tamayo. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick a huge boulder, trying to block Yoriichi. Yoriichi sliced through the boulder and charged forward like a fierce demon, showing no signs of slowing down. Muzan's head is about to explode. Are you a demon? Shuji wants to curse, but what can I do? Muzan swiftly dodged Yoriichi's attack, while Kokoshibo was being dragged behind by his clothes, nearly choking him. He watched helplessly as Yoriichi's blade grazed the tip of his nose, his breath almost stopping from the shock. Struggling to adjust his position, he struck the ground with his sword, feeling a momentary release around his neck, and hurriedly shouted, Muzan, you're going to strangle me to death. Muzan was panicking about saving his life. If it weren't for Yakushiji shouting, he wouldn't have noticed that Kagyuki's face was turning red from the pressure. Frightened, he quickly threw him away. Crossing the already shattered stone wall, Yakushiji flew out close to the ground, his clothes torn in a patch, and crashed hard into a tree not far away. Kagaya's main target for killing was Muzan, and after glancing at Yakushiji, he turned back to continue chasing Muzan. Tamayo, you! Muzan, in a panic, dodged the attacks, bearing wounds all over his body. Just as he was about to urge Tamayo to think of a way again, he heard Tamayo shout. Turning him into a demon might help him regain his memories. This naturally reached the ears of Yoriichi and Gyomii as well. Yoriichi, whose memories had already been altered, felt that Muzan was tempting his brother to turn him into a demon and even wanted to take action against him. Instantly, the attacks became even more fierce, determined to kill Muzan as quickly as possible. Muzan is almost crying. What the hell? He can't even touch Yuya's clothing, yet he wants to turn him into a demon? Iwakatsu doesn't want his brother to become a demon either. He leans against a tree, one hand on the ground and the other on his aching chest, shouting in desperation. Is there no other way? Tamayo, scared by the murderous look in Yuya's eyes, shrinks back and hides behind the wall, shouting amidst the loud commotion. There is no other way. This is the only method. Don't hesitate. Originally, Iwakatsu could have calmed Yuya down and talked things over, but now, with the memory alterations, Muzan has directly become an enemy, and Iwakatsu has become a misguided demon. There's nothing left to discuss. If this drags on until dawn, they might all die. Furthermore, even if Iwakatsu survives until dawn without being killed by sunlight, Yuya would realize something is wrong, and there would be no place to hide. Plus, with Yuya fighting them, Muzan's chances of survival are almost zero. TSK. Iwakatsu is also very unhappy, and so is Muzan. Their lives have been thrown into danger by the half-demon scheme. Muzan glanced at Kawajiri with a questioning look. Kawajiri gritted his teeth and shouted, "Become a demon." Muzan, hearing this, also made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he swung the cane whip and suddenly turned to confront Yoriichi. Yoriichi wasn't deaf, so he naturally understood Muzan's intentions. He immediately swung his blade straight at Muzan's head. Muzan must be killed. With several blood whips and a bone whip, Muzan fully defended against Yuya's blade, enduring the pain as each whip was brutally severed. Yuya reacted quickly, seeing that his strike was about to fail, and prepared to retreat to evade Muzan. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yuya, its claws ready to pierce his back. However, how could Yuya be injured by an ordinary demon? He stepped back, swiftly turned, and swung his blade. Ryozakiyaku was frightened and hurriedly retreated. Neru, in an instant, Ryozakiyaku vanished from Yuya's back, along with Muzan and the other three. Finally transported to the Infinity Castle, Muzan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Neru, who was holding a pipa and bowing her head, and unceremoniously sat down on the ground. We survived. Luckily we had Neru. During the battle, if Neru had a teleport, given that she was still not very skilled, she would basically always come to Infinity Castle with Yuya. If Ryozakiyaku hadn't been called over to help, it would have been uncertain if they could hold on. As for turning Yuya into a demon, laughable. He wished he could, but it was utterly impossible. A sneak attack was also out of the question. Once he appeared, Muzan was certain that Yuya would detect him immediately, and escaping would become a difficult task. Muzan looked at Tamayo, who was standing aside, and asked, "Is there really no other way?" He could hear Tamayo's thoughts and already had an answer, but he just hoped she could come up with another solution. The weakened Wakatsuki, who had been transported here, propped himself up and looked at Tamayo after hearing Muzan's words. Tamayo shook her head and said, "There is no way. The blood demon art that Yoriichi was subjected to clearly modifies memories related to you, ultimately making him hostile towards you. Moreover, the blood demon art can only be undone by the caster. The only way to change it is to turn him into a demon. Otherwise, even if we resolve this situation, his memories will still be altered in the future. And once he becomes a demon, he will be under your control, as only your blood can produce the effects of the blood demon art, and it won't work because of your existence. This is the only way to completely resolve the issue and prevent future troubles. Otherwise, who knows what might happen again." The two of them frowned at her words. Muzan cried out in despair. "The problem is I can't turn him into a demon." "No," Tamayo said seriously, "you can." Muzan, looking at Tamayo with anticipation, hoping she can offer some constructive advice. "You said that the heavens do not fail those who are determined. As long as you keep trying persistently, you will eventually succeed." "Muzan, you really are a little genius." Looking at Muzan's expression, Tamayo helplessly said, "There's no other way. We can only try more. If we fail, we can only escape back to the Infinity Castle. Otherwise, you both will have to hide in the Infinity Castle until Yoriichi dies." Having already realized that Yoriichi is the little boy Muzan raised about 10 years ago, Tamayo continued, "And you never wanted to raise that little guy? But now he has become your nemesis, right?" Muzan's mouth twitched a few times. "It can't be a natural enemy, right?" Muzan looked at Kaneo Tsuyuri. "What will you do?" "Kaneo Tsuyuri, I'll just hide. It's a tough situation for both of us." 3 days later, Yoriichi returned to the Demon Slayer Corps to tell the truth. And just like in the original story, he was expelled from the Corps. At some point, The Kamadu family had moved into that small thatched house. And the people who were originally arranged to live in the house built by Muzan had also become their neighbors, helping them rebuild the thatched house to make it more livable. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoriichi walked towards their former residence with Shiya. When they saw that both of the previous houses were now occupied, Yoriichi was about to leave, but was spotted by Tanjiro, who was returning home after cutting wood. Tanjiro saw the two and waved his arms high while carrying firewood. "Hey, it's getting dark. Come stay for the night." Yoriichi looked at Shiya beside him. "So this was originally your residence?" Tanjiro scratched his head awkwardly. "It's okay," Shiya said with a gentle smile. "My husband and I plan to build another house, so for now, we'll trouble you to let us stay here." Yoriichi sat beside Shiya, holding her hand and smiling gently. Muzan learned from the person living in another house that Yoriichi had settled there, considering that the blue spider lily might appear due to the Kamadu family's arrival. He temporarily set aside his assassination plans. If by 2 years later there were still no signs of the blue spider lily, he would take direct action. After learning from Muzan that Yoriichi was living in that place, Kaneo left the Infinity Castle. If he couldn't defeat him, could he not hide? By now, he understood that Yoriichi, who had been assigned the task of killing Muzan by the gods, was not human, a fact that all demons, including the Demon King, had already acknowledged. That was a combat power that transcended this world. He could be treated as a cheat player. Trying to compare himself to him was foolish. However, Kaneo did not give up on his dream of becoming the strongest swordsman, excluding Yoriichi. But just after leaving the Infinity Castle and preparing to return home, Kaneo saw the Demon Slayer Corps members, who had been misled by news about Yoriichi, already treating him as a demon. Kaneo, Tsujikuni, a demon hunter with a furious expression, shouted as he swung his weapon at him. "You don't deserve to learn the breathing techniques." Kaneo, Tsujikuni. Mizunoto. Kaneo, Tsujikuni reappeared in the Infinity Castle. Fighting was impossible. Mizunoto had already been instructed by Muzan that if Kaneo, Tsujikuni showed any signs, she should promptly bring him back to the Infinity Castle. Kaneo Tsujikuni's actions further confirmed to the Demon Slayer Corps members that he had indeed become a demon. Standing in the Infinity Castle, Kaneo Tsujikuni suddenly recalled that dream. It was becoming increasingly familiar. Tanjiro listened to Yoriichi recount his story, and upon hearing that his older brother had turned into a demon, a look of silent sorrow appeared on his face. Orihi, Veringa smile, sat under the eaves and gazed into the distance. Suddenly, he saw Tanjiro's child running towards him with a smile, and for a moment, something in his heart seemed to be touched. He carefully took off his Nicaran flower earrings and gently placed them on the child's left ear and right ear. The sunlight fell on his face, and at that moment, his sad smile seemed a bit warm. The following year, Yoriichi taught the sun breathing in the form of the dance of the fire god to the Kamadu family. The Kamadu family, which made a living by collecting firewood, was inherently connected to fire. As Tanjiro learned to dance the dance of the fire god from Yoriichi, a blue spider lily quietly bloomed. Poet sat under the eaves, watching the two move and sink under the sunlight, and suddenly noticed a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar flower blooming in a corner. She couldn't help but look towards Yoriichi. The people living nearby also noticed Poet's unusual behavior and followed her gaze, their pupils contracting in surprise and delight. They quietly approached, carefully practicing their skills to dig out the roots of the flower. Although by the time the flower reached Muzan, it had already closed up, but they had already obtained the flower. Were they still afraid it wouldn't bloom? How could they lose to the Dragon Rider? Having learned from the original story where a descendant of a pig caused the blue spider lily to wither, Muzan was particularly cautious with the blue spider lily he had obtained. He handed it to Maruyama Masahito and Maruyama Yoshiko, instructing them to take good care of it so that it could see the sunlight. That day Muzan smiled all day long like a big fool. Muzan sat on the wooden board, looking at the thing in his hand and grinning foolishly. After a while, he pretended to cough twice and straightened his expression. He needed to be reserved. Yes, reserved. Just as he finished speaking, Muzan couldn't help but start grinning again. The blue. The power of the plot is nothing like this. Look, it's still in his hands. After careful artificial cultivation, Muzan obtained the blooming blue. To prevent any half-demons or the uncertain power of the plot, Muzan resolutely decided to consume it directly. There was only one flower, and he couldn't bear to let anyone else eat it. Tamayo sat on the other side, maintaining a certain distance, expressionless as she watched him. Nakam still stayed in her old position, head down, holding her pipa, ready to act at any moment in case of an emergency. Kagaya Ubuyashiki also came over to see what was happening with Muzan, but stood by the railing, a bit far from Muzan, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Muzan looked at Tamayo and sternly said, "I have eaten it. If anything happens, make sure to save me." Muzan held the blue spider lily with a serious and even solemn expression, afraid to wash it, and carefully brought it to his mouth. Suddenly, his movement froze, and he put his hand down to look at the few people in front of him. "If I turn into a human, you won't kill me, right? Tamayo, Nezuko, and Jiomi, you're really being cautious." Seeing their reactions, Muzan raised his hand again to put the blue spider lily in his mouth, but paused once more, looking at them. "If I eat this, I won't really turn into a human or die, right? All right, I'll eat it." Seeing their speechless expressions, as if to say, "Don't you know yourself?" Muzan stopped wasting time. After all, the blue spider lily wouldn't bloom for long. Besides, he was also aware that it was highly unlikely he would turn into a human or die. After all, for hundreds of years, Muzan, along with his former boss, had researched relevant data, and with the foresight of the original work and considering the Zuko situation, he could basically be certain that nothing would happen. Taking a deep breath, Muzan made up his mind and swallowed the blue spider lily in one bite. He chewed a couple of times and savored the taste. The face of Muzan suddenly twisted into a mass, feeling both numb and rough, with an indescribable taste that seemed to combine various flavors of rust, insecticide, gasoline, and decay. All sorts of indescribable tastes surged in at once. The entire mouth was overwhelmed by that flavor, and it felt as if the throat was directly connected to this overwhelming taste, causing immense pain throughout the body. But in the next moment, before that taste could fade, a severe burning sensation spread from the stomach to all parts of the body, especially the wounds inflicted by Yoriichi, which added to the agony. Muzan's face suddenly turned even more painful, contorting into a grimace. He couldn't help but curl up. His originally retracted crimson pupils and black-red long nails all emerged uncontrollably. The sharp nails deeply embedded into the flesh of his palms, and the blood vessels on his hands and neck bulged. The sound of 7 hearts thumping became especially loud and rapid. Behind him, bone whips and pipe whips sprang forth, dancing wildly as if in a frenzy, tearing the surrounding wooden pillars and floorboards apart like paper, tried to alleviate the excruciating pain. When Tamayo saw this, she quickly retreated. Muzan's pipe whips would not hold back at this moment, and being accidentally grazed would be disastrous. Moreover, the sound of his heartbeat made the three feel uneasy, their hearts uncomfortably affected. The floor was dented where he grasped, and Muzan's teeth ground together with a screech. His consciousness in his mind became somewhat hazy, feeling as if he were immersed in a scorching volcano, every cell surrounded by searing heat. Time stretched out immensely. It felt like a day, a month, a year, even decades. Muzan dizzily collapsed onto the floor. As consciousness gradually returned, Muzan struggled to open his eyes, looking at the ceiling above him, which was unchanged from before he fainted. He felt his body. The pain had completely faded, and the scars from Yoriichi's attack had also disappeared. The pipe whips and bone whips still hanging on the wooden boards. He had not weakened. Muzan calmed down as the whip and bone whip, which had already poked a bunch of holes in his clothes, were retracted back into his body. He got up from the ground and saw the kneeling Ming-Nu, who was holding a peep in her usual spot. Juya and Wakatsu had already left. Fearing that any movement might lead to some mishap, no one moved him, leaving him thrown on the ground unattended. "How long have I been unconscious?" "Sir, for a day." "Only a day?" Muzan was somewhat surprised. How could it only be one day? He felt that if someone told him it had been a year, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Perhaps it was because the pain was too intense, which made time feel so long. After all, he still remembered how, when he was a child and got a shot, just a few seconds felt like an eternity. Muzan adjusted his tattered clothes, feeling a sense of anticipation and excitement. Naruko. Upon hearing this, Naruko gently plucked the strings of the pipa. Jun. Muzan appeared in the house where he lived, changed into a new outfit, and took a deep breath. It has to be fine. Muzan opened a crack in the window and saw the sunlight streaming in from outside. He cautiously reached out his hand to feel it. It doesn't hurt. Muzan has become quite bold, opening all the windows and stretching one hand out into the sunlight. Completely unharmed. Really not afraid of the sun anymore. Muzan instantly lost his mind, jumping directly out of the window. The sunlight poured onto his body, which hadn't seen the sun in many years, and the long-lost warmth seeped into his skin. Over 100 years. Over 100 years. He finally saw the sun again. I'm alive again. Muzan opened his arms, raised his head to face the sun, and shouted loudly. After all, even if his eyes hurt from the sunlight, he could recover. Staring at the sun, just a little splash of water, he Muzan couldn't help but laugh foolishly, feeling truly invincible now. No one could kill him anymore. To be honest, after crossing over, his fear of the sun had always been a heartache for Muzan. After all, in the original story, he died from sunlight exposure, so he never felt safe. Even if he was unmatched, it was hard to feel at ease with this weakness. But now, after taking the blue, he not only feared the sun no more, but he also wasn't too afraid of the sun blade anymore. The sun blade relied on high temperatures, which along with the sun, had been nullified by the blue, eliminating this weakness. Although he still couldn't defeat Yoriichi, Yoriichi couldn't inflict any harm on him either. Various wild ideas began to emerge, but those thoughts could wait. Muzan was going to bask in the sun now, comfortably lounging in a rocking chair. With the sun shining down, Muzan felt utterly satisfied. Before long, Tamayo, who had learned that Muzan was awake, rushed over. "Master, give me some blood. I need to do some research." Muzan made a cut, and blood flowed down his arm into the small bottle that Tamayo had taken out. After filling it up, Tamayo walked away with the bottle, satisfied. Muzan ran towards the town under the sun to buy food. Muzan no longer had to eat humans. After consuming the blue spider lily, Muzan's condition was positively treated. He could digest other foods instead of only eating humans. However, as a demon, it remained unchanged that eating humans enhanced his strength. It doesn't matter, as long as I can eat regular food. The long-lost sun. The town where Muzan is located is not very prosperous, and the population is small, but many small shops open in the morning. Under the rising sun, people begin their busy day. There are already quite a few people on the street. Muzan smelled the aroma of food wafting through the streets and finally lost that feeling of nausea, excitedly running over to have breakfast. That day, Muzan tried sushi, sashimi, ramen, and more. Thanks to his powerful digestive abilities, he ate all morning and surprisingly didn't feel full at all. However, his sense of satisfaction was at its peak. After eating a lot for the main meal, Muzan began to buy some snacks. To be honest, some desserts were quite delicious, and Muzan bought and ate them at the same time. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Muzan returned with his hands full. Thanks to the blood demon art of the mirror space, everything he bought was tossed in the mirror space, where time did not pass, comparable to a refrigerator, definitely useful. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed that Kibutsuji Kanesada was waiting for him. Muzan, upon seeing Kaneo Tiri, finally calmed down from his excitement and remembered that the matter with Yuta was still unresolved. "How about I turn you into a demon? Just let Yuta die from exhaustion." Muzan leaned over and chuckled. Yoriichi Tsujikuni silently watched him, seemingly saying, "Don't waste time." Muzan felt bored. All right, just joking. But are you really in such a hurry to turn Ennui into a demon?" At this moment, Ennui is like a pawn in someone else's hand. How can a person live with false memories? Moreover, even if he becomes a demon now, he wouldn't fear the sunlight anymore and could have infinite lifespan. If it weren't for the worry of only being able to survive by consuming humans in the future, even Kageyama would be tempted. Are you still intent on eating humans? Muzan didn't know what the issue was with the line that a Wakatsu mentioned, but still replied, "It's not really the case. Ordinary food can be eaten as well. Although humans can be consumed, it's unnecessary now." "Then hurry up and turn Yuan into a demon," Wakatsu urged. "Muzan, you really are a great brother." Muzan grabbed Yoriichi and directly arrived near where Yoriichi lived. At this moment, Yoriichi was already in the forest, chopping firewood with Tanjiro. The current Yoriichi and Tanjiro were like two good brothers chopping wood together, selling charcoal together, and dancing the fire god dance together. Moreover, Shizu was now pregnant, and both old fathers were happily talking about their wives and children. However, the two good brothers did not realize that the two old silver coins had already set their sights on Yoriichi from afar. Muzan and Kaneo Tsuyuri were hiding in the forest, and through the gaps in the leaves, they could see that Yoriichi was chopping down trees on the ground. It was truly a waste. Such a powerful being was actually chopping wood. Yoriichi vaguely felt a sense of being watched and couldn't help but look around. Fortunately, Muzan was hiding well enough and was not discovered. After glancing at Kaneo beside him, he thought, "Forget it, you go ahead, just don't let Yoriichi accidentally kill you." "Kaneo, the damage isn't much, but the insult is extremely strong. Even if I'm not very skilled, there's no need to say it like that, right?" But he also understood that staying here was indeed of no use, so he was sent away by Nezuko. Muzan took a deep breath. Although he was already certain that Yui could not cause him any substantial harm, he was still afraid. The previous battles were about to become a shadow over his life. Suppressing his pounding heart due to nervousness, Muzan's expression became sharp, his nails silently elongated, and several long whips emerged from his back. He immediately entered his strongest form. In the next moment, Yui suddenly felt a chill on his back as the axe, halfway through cutting a tree, was swung violently towards his back. Muzan suddenly swung his whips to block Yoriichi's axe. While maintaining a speed, several whips simultaneously shot towards Yoriichi. At this moment, Yoriichi did not have sword. Although the axe was powerful, it could not compare to a sword. However, to be fair, Muzan still could not defeat Yoriichi. He forcefully swung the axe and instantly chopped off several of Muzan's whips. Muzan originally came with the intention of self-harming to take down the enemy. And even though most of his whips were cut off, his speed did not decrease at all. He finally lunged forward. And although Yoriichi's expression was grim, it was already too late for him to retreat. Muzan's finger stabbed into Yukihira's head, and in an instant, pain surged through him. Yukihira swung an axe and crushed half of Muzan's head. However, Muzan, who had already succeeded, disregarded this and withdrew his finger, stepping back. Muzan's blood was injected into his body. The previous strike had already been the final attack, and at this moment, he had completely lost his combat ability. His consciousness was hazy, his whole body felt weak, and he could only feel unbearable pain spreading throughout. A familiar feeling of dizziness hit him. Yuani let out a cry of pain and finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a thud, the axe in his hand fell to the ground, and then he collapsed completely. Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, with only half a head left that looked particularly terrifying and tragic. His severed whip lay on the ground, and he could be described as utterly miserable. Small, fleshy tendrils extended from the edge of his head, rapidly spreading and weaving together to form flesh, blood vessels, bones, and eyes. In just a few seconds, his entire head had recovered. Muzan picked up the whips one by one. The whips he picked up melted into his hands like ice cubes. Alas, poor me. Muzan looked at the blood splattered on the ground, all of it his own. Finally, there was some movement from Yui, his body slightly stirring. Muzan was startled by this and initially pulled back a bit. After feeling his control over Yui, he let out a sigh of relief. It worked. Yui finally regained consciousness, struggling to get up from the ground, and looked at Muzan, noticing the multiple wounds on Muzan's clothing, his expression somewhat complex. His memories returned, but he also recalled the altered memories and the memories of battle, making his emotions quite complicated. Remembering the time, he ran back with Sure, who had mentioned Muzan once and was scolded by him. He felt even more at a loss. Yui looked at Muzan and finally said, "I'm sorry." Muzan set his mind at ease, and his sharp, demon-like claws returned to normal. He walked over and raised his hand to pat the head of Yua, who was taller than him. "It's fine, it's not your fault." Besides, Muzan revealed a not-so-serious smile. "I'm your old father, so it's normal to forgive your son, right? Yua, although I should be touched, how deeply obsessed are you with this?" In the simple, slightly cramped yet very warm little thatched cottage, Sure brought tea to Muzan and Yua, then sat down beside them, leaning against Yua with her big belly. Muzan burped seeing his own son messing around with his own cabbage, and even taking the cabbage on a runaway adventure. Muzan already knew, but seeing Shizuka's big belly still made him feel heartbroken. He simply slapped Yuichi on the head and said, "I told you not to lay a hand on Shizuka." Although Yuichi didn't feel any pain, he still shrank his neck. Shizuka smiled and then asked in confusion, what exactly happened? Muzan was too lazy to speak, so he gestured for Yuan-I to talk. Yuan-I then explained the reason for the situation to Sure, who nodded. "So, Yuan-I, you have also become a demon, like Lord Muzan now?" "Yes." Yuan-I, feeling somewhat worried, couldn't help but hug Sure from behind. Muzan glared at him and looked at Sure, saying, "How about I give you some blood?" "No." Sure shook his head. "I don't want to become a demon." Muzan asked, "Is it because demons need to eat humans and are afraid of sunlight?" Sure nodded. "Then you can rest assured." Muzan laughed. "I have already found the blue, so I no longer need to eat humans and am not afraid of sunlight anymore." After saying that, Muzan looked at Sure with anticipation. The meaning was clear. "Come on, let's all become demons together." However, Sure unexpectedly shook her head again. "No need." "Why?" Muzan immediately questioned, unable to understand why this was not equivalent to immortality. "You look down on ghosts, don't you?" Sure explained. "I just want to spend my life peacefully with Yuan-I, living together." As she spoke, she gently locked eyes with Yuan-I, a soft and content smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Muzan was momentarily speechless. Bia. Muzan directly slapped Yuan-I again, glared at him, and stood up. "Go live your little life." Yuan-I rubbed his head, smiled awkwardly, and somewhat embarrassedly watched Muzan disappear. For years later, The person originally arranged to live near Ennui had already left, and only Ennui and Tanjiro's families remained in the small clearing in the forest. Almost all demons had either consumed blue spider lilies or had been given blood by Muzan, no longer fearing the sunlight. Ennui was still living a warm life with Sure, and Muzan would occasionally come by to check in, bringing snacks or something. After Yuani's recovery, Kaneo Tsuyuri was no longer a threat. The Demon Slayer Corps posed no threat to him. Alright. He began wandering around, learning swordsmanship, and could also help Muzan by casually slaying any half-demons he encountered, becoming a well-known wandering swordsman. One day, Kaneo Tsuyuri arrived near Yuani's home, under the golden sunset, looking at the 3 houses quietly standing on the flat ground. The sunlight shining brightly on the rooftops, he caught sight of Sure sitting under the eaves, focusing on sewing something, with a strange woman beside her also sewing. 2 small children were playing in front of them. His footsteps startled a few people, and the 2 children stopped playing, looking over with their mothers. Sure's expression changed in surprise. Then she stood up, smiling and waving at Kaneo, shouting, Kaneo! Kaneo Tsuyuri was invited into the house, took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and asked Sure, "Where's Ennui?" Sure sat opposite him, looking through the window toward the forest, as if she could see Yuani's figure, smiling. "He went to chop wood. He'll be back in the evening, should be soon. You should stay for dinner." "All right, sorry for the trouble." That night, as Ennui was eating, he heard Kaneo say, "I recently heard that those who awaken their mark tend to die before the age of 25. You were the first to awaken your mark, so I want to ask you, is there any way to live past 25? Sure, who just sat down, couldn't help but look at Ennui, then worriedly glanced at Kaneo. Ennui frowned and shook his head. "I don't know, but maybe we can ask Muzan." Kaneo looked at Ennui. "Do you have a way to contact him?" In recent years, Kaneo had hardly seen Muzan, being too busy improving his swordsmanship and unable to reach out to Nezuko either. Muzan might sense my thoughts, but he might not pay attention to them. Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Yo, you looking for me?" The 3 of them. Kaneo couldn't help but retort, "The mighty Demon King, come whenever called? Hey, is it wrong for me to care about my son? Ennui. Fine, just calling you over is enough." Kaneo was about to discuss serious matters, but was interrupted by Muzan again. Muzan pulled over a small stool and sat on it, saying, "There is no way to live past 25. Those patterns are just using lifespan to borrow power from the heavens, like a candle burning itself out." Upon hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Is there really no way?" Muzan shrugged. "How about I give you some blood?" Kaneo Tsuyuri's expression became somewhat conflicted, but thinking that Yoriichi had already turned into a demon, he absolutely couldn't die before Yoriichi. He instantly understood and decisively nodded. "Give me your blood." Muzan, he knows it. Ennui has already turned into a demon. How can Sukuna Iwasaki refuse to become a demon? Fine. To prevent Sukuna Iwasaki from rolling on the ground in pain and making a mess of Yuani's little home, Muzan dragged Iwasaki to Infinity City. As soon as Iwasaki stepped onto the wooden board, he saw Muzan poke his finger into his own head. "It hurts." Muzan disregarded Kaneo's twisted face in pain, leisurely withdrawing his fingers and watching Kaneo roll on the ground. Perhaps due to a difference in aesthetic, Kaneo did not have 3 pairs of eyes, and his appearance did not change much, but countless blades emerged from his body, his veins bulging, and he let out a deep, painful roar from his throat. Mama had already become accustomed to this, and calmly continued practicing her pipa. After a moment, Kaneo finally managed to endure it, and the blades that had protruded from his body were all retracted. He looked at Muzan with lingering fear and said, "Can you not poke my head? I'm fine with it, but hurry up and change your clothes." Muzan threw a set of clothes over. At this moment, Wakisuki Akatsu's clothes were torn and ragged, with some parts exposed. He took the clothes, looked down at himself without changing his expression, and walked toward the room with the clothes Muzan gave him. After changing, he came out wearing the new clothes. Muzan smiled and said, "You become a demon. So let me give you a name." Kabutsuji Yashiro looked at him expressionlessly and replied, "There's no need. From now on, you'll be called Kokoshibo," Muzan said to himself. Kabutsuji Yashiro. "You're different from Yuri," Muzan explained, sensing Kabutsuji Yashiro's inner thoughts and doubts. "Yuri is still living a normal life with his wife, so there's no need to change his name. But you have directly left home to pursue martial arts, and keeping the name of the Kabutsuji family doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Kabutsuji Yashiro, also known as Kokoshibo, didn't care much and nodded, feeling there was some truth to it. Thus, Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 6 were complete. Over 40 years had passed, and Muzan was always quite unhappy. He discovered that there were no sunflower seeds here. Why are there no sunflower seeds? Every time he wanted to join the fun and crack some seeds, he couldn't. Fortunately, there were watermelons, which he could munch on. Thanks to the whip. Muzan always held a book in one hand and a watermelon in the other, and even with his hands covered in watermelon juice. It didn't affect his reading of leisure books. After tossing aside the watermelon rind, Muzan washed his hands and used blood demon art to arrive near Yuri's house. It was now early morning, and the sun had not yet risen. Yuri was already up making breakfast. In this era, a poet over 70 was considered very long-lived. But by today, Yuri's body had become increasingly weak, and he could hardly work anymore. Breakfast had to be made by Yuri, and they could only eat porridge and similar dishes. Muzan knocked on the door, and Ennui, who was cooking porridge, turned to take a look. He opened the door to see Muzan outside. At that moment, Ennui still looked young, but the years of experience had added a hint of weariness to him. Ennui could guess Muzan's purpose for coming and pointed to Shurji's room, saying, "She'll wake up in a bit. Please wait a moment." "All right." Muzan found a place to sit and looked at the busy Ennui with curiosity, asking, "Where are your son and grandson?" "They've joined the Demon Slayer Corps." "Muzan, you're quite strong." The door creaked slightly as he walked in with a bowl of porridge. In a not-so-large room, the elderly Shur lay on the tatama mat, covered with a cotton quilt, struggling to open her eyes. Ennui placed the porridge aside, squatted down to support Shur, lifted the porridge, and fed her with a spoon. Shur leaned against the wall, smiling as she swallowed a few bites of porridge, but then couldn't help but cough. After finally stopping the cough, Shur looked at Ennui. "You won't blame me for not wanting to become a demon, will you?" Ennui shook his head, "No." Shur smiled. "It's been hard on you to take care of me all these years, but unfortunately, I have to leave you alone." Ennui seemed to understand Shur's meaning, his expression somewhat bitter, and he put down the porridge to lean against her. Muzan realized there wasn't much time left, so he hurried inside. Shur looked at Muzan and smiled. "Lord Muzan, this really is the last time. Are you sure you don't want to become a demon?" Shur shook her head. "It's no longer necessary. I've had enough." She had been happy, had a child, and a loving husband, experienced what she wanted, and now she was content. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Shur no longer demanded anything. Sighing, Muzan said, "Fine, I'm leaving." Shur smiled and leaned against Ennui. "Ennui, open the window. I want to see the sunrise." "Okay." 10 days later, Ennui arrived at Infinity City and looked at Neru. "Where's Muzan?" Neru remained silent. Gently plucking the strings of the pipa, and with a soft sound, Ennui appeared in Muzan's courtyard. Muzan raised his eyes and saw Ennui. Realizing that Shur had already left, he put down the book and suddenly noticed that Yuan-Yi's face was expressionless, even carrying a hint of enlightenment. "You wouldn't have let go and decided not to live anymore, would you?" "Yuan-Yi, it seems not." Muzan let out a sigh of relief. "Come on, don't be sad. Shur has made his own choice." Muzan got off the rocking chair and seemingly pulled out a small sweet cake from nowhere. Handing it to Ennui, "Have something sweet, don't make a face." As Ennui ate the sweet cake, tears fell involuntarily. "I don't know why, but I've always had a feeling that I possess a lot of happiness that I shouldn't have." Muzan raised an eyebrow. The world of Demon Slayer is truly mysterious, regardless of whether it should be possessed or not, as long as it brings happiness. There's no need to think too much about it. Ye nodded slightly. Muzan said, "Ah, by the way, Kokoshibo is looking for you. Yoriichi. He has been practicing his sword for decades and wants to fight you. Should I have Neikime take you over?" Yoriichi nodded and took the paper Muzan handed him to wipe off the crumbs and grease on his hands. Muzan was also transported there out of curiosity. After decades of wandering, Kagaya became somewhat weary, so he opened a martial arts dojo to practice his existing skills and train his body day and night. Moreover, if any brazen individual showed up, he would gladly accept the challenge, significantly increasing his strength. After being informed by Muzan, when Yoriichi arrived, he directly came to a vast open field. Yoriichi and Muzan were also sent there by Nezuko. Kagaya's expression was serious and solemn as he drew his long sword, ready for battle, watching Yoriichi, who had already grasped the sword handed over by Muzan. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Come on, don't hold back." Yoriichi drew his long sword. Recently losing his wife, Yoriichi indeed needed an outlet for his emotions, emanating a terrifying aura that made Kagaya feel an immense pressure. Yoriichi used all his strength without mercy. Sun breathing, the blade seemed to ignite with flames, creating a scorching wave. 13th form. In the next moment, Kagaya felt a flash before his eyes, followed by pain in his neck, and the scene in front of him spun as his head was directly severed. Instant kill. Kagaya didn't he even have time to showcase his swordsmanship before being decapitated. Good. Kagaya is defeated. Muzan watched the excitement like a referee and shouted. Yuya retracted his blade and looked at his headless brother. Thank you. He felt that his brother was giving him an excuse to vent. And he indeed felt a lot better now. Kokushibo's expression was not good. He had been overly confident and was instantly defeated, which was not typical for someone of his stature. It felt like a slap to the face, although there was indeed some enjoyment in it. He never intended to defeat Yuya, but at least he wanted to hold on for a while. All right, stop sulking and go pick up your head. Muzan reminded Kokushibo from his side. His head was still lying on the ground. Kokushibo's expression became even worse. He walked over, bent down to pick up his head, pressed it back on, and glared at his boss. As for the swords they used, they were naturally ordinary swords. Otherwise, they couldn't withstand the strain before breaking through their limits and overcoming decapitation. Moreover, the Nichiren blade was indeed more powerful than an ordinary sword. Muzan patted Kokushibo's shoulder. Don't worry, you've definitely become stronger, at least the strongest after me and Yoriichi. I'm not that weak. Kokushibo glanced at Muzan and then looked towards his residence. I prepared lunch. Yay! Today Kokushibo is treating us. Muzan, due to his laziness in cooking, relies on eating the food from all the other demons at home, except when he goes out to buy food. Yoriichi, of course, he also gets his share of the food. Although Kokushibo's cooking skills are not great, he enjoys life and often invites others to cook for him. While humans are still the most tempting for demons, they naturally won't refuse to enjoy other foods. Although ordinary food digests quickly, the threshold to obtain it is much simpler than that of the food from the past. As long as one does not have an excessive pursuit of strength or encounter someone who is a waste of air, they generally eat well. After finishing his meal, Muzan went to visit Yoshizawa. As for Yoriichi, he has somewhat come to terms with things, wandering the world with a Nichiren blade and an ordinary sword, while also helping Muzan by casually killing any half-demons he encounters. He carries 2 swords at his waist, resembling a dual-wielding style. Muzan is very dissatisfied with the research progress on Tamayo. How many years has it been? They still haven't figured out how to overcome the wisteria. So he wants to bring Kyogai along to help Tamayo brainstorm. Kyogai, who was taking a leisurely afternoon nap, was startled awake by Muzan's movements. He groggily turned over and got up from the tatami mat, only to see a giant demon king standing right in front of him. He immediately became alert. It had been decades since they last met, and suddenly he appeared before him. Let's go. Seeing him awake, Muzan grabbed him out of bed and took him directly to Tamayo's house. Tamayo was also napping and was startled awake by the sight of this long unseen figure. She jumped in fright, seeing another demon being held by Muzan, who was standing outside the window, looking at her leisurely. Tamayo got up, put on her coat, opened the door, and looked at Muzan. Boss, what are you here for again? Muzan put down Yasuhiro Yanagisawa. You're studying too slowly, so I found you an assistant. Yasuhiro finally landed, adjusted his clothes, and smiled. Hi. Tamayo. Well, it's her problem. After decades, she still hasn't figured out why wisteria flowers harm and repel demons. Muzan, looking as if he had entrusted an important task, solemnly patted the shoulders of the two. Do your best. I have high hopes for you. Don't slack off. After saying this, he vanished from the spot. The effect of wisteria flowers on demons is at most to weaken them, poison them, and it cannot cause fatal damage. Moreover, since he is no longer afraid of sunlight, it actually won't stir up much trouble. Furthermore, Tamayo had once told him that if he was really afraid, he could eat wisteria flowers in advance. After a few years, he would naturally overcome it. Being optimistic, he might even not be afraid after just a few attempts. However, the process will be very painful. Muzan doesn't want to suffer for no reason, so let Tamayo lose her hair. The best assistants have all come to his side. How could that be wasted? After giving orders to the two, Muzan began to focus on another matter. One of his subordinates had already discovered a person suspected to be Kaneo. In the Edo area, there's a child who relies on his father, but the father is seriously ill and bedridden. The child survives by stealing and has been caught by the authorities many times and punished, but due to his young age, he hasn't been killed. If it weren't for Muzan's subordinate passing by and hearing the rumors, he wouldn't have been discovered. Looking at the description, it almost matches the experiences of Akaza during his human period as described in the original work. When Muzan rushed over, the child had already gained a notorious reputation for stealing things everywhere and was branded with the mark of sinner. Muzan quickly gathered a lot of information without much effort. The child is indeed named Kiba Osamu. That guy lives right here. What do you want with him? Kiba Osamu's neighbor pointed to his house, looking at Muzan with curiosity. Muzan smiled. I'm a doctor. I heard there's a child whose father is seriously ill. All right, really overflowing with kindness. The man muttered something, shook his head, and left. Another passerby came by, and, seeing that this stranger seemed to be looking for Kobayashi, approached with a worried expression, clearly not having heard Muzan's earlier words. Hello? Are you here to see that child, Kobayashi? Muzan looked strangely at the approaching old woman. What's wrong? The old woman sighed, instinctively thinking that Muzan was here to demand something because he had been robbed, and advised. That child's father is seriously ill and has been trying to find ways to earn money to buy medicine for his father. He is also a pitiful person, so please don't blame him too much. Muzan understood what she meant. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I just want to see if I can treat your father. The old woman sighed in relief upon hearing this, and hurriedly led Muzan to the Kobayashi family home. Pushing the door open, the courtyard was empty. And through the half-open wooden door, they could see a man leaning against the wall, coughing violently. The old woman quickly went over to pour him a glass of water and introduced, he is a doctor, and he specifically came to see you. The man's coughing finally stopped, and he weakly looked at Muzan. Muzan nodded slightly, as a form of greeting, and moved closer to examine the situation. He had learned quite a bit of medical knowledge from Tamayo and Yoshiro, and with their memories, he was capable of treating illnesses. Moreover, Yoshiro's ability was primarily focused on healing. After a thorough examination, Muzan could roughly confirm that it was just bronchitis, but due to prolonged neglect and lack of money for medication, it had become severe, making treatment difficult. It wasn't particularly hard. Muzan could solve it with a single treatment. However, for his own purposes, Muzan decided to talk to Koma about it first. After the old woman left, Koma quickly returned home with a small bag of medicine. At this time, Koma's clothes were made from rough, gray-brown rags, almost resembling a piece of cloth that had been stitched together a few times, with a black cloth tied around his waist to secure the garment. His clothes were full of patches, the edges already frayed, and the black cloth around his waist was tattered. The cloth wrapped around his wooden sandals showed signs of having been repaired several times. Bruises from beatings were visible on his wrists, ankles, and around his neck. His short black hair was somewhat messy, but despite holding the medicine, Koma wore a bright smile. When he saw the stranger sitting in the room, his first reaction was one of caution. Muzan revealed a gentle smile. Hello, I'm the doctor. Upon hearing this, Saburo sighed in relief, but then hesitated, wanting to ask the doctor to take a good look at his father and treat him, yet fearing he wouldn't be able to afford the payment. Muzan continued, I want to treat your father, and I won't charge any fees. But I need to talk to you alone. Muzan hopes to turn Kaneo into a demon, but he won't force him to do so. His current actions are more out of pity for the characters in the original work. He feels that since he has come to this world, he should help those characters he felt sorry for in his previous life while watching Demon Slayer. Closing the bedroom door, Muzan looked at Kaneo in the yard and said, I just diagnosed your father. His illness is merely bronchitis. The treatment shouldn't be difficult, but because it has been delayed for too long. Kaneo, hearing this, hurriedly asked, Is there a way to treat it? Muzan nodded. Okay, but it's a bit troublesome. As long as I can treat my father, it's worth it no matter what. The young Kobashi, only in his teens, stood in front of Muzan and said anxiously, I will find a way, no matter how much it costs. Muzan smiled and said, Don't worry, you don't need to pay. I can prepare the medicinal materials. Kaneo's expression changed in surprise, and then he asked, So, what do you need me to do? Muzan shook his head. Right now, I just want to help you. Maybe in the future, I'll need your assistance. Kaneo was momentarily stunned. What? Muzan looked at him with confusion. Kabutsuji raised his head to look at Muzan and repeated, Why do you want to help me? Muzan patted his head, Because I want to help you. I will bring the herbs tomorrow. You must take good care of your father tonight. Muzan smiled as he stroked his head. Hey, it feels pretty nice to touch your head, little Koban. Thank you. Koban looked at Muzan's figure gradually walking away and shouted towards him. He didn't know if he heard it. Muzan had his subordinates buy the medicinal herbs he needed, and then he browsed some shops, purchasing clothes and snacks. In the morning, he prepared these items and also bought some breakfast to take with him. Standing at the door of the Kobayashi household, Muzan knocked on the door. Kobayashi, who had woken up early, had prepared breakfast, but due to poverty, it was just some rice soup. More accurately, boiled rice water, served with a few wild vegetables. Hearing Muzan's knock, he ran excitedly to open the door after waiting for a long time. When he saw Muzan standing at the door with a large bag of items, he felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Catching a glimpse of the food in Muzan's other hand and smelling its aroma, Kobayashi couldn't help but swallow hard. Muzan couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. He walked into the room, casually placed the fragrant breakfast on the floor, opened the package. took out the prepared medicinal herbs, and looked at Kameno. Where's the kitchen? Although Kameno was quite envious and puzzled by the various foods and clothes packed in Muzan's bundle, he didn't dare to touch anything and led Muzan to the kitchen. Muzan glanced at the situation and began to prepare the medicine. In the kitchen, as the medicine was simmering, he noticed Kaneo, who was eyeing the breakfast he had bought but didn't dare to touch. He walked over, opened a package of breakfast, and handed it to Kaneo. Want to try? Kaneo looked at the steaming and fragrant food, topped with meat and vegetable sauce he had never tasted before. He raised his head to look at Muzan's smiling face. Really for me? Of course, go ahead. Thank you. Can I let my father have a few bites? Kaneo took the food but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he asked Muzan, I prepared a portion for your father as well. Muzan replied, unwrapping another breakfast package, which was steaming, along with a sealed container of hot porridge. Your father is sick and shouldn't eat this. This one is easier to digest. Thank you. After finishing breakfast, the medicine was also ready. Muzan watched as Kaneo carried the medicine to his father, saw him drink it, and then went to wash the dishes and utensils. Kaneo's father, observing his son's busy figure, turned to the kind person sitting on the tatami and, with great effort, got up to kneel before Muzan. Thank you. Muzan didn't stop him, which instead made the person receiving help feel a bit more comfortable. He waved his hand. It's nothing, just helping you out. Go ahead and lie back down. As Komenji tidied up the kitchen, Muzan took out the clothes and snacks from the package and placed them in front of him. These clothes are for you and your father. Don't steal any more in the future. Your father wouldn't want to rely on taking others' money to survive, would he? Komenji couldn't help but lower his head. He felt grateful, but also thought that someone like him, a sinner, didn't deserve it. Muzan wouldn't say any inspirational quotes. Someone will heal him in the future, so he doesn't need to worry. In the following days, Muzan settled here, preparing medicine every day and subtly giving treatment to Kaneo's father from time to time. Kaneo would take Muzan's money to buy groceries or cook for them. After all, it was impossible for Muzan to cook. A month later, Kaneo's father's condition improved, and his health got better day by day. By now, he rarely coughed anymore. Kaneo had also grown accustomed to Muzan's presence. Busy with buying groceries, cooking, and tidying up, he felt hopeful about life as he watched his father's condition improve. A year passed quickly, and his father's illness was finally cured. Muzan finished the breakfast made by Kamaji and looked at Kamaji's father, who had already started tidying up and preparing to find work. He turned to the two of them. Your illness is already improved. I should take my leave now. This money can help you get through this period. Just as Kamaji was about to clear the table, he froze for a moment. Are you leaving? Muzan smiled and patted his head. We will meet again in the future, and perhaps I will need your help with something. You must work hard. Kobayashi nodded vigorously. However, he felt mostly sad inside. He didn't believe that someone like him could be of any help to Muzan, and he felt unworthy of the kindness Muzan had shown him over the past year. Yet, he was very grateful for Muzan's assistance. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi's father hurried over and knelt down on the ground. Muzan didn't know if Kaneo would encounter Shinobu again in the future, but it felt like that elusive narrative force might bring them together. However, these matters were no longer important. What mattered was that the Demon Slayer Corps had finally discovered Muzan's residence. On that day, Muzan had just returned home when he noticed a circle of people gathered at his doorstep, and inside the house, there were people everywhere, all wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. No way, this was giving him a headache. As for the crowd outside, they had long been dispersed. Muzan couldn't bear to leave behind the books and collections he had accumulated over dozens or even hundreds of years, and he was momentarily torn about whether to flee or not. In the end, he chose to confront them head-on. What a joke. He was Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon King. How could he be scared off by a group of demon slayers? Besides, being unable to be killed, why should he fear them? He would attack directly. All of them were demons now. Who could possibly be his opponent? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also taken aback when they saw Muzan appear, quickly drawing their Nichiren blades and rushing forward without a second thought. Muzan directly unleashed all his whips. The ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members didn't even have a chance to get close. If they approached, they would be injured by the aftermath of the battle. Even the Hashira-level demon hunters could at most hold them off, but they couldn't inflict any damage at all. What a joke. Even the ceiling couldn't cause him substantial harm. And this group of weaklings thought they could hurt him? Muzan played with them effortlessly, showing no intention of going all out against this group. The four Hashira-level demon slayers felt as if Muzan was toying with them like a cat with a mouse, and their desperate attacks couldn't even scratch him. At this moment, Muzan's combat power had surpassed that in the original work, and in the original story, he was defeated after being burdened with who knows how many layers of debuffs. Now, Muzan was in his prime. He was simply not something ordinary people could deal with. Muzan doesn't understand who gave the courage of the Tsujikuni family to come and provoke him after finding his address. This generation of the Demon Slayer Corps leader is not very capable. At this moment, at the Tsujikuni residence, the funeral of the previous leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, who died due to a curse, had just concluded. The young new leader, filled with hatred towards Muzan and a determination to kill him, learned of Muzan's whereabouts. Even though he saw no possibility of killing that evil demon in his visions of the future, the young man refused to give up. After 100 years, he finally discovered that guy's location. How could he let it slip away? Because of that evil demon, the Tsujikuni family has suffered from curses for generations, and his father had just passed away not long ago. How could he stay calm? The grief over the leader's death deepened the hatred of the Demon Slayer Corps members towards Muzan. Thus, a group of people rushed over in a fit of passion. However, the Tsujikuni leader, who was always paying attention to the battlefield situation, finally realized his foolishness after learning the circumstances through the messenger crow. Acting solely on impulse would make the Demon Slayer Corps members bear a heavy price. Muzan was surprised to find that in this generation of Hashira, there was a user of sun breathing. Is he the grandson of Yoriichi? Impressive. However, although his grandson inherited the powerful genes of the Tsujikuni family, he was far from Yoriichi's level. Muzan remarked, just a drizzle, feeling bored. He kicked one of the Hashira away, and although he held back some strength, it was enough to inflict significant damage. Then he grabbed another Hashira and threw him high into the air, causing him to crash to the ground, rendered powerless. Seeing this, the last two remaining Hashira roared and charged at him, but Muzan easily blocked their blades with his whip, swatted one aside, and slammed him to the ground. Only Yoriichi's grandson was left. Considering that if Yoriichi becoming a demon was known, it might affect the young man, Muzan chose not to mention it. Instead, he bound him with his whip and, ignoring his struggles, patted his head. Tell Ubuyashiki not to disturb me. He can't afford the price of being so willful. With that, he tossed him aside and leisurely walked back into the house to start packing his things. What a joke. The enemy already knows his home address. Why stay here? Better to move out early. After all, if he wants a house, he can just have Yoshizawa find him one. The Demon Slayer Corps members could only watch in resentment as the Demon King calmly gathered his belongings and left. They were furious. It's a pity for Muzan, after all. He has lived for dozens or even hundreds of years, and he does have some feelings. It's necessary to let Murayama Masahito and Murayama Yoshiko operate a bit and stir up the Demon Slayer Corps. They should not be allowed to carry swords privately, cracking down on civilian armed organizations and the like. The shogunate is filled with his people. Muzan still can't deal with the Demon Slayer Corps, but as long as he doesn't ruthlessly kill the Tsujikuni family, the Demon Slayer Corps won't disappear. Not to mention that Muzan wouldn't go after the memories of his birth family in the eyes of the worthless boss. He also wouldn't strike down a family that has suffered so much. So, for the time being, he really has no way to deal with the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps can help Muzan kill some of the half-demons, which isn't completely useless. It can also provide job opportunities for Yoriichi's grandson, Sarcasm, at the Tsujikuni residence. 3 severely injured Hashira and 1 lightly injured Hashira, along with several ordinary demon hunters affected by the incident, were sent over, lying in a row of beds. The young head of the Tsujikuni family visited the injured due to his impulsiveness and learned of Muzan's warning, falling into guilt. The only relief was that, fortunately, no one died in this operation. Although it was a good thing, he sensed something was off and began to browse through the family's records. After a day of research, Tsujikuni was astonished to find that since over 100 years ago, during every attempt to hunt down the Demon King, there had been almost no casualties, at most just severe injuries. Why? In the future he envisioned, there was no opportunity to slay Muzan. Perhaps the task handed to him could only be to do his utmost to pass down this task and create opportunities to slay the Demon King in the future. 3 years later, on a warm afternoon, Muzan passed through Edo and took the opportunity to visit KG. Strangely, after knocking on the door for a long time, no one came to open it, until an old man nearby shouted at him, "Are you here to see KG?" Muzan turned around and nodded. Is he not at home? That child was taken away by the people from the Sorya dojo. What about his father? Muzan asked. The old man replied, his father went fishing and won't be back until evening. If you're looking for Kaneo, you can check the Sorya dojo. Thank you. Muzan expressed his gratitude and went to find a nearby Suliu Taoist temple. It seemed that Koma had already encountered Master Keizo in Renshue. Passing through this area, it became more prosperous, with many Taoist temples opened. The Suliu Taoist temple occupied a considerable area and was also very prominent, so Muzan found it without much effort. At that moment, the Suliu Taoist temple appeared somewhat desolate, with fallen yellow leaves outside. Compared to other temples, there were sounds of fighting and conversation coming from inside, and there were recruitment advertisements at the entrance. Occasionally, someone would pass by, which made the Suliu Taoist temple stand out a bit. When the people from other temples saw Muzan, they thought he was there to learn martial arts and excitedly gathered around to recruit him. The Suliu Taoist temple has no students. Come to our place. Their place is just like that. Come to our swordsmanship temple. Muzan looked a bit annoyed. His expression not looking good. Get lost. He released a trace of his aura, instantly startling the group of people who had come over, waving flyers and shouting loudly, causing them to scatter in fear. He muttered to himself, if you don't want to look, then don't. Why are you cursing? Really terrifying. Muzan was really annoyed with these guys. After getting away, he headed straight to the Suliu dojo and knocked on the empty door. Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard from inside. Creaking, the door was opened, and the person who opened it was taken aback upon seeing Muzan outside, followed by a face full of surprise. Doctor? Muzan had a smile on his face, and at this moment, Kaneo had grown a bit taller, wearing a white kimono, though his appearance had not changed much. As I passed by, I came to see you. How have you been lately? Upon hearing this, Kaneo couldn't help but think of his master, Kuai's, and Rinka, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He awkwardly scratched his head and turned to glance at Rinka, who was peeking at the two from behind the door. Muzan saw this, moved a little closer, and patted his shoulder. Hey, you found a girlfriend? No. Kamita quickly stepped back, waving his hands in a panic. Rinjaku is Master Keizo's daughter. I'm just helping Master Keizo take care of Rinjaku. Oh. Muzan ambiguously replied, well, come in for a cup of tea. It's already evening. Muzan shook his head. No need. I have other matters to attend to, just passing by to check on you. But let me give you a warning. Be careful of the nearby dojos. Don't get poisoned. Komaji was taken aback. What do you mean? He knew that other dojos had always looked down on them, but poisoning? They can't deal with you and your master, but poisoning is still possible. Take good care of Rinshua, especially at critical moments. Don't let your guard down. Muzan explained a bit and then said, all right, I take my leave. Muzan left, and Koma's gaze followed his silhouette as it cast a long shadow under the sunset, gradually disappearing, before he slowly closed the door. In his eyes, this doctor, whose name he had not known for a year, was quite mysterious. He had kindly helped him and left after treating his father. After 3 years, he suddenly reappeared. Although Koma had never mentioned Rinshue's name, it was as if the doctor knew everything, leaving behind a few reminders before hurriedly departing. He seemed like an incarnation of a deity, coming and going in haste. Was it truly the divine feeling pity for him, coming to help him? Koma couldn't figure it out, but he remembered Muzan's words. Be careful of other dojos, protect Rinshue, and beware of being poisoned. Years later, Koma was 18. That night, under a sky full of fireworks, Rinshue confessed her feelings to Koma. He immediately stopped hesitating and confessed to Rinshue. He would become stronger than anyone else and protect her for a lifetime. The full moon, the starry sky, and the blooming fireworks framed their figures and confessions, witnessing the moment. A few days later, Koma wanted to return home to inform his father of this news. But just as he was about to head back, the doctor's warning about being poisoned kept appearing in his mind. Koma seemed to understand something. As he stepped out of the dojo, he hurriedly turned back and shouted, Rinshue, Master Keizo, let's go to my house together. Rinshue, who was preparing to cook, turned around and smiled at the returning Koma. Sure. In the evening, Koma's father joined them at the Suliu dojo to start preparing for the wedding. However, upon returning to the Suliu dojo, they found several dead birds collapsed in front of the well and a sparrow floating in the ladle used for drawing water. Koma's pupils constricted as he rushed over. Swallowing hard, he grabbed a bird pecking at the wall and made it drink the well water. The three looked on in confusion as the bird swiftly died on the spot. They all understood. Someone had poisoned the well. Rinshue looked terrified. If Koma hadn't insisted on bringing them along, she and her father might have already drunk the poison water and died. Unable to contain himself, Koma threw down the ladle and shouted, It must be the nearby dojo. I'm going to find them. Rinshue grasped Koma's hand and looked up at his face. Don't be impulsive. Koma's face was filled with anger. They almost killed you. Master Keizo pressed down on Koma's shoulder, his expression serious. Let's investigate first, then hand it over to the enforcement office. Koma, feeling reluctant, nodded through gritted teeth. The next day, the people from the Kenjutsu dojo discovered that those from the Suliu dojo were safe and immediately realized they had been exposed, but did not panic. They simply did not cause any more trouble. A few days later, Koma and Rinshue held their wedding. A week later, they found solid evidence and reported the Kenjutsu Dojo to the enforcement office. However, unexpectedly, the Kenjutsu Dojo turned the tables. The enforcement office also directly denied Koma's evidence, issuing punishment without hesitation, demanding that the Suliya Dojo surrender their dojo as compensation to the Kenjutsu Dojo or face imprisonment. Koma couldn't hold back anymore. Erupting in anger and kicking an official in the face, "I'll kill you! Help! Someone grab him! You mad dog!" The official was knocked over by the kick, struggling and shouting, and chaos ensued. In the end, Koma and Master Keizo left the enforcement office looking somewhat disheveled, with several cuts on their arms. They returned to the Suliya Dojo, hesitant to open the door, standing outside and glancing at each other. What to do? They had impulsively attacked the enforcement office personnel. They would definitely be sentenced to prison. This was a disaster. The four of them ran away. Just as the two were in despair, the door creaked open. Rinshue looked at the two outside with a puzzled expression. "Why are you standing out there?" The two struggled to speak, and in the end, Keizo explained the whole situation. After hearing the entire story, Rinshue felt both angry and worried. But the sound of footsteps behind her reminded Rinshue that there were guests at home. Muzan and Koma's father saw that Rinshue went out to open the door and hadn't returned, so he came out to check. Koma was startled to see Muzan's figure. "Doctor? I heard you talking outside. What happened?" Muzan asked. Kyuzu had also heard Komachi mention the many doctors who had helped him. But what puzzled Kyuzu was that this doctor seemed too young, right? According to Komachi's description, he should be at least in his 30s or 40s. But he looked about the same age as Komachi. Komachi recounted the situation to Muzan and his father, and then worriedly said to Muzan, "Doctor, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, when Enforcement Bureau comes to capture us, you will definitely be implicated. That damned Enforcement Bureau, in collusion with the Sword Dojo, given their nature, once they discover you are familiar with him, they will not let you go. In a place like this, how to convict someone completely depends on the mood of the law enforcers." Muzan, seemingly unconcerned, simply nodded and thoughtfully said, "I see. You don't need to worry. I can handle it." The impression that Kiba had of Muzan made him subconsciously believe that Muzan could indeed deal with the matter, even though it seemed absurd when he thought about it. Having lived for hundreds of years, Muzan had lost interest in showing off and making a spectacle of himself, and just informed Yoshikazu Yanagisawa about the situation, leaving it to him to handle. This place wasn't too remote, so Yanagisawa could still manage it. After 3 days of anxious waiting by the four, news came that almost all personnel in the executive office had been dismissed and exiled due to greed and bribery. The Sword Dojo was shut down because the owner had been arrested for bribery and the dojo was prohibited from operating. Muzan stayed at the Soryudo Temple for a few days. After hearing the news, Kabutsuji rushed in front of Muzan in surprise and told him about it. "Doctor, how did you manage that?" "It was just my friend who helped." Muzan couldn't stand their overly respectful attitude after just a few days and hurriedly left. They all felt that Muzan had done them a great favor and wished they could dedicate themselves to him, treating him as an esteemed guest. Muzan said, "Subway, elderly, mobile phone." As time passed, Kaneo inherited the Soryu Dojo, which took in a few students and gradually began to thrive. Kaneo's father and Keizo also could not withstand the passage of time and passed away one after another. Watching their children find happiness, they left peacefully. Another decade later, the frail Koyuki approached the end of her life. Kaneo stayed by one of his children's side at Koyuki's bedside, watching her slowly close her eyes and her breathing fade away. His child also inherited the dojo, and Kaneo, being in good health, was still fit in his 40s. Having lived a fulfilling life, the only thing he found hard to let go of was the debt of gratitude he owed to the doctor who once helped him. Not knowing where the doctor was now. Was he still alive? Kaneo suddenly wanted to seek out the doctor while he was still able to move. Decades passed, and the once powerful Demon Slayer Corps, which had flourished due to the appearance of Yuichiro, fell into silence. When the last Demon Slayer with markings died, the strength of the Corps fell into another low. Ironically, although Muzan Kibutsuji had been living under the sun for decades, the Demon Slayer Corps still believed that demons could only appear at night. Additionally, for reasons unknown, the authorities had implemented several measures to suppress civilian martial organizations, further constricting the living space of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, thanks to the prophetic abilities of the Tsujikuni family, their economic management remained unaffected, and the financial support for the Demon Slayer Corps had not changed. The Demon Slayer Corps had yet to realize that what they were now fighting against was not Muzan and his demons, but rather the half-demons, which were significantly similar to demons, but of lower intelligence. On a scorching summer day, a cool breeze blew by. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, forcing pedestrians on the street to be few and far between. 6 demon slayers were not dressed in the Corps uniform, their Nichiren swords hidden beneath their wide haori. A passerby, holding a sunshade and with somewhat pale skin, hurriedly approached. The demon slayers called out to the passerby, "Hello, can I ask where the Inishin forest is?" The passerby stopped, glanced at them, and pointed toward the distant mountains. "That's it." After saying that, the passerby hurriedly walked away. "Thank you." The demon slayers expressed their gratitude to the passerby's back and hurried toward the indicated direction. The passerby suddenly stopped, looked back at their figures, shook his head, and continued on his way. The passerby was Muzan. Although he was no longer afraid of the sunlight, the scorching heat of the summer sun was like poison, making his head dizzy without an umbrella. As for the purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan naturally knew. The Inishin forest was where a half-demon had appeared in a small grove, which he had just dealt with. The Demon Slayer Corps was destined to make a wasted trip. Speaking of which, he had noticed that the demon slayers he encountered recently were getting weaker and weaker. He had come out after hearing that Kaneo was looking for him, thinking it would be good to get some fresh air after being cooped up for decades and to see what changes had occurred. He also wanted to find Kaneo. He wondered where that child was now. He should be in his 40s, hopefully. When he found Kaneo, he would still be alive. Considering Kaneo's exceptionally strong physique, Muzan felt there should be no issues. As evening approached, Muzan arrived at the Soryu dojo. Everything had changed. He knocked on the door, and after a few seconds, a child ran over to open it. "What do you need? Is Kaneo here?" The child was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly shouted toward the dojo, "Father, someone is here looking for Grandpa." Muzan was invited into the room, where a cup of tea was reluctantly placed in front of him. The tea leaves slowly settled at the bottom of the cup, with only a few floating on the surface. "Are you the doctor's child?" The man sitting across from Muzan asked eagerly. Muzan hadn't thought of being mistaken for someone else's son, but he accepted it. "Yes, what about Mr. Kiba? My father left home a year ago to search for your father. He told me that if someone came looking for him, they could head towards the setting sun." "Thank you." Muzan stood up and was about to take his leave. The man instinctively wanted to keep him from leaving, but seeing that Muzan had no intention of staying longer, he didn't say anything more. Muzan picked up the paper umbrella he had placed at the door, opened it, and raised it, his silhouette growing more distant. A few days later, Muzan traveled west and arrived in a bustling town, where he checked into a hotel. To his surprise, he encountered members of the Demon Slayer Corps by the roadside again. However, Muzan knew that there were no demons nearby, nor had he spotted any half-demons. He couldn't possibly be exposed, could he? At that moment, the 3 demon hunters were at a ramen shop by the roadside, each having ordered a bowl of ramen and waiting for their meal. Muzan, out of curiosity, also ordered a bowl of ramen and approached the demon hunters. "Hello." The demon hunters consisted of a girl and 2 boys. Hearing Muzan seemingly talking to them, one of the taller boys looked over and said, "Hello." Muzan curiously asked, "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" The demon hunter nodded, a wary expression on his face. "What is the matter? As long as he reports them, they'll be knocked out. The authorities have invested a lot of money to suppress civilian armed organizations, and those who report individuals carrying knives privately can receive 300 bags of rice, based on a rice economy. This amount is equivalent to half a year's income for a samurai. Therefore, during this period, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps have also become fearful of being reported." Muzan saw their vigilant expressions and understood the situation, quickly saying, "I won't report you. I just want to ask, has a ghost appeared nearby?" The demon hunter breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "We received reports that there have been mysterious deaths in the area, and we suspect there might be a ghost. But it could also be human-related." "I see." As they spoke, the ramen was ready, and the demon hunters took the bowls handed to them by the owner, including one from Muzan. To be honest, it was quite delicious. After bidding farewell to the demon hunters, Muzan continued to search for Koma, strolling around. As night fell, in the bustling area, Muzan suddenly felt something pressing against his back. He then realized that someone was holding a knife against him. That person grabbed Muzan's wrist and whispered a threat. "Don't scream. Come with me." Muzan also cooperated, following the person who was grabbing him as they walked. The surrounding environment became increasingly desolate, and the two left the city, arriving at a dilapidated abandoned house. Hearing their footsteps, a few more people emerged from the broken house. Through the cracks in the door and the broken windows, Muzan saw the corpses lying inside the ruined house. Hand over the money. Muzan is an outsider from elsewhere, and he spends money extravagantly all day long. Plus, he has no weapons on him and doesn't look capable of resisting, which is normal to attract attention. He seems to be targeted for robbery and then to have his body disposed of, although there's no need to eat people anymore. The opportunity is right in front of him. Moments later, help! Help! Don't kill me! A monster! The last robber, terrified and trembling as he crawls on the ground, frantically crying and trying to escape, is swallowed in one bite. Muzan's arms transform back to their original state. Glancing at the 3 demon slayers trembling behind the wall, and pretended not to see them as he walked away. After a long time, he tasted the familiar flavor again, and his mood was still quite good. However, he needed to remind Muruoka Masahito and Maruoka Yoshiko to improve the social atmosphere and develop the economy. It's not good to have someone getting robbed on the way. Muzan has a keen intuition and quickly finds Kibutsuji. Just as he expected, while walking through the bustling city, he is called by a surprised voice. Doctor! Muzan turned his head to the side and saw a figure, slightly aged, looking at him with a cold expression of surprise. There were even tears glistening in the person's eyes, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Kabazaki? Muzan tentatively asked. That aged figure, dressed in grayish-brown clothes, with grayish-white mixed in his black hair, still maintained his familiar hairstyle. It's really you. Kaneo excitedly rushed through the crowd, almost running over. Muzan brought Kamenu to a restaurant, poured tea, and smiled. I've been looking for you for a while. Kamenu, who was over 40, smiled like a child in front of the seemingly 20-year-old Muzan. I want to repay your kindness in this lifetime. As soon as Kamenu finished speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, quickly approaching. In an instant, 3 people rushed into the restaurant, wielding knives. Demon, get away from here. He's a demon. The demon hunters shouted, raising their knives to attack. Muzan instantly felt his enthusiasm dampen as he looked at Kamenu beside him. When he saw the doctor who looked exactly the same as he did years ago, he already had his suspicions. At that moment, watching the panicked crowd flee, the doctor showed no signs of fear on his face as the demon slayer raised his sword and charged at Muzan. He confirmed it. A demon slayer grabbed his wrist, trying to pull Kamenu away, and shouted loudly, "This guy is a demon. Run!" Muzan stood up, blocking the sun blade with one hand, and looked at Kaneo, who was being held by the demon slayer by the wrist, with no trace of fear on his face, unwilling to leave. His mood instantly improved a lot, and he smiled, saying, "Do you want to become a demon?" Kaneo nodded firmly. The demon slayer, seeing this, although unclear about the specific situation, could clearly tell that this guy wanted to become a demon. Without hesitation, he raised the blade and struck directly at the 2 of them. Demon extermination. Muzan grabbed the Nicaran blade and suddenly applied force. Crack! The hard Nicaran blade broke apart. Then he kicked a child. Stop messing around. Retracting his gaze, Muzan's nails grew longer, and amidst Kaneo's slightly tense expression, one nail pierced in. Pain! Kaneo never expected that becoming a demon would be so painful before he transformed. And why did it have to be through the head? The 3 demon slayers watched helplessly as a demon was born, but after being kicked in the abdomen, they couldn't get up and glared fiercely at Muzan. Seeing this scene, they realized who this guy was. The demon king, Muzan Kibutsuji. The restored youthful Kaneo seemed to have regained a youthful mindset as he arrived in Infinity Castle with Muzan, curiously looking around. From now on, you'll be called Akaza, as a farewell to your former self. Akaza nodded. Okay, Muzan said. As a demon, I won't let you work yourself to death, but I have a request. Upon hearing this, Akaza's expression became serious, and he listened carefully to what Muzan would ask, determined to do his best. He must recognize all the characters. Akaza? What did you say? All right, I'll send you to Kokushibo to learn from him. Kokushibo, you really found me some work to do. I still need to practice my sword. From that day on, Akaza began his painful study period. Kokushibo didn't want to bother too much. He simply threw the books at him and didn't pay much attention, only checking occasionally to see how he was doing and addressing any accumulated problems. Akaza, I want to cry. Who knew that becoming a demon required literacy? After spending several years, Akaza finally passed Muzan's assessment. It was extremely painful. He thought that becoming a demon meant serving Muzan, and he wouldn't hesitate in whatever he was asked to do. After all, even though Muzan is the demon king, he left a good impression on him, and Akaza believed Muzan wouldn't do anything evil, wanting to repay him with infinite life. But he never expected that the first step to repaying him was learning to read. You could send me to fight, to brawl, even to kill. I've spent my whole life honing myself, and now you want me to study. It's truly heartbreaking. However, during these years, he didn't just learn to read. He also became proficient in blood demon art, destruction kill, strengthened his will to become stronger, and learned about some strange rules among demons. For example, Muzan likes others to call him boss. Of course, calling him Lord Muzan is also acceptable. Muzan likes to poke heads. Demons are not afraid of sunlight. So go out and bask in the sun boldly. It's fine if you don't eat people, just eat well. If there are half-demons that are not under Muzan's control, kill them upon encountering this kind. Soon, all demons receive a notice from Muzan. Muzan established some systems, although they are not very useful, at most. Those with special titles can be granted the right to create demons by Muzan. Apart from that, it's just a name, but it has stirred a competitive spirit among the demons. The first is the 12 Kizuki, divided into upper moons and lower moons, with 6 members each. Kokushibo ranks as upper moon 1, Akaza as upper moon 2, and the rest can apply to become part of the Infinity Castle. Once one becomes a part of the 12 Kizuki, they can be challenged at any time, initiating a battle for position. The loser will be replaced. Furthermore, Kagaya Yoriichi is given the title of the ceiling. Kagaya Yoriichi. Muzan, do you have a serious illness? There is also the establishment of the Star Kizuki, particularly for powerful supporting members. Tamayo, Neikime, Yashiro, Murayama Yoshiko, and Murayama Masahito are bestowed with the title of Star Kizuki. In fact, Kagaya Yoriichi, Kokushibo, and Tamayo do not really want to play along with Muzan, but they still give him some face. Muzan, then I should thank you. In any case, the system among the demons has been improved by now. However, considering that Tamayo and Yashiro are still busy tinkering with the wisteria flowers, and everyone else has their own matters to attend to, Muzan didn't make a big fuss to summon all the list members to Infinity Castle for a boring meeting. Infinite City. Muzan pointed at Akaza, who had passed the cultural assessment, and lectured the unwilling to learn Kyojetsu. Look at him. After studying for a few years, he can recognize all the characters. How come you, 100-year-old demon, can't make things easier for me? Kyojetsu looked like a student being scolded by the teacher, lowering his head and remaining silent. Muzan could see that he had realized his mistakes, but was stubborn and refused to change. So he decided not to waste any more time. He looked at Akaza and said, I'm leaving him to you. Teach him how to read. He then glared at Kyogai. If you can't read, don't even think about leaving Infinity Castle. To Neikime, he added, use your illusion techniques to teach him a lesson. Neikime nodded. After giving his orders, Muzan left Infinity Castle, leaving Akaza and Kyogai staring at each other. Akaza was confused, after years of hard work to learn all the characters. Now he had to struggle to teach someone else. He, the troublemaker, Kyogai, scratched his head and looked at Akaza awkwardly. Muzan has always been troubled by a very small number of individuals who refuse to elevate the overall knowledge level of the demons. And Kyojetsu Chu is the hardest one to deal with. Now he has thrown this task to Akaza, letting him struggle to teach. To be honest, he is the only one left. As long as he learns to read, the literacy level among demons will be declared complete. It's a relief for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. At this moment, in the room arranged by Naki, Kyojetsu Chu is sharing common knowledge among demons with Akaza. Muzan is actually quite timid. While speaking, he cautiously looked around to confirm that Muzan was too lazy to pay attention to him, then boldly started to complain. Sharing experiences with newcomers. As long as you confirm that he hasn't noticed, you can boldly criticize him, but I've already been beaten several times. I don't know what his problem is, insisting that I learn to read. As he spoke, it seemed he remembered the pain of being hit on the head by Muzan, and he touched his own head. He always pretends to be gentle, but he actually strikes hard, and he is also not serious. The atmosphere among demons has been led astray by him. Akaza also showed some interest. Putting down the book, he wasn't really interested in to listen to him. Akaza's reaction further stimulated his interest in talking. Let me tell you, if you're short on money, you can ask Naki or Shizuka Asanuma. Naki can communicate with all demons and also helps the boss manage the money. But I must warn you, if you ask for too much, you'll get beaten, so it's better to earn your own money. Speaking of his own dark history, Kyojetsu Chu was also unreserved. Decades ago, I asked Naki for too much money and got beaten by both Naki and Muzan, so I started earning my own money. They are really too stingy. Speaking of Naki, he added, by the way, if you encounter danger in the future and can't win, just shout for Naki to save you, and she will teleport you to Infinity City. However, the boss said it's better to break through the limits. That way you won't have to worry about getting your head chopped off. And there's more. Kyojetsu Chu was getting into it, finally finding a demon patient enough to listen to him share his experiences, and he opened the floodgates, speaking enthusiastically. Suddenly, he realized that Akaza's expression was a bit off. His voice abruptly stopped, and he stiffly turned his head to look behind him, forcing out a smile that was harder to bear than crying. "Boss, did you hear everything?" Muzan smiled and said, "What do you think?" Then, Akaza saw Muzan punch and explode his companion's head, which quickly recovered, smiling at Muzan as he disappeared. Akaza couldn't help but gasp. He still couldn't adapt to the atmosphere among demons. Why do they randomly explode heads? His impression of Muzan was shattered. "Doesn't it hurt?" Kyujiro Mugen touched his newly grown head and replied, "It's fine. Demons have a low sensitivity to pain. It only hurts when struck by a Nickerin blade or a blood demon art, or when absorbing the boss's blood. Now that's truly painful. Generally, losing a head or an arm only feels a little strange." "Akaza, no wonder you've been beaten so many times and still haven't changed at all." But Akaza asked, "Why did you suddenly become Upper Moon too? I don't think I'm weak. Why can't I do it? How about we have a fight?" However, Kyujiro Mugen, who didn't have strong combat power and had a very long precast for his blood demon art, was instantly defeated by Akaza. Muzan discovered a suspicious character in the fishing village, a quirky little guy who engages in bizarre art, always torturing fish and sticking their corpses to pots. Moreover, his parents both died during the fishing process. Muzan knows about Yuhua, just like Hantenko, and there's nothing particularly moving about him. However, this is his opportunity to verify the existence of plot power. After all, he is also a key character in the original work, being an Upper Moon. If he doesn't turn Yuhua into a demon, will plot power make him a demon? In the following period, he casually stopped Yuhua from killing a child who mocked him. However, he also witnessed that child getting beaten up by Yuhua. Then, Muzan noticed a half-demon appear. With a clear target, it headed straight for Yuhua, hiding behind a house. Muzan saw the half-demon cut open its wrist, bleeding to let the beaten-up Yuhua drink. This basically confirmed for Muzan that the so-called plot power does exist. Muzan definitely won't just watch as the half-demon leaves in front of him, while also testing the strength of the plot's power. Muzan suddenly charged out, and the whip behind him instantly pierced into the half-demon's body. The half-demon clearly didn't expect that a dignified demon king like Muzan would sneakily hide behind the house to ambush him. Caught off guard, he was directly pierced through. Muzan did not bring a Nickerin blade. Even as a half-demon, he was actually born from his blood. Although he was out of control, Muzan still had the ability to kill. His arm transformed into a giant mouth, and, right in front of the newly turned demon, Tamayo, he swallowed her whole. Tamayo watched helplessly as her savior was eaten, terrified and crawling away in panic, crying out for help, tears streaming down her face. However, at that moment, Tamayo had just transformed into a demon, so she was not very strong. Muzan quickly caught up to her and swallowed her in a single bite amidst her terrified gaze and screams. This Tamayo actually had intelligence. Moreover, the other half-demon that Muzan had just eaten also had intelligence. It's worth noting that most of the half-demons he encountered were just fools with nothing in their heads. But Tamayo, against the odds, was intelligent. This half-demon seemed more like a tool of plot power. However, this mysterious force clearly lacked self-awareness and only adjusted based on changes. At most predicting a little ahead, but that was just at the level of artificial stupidity. Its form resembled the so-called fate, but even more powerless. Moreover, it seemed that the more it was related to Tanjiro and the final outcome, the greater its influence. But also had to adhere to certain settings. If he deliberately changed things, the plot power would be of no use. Currently, the biggest influence was the appearance of half-demons, and it kept Muzan from discovering them, making the Demon Slayer Corps believe that the ones eating people were still Muzan's subordinates, thus maintaining the influx of fresh blood into the Demon Slayer Corps. However, Muzan knew that if he could deal with the so-called curse of the Kibutsuji family, he would solve the problem of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then take care of the half-demons. He didn't believe that the plot power could do anything more. After dealing with the half-demon issue, Muzan returned to the Infinity Castle and found that Nakheim was covering her eyes, solemnly advising Akaza. The rules set by the boss absolutely could not be violated, and they must never harm the innocent, or they would be fired, and it would be particularly tragic. As she spoke, she realized that Muzan had arrived and hurriedly shut her mouth. Holding a biwa, she returned to the high platform, knelt on the ground, and slightly nodded, as if nothing had happened. Muzan, you little shinobu have two faces, don't you? 1 year later, Infinite City, in the Mirror Moon, Qianyu presents the list of candidates for the Imperial examination, holding up this scroll high and waving it, running around crazily while shouting, "I am free. I passed. Ha 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 ha." Muzan pressed down on the head of the rushing Fan Jean in front of him. Calm down. Qianyu struggled for a while, but couldn't break free. So he stopped weakly, turned his head to look at Muzan, and then grinned. "Boss, can you let me go first?" Slap. Chinyu fell to the ground and hurriedly got up, saying seriously, "Boss, I also want to become one of the 12 Kizuki." Muzan can read the thoughts of demons. How could he not know what Kiyoshi is thinking? Isn't it just a desire to have some fun? Always wanting to join in, just purely a person who seeks amusement. To be honest, Kiyoshi's blood demon art is not combat-oriented, and with his strength, he is still not enough to be among the 12 Kizuki. However, in terms of support, he can be considered very strong. Although the casting time is long, the impact he can have is significant. Muzan thought for a moment and said, "Don't think about the 12 Kizuki. Hoshi can give you a position." Chinyu had only mentioned it casually and didn't expect Muzan to take him seriously. So he was a bit surprised. "Yay? Thank you, boss." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly gestured to Nakheim to quickly send him out, fearing that Muzan might change his mind. Nakheim glanced at her boss, lightly plucked the peep of strings, and with a soft sound, Chinyu was sent out. "Why do you require us to learn to read, Muzan-sama?" Although Akaza had gone through the most difficult process of learning to read, they still needed to keep studying according to Muzan's demands. Aren't they demons? Fierce and formidable, with a fearsome reputation and great strength. To this, Muzan naturally couldn't be bothered to explain. "Because I want to." "Akaza. Fine, you're the boss. You make the rules. By the way, since you don't have anything to do for now, go help Murayama Masahito. He's encountered some problems." Murayama Masahito and his group are already quite old. To conceal their identities as demons, they will disguise themselves as gradually aging over time. However, being in high positions for a long time inevitably causes some discontent. And with developments, some troublesome individuals have also posed some resistance. It would be just right for Akaza to go over and cooperate a bit, helping Murayama Masahito and his group transition to a new identity. Akaza had indeed heard about Murayama Masahito and Maruyama Yukiko over the past year, but he was just a fighter. How could he help them? However, he couldn't go against Muzan's orders, so he looked puzzled and asked Muzan-sama, "What do you need me to do?" Muzan waved his hand. "I don't know either, just ask Moroka Masahito when the time comes." After saying that, Nezuko understood Muzan's intention, and with a clang, Akaza was forcibly sent out, directly delivered near Moroka Masahito. Suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar environment, the gentle sunlight spilled onto the street. A few pedestrians hurried by, and magnificent buildings towered in front of him. Akaza looked up at the huge building and swallowed silently. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young woman ran out. After glancing around, she caught sight of Akaza and showed a delighted expression, quickly running over. "You must be Lord Akaza, right?" "Yes." Akaza instinctively replied, then realized that Muzan had already given instructions. The woman wore a professional smile. "Lord Maruoka is asking for you. Please follow me." She led him into the building and opened the door to a room. Inside sat an elderly man who smiled upon seeing him. After the woman left, the room became dimly lit. The old man got up to lock the door. "Please take a seat." As Akaza sat down, he said, "You are the Akaza that Lord Muzan mentioned, right?" "Yes." Akaza could sense the aura of a demon from the person in front of him. It was something quite mysterious. Humans might not be able to distinguish it, but as fellow demons, they could clearly feel it. Of course, it could also be Muzan's manipulation. Another 10 years passed in a flash. Muzan always felt that as he grew older, time seemed to pass more quickly. It felt like 10 years really just went by in the blink of an eye. But since he was immortal, it didn't matter to him. A few years had already gone by, and it was 1670. What made Muzan aware of the passage of time was the appearance of a new character, Doma. He never intended to turn Doma, a purely emotionless fun seeker, into a demon-like in the plot. But perhaps due to the power of the plot, that guy, Kaneo, encountered another fun seeker like him and felt an instant connection, like a match made in heaven. Doma, too, upon receiving Kaneo's invitation, did not consider demons to be a terrifying existence. Originally, he had inexplicably requested Muzan to let him become a demon in the plot, and now, facing the invitation, he naturally accepted with pleasure. One was willing to invite, and the other was willing to accept. It was a perfect match. Therefore, Muzan, who had not paid much attention to his subordinates, suddenly noticed that there was another demon. Upon closer inspection, oh, Doma, thinking back to memories from hundreds of years ago, before he crossed over, Muzan sorted through Doma's actions in the original work. Eating Kane, eating Shinobu, eating that damn pig. Thus, Doma and Kaneo were suddenly transported to Infinity Castle. Kaneo? Doma saw the famous demon king Kibutsuji Muzan and showed an obviously fake smile. Lord Muzan. Kaneo looked around and found Muzan standing on the railing, looking puzzled. Lord Muzan, is there something you need? Besides Nezuko and Muzan. It seemed like they were the only two in Infinity Castle. What did the boss want them to come over for? Muzan jumped down from the railing and landed in front of Kaneo and the curious Takedo. Can he read? Kaneo. How could Takedo, who has been known since childhood to communicate with deities and listen to people's complaints in the Eternal Paradise sect, not know how to read? Kaneo had already anticipated what Muzan was about to say, his face turning ashen as he listened to Muzan's sentencing. Teach him to read. He can leave the Infinite City once he has learned it all. Also, explain the rules to him. Don't make me clean up the mess. Watching the boss leave, Kaneo's expression was almost in tears, looking dejected as he slapped Takedo, who was showing a false smile beside him. We're done for. Whether we can be free depends on you. Takedo looked puzzled. Why does Lord Muzan want him to read? He is willing. Kaneo unhappily pouted. I told you. The boss is definitely not what you imagine. Muzan didn't pay much attention to those two. As for Tamayo, Muzan didn't know whether his twisted personality was simply due to a lack of emotions or a result of his experiences. After all, lacking emotions doesn't mean lacking wisdom. The influence of memories doesn't dissipate just because of emotions. At most, it just fades. But at this point, Tamayo was already 10 years old, having accepted the grievances of his followers and witnessed the deaths of his parents. Unconsciously, he had placed himself in a void, a position above others. And the so-called rescue was beginning to take shape. But it was just the beginning. The Tamayo who had not yet indulged in devouring humans was not yet irredeemable like in the original story. Even so, Muzan was not proficient in how to educate a misaligned child, especially since this guy didn't have much emotion. Forget it. Let Tamayo's situation unfold naturally. Then, 2 years later, when Muzan just arrived in Infinity City, he saw Tamayo grinning and approaching Akaza, who had a gloomy face, almost wanting to punch him in the head. Kiyoshi watched awkwardly. After all, Tamayo was found by him, and in fact, Kiyoshi had already recognized Akaza as his big brother when he was learning to write back then. Lord Akaza, you're so cold. Lord Muzan has arrived. Tamayo grinned as he looked in the direction of Muzan's appearance. In the original story, Muzan didn't particularly like Tamayo, and now he still didn't like him. This guy wore a fake smile. Lord Muzan, after 2 years, I've finally seen you again. Although Tamayo said this, Muzan could already see his inner thoughts, which were quite disrespectful. He didn't understand Muzan's demands, and even thought Muzan's actions were foolish. Why couldn't he eat humans at will? Humans were weak and foolish. Eating them was the only way to free them from suffering. Moreover, he had always considered Kiyoshi to be immature. In Tamayo's eyes, Akaza's refusal to eat women was even more incomprehensible. At this moment, Akaza also noticed that Muzan's expression wasn't good, and he glared at Tamayo with a dark face. Shut up. Tamayo instantly looked aggrieved, but in reality, he felt nothing. Besides Muzan, Tamayo, Kiyoshi, and Akaza, there were also Tamayo and Yukizawa Kyoki who had come to Infinity City. Compared to their playful antics, Tamayo and Yukizawa Kyoki were much more composed, just watching them mess around. As for the reason they gathered in Infinity City this time, it was because of Tamayo, due to the current technological development being almost non-existent. Tamayo's task was naturally impossible to accomplish, and she wasn't foolish. She discussed it with Yukizawa Kyoki. The two hit it off and decided to work on technology. Thanks to their boss's influence, they already had some understanding in this area, which led to this idea. However, everything needed an economic foundation. Thus, they came up with the idea of creating products through their research to generate economic value. But all this required manpower. After Muzan learned about it, he didn't expect their thoughts to be so broad-minded. Out of curiosity, he gladly agreed. Kaneo and the others happened to be free, so they were called over. As for Akaza, to be honest, Muzan didn't feel at ease with Kaneo and the others alone, so he decided to have Akaza as a backup. After 2 years of exposure, although Akaza still didn't fully understand, he had learned a thing or two. Speaking of which, Kaneo was indeed a genius. Whether in battle or other aspects, he only took a few months to learn to read and write, which made Kaneo very happy. In short, with this, Lucier Pharmaceutical was established. Muzan originally meant to feel quite interesting and wanted to play around. Moreover, isn't the name Lucier Pharmaceutical a bit too advanced? But unexpectedly, Lucier Pharmaceutical became more and more famous, becoming one of the top pharmaceutical companies in the entire country. Under the instruction of Tamayo, the young Kokoshibo's 10,000 worlds of extreme bliss was cast aside, with the original followers either becoming employees or leaving the church. As for the current situation, it seems quite natural to think about it. Among the hundreds of demons, although they can't be said to be united as one. They are working together to follow Muzan's orders. On the official side, there are Maruoka Masahito, Muruoka Yoshiko, and Asanuma Shizuka, and with the support of commerce and technology, Tamayo and the others have accumulated knowledge over a long period that ordinary people do not possess, along with Muzan's support. The current situation is quite reasonable. Thus, this scene occurred. A man in a formal suit pushed open the conference room door. Inside the conference room, Kokoshibo, dressed formally and wearing a fake smile, sat in the main seat, while Akaza sat beside him, visibly displeased, shaking his leg. Seeing the door open, Kokoshibo stood up with a grin, showing a businesslike smile. Hello. The visitor was Kanroji Mitsuri from the Kanroji family, representing the Demon Slayer Corps to discuss the bulk purchase of Lushur medicinal materials. Hello. I have to say, Kokoshibo is quite impressive. Under Tamayo's deliberate guidance and the influence of Muzan's blood on the demon's personalities, although his character is still unpleasant, his worldview has gradually become more normal. In Lushur Pharmaceutical, through several years of learning, he has gradually taken on significant responsibilities and become one of the leaders of Lushur Pharmaceutical. However, some thoughts still do not change. For example, he believes that people are foolish and laughable. He yearns for emotions, and he has a certain disdain for almost everyone except himself. When Muzan learned that Kokoshibo was discussing the price of selling medicine with the Demon Slayer Corps, his expression was strange. The Demon Slayer Corps came to buy medicine. Huh? Interesting. No, he has to go and take a look. Muzan excitedly ran to the corridor at the door of the conference room, followed by Shinjiro, who was also there to enjoy the spectacle. When Doma smiled and sent the Demon Slayer Corps members away from the conference room, Shinjiro passed by Muzan and Senjuro and gave him a glance. Muzan smiled as he responded. The atmosphere here is quite nice. We can collaborate long-term. Tanjiro and Doma were conversing as their figures faded away in the corridor. The so-called Yanagi's Pharmaceuticals internal environment was also very good, which left a very positive impression on him. Muzan and Shiyu exchanged glances, wanting to laugh. Akaza was still inside, irritably shaking his legs. When he suddenly caught sight of Muzan and excitedly stood up, Muzan-sama, as he spoke, he quickly walked out of the meeting room, a pained expression on his face. Pleiading, Muzan-sama. Let me do something else. That guy Doma is really too annoying. This. Muzan can understand Akaza. After all, he has seen Akaza's experiences from his memories. Even though the current Doma is not a match for Akaza and his worldview isn't that distorted. The problem is that he still owes. Every day, he wears a fake smile and rushes over to Akaza, saying, Akaza, I miss you so much. Moreover, Akaza doesn't really understand the related matters, so Doma always comes over, saying, Akaza, you can't do it, let me handle it. Akaza, you definitely won't learn. It's a blatant mockery. With his fake smile, he thinks they have a good relationship, but his eyes are full of disdain. Things like this are extremely irritating. Right now, he wants to go back to Murayama Masahito's side and take care of some troublesome guys. To vent, Muzan pondered that it might indeed be time to relocate Akaza. With Doma watching over Tamayo, he probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Muzan-sama, I miss you so much. As he turned the corner of the hallway, Doma approached with a beaming smile. At that moment, he was holding a female corpse missing an arm, with blood smeared on his mouth and arms. He walked over and pulled off an arm, saying, Muzan-sama, would you like to try it? The girl's body is very nutritious. Muzan's expression was displeased. Can't you pay a little attention when you eat? In the Lushur Pharmaceutical Company, there are not just demons. Tamayo pouted in grievance and looked at Akaza. Lord Akaza, do you want to eat something? Akaza glared at him with a dark expression, fully aware that he does not eat women. Muzan didn't really mind Doma casually eating people. However, as a demon, Doma still didn't want to die. With a slight change in mindset, he started to adhere to the rules. The corpse in his hands was just a scumbag he had killed on a whim, but his male companion had already been devoured in a few bites. After all, the menu had shrunk, and being picky was somewhat extravagant, so he could only save the girls he liked for later to savor slowly. Doma brazenly ate as he walked, which made Muzan somewhat displeased. You can eat however you want by yourself, but eating like this here could cause trouble for Tsuguko and the others. Doma didn't completely ignore Muzan's words. He quickly finished a few bites and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Don't worry, Lord Muzan. The humans have already gone back to rest. It's just us demons left. Akaza. Just as he finished speaking, a panicked voice called out. The four demons present turned to look. Doma smiled cheerfully. The newcomer was an ordinary human, just a gatekeeper. Being stared at by four demons. Even without knowing they were demons, The gatekeeper felt an inexplicable sense of fear. But it was only for a moment. He thought it was just the awkwardness of being watched by many people. When he regained his senses and noticed Doma was also there, looking at him with an unhappy smile, he quickly said, "Lord Doma," in a Yahweh's pharmaceutical company. It was well known that although Lord Doma always smiled, Lord Akaza's expression was often not very pleasant. But in fact, Lord Akaza was easier to talk to. Doma's smile always seemed fake and a bit frightening. After greeting Doma, the gatekeeper looked at Akaza and said with a worried tone, "There's a little child kneeling at the door asking for medicine, saying it's to save their mother." Upon hearing this, Akaza instinctively thought of the time he had once knelt before someone to ask for medicine to save his father, only to be ruthlessly thrown out. Sometimes even beaten, he felt a surge of emotion and said, "Take me there." Hearing this, the gatekeeper seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He also wanted to help that child, but felt powerless, so he hurriedly led the way. Muzan curiously followed along. Doma wanted to follow too, but was stopped in his tracks by a glare from Akaza. "Doma, if I can't follow, then I can't, but why be so fierce?" The gatekeeper led the two of them almost running to the side door, where a small, shabby, and emaciated boy was kneeling on the ground. His unkempt hair was hanging down, partially covering his face, but the still damp tear stains on the ground showed that he had just been crying. Hearing the commotion, he looked up at them, as if seeing a lifeline, and hurriedly crawled forward while bowing his head, his voice choked with tears. "Please, have mercy and save my mother. She's about to die." Akaza bent down, grabbed his arm, and helped him up. "Don't worry, come inside and talk." Muzan glanced around. Due to the side entrance, there were hardly any people here. It must be said that this child is quite sensible. If it were at the main entrance, although he could leverage the sympathy of the crowd to possibly force them to help him, the consequences could be uncertain. After all, saving one person requires saving countless others. And no one wants to set that precedent. But in a place like this, with few people around, it wouldn't affect more. Although he might be completely ignored or even encounter danger, it is undeniable that it leaves a good impression. Perhaps this child has learned in advance that the people from Lushur Pharmaceutical are relatively kind-hearted. As for what Akaza would do, Muzan felt very assured and did not follow him in. At this moment, he was attracted by what Doma had seen. After finishing discussions with the Demon Slayer Corps, Doma naturally went out to seek fun, and as a demon with a preference for women, he would naturally go to places where women gather, such as the pleasure quarters. It is worth mentioning that this place is referred to as the other side of Rashomon. The Aoi House is one of the buildings managing the business of the pleasure quarters. Through Doma's perspective, Muzan saw inside the Aoi House the white-haired girl in the courtesan's room and the black-haired boy who rushed in excitedly after throwing away his scythe. The boy was dressed in green, and from his exposed chest, it was clear he was very thin, with a slightly deformed body, his face covered in dark spots, and his hair disheveled. The girl was extremely beautiful, with blue pupils contrasting her fair skin, dressed in a light pink outfit. Because she was in the Aoi House, she was dressed very elegantly, like a fairy from another realm. Muzan can be sure that she is definitely the most beautiful woman he has seen in hundreds of years. It can also be confirmed that this is Daki, or Kocho. I have to say, she is even more beautiful than what is seen in the anime. There is an indescribable feeling, as if she perfectly embodies all the characteristics of beauty. At this moment, Doma stands on a nearby rooftop, smiling as he watches the siblings. He also likes beautiful women. She must be delicious. Such a woman should merge with him and live forever. He should save this poor person. However, unfortunately, it seems Lord Muzan does not like his idea of salvation. Just like looking at meat while eating vegetables, Doma gazes at the courtesan while enjoying the food he just caught, feeling quite good. When it comes to eating people, Doma is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic. As a being with little emotion, eating should be one of the few pleasures he has. And it is also his way of exercising salvation and searching for the meaning of existence. Yet in reality, a demon is still a demon. Even if they have eaten blue spider lilies, are not afraid of sunlight, and can eat ordinary food, they are still man-eating demons. Compared to food, not to mention the lower nutritional value and inability to enhance strength, the allure of humans is far greater than anything else. Humans are absolutely more attractive to demons than anything. Muzan arrived at the entertainment district. He wanted to see if he could adopt these two children. After all, he felt moved when he watched the anime, discussing with others in comments and forums how miserable they were and wanted to save them. Some even wrote stories about what if they joined the Demon Slayer Corps. From Tamayo's perspective, these two children were probably just over 10 years old. In this light, it was truly tragic for Kaneo, as despite her beauty, she was forced to do sad things to make a living in the entertainment district. The ways in which she died in the original work also showed that it wasn't as easy as one might imagine. Sitting on the rooftop, Tamayo saw Muzan and, completely unconcerned about the shocked gazes of others, jumped down and cheerfully ran over to Muzan. "Lord Muzan, did you come specially to find me?" "Muzan, no, don't block the way." Muzan grabbed his shoulder and pushed him aside. Tima immediately looked aggrieved, covering his face with his hands, his eyes glistening with non-existent tears. Wah, wah, wah. Although Muzan could anticipate Tima's behavior, he still couldn't help but show an expression of annoyance. Seeing that Muzan didn't want to pay him any attention, Tima returned to his cheerful demeanor and followed Muzan, who was about to leave. "Lord Muzan, do you want to save the poor souls here too? By devouring them and merging with us, granting them eternal life." Muzan ignored Doma, who was following behind him, constantly nagging. Although Doma may have gained some awareness due to the subtle influence of Tamayo and his blood, his essence would not change. Moreover, at this point, Doma already had a complete set of concepts, and change was a difficult thing. Muzan didn't want to waste his energy on that, but he wasn't without options. Additionally, Doma wasn't like a robot with nothing. He was a person who enjoyed fun, liked to seek entertainment, and would even actively disguise himself as someone with emotions. In the original work, Doma's twisted so-called love for Shinobu at the end shows that he is not devoid of feelings. Furthermore, when he was exposed by Kanawo, he was filled with indignation. The entertainment district was essentially a gathering place for flesh trades, and as dusk approached, when Muzan and Doma walked near a cheerful young girl ran over. Muzan took a step back, deftly avoiding her touch, while the little girl suddenly hugged the oblivious Tamamo. Tamamo pretended to be shy. In fact, he felt no turmoil inside, and even had a bit of appetite. Before he crossed over, the original Muzan had done almost everything. So, inheriting the original memories, Muzan walked into the blue house with ease. Seeing the landlady rushing over, he immediately pulled out a handful of money. "Bring the courtesan over." The landlady took the money, her face instantly lighting up with joy, and she flattered him a few times before hurriedly running off to call Xiaomei. She knew that little girl was a money tree. At such a young age, she could attract so much attention. Just imagine how much she would earn as she grew up. Muzan and Doma were taken into separate rooms. Doma tossed the little girl aside and left the room to find Muzan. Why bother holding on to something that can't be eaten? Seeing Doma rush in excitedly, Muzan was genuinely annoyed. "You're so idle. Can't you just not follow me?" Doma noticed Muzan's somewhat sullen expression and shamelessly ran in, unceremoniously sitting on the tatami mat. Looking at Muzan sitting on the other side, he smiled and said, "Muzan-sama, why do you look so gloomy?" After Doma finished speaking, Muzan let out a long sigh, his originally dark expression gradually turning into a fake smile like Doma's. He stood up and walked a few steps to Doma, then without saying a word, directly picked him up. "Doma?" He opened the window and threw Doma out with all his strength. "Doma, Muzan-sama. Ah, that feels good." Muzan watched as Tamayo's figure disappeared into the horizon along with the gradually setting sun. A genuinely satisfied smile spreading across his face as he comfortably sat back down on the tatami mat. As for Tamayo, he could not afford to show any kindness. Otherwise, she would definitely take advantage of it and buzz around him. Soon, the owner brought in Kaneo. "This gentleman specifically called for you, so make sure to serve him well and don't spoil his mood." Kaneo stood expressionless in front of Muzan, even showing a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. If it weren't for this guy, she could have spent more time with her brother. Seeing Kaneo's demeanor, the owner could only smile and say, "This child is always like this. Please don't take it to heart." Muzan didn't say anything, but stood up and walked in front of Xiaomei, reaching out to touch her head. The feeling was nice. Xiaomei kept a cold expression and allowed Muzan to touch her head as he pleased. Muzan smiled and crouched down to look at Xiaomei. "I'll adopt you." Xiaomei, in the past, guests only came for her beauty, and, as an Oiran, it wasn't easy to redeem her. She looked into Muzan's eyes, which lacked the ugly desires of those guests. No, Xiaomei flatly refused. Wanted to quickly deal with this guy. The landlady was also a bit displeased. "Sir, this child is our Oiran." Muzan glanced at her and then looked at Xiaomei, stroking her snow-white hair. "I'll adopt both you and your brother, so you won't go hungry anymore and won't be bullied. How about that?" Although 10-year-old Xiaomei always appeared cold under the teachings of Kibutsuji, she was still just a naive little girl. Having grown up without enough to eat or wear, Muzan's words were very tempting. Moreover, she could be with her brother. Xiaomei's expression softened a bit. "I want to ask my brother." "All right, let's go find your brother." Muzan stood up, and the proprietress hurriedly said, "My lord, this isn't very appropriate." As she spoke, she quickly stepped in to block Koyuki, who wanted to take Muzan to find Kibutsuji, grabbing her wrist roughly. As a demon king with many subordinates and abundant wealth, Muzan took out a sum of money that made the proprietress's eyes widen. The power of money made her immediately release her grip, and her previously dissatisfied expression instantly turned flattering and delighted. "My lord, I'll take you to find his brother right away. What about the contract?" Muzan looked at her. Wouldn't he think that this large sum of money was a tip? Would he? This was the money for buying her freedom. Having money didn't mean he would spend it recklessly, and he didn't want to give extra to someone like the landlady, who didn't care about human life for the sake of money. "I'll go get it." The landlady ran upstairs to fetch the contract for selling herself. Muzan lowered his head and looked at Shimi. "Let us go." Shimi nodded and found Kibutsuji Taro, who had already left, walking menacingly down the street with a scythe. Kibutsuji Taro heard the approaching footsteps behind him, tightened his grip on the scythe, and turned around fiercely. But upon seeing Shimi, his expression softened instantly as he walked closer. Noticing Muzan beside Shimi, his previously aggressive gaze carefully observed Muzan. "Brother, he wants to adopt both of us," Shimi said, pointing at Muzan and smiling happily at Kibutsuji Taro. Kibutsuji Taro looked at Muzan with suspicion, sizing him up. "What is this guy as purpose? What do you want?" He glared at Muzan while gripping the scythe in his hand. Muzan didn't mind his attitude. After all, surviving was so difficult, and the malice around them forced them to be wary of everything. He smiled and looked down at the dirty Kibutsuji. "I want to adopt you. From now on, you can eat what you want, wear nice clothes, and not be afraid of being bullied." Although Kibutsuji wanted to give Nezuko a happy life, he clearly didn't trust a stranger and quickly grabbed Nezuko, pulling her behind him. Seeing Muzan's smiling face, along with the fact that he looked like someone who was born into happiness, he felt extremely displeased. We don't need that." Muzan sighed. "Do you want your sister to serve others at just 10 years old, and one day be bullied by some nasty guys? Don't you want your sister to live a happy life from now on?" Kibutsuji Taro gritted his teeth, forcing out harsh words between clenched jaws. "You bastard." Although Komiai didn't quite understand why her brother was acting this way, seeing him upset because of the person in front of them made her change her attitude in an instant. She hid behind Kibutsuji Taro and glared at Muzan. "Muzan, you two siblings really are something." But it's obvious that, even though Kibutsuji is not happy, he has hit the nail on the head about what he cares about the most. He wants his sister to live happily, instead of being bullied in such a disgusting place. Moreover, this guy clearly lacks strength, and even if he is adopted, if he dares to bully Kaneo, he will kill him. He will definitely protect Kaneo well. "We will go with you. If you dare to bully Kaneo, you're dead." Upon hearing this, Muzan was delighted. "All right, let's go. I'll take a bath and buy new clothes." Muzan skillfully took on the role of a father in an instant. Satisfied, he rubbed Jutaro's black and gray hair under his displeased gaze. It was messy, somewhat dirty, and not as pleasant to the touch as little Kaneo's, but it would feel nice once cleaned. Jutaro struggled a few times, clutching his head and glaring fiercely at Muzan. "Don't touch me." Okay, I won't touch you," Muzan said as he continued to pat his head. Kibutsuji struggled a few times but couldn't break free. "You dirty thing, you need to wash up properly, and I'll buy you a few new clothes. Don't run around with your chest exposed anymore." Kibutsuji, feeling displeased, was forced by Muzan to put on one piece of clothing after another. Mitsuri watched from the side and chuckled. Although Kibutsuji still had a face full of dark spots and an unusually thin waist after washing up, he looked much cleaner. Muzan tossed over a dry towel. "Dry your hair." Kibutsuji Taro took the towel, curled his lips, and walked over to carefully dry Xiao Mei's hair, who hadn't dried hers yet. Xiao Mei sat on the stool in her newly bought clothes, obediently letting her hair be dried. By the time the two finished, it was already completely dark outside. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet your brother." Muzan held a small child in one hand, and under the cover of night, the three of them passed through the town and entered the forest. The scene before them changed slightly as the two children unknowingly traversed space. They arrived near another small town far from the pleasure district, emerging from the forest. Kibutsuji was still on guard, wary of his surroundings and also of Muzan. If this guy showed any signs of being off, he would kill him. "Where are you taking us?" Kibutsuji asked, still not lowering the two scythes in his hands. Although he had changed into clean clothes, the old, somewhat dirty scythes were still clutched tightly. He looked at Muzan, speaking in a hostile tone. What frustrated him was that, despite appearing weak, Muzan showed no concern for him and looked fearless, as if he had nothing to worry about. It was really annoying. We're almost there, Muzan casually replied. Soon, he brought the two little ones to the fence outside a house. It was a simple house, not very big, but also not too small, enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. The simple wooden cabin was surrounded by a rudimentary wooden fence, seemingly unconcerned about wild beasts or thieves intruding. From the clean doorway and the footprints in the muddy ground, it was clear that someone lived there, but since it was already late at night, the house was completely dark inside. Muzan entered as if he were at home, leading 2 people through a gap in the fence. He knocked twice at the door. Inside, there was the sound of rustling, followed by footsteps. The old door creaked, producing a prolonged sound. At the entrance stood a tall man with long black hair, the tips of which were red. Although the red markings on his forehead were somewhat frightening, he had a gentle demeanor, dressed in white clothing with a red haori over it. Muzan? Yoriichi, awakened, looked expressionlessly at Muzan, whom he hadn't seen for decades. Muzan chuckled twice and patted the 2 children on his left and right. I brought your brother and sister to see you. Xiao Mei and Kibutsu Taro looked at Muzan in disbelief, then turned to look at Yoriichi. What the hell? Yoriichi looked down at the 2 children, somewhat piecing together what was happening, then cast a doubtful glance at Muzan. Are you really that free? Let me in first. You want me to stand outside and talk to you in the middle of the night? Muzan said as he directly squeezed into the room without waiting for Yoriichi to move aside, sitting on the tatami and looking around. Your room is quite cozy. Yoriichi helplessly closed the door and looked at the 2 silent children. You can sit too. Then he turned to Muzan. So what are you here for? Do you have any food here? Prepare some for them. Yoriichi always wanted more. He turned and went to the kitchen to find some desserts, placing them on the table in front of the 2, then looked at Muzan. Xiaomei leaned closer to Kibutsuji Muzan, eyeing the desserts on the table with some envy, while Kibutsuji Muzan seemed a bit hesitant. Muzan glanced at the 2, touched the head of the Kizuki beside him, and said, It's fine, eat. Kizuki hesitated for a moment before picking up the dessert and placing it in his sister's hand. Muzan glanced back at Yuya and said, I'm not just looking at you. An old man over 100 years old, living too lonely, so I let these 2 kids keep you company. Kibutsuji and Koim. 100 years old? Yeah. And what about you, an old man over 700 or 800 years old? Seeing Yuya stare at him with dead fish eyes and saying nothing, Muzan shrugged. All right, these 2 kids are from the Pleasure District with no parents, so I adopted them. But I can't be bothered to raise them. Yuya remembered being raised by Muzan. Although it wasn't bad, he was the one cooking the meals, cleaning the rooms, and doing everything himself. He didn't know if these 2 kids were suitable for someone like Muzan, who could almost lie in a rocking chair for a whole year without moving. In the end, as Muzan expected, he sighed, Fine, let these 2 kids stay with me. I knew you'd definitely soften your heart. Muzan openly expressed his feelings without any hesitation. Yuan-Yi was at a loss for words as he watched the 2 children eat without reservation, having inherited Muzan's habits. He couldn't help but stroke their heads. You guys eat first. I'll talk to him for a bit. Don't run around. Saying this, he opened the door and walked outside. Muzan followed behind and conveniently closed the door. Tell me about these 2 children, he said. Knowing that they had lost their parents, Yoriichi was afraid of triggering them, so he carefully avoided the 2. Inside the room, Kibutsuji Taro hesitantly put down the food he was holding and watched the 2 of them leave, cautiously pushing the door open a crack. When he saw that neither of them was looking this way, Kibutsuji Taro opened the door wider and slipped out, hiding behind the well in the yard to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yoriichi and Muzan naturally noticed him the moment Kibutsuji Taro pushed the door open. But seeing Kibutsuji Taro's worried expression, they chose to ignore him. At least this would put his mind at ease. The 2 of them were children from the Pleasure District. Their mother likely worked there, but died of syphilis. As for their father, I'm not sure. When I discovered them, the girl, named Xiao Mei, was working as a courtesan in the greenhouse, while the boy, named Kibutsuji Taro, must have had a tough childhood due to his looks. He originally made a living by collecting debts and had a rather grim demeanor. Yoriichi nodded thoughtfully. He understood why Muzan wanted to send these 2 children to him. Their difficult childhood experiences had likely twisted their personalities, and Muzan probably couldn't be bothered to deal with them, so the task fell to him, a leisurely person. But just as Muzan said, he seemed to hope for a child to accompany him. Decades ago, he had ended his travels after helping an old man. And after the old man passed away, he settled down. Over the decades, he had also felt loneliness. Kibutsuji Taro seemed to understand why these matters needed to be kept from them. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but feel relieved. All right, I'll leave these 2 little ones to you. After Muzan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Once his figure disappeared from their sight, he flashed to Tong Mu's side. He wanted to take Tong Mu to have some fun. Since he lacked teleportation abilities, Tong Mu could only use his feet after Muzan dropped him somewhere unknown. However, unexpectedly, Tong Mu ended up near a group of scam artists. It turned out that this kind of thing had existed since ancient times. When a few delicate young girls appeared in front of Tong Mu, he smiled. But thinking of Muzan's request, Tong Mu's smile turned into a fake one. But when a group of strong men jumped out, revealing the true nature of the young girls, Tong Mu laughed heartily. It was time to eat. When Muzan arrived beside Tong Mu, he saw him happily eating. Tong Mu noticed the footsteps, looked up, and saw Muzan looking down at him. He was holding a human head, swallowed the meat in his mouth, grabbed a leg, and sat on a male corpse that showed a look of horror. With his eyes rolled back, laughing sincerely, saying, "Muzan-sama, would you like to eat?" Don't think too much. He was happy purely because he encountered girls he liked. But Muzan was not happy. Tong Mu acted without restraint, and the result was that the Demon Slayer Corps was attracted. As Tong Mu slaughtered that group of people, the screams alarmed not just ordinary folks. Perhaps it was the so-called plot power, or maybe something else. But even though the Demon Slayer Corps was forced into a corner by the environment, they remained tenacious, with pillar-level strength still intact. Watching a group of 4 demon hunters running over with Nickerin blades, Muzan had an idea. He took a deep breath, showing a look of terror. And under Tong Mu's incredulous gaze, he seemed to be hoarse, as if seeing a savior, and shouted, "Help!" The voice echoed through the night sky, leaving Tong Mu stunned. The demon hunters also noticed the weak and helpless survivor, and in an instant, they rushed over with all their might, drawing their long knives and attacking Tong Mu without a second thought. The 4 had clear roles. 3 of them blocked Tong Mu, subtly placing themselves between him and the terrified survivor. Under the siege of 2 Hashira and 1 Tsuguko, Tong Mu, who had just become an upper moon, was initially flustered and disoriented due to the shock. "Lord Muzan, what the hell are you doing?" But the warning from the Demon King that emerged from the bottom of his heart made him unable to say more, and he could only focus on dealing with these 3 guys. Muzan looked as if he had been saved, nervously glancing at the hellish pile of corpses and swallowing hard. He turned to the demon hunter who was gripping his wrist, trying to pull him to safety, tears glistening in his eyes from a mix of emotions, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Can they defeat that evil demon?" While saying this, he couldn't help but look back at the few people fighting with concern. The demon hunter, exuding confidence, replied, "Don't worry. They are Hashira. They will definitely defeat the evil demon." Tamayo watched in disbelief as the dignified demon king was being rescued by a demon hunter, feeling utterly impressed. Emotions he thought didn't exist were being stirred. He had always believed that Lord Muzan was just a gentle and principled person, and he had always acted that way in front of him, but today he understood. It all depended on Kokushibo Muzan. What was he a Tamayo worth? Clang! The Nickerin blade swung down, and Tamayo raised a hand to summon an ice blade, clashing with the sword and producing a metallic ringing sound. It was just Tamayo's first battle, and he quickly adapted. He transitioned from being flustered to being at ease, gradually allowing himself to play around. A false smile returned to his face. This greatly displeased the 3 opponents he faced. With 2 Hashira and a successor, was he underestimating them too much? Tamayo grinned and waved his fan. Blood Demon Art, Crystal Child. A delicate little ice figure stood on his fan, wearing a mischievous smile identical to his, holding a small fan and gently landing on the ground. "Let him play with you." Tamayo leisurely stepped back, watching as his little ice figure blocked their way. However, at this moment, Tamayo was clearly still not enough. Although the 2 Hashira did not have markings, did not possess transparent worlds, and lacked heck eyes, they were still Hashira. Muzan was also observing the battlefield through Tamayo's perspective. Seeing him adapt to the rhythm, even floating, he said to the demon slayer pulling him, "You go back and help them. That demon seems quite strong." The demon slayer noticed he had already escaped far enough and nodded, hurriedly returning to the battlefield. Tamayo was watching 3 demon slayers fighting desperately, feeling relaxed. Suddenly, a cold wind flashed behind him. Tamayo was startled, and in the next moment, crack! A Nickerin blade struck fiercely at his neck from behind. But due to Tamayo's extremely strong physique, it merely cut through a layer of skin and got stuck in the flesh without making any further progress. However, this still frightened him, and his smiling expression turned slightly displeased. He snapped his iron fan shut and swung it backward. Bang! The returning demon slayer was knocked back by the immense force, crashing into a rock and spitting out a mouthful of blood. But in the next moment, Tamayo was stunned. His Yuki was destroyed. Two Nichiren blades attacked from left and right. Crack! The two Nichiren blades struck his neck simultaneously, but could not cut through it all. Sneak attacks are not good. Tamayo smiled and opened his fan, waving it with one hand. Blood demon art, scattering lotus. Ice flowers filled the sky, and the two quickly retreated. TSK, why can't we cut through? One person cursed angrily. Immediately after, a long blade suddenly stabbed fiercely into Tamayo's abdomen from the front. Tamayo looked down with a grin at the Nichiren blade embedded in his abdomen. Not bad. The Nichiren blade was pulled out, and the wound on his abdomen healed instantly. I played enough. Although Tamayo did not suffer any substantial damage, he was genuinely startled by the unexpected actions of the demon slayers during his first battle. I don't want to play anymore. Blood demon art, creeping lotus. Several icy vines emerged out of nowhere, and the demon slayers hurriedly swung their Nichiren blades to fend off the incoming ice vines. But demons are not righteous individuals. Tamayo threatened the already incapacitated demon slayer lying next to a rock, half covering his face with a golden iron fan, and smiled. Are you going to give up on him? TSK. One Hashira clicked his tongue in annoyance. You cover me. He cut through an ice vine with his blade, desperately trying to reach his fallen comrade, using the time gained from his companion. But the three who were originally resisting the ice vines were already exhausted, and trying to save someone would inevitably mean bearing greater pressure. The ice vines, covered with countless ice blades, mercilessly scraped across his skin, arms, shoulders, and legs, leaving gory wounds everywhere. The two also found it difficult to withstand the onslaught of countless ice vines. Bang! Cough cough! Another fallen comrade finally could not hold on any longer, being violently whipped away by a vine and crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. Tita! Another Hashira couldn't help but shout, watching as the ice blades were about to strike the downed comrade. He hurriedly blocked the swinging ice vines while quickly retreating. But Tamayo naturally would not let him have his way. Bang! From behind him, an ice vine whipped fiercely, the immense force causing him to fall to the ground, and the Nichiren blade in his hand was knocked away. The only remaining Hashira with fighting ability could no longer hold on, easily knocked down to the ground. The four demon slayers struggled to get up and continue fighting, but no miracle occurred. Tamayo kicked one of the Hashira, who was still trying to struggle to his feet, and gleefully picked up a half-eaten thigh from the nearby pile of corpses, smiling. Don't struggle. I'm very gentle. I won't kill you. Watching the demon eating human flesh triumphantly in front of them, a sense of helplessness filled their hearts. I will kill you. The fallen demon slayer struggled desperately, trying to reach the Nichiren blade not far away, shouting wildly. Tamayo smiled and walked up to him, kicking him away while also sending the nearby Nichiren blade flying far away. The four demon slayers watched helplessly as the demon feasted. They gritted their teeth. The pain of helplessness etched deep in their hearts. When the demon leisurely left, the few of them had no strength left to stand up, only feeling that as time passed, they would die, right? But in the next moment, a rustling sound came from the grass in the distance, and a familiar figure appeared. It was the survivor who had just been rescued. Are you all okay? On that day, the Demon King received a letter of recommendation to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After obtaining the letter of recommendation, Muzan remembered something. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps also required passing their assessments, and that assessment location was filled with wisteria flowers. Moreover, he just remembered that in the area of Wisteria Mountain, all the demons under his command had lost their senses, which was something that happened when he first crossed over. Combining it with the memories of his subordinates, those demons had escaped his control. It seemed that the birth of those half-demons occurred when they broke free from his control. So, does that mean the demons in Wisteria Mountain could also be classified as half-demons? What lay before Muzan now was how to overcome the wisteria flowers to participate in the assessment at Wisteria Mountain. If he forced himself to go despite the discomfort, it wouldn't be a big problem, but Muzan really didn't want to endure the discomfort caused by the wisteria flowers. However, there was truly no hope on Tamayo's side. After all, the technology tree hadn't been unlocked yet, and he couldn't climb up. Muzan arrived at Lushur Pharmaceutical and found Tamayo. Strangely, for some reason, Muzan's perception of Tamayo's thoughts suddenly became very vague. When Muzan approached Tamayo, she was leaning on a chair with her brows tightly furrowed, her complexion unusually pale. Her hidden fangs and long claws were exposed, and she was gripping the armrests of the chair so tightly that they had become deformed. Noticing Muzan's arrival, she managed to squeeze out a voice. Lord Muzan, what is happening to you? Without rushing Jie to answer, I patiently waited beside her. Finally, After a few hours, Zhuye seemed to gradually recover, but she still appeared to be somewhat uncomfortable. Muzan looked strangely at the bottles and jars on the table beside Tamayo and joked, "Are you planning to get rid of me and set up on your own?" Tamayo wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead from the earlier pain, put down the towel, and said, "Lord Muzan, I have formulated a potion that only needs to be taken twice to become immune to wisteria." Muzan's expression brightened, and he felt that it somewhat resembled the vaccine he had taken. He couldn't help but feel it was quite reliable. However, thinking of Tamayo's near-death state just now, he furrowed his brow and said, "You weren't affected by that so-called potion of yours, were you? That was before the improvement, but even after the improvement, it can still be somewhat painful, and I need to explain to you what this so-called potion is." Hearing Tamayo's unwavering response, Muzan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still found Tamayo's thoughts somewhat unclear, he could sense that what she said was the truth. Some pain shouldn't be too unbearable, right? Muzan was somewhat excited about the idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps and hurriedly urged, "Forget the explanation. Just hand it over." Tamayo opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Muzan's urgent expression, she hesitated, unsure of what was happening or what else to think. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the latest potion from the table and handed it to Muzan, reminding him out of kindness, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? It's fine. I won't die, right?" Muzan replied, "I definitely won't die. At most, it'll just be uncomfortable." Eager to overcome his last weakness, Muzan, though somewhat skeptical of the substance in his hand, merely glanced at the dark purple potion, swallowed hard, and made up his mind. He downed it in one go. "After all, I definitely won't die." In an instant, pain erupted. His entire body felt as if it were being torn apart by countless insects. A tingling sensation mixed with the feeling of being struck by a heavy hammer. His head felt as if it were filled with lead, leaving him somewhat dazed, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Yet his 7 hearts were beating more powerfully than ever. The pain at this moment was only second to the time he had consumed the blue moonflower. Tamayo Muzan's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was roaring, squeezing out the name of Tamayo from between his teeth. In order to alleviate the pain, the cells in his body began to proliferate wildly, and huge masses of flesh resembling sarcomas appeared on his surface, growing more and more. This scene is strikingly similar to the original work, where Tamayo sacrifices herself to make Muzan drink poison. Muzan is simply unbelievable. Does he have to feel pain every time he overcomes a weakness? Just like when he consumed the blue spider lily. But while Muzan clearly felt his body growing weaker, he also distinctly sensed that this posed no threat to his life. In fact, as time passed, he could perceive that he was evolving. Muzan felt his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, only hearing Zhu's somewhat worried voice. "Sir, boss." Watching the massive chunks of flesh spreading out, Zhu was forced to retreat, anxiously looking at Muzan, who was almost occupying the entire room. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time that Muzan felt was filled with torment, the pain began to fade away, disappearing quickly like a receding tide. At that moment, Muzan seemed to regain control of his body, taking several heavy breaths, feeling as if he had survived a catastrophe. The crazily proliferating flesh was retracted back into his body, and Muzan gradually returned to his original form. Thinking back to Zhu's multiple reminders before he drank this stuff, he couldn't help but rub his temples. Impulsive. "Zhu, what on earth is this? This is not just a little painful, because wisteria, in essence, is something that restrains demons. It is completely opposite. So it can be said that there's fundamentally nothing that allows demons to overcome the toxin of wisteria without pain. The only way is to forcibly adapt through suffering. Just like some diseases can only be immune after having them. And the only thing I can do is to try to reduce the number of times and the pain of adapting to it. That potion is mostly concentrated wisteria extract, but I added some components that have anesthetic and healing effects. This way it can alleviate some pain, and compared to the long-term multiple times needed before, this only requires 2 times, and the pain of the second time will be far less than the first. In fact, Zhu is quite ruthless, directly testing the drug on herself, and she has already tried it 3 times. As Zhu's condition improved, Muzan was also able to read Zhu's thoughts and memories again. He could see that Zhu's pain was much stronger than his own. Moreover, to be honest, this kind of pain was actually less than the pain he felt when granting blood to demons. It was quite similar to eating a few wisteria flowers. Thinking about it, according to what Zhu said, in order to overcome wisteria, this thing must be experienced, and he felt relieved. At this moment, Zhu took out the second vial of the potion, silently looking at Muzan. The meaning was self-evident. "Muzan, Hiss, taking a deep breath, Muzan continuously hypnotized himself. Short pain is better than long pain. He had endured the first suffering, so not drinking would be a loss. Anyway, he would have to drink sooner or later. The sooner he died, the sooner he would be reborn. Come on, let's do it. He grabbed the wisteria flower extract handed to him by Tamayo and downed it in one go. It hurts. Come on, boss, Tamayo shouted from the side. But for some reason, Muzan seemed to detect a hint of schadenfreude. In fact, he had already seen the satisfaction in Tamayo's heart regarding revenge. He should have thought of today when he granted Tamayo blood. But indeed, as Tamayo said, this pain was far less than the first time. He just had to endure it. Finally, Muzan got through it. He looked at Tamayo, who walked in holding a cup of wisteria tea. Boss, try the wisteria tea and see if it's effective. Muzan took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and then shouted, I will grant you blood first. With a swoosh, he suddenly poked his finger into Tamayo's forehead. In an instant of excruciating pain, the teacup in her hand fell and shattered, spilling tea all over the floor. Kabutsuji Muzan. Tamayo screamed in agony, clutching her forehead and crying out in pain. Muzan retracted his fingers and cast a disdainful glance at Tamayo. After several decades, this time the blood gift could be accepted in a considerable amount due to Tamayo's enhanced constitution. Come on, let's hurt each other. The office of Tamayo was adorned with wisteria, so while she was engulfed in pain, Muzan carefully tried to eat a wisteria flower. No problem at all. Absolutely no problem. A celebration for all. He is now perfect, and he didn't even go to space. Finally, Tamayo's pain subsided. When will grievances be settled? A gentleman does not fight with a petty person. She regained her former calm demeanor, steady and gentle. Is there any medicine left? Muzan smiled cheerfully. Tamayo, what do you need the medicine for? As the confusion arose, entering Muzan's thought process, Tamayo suddenly understood. There's more, and it can be made in greater quantities. Muzan revealed a malicious smile. Do more. I'll come to collect it tomorrow. The next day, Muzan came to collect the medicine. Under Tamayo's cautious advice, he brought along a dozen vials of medicine, wearing a sinister smile as he approached his first victim, Kaneo. Kaneo had traveled a long distance on foot to finally return to the Tamayo Pharmaceuticals, enjoying his favorite food as a reward, with blood smeared all over his face. Just then, he saw Muzan approaching with that malicious smile. However, being emotionless, he didn't show much of a reaction, still wearing a false smile. Muzan-sama. Muzan leaned over, resting his arm on Tamayo's shoulder, playfully linking arms with him. Mysteriously, he pulled out a bottle of dark purple potion from who knows where and placed it in front of Tamayo. Tamayo, do you want to overcome your last flaw and become a perfect being? Tamayo didn't believe for a second that Muzan simply wanted to deliver medicine. His unabashed smile said it all. With a cheerful tone, he replied, Lord Muzan, this potion is so precious, I won't take it. Muzan's laughter carried a coldness as he suddenly grabbed Tamayo's head and forced the potion into his mouth, saying, You have no say in this. Kabutsuji Muzan. How could a mere upper moon resist the Demon King? After swallowing the potion, Tamayo experienced a long-lost pain, glaring at Muzan with a contorted face, his exposed claws tearing into the wooden floor. Muzan put away the potion bottle, completely indifferent to the deathly gaze of Doma, even feeling quite pleased. Fortunately, the soundproofing here is good. This is the room Doma specifically chose for his meals, otherwise it would have attracted others by now. Although Tamayo, who already knew Muzan's intentions, hadn't heard any noise, she came over at this moment, and when she opened the door, she saw Doma painfully lying on the ground, glaring fiercely at Muzan. Muzan smiled at Tamayo. To be honest, Tamayo's fake smile at Lyoyev Pharmaceutical, constantly bothering everyone, including demons, by getting close, is both annoying and frustrating. Tamayo can only patiently explain things to him and advise him. While it has some effect, it's minimal. It seems that to defeat magic, one must use magic. One thing overcomes another. It's no surprise that this guy could become the Demon King. Ignoring the suffering Doma on the side, Tamayo walked up to Muzan. I need a bit of your blood. What for? I want to understand the difference between your blood and that of ordinary demons. Muzan, hearing this, Tamayo took out a syringe, inserted it, drew a vial of blood, collected the blood, and glanced at Tamayo. You should still take it easy. Don't worry, I have confidence. Muzan waved his hand, urging Tamayo to leave quickly. Tamayo left speechlessly. Finally, Doma managed to get through. Thinking that he had no way to deal with Muzan, he could only smile. Muzan-sama, you really care about me. Of course, Muzan said, and then unexpectedly pulled out a bottle of potion from somewhere. Here, there's a second bottle. Doma, Forced to drink the second bottle. I had prepared myself, but unexpectedly, this time was far less painful than the first. Moreover, having already experienced the pain just now, my threshold had been raised, and I gritted my teeth and got through it. Muzan said on the side, "After drinking 2 bottles, you won't be poisoned by the wisteria flower anymore, so be sure to thank me. Doma, let me say thank you to you." Muzan found his second victim, Chiyu. When Muzan encountered Chiyu, Chiyu's first reaction was to run. "Why are you running? Can you escape?" The fleeing Chiyu was easily caught by Muzan, who grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled out a purple-black potion. Come on, I'll help you become immune to the wisteria poison." "No need, Doma has already told me. This thing hurts like hell." Muzan directly grabbed Chinyu's head and poured the potion into his mouth, saying, "You have no say in this. Drink it." Chinyu replied, "My eyes are often filled with tears because I hate you deeply." After tormenting Chinyu, Muzan went to find Kokushibo. Muzan smiled as he took out the potion, waiting for Kokushibo to grimace in pain. "Drinking this will make you immune to the wisteria poison." Kokushibo took the dark purple potion from Muzan's hand and swallowed it without hesitation, then looked at Muzan with a blank expression. "Muzan, why are you not reacting?" Muzan took out the second vial in disbelief. Kokushibo took it without hesitation and drank it down. Still, his expression remained unchanged. "Muzan?" Being watched by Kabutsuji with 6 eyes, Muzan said, "Goodbye." He knew that Kabutsuji was feeling pain at that moment, but as the upper rank one, this little pain was nothing to him. Kabutsuji didn't react, and it was likely that Yoriichi was the same. Muzan was too lazy to make a trip and simply threw the potion to Nezuko, instructing her to deliver it to Yoriichi. Seeing Kabutsuji's reaction, Muzan lost his playful mood. To be honest, most demons are not weak in their ability to withstand pain. Their pursuit of power allows them to endure great suffering. If one had to say, only laid-back demons like Muzan and the likes of Tamayo, who enjoy fun, wouldn't change their expression in the face of pain. As for Kabutsuji, Akaza, and others, this little pain? Just a drop in the bucket. This was merely a small episode. Having overcome the wisteria, Muzan mainly needed to go to the Demon Slayer Core. However, he naturally wouldn't go alone. Just after a hearty meal, and having forgotten the pain of Muzan forcing him to take medicine, Tamayo was comfortably lying on a chair. Then he saw Muzan coming again. "Muzan-sama." Tamayo's face still wore a smile, but his voice didn't seem that happy. "Let us go participate in the Demon Slayer Core assessment." "Tamayo? What did you say?" In a daze, he was lifted by Muzan and directly taken away from the Yoya pharmacy. The next moment they arrived in a field. "Change your face back." Hearing Muzan's command, Tamayo smiled at Muzan for a second before slowly changing his face to another appearance, making himself a bit shorter and altering his physique. Muzan maintains the appearance of the pitiful Doma from that day, but in reality, this is not his true form. Muzan's appearance has changed too many times. His original look is no longer important. He can even change his face multiple times a day if he wants to. At this moment, not far in front of them, they can see a mountain covered in vines, which is the location of the Demon Slayer Core examination. Muzan casually tossed Tamayo to the ground and walked towards Fujisaki Mountain. Tamayo maintained a smile and followed him. There was no way to avoid it. The order from the Demon King must be executed. Moreover, it seemed somewhat interesting. The Demon King brought Upper Moon 3 along, joining the Demon Slayer Core, while they remained completely unaware. "You are my brother, and our parents were killed by Upper Moon 3, Tamayo. Now we want to join the Demon Slayer Corps to slay demons and avenge our parents. Understand?" As a person who enjoys fun, Tamayo also became interested. He couldn't help but tease, smilingly saying, "Boss, I think it would be more fitting to say that you killed our parents." "Shut up," Tamayo lazily replied. "Okay." The two quickly arrived at the foot of Fujisaki Mountain. "Boss, you mustn't be discovered. If you get killed by the Demon Slayer Corps, I will be heartbroken." "Shut up." "Okay." At this time, many people had gathered at the foot of Fujisaki Mountain. However, it wasn't like in the novels where the protagonist encounters someone familiar everywhere they go, specifically seeking out the protagonist. 2 identical little girls, one with black hair and the other with white hair, but in fact the black-haired child was a boy. Moreover, Muzan always felt that these 2 children had extremely large pupils, which was somewhat frightening. "Hello everyone. Thank you for coming to participate in tonight's final selection." The 2 little ones chimed in one after another, and finally, with that, the final selection began. The preparatory demon hunters at the foot of the mountain rushed past the wisteria trees and charged up the mountain. Muzan looked at the dense and flourishing wisteria trees surrounding the foot of the mountain. Although he already knew that he no longer feared wisteria, A century's worth of memories still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced at the carefree and excited Tamayo beside him and said, "Let's go." They crossed the stone path lined with blooming wisteria, with slightly faded red wooden pillars standing on either side, connected by strings hanging white cloths. While the wisteria shaded the sky, everywhere was a beautiful shade of purple. After overcoming his fear of wisteria, Muzan suddenly found the flowers quite lovely, with clusters everywhere. Moreover, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, subtle and refreshing, not overpowering. Upon reflection, it seemed that wisteria could be edible. As they went deeper, the wisteria trees disappeared, only growing in a circle at the foot of the mountain, and inside were ordinary trees. Due to it being night, the two had not ventured far when they heard footsteps. The sound seemed to be barefoot, accompanied by the rustling of grass and the sound of leaves being crushed. A figure with bulging veins, a twisted and excited smile, rushed over. His sharp nails and teeth clearly indicated his identity. Living person. Ha ha. It's been a long time since I've eaten a living person. Tamayo looked at the rushing demon with a smile, leisurely opening his golden iron fan. His demeanor frustrated the demon, who considered himself a hunter. Aren't you supposed to be terrified and run away? I will tear you apart, devour your flesh bit by bit. Tamayo, unbothered, maintained his smiling expression, lightly waving his hand as an ice blade appeared out of thin air. In the shocked gaze of the attacking demon, it swiftly severed his head. A demon that could be captured at Wisteria Mountain was quite suitable for assessment. After all, it was too weak. However, demons cannot kill demons. Although Tamayo had cut off his head, the demon was unaffected. Upon seeing Tamayo conjure an ice blade out of nowhere, the demon understood something and bent down to pick up his head, his expression calming. You are also a demon? Demons cannot kill demons, except for the Demon King. Muzan's sharp nails appeared as he spoke, drawing closer. The demon felt a familiar, terrifying aura and couldn't help but swallow hard. Why would the Demon King Muzan Tsuji come here? Remembering how he had freed himself from Muzan's control and had been happy for a long time, he now found it impossible to feel joy. And Master, please let me explain. Don't kill me. I beg you. Please don't kill me. Help. Help me. After becoming a half-demon and breaking free from Muzan's control, he naturally couldn't just think of dying. But with a single nail piercing his head and injecting blood, he would die instantly. As he watched the half-demon explode into a mist of blood, Muzan disdainfully wiped his hands with a cloth. Doma suddenly felt that seeking amusement had its limits. Who knows? One day Muzan might get annoyed and use him as fireworks. Let's go. Muzan spoke as he delved deeper inside. He felt that he should probably get a Nickerin blade. He preferred stabbing heads to grant blood, rather than dealing with half-demons. Doma followed along with a cheerful smile. Since there were quite a few participants in the assessment, and there were many demons on Mount Fujisaki, cries for help, screams, sounds of fighting, and roars could be heard from all directions in the forest. But because Mount Fujisaki was not small, there were also some places that were very tranquil. After Muzan casually dealt with a few clueless demons, he heard a scream. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me. The voice was filled with fear and a desire to survive. Muzan looked towards the direction of the sound, glanced at Tamayo, and then turned to run in that direction. After passing through a few trees that obstructed his view, he saw a fierce-looking female demon with blood and flesh clinging to the corners of her mouth. She had horns on her head and was opening her mouth wide enough to swallow a person's head whole, pouncing on a man. The man raised a knife to block the demon's mouth, using all his strength, with his arm trembling under the immense pressure. Muzan's speed did not decrease. As the female ghost just heard the footsteps, a soul had already appeared in her line of sight. Bang! Muzan ruthlessly kicked out, sending the female ghost flying, bouncing several times on the ground before finally rolling twice and stopping at the base of a tree. She let out a beast-like roar, angrily getting back up, her internal injuries and skin abrasions healing rapidly as she cautiously stared at Muzan. The person saved by Muzan hurriedly got up. Thank you. Muzan glanced at him and had to admit he was lucky. I'll lend you my Nickerin blade for a moment. Muzan grabbed the knife from the man's hand, weighed in his hand, and smiled. First form, Dance of the Sun. A streak of red rapidly spread, quickly covering the entire black blade, turning it into a blazing red like the sun. Demon. A scorching wave of heat surged forth, and the female demon was utterly powerless to withstand such a terrifying force. The arc of flames cleaved directly through her neck, severing her head. However, killing a demon did not seem to please Muzan. While using the sun breathing as a demon king should be an interesting thing, It reminded him of the memory of being chased and cut by Yoriichi wielding the sunblade. No need to use the sun breathing anymore. Meanwhile, Doma was completely taken aback, wondering why a demon king would use sun breathing. A demon king, using sun breathing to slay demons? Muzan vertically raised the knife in front of his eyes and took a look. He adjusted his breathing. With the water-breathing technique, the blade, under Muzan's control, lost its red hue, and before the black could manifest, it was quickly overtaken by a deep blue color. Looking at the blue blade, Muzan felt satisfied. Yes, the Demon King is perfectly suited to Tanjiro's breathing style. What do you mean by using the sun breathing technique? The person beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Why is the Nichiren blade in your hand changing colors? Brother, can you take me with you? No matter what, I should find a powerful ally to cling to. After all, he didn't want to be a demon slayer anymore. He couldn't win. He really couldn't win. All he wanted was to survive. Muzan looked at him, holding his Nichiren blade. All right, but can I borrow your Nichiren blade for a moment? No problem, no problem. The Nichiren blade is yours, the man said without hesitation. Living is more important than anything. A mere Nichiren blade? I can give you 10 more without issue. All right, you can follow me. When Doma saw that Muzan had a Nichiren blade, he suddenly wanted one too. He looked at Muzan and said, Master, I'm heading over there. Be careful. Muzan reminded him briefly and didn't pay much attention to it. If Doma wanted to go play, let him go. However, he still reminded Doma that he couldn't kill anyone if he wanted a Nichiren blade. Doma readily agreed. He thought that it wouldn't be bad to obtain a Nichiren blade by pretending to save people like Muzan. After all, he was the Gentle Master, and saving the world was his mission. Muzan has the memories of all demons, so he can use both sun and moon breathing techniques. Plus, with 100 years of experience, he can almost freely switch between most breathing styles. Therefore, those who follow Muzan are simply dumbfounded. It's the first time I've seen the Nichiren blade change colors like fireworks, and he even created a rainbow-colored, 6-colored black. Is the Nichiren blade your palette now? Muzan is really getting into it. Water breathing, flame breathing, moon breathing, thunder breathing, wind breathing. He can play with all kinds of breathing techniques, each one taking turns to slay demons. The demons in Fujisaki Mountain are practically breaking down. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Muzan is wielding his black and colorful Nichiren blade, chasing after the 3-headed half-demon. The half-demon is screaming in terror. Help! Don't kill me! Please, spare me! Cries for help and screams are echoing wherever they go. Run! Hee! You can't escape. No demon can save you. No matter how loud you scream. Muzan chased the mice like a cat, with a smile on his face that was downright twisted. To others, it sounded like there were ghosts pursuing people. 4 figures, 3 fleeing and 1 chasing. The nearby ghosts, hearing the cries for help, thought it was a ghost chasing someone and peeked out, wanting to come out and snatch the prey. But when they saw Muzan alone, with that terrifying aura, they turned around and ran without a second thought. Better the death of a friend than the death of a Taoist. It was laughable. There was no mutual help among ghosts. If not for the prohibition against mutual killing, they could fight each other over Muzan's blood inside other ghosts. However, it was clear that this ghost was slower than the 3 fleeing. As Muzan passed by, he slashed with a knife, a flash of yellow passed, and 1 ghost was cut down without Muzan's speed decreasing in the slightest. The ghost being chased was simply helpless, useless. How could it not even slow him down? One person, drawn by the sound, also thought it was a malicious ghost chasing someone, but he was being dragged by a ghost himself, feeling a bit anxious. Suddenly, the 3 panicked, fleeing figures passed by him. Ghost. Which big brother is so fierce? Chasing 3 ghosts? There was no time to think more. He swung his knife to block the ghost attack. This ghost was stronger than he imagined, and perhaps, in the next moment, a figure with a purplish-red shadow flashed by, and before he could react, whoosh, the ghost he was fighting had its head cut off. The man stared blankly as the 4 figures grew further away, involuntarily uttering 2 words. Awesome. Another person was encountered, and after a moment's daze, he realized what was happening. Although Muzan's rainbow-like knife had too many flaws, he seemed to understand something. Take me with you, he shouted and followed, transforming the situation from 3 fleeing and 1 chasing to 3 fleeing and 2 chasing, with 1 person trying hard to keep up with Muzan. The ghosts that were encountered, quick to react, immediately ran, joining the ranks of the hunted, barely surviving. But anyone who hesitated for even a moment had their throats slit by Muzan. The ghost being chased was simply astonished. How had he not noticed that these ghosts were so useless? Following this, more ghosts joined the ranks of the hunted, and even more people joined the chase. It was like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger. At that moment, the ghost cried, "Why are humans so terrifying?" The massive pursuit created a huge commotion, with shouts echoing everywhere, the cries of ghosts, and Muzan's unrestrained laughter making the night in Wisteria Mountain extremely lively. "Kill! Hee hee hee! Run! You can't escape! Help! We're killing ghosts! Don't chase anymore! I can't run anymore!" When the ghosts were forced to the foot of the mountain, completely blocked by wisteria flowers, their eyes lost their luster. "Tired! Let it be destroyed! Hurry up! Come with me! Kill this group of evil ghosts!" Muzan, lacking any awareness of being the king of demons, raised the highly criticized Nichiren blade and gave the command with a thunderous shout as a wave of people surged forward. "Kill them! Annihilate the evil demons!" The scene became chaotic, with the screams of demons mixed with the spirited battle cries. Under the wisteria flowers, Muzan laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." A demon, disregarding everything, charged into the layers of encirclement formed by the wisteria trees. Since he couldn't win, he wanted to fight with all his might to earn himself a glimmer of hope. Dying under the wisteria tree would be fine. Charge! Perhaps inspired by his spirit, several other demons resolutely turned and ran into the wisteria grove. Then they all died. Muzan, this is really exhilarating, but isn't the death a bit too hasty? When Doma, holding the Nichiren blade, was drawn over by the commotion, he looked confusedly at the chaotic scene and then at Muzan. "You're the demon king. Well, as long as you're happy." As dawn broke, the sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting sunlight on the earth, with patches of shimmering light filtering through the swaying shadows of the trees. That night, the demons on Mount Fujisaki suffered heavy losses. That night, the demon hunters had a great time killing, and that night, Muzan enjoyed himself thoroughly. Happy. The other demon hunters were also exhausted, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Some of them noticed Muzan, who was smiling in a way that didn't seem very friendly, and the Nichiren blade in his hand that seemed to have changed colors several times. Muzan put away the Nichiren blade and, not knowing where he pulled it from, took out a sweet pastry, found a large rock to sit on, and handed one to Tamayo beside him. Tamayo looked at the sweet pastry in his hand and suddenly remembered that he could still eat ordinary food. The next few days became relatively simple. Muzan led a large group, spontaneously forming a collective, killing demons whenever they encountered them, with demons fighting demons and humans fighting humans. Tamayo also got caught up in it, indulging in competing with others for demon kills. "I'm so happy to see how displeased you all look." On the morning of the 7th day, as the first light of dawn spread across the land, the forest was already quiet. The demons had basically been wiped out. More than 20 people returned in a grand manner along the same path. The two children from the Butterfly Mansion were also surprised. Are the newcomers this strong after just a few years? There are almost no casualties. This is a good omen. Welcome back. Congratulations. Being safe and sound is more important than anything else. First, pay for the uniforms, then measure the bodies and mark the ranks. Following the process, Muzan looked at a flock of crows flying in from the horizon, watching as one landed on his shoulder. Tamayo also tilted his head, watching the crows fly in. Muzan extended his hand, and the crow seemed very understanding, knowing what Muzan meant. Obediently, it landed on Muzan's finger. He stroked the crow with his other hand, then, like petting a cat, he ran his fingers along the area in front of its neck, and the crow comfortably closed its eyes. "Please choose the steel stones for forging the blade over there." Following their directions, he saw that there were already some jade steel stones placed on a wooden table. Muzan doesn't quite understand why he has to choose the materials for forging the sword himself. Muzan looked at the guy who had been following him for 7 days, named Takashi Mishiyu. "Your sword." Muzan returned the knife to him and looked at those who were already eagerly rushing to the table to pick stones. He wasn't in a hurry. After those excited people had picked for a while and things calmed down, Muzan took Tamayo over and casually chose one. At that moment, Takahashi came over and looked at Muzan. "Hey, Su Xing, do you think I should join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Muzan chose the name Su Xing for himself, with no surname, while Tamayo is called Su Wu. When Takashima asked Su Wu if he was afraid, Muzan turned his gaze. "Are you afraid?" He lowered his head and nodded slightly. Muzan immediately took on the demeanor of a life coach, earnestly saying, "Only by confronting fear can one overcome it. People need to progress. You are just one step away from joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Why give up halfway?" Muzan's words left Takashima Shigeki momentarily speechless. He was right. One cannot give up halfway. Reflecting on his own experiences, he made up his mind to face his fears. "I understand now," he suddenly shouted, not caring at all about the strange looks from others, and rushed forward to choose steel. As for why Muzan wanted to guide him, he was willing. Then, Muzan and Tamayo were measured and had their ranks inscribed. Luckily, they could suppress wound healing. Otherwise, the rank couldn't be inscribed. It's quite miraculous that the rank inscribed on the arm can be revealed just by clenching a fist. Isn't it better than the invisible ink pens he played with as a child that appeared under ultraviolet light? A fist clenched, it appeared. After a while, it disappeared. Clenched the fist again, and it reappeared. Muzan. Interesting. In the past, he could play for a whole day. After receiving the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, they left Mount Fujisaki, each returning home to their own mothers. Thinking about how clever the crow following them was, it would directly expose them if it ran to Infinity Castle. So they found a nearby inn to stay with Doma. Muzan suddenly thought of the well-hidden swordsmith village. Perhaps he could find it after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. However, he didn't really care much about it. Some people also settled down after a long journey. 14 days later, a tall man wearing a strange mask and a large hat adorned with wind chimes arrived at Muzan's residence, carrying a tall, long wooden box on his back. Muzan didn't rashly use blood demon art to peek at whether this guy was handsome or not. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. He watched as he untied a layer of cloth binding the Nickerin blade, revealing the Nickerin blade inside. Muzan took the Nickerin blade, slowly drawing the blade under the watchful eyes of the blacksmith and Tamayo. As Muzan adjusted his breathing, the color-changing blade was gradually covered by a layer of deep blue from bottom to top. He quite liked Tanjiro's water breathing, so he decided that from now on, he would use water breathing and wooden tea, make it as colorful as a neon light like he did on Mount Fujikase. It's blue, a very beautiful color. The blacksmith sighed and wished him good luck. I thought it would be colorful. Tamayo muttered beside him. Underneath his unseen mask, the blacksmith's brows twitched twice. What do you mean by colorful? Do you think the Nickerin blade is a rainbow blade? Show some respect for the Nickerin blade. He shot a glare at Tamayo, stood up angrily, and left with the box on his back. Tamayo, what about my blade? Muzan glanced at him and said, the blacksmith who forges the sword for you has arrived. Just as Muzan said, another person pushed open the door, peeking in with a strange mask, asking, is Suwu here? Dong Mao quickly stood up, that's me. I'm here to forge the Nickerin blade for Suwu. As he spoke, he took off the large wooden box he had been carrying on his back, opened one side, and while untying the cloth strap, he said, the Nickerin blade is forged from or found on the mountains closest to the sun. This kind of stone has been exposed to sunlight for years, without rain or clouds to obscure it, absorbing the power of the sun, capable of slaying evil spirits. Muzan was fiddling with the Nickerin blade in his hand, while internally complaining that the Nickerin blade was no longer useful against demons. However, half-demons still needed to be dealt with. Finally, under the somewhat impatient gaze of Doma, the swordsmith handed the Nickerin blade to Doma. In the swordsmith's expectant gaze, Doma drew the blade. In an instant, 6 vibrant colors spread from the hilt to the entire blade. Swordsmith. What is this 6-colored, dazzling thing? I've learned something new. The Nickerin blade can be colorful. Muzan was also unexpected. You're impressive, not even knowing any breathing techniques. Yet you created a rainbow-colored version of the Nickerin blade. Mary Sue is ecstatic. It's so absurd. But the next moment, the 6 colors on the blade in Doma's hand began to fade, followed by a pale, void-like white covering the entire blade. This white is different from the white of the breath of mist. It gives a bad feeling, a complete void. The blade quickly lost its color, causing Doma's originally fake smile to disappear. The swordsmith was also unsure of the situation and could only scratch his head and leave with the wooden box. Hurry! Go to Southeast Town. Su'u! Hurry to Southeast Town. A demon has appeared in Southeast Town. Hunt down the demon. At that moment, the 2 crows flew in simultaneously, squawking loudly, and Doma smiled as he looked over. He wanted to eat these 2 noisy crows. The crows seemed to sense danger, looking around cautiously, and after finding nothing, they carefully landed back on the shoulders of the 2. Muzan touched the little crow's head. Let's go. He was quite curious, as he had always been discovered. He didn't actually have many demons under his command, and most of them were too lazy to brutally hunt humans like beasts. Whether it's through exchanging food, killing evil people, or other means, there are plenty of ways to obtain human flesh, and they don't necessarily have to eat humans now. So what has the Demon Slayer Corps been busy doing all this time? The condition to become a Hashira is to kill an upper-ranked demon. So where do they come from? By the time they arrived at the location mentioned by the crow, it was already night. According to the crow's task description, people often go missing at night, suspected to be preyed upon by demons. Moreover, according to the locals, there has been an increase in disappearances over time. The area on the west side of the town has the highest number of missing persons. Muzan arrived at the west side of the town with Doma. At this time, the economy was not developed, and the so-called town was not very large. The two of them could basically keep the west side under surveillance. Due to the rumors of demons, almost no one dared to come out at night, leaving only the two of them walking separately on the dead silent streets. The echo of Muzan's footsteps reverberated in the empty long corridor. The sound of tap, tap, tap was steady yet frightening. Although Muzan had come out to kill demons, if anyone saw him, they would probably think he was the demon responsible for killing many people. A chilly breeze swept by, and Muzan suddenly exhaled, gripping the hilt of the Nickerin blade with one hand. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in from a side alley, and Muzan almost instantly drew the Nickerin blade. With a shill, the long sword easily pierced the attacker's arm. Muzan, under his incredulous and terrified gaze, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, laughing, "It's not a ghost." Ugh, ugh, ugh. Being choked by Muzan, he couldn't breathe, his face turned red, struggling desperately to pry open Muzan's hand. Muzan flicked his hand, and he was violently thrown out, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Enduring the pain, he quickly got up and fled without saying a word. Muzan glanced around. There was no one. The crow had flown far away due to the battle. As soon as he touched the ground, he chased after him. "Hey, you must be the so-called cannibal, right?" The person looked back at the pursuing Muzan, initially startled, but seeing the distance was safe enough, boldly shouted, "So what if I am? Aren't you supposed to be hunting demons? If I'm not a demon, then you should just get lost. Killing people is against the law." Oof. Muzan couldn't help but laugh. "You really understand me better than I do." Since it was confirmed that this guy was the murderer, Muzan didn't hesitate any longer. As his speed increased, the man suddenly saw a huge black shadow leap towards him from behind. His pupils dilated, and in a state of disbelieving terror, he turned to see a massive mouth opening wide towards him. "Help, help me! A demon! Why can't I make a sound?" In the end, the man only saw a giant maw swallowing him, and then he lost consciousness. After a few sounds of bones breaking and the crunching of flesh, Muzan's arm returned to normal. At the same time, he notified Tamayo that it was taken care of. The two of them, regardless of it being midnight, set off immediately. The two crows cautiously returned to the battlefield just as dawn was breaking, only to discover that they had already left. They caught a couple of times and hurriedly chased after them. By noon, the exhausted crows finally found the two of them, landing on their shoulders to rest. Muzan smiled as he patted him. The crow cawed twice, unsure if it was comfortable or complaining. After resting enough, the hard-working crow flew away again. They had to return to report and bring back new tasks. Damn the tiring crows. The diligent crow brought a new mission. There are demons hidden on Mount Tion. Go and slay them. The two followed the crow toward their destination. When the sky darkened again, they arrived at their destination. It must be said that in this era without computer assistance, being able to reasonably allocate tasks and reduce the travel distance for the demon slayers was also thanks to the overworked crow. Unfortunately, when the crow was around, if they encountered something edible, it was always inconvenient, and they could only regretfully waste it. The forest on Mount Tion was dense, with only a solitary grand shrine. The crow quickly ran away, while danger had not yet occurred. The two gently opened the door of the shrine. Creak. The old shrine was covered in dust, and Muzan's hands were also covered in a layer of dust, revealing a look of disgust. There were spider webs everywhere, and with the movement of the two, the startled little insects flew, jumped, and scurried. However, once they stepped over the threshold and walked inside, there was surprisingly little dust, indicating that someone or something had recently been active inside. Muzan can confirm that it definitely isn't the demon in his hands. Under his influence, who want to hide in such a shabby place? Moreover, the mountain is desolate. Only at the foot of the mountain do people move around. Are they trying to starve to death or something? A faint rustling sound comes from inside, as if something is moving. Even in pitch darkness, it doesn't affect the vision of the two genuine demons. Upon a closer look, behind a statue of an unknown object, there is a half-demon with a grotesque appearance, gnawing on a piece of rotten flesh in its hands. Its skin looks as if it's decaying, showing noticeable shades of green and purple, with flesh tumors growing extremely prominently. Muzan remembered that in the memories of his former weak boss, there was indeed this demon. However, because it was too weak after he crossed over, even though he broke free from its control, he didn't pay attention to it and directly thought it was dead. In the darkness, he saw two figures walking in, and he opened his large mouth filled with sharp teeth, threw away the food in his hands, and lunged forward. accompanied by a nauseating smell. The half-demon charged over with a roar. Muzan took a step back, gesturing for Doma to go ahead. Doma was exasperated. So you eat the humans, and I kill the disgusting half-demons, right? But there's nothing I can do. They are the boss. With a look of disdain, Doma drew his Nickerin blade, swung it, and before the half-demon could react, its head fell to the ground. When the crows flew back, they stood at the door, and taking advantage of the light streaming in, they saw Muzan pull out a cloth and hand it to Doma. Doma, with a look of disgust, took the cloth and wiped the blade back and forth. It stinks. On the ground lay a body that had not completely dissipated. Rest, rest. Let's head to the Fujiwara house for some recovery. The two crows shouted. This is the Fujiwara house, which has received help from the Demon Slayer Corps and has the family's crest marked with wisteria flowers. The two were welcomed courteously inside. Doma looked at the wisteria trees surrounding the mansion. The owner, who guided them into the mansion, noticed Doma's expression and explained, because we might be targeted by demons. We've planted wisteria flowers around to keep them away, so you can rest here with peace of mind. Doma casually nodded, maintaining a smiling expression on his face. 3 months later, since Muzan would not actively seek out tasks, even the demons they encountered did not survive to see the next day. They all basically died upon contact. As a result, the names of Su Xing and Su Wu had reached the ears of Kanroji Mitsuri at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In just 3 months, the two had already approached the standard of Ashira. This made Kanroji Mitsuri very pleased. My swordsmen are truly excellent. Over these 3 months, Muzan also discovered that of the so-called demons, about 30% were actually just murderers using demons as an excuse. Muzan and Doma directly dealt with simple murderers, rewarding themselves in the process. If the reasons for killing were as varied as those in a washing machine, and the victims were not innocent, Muzan couldn't be bothered and would just report the situation. Among them, a large portion, nearly 60 to 70%, were half-demons. It seemed that in order to find the blue spider lily, demons were created within a certain range, and fearing that too many demons would affect him, he did not create them in large numbers. However, half-demons were different. Those things like a turtle looking at a green bean, if they hit it off, they would develop into half-demons. But they were all low in intelligence and weak in strength. The only thing noteworthy was their survival instinct. Even harsher than the scum boss who saw Yoriichi. The rest were the demons under Muzan's command that had been discovered. The two crows cawed loudly, waking up Muzan and Doma. Looking speechlessly at the two birds perched by the window, Muzan felt annoyed. Tamayo, on the other hand, smiled quietly as he watched them. The two birds didn't care about their reactions. They dared to act freely since they weren't being fed. In Qingyu Town, a powerful demon has appeared. Go deal with him. In fact, this would be the last battle for Su Xing and Su Wu to ascend to the rank of Hashira. To be honest, over the past 3 months, they had been running around, solving many half-demons thanks to the information network of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the hospitality from the Tanjiro's family made Muzan very comfortable. After defeating demons, they would follow the crows to the Tanjiro's house to enjoy good food and rest, then continue their journey. Killing half-demons was a profit, and killing maniacal demons could also provide a feast. The only thing that made Muzan uncomfortable was why, in the original story, Tanjiro went to the Ubuyashiki family in such a short time, while he had been working for 3 months and still didn't know where the Ubuyashiki residence was hidden. He wasn't just there to work for the Ubuyashiki family. Shouldn't he have gone to the Ubuyashiki residence to live with the Demon Slayer Corps big family, and let the warm environment of the Corps and caring teammates influence Tamayo? Yes, one reason Muzan joined the Demon Slayer Corps was for fun, but it has always just been the two of them, which is really not that interesting. Another reason was to continue in the environment of the Demon Slayer Corps, with Doma having a correct understanding. Just look at the original work. A pig was moved to the point of bubbling over, can now learn to make choices, and Michiro regained his memories. No matter how it happened, they were all emotionally moved within, and each character flaw ultimately led to fulfillment. But here, it turned into him and his brother slaying demons all alone. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Am I the only one with my brother? Demon-slaying warriors don't need emotions, don't need companions. Forget it. Muzan and Doma followed the crow towards the so-called Qingyu Town. But as they got closer, Muzan realized that the direction they were approaching was where his subordinates' demons were hiding. According to the mission description, there was a powerful evil demon hiding in Qingyu Town. Almost every night, someone would go missing, although most of those who disappeared were troublemakers, thugs, and nearby robbers. This led the people of Qingyu Town to believe they were protected by deity. Until 3 days ago, someone passed by a house and heard some disturbing noises. Peeking in, they discovered a horrifying scene. A terrifying evil demon was gnawing on a corpse. The abdomen of the corpse had been eaten away, revealing the terrified expression on its face. When this news spread, some believed it was a deity that only consumed evil people, requiring them to offer sacrifices willingly. But others were more clear-headed and ran to the Fujikawa family, seeking help from the Demon Slayer Corps. Weak humans certainly did not have the courage to live alongside powerful man-eating demons. Thus, Muzan and Doma came over. Muzan rubbed his head. The demon here is Kanta Yamakawa, a very laid-back demon under Muzan's command. But he is obsessed with the thrill of eating people, so he actively seeks out places with poor order. Qingyu Town, due to its remote location and large population, along with its poverty, has almost no order, which makes Kanta Yamakawa very fond of it, and he has settled here for a long time. Now he has finally been discovered. To be honest, Kanta Yamakawa has been alive for a long time, has eaten many people, and possesses strong physical strength. But because of his laid-back nature, his blood demon art is just about running away. In terms of combat ability, Muzan thinks it's at a lower moon level. Right? Come on, this demon is your problem to deal with. Doma, another stinking half-demon? Muzan heard his thoughts and said, "You can rest assured, it's not. But I will secretly tell you, be bold and take action. It's a demon, it can't be killed, just don't use blood demon art." Relying on Tamayo's wisteria extract and blue spider lily, even if the demons under Muzan were struck in the neck with a Nickerin blade, it wouldn't matter. If they didn't get along, they could fight, and it wouldn't be a problem even if they were beaten to death. At most, it would just hurt a little. Kenkata Yamashita stood on the terrace, overlooking the tranquil Qingyu town. Has he been living here for almost 10 years? He also knew about the events that happened a few days ago, and it was time to leave, but before leaving, he needed to extract all the value from this place. Those who worshipped him as a deity also informed him that someone was seeking help from the Demon Slayer Corps. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when Doma found Kenkata Yamashita with a smile. Both demons sensed that the person in front of them was also one of Muzan's subordinates. Kenkata Yamashita breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was the Demon Slayer Corps that had arrived. However, the next moment, Doma swiftly drew his Nickerin blade, wearing a cheerful smile on his face. Kenkata Yamashita. Why does a demon have a Nickerin blade? Then, Doma tossed aside his Haori, revealing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform underneath. Kenkata Yamashita. What are you doing? I'm here to kill you. Doma, grinning, swung his blade and charged forward. Kenkata Yamashita couldn't help but shout, "You betrayed Lord Muzan?" "How could that be?" Doma casually responded, not slowing down. Kenkata Yamashita really couldn't figure out what was happening. He flipped over the railing from the terrace and jumped down. "What do you want to do?" "To kill you." Doma unceremoniously chased after him. Kenkata Yamashita didn't want to understand the situation anymore. This guy was already wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. What else was there to say? His originally gentle and handsome face turned terrifying, fangs bared, pupils turning red, long claws emerging from his hands, and he quickly turned to meet Doma. "I will clear the way for Lord Muzan." Doma dodged his attack with a smile, while also becoming more cautious in his heart. This guy wasn't as weak as he appeared. Plus, he was currently not very convenient to use blood demon art, making it difficult to unleash. Moreover, most of his blood demon art was aimed at fragile humans who couldn't recover quickly. He could only rely on his powerful physique and the breathing techniques learned from Muzan to defend. Taking advantage of Kenkata's attack, Doma mercilessly swung his Nickerin blade towards his neck. Kenkata Yamashita reacted quickly, twisting his body with force, causing the Nickerin blade to miss. With a long slicing sound, his arm was severed by the Nickerin blade, falling to the ground with a thud. Kenkata Yamashita quickly sidestepped and bent down to pick up his arm, reattaching it at the wound. Countless root-like flesh strands sprouted from the severed end, connecting together in an instant. Doma wouldn't give him much time to recover, turning to launch another attack. Clang! The Nickerin blade clashed with Kenkata's hard claws, Doma subtly suppressing Kenkata Yamashita. However, Kenkata Yamashita had lived longer and, using his immense strength, turned the situation around, instead suppressing Doma. Doma maintained his smile, which greatly annoyed Kenkata Yamashita. "You have great strength." Doma feigned praise, then continued to mock. "It's a pity you can't fight at all." Saying this, he suddenly retreated, using the momentum to twist his wrist, and a flash of the blade directly attacked. Kenkata Yamashita was struck in the neck, but relying on his powerful physique, he surprisingly didn't get severed, only stopping at the flesh, unable to sink in further. He revealed a gruesome smile and suddenly grabbed the Nickerin blade, Your strength is too weak. Who said that? Doma replied with a smile, sliding the Nickerum blade. The sharp edge, pale in color, directly severing his fingers. Hee, you're too weak. Doma looked at Kenkadangasha, who was grinning and growing new fingers his wound healing, while casually weighing the Nickerum blade in his hand. You're not that strong either, Kenkata Yamashita shouted as he charged forward. This time his speed was even faster than before. Muzan was perched at the top of the building, snacking on some treats while watching them fight. It would have been even better if there were some sunflower seeds. This laborious and unbeneficial task could just be left to Tamayo. He was too lazy to perform. In the end, he would just scratch himself a few times to create some wounds. Seeing that Keita Yamakawa finally showed some spirit and managed to claw Tamayo, creating a deep wound, Muzan quickly reminded Tamayo in secret not to heal. As time passed, the two demons under the moonlight had been fighting for quite a while without much effect. Keita Yamakawa could recover, and aside from his clothes being a bit torn, he didn't have any substantial injuries. On the other hand, although Tamayo was injured and didn't heal, it didn't affect the battle at all. He was also feeling annoyed. Fighting with demons was really boring. It would be better to go find some humans. Muzan also felt it was about time. Yamazawa Koda suddenly heard Muzan's voice in his head. Leave. Yamazawa Koda was taken aback. Was Muzan-sama paying attention to him? He hurriedly replied, but this guy betrayed you. At the same time, Doma also heard Muzan's voice, telling him to leave. Look to the upper left. Yamazawa Koda heard the voice and looked over in confusion. And he also noticed that the guy who had been extremely annoying had stopped attacking. Then, he saw Muzan-sama, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, on the balcony. Lord Muzan, what are you doing? Boss, you really know how to play. Kanto Yamakawa has returned to his human form, biting the flesh and blood in his mouth, while sighing. He has already been sent to Infinity City by Neru, and just finished a battle, starting to death. Muzan and Doma pretended to be severely injured, their clothes torn and tattered from the battle with claws. Weakly leaning against the wall, they wore expressions of deep resentment. When the Demon Slayer Corps logistics personnel arrived with a stretcher to rescue them, Muzan finally appeared relieved as if he had been saved, repeatedly fainting. Witnessing this scene, Doma commented, Lord Muzan, you've truly lived for hundreds of years. It's not for nothing. Your acting skills are amazing. I'm also fainting. After a brief treatment at the Fujikata house, the injured brothers were sent to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Muzan memorized the route all the way. Hihi, Kagoshima, you fool. Your base's address is now known by your arch-nemesis. Now your arch-nemesis has already run to your home and is receiving your treatment. You're so pathetic. Just a step away from the Swordsmith village, and I've figured you out completely. You're so pathetic. What a useless prophecy. You couldn't even predict that I would come to your house. V, you're so pathetic. Doma watched Lord Muzan, who was wearing a lewd grin, while maintaining a smile. At this moment, the two had already been sent to the hospital room, being cared for by the people from the butterfly house. Hearing footsteps approaching, Muzan hurriedly returned to his normal demeanor, leaning against the wall behind the hospital bed while reading. As the curtain was drawn back, several figures entered one after another. Muzan was taken aback. The head of the Kenroji family, followed by a group of Ashira? What's going on? Have they discovered his identity? As long as you all are safe, that's enough. Kenroji stood in front of Muzan and Doma with a gentle smile, completely different from Doma's. You are excellent swordsmen, now. Rest well here. From this, one could see the complete difference between the leadership of the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, gentle, composed, considerate of the overall situation, just wanting safety. The Demon King, you're too weak. Layoffs. It's not that he has been discovered. Muzan breathed a sigh of relief. After working diligently for 3 months, he didn't want it all to be in vain. He put down the book, nodded, and looked like a newcomer being visited by the boss, feeling deeply touched. Doma, smiling. When Kenroji left, the remaining Hashira gathered around. A tall man with a rough voice stood in front of them, scrutinizing the two. So this is the so-called genius? Nearly meeting the Hashira standards in 3 months? His tone seemed somewhat displeased. Doma did not respond, and his smiling demeanor only made the man more irritated. Muzan also smiled at him with a fake, squinting gaze. The tall man visibly became angry. What do you two mean by this? Muzan and Doma. Haha, you little brat. Angered, he clenched his fist and charged at Muzan. A slightly shorter but equally strong guy hurriedly blocked him. They're still injured. Don't be impulsive. Huh. The tall man let out a breath, glared at the two, and said, I'm not so petty as to argue with those two kids. He slammed his fist down and directly left the hospital room. Sorry, he's a bit hot-headed. Please don't mind him. Muzan smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing." Tamayo also smiled in an extremely fake manner, and the Hashira felt very uncomfortable under that smile. By the way, according to the rules, you have already met the requirements to become Hashira. The Lord will inform you soon, the man said with a smile. A tall girl stepped forward excitedly, so we might fight alongside each other in the future. Let me introduce you first. The one just now is the stone Hashira, named Sugiura Tomoki, who has a bad temper. He is the water Hashira, Mukai Mizuko, the strongest among us. As she spoke, she pointed to the person who had just stopped the stone Hashira and continued, I am the rock Hashira, Akagi. She introduced each of the 9 Hashira one by one. Aside from the stone Hashira, who seemed displeased with them, the others were quite friendly. Just as the water Hashira, Mukai Mizuko said, soon the two were officially named Hashira. When Muzan was sitting under the eaves of the Butterfly Mansion reading, he saw Akagi approaching and looked up in confusion. Akagi sat down beside him, glanced at Tamayo, who was smiling in the house, and quietly asked, Su-Shing, does your brother have any problems? After saying that, she added, if it's inconvenient to talk about, then never mind. Muzan glanced at Tamayo, feeling ecstatic inside. Wasn't this achieving the second goal? He nodded. There's nothing inconvenient about it. He has had no emotions since childhood, so he always smiles, wanting to feel emotions. Is that so? Do you mind if I tell others? They also care about Su Wu's condition. There's nothing to mind about. Thus, with Muzan's support, basically all the Hashira and most of the people at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters learned about it. The so-called genius, Su Wu, had no emotion since childhood, and his parents regarded him as the son of God because of his appearance. He grew up listening to others' complaints, and, in the end, his parents died in front of him because of demons. He's a pitiful little guy. Perhaps, to become a genius, he sacrificed his emotions and happiness as a price. Always wearing a smile, he actually longs for emotions. So when Tamayo said some extremely irritating things, he gently held back his reactions. The stone Hashira, Akagi, unconsciously took on the role of a mother, always coming to check on him, and as a result, Tamayo stopped saying those annoying things to her. With Tsuguko's advice, guidance, and Muzan's coercion as a foundation, Akagi's repeated visits successfully made Tamayo go from her first fake smile to unconsciously waiting for Akagi's arrival. Muzan looked at such changes and found it truly effective. It makes sense, after all. Tamayo was just a teenager when he transformed and had never experienced parental love. Thinking back to the original work, Tamayo once wanted to keep Kaneo by his side, which should also be related to the absence of maternal love he experienced, right? At the same time, as the strongest Hashira, the water Hashira, Tomioka, like everyone's big brother, cares for everyone with the gentleness of water. The beautiful atmosphere of mutual healing in the Demon Slayer Corps greatly reassured Muzan, so he decided to let go and not interfere. The plan to transform Tamayo was handed over to the Demon Slayer Corps to implement. Although aside from forcing Tamayo not to kill indiscriminately and handing him over to the Demon Slayer Corps, he hadn't really managed much. Time is the best medicine. Unknowingly, Muzan and Tamayo had already been in the Demon Slayer Corps for over a year. After Muzan returned to the Tsukinoko headquarters with Doma, after completing their mission, he saw Akagi helping the Butterfly Mansion treat someone's wounds. Seeing the safe return of Su-Shing and Su Wu, he smiled and walked over to pat Doma's head. Doma still wore his usual smile, which clearly didn't look like the face of a good person. However, at least when looking at Akagi, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. He was indeed listening attentively to her words, no longer pretending to be someone else and learning to show respect. Although he hadn't changed, he had listened, which was enough to show that Akagi had successfully carved out a place for herself in Doma's heart. The foundation of emotional connection is bond. In the original story, when Doma was human, his parents and those around him never thought of establishing a bond with him. After becoming a demon, under the guidance of a useless boss, what was a bond? What was that? In the end, he could only establish a distorted love through his strange feelings towards Shinobu Kocho, which was the so-called emotion. And this emotion, rather than being love, in some interpretations, resembled hatred. However, Doma, who had never experienced emotions, regarded it as love, regardless of its authenticity. This indicates that Doma's emotional shortcomings could be changed with the help of others. And indeed, at this moment, Doma would not place himself in the divine position his parents once gave him. After all, it's normal to feel resentment when your talent isn't good. Muzan heard Tamayo mocking Sugiura Tomoki again, which basically happened every time the two met. Sugiura Tomoki was so angry that the veins on his fists bulged. You can only talk big. Fight me. I don't want to bully you. Tamayo smiled and turned to leave, completely ignoring him. Sugiura Tomoki was filled with rage from being looked down upon and humiliated, and he shouted, "I at least have feelings. Who are you? Do you even qualify to be called human?" Tamayo's smile instantly vanished, and his calm expression was suppressed with anger. He turned around and coldly stared at him, his hand already reaching for the Nichiren blade at his waist. "Do you want me to teach you how to speak?" Sugiura Tomoki was frightened by Tamayo's gaze and realized that he had gone a bit too far. So he slightly lowered his head and managed to say 2 words, "I'm sorry." After saying that, he turned and left. Tamayo was stunned as he let go of the grip on his Nichiren blade, wondering why he had to apologize. Shouldn't he be angry too and end up fighting? Unable to understand, Tamayo regained his smile. Muzan was ready to intervene, but Sugiura Tomoki actually apologized? As one of the 2 Hashira who had been the least kind to him, this guy had never apologized before. Forget it. Muzan chose not to pay attention anymore and turned to look at the crow that flew in. He extended his hand to let it land on his finger. The crow seemed anxious and exhausted, and as soon as it landed, it didn't have time to rest and shouted loudly. "Southwest! Southwest! A powerful demon has appeared. Hurry and support Damba J-Sei." Damba J-Sei, the Sound Hashira, was quite strong and was one of the 4 who fought with Tamayo that day. Muzan looked at the demons under his command. Well, this guy has run into an Upper Moon again. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Yoriichi took care of the siblings, Kaneo and Jotaro. Watching Jotaro care for his sister so lovingly made Yoriichi miss his brother even more. Perhaps he could take these 2 children to find Wakasa? Kokushibo learned of Yoriichi's thoughts and chuckled. "I want to continue my travels." Plus, he was genuinely bored, so he didn't ask Neikime for help in teleporting, instead measuring the earth with his own feet. After asking about Yoriichi's location, he began to travel in the opposite direction. He had yet to gauge Yoriichi's strength and did not want to play house with him. After all, he was going to become the strongest swordsman. You take your time raising your little brats. Then, with no attempt to hide, his 3 pairs of eyes clearly declared, "I am a demon. Demon Sleiko. Come and fight me." Of course, Kokushibo had similar thoughts. He wanted to see what level the current Demon Slayer Corps was at. When Niwa Kiyoshi learned of Kokushibo's location, Kokushibo was waiting for him right where he was. The result naturally left Kokushibo greatly disappointed. Is this it? Even if you can't reach the level of that so-called wall player of Yoriichi, you should at least be able to exchange a few moves with me, right? He and T even used much strength, and you can't keep up? No wonder Muzan never took the Demon Slayer Corps seriously from the beginning. Thinking that he could be considered a senior of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kokushibo decided to engage with Niwa Kiyoshi, wanting to guide him a bit. Ironically, Niwa Kiyoshi found it laughable that Kokushibo fought him using the Nichiren blade and breathing techniques. Kokushibo casually deflected his attacks while commenting, "Your speed is still too slow. Not fierce enough." Although Kokushibo meant well, in his eyes, this behavior was nothing but blatant humiliation, prompting Niwa Kiyoshi to attack wildly, gritting his teeth. Kokushibo easily blocked all his attacks. "You need to look for weaknesses. I've left you so many openings. Why can't you find them?" "Shut up," Niwa Kiyoshi roared. "You shouldn't let too much emotion into a fight." Kokushibo reminded him with a blank expression. "Your flashy moves are too many. Your breathing techniques aren't practiced enough." Who? He was right. I need to stay calm. Niwa Kiyoshi took a deep breath, calming himself, becoming even more serious. Good. Kokushibo showed a satisfied expression. The battle between the 2 grew more intense, but Kokushibo remained unfazed, while Niwa Kiyoshi gradually weakened. Prolonged combat was still a huge strain on a human. You should become a demon. The limitations of an ordinary human are too many. Kokushibo had fought for so long and had developed a fondness for talent, unintentionally switching to a preaching mode. "Impossible," Niwa Kiyoshi shouted, his aura suddenly becoming powerful. "Even if my form is obliterated, I will surely slay the evil demon." Well, I knew it would be like this. Kokushibo casually caught his attack, swung his blade down, creating a deep gash across his chest while saying, "You're still far off. There are only 12 demons as strong as me. If you want to defeat us, you'll have to try a bit harder." Niwa Kiyoshi retreated in pain, blood spilling from his chest, the massive wound making it difficult for him to move. Every action tugged at the injury. But he could not let the evil demon escape his sight again. He would not let the demon freely devour human flesh before him again. He would fight with all his life, slay the evil demon. He would not let anyone lose their life because of his powerlessness again. Kokushibo felt that since he had already cut him in the chest, there was no need to continue fighting. He should know when to retreat. But then he saw this guy stubbornly gripping the long blade, disregarding the torn wound and the blood that stained his chest, roaring as he swung again. Are you trying to throw your life away? Kokushibo blocked with a single stroke. You can't kill me. What is the use of such foolish desperation? As long as I'm alive, I won't let you harm anyone. Kokushibo silently looked towards the town not far away, realizing he wanted to go eat people. This perception was almost impossible to change, and Kokushibo was no longer willing to waste time. With a swift thrust, he pierced the Nichiren blade into his shoulder. If not treated promptly, his R would likely be rendered useless. But Niwa Kiyoshi stubbornly clamped the Nichiren blade with his muscles. Using the one hand, he could still move to swing the blade upward. Thoof! The Nichiren blade struck Kokushibo's neck, but only penetrated a few millimeters before stopping. With a crack, Kokushibo grabbed his Nichiren blade with his other hand and, with a forceful grip, shattered the blade's edge. With a splatter of blood, he pulled out the Nichiren blade and mercilessly threw him aside. Stop wasting your effort. Niwa Kiyoshi fell heavily into the fields. Struggling with the hand he could still use to prop himself up. Don't run. Kokushibo didn't even look back, sheathing the Nichiren blade and leaving only his back as he walked toward the town. Doma silently watched this scene. Although he still wore a smile, he vaguely realized that what he had previously thought of as redemption seemed to be as illusory as the so-called gods and Buddhas. Looking at Niwa Kiyoshi, who lay on the ground, desperately trying to stand but too weak from blood loss, he was already slightly stronger than when he fought with him that day. Forget it. Let us save him. Doma rushed over from behind a distant rock, as if he had just arrived. Running quickly while showing fake sadness and concern. I was really worried about you. If you died, I would surely be heartbroken. After saying this theatrically, he was urged by Niwa Kiyoshi. Stop acting. Go chase that evil demon. You're too much. How can you say I'm acting? Doma said, while taking out bandages to treat his wounds, secretly lamenting that the human body was still too fragile. Don't mind me. Hurry and chase that demon. Niwa Kiyoshi shouted anxiously, and Doma smiled at him. Niwa Kiyoshi felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Stop staring at me. He felt that Doma's smile at this moment seemed somewhat familiar, and it was not a good feeling. How could that be? Doma was just a kid who had recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps, working hard to kill demons. Su Xing went to intercept him. Upon hearing this, Niwa Kiyoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly reminded, he is very strong. Su Xing can't handle it alone. You need to help him. Doma smiled at him. I'll save you first. Can you die? Niwa Kiyoshi fell silent. Meanwhile, Muzan had already caught up with Kokushibo. Kokushibo wore an expression of disbelief, looking back and forth at the Demon King before him. Has he gone mad? Or is he just stupid? Why are you wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform? And holding a Nichiren blade? Come on, let us have a duel with the Nichiren blades. Muzan is eager to try. Kokushibo is simply ridiculous. What the hell? Muzan, I don't have time to play with you right now. But as soon as the words were out, Muzan smiled and drew the Nichiren blade. You won't get to decide. Neikime, send me away. Neikime, do you dare to try and send him away? Kabuts Suji Muzan, aren't you a bit too idle? Kokushibo gritted his teeth and was forced to block Muzan's attack, striking back with a blade. What if I am too idle? Muzan caught his attack, twisting his wrist to deflect the blade, then struck down. Kokushibo took a deep breath. Let us fight. The two flashed their blades, moving so fast that the human I could hardly follow, striking hundreds or even thousands of times in just a few seconds, with a cacophony of metal clashing. However, Muzan was a demon king after all. Even if he couldn't defeat Yoriichi, Kokushibo was not an option. As time went on, the situation became increasingly clear. Kokushibo found it harder to defend against Muzan's faster and more ferocious attacks. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, Muzan ruthlessly swung the Nichiren blade towards his neck. In the next moment, Muzan suddenly paused, not evading, and was severely slashed in the chest by Kokushibo, leaving a gruesome wound. With a pained expression, holding his chest, he staggered back weakly. Why are you so strong? Then, under Kokushibo's bewildered gaze, he collapsed to the ground. The Nichiren blade dropped aside. Then, Kokushibo saw Upper Moon 6, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, holding a Nichiren blade, crying with a fake expression as if wearing a mask, running towards him. I will avenge my brother. Kokushibo. Subway. Old man. Phone. Then, in his own confusion, he was teleported to Infinity Castle by Muzan. Damn it. He got away. They were soon sent back to the Uzui headquarters, where Muzan lay on a hospital bed. Speaking to Ubiyashiki Kagaya, who came to visit. Although he escaped, I gained some information. Muzan Kabutsuji has designated the 12 strongest demons as the 12 Kizuki, divided into upper and lower moons. That demon is a lower moon and should be the strongest among demons aside from Muzan. Yoriichi is nothing, just a wall hanger. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled gently. You did well. We will definitely exterminate the evil demons. Muzan smiled. Doma watched from the side, curious to see how long Lord Muzan could keep up the act. Akagi Ri also came over to check on the two. She always knew that both of them were pitiful, having lost their parents to demons at such a young age. Yet, they stood in front of the demons with their own flesh and blood, preventing more people from falling into tragedy. Despite carrying such a heavy past, they always smiled. Su Xing, in particular, was always so understanding and caring towards everyone, and although Su Wu lacked emotions, he always maintained a smile. Watching Su Xing, who was sitting on a hospital bed seriously reading a book, and Su Wu, who always had a smile on his face, made her heart ache even more for these two young children. In fact, at that moment, Muzan was reminding Kaneo, Kokushibo has run away. I heard you're going to look for him. And he ran away. Are you happy? Are you excited? Jutaro, who was fiddling with his newly acquired scythe, and the little Mei following behind him, looked over curiously. With the naked eye, it was evident that Yuichiro's expression was not good. He seemed like he wanted to hit someone. Little Mei, frightened, hid behind Jutaro and quietly asked her brother, Brother, what's wrong with Yuichiro? Jutaro, unhappy, replied, You should call him Uncle Yuichiro. I'm the only one who is your brother. On the other side, Muzan began to threaten Kokushibo. Kokushibo, shall I have Neikime send you over to Yuichiro? Kokushibo looked very displeased in Infinity Castle. Lord Muzan, just play your game with the Demon Slayer Corps and don't interfere with this matter. He needed to see Yuichiro, but not now. TSK, what's the big deal, seriously? Muzan started contacting Yurin again. It seems your elder brother doesn't want to see you. Would you like me to tell you where he is? No need. Well, my brother wants to see me. He will come naturally. All right. Muzan felt it was boring. You two are quite in sync, huh? Mingnu looked at the murderous Kurizumikic and finally received Muzan's notification. She hurriedly sent Kurizumikic away, fearing that he might lose his mind out of anger and take it out on her. After that, calm days returned once more. Muzan's life in the Demon Slayer Corps is extremely comfortable. His gentle personality, likable appearance, and the smile he often wears make him blend in seamlessly. Doma and Sugiura Tomoki have started fighting, and for safety's sake, Niwa J-Sei is watching from the side, ready to intervene if things escalate. However, as the battle between the two intensifies, Niwa J-Sei's brows furrow deeper, looking increasingly serious and contemplative. Muzan looked at Niwa Jingsheng in confusion, stood up from the steps under the eaves, and put down the book in his hand. He patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Niwa Jingsheng jolted, suddenly turned his head to look at him, and Muzan noticed the fleeting fear in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Niwa Jingsheng shook his head, hurriedly revealing a faint smile to cover his expression. It's nothing, I was just lost in thought. If there's something, you can tell me. Muzan reminded him, and Niwa Saikyo quickly nodded, turning his gaze back to the two people fighting. Muzan then returned to his seat to read. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Muzan, who was focused on his book, and Damba Jingsho let out a sigh of relief, once again placing his attention on Doma with a serious expression. Muzan naturally noticed his movements. What was going on? He himself was confused. I lost. Saito Tomoki took a step back, retracted his Nichiren blade, and looked at Doma. Over time, he had gradually come to acknowledge these two individuals, and this battle further solidified his recognition of their strength. Having lost, he admitted it generously. Doma also sheathed his pale Nichiren blade and almost instinctively smiled and mocked. Saito-san, I told you long ago, you definitely can't match me. Saito Tomoki was instantly infuriated. You brat, don't get too smug. In the evening, Niwa Kiyoshi lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to him that Su Wu had almost merged with the powerful demon figure from that day in his mind. Under suspicion, he suddenly felt that these two brothers were suspicious from every angle. That night, Su Xing was alone, and the strength he displayed was that of an ordinary person, but from the assessment at Fujisaki Mountain to today, he hadn't trained or learned any breathing techniques from anyone. Yet he suddenly became a Hashira-level demon hunter. He suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard, that a person named Yamashima Shigaki had said he saw Su Xing wielding a Nichiren blade and able to use any breathing technique. And that Su Wu was even more suspicious. But he couldn't be a demon. They could move in sunlight and use Nichiren blades and breathing techniques. What was going on? He needed to find someone to discuss this. Then, the next day, Muzan was leisurely reading when he heard footsteps and saw Niwa Kiyoshi approaching with a bag of something he couldn't identify. Muzan put down the book in confusion and asked, "Is something wrong?" Niwa Jingsheng placed a bag of items on the table beside Muzan and smiled. "I bought some wisteria flower tea yesterday. I bought a bit too much, so I'm giving you some." Muzan glanced at the package of tea wrapped in paper and nodded. "Thank you." After Danya, Kiyoki left. Muzan realized that this guy seemed to be suspicious of him. He had been sunbathing every day. What was there to doubt? So the next day, Muzan ran around with wisteria flower tea, even going to Danya Kiyoki's room to chat while finishing a cup of wisteria flower tea. "Look at this wisteria flower tea. Just drink it." In the end, he even sent over a package of wisteria cake. Danya Kiyoki watched Muzan leave, silently looking at the wisteria cake in his hand. Am I overthinking? In the following days, Danya Kiyoki could always see Muzan sunbathing, eating wisteria cake, and drinking wisteria flower tea. Danya Kiyoki. "No, the more you do this, the more suspicious I become." "Gigi, what are you eating?" Toyo Hiro suddenly popped up, looking at the wisteria cake on Muzan's table, and without hesitation, grabbed one with his claw and tasted it under Danya Kiyoki's focused gaze. "It tastes good. How could you leave me out and eat alone?" "Boo-hoo." Muzan and Niwa Kiyoshi. "Huh. Eat. You ate it all." Muzan stuffed the entire plate of wisteria cake into Doma's hands. "Hurry up and eat." Doma smiled and happily walked while eating the wisteria cake. Muzan looked at Doma's back and silently took a sip of wisteria tea to calm himself. Gigi's lethality is too strong, especially when it comes out of Doma's mouth. Muzan thought this would completely dispel Danju's doubts. However, unexpectedly, after he and Tamayo returned from a mission, Danju ran over with a big smile and said, "Su Xing, I found an open-air hot spring. I heard the service is great, and the Lord said he would take us there to relax." How did this suddenly involve Kanroji Shizen? Was he suspecting that she was wearing some kind of transparent high-tech material that blocks light? In fact, Kanroji Shizen did not suspect the two of them. As a reward for the well-performing Demon Slayer Corps, the Lord would take the Hashira and outstanding demon hunters to relax in places like hot springs. He was willing to trust every child who joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Besides, it wasn't like a demon would actually come to the Demon Slayer Corps to become a Hashira, right? Killing demons every day and still being so diligent? What a joke. He only agreed because a few Hashira had suggested it. Muzan looked at Doma, who had become addicted to the wisteria cake, and after watching Danwa Jingsheng leave, said, "I think you should cherish the time you can spend with Akajiri." Doma was not a fool and naturally understood what that meant. However, the way you put it. The next day, Muzan and Danwa Jingsheng went to the hot springs together, while Doma followed behind Akajiri, chatting as they walked. Since the distance wasn't far, they quickly arrived at their destination, where men and women bathed separately. Doma watched as Akiji re-entered the women's bathing area before he went to change clothes. Danwa Jingsheng was fully focused, wishing he could glue his eyes to the two of them, carefully observing as they changed. Muzan was startled and took a step back, looking at Niwa Kiyoshi in fear. "I like women. Don't get any weird ideas." Niwa Kiyoshi was taken aback, about to retract his bare gaze. "No." Muzan stepped back again. "Stay away from me." While soaking in the hot springs, Muzan and Danya J. Ki were on opposite sides. "Venevet, Danya J. Ki movit." Muzan moved as well. Danya J. Ki said, "Don't overthink it. That's not what I meant." Muzan, beware. "Retreat. Retreat. Retreat." Niwa Kiyoshi. What a sin. Although it seems there has been some misunderstanding, Niwa Kiyoshi has also eliminated his last doubts. However, the more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems. No, he won't give up. He conveyed his thoughts to his lord, who smiled slightly. Although he wouldn't dismiss his words, it seemed he didn't suspect the two brothers at all. The others felt the same way. Only Mukashima Akira, younger brother of Mukashima Mizuki, who had fought with him against that demon that day, and Sugiura Tomoki, who also felt something was off, had some doubts. Since these methods aren't working, he would have to find another way. Muzan went out with Tamayo to carry out a mission again. However, after some investigation, it seemed that the target was neither a half-demon nor a demon, but a human. Most likely, it was another twisted murderer disguising their killings as the work of a demon. At night, having gathered enough information and formed a hypothesis, the two separated to search. It would be best to confirm directly. When a scream echoed through the quiet night, Tamayo, being close by, rushed over and saw a beautiful woman holding a blood-stained dagger, wearing a perverse smile, clearly filled with pleasure. She noticed Tamayo's arrival, tightened her grip on the dagger, and slowly turned to face him. "You've seen me." Tamayo also smiled, feeling that he could indulge himself. While gripping his Nickerin blade, he said, "So, the so-called demon is you, my lovely girl?" The woman was somewhat taken aback by Tamayo's reaction, but seeing that this sole witness did not seem inclined to escape, she felt relieved. "What? Do you want to rid the world of evil?" she asked, holding the dagger and looking at the demon slayer before her. Finding it laughable, a dog chasing a rat, Tamayo smiled at her. "I have no such intentions, but I'm very interested in you." With that, Tamayo suddenly charged forward. The terrifying speed startled the woman, and in an instant, he was right in front of her. Before she could react, she felt a chilling sensation on her neck. Her body stiffened as she heard a cheerful voice whispering in her ear, "Your scent is so delightful." As he spoke, his claws slightly pierced her skin, drawing out a trickle of blood. The woman finally understood. This was no demon slayer. He was a flesh-eating monster. Her body froze, and the arrogance she had when facing a human vanished instantly. Her expression turned fearful and tense as she struggled to maintain steady breathing, suppressing her terror. Her voice trembling slightly. "Please, don't eat me. I can help you find more people to eat. But I just love your flavor," Tamayo said, biting directly into the food in his hands. The woman, filled with terror, opened her mouth to scream, but strangely, no sound came out. She could only feel the pain helplessly as her consciousness slowly faded away. Muzan stood aside, watching Doma happily eat, silently using his blood demon art to mute the sound. Both demons didn't notice as several sparrows and similar birds in the sky spread their wings and flew away. Let's go, return to report," Muzan urged as he saw Doma finally finish eating. Doma took out a cloth to wipe his mouth and caught up with Muzan. Just as the first rays of sunlight in the east illuminated the earth, their figures finally emerged from the horizon, and they spotted the Hashira's headquarters not far away. But in the next moment, a sharp arrow shot towards them from the front, followed by countless demon slayers rushing in from all directions, each gripping their unsheathed Nickerin blades tightly. Could the two demons still not understand? They had been discovered. Muzan casually blocked an attack from a demon slayer, looking at the rushing Dan Yu Jingqing while tossing aside the demon slayer who hadn't yet closed the distance. He asked, "I want to know how you discovered that I'm a demon?" However, Dan Yu Jingqing remained silent, disdainful of speaking with a vile demon, especially one as despicable as this, who toys with people's feelings. Akaji Ri was even more furious. She had just considered herself to be Su Wu's mother, only to find out he was a demon. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Akaji Ri angrily shouted and drew her sword, slashing at Doma. "Despicable demon! How dare you deceive my feelings?" Doma, with a smiling expression, dodged her attack. "Aside from my parents being killed by demons and the fact that I'm not human, everything else is true. I don't care about your circumstances. Becoming a demon is wrong." Akaji Ri shouted as she frantically slashed, but Doma, being an upper 6, wouldn't be hit by an Hashira who hadn't even unlocked their markings. While fending off Akaji Ri, Doma glanced over at Muzan. He didn't like this kind of scene. Muzan looked at Niwa Sikyu, who didn't say a word, at most letting out a few angry roars. He kicked him out and shouted at Mukashima Mizuki. "Do you want to know how I operate under the sun? You tell me how you discovered me, and I'll tell you." Muzan seized Mukashima Mizuki's Nickerin blade, and it seemed he understood that they could hardly defeat these two guys, so he complied with Muzan's intention, wanting to at least obtain some information. "All right, you first tell me how you discovered me." Muzan snatched a knife from one of the Hashira, looking at Mizuko Kaneo. Mizuko glared at Muzan. "You better not go back on your word. The birds in the sky saw you eating people." "Oh, I see. So was those birds from yesterday," Muzan thought, not paying attention since they weren't crows, not realizing they were trained by the Demon Slayer Corps. "Damn it, why aren't you afraid of the sun?" Hearing Mizuko repeat the question, a smug smile gradually appeared on Muzan's face. "Because I'm awesome. I'm more awesome than ordinary demons. I am the perfect being." After saying this, he grabbed Tamayo and vanished. Mizuko had a look on his face as if he had eaten something terrible. He was played. Damn demons. Sooner or later, he would kill them all. Muzan returned to Infinity City, wanting to laugh. How could he possibly reveal more information to his archenemy? The Demon Slayer Corps? At that time, telling them that there were 12 Kizuki among demons was just for fun. As for the information that demons cannot be killed by Nickerin blades, well, he thought, I won't tell you. Figure out yourselves. Just keep toying with the half-demons. To be honest, Muzan felt he was a bit excessive. The Demon Slayer Corps was working themselves to death, each with their own tragic stories, while he was just bouncing around, which was indeed a bit disrespectful. But it was fun, Takedo also seemed to have no ideas. Being unable to openly eat people while in the Demon Slayer Corps had him feeling anxious. Now that he was free, He hurriedly asked Nakheim to take him out. He was off to seek joy. Muzan didn't expect that Doma would be so open-minded. To be honest, Akagi did hold a certain position in Doma's heart. Yet he felt nothing at all? Forget it, he didn't care anymore. He had long missed his rocking chair. However, as time passed, while Muzan was snacking and idly watching what his subordinates were doing, he noticed that Doma's emotions were rising. His mind was filled with memories of Akagi's gentle words and daily companionship, how she would pat his head every time they completed a mission. From now on, she would be his enemy. My Akagi, you don't have to be so tired all the time. If you don't want to smile, you don't have to force it. Just show your true feelings and relax a bit. I will be there to watch you grow, just like a mother. You don't need to focus solely on saving others. We are just one among countless people. Your strength has protected so many. That's wonderful. Doma, while venting his emotions by eating wildly, pairing sweet rice cakes with blood and flesh, couldn't help but lose his smile, revealing a look of sadness. Doma calmed himself down and had Narumi send him to find Muzan. Looking at Doma, whose tear stains hadn't dried yet, Muzan suddenly felt he might have been too harsh. Extreme joy and sorrow, emotions bursting forth. As soon as Doma saw Muzan, he lunged at him, only to be dodged by Muzan and crash into the rocking chair. Lord Muzan, I want to turn Akagi into a demon. Winky face, do you think she wants to become a demon? No. Doma lowered his head, then suddenly looked up at Muzan. Lord Muzan, what should I do? Muzan spread his hands. How would I know? Doma, do you believe I'll cry for you? All right, restore my previous smile. Doma looked at Muzan for a long time. I don't want to smile anymore. I'm not smiling anymore. Muzan pulled over a small stool and took a bite of the snack. Don't worry. Let me think about what to do. Muzan scratched his head and said frankly, what can he do? How about this? You just harass her every day, and eventually she'll be moved by you. Tong Mu, you're really a reliable boss. Are you sure that the result of constant harassment won't make her hate me even more? Won't she want to kill me with a single blow? Besides, even if by some miracle she really gets moved by me, are you sure that someone whose mission is to slay demons and who is a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps will be okay with that? Muzan was truly shocked by Doma's thoughts. In just a few short years, you've learned to consider others. This is really pushing it too far, isn't it? The Demon Slayer Corps is this powerful. Muzan scratched his head repeatedly like he was doing math problems and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I'm not joking anymore. I'll give you a method. First, just harass her. Tamayo. Lord Muzan, please don't joke around. Don't interrupt me. Muzan shot him a glare and continued then. As the strongest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, it was actually just those few years. You should always find ways to explain things to her. Even though it probably won't help much, but at least it lays a foundation. Then when she retires or something, you could do something big. Save her life or something. And by the way, you haven't killed any innocent people, right? Just tell her that the evil Muzan turned you into a demon, and you had no choice. But you've never killed innocent people and have saved many. Plus, with your pitiful background, if it really doesn't work, just act like you're risking being killed to leak some information to her, like about the 12 Kizuki or something. It doesn't really matter. Just do it this way. Trust me, it'll work. Tamayo's eyes lit up as he listened. Lord Muzan, you truly are the Demon King. Of course. Tamayo left with his usual cheerful expression, while Muzan lay back down to take a nap. Soon, Tamayo took action, and as soon as he caught wind of Akagi's whereabouts, he ran over to explain that he hadn't harmed any innocent people and occasionally helped out a bit. Muzan can't be bothered to pay attention anymore. His attention has now been captured by something he never expected, the steam engine. Wow, you guys, it's only the early 18th century, and you've already come up with something like the steam engine. Although it's a bit later than the Westerners, it's really impressive. Muzan was attracted over. To be honest, the history at this point is completely different from the previous history. Even in society, with the official encouragement, technology has become an important topic, although it hasn't emerged yet. The problem is that the government is willing to invest. In fact, the one who developed the steam engine was a ghost. He was also one of the lucky ones who was given a bunch of memories from his past life by Muzan, but he was quickly eliminated during the Warring States period. Who would have thought that he'd turn out to be a talent in this area? Muzan's memories that were thrown to him, however, contained the history of past developments. So, following this hint, it seems reasonable to create something and bite again, right? Similarly, Shimizu Shizuji, Muroka Masahito, and Muroka Yoshiko, who also had their memories thrown away by Muzan, naturally understood the significance of this thing, and they all rushed over in a frenzy. Muzan excitedly examined the huge steam engine in front of him, surrounded by a group of demons. This steam engine was not small. It was larger than a person, After all, it was just built. He suddenly felt that it would be great to have a mobile phone. After all, this was one of the first few steam engines created in the world and would definitely make it into history books. Wouldn't it be nice to take a picture? Unfortunately, there was no mobile phone. Beside him stood Shanjua, the inventor of the steam engine, who was astonished and watched as Muzan looked back and forth at the impressive machine he had created. Muzan nodded and walked over to pat San Zhuang's shoulder. Not bad. Well done. San Zhuang excitedly nodded. Lord Muzan, I will work even harder. Don't move. Muzan suddenly said, and although Sanjuro was puzzled, he immediately froze. The next second, Muzan's finger pierced into his head. A surge of memories flowed into his mind and body along with Muzan's blood. It hurt. Muzan withdrew his fingers, watching him painfully clutch his head and emit low growls. The other demons nearby were no longer surprised. It was well known that Lord Muzan enjoyed poking at heads, and receiving his blood was a painful ordeal. However, they couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. Being granted blood by Lord Muzan was truly a blessing. This was the pursuit of almost all demons. Receiving his blood represented not only greater power, but also being favored by the respected Lord Muzan. Although Kokushibo, Yoriichi, Tsujikuni, Tamayo, and Kibutsuji Muzan seemed to show little respect towards Muzan, they fundamentally still held him in high regard. However, it wasn't necessary to display it outwardly. After regaining his composure, Sanemi gasped, "Thank you, Lord Muzan." A new memory had formed in his mind, seemingly advanced knowledge known by Lord Muzan. After all, Muzan had once studied pure sciences. Even if his grades weren't outstanding, he had at least grasped the knowledge fairly well. Plus, after crossing over, his brain had been enhanced, and his past memories not only remained intact, but became even clearer, with an improved grasp of knowledge. It was just right to share this with them. No problem. Just do your job well. Muzan patted his shoulder, actually wanted to pat his head, but since he was already grown up, he decided against it. It's enough to just pat the heads of children. Speaking of which, it seems like it's time to check on the siblings, Kocho and Kibutsuji. Before leaving, Muzan randomly selected a few lucky ones and gave them some memories. Technology often results from the collective efforts of many people, and when it manifests in a particular individual, it benefits everyone. Therefore, the more demons with memories related to this field, the better. Muzan approached Yuan Yi's residence, getting closer from a distance. As he got nearer, he could see Jigakitaro in the courtyard, fiddling with a sickle in his hands, wearing a proud expression as he looked at Komiai, as if to say, "Look how impressive I am, big brother." Komiai looked up at Jigakitaro with admiration. "Komiai, Jigakitaro." Muzan walked over and greeted the two. Xiaomei glanced at Muzan, hesitated for a moment, looked at her brother beside her, and after he nodded, she slightly bowed and called out, "Father." Muzan was stunned for a moment, and Xiaomei called me, "Father dear." "Call it again, let me hear." Xiaomei looked puzzled, but obediently said, "Father dear?" That's right." Muzan had a smile like an old father, standing in front of the two and patting their heads. Then he looked at Kyugai. "Come on, Kyugai. Also call me father so I can hear." "Kyugai." "Fine, whatever you say. Father dear." That's right." Muzan satisfiedly patted the heads of the two. "Isn't this better than Yoriichi? That guy Yoriichi raised them just to chase him and attack. But look at them. He didn't even raise them. They call him father as soon as they meet." When Yoriichi heard the commotion, he turned to see Muzan squatting in front of the two, demanding that they call him father. Leaning against the door, he watched as Muzan went into a fit. Muzan raised his head to look at Ueni. "Look at them. Now look at you. I raised you, and you don't even call me father. Ueni, if you want others to call you father, just open an orphanage." Muzan heard Ueni's thoughts. "Forget it. I don't expect you to ever call me father in this lifetime. I've raised you for nothing." After saying that, Muzan seemed to realize something and looked at Ueni in surprise. "You actually told them we are demons? What else could it be?" The two of them, after knowing they're demons, weren't afraid either. Just like Kibutsuji Taro said, "You won't hurt us, so why should we be afraid?" What they fear more is hunger and cold, as well as the brothel that carries pain. At this time, Kibutsuji Taro and Komiai were already 17 or 18 years old. Although Kibutsuji Taro still had a deformed waist and dark spots on his face, which looked somewhat terrifying, he wasn't malnourished. So he wasn't as emaciated as in the original work. However, due to natural reasons, he wasn't much better off. The biggest difference was that he was dressed neatly, and his hair wasn't messy. Komiai was becoming increasingly graceful, with white hair and blue eyes, resembling a snow spirit. The two of them learned a lot of combat skills from Ueni, with Kibutsuji Taro still favoring the scythe. Komiai learned to weave, earning money to buy some snacks she liked or to get something for her brother and Uncle Ueni. Kibutsuji Taro, on the other hand, relied on his powerful scythe skills, harvesting crops at an astonishing speed. His exceptional harvesting skills were well known far and wide, earning the respect of many farmers, and many were willing to pay him to help with their crops. He was known as the crop harvester. When Muzan learned everything that had happened through Yuani's memories, he revealed an indescribable expression. So impressive. Truly you. Brother 6. What is cutting a sound pillar compared to harvesting crops? That's what a real strong person should do. But Muzan also noticed how they referred to Yuani as Uncle Yuani. No, you all call me father. How can you call him uncle? You should call brother. Suddenly, both Kibutsuji Taro and Komiai became serious, unable to help but become serious as well. Muzan solemnly said, you should call Yuani brother, not uncle. Kibutsuji Taro Komiai, and Yuani. Well, we ordinary people could never guess what you're thinking. Kibutsuji Taro swallowed hard and said, Father, Komiai's only brother is me. Muzan, you brat are quite domineering. Perhaps to change the subject, or perhaps for some other reason, Kibutsuji Muzan said, Lord Muzan, I want to become a demon. Kibutsuji carefully changed his address. Muzan couldn't understand why you all are living so comfortably now, yet still want to become demons. Kibutsuji Taro seemed to have anticipated Muzan's confusion and explained, I want to be with my sister forever, and someone as beautiful as Kimi shouldn't grow old. I also want to become strong enough to protect my sister forever. Muzan never expected that Kyogai would say such a thing. Are you serious? Kyogai nodded seriously. Muzan looked at Xiaomei again, and Xiaomei nodded. I don't want to be separated from my brother. Muzan scratched his head and said, you two think it over again. You're only 17 or 18 and already thinking about immortality. No need to consider. We've been thinking about it for years. They replied, well, since you both are so determined, I suppose it makes sense. At this age in my past life, I was already applying for college entrance exams and could make my own decisions. Fine, but don't regret it later. There is no way to turn you back into humans now. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Muzan. I must say, raising Yurin's children is quite good. The two little ones were brought back from the brink of going astray and are quite polite. Close your eyes. It's going to hurt. The two hurriedly closed their eyes, feeling a bit nervous. The ritual of poking the head wouldn't change. One fingernail was poked in, and Muzan withdrew his finger, watching their faces turn increasingly grotesque. It was too painful. And do we really have to poke the head? It hurts, ah? Muzan watched as the two of them crouched on the ground, holding their heads, baring their teeth, and letting out cries of pain. The blood he provided wasn't much, and it certainly wouldn't push them beyond their limits. Additionally, both of them had decent physiques, so there was no way anything unexpected would happen. As he expected, the two quickly recovered. With lingering fear, they stood up and instinctively touched their heads where they had been stabbed. They had recovered. Muzan also learned about the blood demon arts of the two, which is undoubtedly the same as in the original work. You two should get used to the blood demon arts. If you have any questions, just ask Yoriichi. However, if you don't want Shomei to call Yoriichi big brother, then don't call me father. It's meaningless. Whether Kibutsuji and Shomei call him father or not is unimportant. What's important is raising Yoriichi. This is becoming his obsession. Kibutsuji and Shomei and Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As expected, just like Uncle Yoriichi said, Muzan-sama is very strange. As long as we go along with him, it doesn't matter why. Indeed, Uncle Yoriichi is much more reliable than Muzan-sama. Muzan slowly looked at the two newly turned demons and said softly, I can't hear you. Kibutsuji Taro and Kom. Muzan didn't care about such trivial matters and said, all right, in a few days, go to Infinity City for an assessment. You two have a connection with Yuani, so literacy shouldn't be a problem. After saying this, Muzan left. What is this? It's actually just finding a son and daughter for Yuani. Although these two guys call him father, in their hearts, the one who holds the position of a father should be Yuani. Muzan is more like a benefactor, helping them escape from their suffering. When Nezuko and Kibutsuji Taro were sent to Infinity Castle by Yoriichi, they were confused to see the disheveled Neikime, who handed them 2 sheets of paper filled with dense questions and 2 pens. It suddenly dawned on them that the assessment Muzan mentioned was a cultural test. So, it's an exam? Neikime looked at the bewildered duo, and, with a stroke of her pipa strings, they were instantly transported to the examination tables. The confused pair spotted Muzan high above, munching on snacks. Oh, Neikime is the deputy examiner, and Muzan is the chief examiner. They heard Muzan's reminder. Papers will be collected in 1 hour. Only then did they realize there was a time limit, and they quickly grabbed their pens and began to write furiously. Time flew by, and amidst Muzan's boredom, The two candidates finally submitted their papers to Nakheim as she announced that time was up. With Muzan present, even if he used the same set of papers throughout, no one would dare to cheat. Nakheim activated her ruthless grading mode. Within just a few minutes, the results were out. Under the nervous gaze of Nezuko and Kibutsuji-Taro, Nakheim looked at Muzan. Sir, they passed. Muzan felt very regretful. He suddenly thought that technology didn't necessarily need to develop so quickly. Look, they started mining coal. Fortunately, it's still regional pollution, and Muzan can avoid areas with heavy pollution. Luckily, there are no factories spewing black smoke around his house. After thinking about it, he felt he had to remind Shimizu, Shizuka, and those guys dare to make the air polluted. Now, this is no longer just a country. It's almost becoming his territory. Compared to Muroka Masahito and Maruoka Yoshiko, who mainly handle political affairs and hold the big picture, Shimizu Shizuka's current focus is mainly on new policies being implemented, developing technology, business, shipping, and so on. So, Muzan found him. Lord Muzan, aren't you making things difficult for us? Shimizu Shizuka said with a troubled expression. At this stage, some sacrifices are necessary. Looking at Muzan, Shimizu Shizuka looked very troubled. Muzan scratched his head. All right, there's no need to take big steps, just take it slow. Also, plant more trees and such. That stuff is good for the environment. Don't be so stubborn. If you've lived for over 100 years, what have you been doing? Soon after, a new policy was implemented. Surrounding the factories, there must be plenty of trees planted, and relocating mature trees was not allowed. To be honest, it's really convenient to solve problems with a single sentence like that. Before long, Muzan learned from Tamayo that the Demon Slayer Corps was relocating. After all, they had been discovered by demons, and even if they didn't know Su Xing was the Demon King, they had to leave their original location. Time passed quickly, and Tamayo finally waited for Akagi Ri to retire. The reason was simple. She had suffered a fracture during battle that couldn't be healed. When Tamayo arrived, she had already beheaded a half-demon. The body of the half-demon beside her was gradually dissipating. Next, Tamayo followed the instructions of the boss and kept explaining. The results were quite pleasing. Akagi Ri finally accepted Tamayo. So, Tamayo directly relocated, moving near where Akagi Ri lived after her retirement, greeting her with a smile every day. Akagi Ri gradually got used to having a Tamayo beside her. After discovering that Tamayo liked wisteria cakes, she would always buy them for him. Later, Tamayo watched as Akagi Ri found her happiness, like a younger brother watching her get married and have children. Tamayo also understood that he never had any romantic feelings for Akagi Ri. It was merely a compensation for the maternal love and family affection he had once lacked. To this day, he finally understood Muzan's good intentions. Muzan? Another decade has flown by in an instant, and Muzan looked at the steam car in front of him. He then glanced at Sanjon. Impressive. This is almost 100 years ahead of Western steam cars. You're really showing off, huh? Sanjon scratched his head with a silly grin, while the other team members gathered around. Although he wasn't the only one who worked on it, he was one of the main contributors. Good job. Well done. Keep it up, and feel free to ask for anything you need. Muzan had a look of being entrusted with an important task, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. He then circled around to examine this steam car that resembled a carriage more. At this time, the car looked nothing like the automobiles of later generations, but it had already begun to use the steam engine as its power source. Muzan satisfiedly gave each demon a tap on the head and left the place, suddenly filled with anticipation. In fact, the steam car was just an experiment. Their true goal was electricity. With the knowledge given by Lord Muzan, how could their ambitions be limited to mere steam engines? They wanted to create generators, electric motors. They aimed to ignite an industrial revolution, to leap directly into the third industrial revolution. Later, Muzan watched as huge ships floated onto the ocean. Cars began to emerge, and factories rose up from the ground. Workers appeared. Muzan looked at the so-called phone in his hand, astonished. This hang-up, thanks to the infinite lifespan of demons and Muzan's human knowledge, along with unconditional support over the years, he managed to come up with everything imaginable. Generators, gas engines, ships, light bulbs, telegraphs, and more. He even encountered people crouching in the grass with guns, sneaky, and hunting. At the same time, the chemical industry was also on the rise. After all, he had already created a microscope. Tamayo and Yashiro had long been observing the microscopic world with it. Even more interesting was the establishment of a national name. As Muzan's diehard fan, the country was named Tsujikuni, with a flag featuring a large kanji for Tsuji. Muzan. Winky face, alright, this has truly become his territory. One day, a ship returned with a seed. 3 years later, Muzan finally tasted the sunflower seeds he had longed for. The Demon Slayer Corps were left dumbfounded. How could the world change so rapidly? Winky face. In fact, it wasn't just the Demon Slayer Corps, but also the demons. As elderly beings who had lived from the Sengoku period or later, they were used to the life of decades ago. And now, they were bewildered by a world that changed almost daily. The thought that fellow demons like Sadao and others were changing the world while he was slacking off suddenly sparked a desire to get involved. But then he remembered that Muzan was the ultimate slacker, and he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Smiley face 3. On the other hand, Doma watched as Akagi, who was both sisterly and motherly, aged day by day, while still maintaining her youthful appearance to accompany her gradually aging self. Noticing that her children were also on the verge of aging. One day, Doma stood outside, watching as Akagi and her children bid farewell to her husband. Soon, Akagi also reached the end of her life. Standing by her bedside, Doma's face was devoid of a smile this time. He simply gazed at her. Akagi struggled to extend her hand to grasp Doma's arm, and Doma reached out to let her hold on. Her rough, aged hand tightly gripped his delicate, youthful one. Doma, promise me, you must hold on to yourself. I believe in you. Doma obediently nodded. Outside the window, the dry, yellow leaves gently fell, and Akagi revealed a tender smile as her pupils gradually lost their light. The midday sun shone through the wooden window, illuminating half of Doma's face. A shadow of a falling leaf passed over his cheek. In the mid to late 18th century, Muzan acquired something he had long anticipated, a camera. Starting today, he, Kibutsuji Muzan, would be the recorder of history. With a camera in hand, Muzan took pictures wherever he went. Due to technological changes in the living environment, every time he revisited the same place, he noticed significant differences. When he developed the photos and placed them together, marking the time, he felt a unique sense of accomplishment. At the same time, Muzan was secretly documenting the changes in the Demon Slayer Corps. Their uniforms were constantly evolving. The Demon Slayer Corps was also at the forefront of the times. Notably, Muzan retained some habits from his previous life as a petty boss, such as always wearing the trendiest clothes. In his past life, he called it petty trends, but now it was being at the very forefront of the times. When Doma stood by the bed watching Akagi depart, Muzan secretly popped his head out, took a photo, and quietly left. Although the current camera had low clarity and was still black and white, it was better than nothing. After bidding farewell to Akagi, Doma returned to Yanase Pharmaceuticals, continuing with a smiling expression, handling transactions, and such. Tamayo vaguely sensed that Doma was a bit different. By the end of the 18th century, Muzan discovered a talented individual who invented the most primitive film projector. It was a device slightly shorter than a person, with a small hole at the top. By putting one SI to the hole, one could see a short black and white scene playing. Although it could only be viewed by one person at a time, it marked the beginning of cinema. Moreover, this invention was no longer by a demon, but by an obscure person. As technology brought changes to life, many people also realized its importance, and many contributed to climbing the technological tree, either out of interest or for other reasons. Muzan had a great time playing for a while, and then took a photo before leaving. As he walked through a forest, he suddenly heard a loud noise that drew him in. As he got closer, he realized they were repairing the tracks. Wow, so trains have already been invented. Some busy workers noticed Muzan approaching and shouted at him. Hey, it's dangerous here. Don't come close. Muzan was taken aback. Is this talking to him? Quickly leave here. That person reminded again. Muzan nodded, thanked them, and turned to leave. After this incident, Muzan also took note that some more developed cities had already built houses with cement, and some places had started constructing towering buildings. However, since cement was still expensive, roads were built using materials like stones. Some showy wealthy people had begun to drive newly released four-wheeled cars on the bumpy roads. Cars were still far from being commercially used. They were considered a luxury. Muzan took a few photos and then continued on his way. With the development of the times, many cheap but quite delicious things have appeared. Muzan is not likely to be harmed by junk food. When he encounters something tasty, he buys a bunch and puts it in his mirror space to save for later. At this time, a separate area in his mirror space is designated for temporarily throwing away sunflower seed shells while he snacks, while other areas are filled with various foods, mostly sunflower seeds. Society is rapidly transforming with the development of technology. Under Muzan's instruction, commercial transactions are made across the ocean to other regions. I help you make things. You give me resources. If they are unwilling, that's fine. Force will only be used against those with malicious intent. Therefore, Some self-isolated places that do not allow access to the past are simply avoided. With increasingly advanced technology, by the early 19th century, ships with more advanced power could easily reach another continent across the ocean. Thus, they encountered the Westerners who had already colonized the area. War, how foolish. Muzan saw the malicious gazes of the local demons and noticed that they had already set up guns and cannons. Without a second thought, they began to shoot, almost blowing the ship apart. In their eyes, this was a struggle for the right to plunder resources. How could the property that was already in their hands be touched by others? Dare to come over? We'll blow you up. Muzan directly told his subordinate demons, retreat for now. The power to turn someone into a demon is yours. Find someone you like and turn them into a demon, and start dealing with the high-ranking ones directly. Who can resist the temptation of immortality? Foolish ones fight head-on. Those who dare to fight me will be killed. He explained that in this era, demons are basically beings outside the norm. Muzan is quite at ease with them. Moreover, according to the original work, it seems that there are no other powers beyond science aside from demons and things like patterns. Additionally, demons and patterns can still be somewhat explained. However, knowledge comes from practice. Muzan thinks he can have his subordinate demons search everywhere for him. Muzan was munching on sunflower seeds and buying local snacks, witnessing the changes in society. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being detached from the world, like a hermit in the city, as if he were a social observer. Until Muzan saw a villa in the wild, which looked a bit familiar. Out of curiosity, he walked to the door and knocked lightly twice. Is anyone there? There was no response from inside, but if he listened closely, it seemed he could hear something. Your manuscript is really both boring and ridiculous. If you have no talent, just give up early. Accompanied by the merciless mocking voice were sounds of paper rustling and a tearing noise. Is my work really that bad? What? You don't even believe what your seniors say? Don't you see how many times you've been rejected? Have some self-awareness. Hearing this made Muzan furrow his brow. He had read in novels that brainless villains were like this, and he always thought they didn't exist in reality. It turned out that art comes from life. Senior, please don't go. Guide me a little. The voice that was scolded had an unexpectedly good temper and pleaded desperately. But all that followed was a sound of a blow, followed by a falling sound. Don't waste my time. Get lost. Then came the sound of footsteps getting closer. Bang! The door was violently pushed open, crashing against the doorframe, even shaking a few times. Muzan furrowed his brows and looked at him, but the man suddenly grabbed Muzan's arm, trying to push him away, and said in a fierce tone, "Get out of the way." No matter how hard the man pushed, Muzan didn't budge at all. Seeing this, he shouted angrily, "Get lost. This is too much. When has a dignified demon king like me ever been treated like this? Yoriichi never scolded me. How dare a little trash like you do this?" The look in Muzan's eyes was somewhat frightening, causing the person to shiver involuntarily, feeling a chill down their back. Accidentally catching a glimpse of Muzan's eyes, they instinctively took a step back. "You? What do you want to do? I warn you, murder is illegal." Muzan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Be careful." The man quickly shook off Muzan's hand, catching a glimpse of that excessively pale hand out of the corner of his eye, which made him even more uneasy. He tried to bolster his confidence with a loud voice. "Don't block the way." Muzan politely stepped aside to make way. Upon seeing this, the man immediately felt that everything that had just happened was an illusion. He gave Muzan a mocking glance and muttered, "Ha, what are you pretending for?" Unable to help himself, he quickened his pace to leave. Through the corridor that offered a direct view into the room, Muzan saw a man with dark hair, head down, staring at the messy manuscript littered with footprints, looking very dejected. His eyes seemed devoid of light, with a few tears falling onto the pages filled with dense black text. Am I really that useless? Kai wiped his tears and looked towards the still open door, noticing Muzan standing outside. He quickly composed himself and said, "Who are you?" "Sorry for the disturbance." Muzan smiled, walked through the wooden corridor, and entered the room. The lighting inside was not very good, and it was quite dim since no candles were lit. Muzan looked down at the ground, where almost half of the floor was covered with trampled manuscripts. Muzan bent down to pick up the manuscript on the ground, gently brushing off the footprints on it, while asking, "Are you Kai?" Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but feel surprised, and some fantasies that he himself thought were impossible couldn't help but appear in his mind. He excitedly said, You know me? Have you read my book?" "Not all." Muzan shook his head, flipping through his manuscript, and said, "It's actually written quite well. Not as bad as that person said earlier, but it still lacks experience." Upon hearing this, Kai felt delighted. "Really?" Muzan nodded slightly and said, "You must have written quite a few books, right?" Xiang Kai hurriedly nodded in response, yes. But no one likes to read my books. You might be lacking a bit of practice, Muzan chuckled. Xiang Kai looked up at Muzan. Muzan suddenly said, do you want to become a demon? What do you mean? I think you're pretty good, so I want you to become a demon. How about it? Muzan calmly said. Xiang Kai looked at the pile of manuscripts and recalled the countless rejections, the mocking from seniors, and the approval from the person in front of him. Making a firm decision. I want to become a demon. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person in front of him reveal a satisfied smile. And then he watched as the person's fingers grew long nails, which, in his terrified gaze, pierced into his own head. In an instant, Xiang Kai was engulfed in pain throughout his body, curled up on the ground, his tightly clenched nails embedded into his flesh. He heard that person's voice. Hang in there, it hurts a bit. Seemingly a bit worried, the person encouraged him. If you endure and become a demon, you will have endless life to continuously improve yourself, allowing everyone to read your books, recognize you, and become a renowned author. The power of this statement was immense. Xiang Kai instantly felt empowered. He finally managed to endure. Good. Smiling at him, this seemed to greatly encourage Xiang Kai, making him unable to help but smile. As a writer, Muzan could tell from Xiang Kai's memories that his cultural level was definitely up to par. However, the rules could not be broken. He still had to take the test. Ming Nu received Muzan's orders, plucked the pipa, and transported Muzan and Xiang Kai into the Infinite City. Xiang Kai was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why did I suddenly appear here? Ming Nu, call Qin Yu over as well. Upon hearing this, with a soft sound, Qin Yu, who was happily unaware of what was happening, was transported over, and upon seeing Muzan and the unfamiliar demon beside him, wiped the blood off his hands in confusion. An ominous premonition filled his heart, and he swallowed hard, cautiously probing. In Muzan-sama, you wouldn't want me to teach others to read again, would you? This time, I didn't bring him into the group. He knows how to read. Muzan's words made Kaya-song breathe a sigh of relief, restoring his cheerful expression. Lord Muzan, why did you call me over? Take him to the assessment, and then explain our rules to him. Okay, boss. I promise to complete the task. Chi put on a serious face, but couldn't help but revert to his cheerful demeanor. Then he ran over and grabbed Xiang Kai's arm. Let's go. I'll take you to the exam. We have an hour. Oh, okay. A week later, Muzan observed his behavior through the mark left on that thing that dared to push him. Although he had never killed anyone, he was not a good person either. There was no need to elaborate on doing evil to others. As a senior, he often used harsh words against juniors to undermine their confidence. Through this behavior, he could gain self-satisfaction and reduce competitors. This had caused many young people to nearly fall into depression. Knowing the terrors of cyberbullying, Muzan naturally understood the power of language. Fortunately, Xiang Kai had strong willpower and did not become depressed. Such trash could be dealt with. The trash was happily looking at his article published in the newspaper while angrily shouting at a young man beside him. With your level, you still want to submit your work? Get lost. Suddenly feeling a pain in his shoulder, he couldn't help but press on the muscle there. Had he been writing too much lately? But he hadn't even written a few words in a day, right? While rubbing his shoulder, he yelled at the young man beside him. Can't you see? Can't you see I've been writing so much my shoulder is numb? Bring me a glass of water. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt an even sharper pain in his shoulder. He noticed the young man step back in fear, looking terrified at his shoulder. Monster! Monster! The young man dropped the manuscript in his hands and ran away desperately. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The pain in his shoulder became minimal, and he seemed to lose sensation in his palm. Wide-eyed, he slowly turned his head, only to see his palm melting like blood and pus into his shoulder, from which a creature with only a huge mouth slowly emerged from the sticky blood and pus. Help! Help me! No! Don't eat me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die. Muzan had a bite of dessert, and his mood improved a lot. As time moved to the early 19th century, Muzan was casually munching on sunflower seeds and roasting sweet potatoes, idly checking on the situation with the demons. He had run all over the West. Because Muzan wasn't particularly fond of massively increasing the number of demons, the result was that only the top-tier individuals, who also had to be to his liking, could become demons. Therefore, aside from his own area, there weren't many demons in other regions, with only a handful in total, but they played a significant role. Muzan also couldn't be bothered with things like integration and truce. He just didn't do what he didn't like. Moreover, he indeed noticed that aside from himself, there seemed to be no other supernatural powers, not even demons similar to him. As expected, however, he did find a few individuals who had unlocked patterns and were quite strong, but there was no so-called breathing technique. Breathing techniques were something only the cheat player Yoriichi Tsujikuni could create. Others were not worthy. But this was not what Muzan was most concerned about. He was pondering what language to use for the foreign demon exam. After thinking for a moment, a good boss like him, who cared for his employees, should pay attention to them. So he decided to have them test in both languages. After all, communication was important. They would need to learn Chinese later on as well. 2 languages? What was that? Since they would live for a long time anyway, learning a few more languages wouldn't hurt. Thus, the newly immortal demons, who had only just gained their new life, were suddenly required to study. An exam was coming up soon. The several demons? What the heck? After accepting Muzan's blood, they would unconditionally respect him, and whatever the boss said, even if they resisted, they could only comply. Why do I have to work hard to study, even though I am immortal now? It is worth mentioning that Kaneko Maruoka had already gone over there to help guide some specific matters. So, Kaneko Maruoka was in charge of the entire assessment. Knowing that Master Muzan was always watching them, they could only painfully throw themselves into studying. On the other side, Muzan finished giving orders and continued roasting his sweet potato. When it was almost done, he didn't care at all about the high temperature, grabbed it, and tore off the skin, revealing the orange-yellow flesh inside. Muzan took a bite of the golden, flowing honey sweet potato. It had been years since he last had one. As expected, sweet potatoes are still delicious and sweet. Xiang Kai quietly emerged from behind Muzan, who was munching on the sweet potato. Lord Muzan, my submission has been rejected again. Muzan took a bite of the sweet potato and turned to look at Hayukai, who was holding a stack of thin papers. He reached out and handed him another sweet potato. Have one. Hayukai, surprised and flattered, carefully accepted the sweet potato handed to him by Lord Muzan, placing the papers on the ground beside him, and instantly burst into tears. Lord Muzan, you are too kind to me. Muzan leaned back slightly, showing his disdain without holding back. Stay away from me, you big man, don't make that face. Xiang Kai was tall and quite sturdy, and in this state, it was really hard to describe. Xiang Kai hurriedly composed himself and took a bite of the sweet potato that Muzan had given him. It was quite delicious. Seeing Xiang Kai's eyes light up, Muzan said, haven't I already told you? You're lacking in practice, and you've experienced too little. If you write like this, it won't turn out well. Don't rush to write. Go out and see the world, travel a bit, and you'll be able to write after gaining more experience. Is that so? Xiang Kai appeared to be in thought for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Lord Muzan. I will go travel right away. With that, he quickly finished the remaining sweet potato, stood up abruptly with a look of determination, and was teleported away by Ming Nu, clutching the manuscript on the ground. Muzan, your drive is quite strong. Kyogai's talent is actually not that great. In the original work, after becoming the Lower Moon's 6, he hardly improved and was kicked out of the 12 Kizuki family by that disdainful boss. It shows that his combat talent isn't very good, and even his potential isn't very high. Moreover, his writing skills can't be called genius either, although there are some trashy things meant to undermine others. The fact that he has been rejected multiple times shows that he indeed lacks a bit of talent. But it's not a big problem. Muzan turned him into a demon purely for his own enjoyment. As for talent, endless life and his enthusiasm will make up for it. While munching on sweet potatoes, Muzan recalled when he was in the Demon Slayer Corps, and Kagaya Ubuyashiki took the Hashira to the hot springs and such. Perhaps he could take Kyogai and the 12 Kizuki out for some fun too? That could work. Kyogai took paper and pen and embarked on his journey. He wanted to record what he saw, heard, and felt along the way, striving to improve himself, not only his writing skills, but also his strength. He wanted to earn Lord Muzan's recognition. For him, Lord Muzan was the first person to affirm him and granted him eternal life to improve himself. This kindness was, for him, akin to being reborn. Lord Ubuyashiki had told him that if he became strong enough, he might become one of Lord Muzan's most valued 12 Kizuki, and he would definitely work hard. Before he knew it, it was already the mid-19th century. The midday sun was exceptionally glaring, making the cement ground appear orange-yellow. Muzan looked at the cement road that had been paved, the bicycles scattered all over the place, and the cars that occasionally sped by, along with the train in the distance that was billowing smoke and whistling as it rushed past. The sound of honking horns filled his ears. Driving in a place like this was essentially just a display of wealth, a way to show off that he owned a car. Upon arriving at the train station, Muzan noticed a figure dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The Nicaran blade needed for battle was bound in white cloth and strapped to his back. The long black hair was tied up, hanging down his back, and he was somewhat tall, likely over a meter. Were there half-demons around? There were no demons living in this area, and he had just arrived not long ago, so it could only be a half-demon or a killer. Out of curiosity, Muzan walked through the slightly crowded crowd, unabashedly heading towards the demon slayer who had just disembarked. The other person noticed Muzan as well, but wasn't quite sure if Muzan was coming towards him. After hesitating for a moment, he moved closer in Muzan's direction. As Muzan approached, he quickly asked, "Hello? Are you a demon slayer?" With the development of technology and changes in social attitudes, fewer and fewer people believed in the existence of gods and demons. So when this demon slayer heard Muzan's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you believe in the existence of demons?" Muzan nodded, walking out of the crowded crowd with him, and said, "My father mentioned it when I was young. He said he had seen a ghost, and I believe what my father said." When it comes to storytelling, Muzan is quite adept. He continued, "My father talked about you. He told me that if a place has cannibals, ghost hunters from the Demon Slayer Corps would come to slay the evil spirits and protect the people there. So, is there a man-eating ghost here?" The ghost hunter nodded. "Yes, but I didn't expect that there would still be people living here who believe in the existence of ghosts. Can you tell me the specifics? Maybe I can help." The ghost hunter nodded and said, "There have been deaths in this city for many nights in a row, and we suspect it's a ghost." After saying that, he sighed. "However, the description of this mission is rather vague. The area is too large, and it's not easy to take action. Plus, the ghost's activity range is quite extensive." "I see." Muzan said, "I'm going to buy a few newspapers. Events involving missing persons or deaths are usually reported in the papers." With that, Muzan quickly found a nearby newsstand and bought 2 recent newspapers. The Demon Slayer was a bit surprised by Muzan's enthusiasm and hurriedly thanked him as he took the newspapers. "No problem. Let us head to the coffee shop and analyze the situation there." The Demon Slayer, still not fully in the mood after getting out of the car, was completely led by Muzan and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the coffee shop, Muzan skillfully ordered a cup of coffee while glancing at the Demon Slayer, who was sitting across from him and seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his expression, Muzan smiled and helped him order a sweetened coffee. He took out the newspapers and spread them open. The Demon Slayer felt a bit out of place in this completely unfamiliar environment, looking around, when he heard Muzan's reminder, "Let us first find those incidents in the newspapers." "Oh, okay." He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why is he even more familiar with this than I am?" To be honest, Muzan was quite invested in killing half-demons. Such beings felt like a flawed version of himself, like a thorn in his throat. The afternoon was not wasted. The 2 of them, sipping coffee, sorted through the locations with frequent murder incidents. According to their analysis, this half-demon should be hiding in the forest outside the city, hunting locally at night, and, as time passed, it would venture deeper into the city as the population in one area dwindled. It seemed this half-demon had some intelligence and was not completely brainless. Based on their deductions, it was likely that the half-demon would appear on a street near the forest tonight. With the results in hand, the Demon Slayer couldn't wait to grab his wrapped-up knicker and blade and stood up, running towards the suspected location. Muzan left some money and followed along. When the demon hunter saw this enthusiastic person, he also came up and hurriedly reminded him, "Don't follow along. It's very dangerous. I might not be able to protect you." Muzan stopped in his tracks and watched him leave. Although this Demon Slayer was tall, Muzan could tell that this guy wasn't strong enough. He might be able to handle an ordinary half-demon, but against one with even a hint of intelligence, it was not guaranteed. Muzan did not want to let any half-demon escape. As he watched the sun slowly descend, casting its last golden rays between the tall and short buildings, he leisurely walked towards his destination. Along the way, he bought a boiled corn. While munching on the corn, he arrived at his destination under the moonlight. As he got a little closer, he could hear the sounds of a significant battle. Muzan bypassed several houses and saw the Demon Slayer from the daytime wielding the Sunblade, battling a monstrous creature that looked fierce and had almost no human features left. The monster resembled a spider, but its so-called body was made up of countless writhing masses of flesh, as if they were glued together. It had hands growing out of its limbs, which formed long spider legs, and its so-called head was a mass of 7 or 8 heads fused together, resembling a fleshy tumor. It constantly emitted low, hissing sounds, clinging to the wall to evade the Demon Slayer's attacks, and then launched a surprise attack from behind. The Demon Slayer hurriedly turned around, taking a defensive stance, and pushed the creature back with slashing strikes. For him, dealing with this demon seemed to be a considerable pressure. Muzan watched this scene without taking immediate action. He had already sensed that there was more than one half-demon here. The half-demons were multiplying quickly. With just a little of his blood, how much could they split off? Although the half-demons had broken free from his control, they still relied on his blood to exist, grossing people out with their inferior quality. There were at least 20 half-demons surrounding him, which was absurd. In such a city, hiding over 20 of them. Moreover, Muzan noticed that the guy fighting the Demon Slayer was not just a simple half-demon, but a gathering of half-demons. It was disgusting. However, looking at this spider-like half-demon, Muzan, it seemed like Rue was about to appear in the original story, right? He could keep an eye on that. The half-demon moved quickly along the wall like a giant spider. The demon slayer tried to adjust his breathing, and his aura became increasingly sharp. Would the spider half-demon let him calmly adjust? Suddenly, it jumped off the wall, wriggling its 8 legs, and charged straight at the demon slayer. But in the next moment, the demon slayer's expression turned serious as he abruptly turned around. The Nickeran blade, following his movement, emitted a refreshing aura in the air, as if it had special effects, instantly severing all the heads of the attacking monster. He took the opportunity to retreat, the monster crashing heavily to the ground, its severed heads rolling around and unwillingly roaring before fading into nothingness. But the next moment, a half-demon hidden in the building suddenly pounced from behind him. The demon slayer was startled, but it was already too late. With a squelching sound, the demon slayer looked over in surprise as a dagger, filled with immense power, pierced the attacking claw and sent the half-demon flying away. From the direction the dagger had come. Was it that person from the afternoon? Such strength and speed were not something an ordinary person could possess. Judging by how easily he had knocked away that evil demon with the dagger, his strength had probably completely surpassed his own. But why were you gnawing on corn? What are you dazed about? A dagger can't kill a demon. Muzan won't exert himself more than necessary. The demon slayer's performance is stronger than he imagined. Since that's the case, he can step in once to help him and won't bother with anything else. The demon slayer, reminded by Muzan, reacted quickly and seized the opportunity to slash forward. With its head rolling to the ground, a half-demon was easily dealt with. The demon slayer thought this should be the end, right? But then he saw the man look toward the wooden house and say, "Go take a look inside. It's not just these two. There are more? How can there be so many?" However, since this person had helped him all afternoon and saved his life, out of trust, he tightly gripped the Nickeran blade, took a deep breath, and nervously walked over. He cautiously pushed the door open. With a creak, the things inside were startled. A series of intense roars erupted, and a shadow the size of a person lunged at him. The demon slayer hurriedly retreated while swinging his sword. He managed to injure it with one slash. But due to the suddenness of the situation, he fumbled and missed its neck. However, he pushed it back. The moonlight barely illuminated the small room through the open wooden door, allowing him to see what was inside. The cramped room was packed with a dense mass of evil spirits, each one roaring at him like a beast, while several demons with a foul stench and the smell of blood charged at him. Damn! The demon slayer couldn't hold back any longer and instinctively took a half step back. But thinking about the danger to the lives of people around him if these disgusting creatures got out, he absolutely couldn't let them escape. Resolutely, he gripped his Nickeran blade, embodying the spirit of a tragic hero and the determination to sacrifice, and charged directly forward. Muzan finished the last few corn kernels, casually tossing the corn cob into the mirror space, planning to throw it into the trash once he saw it. Watching the fighting demon hunters, he thought that if they really couldn't handle it, he would go help. If they could manage, he wouldn't interfere. Perhaps it was a boost from his will. Or maybe the half-demons were just too weak, as he took down each one almost effortlessly like a child. More than 20 half-demons were thus reduced one by one. Under the moonlight, the panting demon hunter suddenly charged forward, killing the last half-demon, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground, dropping the Nickeran blade beside him. Then he looked up towards the outside, only to see that the person from the afternoon had already left. After Muzan left, he carefully searched the surroundings again, but did not find any trace of the half-demons. It was unclear whether the half-demon's ambush earlier was a result of combat instinct, or if there were intelligent half-demons giving orders. Moreover, the speed at which the half-demons were multiplying truly shocked him. Over 20 half-demons crammed into a small room, going out at night to hunt humans. Impressive indeed. Although he did not encounter any half-demons that night, he did run into someone who was foolish enough to try and rob him. In this rapidly changing era, the crime rate was not low, and Muzan was just looking to fill his stomach. The next day, he bought a train ticket and left the place. Meanwhile, the demon hunter was puzzled. He imitated Muzan and bought a newspaper, only to see a report stating that 4 more people had gone missing yesterday, and none of them were in the area where he had discovered the evil demon. For some reason, the figure of that person from last night flashed in his mind. It couldn't be. If he was a demon, why would he help him? But given the deaths, he did not dare to leave easily. He only sent the crows flying back to deliver the information. Muzan could have teleported in an instant, But he missed the opportunity because he wanted to experience the train of this era and take some photos. Sitting on the train that traveled through the woods, cities, and villages, Muzan took many pictures from the window. Although the window wasn't very clear and the results weren't great, they were still quite good. However, as he walked through the carriage, Muzan noticed a person holding a gun, with an expression of anger on their face. Muzan approached strangely, vaguely sensing the malice emanating from this person. He went over and patted the man's shoulder. "Brother, what are you doing?" The man looked up and glared at Muzan. "Get lost. Don't touch me." Gripping the gun in his hand, he forcefully tried to push Muzan out of the way, but couldn't move him. "Wait, you don't seem to have much muscle and aren't heavy. Why can't I push you?" Muzan smiled at him, and before the man could react, he snatched the gun from his hand. The man hurriedly grabbed at Muzan, shouting, "Give me back my gun! Give me back my gun!" The people around were also drawn to the scene, and Muzan jokingly said, "Don't get so worked up over a toy gun. Come on, let's go smoke a bit in the carriage." Upon hearing Muzan's words, others assumed the two were just friends having a disagreement and lost interest. Muzan forcibly dragged him, bringing him to an empty back room amidst the man's frantic struggles. In his terrified gaze, Muzan's arm transformed into a monstrous giant mouth. "A demon! A demon! Help! Why can't I make a sound?" Muzan finally returned to that person's seat and took a look, figuring out what exactly was going on. That guy followed a minor cult, but the open train and the culture it promoted affected his interests. As a paranoid believer, he wanted to run over and shoot the train driver. This way, no one would be able to drive the train, and the deity wouldn't be displeased, right? Muzan has nothing to say. In this era, there are cults everywhere like wild grass. It might be a good idea to remind Murayama Masahito to handle this. At the same time, Muzan also thought of Tamayo giving up on the Eternal Paradise cult early on. In fact, it's just a cult. One can see this from how his father manipulated female followers through it. If Tamayo continued to maintain the Eternal Paradise cult, the harm to himself would far outweigh the benefits. The Eternal Paradise cult is also one of the reasons for Tamayo's tragedy. Let's add a cult leader to the menu. The train arrived at the station the next morning, and Muzan got off and took a few photos of the train. He didn't even know where he had arrived, as he hadn't looked at the destination when he bought the ticket. Passing through the train station, he saw a person running by with a package of something he couldn't identify. Muzan, with his excellent sense of smell, caught a whiff of herbal medicine. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. There were many sick people around. Out of habit, he turned around, took a picture of the rather unremarkable train station, and left the place. Since it was early morning, the buildings were adorned with golden sunlight under the dawn, giving them a unique charm. Even though the camera in his hand was still black and white, he faintly heard the word tired and turned around, moving a bit closer to listen to their conversation. That kid is really pitiful. Yeah, it's hard for him since he was born. Even walking is difficult. Their parents have it tough too. When I told him a story that day, the look in his eyes really broke my heart. Sigh, it really is tiring, isn't it? Muzan hurried over. "Hello." The few people who were chatting turned to look at the approaching Muzan. "Who are you?" "I'm a doctor. I accidentally overheard you talking about a child who can't walk. Is he sick?" Muzan skillfully brought up his identity as a doctor. "Ah, that poor child born that way. Maybe it's an illness. Can you tell me where? I want to see if I can help him." The person pointed a direction to Muzan, right over there. "Thank you very much." Muzan expressed his thanks and walked over. On the way, he conveniently took out a medicine box from the mirror space and carried it, instantly appearing much more credible. Plus, Muzan was also a well-read demon, and his demeanor resembled that of a doctor dedicated to saving lives. Just after Muzan passed, a short man hurriedly walked out of the house that the previous person had indicated. "Hello." The man paused in confusion upon hearing Muzan's voice and turned to look at him. "Is this Ruei's house?" The man scrutinized Muzan closely, not recognizing him, and then noticed the wooden box on Muzan's back that looked like a medical kit. He asked in curiosity, "Yes, who are you?" "I am a traveling doctor. I heard that the child is ill and came to see if I could help." Seeing Muzan's appearance that seemed to almost shout, "I am a doctor," along with the claim of being a traveling doctor, the man felt a flicker of hope, thinking that perhaps an outsider might have more knowledge and better skills. Eagerly, with a desire to cure his son, he quickly replied, "I am Ruei's father. Please come with me." As Muzan entered the room, he saw Ruei sitting on the tatami mat, looking sad as he gazed at the clouds outside through the open door. Ruei's father quickly walked up to him, grabbed his hand, and said, "Ruei, I've found a doctor for you again. You will definitely regain your health." Ruei slowly turned to look at Muzan, whose face wore a gentle smile, but he showed no expression, as if he had already lost hope. Muzan first learned about the specific situation from Ruei's father, and then examined Ruei's body. With hundreds of blood demon arts and a thorough understanding of the world, Muzan found it quite simple to check a body. Ruei's father watched Muzan's changing expressions, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. When Muzan read the original work, he subconsciously thought that Ruei's illness might be a bone problem. But after an examination, it turned out to be a type of muscular dystrophy. This disease is generally caused by genetic issues, and even in his previous life, it couldn't be cured. Even if he used Yoriizawa's abilities for temporary treatment, as Ruei grew, he would return to his original condition. The only solution was to turn him into a demon. However, compared to the original story, even if he became a demon now, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to eat humans, which doesn't seem to be a big problem. The only issue is that Ruei is still very young, just a child, and turning into a demon might not conceal his identity at all. Plus, he hasn't formed a correct understanding yet. Muzan is not at ease with the mother of Kyogai and Ki, but Ruei's parents are really responsible and gentle. Muzan, under the pretense of checking on the illness, treated Ruei, though the effects of the treatment did not manifest immediately. Then, Muzan took out some nutritional supplements from the medicine cabinet and looked at Ruei's father. These medicines should have some effect. While they can't completely cure him, they should be enough for the child to run and jump for the time being. After that, Muzan smiled and gently patted Ruei's head, which was fluffy and soft to the touch. You must remember to take your medicine every day. After explaining the dosage, Muzan added, I will look for a cure for him during my travels and will return in 4 years. Seeing that Muzan seemed to have finished explaining, Ruei's father hurriedly went to get money. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the money. No need, I will take my leave first. Muzan stood up and turned to leave. In that moment, the tired father seemed to see what true compassion of a healer really is from Muzan's back. In fact, in the original story, before becoming a demon, Ruei's understanding of the world was incomplete. His weakness made him long for his parents' protection and the bonds of family, which his gentle parents provided him. Only illness could not be overcome, and this illness became the opening that the vile boss exploited, leading to the tragedy of gaining and losing. Without the events from the original story, his parents would teach him what is right. Moreover, in the warm family environment, Ruei's temporary health would become even more fulfilling. After leaving there, Muzan walked on the sunlit soil, passing through a forest. As a flock of birds was startled, flapping their wings and flying into the sky, Muzan found another half-demon. Interestingly, this half-demon seemed to give Muzan a vague feeling of familiarity. But it didn't matter. He just needed to kill. Because Muzan concealed his presence, he wasn't discovered as a demon. Instead, he hid among the trees, while the half-demon mistakenly believed Muzan was unaware and waited for the opportunity to hunt him. Muzan was not in a hurry. With a soft sound that pierced the air, a figure suddenly lunged down from the treetops, resembling a giant bullet as it charged towards Muzan, grinning menacingly with its claws outstretched, revealing 4 sharp teeth. Observing its seemingly oblivious prey, the half-demon appeared to envision the scene of tearing into Muzan. But in the next moment, the prey that had been in sight suddenly vanished like an illusion, and he felt a slight chill on his forehead. Immediately after, intense pain spread from his forehead like a web. Accompanied by unbearable agony, he silently erupted into a mist of blood. Muzan wiped his fingers, retracting his sharp nails. He recalled that this looked like a sick leaf. Many of those who were originally meant to be laid off by the petty boss were just pawns, and Muzan didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, since the original work did not provide detailed descriptions or the timeline for becoming a demon, Muzan simply chose to not dwell on it. He didn't expect to have become a semi-demon. Taking Yuhua as an example, Muzan could boldly speculate. A semi-demon should be those who have broken away from his control, able to expand on their own, and are not particularly powerful, yet have already formed their own internal order. Muzan suspects that some of the half-demons possess considerable intelligence and can control other half-demons that lack it. Some demons that appeared briefly in the plot have likely already been dealt with by the half-demons, as Muzan has not turned them into demons. Damn it, these half-demons are really annoying, like flies and mosquitoes in summer, never-ending. Just as he was thinking this, insects in the forest buzzed around Muzan's face, seeking their doom. I'll sweat you. Muzan violently swatted a small flying insect, as if he were trying to kill a half-demon. Hurry up, there are too many bugs here. Especially in the evening, all kinds of mosquitoes and insects are rampant. Although mosquitoes can't break through his defenses, they are really annoying. Back in the Infinite City, watching the 2 demons fight, Muzan took out some sunflower seeds, sat to one side, and while munching, shouted at them. Use the sunblade. Hit them hard. Cut their necks. The 2 lower moons engaged in a fierce battle. Lord Muzan, are you too idle? After Muzan announced the titles of the 12 Kizuki that day, quite a few demons rushed to Infinity Castle to compete for the titles. Of course, those who sought death by challenging Kokoshibo and Akaza quickly understood why the upper moons are called the upper moons. There's a difference between demons. And because Yoriichi did not appear that day, there were many opinions about this so-called strongest. However, the selection of the other 12 Kizuki was handled by Neikime. And Muzan didn't care at all. With Neikime as a tool, why bother doing it himself? Soon, the position-swapping blood battle came to an end, with the challengers ultimately failing. Neikime announced the results in an emotionless voice. The position of Hakuji remains unchanged in lower 4. Muzan looked at Nezuko, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. Nezuko seemed to have, perhaps, been staying in Infinity Castle ever since she became a demon. Muzan's forehead was dripping with non-existent sweat. Ever since Nezuko turned into a demon, her only pursuit, aside from the biwa, has been her admiration for Muzan. Every time she felt she was able to help Muzan and sense his trust in her, she was always very happy. Muzan didn't pay much attention to it. But the problem is, she is also an individual with self-awareness. Thinking about the changes in the outside world, Muzan suddenly felt a bit guilty. Is this considered exploiting labor? No. As a considerate boss, he must do something. Neikime, come with me to Tianyang City. Neikime, having teleported away the 2 defeated demons, looked up in confusion at Muzan through her long bangs. Although she didn't understand why Lord Muzan wanted her to accompany him, she would naturally follow his orders. She obediently stood up, holding her pipa and plucking the strings, and together with Lord Muzan, they appeared in a deserted alley in Tianyang City. This city is one of the more developed cities Muzan knows, and has a good atmosphere, but most importantly, there are many delicious foods. As Muzan left the alley, Neikime hurried to catch up. At this time, it was not long after nightfall, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting yellow-white moonlight into the dim alley. Stepping out of the alley, a burst of light shone on her face, causing Neikime to squint. She looked up at the crescent moon above her head, then turned to the brightly lit street. Isn't it night now? What are those absurdly bright, glowing orbs? And they are of various colors. Muzan stood beside the bewildered Nezuko, patted her shoulder, and said seriously, Nezuko, the times have changed. Nezuko slowly lifted her head, looking at Lord Muzan with confusion and daze. Even her eyes, which had always been covered, were revealed. Let's go. I'll take you to have some fun. Muzan grabbed Nezuko's clothes and walked away, prompting Nezuko to hurriedly lift her foot to catch up. Along the way, she looked around, glancing left and right, observing the brightly lit streets, bustling shops, crowded people, wide and flat streets, and various things she didn't recognize, which left Nezuko feeling a bit confused. Her face displayed just 2 words, bewildered. Lord Muzan, where is this place? I'll tell you later, but first, let's grab something to eat. Muzan dragged Nezuko to a small stall and skillfully ordered a pile of food. The stall owner was surprised. Can you eat all that? Don't worry. It'll be a piece of cake. The owner was skeptical, but soon prepared the food. Although there was no barbecue, the variety of delicacies was still quite tempting. Muzan handed a bag of food to Nezuko. Try this. Nezuko looked at Muzan, then at the item in her hand, and cautiously took out the dessert from the paper bag and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Is Lord Muzan taking her out to relax? Is he taking one of his best employees out for a public expense trip? After hundreds of years of hard work, has he finally gained Lord Muzan's recognition? TT, seeing Nezuko like this, he felt a bit proud. After trying all the food on the street, in the city, and even in the whole country, he had picked out some of the better places. He would definitely come back to these places more often in the future, no matter what the situation was. Nezuko couldn't help but feel moved at the thought that her decades and centuries of effort weren't in vain, and that she had gained Lord Muzan's recognition. Forgetting to eat the food in her hands, Muzan looked at Tamayo, strangely. No, so you have always yearned for recognition? But then he thought about it. After being a tool for hundreds of years, then he took Tamayo to a restaurant, ordered a table full of dishes, and paired it with a few bottles of drinks. Tamayo carefully placed her pipa aside and couldn't help but curiously look around. Because the seating allowed her to see the street outside through the open doors and windows, she kept glancing out. In the past, when she used blood demon techniques to transport other demons, she could confirm the location, but she couldn't look down on everything like a satellite. What she saw was more like a flat map, rather than a 3-dimensional model. There weren't many details. Muzan pretended to be deep and patted Nezuko's shoulder. As Nezuko's expression also became serious, he slowly said, Nezuko, the times have changed. Nezuko, all right, You go out and take a look for yourself. Muzan, feeling too lazy to explain, picked up the wine that the waiter had brought and began to open the bottle, estimating that the food would take a while to arrive. He poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Nezuko. Want to try some? Nezuko had never drunk alcohol before, so she was a bit curious. She took the glass from Muzan and tentatively took a sip. Immediately, her expression changed. This is strange. She took another sip. It seemed a bit tasty. Then, Muzan watched helplessly as Mingnu drank cup after cup, her face growing pale, seemingly becoming tipsy, yet her drinking momentum only increased. Dizzily grasping the bottle, she tried to pour, but ended up with nothing coming out. She couldn't help but look at Muzan and asked, Muzan-sama, is there any left? Muzan, how could you, a dignified demon, get drunk so quickly? But it's just alcohol. Seeing that Mizunoto really wanted a drink, Muzan waved to the waiter, bring 2 more bottles. Mizunoto looked at the drinks placed in front of her, stubbornly opened the cap with her hand, and dizzily poured it into the cup. Mizunoto, why don't you drink a little less? Muzan couldn't help but advise. Nezuko glanced at Muzan. Don't underestimate me. Muzan stared blankly as the atmosphere around Nezuko grew increasingly bold, and eventually, she grabbed the bottle and started showing off by drinking from it. Nezuko, take it easy. Bang. Nezuko slammed the bottle down hard on the table. Burp. Lord Muzan. Really, really good. She waved her hand grandly, completely losing her restraint in front of Muzan, and shouted to the waiter, bring 10 more bottles. Muzan. Forget it. It's just a little alcohol. I'll drink it. Then, Muzan saw Miku smiling as she picked up a pipa nearby, grinning at Muzan. Master, I'll play a lively tune for you. Muzan. Mingnu, do you want to sober up first before we talk? Sober up? What's that? Then, Mingnu suddenly shouted at Muzan. Sit still. Listen to me, and I'll play something nice for you. This is music I've been holding back for hundreds of years. As she said this, she grabbed the pipa and fiercely plucked the strings, and immediately, music even more energetic than a dance party began. Mingnu looked like she was going crazy, and with just the pipa, she created a rock vibe. Lord Muzan, come on, dance along with my tune. Muzan, sighs, winky face, the loud sound of the pipa, and the cries of the performer drew everyone's attention in the shop. To be honest, even though the performer was drunk, the piece she played was impressive. It sounded quite nice. Some customers found it annoying and left after finishing their meal, but many more were drawn in by the fervent rhythm. The boss watched this scene, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. It seemed he saw a business opportunity. Muzan propped his arms on the table, resting his forehead on them, with his face buried between his arms. No, Mingnu, you're a demon. Your strength is almost at the upper moon level. Why are you drunk? Forget it, as long as she is happy. After all, she has been holding in for hundreds of years. The intense playing of Mingnu could be heard from around the shop, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. It's unclear who started it, but a large crowd gathered around Mingnu, cheering her on. Muzan, if it weren't for his immense strength, would have been pushed out by the crowd. Sitting in the corner, he watched as Nezuko led a group of people in a frenzy. Everyone, jump with me, Nezuko shouted, her fingers almost leaving afterimages on the pipa strings. A group of people surrounded her, echoing her words, while drinks were being flaunted in the hands of individuals during the celebration. Muzan, am I falling behind the times? He still wants to take Nezuko out to broaden her horizons? Nezuko will quickly teach him what it means for the times to change. Finally, after a few hours, Nezuko's drunkenness gradually faded. Looking at Muzan, who was squeezed into a corner by the crowd, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and slowed down the music, ultimately watching him awkwardly come to a stop. With the music stopping, the revelers finally realized they seemed to be getting tired and began to leave one after another. The boss looked at the large sum of money he had made from selling alcohol, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Nezuko let out a burp, looked at Muzan, and was momentarily speechless. No, Lord Muzan. Let's go back. Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was the one who brought Nakiri out, so after paying, he took Nakiri and left. As for the food they originally ordered, they didn't eat any of it. The boss watched their backs and made a decision. He would no longer run a restaurant. Transformation. In fact, while demons can also get drunk from excessive alcohol consumption, if they intentionally avoid it, getting drunk even after 100 drinks is not a problem at all, and they have a strong ability to metabolize alcohol. For example, Nakiri had already drunk a lot of bottles, yet only got drunk for a few hours. This was her first time drinking, and she wasn't well prepared. It would probably be hard for her to get drunk in the future, right? Nakiri returned to Infinity City and recalled that night, seemingly understanding something. Times have changed. Not long after, Muzan saw Naruko practicing rock music while holding a pipa. Muzan? No. Nezuko, did you open some strange door? When Muzan passed by the place where he took Nezuko out to eat, he saw that the restaurant named Kawaii Restaurant had changed its appearance. And the sign had turned into something rock and roll. The exterior style had changed dramatically, exuding a sense of passion and rock. When night fell, Muzan finally waited for the door to open and walked in with curiosity. Muzan? What did he see? A bar. A bar specifically for dancing. In this prosperous city, with the development of the economy, the citizens not only have higher incomes but also more exhausted spirits. How could they resist such an intoxicating revelry? The newly opened bar was bustling with business. A crowd squeezed under the flashing lights, celebrating to the rhythm of the frenetic music. The boss is still the same boss from that day, but the people and things have changed. The boss even hired a dedicated music team to perform dance music on stage. Muzan rubbed his forehead. This boss was really a business genius. At this moment, the boss also noticed the familiar Muzan and hurried over. Thanks to you. Muzan, let's not talk about anything else, just Nezuko. NB. Muzan thought this was enough, but Nezuko's demon form was about to break down, until he saw Nezuko had developed a strong liking for running outside of Infinity Castle. That night, Muzan was in the crowd, watching Nezuko standing on the high platform, expressionless as she played intense music under the bright lights. Below, the dense crowd held up various glowing items, fervently shouting Nezuko's name. Muzan, so you become incredibly skilled at playing the pipa, huh? A year later, Ningnu's fame skyrocketed. Even the Demon Slayer Corps heard about a woman named Ningnu, who plays the pipa beautifully and uniquely. Many demon hunters have started to admire her. It seems that at some point, tickets for Ningnu's concerts became increasingly expensive. At some point, Ningnu became a renowned musician throughout the country. Ever since that night when Muzan introduced Ningnu to the world, he lost his best tool, while the country gained an outstanding musician and a new trend. 3 years later, Muzan sat alone in the Infinity Castle, while Ningnu, who had never left the Infinity Castle before, now belonged to this country. Damn! Muzan suddenly stood up and thought, whatever happens, happens. He wanted to go see Rue. Arriving at a familiar place, Muzan seemed to catch a glimpse of a poster of a girl named Himejima holding a pipa stuck to a wall. So annoying. As Muzan approached Rue's house, he saw Rue sitting outside, gazing at the morning glow. At that moment, Rue had already weakened further, spotting a somewhat familiar figure from a distance. Rue couldn't recall it for a moment, but as Muzan got closer, Rue recognized his face and immediately remembered. It was the doctor from 4 years ago. Rue stood up, but due to the sudden movement, a flash of pain coursed through his body. However, Rue was already used to it and looked at Muzan to confirm. Doctor, has my condition worsened? Hearing Muzan's words, Rue confirmed his identity with a nod and led Muzan into the house, saying my father and mother are out. Just in time. Muzan also saved the trouble of having them meet separately. He said, yours is a disease that is almost impossible to cure. It can only be temporarily maintained. The only way is to become a demon. Can you accept that? Rue looked at Muzan in confusion and asked, become a demon? In this era, demons have increasingly faded from people's view, and Rue had not heard of demons. Muzan explained, by becoming a demon, you can gain a healthy body and eternal life. But you will also lose something, such as becoming a subordinate of the Demon King. Although you can still eat normal food, you will come to enjoy eating humans. Rue lowered his head, looking at the ground. Even though he didn't understand much yet, he had learned from his parents what family affection is and what is right. Doctor, are you a demon? Muzan did not hide it. So, do you want to become a demon? Yes, knowing the burden of weakness. He craved a healthy body more than anyone else, and even more so, a life that would not fade away. His parents also hoped for his health and would agree. Right? All right, close your eyes. It might hurt a little. Rue obediently closed his eyes, and Muzan mercilessly poked a finger into his head. Poking the head is something all demons must go through. It will never change. Pulling out his finger, Rue, surprisingly to Muzan, only looked extremely pained. His brows almost twisted together, sweat beading on his forehead, but apart from that, he did not have a significant reaction. Indeed, Rue had endured a lot of pain since childhood, and his ability to withstand suffering had been forced to develop. Muzan watched as the tired black hair gradually faded away, replaced by a slightly pinkish white, while pure white spread to every part of the exhausted body. The originally human pupils and sclera turned blood red, with white pupils and cyan eyelashes. Muzan didn't understand why red bead-like marks appeared on his face. Soon, The pain of becoming a demon faded away, and Rue felt his brand new, healthy, and powerful body. His expressionless face gradually revealed a smile. I have regained a healthy body. At this moment, Rue also understood that the doctor in front of him was actually the Demon King. Sir, what do you need me to do for you? Turning him into a demon must have a purpose, right? As long as it doesn't make his parents unhappy, for the sake of the Demon King's grace. He would do his best. You don't need to do anything. Muzan saw the experiences of Rue over the past few years through Rue's memories. After he left, Rue quickly regained his health, able to run and jump like others, going out to play with his parents and laughing joyfully with them. The happiness and love from his parents gave him more than 3 years of ease. Under his parents' care, he unknowingly began to understand true familial affection, the responsibilities of giving and protecting each other. During that brief time, he learned a lot. But 6 months ago, his body began to weaken again, and the past pain and anxiety returned to his world. The smiles he once had gradually faded away. He suffered not only for himself, but also because his weakness caused his parents so much worry and fatigue, and he felt pain from not being able to be with them. However, Muzan didn't think that if Rue told his parents he had become a demon, they would be happy. Most likely, they would want to atone for their sins through death alongside Rue. Muzan squatted down, gently touching his tired head, and said seriously, I'm tired. I don't need you to do anything for now. But promise me you won't tell your parents that you've become a demon. But why, sir? You will slowly understand in the future. What he meant was that Muzan was too lazy to explain. He told you to say that you were cured by him. But there are irreversible side effects of not being able to grow. He nodded slightly, and the power that came from Muzan's blood brought not only strength as a demon, but also a vague sense of trust and respect towards Muzan. What the Demon King says must be obeyed, right? Muzan also instructed, don't eat people recklessly, do the right thing. Muzan smiled as he patted his head, much like petting a cat. Rue obediently followed Muzan's words, restoring his appearance to that of a human, and watched as Muzan left. For years later, during the vibrant autumn with leaves covering the ground, 3 figures left the place they had lived for decades, carrying bundles. Rue was holding his parents' hands, still looking the same as before. He looked up at his mother with confusion. Why are we moving? His mother smiled and patted his head. To protect you, and to protect more people. You'll understand in the future. Rue seemed to understand something and could only nod. But why did that sentence feel so familiar? In the forest belonging to nature, the family built their own house and cleared a piece of land. Rue helped his parents build their new home. He was very strong and could help a lot, and his parents always looked at him with loving smiles, patting his head. 20 years later, the pale winter snow covered the earth, and in the glaring brightness, a house sat alone in the deserted forest. Inside the house, faint sounds of sobbing could be heard. As snowflakes fell, seeming to mourn something, Rue, still looking the same, knelt in front of his mother. His father had passed away 2 years ago, and today, his mother would follow in his footsteps. Rue couldn't help but shed tears. His mother tried hard to reach out and pat his head. Rue, it's okay. Rue sobbed and wiped the tears from his face. Mother, Rue, actually 27 years ago, we already knew you had been turned into a demon, but Rue, you were a good child. Rue's mother had a gentle and comforting smile on her face as she gently patted his head. Rue, your mother believes in you. You will definitely do the right thing. Rue sniffled a few times and quickly nodded. His mother's face wore a smile, and her arms slowly fell. Rue held back his tears, desperately gripping his mother's hand. 3 years later, Muzan discovered that Rue had already left his former place. With his parents gone, he no longer concealed his hair color and aimlessly wandered between the mountains and cities. He was enveloped by a feeling of, I am so lonely. Neikime brought Rue and Kibutsuji's other followers to Infinity Castle. Muzan has notified that the character Ming-Nu is developing a new song in Infinite City. It is worth mentioning that, in the outside world, Ming-Nu is already dead, and a new performer has inherited her position, Xianin. In other words, Ming-Nu has reinvented herself and is out having fun again. However, Ming-Nu has come up with a new playstyle. She has grown tired of the intense music akin to rock and has rediscovered her love for the delicate and gentle sound of the pipa. Moreover, she has created a new mysterious persona for herself. So, she has returned to Infinite City to practice the pipa. Muzan was too lazy to complain. You can play the pipa, you're amazing. After playing for hundreds of years, the pipa is almost worn out. Hearing Muzan's command, Neikime stopped her movements, but continued to pluck the pipa strings. At the same time, she activated her ability. 3 figures appeared in front of Muzan: Ennui, Kibutsuji, and Kocho. Ennui was bewildered, He had just torn off the arm of the human trafficker he wanted to attack when he was sent over, still holding the bleeding arm. However, upon seeing Muzan, his originally vigilant heart relaxed, and he slightly bowed his head. Lord Muzan. Kabutsuji and Kocho also called out together, "Boss." Before Muzan could say anything, Kocho bounced over and said, "Lord Muzan, give me a new name." "Muzan, huh?" "It was me who persuaded Kokushibo and Akaza to change their names back then. Why did you bring it up on your own without me even persuading you?" "I was already planning to use Kokushibo to win over Yuichiro." Seeing Muzan's confused and bewildered expression, Jotaro said, "The name Kimi." "Good. No need to say more." Muzan interrupted the two with a single word. He could see their thoughts. The name Xiao Mei came from their deceased mother, carrying the painful memories of struggling to survive in the pleasure quarters. Kabutsuji Taro didn't want his sister to endure that pain forever. He hoped to help her forget those painful memories and live in the present with a smile. As for him, he would not forget the past suffering. He would bear the name Kabutsuji Taro, and as her brother, he would continuously grow stronger to shield her from the storms. Muzan doesn't have much confidence in his naming skills. Don't think that just because some people have read a lot of books, they can casually come up with beautiful names. He read so many poems in high school, hundreds and thousands of them. Did it help? Not at all. How about calling her Daji instead? Kabutsuji Taro looked somewhat dissatisfied. This name, however, Kohim seemed quite pleased, her face almost visibly expressing her happiness. So, Muzan threatened Kabutsuji Taro with a look. "What's wrong? Do you have objections?" Kabutsuji Taro. "Fine, since my sister is satisfied, let's go with that." "From the heart? That's impossible. No objections." Kabutsuji Taro reluctantly spat out those 3 words. Muzan. "All right, that's settled. I brought you two here to teach Rue how to read. Anyway, you both have nothing better to do." Muzan pointed at Rue. Kocho, or rather, Daki, looked curiously at the boy beside her, who was quite good-looking. However, of course, he couldn't compare to herself. Kabutsuji Taro glanced at Rue and nodded. "No problem. But Lord Muzan." Muzan interrupted Kyogai again. No need to say more. He unceremoniously poked a fingernail into Kyogai's head. Kyogai was caught off guard, immediately crouching down while holding his head, and shouted, "Give me some time to prepare. If you weren't the Demon King, I would have already exploded." Muzan looked at his long nails and glanced at Daki. "Come here." Daki swallowed hard, feeling a bit hesitant for a moment. Muzan revealed a malicious smile. "Don't hesitate. The siblings must be neat and tidy." Saying this, he let out a sinister laugh and ruthlessly poked his nail into Daki's head. Daki instantly felt pain and clutched her head, repeatedly thinking, "Lord Muzan granted me blood as a kindness. It shows he values me. I must thank Lord Muzan. I must thank Lord Muzan." Rue silently watched this scene from the side, his face still showing little change in expression, only quietly turning his head away. But in fact, at this moment, the image of the Demon King in his heart collapsed. Where is that gentle, composed, and elegantly smiling Demon King from my memories? What have you experienced in these years? Muzan, completely unconcerned about the complaints in his heart, smiled and patted the tired head beside him. Come, come, I'll give you some blood too." Tired turned his head to look at the 2 siblings curled up on the ground, then glanced at the respected Demon King. "Thank you, my lord." There was no escaping for sure, and receiving blood was, after all, a way to enhance strength, a sign of being recognized by the Demon King. Quite good. Really quite good. Then the 3 demons on the ground just curled up like that. The female player played the pipa expressionlessly, and kindly changed the background music to a cheerful tune. Muzan silently looked up at Makimi. Come, you work so hard every day. It wouldn't be right not to grant you blood." Makimi's movements froze for a moment, and the music stopped. Since Muzan consumed the concentrated purified potion of the blue horizon flower and wisteria, granting blood had become more painful. Thus, Makimi also held her head in pain, her pipa thrown aside on the floor. Although she knew that Lord Muzan was indeed rewarding her, why did she feel so resistant? 3 months later, under her parents' guidance, she quickly learned the basics and successfully passed the assessment. As for why demons need to recognize characters, whenever she asked someone, the responses were either, "I don't know," or "the boss is willing." Moreover, why call Lord Muzan the boss? In her confusion, she heard Lord Muzan's voice beside her. "I am willing." Hui. Is this the Demon King? I love it, I love it. Did Jotaro and the others not tell you that I can hear your thoughts? A puzzled and surprised expression appeared on Rue's fair face. Not far away, Daki arrogantly glanced at Rue. Muzan understood. Don't be fooled by Daki's always proud and aloof demeanor. Ha! Her bad taste is no less than his. Rue, go assist Muraoka Akiko. Upon hearing this, Rue looked puzzled, but seeing that Lord Muzan was too lazy to explain, he could only hope that Muraoka Akiko, as mentioned by Lord Muzan, could tell him what was going on. Although Naruko had started pursuing her own career, her centuries of experience as a tool had made her quite knowledgeable. As soon as Muzan finished speaking, she knew what to do. Without waiting for Muzan's command, she began playing music and teleported Rue to the distant western side, next to Muraoka Akiko. Although there were multiple demons, and they were carefully selected subordinates, they had already gained significant political power and, under Muraoka Akiko's guidance, had unified the fragmented nation. Naturally, the means to achieve all this was to eliminate those outdated Western rulers obstructing their path. In this era, the ugly reality of capital rulers driven by desire doesn't need further elaboration. They just needed to be cut down. Thanks to this, those newly turned demons have been getting stronger at an incredible speed, as they were not lacking in resources. It was just right to send Rue, this newcomer, over for Muraoka Akiko to mentor, which would also help improve his strength. Muraoka Akiko pressed down on the demon in front of her, and at the same time, she heard Lord Muzan's voice in her head. Newcomer, come help kill some blind fools and take him along. Muraoka Akiko immediately understood. Looking at the pale-haired child in front of her, she patted his head and smiled. Come with me, I'll arrange some tasks for you. Rue nodded and obediently followed Muraoka Akiko. That night, a bright round moon hung high in the sky, casting colorful light through the stained glass windows into a luxurious palace, where the shadows on the ground reflected a bizarre scene. A corpulent figure was suspended in mid-air, and upon closer inspection, one could see countless transparent threads holding him up. The sharp threads sliced into the flesh of the fat man, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground. Amid his terrified screams, the strange little boy in front of him looked on coldly. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and with his movement came a brief, urgent scream, followed by chunks of flesh falling to the ground with a thud. Infinite City. The singing girl ran out to hold a concert. Muzan, a lonely old man, sat on a high platform, resting his chin on his hand, looking at the two things that the singing girl sent over. Akaza caught sight of the annoying figure of Doma and moved his feet to distance himself. Doma, smiling, followed behind. Doma, this brat, I must provoke him today. He hugged the terrified woman in his arms, smiling as he approached, while following behind. He said in a teasing tone, Lord Akaza, why don't you talk to me even though you see me? I really miss you. He completely disregarded Akaza's increasingly hard-to-suppress, killing intent and anger. Akaza suddenly stopped, darkening his face, turned around, and glared at Doma, squeezing out a threat filled with killing intent from his throat. Try saying one more word? Lord Akaza, you're so fierce. Akaza, I'll just punch you. With a bang, Doma's head exploded into a mist of blood. Akaza disdainfully shook his hand, not even looking back, and immediately left. Doma, growing a new head, continued to chase after him. Lord Akaza? Akaza, stay away from me. Doma, Lord Akaza, how can you be so fierce? You actually have the heart to be fierce to me. Muzan rubbed his temples and looked at Tamayo. Enough playing around. Tamayo pouted in grievance. It was Lord Akaza who scared me first. Akaza felt disgusted and rolled his eyes at Tamayo. Muzan's expression darkened, his voice low and filled with anger. Try saying that one more time. Seeing that Muzan really seemed to be angry, Tamayo quickly closed his mouth and returned to a smiling expression. All right. Muzan jumped down from the high platform and stood in front of the two. Upon hearing his words, the two demons turned their attention to Muzan. Akaza had just completed a task given by Murayama Masahito and was currently free, hoping that Muzan would grant him blood. Meanwhile, Doma was there to challenge Akaza for the position of Upper Moon. After all, his natural combat talent was quite good, and with his enthusiasm for seeking food, his strength had rapidly increased. However, Akaza was undoubtedly stronger than in the original story. Their strengths were indeed quite similar. Muzan's long, blue-black nails pierced ruthlessly into Akaza's head. Akaza's face suddenly twisted into a grimace, veins bulging, and his fists clenched tightly. Muzan withdrew his finger and looked at Doma. Lord Muzan, I also want your blood, Doma said with anticipation. Although it will be very painful, the ability to become stronger is actually quite appealing. But Muzan curled his lips and replied, I don't want to give you my blood. Doma, Lord Muzan, you treat people differently, don't you? But right after that, Doma heard Muzan say, after this period of time, I can give you a bit more blood. Upon hearing this, Doma suddenly felt he had misunderstood Lord Muzan. Although he always enjoyed playing tricks on others, he was still gentle at heart. More quantity means more pain. Doma. Akaza quickly absorbed Muzan's blood, looked at his hand, clenched his fist, and felt the growing power. He heard the conversation between Muzan and Doma, and seeing Doma's speechless expression, he wanted to laugh. Muzan disdainfully glanced at Doma and said to Akaza, Doma wants to challenge you, so get ready and let's start. Akaza glanced at Doma and said, just him? Anyone can be annoying. Although Akaza felt that Doma was actually strong enough, he still smiled and mocked, I have a brilliant suggestion. How about you just admit defeat? Akaza wore a smile similar to Doma's as he said this. Doma smiled back at Akaza and said, I have a brilliant suggestion too. Lord Akaza, why don't you just admit defeat? If I knock your head off, I would feel sorry for you. Akaza looked at Doma with a forced smile, while Doma continued to smile at Akaza. Muzan rubbed his temples and said, hurry up and fight. Hearing this, the two demons stopped their meaningless banter. Akaza grinned at Doma. Destruction killing. Arshin. A snowflake pattern slowly appeared under Akaza's feet. Doma smiled sweetly at Akaza, half of his face hidden by a golden iron fan, and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, are you really going to hit me, Akaza-sama? I'm so sad. That said, Doma didn't hold back and unleashed his blood demon art. Blood demon art. Mist ice. Sleeping Lotus Buddha. Watching the two demons begin to battle, Muzan pulled over a small stool and a trash can, sat down, and conjured a handful of sunflower seeds out of thin air. He cracked the seeds, tossing the shells into the trash can, and watched them fight. As a giant ice sculpture of a Buddha slowly rose, Akaza suddenly kicked off the ground and charged at Doma. Doma smiled widely and waved his fan without hesitation, saying, Akaza-sama, you don't seem that impressive after all. Blood demon art. Scattered lotus. Countless sharp ice petals flew towards Akaza, accompanied by a spreading mist of ice. These skills might be useful against humans, but for Akaza, even if they could break through his defenses, any damage would heal instantly. The ice petals created tiny wounds on Akaza's skin, but failed to inflict any significant harm. The petals that touched his body temperature melted away, barely affecting the healing of his wounds. Blood demon art. Crystallized child. Doma naturally didn't expect much from a single skill. With the waving of his fan, a small ice figure resembling him appeared, wearing Akaza's annoying smile, and distracted Akaza. Akaza-sama, isn't my clone adorable? You've successfully disgusted me. Destruction killing, void style. Akaza, being a high-ranking demon, easily smashed the small ice figure before it could get close with a single punch. How could you be so cruel to such a cute clone? Doma said, fanning himself with tears in his eyes. As Akaza closed in the next moment, the giant Buddha statue's palm came crashing down toward Akaza. Despite its massive size, its speed was astonishing. Akaza was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. As the Buddha's palm fell from above, he showed no signs of panic. Destruction killing, chaos style. A powerful force struck the same spot on the Buddha's palm at incredible speed. With a cracking sound, the giant palm shattered into ice shards. Akaza accelerated suddenly and dodged the other palm. Blood demon art. Winter ice pillars. As Doma moved, countless ice pillars fell from above, nearly blocking all of Akaza's escape routes. Destruction killing. Demon core. Eightfold core. Akaza quickly punched to shatter the ice blocks overhead, sharp ice spikes piercing his hand and drawing blood. But it was merely a flesh wound that healed in an instant. Doma feigned a pitying expression, still smiling, and said, Akaza-sama, if you keep this up, I might feel sorry for you. How about you just admit defeat? Akaza grinned and replied, save your sympathy for yourself. As he spoke, he had already closed the distance to Doma. Doma waved his fan, accompanied by ice mist, to block Akaza's punch. The extreme cold had no effect on Akaza. Destruction killing. Foot style. Crown first cut. Doma was caught off guard and received a kick to the head from Akaza, sending him flying and slightly distorting his jaw. But he recovered instantly. Akaza-sama is even stronger than I imagined. Destruction killing. Foot style. Flowing flash multicolor. Akaza would not give this annoying guy a chance to breathe, seizing the opportunity to beat Doma mercilessly. Muzan is right. As long as you can't kill it, just beat it to death. All the anger that has been suppressed for decades is unleashed. Doma is being thoroughly beaten by Akaza with punches and kicks. Destruction kill is mercilessly aimed at him. With a loud explosion, Doma's head is brutally smashed by Akaza's punch, bursting open. But in the next moment, an ice vine suddenly shoots out from behind Akaza. Blood demon art. Vine lotus. Akaza, caught off guard, is wrapped around the waist by the vine. Unsteady, he is violently thrown off the fighting platform. Bang! With a muffled sound, Akaza falls to the ground below the platform. Doma's head slowly recovers, looking down at Akaza with a smile. Akaza, you lost. However, seeing Doma's smug expression, this time Akaza doesn't seem to show any anger. He enjoyed beating this guy up. But just as he dusts himself off to stand up, he hears Muzan's voice in his head. You can tolerate this? Hammer him. Akaza, you really enjoy making a big deal out of things, don't you? Spring 1850. Rue returns to the Infinity Castle. While handling some annoying fellows beside Muruoka Kanako, his strength is increasing rapidly. He returns to the Infinity Castle to challenge one of the 12 Kizuki, Yamakawa Kuda. It's worth mentioning that after being provoked by Doma, the originally laid-back Yamakawa Kuda, who just liked to eat more, got stimulated. I've lived for hundreds of years, and I'm not as good as you little guys. His once powerful physique has reached upper moon level after systematic training and multiple battles. After countless challenging battles, he finally reaches the position of upper moon 6. This time, Neikime is in the Infinity Castle. While playing the pipa, she teleports the two over. Yamakawa Kuda is tall and muscular, looking strong, while Rue, standing in front of him at under 6 meters, seems small. Yamakawa Kuda looks down at the little guy in front of him. So you want to challenge me? Hui nods. Although Rue is small, Yamakawa Kuda is not foolish enough to mistake this seemingly youthful demon for a child. This guy should not be underestimated. With Neikaime's command, the blood battle begins. The two demons instantly enter combat mode. Yamakawa Kuda uses his teleportation ability to appear behind Rue, kicking towards Rue's head, creating a powerful gust of wind. Rue remains unfazed, pulling with both hands. Under the light, transparent fine threads glimmer with white light, intertwining into a spiderweb. Yamakawa Kuda's foot is blocked by the web created by Rue, only slightly deformed. Seeing this, Yamakawa Kuda quickly retreats. Just as he predicted, in an instant, a thicker thread shoots like a javelin, piercing the ground where he just stood. You little brat, not bad. Before Yamakawa Kuda's words finish, his figure disappears from the spot. Rue's spirit is tense. Bang! Yamakawa Kuda reappears, but still hits the web Rue has woven with fine threads. However, this time he uses more strength, breaking several threads in the web. The force of his punch grazes Rue's cheek, as if intending to cut through his skin. Rue quickly retaliates, but in the next second, Yamakawa Kuda's figure disappears again. In the same direction, Rue pulls the threads sharply, but with the sound of snapping, a powerful fist slams hard against Rue's cheek. His upper body can't withstand the force and leans back, dragging his lower body along. But thanks to the friction, Rue comes to a stop. Countless transparent threads emerged with Rue's movements. Blood Demon Technique, Killing Eye Cage. Threads thicker than steel wove a spider's web capable of binding the enemy from all directions, blocking their escape route. However, Yamakawa Kuda's Blood Demon Technique is complete spatial teleportation. As the dense web was tightening around him, he suddenly disappeared. Blood Demon Technique, Marking Line Prison. The moment Yamakawa Kuda reappeared, Rue moved violently, and the web-like threads instantly bound around Yamakawa Kuda's body, tightening fiercely with Rue's movements. Countless wounds were sliced open by sharp silk threads, and Yamakawa Kanta wore a sinister smile on his face, completely disregarding his injuries, using his strong physique to stretch the silk net tied around him. Bang! With the sound of the net breaking, he exclaimed, "You're strong." Saying this, Yamakawa Kanta charged out, suddenly disappearing from Rue's line of sight. With a loud bang, his fist struck Rue's abdomen without any obstruction, while at the same time, his foot swept forward in an arc, attempting to trip Rue. But Rue had been waiting for this opportunity. Disregarding his imminent fall, he used the hardest silk threads to form a dense net. Blood Demon Technique, Mark Line Rotation. A giant, vortex-like cocoon attacked Yamakawa Kanta. Unable to stop his movements instantly, countless silk threads sliced him apart, his body shattered into countless writhing pieces of flesh. Upon seeing this, Narumi's voice remained flat. Rue wins, promoted to upper 6, Yamakawa Kanta demoted to lower 1. Flesh threads extended from Yamakawa Kanta's pieces, slowly reassembling. Finally pressing his head back in place, he looked at Rue and smiled. "You're strong." Rue also smiled. "You are too." It is worth mentioning that the current members of the 12 Kizuki bear some resemblance to those in the original work, but there are also significant differences. Upper 1, Kokushibo upper 2, Doma upper 3, Akaza upper 4, Jotaro upper 6, Rue lower 1, Yamakawa Kana lower 2. Maruoka Yoshiko lower 3, Maruoka Masahito lower 4, Asanuma Shizuka lower 6, Hibiki Kai with the guidance of Yuan. It is quite natural for Jotaro and Daki to secure an upper rank with their individual abilities, right? Is there a problem? No problem. And Maruoka Yoshiko, Maruoka Masahito, and Asanuma Shizuka also joined in the fun. If they can output damage, why play support? As for Kagetsu Chiyu, he was severely stimulated to see Doma become upper 2, and then saw the complete newcomer Hibiki Kai become lower rank, almost losing it. Finally, he began to put in a lot of effort to increase his strength. He must become a member of the 12 Kizuki, but wants to be a support. In the end, he finally defeated Hibiki Kai, but couldn't rise further, stopping at lower 4, and after Rue became upper 6, he became lower 6. If there was any concern, it would be about Hibiki Kai, who had become the tail end. Originally, there was still someone at the bottom, but now that was gone. Hibiki Kai, danger. In the chaotic town, half a wall had collapsed, and the surrounding residents and passers-by were either running away or hiding in their homes, trembling in fear. A loud sound echoed through the deserted street, and as a gust of wind swept by, two figures flashed past, one after the other, at incredible speed. Muzan chased a half-demon, laughing wildly. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Even if you run until you're crippled, no one will save you. The half-demon in front was on the verge of collapse. He just ran out to fill his stomach. Why did he have to encounter Muzan Kibutsuji? The one being chased by Muzan was a demon who had once escaped Muzan's control and become a half-demon, possessing intelligence and having grown stronger than before. Of course, in Muzan's eyes, he was still just garbage. Dare to betray me, but not dare to fight back. Run. It's useless no matter where you go. Hearing a voice behind him, the half-demon was clear that Muzan Kibutsuji could not catch up to him. He was simply toying with him. Why did it feel like Muzan Kibutsuji was even more twisted than before? The prolonged escape made him increasingly weak. As he hurriedly dodged around a tree, he suddenly felt a numbness on his cheek, and a whip darted towards him, the sharp blade slicing a cut across his face. Knowing he had already been discovered by Muzan, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would eventually die. But the instinct to survive drove him to escape desperately. His heart thumped loudly. Barely dodging the whip's attack, he struggled to maintain his speed. He knew that in his current state, he couldn't avoid Muzan's whip at all. He was clearly just a mouse being toyed with by a cat. But he still didn't want to give up. There must be a way to survive. While desperately dodging and running, he cried out, "Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will help you deal with those who betrayed you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp blade at the end of the whip suddenly sliced off one of his arms. The half-demon, in horror, tried to retrieve his arm, but the whip, like a fork, snagged his arm and tossed it aside. In the half-demon's pain gaze, his arm exploded into pieces like a ball. The smooth wound seemed to be tainted with some toxin, unable to heal quickly. It seemed that the demon king behind had also grown tired of playing. With a flick of the whip, the half-demon couldn't dodge at all and was easily pierced through the heart. As the whip was suddenly retracted, the half-demon was dragged over by the wound. The sinister blue-black claws gripped his head tightly, and amidst the frenzied struggles of the half-demon, one claw pierced into his skull. As blood flowed in, the half-demon let out a low, guttural roar, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Muzan also saw his memories. On the day he crossed over, the weakness of the scumbag boss caused dozens of demons to break free from his control. The half-demons were well aware that once discovered by Muzan, even if they did not intend to betray him, they would definitely be killed. Never doubt Muzan Kibutsuji's outrageous actions. He is not at all polite when it comes to layoffs. Thus, most of the demons that broke free gathered together and realized that they could create more controllable demons with their own blood. Even though these demons were merely defective products, they began to crazily create shields. Unlike Muzan, they did not limit the increase in demons. As long as there was blood, it could turn into a demon. Moreover, as the number of these defective demons continued to grow, some changes occurred. Beast-like defective products could even merge together. Of course, after merging, they became uglier and larger, and perhaps relatively stronger than before, but essentially they were still trash. Therefore, the half-demons were very clear about their worth. It was impossible to defeat the scumbag boss. As long as the scumbag boss was alive, they would never have true freedom and would eventually be killed. The only method was to use a knife to kill demons. So, they began to use these defective products to commit evil, trying every means to make everyone aware of Muzan Kibutsuji, the cruel, cunning demon king who lived by devouring people. They racked their brains to increase enemies for Muzan while hiding themselves, making everyone believe that all demons were controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji, and all the evil was because of Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan has finally confirmed what is going on. It turns out this group of inferior beings intentionally framed him. The problem is that these half-demons have ingrained the former boss's cowardice into their bones, and they wouldn't even know where the other is. It's all about survival. It can only be done slowly. As for this half-demon, one can only say that they truly live up to the original boss's standards, reflecting the boss's demeanor quite well. Muzan retracted the whip, took out a piece of tissue paper, and wiped his hands. Yes, now he could afford the luxury of using disposable tissue paper. In Muzan's mansion, the morning sun wasn't too dazzling, and the cool breeze made it feel quite comfortable. He set up a small stool he had crafted himself, placing a barbecue grill in front of him. From the mirror space, he pulled out the barbecue seasonings his subordinate demons had helped him prepare, such as cumin powder and similar spices. Thanks to the expanding range of the demons, familiar seasonings like cumin, Sichuan pepper, and fennel were finally achieved after countless attempts by his subordinates, giving Muzan the flavor he desired. However, what Muzan didn't expect was that the demon who helped him mix the seasonings opened a barbecue restaurant that became an instant hit, rapidly expanding like a breeding machine into a chain. Although he didn't really care much about it, now that he had the grill and seasonings, he was very excited. He immediately tossed everything into the mirror space and went out to buy various meats, vegetables, and some drinks. Unfortunately, there are no sugary drinks for lazy people. Not even soda, but since the second industrial revolution had been completed, there were still some commercial fruit juices available. Muzan prepared drinks and fruits, while notifying the 12 Kizuki and Yoriichi, saying, "Come quickly, the Demon King is taking you all to relax. Team building, team building. If anyone dares not to come, do you want to challenge the Demon King?" It's worth mentioning that at this time, Jotaro and Daki have already gone to Murayama Masahito's side, dedicated to getting rid of that damned pleasure district. They have already achieved great success, although they encountered several assassination attempts during the process. Hearing Muzan's notification, the tired siblings immediately expressed that they would definitely go. Akaza stated that he would naturally go since Muzan-sama is taking them to relax. Doma, the fun-loving one, was already planning to go, and upon hearing that Akaza would also be there, he confirmed he would go. Kokushibo is still traveling, accustomed to occasionally encountering the Demon Slayer Corps, casually giving guidance and kicking those he dislikes a few times. Upon learning of Muzan's notification, he thought, whatever Muzan-sama says goes. He also knows that Yoriichi will definitely go. Yoriichi, unsure of what new scheme Muzan has this time, was momentarily speechless. Muzan looked at his performance and immediately threatened. "You're not going? Do you want to challenge your old man?" "Yoriichi, I'll definitely go." He definitely wouldn't just brush off Muzan. Kaneo was even more excited, saying that his manuscript had finally been successfully submitted. He wanted to bring his book over and share a copy with everyone. In the open-air hot spring, the morning sunlight still lingered on the streets, and the sound of conversation continued. On that day, Muzan generously booked the entire hot spring. When Yoriichi arrived, he nodded at Muzan as a greeting and headed straight for Kokushibo with a clear goal. Kokushibo had just arrived with his 3 pairs of eyes when he saw his dear brother heading straight for him. Kokushibo, watching Yoriichi walk quickly towards him with a smile on his face. "Brother." Kokushibo rubbed his temples. "Let's go first change clothes." That day, the image of Yoriichi chasing him and Muzan with a sword was still vivid in his mind. Doma came over, holding a bloody limb and a head, smiling brightly. "Muzan, hurry up and finish eating." Fortunately, he had the owner save a spot in advance, so there was no one around, which didn't matter much, but no one would like to be soaking in a pool full of blood. Doma pouted and approached, playfully saying, "Lord Muzan, you're so fierce. Muzan, you seem to have some serious illness. Are you going to go soak or not?" Doma nodded with a smile. "Of course I will." Then, while munching on the food in his hand, Doma started looking around. "Where's Akaza?" Akaza just arrived and saw that annoying guy looking around for him. "Hurry up and get away from this guy." But there weren't many people in total, and Doma quickly spotted Akaza, who had just come over, rubbing his face as he approached. "Lord Akaza, why did you see me and not say anything?" Akaza, he remained silent and quickened his pace ahead, while Doma continued to follow behind with a smile. "Lord Akaza, you're so heartless. Stay away from me." Akaza turned back and glared at him, only to see Doma sticking his head over closer. Akaza instinctively unleashed a destructive kick. With a bang, Doma's head exploded again. "Muzan, can you two quiet down for a moment?" What if we finish soaking in the hot springs, and the shopkeeper comes over to see blood everywhere? Are you saying I killed someone here? Doma, while regrowing his head, relentlessly followed Akaza. As soon as his mouth formed, he continued to provoke. Upper Moon 3. I just happened to take the Upper Moon 2 position, right? Upper Moon 3. Upper Moon 3. Akaza. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and the expression on his face gradually returned to calm, which was clearly the calm before the storm. He revealed a smile that didn't reach his eyes and suddenly clenched his fist. Hit! Bang! Akaza slowly retracted his fist, exhaled, feeling comfortable. Doma touched his neck where he had lost his head again, smiling as he pressed the terrified head he brought over onto his own. Akaza, do I look pretty? Get lost. Akaza's mindset completely broke. Doma's head was growing while absorbing the head on top of it. Akaza looked at the face, coming closer, going crazy. Doma, what on earth are you? Can I not provoke you and still not escape? Akaza quickened his pace, while Doma continued to chase after him, completely disregarding that Akaza had even punctured his eardrum with a finger. Akaza, I want to kill him. Meanwhile, Yoriichi happily followed behind Kokoshibo. Kokoshibo, forget it. As long as Yoriichi is happy. Muzan can't help but laugh. Everyone has their own struggles. Lord Muzan, upon hearing Tamayo's voice, looked over. At that moment, Tamayo appeared somewhat haggard, but her expression was extremely excited. Ever since she got her hands on the microscope, she felt she was on the verge of discovering the truth of the world. Cells, molecules, countless intricate structures. She will open new doors for the development of the world. She will lead the advancement of biology. But to be honest, working relentlessly for several years without taking care of herself. If she weren't a demon, she would have died long ago. Tamayo, you should take it easy. I'm really afraid that even the immortality buff might wear you down. Muzan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. Although Tamayo didn't understand what the so-called buff meant, she understood Muzan's intention. Don't worry, Lord Muzan. She smiled, feeling that her efforts were worth it. All right. If you want to exhaust yourself, go ahead. I really don't believe any demon could tire themselves out like that. Without various pressures, Tamayo had already diverged significantly from the original story and had her own pursuits as a demon, passionately devoted to discovering the truth. Lord Muzan. Muzan heard a voice and looked towards the relieved expression of Yuzawa Nikki. He said gratefully, fortunately, you called Tamayo over to relax. Otherwise, I was really afraid she might die suddenly. Although Yuzawa Nikki was also a doctor, he could only treat patients to the best of his ability. He had never seen someone like Tamayo before. No wonder she was called the strongest support by Lord Muzan. If she weren't the strongest support, no one would be worthy of the title. Over the years, watching Tamayo become more and more obsessed. You're a demon. Why are you interested in so-called research? And with that attitude of not resting until you exhaust yourself. Exhaustion silently stood among a group of monsters, playing with a jump rope. How lively. Lord Muzan. Yamakawa Kuda's voice was louder than most, as he gnawed on the flesh in his hands, greeted Muzan, and excitedly went to find Kokoshibo. Passing by, he glanced at Exhaustion. We'll fight next time. Exhaustion nodded. Muzan felt a bit helpless. Kawakawa Kanta seemed to have opened a new world, fundamentally losing the desire to fight, and transforming into someone who loves battle. And, hurry up and finish eating. Kawakawa Kanta paused. Okay. He quickly chewed on a few bites, crunching the bones, and swiftly swallowed, licking the bits of meat off his hands. His current target was Doma. That day, the kid truly angered him. Although he was grateful to Doma for making him realize the importance of battle and the joy of constantly fighting and getting stronger, it was still time to fight. Seeing Kawakawa Kanta approaching him, Doma, who was tormenting Akaza, halted. What brings you here, Lower Moon 1? Akaza glanced at Kawakawa Kanta, thankful, finally free from the annoying and seriously ill Doma. Kawakawa Kanta, right? You still seem as weak as last time. Doma mockingly smiled. Kawakawa Kanta remained expressionless, even showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. No need to exert yourself to mock me. I can already keep my heart like still water. In order to deal with Doma, who was full of trash talk, Kawakawa Kanta painstakingly worked on his mental state. Now, he could control his emotions. Doma's words had no effect on his mindset. Doma's reaction made him somewhat disappointed. He didn't like this kind of situation. It was much more interesting to deal with someone like Akaza, who could be easily provoked by just a few words. He could tease them all day. The more annoyed they were, the happier he became. Today, Lord Muzan has taken us out to relax. We could talk about fighting later. Doma casually replied to Kawakawa Kanta and turned around, continuing to smile as he sought out Akaza. All right, I will apply to Lord Muzan to initiate a blood battle with you. Kawakawa Kana nodded. Maruoka Yoshiko, borrowing the power of Narimi, arrived alongside her. Narimi, holding the pipa she always carried, nodded to Muzan together with Maruoka Yoshiko. Looking at Maruoka Yoshiko, Muzan realized that Maruoka Masahito and Asanuma Shizuku had not yet arrived. The two had just finished handling some paperwork. Narimi, bring Masahito and Shizuku over, Muzan instructed. Okay, Narimi nodded and plucked a string of the pipa, causing the two demons who had just tidied up and were ready for Narimi's teleportation to appear in front of Muzan, looking somewhat dazed. Seeing Narimi and Muzan, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, looking at Narimi with grateful eyes. It must be said that Narimi's blood demon art was quite convenient. Muzan looked at the two who had been busy for hundreds of years, from the Warring States period to now, and said, "Why don't you two retire? You must be exhausted." The two of them shook their heads in unison. Lord Muzan, no need. The world I've fought so hard to build. How could I just give it up? Muzan? Fine, just like that guy Tamayo. Let them all die suddenly. Let them all die suddenly. The 12 Kizuki ended up dying from exhaustion in the end. In the original work, Daki deeply respected and liked Lord Muzan, but when Muzan saw Jotaro and Daki arrive, he just greeted him and eagerly took Rue to find Yoriichi. Good job. You even took Rue, the only one who accompanied me. A lonely old man for hundreds of years away, right? Because Jotaro and Daki were studying and taking exams with Rue at that time, they got along well. When they saw Rue standing alone next to Muzan, weaving flower ropes, they took him along. Yoriichi looked at the siblings with a fatherly smile and even patted Rue's head. Kokushibo immediately placed himself in the position of an uncle, gently smiling as he patted the heads of the three children. Muzan, so he's all alone, right? Xiong Kai finally arrived, holding a bag of books that had been teleported by Ming Nu. Seeing Muzan's figure, he hurried over and said with a smile, Lord Muzan, this is the book I wrote, and it's already on sale. Muzan took the book handed to him by Xiong Kai, feeling a bit moved for a moment, thinking, only you were still here with me, until he saw the cover with the big words, The Wonderful Adventure of the Traveler. Muzan, speak. Are you a time traveler? Hikari looked confused. What are you talking about, Muzan-sama? It's nothing. He, who can see Hikari's memories and thoughts, naturally knows that Hikari cannot be a time traveler. It's just the title of the book. Hikari. Hikari couldn't help but glance at Muzan again before slowly leaving. While Hikari was running around delivering books, Kajituki finally arrived. Muzan slapped his head. You're the last to arrive. Kaneo touched his head, thinking that being late is just being late. Why hit him? Once all the demons were gathered, Muzan led them to the male and female changing areas to bathe and change clothes. After changing, they entered their respective sections. Jotaro reluctantly watched his sister's figure disappear behind the door before entering the male section. The moment he soaked in the hot spring, he felt all the fatigue from this period vanish, comfortably leaning against the smooth stone edge. After washing each other's backs, the brothers Kaneo and Kikuchi also soaked in the hot spring side by side. Surrounding the hot spring were bamboo, trees, and flowers, with a slight rustling sound carried by the wind. Above, soft clouds floated in the light blue sky, accompanied by the pleasant sound of flowing water on both sides, making one feel exceptionally comfortable. Brother, I remembered when we were in the Demon Slayer Corps, Lord Muzan also took us to soak in a hot spring. During their time in the Demon Slayer Corps, they fought together. Kikuchi quietly listened to Kaneo's words, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But just as the atmosphere warmed up, a voice interrupted. Yeah, back then, Kikuchi couldn't stand you, and you were always chasing after me to cut you. Kaneo suddenly fell silent, and Kikuchi's smile vanished. Muzan, are you too bored? Isn't everything fine now? Why reminisce about the Demon Slayer Corps? Who isn't bathed with the head of the Kamadu family? Doma chimed in as well, right? Muzan casually pushed Doma aside. You can go away. Doma pretended to be wronged and turned to find Akaza. Kokushibo pulled Yoriichi's arm and ran to the other side, keeping a distance from Muzan. Rue seemed to have discovered a new game, pulling threads to create a swaying net between the stones, comfortably lying on it with only his head sticking out. Jotaro, Shizuku, and Murayama were huddled together, resting their arms on a rock, complaining about work troubles like corporate slaves. After Akaza noticed that Kinkata seemed to have the effect of driving Doma away, he ran to Kinkata's side to join in on the complaints about Doma's sharp tongue. Chiyu ran up to Doma and patted his shoulder. It's okay, Akaza hates you, and so do I. Doma wore a fake happy smile. Really? Go away. Chiyu finally understood why Akaza disliked Doma so much. It wasn't like that when they first teamed up. Why has he become more and more annoying to the demons? Then Chiyu heard Muzan's distant voice behind him. You brought this upon yourself. Chiyu. Hikaku then approached Doma. Doma-san, I think it's not good to speak like that. He genuinely thought Doma simply didn't know how to speak and wanted to remind him, hoping to help Doma avoid being disliked. Doma smiled at Hikaku. Is that so? The one whose submissions have always been rejected. Hikaku, I've even published a book. That's just one. One still counts. What if it was just good luck? Hikaku. Oh, keep being annoying. I won't care about you anymore. He turned and distanced himself from this annoying guy. Behind him, Doma's voice continued to irritate the demons. Hikaku-san, don't ignore my advice. Or your next book will definitely be rejected. Muzan watched as Doma relied on his strength to occupy a corner of the hot spring alone. At the same time, a faint sound of music came from the other side. Muzan didn't have to think to know that the girl named Naki was playing the pipa again. At this moment in the women's division, Naki was facing Daki, Tamayo, and Maruoka Hinako, sitting on a stone step and plucking the strings of the pipa. As the piece ended, the three audience members below were not yet satisfied and hurriedly applauded. Naki placed the pipa in a dry spot and soaked it in the hot spring. Curiously looking at Tamayo, Miss Tamayo, is Yoriichi really stronger than Lord Muzan? Upon hearing this, Maruoka Hinako and Daki also looked over. Tamayo nodded, recalling the scene of Muzan and Kokushibo being chased and attacked by Yoriichi that day. Thinking of Muzan's nearly broken expression at that time, she couldn't help but smile. Yes, Mr. Yoriichi is very strong. When he was human, Lord Muzan wasn't even his opponent. Is he that strong? Daki was also surprised, remembering that Muzan seemed very dissatisfied with how Yoriichi referred to him, and asked, is there a story between Lord Muzan and Yoriichi? Tamayo confirmed that Muzan wasn't shameless enough to eavesdrop on them now, lowered her voice a bit, and looked at the three heads leaning in. Lord Muzan adopted Yoriichi, so he wanted Yoriichi to call him father. But after hundreds of years, Muzan hasn't been able to do anything about it. How old is Lord Muzan? It is said that Mr. Yoriichi is from the late Sengoku period, and Lord Muzan has adopted Yoriichi. Tamayo shook her head. I don't know, but I think he's over 100, right? 100? Daki was somewhat surprised and awkwardly commented, but I think Lord Muzan seems very childish, and also, she hesitated to find the right words. Not serious? Naki nodded in agreement, saying, Yoriichi and Kokushibo seem much more reliable than the boss. And the boss always makes the ground an infinity castle full of blood when he bestows blood. Doma is the same. He always has to clean up afterward, and it's really annoying. Upon hearing this, Tamayo also deeply agreed. Doma is really a bit annoying, always running around while eating and causing me a lot of trouble with the blood he spills on the ground. Although Moka Hinako also agreed that Doma wasn't very liked by the demons, she still added about Muzan. Actually, Lord Muzan can be considered reliable, and I don't know why, but he seems to have a lot of knowledge. Tamayo was suddenly energized by this reminder and looked at Maruoka Hinako. Do you think the boss might know some technical knowledge? Naki thought for a moment. Maybe. When Sujitaka developed the steam engine, it seemed like the boss bestowed a lot of so-called advanced knowledge to him. After soaking in the hot spring, Doma and Yamakawa Kanta were thrown back to the outdoor hot spring area by Muzan to clean up the blood they left on the ground. Watching the sky gradually darken, Muzan, along with the 12 Kizuki, star strings, and Yoriichi, arrived at a beautiful place. The evening gold poured down its afterglow on the horizon, while the dark night sky revealed a faint moon on the other side, and the distant forest occasionally had the silhouettes of flying birds passing by. Muzan excitedly took out the long-awaited barbecue grill. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the other demons, he threw in the charcoal, ignited it, and pulled out the prepared food and condiments from the mirror space. Muzan handled the ingredients while laughing. Today, I'll treat you to something delicious. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared and under the full moon, smoke rose from the barbecue grill, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Finally, Tamayo and Kaneo arrived. Muzan naturally couldn't have just prepared one barbecue grill. After all, there were more than a dozen demons. Under the curious gaze of the group of demons, Muzan felt it was about time, so he sprinkled some seasoning and handed each demon one. Give it a try. They cautiously tasted it, fearing that Muzan might be trying to trick them again. However, after eating it, they found nothing wrong, and it was actually quite delicious. A bit unexpected, although they didn't know why. Muzan's cooking skills were genuinely impressive. Was it developed over hundreds of years of leisure? While they were eating, Nacon brought a large amount of alcohol from Infinity Castle and suddenly placed it on the ground. I think it would taste even better with some alcohol. Muzan, although what you said is not wrong, I think you should drink a little less. But while Muzan was speaking, the increasingly bold Nakheim ignored his words, opened the drinks, and started distributing them directly to each demon. I have all kind of alcohol here, come on, come on. Muzan, Naruko, you've changed. He silently took out the remaining barbecue grill and threw out all the charcoal and such. You guys can grill it yourselves. If you burn it, you eat it. After saying that, Muzan pulled out a rocking chair from the mirror space and lay back on it, ignoring everything. Would he honestly grill meat? Where'd he get the good food? He didn't snatch from others. Yamatakura looked at the wine in his hand, then at Naruko. Maybe he could grill something else. Send me back for a bit. I have some rare blood over there. Naruko nodded, took her peeper from the side, used Infinite City as a springboard, and sent him over. Soon, Muzan saw Yamashita-Kura return with a bunch of food. It all needed to be censored. Didn't he go to get rare blood at all? He wanted to get food. Everyone is a demon, so it's normal. Although wine can get demons drunk. The effect isn't obvious, but rare blood is different. Just like the blood of the immortal Shinjuku Shinya in the original, some rare blood has special effects. Under the influence of Naruko's wine and Yamashita-Kura's rare blood, even powerful beings like Kokushibo and Yoriichi showed signs of intoxication. Naruko initially had resistance to alcohol, but now she was completely drunk. With a flushed face, she chuckled, hugged her pipa, sat on the grass, and among all the demons, she struck the pipa and shouted, "I'll show you all what the power of music is." The nearby demons, also drunk, clapped in response. Come on, Miss Melody. This is Yamashita-Kura. Yay, this is Doma. Behind, Akaza was grabbing Doma. Good? What the hell is good? Dizzily, Akaza snatched a bunch of unknown barbecued food from the grill made by the Maruoka siblings, and with the iron skewers of meat, he stuffed it into Doma's mouth, piercing through Doma's cheek and spraying a lot of blood. I'll make you stop being a nuisance every day, and you dare to eat women. Come on, eat it. Crack. Doma bit down on the iron skewer, provocatively looking at him. Hey, you little trash. Akaza. The Maruoka siblings were even angrier. Akaza chased after Doma to fight, and the Maruoka siblings chased after Akaza. On the other side, Kokushibo grabbed Yoriichi by the collar, his face reddening. I will definitely surpass you one day. Yoriichi was also a bit drunk. You go for it. When the time comes, you protect me. Of course. Kokushibo grabbed a bottle of wine with his other hand. Here, drink. From now on, you just hide behind me. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll kill them. All right. From now on, you're number one in the world, and I'll be number two. Kokushibo and Yoriichi clinked their bottles, not knowing if it was wine or rare blood inside. We are the pinnacle of the world. Muzan lay on the grass, snatching the seasoned barbecue from Kyojetsu Chiyu's hands with his whip-like arm, taking a bite with an arrogant expression and looking at him provocatively. Kyojetsu Chiyu. Muzan Kibutsuji. Fueled by alcohol, Kyojetsu Chiyu directly shouted and charged at him, only to be thrown out by Muzan's whip. Hey, you're not good enough. At the same time, he snatched the freshly grilled meat from the hands of the brotherly and drunk Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Give it here. Yoriichi. Muzan Kibutsuji. Give me back the meat. Muzan swallowed it all in one bite. Come at me. Yuan continuously drew his sword, using the 13th form of the sun breathing. Muzan jumped up in fright, hurriedly dodging. Yoriichi, you little brat, are you trying to parasite again? Kokushibo watched the excitement, not caring about the trouble. Go for it. Lord Muzan. Yoriichi, suddenly energized as if on steroids, swung his Nickerin blade, unleashing one after another of the sun-breathing techniques towards Muzan. Muzan ran towards the two siblings who were grilling meat for each other, followed closely by a furious Yoriichi. Kibutsuji and Daki. In a flash, Muzan zipped past them, and the meat on the grill was gone, before they could get angry and chase after him. Yoriichi came charging in with his fierce breathing. Aya, a demon! Brother, help me! Daki shouted as she jumped onto Kibutsuji's back. Kibutsuji, seeing Yoriichi rushing over, disregarded everything else and shouted drunkenly at Yoriichi's back. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, if you touch my sister, just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the already intoxicated Kokushibo drew his Nickerin blade, looking menacing. Try touching Yoriichi. I dare you. Kibutsuji pulled out his scythe. Go ahead and try. I'll fight you to the death. Meanwhile, the fleeing Muzan was even more arrogant, occasionally turning back to give Yoriichi the middle finger. Hey, you Yoriichi are nothing. Yoriichi, without saying a word, swung his Nickerin blade and swiftly severed Muzan's arm. As Muzan ran, he grabbed his fallen arm and pressed it back on while wielding his whip. Suddenly, Muzan noticed a shadow seemingly lurking in the web he had spun. Confused, he approached and took a look at Yoriichi, who was holding the Nichiren blade and looking like a madman, raising his hand to signal him to stop. Yoriichi, don't cut anymore. Yoriichi actually stopped and looked at Muzan in confusion. What's wrong? Muzan pointed at Rue and the spiderweb between two trees. Is there a person up there? He took a closer look. It seems like there is. Rue, who was already drunk, raised the roasted meat in his hand and ran in front of Muzan, throwing himself into the trap. Doctor, there's a fool who wants to come and steal food. And I tied him up. No, that's good. Saying this, Muzan snatched the roasted meat from Rue's hand. All mine. Rue immediately exploded in anger. Doctor, how can you do this? The person who smelled the aroma and came over to see if they could catch an unlucky one to make some money was scared to tears by the person tied up in the spiderweb by Rue. What kind of chaotic scene is this? As soon as they got close, they were blocked by an invisible fine web, and before they could react, they saw a white-haired boy with a hook, and they were tied up and hung up. Then they saw an even scarier scene. A group of monsters gathered together to roast meat. The key was that there were some broken corpses on the ground, and blood was everywhere. Looking at their terrifying appearances, one guy had 3 pairs of eyes, another had a terrifying group of whips and snakes twisting in the air behind him. One was covered in blood and flesh. Another had a long, eye-covered cloth twisting behind him, and a green-haired monster was fighting with a scythe against the 3-eyed creature. The rest looked like humans, but while drinking and eating meat, they were beating each other, and their heads exploded but could still grow back. I'm going to die. He was definitely going to be eaten. It's over. Are there really such monsters in the world? Help! The severed limbs on the ground and the roasted flesh seemed to be his fate, but his strong mental quality prevented him from fainting from fear. Let me faint. Fainting is better than this. Is there really a cycle of cause and effect in this world? Has he gone to hell? The next morning, 17 demons surrounded the unlucky person hanging in the spider web tied by Rue, who had been too scared to sleep all night, with dark circles under his eyes. The 17 demons looked at each other, and the person in the spider web was so scared they wanted to urinate. Big brother? The person in the spider web almost spoke with a trembling voice, shaking all over, scared to the point of crying again. Muzan pushed aside the crowd, revealing an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura that instilled fear in everyone. The 12 Kizuki, Akaza, and Rue, although unaware of his intentions, cooperatively stood behind Muzan. Look, what does it mean to have presence? Gulu, the bound individual, swallowed hard, feeling his throat a bit parched. Muzan clasped his hands behind his back and stared directly into his eyes. Speak up. What mistake have you made? If you utter even a single falsehood, we will tear you to shreds. Is this hell? Muzan revealed a mysterious smile. What do you think? Without Muzan needing to elaborate, this person has already imagined the facts. He has committed numerous evils throughout his life and finally took a wrong turn last night, arriving in hell, where he just happened to encounter the demons responsible for punishing the wicked. Will I die after I finish explaining? Surrounded by 17 demons. He still dares to ask questions. That's quite bold of him. Muzan's expression darkened. I'm asking you a question right now. Okay, I'll say it. He swallowed hard, gathering his courage to speak about his deeds. After I killed my wife, I abandoned my daughter, robbed some outsiders. He tried to put on a remorseful expression, but under the furious and disgusted gaze of Tamayo, the contemptuous looks from Kokushibo and Doma, and the uncontrollable killing intent from Akaza and Yuichiro, he was scared to the point of crying, yet pretended it was tears of regret. I should have treated my wife and daughter better. Just thinking about my daughter now scavenging for food on the streets breaks my heart. I want to go back and make it up to her. The man's tears flowed freely, but he failed to notice that Yuichiro had already drawn the Nichiren blade. Muzan looked at the man with disgust and silently made way for Uninvited. Seeing this, the man hurriedly, with tears streaming down his face, asked, Lord Demon God, can you let me go back to accompany my child? Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of red light appeared before his eyes. Uninvited, with a grim expression, sheathed his blade. They had seen many disgusting people like him, but just after enjoying themselves, they were sullied by this guy. What bad luck. The more observant Maragane's siblings and Tamayo noticed the man's daughter, who was picking up trash to eat on the street. While the Maragane's siblings wanted to fundamentally curb the increase of such scum, Tamayo looked at Muzan and said, Lord Muzan, I want to go find his daughter. Hearing Tamayo's words, Daki was also reminded, and for a moment seemed to recall her own past, pulling on the hand of the nearby Jotaro. Lord Muzan, I want to go too. Go ahead. Muzan waved his hand. 3 days later, Infinity City. Muzan sat in a chair, looking at the white-haired little girl brought over by Tamayo, who was standing in front of him, scratching his head. Zero Yuko. When Tamayo and the others found Zero Yuko, she was already in poor health due to scavenging for food, and after a long period without proper nutrition, she was very weak. At that time, she was even fighting stray dogs for food, and Tamayo thought it was a miracle that she was still alive. So, after Zero Yuko agreed without hesitation, she was turned into a demon. Muzan also saw her memories. Growing up, she watched her father abuse her mother, and she couldn't escape being beaten herself, always ending up with large bruises all over her body, nearly breaking bones several times. But at that time, she still felt somewhat happy. At least she could still eat. Until one day, her father beat her mother to death. The only person who had been supporting her financially was gone, and her only reliance was lost. Zero Yuko struggled and cried out, only to be sold to human traffickers by her so-called father. But perhaps it was a blessing from heaven. The traffickers discovered she had an infectious disease that was untreatable, so they discarded her. Her father had long known about her illness and took the money and ran. Alone and isolated, Zero Yuko began her struggle for survival. She fought with wild dogs for food, and finding even a bit of rotten, spoiled food in the trash was a delicacy. Sometimes, when luck was on her side, she encountered the corpses of dead animals and could feast on them. Because she had an infectious disease, even if someone wanted to help her out of kindness. Upon hearing about her nearly untreatable condition, they wouldn't dare to come near her. After being rescued, Zero Yuko endured several years of suffering, and for the first time, she met someone who helped her, looking at her with compassionate eyes. Although she had turned into a demon, she felt warmth from someone other than her mother for the first time. They changed her into clean clothes, took her to bathe, and she tasted delicacies she had never experienced before. When Daki touched her hair with a smile, tears sparked in Zero Yuko's eyes, and she finally couldn't hold back, throwing herself into Daki's arms and bursting into tears. Daki felt a pang in her heart, silently holding her and letting her cry. Watching Zero Yuko weep, Jutaro and Daki recalled the moment Muzan took them away from the brothel, and something in their hearts seemed to be touched. At this moment, Zero Yuko had cried her heart out, and her emotions calmed significantly. She looked at the demon King Muzan, as described by Miss Daki, with some fear. The demon king sat on a wooden chair, one hand resting on his forehead, exuding a powerful, oppressive aura and an indescribable majesty. Inside, it felt as if a voice was telling her to revere and respect the demon king in front of her. In fact, Muzan was currently baffled, wondering how things could be so coincidental. Never mind, let's deal with Zero Yuko's situation first. Daki hesitated, torn between wanting to continue risking her life for her laboratory and wanting to care for this child. Although Daki and Jutaro sympathized with Zero Yuko, they had no inclination to take care of a child. Muzan doubted the words thrown at the two of them. Zero Yuko was either scared by the fierce expression that Kibutsuji often revealed or was misled by Daki's appearance, which she believed to be the most beautiful in the world. After all, Zero Yuko was only about 12 or 13 years old at this time, and they didn't feel safe leaving her alone. But Tamayo was too busy, and Muzan really didn't feel at ease. Should he throw her to Yoriichi? Yoriichi wouldn't kill him, right? Winky Face, Kakushi, Doma, Akaza, Chiyoko, and Yamakawa Kuda were definitely not suitable. The Murakami siblings and Shizuku Asanuma were also too busy. Nezuko was at the peak of her career and couldn't let Hayoka continue to wander around with his child. Should he throw her to Yanagisawa? Yanagisawa was almost living like an old man now. How about throwing her to Rue? Compared to most of those he turned into demons, he didn't care about them. And among the 12 Kizuki, Hashigumi and Yoriichi undoubtedly made Muzan feel more at ease. As Zero Yuko's worried and uneasy expression showed, the kind and beautiful Lady Tamayo, along with the frightening yet kind Kibutsuji, were sent away. With only the somewhat intimidating Muzan left in front of her, Zero Yuko's anxiety grew harder to suppress. In her limited understanding, the Demon King sounded very scary. Okay, it felt like he must be fierce and hard to talk to, and if she upset him, he might kill her. Zero Yuko couldn't help but shrink her head, not daring to look at Muzan, feeling scared and wanting to cry. Muzan, you little brat, your imagination is quite strong. Rue was called to the Infinity Castle, glanced at Muzan, and then at the little girl beside him. I've entrusted her to you. While saying this, Muzan directly tossed the information he had gathered to Rue. Just like that, Muzan could transfer information into the minds of his subordinate demons without any effort. When Zero Yuko heard that she would follow this person in the future, she couldn't help but look at Rue with nervous curiosity. His expression was blank, and the color of his eyes was quite frightening. Just as she was looking, Zero Yuko was startled. It seemed like he glared at me. What should I do? This is a bit scary. Rue looked at Muzan and then at the white-haired child beside him. Last night, he heard the drunk boss say that he had once directly thrown Kibutsuji and Daki to Yoriichi to raise them. So now it was his turn? After becoming a demon, not only did he have to work hard to learn, but he also had to take care of a child, right? However, despite the complaints, after understanding Zeruyuko's past experiences, Rue felt a bit sorry for her. Moreover, having another family member, someone to take care of, seemed wonderful. The little girl beside him looked at him timidly, and they both had white hair, looking like siblings. Rue tentatively reached out his hand and gently patted her small head in her somewhat fearful expression, revealing a gentle smile on his face. From now on, I will be your brother. Zeruyuko shrank a little and obediently nodded. It seemed like she wasn't so afraid anymore. Muzan looked at this scene and nodded in satisfaction. See, his arrangement was definitely the most suitable. Rue left Infinite City with a little Zeruyuzi. Looking at his sister, Rue was clear that since Lord Muzan entrusted her to him, it meant he had to teach Zeruyuzi how to read, find a more developed city, and then look for a better environment school to send Zeruyuzi to school. At this time, there were already schools recognized in Muzan's previous life. After struggling for more than a decade in a remote village, Zeruyuzi was somewhat dazzled upon arriving in the city. 1 year later, the sound of ringing bells echoed through the campus as the freed students rushed out of the classrooms. Zeruyuzi, munching on snacks, followed the crowd to the school gate, began to look around, and soon spotted a prominent white-haired figure in the crowd. She hurriedly finished her snack, waved her hand, and shouted, "Brother Rue?" Rue looked over at the sound and saw Zeruyuzi calling his name while running toward him. Rue patted Zeruyuzi on the head, took her hand, and said, "Let's go home." Zeruyuzi nodded, and the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared into the crowd. On the other side, Tamayo was somewhat on the brink of a breakdown, overwhelmed with exhaustion, conducting countless experiments, and with experiment records filling the entire room, she found herself at a dead end. Why was it wrong? After a year of hardly resting, Tamayo decided to take a break and then go to Infinite City to ask Muzan for some knowledge assistance. Initially, she hoped to reach the final conclusion on her own, but it was too painful to eliminate only one erroneous hypothesis after years of effort. She hoped her boss would have the knowledge she wanted. Following her heart, Tamayo strolled casually in the cool evening breeze. The building of Lushur Pharmaceuticals was left behind as Tamayo placed herself in the park. With the cool breeze, a crescent moon appeared in the sky, accompanied by twinkling stars. The sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind produced a melodious sound, as if to soothe everyone's hearts. Tamayo wandered along the stone-paved path, with a babbling stream flowing nearby, and the distant forest was serene and enchanting. For a moment, Tamayo forgot her inner troubles, focusing solely on the sounds around her and the scenery before her, until a cough brought her thoughts back. The coughing came in fits, each one heavier than the last. Although not close, it still faintly reached her ears, prompting Tamayo to look in the direction of the sound. A pale and haggard man was sitting on a nearby wooden bench, hunched over, his violent coughing causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, his hands covering his mouth, and the pain furrowing his brow. Finally, this series of coughs relented, and he weakly leaned back against the chair, gazing up at the night sky, as if a dying person was reluctant to part with the world, unwilling to look away from the sky. Tamayo turned to look at the man on the bench. Her gaze did not attract his attention. He continued to look despondently at the sky. He was dying. What else was there to care about? It wasn't until the sound of approaching footsteps that he turned to look at the newcomer. It was a hospital nurse. Time to go back. Back to lying in bed like a dead man, futilely being forced to take bitter medicine. Tamayo watched as several nurses took him away, and his somewhat pitiful gaze seemed to touch something deep within her. She should work harder. Only then could she save more people. One nurse noticed Tamayo. Since it was near Lushur Pharmaceuticals, the ever-growing Lushur Pharmaceuticals had established a hospital, and this patient was in that hospital. The nurse clearly recognized Tamayo, and for some reason, walked over to her. "Are you Miss Tamayo?" Tamayo looked at her in confusion and nodded. The nurse, even though she had guessed it might be Tamayo, was still somewhat delighted upon confirmation and hurriedly pleaded, "Miss Tamayo, could you please personally treat that patient? What happened? His name is Yoshiro. He has been tormented by illness for many years. His attending physician said he is difficult to cure. He mentioned you and Mr. Liu Zekiku. The doctor said perhaps only you and Mr. Liu Zekiku have the ability to save him. Could you please save his life?" After saying this, the nurse felt that her actions might be somewhat intrusive and quickly added, "If you don't have time, it's okay. It's fine. Take me to see him." Tamayo smiled. Although she wouldn't rush to treat every patient she encountered, since she had already met him, she wouldn't just watch a life fade away. Yoshiro lay in bed, staring vacantly out the window, as if he could feel his dwindling life slipping away. Tamayo followed the nurse as she pushed open the door, silently walking to Yoshiro's bedside, who showed no reaction to their arrival. She had already understood Yoshiro's condition. Basically, it was a terminal illness, and it was already in the late stages, with no hope of treatment. "You may leave now," Tamayo said to the nurse, watching her leave before turning to Yoshiro. "I can save you, but—" As Tamayo spoke, Yoshiro, who had originally looked ashen, immediately looked at her in surprise. And when he finally faced Tamayo, he realized how beautiful the woman before him was. She had a calm and gentle aura. Tamayo said slowly, "You don't need to rush. What I mean by saving you is not treatment, but transforming you into a demon, an immortal being, and there will be some cost. Can you accept that?" Yoshiro looked at Tamayo. He didn't know what a demon was, but the peace and gentleness in her eyes seemed to soothe the heart, and demons surely couldn't be something terrifying, right? "I can accept." Yoshiro nodded. Opening his mouth, Tamayo used her nail to pierce her wrist and said. She allowed Yoshiro to drink her blood. Appointed by Muzan as the star string, she could turn others into demons. As the blood was consumed, Yoshiro felt a bit uncomfortable. However, since Tamayo didn't dare to give him too much blood, and because the proportion of Muzan's blood in her body was not large, Yoshiro, even in his weakened state, could endure it. Tamayo watched as Yoshiro's black hair gradually turned green and 4 sharp teeth grew in his mouth, along with the pain fading away. The long-standing illness and weakness in Yoshiro's body also dissipated. Muzan is currently experiencing a mental breakdown. With the rapid advancement of technology after the Second Industrial Revolution, the Third Industrial Revolution has finally begun to unfold. In this technology-driven transformation, no country in the world can escape its influence. As all surrounding nations almost unite to develop technology together, the closed lands will eventually be permeated by invisible knowledge and ideas. Oppression will ultimately lead to a backlash. Corrupt governments, lives filled with suffering, and ignorant and sorrowful people have finally caught the attention of those with a broader vision. Even in this world, they are not oppressed by the mountain of imperialism. Feudalism still ruthlessly oppresses all people and will mercilessly and brutally extract every drop of sweat and blood. Resistance has begun. A battle that starts with blood and sweat and continues with blood and tears has commenced. Those with foresight, risking their lives, bring knowledge and ideas from beyond the closed lands. When firearms appear in the hands of the oppressed, a war for fairness and progress begins to resonate. The decayed remnants of history will eventually turn to ashes in the blazing fire, and a new era will be born from the flames. Newspapers and books that awaken the people's intelligence emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, small yet tenacious like wild grass. As diesel-powered boats pass along the coast with sounds and smoke, countless people risk their lives to board these vessels, seeking a path for development. The decayed government is finally forced to face the times, arrogantly demanding technology from the outside world with outdated ships and backward, ignorant ideas. Will they give it? Not a chance. The refuse that blocks the wheels of history can only be crushed. Muzan sorted out the situation. He wanted to do something. As for the Western countries, he was completely indifferent, just do whatever and take it all. But for the land of the East, he should harbor a different kind of emotion. Nostalgia, love, or respect. Perhaps all of them. Some feelings are truly etched into the bones, impervious to the passage of time. He wanted to see the sun rise from the east, rather than a light bulb hung up by someone. He could help drive away the darkness. But the hope should be forged by the heroic people of the eastern land with their own hands. Muzan does not want to give anything to that government, so they cannot obtain what they desire from anyone. At the same time, all those who yearn for progress, fairness, and a new era will receive support. They will shoulder the future of the land they love with their own backs. On the arduous journey filled with struggles and tears, there will be goodwill and support from everyone, but the true reliance in standing up comes from oneself. It is about one's own growth and progress, not as weak individuals under protection, but as a nation that has truly fought, struggled, and ultimately stands up in the face of all goodwill. Muzan did everything he could to help, trying to reduce their casualties, shedding less tears and blood, letting the ghosts assist them. And those who voluntarily became ghosts would not be refused. However, he respected the independence and autonomy of the resistors to the greatest extent. Everything will get better. In their own hands. The era is still developing, and Muzan looks across the sea at the land where heroes stand. 1 year later, neon lights filled the city. Streetlights illuminated the roads, but due to the late hour, there were hardly any pedestrians on the streets, and shops were closing one by one. A solitary barbecue restaurant still had its lights on. 2 figures walked towards the barbecue restaurant, one in front of the other. Muzan sat in his barbecue chain restaurant, grabbing the fragrant skewers that were served to him, happily taking a bite one after another. At the entrance, Tamayo brought Yoshiro, who confirmed that this was the barbecue place Muzan had mentioned. Yoshiro, looking displeased, followed Tamayo inside. Which guy dared to let Lord Tamayo come personally to find him? If they met, he should be killed. Do they know how precious Lord Tamayo's time is? It is well known that when Muzan doesn't want demons to recognize him, demons actually cannot identify the Demon King when they see him. Yoshiro watched as Tamayo walked into the shop, took a look around, and quickly found his target, heading straight for the only man in the store. Yoshiro, 9, angrily followed Tamayo over. Look at the surrounding environment. Barbecue. What is this? And what time is it? Late at night. Moreover, how could they call Lord Tamayo over during mealtime? How rude. More importantly, who is this guy? What right does he have to know Lord Tamayo? As he got closer, Yoshiro quickened his pace and rushed in front of Muzan, who was trying hard to suppress a laugh and maintain a serious expression. Yoshiro slammed his palm on the table. Leaning over the table with one hand, he looked down at Muzan with disgust, gritting his teeth, his lower lip curling in a way that suggested he was about to scold him. You, how dare you let Lord Tamayo come to see you in person? Do you know how many people want to meet Lord Tamayo but don't have the chance? Huh. While speaking, he also grabbed Muzan by the collar, leaning his face closer, his lips curling in a way that suggested he was ready to scold Muzan. You, how dare you? Huh. Do you know how precious Lord Tamayo's time is? In a place like this, it's simply too rude. Muzan allowed Yoshiro to tug at his collar. Glancing at Tamayo, who silently turned her face away, feeling both helpless and wanting to laugh. All right, now that you're done, hurry up and sit down. Muzan pried open Jitaro's claws. Jitaro immediately exploded in anger, grabbing Muzan's collar. You don't take Lord Tamayo seriously, do you? All right, Jitaro. Tamayo sat down in the chair opposite, looking at him helplessly. This is Lord Muzan. Jitaro. Winky face. He stiffly turned to look at Tamayo. The Lord of Demons, Muzan, that you mentioned? Tamayo nodded. The demon lord who saved your life? Tamayo nodded again. Jitaro. Winky face. He cautiously loosened his grip quickly and politely adjusted Muzan's collar, swallowed hard, and immediately sat down obediently next to Tamayo, lowering his head and not daring to make sound. Muzan watched him perform a series of movements fluidly and couldn't help but laugh. No way. I'm dying of laughter. Yoshiro, you're really a little genius. Yoshiro lowered his head and said nothing. What else could he say? The king of demons had just been scolded by him while being grabbed by the collar. Tamayo couldn't help but sigh. Yoshiro, you really need to change your temper. All right, Lady Tamayo. Yoshiro replied softly. He really couldn't understand why a demon king would just sit in a barbecue restaurant, grabbing barbecue to eat. A man-eating demon king. Shouldn't he be sitting on a high seat with a terrifying aura, looking down on everyone with a disdainful smile? Hearing Yoshiro's thoughts, Muzan imagined it, and he could almost picture a 3-bedroom apartment. Muzan leaned over with a smile and whispered, Yoshiro, do you like Tamayo? Yoshiro. He immediately blushed so much that he looked like he was about to smoke, desperately lowering his head and unable to say a word. Tamayo is right here, Lord Muzan, please don't tease this child, Tamayo said helplessly. All right. Muzan had enough fun, grabbed a piece of grilled meat, and while chewing, said, I have the knowledge you want. But, Tamayo, shouldn't we also grant a little blood? Tamayo, no need, I don't want it. This is not up to you. Suddenly, a whip-like appendage shot out from Muzan's shoulder and pierced into Tamayo's head. Tamayo gritted her teeth and glared at Muzan as he withdrew the whip. She knew it. Yoshiro, frightened, hurriedly stood in front of Tamayo, glaring at Muzan with anger. You bastard. Even if you're Tamayo's lifesaver, you can't harm her. All right, and you. Muzan swung his whip and struck him on the head, making it impossible for Yoshiro to dodge. You bastard. Why do you want to kill him and Lady Tamayo? Yoshiro glared at Muzan with grief and anger. Did he have to die together with Lady Tamayo? If so, he painfully held his head, but images of his next life living with Lady Tamayo began to emerge in his mind. However, the pain soon faded, and Yoshiro was surprised to touch his head. I'm not dead, and it seems I've become stronger. Muzan glanced at Tamayo and then looked at Yoshiro. Who would be idle enough to want to kill you? This is called blood bestowal. My blood can make you stronger. So don't act like you're unwilling. Other demons want it and don't even have the chance. Tamayo rubbed her head and stood up. Thank you, Lord Muzan. After saying that, she hurriedly tried to leave. Although it was somewhat painful, the knowledge that came with it surprised her. So that's how it is? She needed to verify it. Yoshiro hurriedly got up to follow her, and for once, politely bowed in front of Muzan. Lord Muzan, I take my leave. Muzan held up a skewer of grilled meat and said, Aren't you going to have a few skewers before you leave? Thank you, Lord Muzan, but no need. After saying this, the somewhat awkward Yoshiro hurriedly chased after Tamayo. In 1858, Yuriko graduated. Having experienced school life, she easily passed the literacy exam. This made Muzan realize that it was time to raise the knowledge requirements for his subordinate demons. However, that could wait for now. As a caring brother, Rue immediately wanted to celebrate his sister Yuriko's graduation. Muzan learned of this and expressed strong support. Call Tamayo and Kibutsuji Taro over too. Tamayo and Kibutsuji Taro saved Nezuko at the beginning, and Rue is Nezuko's brother. So as the king of demons, Muzan naturally wanted to join the fun. In the house where Rue and Nezuko had lived for 7 or 8 years, Rue and Muzan were busy in the kitchen. Because of Muzan's culinary skills honed over hundreds of years, it would be a shame not to let the boss make some delicious food at this time. Nezuko watched as the formidable king of demons actually followed her brother Rue into the kitchen to cook, completely refreshing her understanding. It turns out that Muzan is so approachable. Soon, Tamayo brought her shadow, Yashiro, to find Rue's house. After knocking a few times on the door, a voice came from inside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Who is it? Behind the door stood the brother and sister, Kyogai and Daki. Upon seeing Tamayo, Daki smiled and said, Tamayo-san. Tamayo was indeed very beautiful, and Daki liked pretty people, so she had a good impression of Tamayo. Tamayo smiled and nodded. Behind her, Yashiro still had a disdainful look on his face, casually glancing at the two. The siblings had been smiling upon seeing Tamayo, but after being scrutinized by Yashiro's expression, an unnamed anger surged within them. Kyogai glared fiercely at Yashiro. What kind of look is that? Yashiro frowned and pointed at Kyogai with disgust. You ugly guy. Can't you open the door any faster? Saying this, regardless of the fact that Kyogai had already gritted his teeth and drawn 2 sickles. And Daki was also looking at him with a dark expression. Yashiro pointed at Daki. And you ugly girl, what are you looking at? Daki. Ugly girl? Are you calling me an ugly girl? Daki stepped forward and grabbed Yashiro by the collar, lifting him up. You? Are you blind? One die. I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, with a face as white as a ghost and a dirty, ugly pattern. Claiming to be the most beautiful woman in the world, Yashiro truly held nothing back in his words. Tamayo couldn't watch anymore. Yashiro. It is well known that in Yashiro's eyes, there are only 2 types of people, Tamayo and ugly girls. In the end, the self-proclaimed magnanimous Daki and Kyogai beat up Yashiro a bit, which slightly eased their anger. At this time, inside the house, Tamayo went to help, leaving only Zuruko watching Daki, Kyogai, and Yashiro curse at each other. Zuruko suddenly felt that Daki and Yashiro were so childish. Look closely. How can my sister be compared to an ugly girl? Kyogai grabbed the defenseless Yashiro, forcing him to take a good look at his sister's stunning beauty. Oomph. Yashiro disdainfully turned his head. What's so good about an ugly girl? Kyogai and Daki. I'll kill you today. Kyogai completely lost it, grabbing his sickle and swinging it towards Yashiro's neck. I'll harvest you like a crop today, so you won't continue to disgust people with that stinky mouth. When Muzan came out of the kitchen, he saw Kyogai mockingly looking at Yashiro, who was wrapped in Daki's blood demon art like a cocoon. Only Yashiro's nose and the upper half of his head were exposed as he lay on the ground. Kyogai stepped on him, looking down arrogantly. Tamayo isn't as beautiful as my sister. Yashiro, Tamayo-san is the most beautiful. After discovering that Yashiro was a die-hard fan of Tamayo, Kyogai and Daki knew what to do next. It's worth mentioning that there was also blood spilled on the ground. As time went by, these guys, relying on their demon physiology, became increasingly reckless while playing around, and losing heads became a daily occurrence. Why don't you kick your own heads like balls? Muzan rubbed his temples and looked at the 3 bickering guys. All right, you all, go help out. Upon hearing this, Kibutsuji Taro finally noticed that Lord Muzan had arrived. Daki ran over with a pitiful expression, tears shimmering in her eyes, as she cried out to Muzan. Boss. He said I'm ugly. How could he say that? Jutaro flailed on the ground like a dehydrated fish, bound and only able to make muffled sounds. It's true. Besides Miss Tamayo, they're all ugly. Nakam sighed silently, thinking how childish they were. They were hundreds of years old but still acted like children. Was it because they never went to school? No. She had to suggest to Lord Muzan that Kibutsuji Taro and Daki should go to school. That way they could mature. Muzan heard the thoughts of Zero Yuko and looked over with unusual eyes. Zero Yuko, you are also a genius. This idea is not bad. In that moment, the sound of Jotaro, who was stepping on Yashiro, and Daki, who was crying to Muzan for some reason, seemed to sense a wave of malice emanating from Muzan. Daki's expression momentarily showed fear as she tentatively asked, "Boss, you aren't thinking of anything bad, are you?" No, Muzan smiled and waved his hand, let go of Yashiro. Soon at the dining table, Yashiro looked serious, but inside he was blooming with joy. Miss Tamayo is so beautiful today. She will definitely be even more beautiful tomorrow. And in the incredulous gazes of Jotaro and Daki, the adorable Zero Yuko surprisingly approached Muzan and spoke words more cruel and heartless than a demon. Lord Muzan, could you let Miss Daki and Brother Jotaro go to school too? Muzan gently and kindly patted Zero Yuko's head and smiled. Of course, it's possible. After celebrating Zero Yuko's graduation, Muzan officially began implementing the cultural enhancement plan for the demons. As a considerate boss, Muzan naturally wouldn't assign overly heavy tasks to his subordinates. Learning calculus was enough. For now, only math was required. The other subjects could be tackled gradually. After finishing math, there would still be physics, chemistry, biology. No one could escape. When all the demons under Muzan received his notice, their first reaction was confusion. Calculus? What the heck is that? They had never even heard of it. But since Lord Muzan had given the order, they had no choice but to find a way to understand it. After much effort, once they finally figured out what calculus was, they were filled with despair. The Demon King truly lived up to his title. Ruthless. 1863. It has been years since he assigned that task. Although the power of the demons is strong, their intelligence really varies. Mathematics, if you can't do it, you just can't. So up to now, almost no demon has met Muzan's requirements. And some have even given up entirely, indifferent to life and death, saying they won't learn math. Moreover, Muzan, you clearly have the ability to directly implant knowledge into our brains like issuing a notice. So why must you insist that we learn math? My hair is falling out and growing at the same time. If it weren't for my ability to regenerate, I would have gone bald by now. However, Muzan doesn't care about these things. Their suffering is theirs, and my joy is mine. At this time, cars have begun to be used commercially, and you can see some black metal cars on the road, but bicycles are still the majority. Telephones, cinemas, and similar things have also appeared. The streets at this time bear some resemblance to the Republic of China films that Muzan watched in his previous life. With the influx of Western culture, there are also some new styles of clothing and trends emerging from the cultural fusion on the streets. Muzan was wearing an outfit somewhat similar to that in the original work. On the side of the road stood a rather impressive but somewhat old mansion, with some items haphazardly thrown outside, covered in a thick layer of dust. Then, Muzan saw a drunken man clutching a bottle of alcohol, who suddenly looked up and glanced at the approaching Muzan, lifting his eyelids to size him up. Suddenly, he let out a mocking laugh. Your shoulders are shaking, and you even burped. You look like you're about to die. Your face is so pale. Muzan frowned upon hearing this. He didn't like being told he was close to death. Even though he was no longer the same disdainful boss, he still retained some memories of that persona, which influenced him to some extent. For instance, he disliked hearing others say he was going to die. However, the man merely mocked Muzan once, and then kicked open the mansion's door with a bottle in hand, staggering inside. Muzan glanced at the man's back. He wasn't the type to have such a bad temper that he'd kill someone just for hearing something he didn't like, especially not a drunken person. After living for hundreds of years, he had long passed the age of being hot-blooded and confrontational. He had originally planned to leave directly, but suddenly, there was a loud bang from inside the mansion, as if something had been smashed, although it was just outside the mansion. Muzan could hear the curses coming from inside. You worthless woman. What's wrong with me hitting you? Smack. A heavy slapping sound followed, and the man's voice was filled with rage. I'll kill you. Get away from me. Amidst the man's violent shouts, there are not only the woman's screams and sobs, but also the sounds of frightened crying. Bang. Muzan looked through the window of the house and saw the man beating the woman inside with fists and kicks. Where's the money? Why are you crying? Slap. Give me the money. Isn't this domestic violence? Muzan has always looked down on such people and feels more pity for those who suffer from domestic violence. Adding to his previous displeasure, he walked directly into the open door. In the hall by the entrance, he could see a woman with a bruised face, curled up on the ground, crying. The pain in her abdomen made her tremble all over, letting out soft whimpers. A small baby still in swaddling was thrown aside, crying loudly. The beaten woman wanted to care for the child but found it hard to move. Meanwhile, the man showed no concern for the child's life. Noticing Muzan's arrival, he turned around with a gloomy face, sneering and provocatively gripping the bottle in his hand. "You want to meddle?" Muzan looked at him with disdain. The man, seeing Muzan's weak appearance, arrogantly gripped the bottle of alcohol in his hand, emboldened by the drink. He shouted at the approaching, grim-faced Muzan, "Get lost!" Seeing that Muzan was still coming closer, the man raised the bottle, ready to smash it over Muzan's head. The woman, terrified, shouted for him to stop, struggling through the pain to get up and try to block her husband. "You can't kill him. The police will arrest you." But in the next moment, Muzan snatched the bottle from the man's hand and slapped him across the face. The man was knocked off balance by Muzan's inhuman strength and fell to the ground. Muzan kicked again. What a piece of trash. The woman, seeing this, panicked and ran in front of her husband, crying and pleading with Muzan to spare her husband. Muzan is simply incomprehensible. After being abused at home, why is she still so infatuated with her husband? The man who was just beating his wife now cowers behind her. Unable to speak, he pulls at his wife's clothes, as if to say, "You have to save me, or I will kill you." Muzan looked at the woman pleading in front of him. "Are you out of your mind? This guy almost beat you to death." The woman covered her bruised and painful skin. "Please, let him go. I only have my husband and my child left." Her parents were gone, and she was left with only her husband and daughter. She really didn't want to lose them. For the past 6 months, she had constantly told herself that her husband would change, that he would repent. He would become the gentle and steady person he was when they first met. And they would be happy again, right? She really didn't want to lose him again. To keep her husband by her side, she could endure everything. It didn't matter if he hit her, cursed at her, gambled, or spent all their money, as long as he could stay by her side. But this guy almost killed you, and you still think he deserves to be your husband? Muzan might as well have the words, "I can't understand," written on his face. Do you have a serious illness? Does something like this still need saving? He used to be very gentle, very stable, and loved me a lot. The woman seemed to recall the time when she first met him. So beautiful. So he will definitely become like he was before. Please don't hurt him anymore. Muzan. So it turns out you're love struck. He understands now. All right, I can spare your husband, but there's a condition. She was delighted to hear this. As long as her husband could be spared, she looked at Muzan, waiting for him to state his demand. But what she received was not Muzan's words, but a long nail that jabbed directly into her brain. It hurt. The woman immediately buried her head in her arms in pain. Muzan's fingers returned to the appearance of an ordinary person's, not even glancing at the man next to him, who was terrified and frantically backing away. The man was filled with horror, desperately trying to distance himself from Muzan. He clearly saw that this guy's fingernails had grown long like a ghost's, and they were grayish purple. This was not a human. This was a monster. Soon, amidst the sound of a small child's crying, the woman finally struggled out of her pain. She tentatively touched her head. No wounds, and the pain for being beaten by her husband had disappeared. She looked at Muzan, and, in that moment, it seemed she understood something. Just as she was about to speak, the voice of the person in front of her appeared in her mind, telling her not to say anything. The woman could only stand in front of her husband, bracing herself against the instinctive fear, and muster her courage to say, "Sir, what do you want?" Muzan glanced at the scum behind the woman. "Remember, your life this time was given by her." After saying that, he left directly. The man, filled with suspicion, walked to the door to look outside, but couldn't see the terrifying figure from earlier. A ghost. That guy's definitely a ghost. He then looked at his wife. What had Mihiro sacrifice for him? But at that moment, his foolish wife was still just like before, only caring about him, rushing to his side to check his wounds. In fact, he had hit this silly woman much harder than the ghost had just now. Truly a foolish woman. He impatiently slapped her hand away. Enough. Hurry up and give me the money. As he spoke, he irritably glanced at the child on the floor. Damn it. Watching his wife obediently bring him a large sum of money, the man snatched it from her hand without even looking and went straight out to find a casino. At the beginning, he had acted with this ridiculous woman just for this money, right? After finally using the child to bind this silly woman to him, why would he continue to play along? Mihiro watched her husband's back, suppressing the urge to cry. She picked up the child, who was already crying hoarsely, and forced a bitter smile, gently rocking, "Baby, don't cry, mommy is here, mommy is here." Mihiro's husband showed no signs of change. He still hit her, and his blows became heavier. Mihiro constantly hypnotized herself, believing he would surely repent. As long as she still loved him, he would definitely love her again. Absolutely, absolutely. She could not lose family again. Because he had already turned into a ghost, her husband's beatings became less painful for her. But what she didn't expect was that her husband, although unaware of her situation, could tell that even when he hit her hard, it wouldn't lead to death. So he hit her even harder. That night, her husband squandered money at the casino again, and the child finally fell asleep. The lights outside were bright, and she saw a man with his wife, holding a child in his arms, a gentle and happy smile on his face. A father watched his child run and jump on the street, full of affection, while the child joyfully shouted for his father to catch up. Yet her husband had just beaten her and went to the casino. For a moment, the happiness of others made her feel even more bitter, and she couldn't help but cry while sitting on the edge of the bed. Clearly, I have been so good to you. Why must you hit me? Why can't we live well together? I love you so much. You used to be so gentle. I once thought that after we got married, we would have a beautiful family like others, living a simple and happy life. Late at night, the streets gradually became deserted. Only the twinkling stars in the night sky continued to shine. After crying, Mihiro lay down asleep. Outside the old, unkempt mansion, her husband chuckled and pushed the door open, stumbling inside. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw that foolish woman lying on the bed and suddenly slapped Mihiro on the head, glaring at her. Give me the money. Mihiro's tear-streaked face was violently awakened by her husband, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Suppressing the urge to cry, she wanted to get money for her husband. He eagerly snatched the money from her hand, roughly pushed her aside, and hurriedly left again. Mihiro wiped her tears and, sobbing, closed the door, finally daring to lie down again. In the past, her husband would stay at home to sleep at night, but now he only came home to get money and rarely returned. Mihiro's heart grew more fearful. Even now, you still want to leave me? I've given you everything I can. Why? Why? The last bit of delusion became her final support. Until 2 days later, while waiting for her husband to return, she saw him not far away on the street, with a woman being affectionate under her watch. The two embraced. At that moment, it felt like something had completely broken. He had already left her. No matter how hard she tried, it was indeed impossible to salvage anything. In fact, all along, she understood everything, but she just wouldn't give up that faint glimmer of hope or perhaps a fantasy. However, watching her husband abandon her and seeing her daughter, who had also been beaten by him, maybe it was time for her to face reality. She knew very well that she should have left that guy the first time she was hit. With just a little money to threaten someone, she could have completely escaped domestic violence, and her daughter could have had a beautiful childhood. But fear of loss made her hesitant to confront the reality. She was wrong. The child, just learning to walk, didn't understand what was happening, but seeing her mother cry, she gathered her courage and walked over, her scabbed little hand cautiously placed on her mother's body. The woman looked up at her daughter and couldn't help but embrace her tightly. Yes, I still have you. I still have you. As for her husband, I have been waiting for you to repent, waiting for you to love me again, waiting for you to live happily with me. But since you abandoned me, I have also come to terms with reality. So, kill this man who abandoned her. It's useless to hold on. It's useless to suppress herself. Silently endure is futile, and giving everything without result is pointless. Kill this heartless guy. Let him pay for what he has done. That night, after her daughter fell asleep, Myung devoured that despicable scum, becoming a ghost bird. Soon, rumors spread in the city that the man who had abused Myung had died unexpectedly. Myung had finally rid herself of that trash. No one felt sad for that guy. Except for the woman from the casino, she lamented over the loss of her sugar daddy. My money. After all that effort, after playing along for so long. How could he die after just getting so little money? What a waste of time. And perhaps because becoming a ghost made her immune to her husband's beatings, which only hurt her heart, she did not develop any psychopathic tendencies. Coupled with the subtle influence of Muzan's blood on ghosts, she didn't become someone who desperately craved others' pity like in the original story, nor did she turn into a masochist or sadist. She simply came to terms with reality, grew stronger, and focused entirely on her only daughter. Whenever she thought of the Ghost King that day, Myung finally understood that he actually wanted to help her. If it weren't for the Ghost King, she might have been beaten to death by now, right? It was the Ghost King who saved her and gave her the chance to face reality and stand up again. Muzan always felt that Michiru looked somewhat familiar, in various senses, but he just couldn't remember, even doubting whether he was suffering from dementia, until he recalled that after watching Demon Slayer, he inadvertently learned about the past of Shinazugawa Sanemi, which mentioned a female ghost named Yatagarasu, who was, before becoming a demon, Michiru. At that time, he thought Michiru was quite perverted, but now it seemed she was also pitiful. Fortunately, he had saved her by chance. As for Michiru's experiences afterwards, he knew them too. As expected, she ended up killing that trash. Such human scum should indeed die. In 1870, 6 years after Michiru killed her husband, her daughter was already 8 years old. Without her husband squandering their wealth and committing domestic violence, the mansion was restored to cleanliness and order through the joint efforts of Michiru and her daughter. With various flowers and plants filling the yard, coupled with the inheritance from her parents, the mother and daughter lived a peaceful and happy life. The warmth of the past 6 years also helped her overcome her previous pain. However, some influences had become part of her character. While trimming the flowers and plants in the yard, Michiru suddenly saw a small figure, dressed in tattered clothes, with bugs crawling in his hair and holding a torn bag. He limped over. From his gaze, she seemed to see the traces of having been beaten and abused by his parents. Michiru's heart felt as if it had been sharply tugged. She put down her tools and hurried over. The boy was somewhat afraid, fearing that Michiru would chase him away or beat him. But thinking of something, he still mustered the courage to approach and pleaded with a mournful expression. "Please, give me some money, I'm starving." "Where are your parents?" Michiru cautiously asked as she crouched down. The boy instinctively looked in one direction, then quickly withdrew his gaze. "My parents, they died." But Michiru noticed the boy's actions and followed his gaze, spotting someone hiding over there. A person dressed neatly but lurking. "Did your parents force you to beg?" Michiru suddenly guessed what was going on. The little boy's eyes darted around, and he hurriedly denied. No. Michiru suddenly realized why she had become a demon. Demons consume humans, and some beings do not deserve to live. A year later, Michiru had adopted 8 children. Either they were abused by their parents and ran away, or they were saved by Michiru when she encountered them. And their parents, without exception, became Michiru's food. However, these children clearly did not know that their adoptive mother was a man-eating demon. Soon, Michiru opened an orphanage, which also received government support. She became the director of the orphanage, and her daughter Sayaka helped her take care of the children in the orphanage. One night in 1871, Muzan considered that it was time to call Miho to the Infinity City for an exam, so he paid attention to her situation. What he didn't expect was that the child-eating Yatagarasu from the original story had now opened an orphanage. One could only say it was good luck, the government. In order to maintain social order and reduce the number of homeless children, began to support orphanages, and many of the demons under Muzan's command also worked for the government. It just so happened that one demon had opened an orphanage. Thus, with his help, Miho completed the necessary procedures and obtained government support. To this day, she has adopted more than a dozen children. Miho directly turned her mansion into an orphanage, as it was large enough to accommodate several children. Just after calming the last child to sleep, Yatagarasu gently closed the door and saw her daughter, Sayaka, waiting for her at the entrance. Miho looked at her daughter with a gentle and kind smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Sayaka glanced at the living room and said, "Someone is here to see you." Miho showed a puzzled expression. Although she knew the people around her, it was unusual for someone to come looking for her at this time, especially at night. "He is waiting for you in the living room," Sayaka reminded her. When Miho entered the living room, she saw a familiar figure sitting casually on the sofa, munching on fruit taken from the table. "Sir," Miho quickly said respectfully. Although the person before her acted casually, he was her benefactor, the esteemed Demon King. She had no courage to be disrespectful. Just being unafraid was already bold. Noticing her daughter approaching, Miho glanced at the Demon King's expression and hurriedly urged her daughter, "You should go to bed." Sayaka looked at her mother in confusion, nodded, and walked upstairs. Miho quickly closed the door, slightly bowed to Muzan, and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him, respectfully saying, "Demon King, do you have any orders?" She did not know the purpose of the Demon King's sudden visit or what his personality was like. She just hoped he would not harm her children. Muzan was nibbling on an apple and waved his hand. "It's fine, relax. I'm here to take you to the Infinite City for the exam and to tell you the rules." "Moreau exam? Let's go. I'll take you to the Infinite City first." As he spoke, Muzan finished the last bite of his apple, casually tossed it into a nearby trash can, and stood up, grabbing her shoulder. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared in the Infinite City. Moreau looked around in confusion. "This is the Infinite City?" "Mingnu," Muzan instinctively said, but only realized after speaking that Nakano was not in the Infinite City. All right. Muzan helplessly contacted Nakheim, asking her to bring Kyogai over. This guy Kyogai should be the most experienced newcomer among all the demons. Kyogai looked bewildered at Muzan, then at the new demon beside him, with a somewhat speechless expression. "Boss, are you just going to keep me here?" Muzan looked serious as he patted Chiyu's shoulder and said, "It's entrusted to you." Chiyu replied, "Tomorrow I will go with Akaza to help Maruoka Masahito and Maruoka Yoshiko kill someone. She can read, and you know what to do, so don't act like I'm sending you to your death." With a helpless gesture, Muzan tapped his head twice, sounding quite crisp like a watermelon. A good sound means a good head. Chinyu watched Muzan leave, then turned to the still bewildered Yuri. "Let's go, I'll take you to the exam first, and after that, I'll explain the rules to you." As he spoke, Chinyu suddenly revealed a somewhat lewd smile, leaning in and raising an eyebrow. "By the way, I'll let you in on some things about Muzan. Muzan had good luck leaving Infinity City. Due to it being night, there were more criminal incidents than usual, which rarely occurred during the day. Muzan was stopped by someone, and he noticed that the person's face was even paler than his, and they looked quite thin and haggard, with sunken eye sockets. "Is there something you need?" Muzan asked. The person lowered their voice and leaned a bit closer to Muzan. "Friend, I have something good here. Do you want to take a look?" Muzan took half a step back with some disdain, covering his mouth, as the bad breath was quite serious. Not interested. He waved his hand and broke free from the man's grip, ready to leave. However, he didn't expect the man to be relentless and grab Muzan's hand again, while simultaneously pressing a knife against Muzan's waist. "Are you looking or not?" Muzan smiled too. "It's takeout, right?" "All right, I'm just hungry." Muzan obediently followed the man to a dark, abandoned house, where dust and shards of glass covered the floor. Outside, there was a pile of old furniture and a stinking trash can. Pushing open the old iron door, a strange odor hit Muzan's face, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose. "Hurry up and get inside." The man, completely unconcerned about the smell, turned back and glared at Muzan, urging him on. Muzan frowned and covered his nose as he walked in. After a broken wall, he found several people inside. Each of them looked somewhat abnormal, and when they saw Muzan walk in and realized he was a stranger, they all rushed over in a swarm. Muzan had no appetite for humans at first. He took a step back in disgust, and the person who brought him over quickly grabbed Muzan and shouted at the crowd, "I called him over. Don't steal my order." Being pulled along, they walked further in and noticed a man sitting inside the room, a man who didn't smell bad, looking at the two of them. "Little brother, you brought another guest?" the man said as he took out a package and handed it to Muzan, saying, "Try this," while Muzan looked on with a puzzled expression. Muzan looked at the thing with disgust, while the guy next to him, referred to as the youngest, saw that Muzan was not cooperating and pressed the knife against Muzan's waist. Muzan looked at the thing in his hand, and he could easily guess what it was. Impressive. Although it was different from his previous life, when this thing appeared, the government recognized its dangers and explicitly prohibited it. However, the management was definitely not strict. He never expected to come across it. Muzan doesn't like this thing. Good people have all become rotten. Seeing that Muzan is not cooperating at all, he gets so angry that he grabs a knife and stabs it towards Muzan. With a crisp sound, the knife can't penetrate at all. The man swallows hard, feeling a bit scared, and involuntarily takes a half step back. "What are you?" The other person also looks at Muzan with caution, lifting a box and ready to escape at any moment. But the next moment, a red arc flashes before their eyes, and they feel a pain in their heads, instantly losing their lives and collapsing to the ground. The only thing that makes Muzan feel fortunate is that among these people, the supplier hasn't tried that thing, so he can eat it. The others are too disgusting and can't eat it. Just kill them all. Muzan can view the memories of those he has devoured, so he followed the memories of one person and traced them back to the source. He killed quite a few people throughout the night. Interestingly, many people involved in the business chain of this thing were untouched, so they could be eaten. Muzan had just had a hearty meal. He casually informed Yuzawa and Nikki to manage these things well, as they were affecting his appetite. Without hesitation, he kicked open the supplier's door and killed a poor soul who had come into contact with these things. But what met his eyes was just a small workshop. Inside were various bottles and jars, and the workers were still busy. Hearing the noise, they hurriedly turned their heads to look while trying to cover their results. "What are you doing?" "Looking for something to eat." Muzan approached leisurely under the vigilant gaze of the man, not caring at all about the small movement of him picking up a dagger behind his back. As Muzan got closer, the man's breathing became tense. In the next moment, the man seized the opportunity and suddenly lunged at Muzan with the dagger, aiming for Muzan's temple. Crack! The sharp dagger stopped against Muzan's skin, unable to penetrate even a bit. Gulp! The man swallowed in fear. He couldn't stab him. What kind of monster is this? Then, the man witnessed an even more terrifying scene. That person's arm was writhing, visibly transforming into a grotesque monster with a gaping mouth. The man, terrified, ran madly to the side, opening his mouth to scream for help, but not a sound came out. In the end, he was swallowed whole by Muzan. Muzan's arm slowly healed, and he was about to set this disgusting place on fire when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Ding! A blade struck his neck from behind, but it couldn't even cut through his skin. Muzan slowly turned his head, a look of disgust on his face. Is there a fish that slipped through the net? But when he saw the person's attire, Muzan was taken aback. The Demon Slayer Corps? Is there still someone from the Demon Slayer Corps messing with this? However, this demon hunter did not carry the foul odor that Muzan despised. Tonight, he had killed and eaten people without much concealment, and it seemed he had been discovered by the demon hunter. Their efficiency is getting higher and higher. In the past, they would have taken at least a day to arrive. Can't cut through. The demon hunter, realizing he couldn't inflict damage on Muzan, quickly retreated, surprised. He was now an A-rank demon hunter. Why can't he cut through? Could this guy be one of the so-called 12 Kizuki? Are you one of the 12 Kizuki? The demon hunter asked while retreating, keeping a watchful eye on Muzan. Not quite. Muzan didn't have the intention to attack. This person looked somewhat similar to him. However, he could confirm with 100% certainty that he had never seen this guy before. Could it be that he's really developing Alzheimer's? No way. Absolutely impossible. The demon hunter was surprised to hear this. If such a strong guy wasn't one of the 12 Kizuki, then how strong could the 12 Kizuki be? At the same time, he became more vigilant. This guy hadn't directly attacked him. Was there some plot behind it? Peilang. As the two faced off, a voice came from outside the door, and soon the speaker appeared in Muzan's line of sight. Did you find the demon? It was another demon hunter. As soon as he walked in, he saw someone confronting Peilang. Realizing the situation was off, he immediately drew his Nichiren blade at Muzan. Peilang was also watching Muzan, maintaining his vigilance, and said, "He's the demon we're looking for. Be careful, this guy is very strong." But Muzan's attention was focused on the name Peilang. The name sounded familiar. He raised his hand, and both of them were startled, quickly entering a defensive stance. But Muzan just scratched his head. He remembered. It was a 12 Kizuki that Kaijiro Rengoku had defeated before becoming a Hashira. It seemed that he had given up the sword he loved because he was humiliated by someone with a gun. How did he end up as a demon hunter now? I wouldn't be surprised if you turned into a half-demon, but becoming a demon hunter. Remembering who Peilang was, Muzan also recalled what Peilang looked like in the manga. And indeed, there were some similarities with the person in front of him, except that the triangular markings on his face were gone. Muzan suddenly had an idea and looked at Peilang. Do you want to become a demon? Peilang raised his knife, adopting a stance to attack, and mocked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" With that, he charged forward. Since they encountered an evil demon, no matter how powerful it was, they had to do their utmost to slay the demon, even if it cost them their lives. Watching Peilang charge at him, Muzan grabbed the Nichiren blade in his hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peilang's companions also looked over, and Muzan kicked one of them away, looking at Peilang. "Don't you really want to become a demon?" "Huh." Peilang let out a mocking laugh, while trying hard to pull the Nichiren blade from Muzan's grip. He couldn't budge it. This is ridiculous. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't cut it, and its strength was absurdly great. Muzan exerted force, causing Peilang to stumble, and his knife was snatched away. Playing with Peilang's Nichiren blade, Muzan glanced at another demon, Slayer, charging in and kicked him away. "Don't interfere." He then looked at Peilang and tossed the Nichiren blade back to him. "Come on, let's exchange a few moves." Muzan took out an unopened wooden sword from the mirror space. As everyone knows, Muzan's mirror space has almost everything. With hundreds of years of collection, how could it lack anything? Peilang caught the Nichiren blade thrown by Muzan, feeling a sense of being underestimated and humiliated, but regardless, this was an opportunity. He already knew he couldn't defeat this guy at all, but he could exchange his life for the lives of his companions. Gripping the Nichiren blade, he adjusted his breathing and charged forward fiercely. He swung the blade wildly, but each strike was easily blocked by a seemingly fragile wooden sword. He couldn't even inflict damage on the wooden sword. His companions had already been kicked twice by Muzan, and under Muzan's control power, the battle had become very difficult. But seeing Peilang fighting with all his might, as his companion, he understood Peilang's intentions very well. But who could watch their companion die while they ran away like a coward? Grabbing the Nichiren blade, he steeled himself and charged forward despite his injuries. Muzan casually dealt with Peilang while swatting away another demon slayer who had looked over. "Keep causing trouble, and I'll chop you up." The demon slayer could not endure such humiliation. How dare a demon like you adopt such a lofty attitude towards us? Ignoring Peilang's anxious gestures, the demon slayer, filled with boundless anger, fiercely swung his weapon again in front of Muzan's bewildered gaze. "Muzan? So you're saying I either let you go or humiliated you, right?" Paelon was attacking wildly while also feeling anxious. If I let you run, then hurry up and run. I'm your senior brother. Who cares about you? Another demon hunter shouted recklessly while swinging down at Muzan. Muzan! With another kick, he kicked him away, and Muzan put on a "you've got to be kidding me" expression, raising a middle finger at him. The demon hunter lay on the ground, staring wide-eyed at Muzan's expression and gesture. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, all pain became irrelevant. Everything lost its meaning. Only Muzan, this guy. He won't kill this guy. TSK. Muzan watched as the demon slayer, in a frenzy, charged at him with a roar, and kicked him out again. The demon slayer lay on the ground, kicked outside, staring up at the sky. What a peaceful time it is. Fighting and killing are so meaningless. Peluang was continuously trying to attack, but he found it utterly useless. This guy, while being arrogant, was handling him effortlessly. Which idiot turned this thing into a demon? Although Muzan was dealing with another demon slayer, he was also paying attention to Peluang and noticed that Peluang's moves felt somewhat familiar, but just somewhat. He couldn't quite recall. However, in a state of full combat, Peluang was almost exhausted, relying solely on his will to keep fighting. His heart was filled with bitterness. Junior brother, you fool, hurry up and run. Do you really want to tire me to death? Muzan saw this and kicked Peluang out, watching him fly backward and crash to the ground with a thud. He silently gave a disdainful look and raised his middle finger. Peluang, this is the last chance. Do you want to become a demon? Muzan held the wooden sword in his hand and asked. Peluang smiled, gradually becoming arrogant, and spat out a word. Essence Book Pavilion, get lost. Damn you, you little trash. Muzan was ready to let him go, but he was harshly scolded back. Muzan kicked Peluang, saying, You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Cough, cough. Peluang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Muzan kicked again, glancing at another demon hunter. 2 pieces of trash, he said, then disappeared. Peluang gritted his teeth, holding his stomach, struggling to stand up. His injuries were actually lighter than his junior's, but he had little strength left. Leaning on the Nicaran blade, he staggered towards his junior and reached out to help him up. The two were puzzled as to why this evil demon didn't kill them. Moreover, during the battle, almost seemed to hold back. For some reason, when Peluang was fighting that demon, or rather, when that demon seemed to be guiding him, he felt a hint of his master's shadow in that evil creature. Just as he helped his junior up, they supported each other and summoned crows. But suddenly, that guy reappeared in front of them. Muzan scratched his head. You two continue. You two continue. I'll just set a fire. As he spoke, before the two could react, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, and he tossed it toward the house like throwing a stone. Boom! In an instant, a fierce fire erupted. Looking back, that evil spirit had disappeared. What the hell is going on? The two, not caring about anything else, hurriedly had Shinya send a message to call for the logistics team to come and handle it, while also rescuing them. They couldn't go much further when the Demon Slayer Corps put out the fire and found a bag of powder in the remnants. They realized what kind of people had died that night. Soon, the government also took notice of this matter. On the other side, Muzan sat in a chair in Infinity City, watching the busy Nezuko and the workers. Infinite City is a space located in another dimension. The Miko can establish a connection between Infinite City and any place on Earth, opening doors. Therefore, the Miko created a fixed door that connects the space of Infinite City to a room in Muzan's house. Then, she asked the workers to come and connect the wires. Infinite City, power on. Muzan was carefully pondering where the sense of familiarity he felt from Peluang's swordsmanship came from. Narumi and Yoshizawa were helping on the side. Yoshizawa had been quite free these past few days and was brought over by Narumi to assist. Muzan looked at Yuzawa Kiko and felt as if he was recalling something. Could this thing really be related to Yuzawa Kiko? He couldn't even wield a sword properly. At that time, he didn't even want to learn how to use a sword with him. Thinking of this, Muzan suddenly remembered. This sense of familiarity came from when he first learned swordsmanship, the techniques taught by that dojo master. Although it had changed greatly over 100 years, its essence remained unchanged. So, Peluang had become his disciple's grandnephew? Hey, what a joke. On the other side, after Peluang and his junior brother returned to the Demon Slayer Corps and healed their injuries, they went back to the dojo. Peluang found his master. Master, has anyone from our dojo ever turned into a demon? His master looked at him in surprise. How do you know? Not long ago, I encountered a fierce demon, and I seemed to see the shadow of our swordsmanship on him. His master sighed. Indeed, there was a fierce demon. My master once told me that 4 years ago, our dojo took in a genius disciple. According to the description, he was a gentle and composed person. The dojo master intended to pass the dojo to him until one day, he was called out by his senior brother. His senior brother wanted to kill him. And then he revealed his true, terrifying demonic form. When the dojo master arrived, he saw that his senior brother had already been devoured. He threatened the dojo master, saying that if he dared to expose him, he would kill everyone. The dojo master watched as the demon fled. Since then, the dojo master began searching for the demon slayer corps, cooperating with them to slay demons, and after retiring, he trained new members for the corps. From that time on, our dojo established a tradition that almost everyone in each generation would become a demon hunter. Every dojo master is told this story. Our goal is to find that demon and slay him. The dojo master paused, looking at Pei Lang's still injured body. The one you encountered must be him. Pei Lang's expression became heavy. How many people had that demon consumed since 4 years ago? Moreover, he could already sense how powerful that demon was, almost unfathomable in strength. Could he really slay that demon? He was so strong that I felt like a baby in his hands, completely unable to harm him at all. Pei Lang's face was grave as he sighed, but for some reason, he spared me and my junior brother. It was as if he was joking. Could it be that he recognized my swordsmanship and took our past friendship into account? His master shook his head. Impossible. A man-eating demon has long abandoned the emotions of its past humanity. If it valued friendship, it wouldn't have eaten his senior brother, nor would it have threatened its master. Suddenly, his master looked at him sternly. Remember, never harbor any illusions about demons. 1880. Muzan sat by the pool, sipping juice, lying on a lounge chair, and shaking his cross leg. What a pleasure. I have to say, technology has really developed quickly in recent years. Televisions have become widespread. Infinity City is actually much larger than imagined, and Muzan and Nakheim hit it off immediately. They directly built a swimming pool in Infinity City, with a refrigerator next to it filled with frozen drinks and ice cream. This is what you call enjoyment. Then they created a hot spring. With so many blood demon arts, building a hot spring is quite simple. Plus, since Infinity City is in an alternate space, it won't be too hot or too cold. It's simply paradise. After this transformation, Infinity City has become a vacation spot for many demons. The 12 Kizuki, Hoshikawa, and Yoriichi have the right to enter Infinity City. Now, Muraoka Masahiro and Maruoka Yoshiko, as well as Asanuma Shizuku, come over to relax when they are tired. This makes other demons very envious and jealous. As a result, the competition among the 12 Kizuki has intensified. However, some just can't compete. Thus, Muzan came up with an idea. Every demon that fails to challenge the 12 Kizuki receives a note from Muzan. This serves as proof. The note records their challenge number. When the count reaches 200, Muzan will give them a unique opportunity. Although no one knows what this opportunity will be, all the demons are very happy. It might be something simpler. They leave with hope. Muzan finished his drink and casually grabbed an apple from the nearby table, munching on it as he left Infinity City. Yoriichi was different from ordinary demons. When she devoured her husband, she gave herself the name Yatagarasu, symbolizing her decision to sever ties with her once pitiful life. However, others still refer to her as Yoriichi. The human Yoriichi belonged to the world of humans, while the demon Yatagarasu belonged to the world of demons. What Muzan didn't expect was that the Guahua bird had adopted two little ones, Zhu Wan and Yapayu. The two children originally had a happy family. However, after Zhu Wan's father died, her mother became confused and started to beat her. The gifts her parents gave her on her birthday during her childhood became her last warmth. As for Yapayu, one morning, for reasons unknown to his parents, they left home for work and vanished, never to return. He was picked up by a temple. However, the temple was not necessarily a place of high monks and sacredness away from the secular world. It could also be a cover for hiding dirt and filth. Yapayu became a busy slave, cleaning toilets and garbage, enduring beatings every day. After a year of being a tool for cleaning cesspools and garbage piles, Yapayu, once rescued by the Guahua bird, finally began to show signs of obsessive cleanliness. Even a little dust made him feel as if he had returned to the life of being beaten, cleaning toilets, and sweeping the temple. The debris from the temple became the Guahua bird's food. Muzan arrived at the residence of the Yatagarasu, which was an orphanage, and saw the short-haired, orange-clothed little Sumuro tugging at the green-clad Yatagarasu, shouting to play handball with him. Yatagarasu was there, disdainfully grabbing his own clothes. Play with me, play with me. Let's play handball. Stay away from me. You'll get dust on my clothes. Your clothes aren't even dirty. Come play with me. I don't want to play. I want to study. What's the point of studying? Play with me, play with me. Many children had grown up and left this place, and some were here helping to take care of the little ones. However, They could not understand why Mother seemed not to have aged much. A few children noticed Muzan and curiously looked over. Shaj, who was nearly 20, felt that Muzan looked somewhat familiar. But after such a long time, and having only seen him once before, she couldn't remember clearly. The Yada Garasu, who was inside coaxing a 3-year-old child, noticed the children's unusual behavior and looked outside through the window. She saw that Muzan had arrived, hurriedly putting the child down and soothing him for a moment. She quickly went outside, saying Muzan-sama. Muzan looked at the curious Ju, Shimaru, and Yaba, and when the two noticed Muzan looking at them, they quickly turned their heads away. Guohuanyao looked at the two children and then at Muzan. Is there something wrong with them? It's nothing. You should go do what you need to do. Muzan only noticed the two of them and came over to take a look, but his main goal was still to find Pailon. He wanted to confirm his thoughts. At that time, looking at the dojo owner seemed to have made some kind of decision. Could it be that he was really going to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps? So in fact, some of those pursuing the Demon Slayers were his own disciples and grand disciples. Then, the Gyuko bird watched as Lord Muzan inexplicably ran over to take a look and then inexplicably left. As expected, the thoughts of the Demon King were beyond her comprehension. Relying on the deeply hidden and widely distributed demons, Muzan quickly found Pailon. At this time, he had just slain a demon, which was actually a so-called half-demon. After retracting his Nichiren blade, he was ready to leave. The battles during this period had restored his confidence. Fighting that terrifying demon had nearly led him into self-doubt. Was he really that weak? Unable to even break through the defense? Let alone slay it? But facing such demons, he could almost take one down with a single strike, smoother than chopping melons. Was the gap between demons really that vast? Pailon retracted his Nichiren blade and saw a civilian hiding behind a rock, guiding him. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. The evil demon has been slain by me. It's safe here." Upon hearing this, the civilian was overjoyed, coming out from behind the rock and hurriedly running to check his body. "You're not injured, are you? I heard that kind of evil demon can turn others into demons too. Let me take you to get checked." This civilian was a well-respected wealthy merchant in the area. At first, Pailon thought he might not believe in demons and gods, but to his surprise, the merchant became very enthusiastic when he heard he was from the Demon Slayer Corps. Without saying a word, he took him to find the evil demon. And after the battle, he was still worried about his safety. A demon hunter who had always been distrusted and driven away by the government had never received such treatment. He was touched. Pailon underwent a checkup and saw the wealthy merchant's relieved expression, feeling that this person was truly wonderful. So concerned for him, Pailon almost wanted to pour out his heart, and their conversation became open and unreserved, as if they had known each other for a long time, talking about everything. He hosted him for an entire evening, and the merchant prepared dry food for his journey and mended the clothes that had been torn during the battle. Seeing him off at the train station, watching the merchant standing at the train station, Pailon was incredibly moved. The Demon Slayer Corps was actually quite well liked by others. As he watched the train disappear, the merchant looked back and respectfully said, "Boss, I've found out. It is indeed as you guessed. The dojo he belongs to has been training new recruits for the Demon Slayer Corps for generations. Moreover, their goal is to slay a demon from over 400 years ago." Muzan nodded slightly, in a nervous, joyful, yet somewhat fearful expression of the wealthy merchant. Muzan's nails slowly elongated and pierced into his head. In the morning, the dew left among the flowers and leaves from the night before had not yet evaporated. The burdened green leaves bent slightly, and the dew, glistening in the sunlight of dawn, rolled down. Plop! Muzan touched the dew that dripped onto his face and looked up at the intertwined branches and leaves above him. "Brother, wait for me. Hurry up. We're going to be late." Two voices came from behind Muzan, and hurried footsteps approached. Turning to look, he found two young people rushing toward the front gate. As they passed in front of Muzan, he felt that one of them looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall why. It couldn't be early onset Alzheimer's. The two young people had just reached the gate when they saw Tamayo walking out. "Miss Tamayo." Tamayo smiled at them and said, "Hurry in, don't be late." The two nodded in response, thanked her, and hurriedly bypassed Tamayo to run inside. While running, they exclaimed, "Miss Tamayo takes such good care of herself. After all these years, she still looks so young. And she's so gentle too. Yeah, if only Miss Tamayo were my girlfriend. Be careful, you sure might hear you." Muzan scratched his head, watching the two of them disappear from view, wondering why they looked so familiar. Tamayo looked at Muzan and asked, "Boss, is there something wrong with these two kids?" "Don't say anything," Muzan replied. Tamayo responded, "Fine, I won't say anything." Muzan felt a sense of familiarity, afraid that Tamayo would interrupt his memories. Suddenly, a spark of realization hit him. He remembered that these two brothers were the children adopted by the Yukiana. Long ago, he had accessed the memories of the Yukiana and saw the figures of the two boys. However, these children were not abused by their parents. Their parents had simply passed away when they were very young. One night, the Yukiana saw a little boy squatting on the ground crying and learned about the situation after asking him. She accompanied him to find his brother and then adopted both children. However, as he recalled this, Muzan looked at the current memories of the Yukiana and Tamayo. What puzzled the Yukiana was that ever since she adopted these two children, there had been mindless half-demons coming around. However, she easily dealt with them and ended up killing quite a few half-demons, which could be considered an achievement. Muzan can find time to grant her blood. However, what happened afterward made his expression a bit strange. Most of Guahuan Bird's children have come to work for you? Tamayo nodded as if it were a matter of course. What's the problem? Besides, haven't you always been paying attention to us? How come you didn't know? I'm bored and have nothing to do, so I pay attention to all the demons? Tamayo, that's true. As for these two brothers, after arriving at Lushur Pharmaceutical, quite a few half-demons came over in the first 2 years wanting to target them. It was already suspected that these two children might be targeted by half-demons, and for some unknown reason, Guahuan Bird also kept an eye on them and sent them on their way a few times. The half-demons had no chance to act. As for Lushur Pharmaceutical, it's a den of demons. Wouldn't the half-demons be walking to their deaths by coming here? One comes, one dies. Two come, one pair dies. Later, perhaps the half-demons realized something was wrong and finally gave up. According to Muzan's hundreds of years of experience, half-demons who cling to someone for no reason are basically likely to be characters related to the original work. However, he couldn't recall why at that moment, so he decided not to think about it. In a room of the Lushur Pharmaceutical building, Muzan sat on the sofa, drinking the cola that Tamayo handed him. After a few gulps, he felt relaxed. Tamayo, I have an idea. You should research a potion that can turn demons into humans. Tamayo? She looked at Muzan with a strange expression. Boss, have you finally had enough of living? Muzan, that's not what I mean. Think about it. If becoming a demon can overcome all diseases and disabilities, then if we could turn demons back into humans, I would first turn people into demons. And then you would turn demons back into humans. My blood combined with your medicine. Wouldn't that be a cure for all ailments? Tamayo, winky face, it seems. It doesn't sound wrong. Hey, but boss, if there is such a medicine, wouldn't that pose a threat to you? Muzan curled his lips. Do you think a little potion can really affect me? Do you know the value of overcoming the sun and the wisteria flower after consuming the blue spider lily? Even the boss in the original story isn't afraid. If he doesn't want to become human, nothing will work. Shia thought for a moment and seemed to agree, but then she showed a troubled expression. However, boss, I really can't imagine what kind of potion could turn a demon into a human. In the past, we could work with the wisteria flower, the blue spider lily, or the sun, but now, there's nothing to work with. I don't care. Shia. Fine. You're the demon king. You call the shots. I'll find a way for this later. Let's deal with the main issues first. Shia understood that Muzan became a demon due to a past illness and took a potion lacking blue spider lily, which made him the first demon king in the world, along with the so-called curse of the Tamayo family. Shia had a guess that the so-called curse might not actually be a curse, but a genetic disease. After all, Muzan has been weak since birth. Muzan is also part of the Kamadu family. Although the symptoms presented are different, they may all be familial diseases. It is more likely that there are genes on the sex chromosomes causing this, as one obvious symptom is that the male members of the Kamadu family have a higher disease rate. So, is it possible to find a treatment for the Kamadu family diseases? There are many speculations with the biological knowledge about genes that Tamayo has. However, it would require Muzan's blood, and it would be best to have the blood of current members of the Kamadu family. Muzan felt that Tamayo's thoughts were quite reasonable. Watching Tamayo excitedly take out a syringe, Muzan cooperatively extended his arm, and Tamayo plunged the needle in. The needle broke. Muzan opened a gap in his wrist with his nails, creating a container. Tamayo silently handed him a test tube. As the blood flowed into the test tube, the wound instantly closed. Tamayo hurriedly sterilized and sealed the test tube. Don't worry. I still don't believe any virus can survive in my blood. Tamayo, winky face, that's true. His blood is much more useful than disinfectant. Alrig, Muzan-sama. Quickly think a way to get the blood of those from the Tsujikuni family. Yashiro had been watching the whole time, and upon hearing Tamayo's words, he quickly opened the door, his intention clear. Muzan, you two are something. Just use it and throw it away, huh? In the evening, people who have finished a tiring day of work walk home, exhausted. Due to the influence of lead.It pharmaceutical, the surrounding economy is thriving. Many shops and buildings have already been established. Streetlights shine on both sides of the road, and Muzan sits in a nearby restaurant. He looks through the window and sees the two brothers from earlier in the day. The younger brother runs out of the gates of lead.It pharmaceutical, anxiously chasing after him, shouting, "Brother, brother, wait for me." The older brother turns around, stops, and smiles helplessly. "Brother, hold my hand. I really can't help it. You're always so timid." The older brother smiles and holds his outstretched hand, and the two walk away hand in hand. Their voices linger behind. It's really scary to be alone at night. You know, luckily, I have my brother. Muzan looked at the figures of the two and finally remembered. This younger brother is the hand demon from the original work, Isnt. When he had just watched a bit of Demon Slayer, this first demon with a nostalgic backstory had moved him at that time. However, it seems that these two children no longer need to become demons. They are fine just as they are. If they wish to avoid death in the future, the Yukiana will inevitably ask him to turn these two children into demons. As for looking for the Tanjaku family to obtain blood, Muzan is not in a hurry. After all, there is plenty of time. 1890. The demon that failed to challenge the 12 Kizuki has finally accumulated 200. Muzan's face revealed a malicious smile, as if he had already seen the long-awaited scene, and his smile became increasingly twisted. The waiter, carrying a dish, saw this guest supporting his forehead with one hand, lowering his head slightly while his body trembled. She caught a glimpse of the guest's eerie smile and found his laughter somewhat frightening. The waiter couldn't help but stop in her tracks, afraid to approach. However, looking at the food in her hands, she noticed that this strange and terrifying guest didn't look too bad, and she gathered her courage. It was just delivering a meal, after all. She hurried over like someone rushing to the bathroom at midnight, placing the dish down with a bang before turning to leave. Muzan was startled by the voice and immediately stopped smiling, his expression becoming somewhat stiff. "What are you doing?" After finishing his meal, Muzan hurried back to Infinity City. This time, Nezuko was actually in Infinity City. In an instant, 200 demons with documents appeared before Muzan. Although there were 200 demons, it didn't feel crowded in Infinity City. Some of the demons that had been teleported were a bit disoriented, but when they looked ahead, they saw Lord Muzan in front of them. They originally wanted to ask each other what had happened, but they fell silent at the sight of Lord Muzan. "I am giving you an opportunity, a way to defeat the 12 Kizuki with a lower difficulty." Muzan smiled. Upon hearing this, over 200 demons showed expressions of anticipation. Could it be that Lord Muzan was going to grant them blood? With so many demons, would Lord Muzan not suffer from anemia? Muzan ignored their voices and continued. "Among all the 12 Kizuki and Yoriichi Tsujikoni, you can choose one to challenge, and it will be all 200 of you together. As long as you achieve victory, you will all receive my blood, gain the right to create demons, and be able to enter and exit the Infinity Castle." Over 200 demons. A group fight? Isn't this easy? Isn't Muzan just finding an excuse to grant them blood? Lord Muzan is amazing. Long live the boss. You have 3 minutes to consider, then give me a unified response. Muzan pulled over a chair and sat on it, shaking his legs. A smile constantly appeared on his face. Who among the 12 Kizuki hasn't faced challenges? To be honest, the current lower rank one is far stronger than in the original work. Perhaps 200 demons could defeat him, but the impression left by their almost instantaneous failures is too deep, and the so-called ceiling, which has always been looked down upon by the other demons and considered a source of humor, is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, they have never seen it before. They know that the only ones they can challenge are the 12 Kizuki. The so-called ceiling? Just by hearing that strange title, one can tell it's just for show, right? Lord Muzan, this is a clear indication. Soon, all the demons gave Muzan a response regarding Kaneo Tsuyuri. Muzan, just as I expected. Nezuko, close the door. Yoriichi. Nezuko glanced speechlessly at her boss, thinking Yoriichi was unlucky to have such a boss. With a burst of fitting music, the space of the Infinity City began to change. The place where over 200 demons were gathered transformed into a huge room, while Muzan stood outside the room. With a fierce fighting spirit and a menacing aura, the 200 demons wore sinister smiles. As a note dropped, a bewildered Yoriichi appeared in front of the 200 demons, all of whom were armed and in battle stances. Moments ago, Yoriichi was just fiddling with a newly bought television with his neighbor. Now he stared in confusion at the chaotic scene before him. What happened? Suddenly, a voice from nowhere echoed. "The blood battle begins." Yoriichi was stunned. With that gloating voice, the 200 figures charged forward. Yoriichi. Muzan Kibutsuji. He didn't even have a sword in hand. Is he supposed to make a weapon out of flesh and blood, like his brother? Even though it was sudden, Yoriichi quickly reacted. Even under the siege of 200 demons, he easily dodged the attacks and even managed to repel the approaching demons with just his bare hands. After all, he could keep his blood demon art activated. The blood demon art is something that requires immense grip strength to turn red. Such power is unimaginable. The demons that were slapped away by Yoriichi were dumbfounded. He activated it. He definitely activated it. Watching the other demons being easily repelled, they finally understood. Those who were bestowed titles were not lacking in strength. It was just that they had never truly seen it, which led them to maintain their fantasies. Therefore, what they imagined Muzan wanted was to grant them blood. The implication of choosing the weakest was merely for Muzan's amusement. Nezuko played a lively tune with a bright melody. Muzan was outside cheering them on. Come on, if you defeat Yuji, you'll gain the same rights as the 12 Kizuki. You can prove your strength. Yuji grabbed a knife from a demon's hand and, following the sound, aimed to find Muzan and stab him directly. But the room was closed. He could only hear Muzan's infuriating voice and the music from Neikime. He finally understood why Muzan wanted Neikime as his subordinate. So you just want background music, huh? Yuji kicked away a demon that was attacking him. Although Yuji was powerful, even if these 200 demons realized that Kibutsuji Muzan was trying to trick them, this was still a rare opportunity for a group attack. They had to give it their all and try once. Yuji grabbed another knife and used it as a throwing dart, hurling it fiercely in the direction of Muzan's voice. The blade sliced through the air like a javelin, creating a sound of rushing wind, and crashed hard into the wooden board. It pierced through the board, maintaining its speed as it continued to stab towards Muzan. Muzan watched as the blockade was directly breached and a knife was thrown at him, startling him into quickly getting up to dodge. I must be an idiot to take Yuan Yi's attack head-on. Yuan Yi saw through the broken wall the Muzan who had just been sitting in a chair, eating chips, drinking cola, and comfortably watching him fight. Unbelievable. He never expected Muzan would do something like this. The knife that Muzan dodged ultimately struck the ground in the distance, embedding itself deeply and damaging a large area of the ground. It felt like a bullet was thrown at him. Naruko. Muzan looked at the bystander, Nezuko, and hurriedly reminded her. Only then did Nezuko obediently shift the space, separating Muzan and Yuri. Nezuko, why not call Kokushibo over? Muzan smiled and said, Naruko. I won't comment. But her hands didn't stop moving, accompanied by the music. It wasn't just Kokushibo who arrived, but also Doma. They both had a taste for the sinister. And only Doma could be that way, right? I have to say, Naruko truly deserves to be the best assistant. As soon as Doma arrived, he heard the sounds of battle coming from the wall in front of him and saw Muzan's sly smile. He leaned in, picked up a bag of chips from the table beside him, and while munching away, he cheerfully asked, Boss, what are you up to? Muzan handed over a bottle of cola, smiling. It has nothing to do with me. There are ghosts challenging Yui. Under the questioning gaze of Doma, Neikime added in a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. It's just 200 demons, after all. Doma took a sip of the cola and looked at Muzan with admiration. As expected of you, it has nothing to do with me. Muzan pretended to be uninterested, munching on potato chips while also keeping an eye on the battle through the perspectives of Yoriichi and other demons. Kokushibo looked at the two dysfunctional guys in disbelief. Boss, are you two free? How could that be? Muzan laughed. Just after he finished speaking, Muzan suddenly jumped up from the chair and started running without saying a word. Bang! The wooden wall separating Yoriichi and the others from Muzan shattered suddenly. A flash of red light seemed to pass before Doma's eyes. In the next moment, Doma's head, which had fallen to the ground, looked at his own body. A look of grievance appeared on his face. Lord Muzan is the one who has wronged you. What does it have to do with me? Feeling wronged, I picked up my own head from the ground, holding it while resting it on my neck, and looked at the two demons, one fleeing and the other chasing. Muzan shouted for mercy, desperately running away, while Yoriichi silently chased him with a knife in hand. He couldn't understand why such a person existed in the world. Is this something a human can do? On the other side, a group of defeated demons were doubting their existence, unable to even touch his clothes. So we are all useless, huh? Kokushibo watched the scene like it was a show and took out some sunflower seeds to snack on. Muzan being pursued. What does it have to do with him? Nezuko continued to play cheerful and pleasant music. Kokushibo sat in Muzan's original seat, eating and drinking while watching the show, just like Muzan did earlier. Doma also grabbed a chair, one on each side of the table, with Doma on one side and Kokushibo on the other, comfortably watching the performance. Muzan rushed past, shouting, You two guys, hurry up and come help. Kokoshibo and Doma. Can't hear, can't hear. The veins on Muzan's head were about to burst with anger. But in the next moment, Yoriichi swung his knife and slashed towards him, grazing past his clothes. Muzan was startled and quickly increased his speed, while shouting, "It's not me who wants to challenge you. What good does it do to cut me down? If you're gonna cut them all together." Yuani said nothing and just kept chopping away. Muzan's expression darkened as he circled around. The two demons were watching the show when they saw Muzan charging towards them. Before they could react, they were grabbed and thrown out. In the air, Tamayo and Kokoshibo were like. Yoriichi swung his blade, instantly cutting Tamayo into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. At the same time, Yoriichi used his other hand to catch Kokoshibo, stopping his movements. He placed his elder brother on the ground and looked at Kokoshibo's bewildered face. "Brother, stay away." Tamayo. Oh. Tamayo pitifully pieced together his body, almost covering his face and crying. Kokoshibo glanced at Yoriichi, then at the increasingly arrogant Muzan, and silently drew his Nicaran blade. "So you're throwing me, huh? Muzan." The two brothers charged at him with their knives, causing Muzan to panic and run around. But as soon as there was a little distance, he would turn around and give a cocky smirk. The Kabutsuji brothers are something else. Whenever there was any thought of letting it go, Muzan would raise his middle finger with a smug smile. "Who can tolerate this? Nezuko, it's none of my business, so I'll just sit back and enjoy the music." Then, Muzan suddenly lunged at her, grabbing her and throwing her towards Kokoshibo and Yoriichi like a bowling ball. "Nezuko, thank you so much." Kokoshibo kicked Nezuko away and continued to chase Muzan with Yoriichi. The Infinite City is in complete chaos, with 200 ghosts quietly huddled to the side, watching Muzan being chased. "Lord Demon King, you really don't care at all about your image in front of the demons." Lord Muzan didn't tell them to leave, so they didn't dare to leave, and the only one who could send them away, the female demon, had already turned into a bowling ball. Even if they wanted to go out, they couldn't. Watching the three of them chase and escape, they didn't dare to make a sound and huddled together. Lord Muzan wouldn't treat them like bowling balls or cannonballs to throw around, and then be sliced into pieces like Lord Doma or kicked away, right? Trembling. Finally, during their anxious wait, Yoriichi and Kokoshibo let out a sigh and sheathed their blades. Muzan looked at them with lingering interest. "Aren't you going to chase after him?" The other demons replied. All right. Muzan waved his hand. Although it was interesting to stab someone, he really had no interest in having 200 demons stab him one by one. Blood flowed from his long gray-purple nails and was collected into a bottle by Muzan. Then he tossed it into the group of demons. "Share and drink it." The 200 demons hurriedly reached out to catch it, fearing that it would fall and break on the ground. They were happily sent off by Nezuko to share the blood. Takedo, who had already hidden aside to watch the show, was also thrown out by Nezuko. Then, Muzan looked at Kokoshibo and Yoriichi. He meaningfully patted the shoulders of the two demons. "Kokoshibo, you can't always avoid your brother." Hearing this, Yoriichi nodded in agreement. His elder brother was only busy improving his strength and wouldn't even live with him. Kokoshibo pouted. "I am the elder brother. I need to become strong enough to protect Yoriichi, not a weakling." Slap. Muzan heard Kokoshibo's thoughts and slapped him on the head. "Are you that stubborn?" Kokoshibo silently looked at Muzan with his 6 eyes, saying, "Just say it. Don't hit me." All right, stop staring at me. You're just too impatient." Muzan tilted his head to avoid Kokoshibo's gaze. Yoriichi nodded in agreement with Muzan's words. "Brother, you are indeed too impatient. Don't speak." Muzan shot a glare at Yoriichi. "Yoriichi, all right, I'll keep quiet." Muzan said earnestly, "Anyway, we demons can't die, so take your time to improve. But isn't it a bit childish to refuse to meet him just because you're not as strong as Akaza?" Kokoshibo remained silent. Muzan continued, "Besides, you're not weak either. You're just a tiny bit weaker than me and Yoriichi. Take your time." Muzan said with a smile resembling that of an old father, patting Kokoshibo's shoulder. "All right, stop sulking like a child. You two should work together to improve your strength, train together, and make progress together, okay?" Kokoshibo's expression grew increasingly disdainful, his 6 eyes squinting due to frowning as he brushed Muzan's hand away. "Boss, don't talk like that. Keep your distance from me." "Hey, you still look down on me, huh?" In the end, Yoriichi returned with Kokoshibo, who had come to understand things once again. Muzan strolled down the street, munching on fruit. Since this was not a commercial area, there were only a few people scattered about, and some small shops and eateries were sparsely distributed along the sides of the road, but not in large numbers. For decades, even centuries, due to a commitment to environmental protection, a row of trees had been planted along the roadside. There should be a half-demon nearby. Before finding the half-demon, Muzan's attention was drawn to a familiar figure ahead. It was a lonely-looking person named Peilang, who was leaning on a cane and limping along. Muzan never expected that when he saw Peilang again, Peilang would appear before him in this manner. He walked over quickly. Peilang heard someone approaching and stopped his slow and laborious movements, turning to look. Because Muzan had changed his clothes and appearance, he was not recognized. Peilang looked at the approaching Muzan with some confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Muzan smiled slightly. "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Peilang looked a bit confused. Muzan continued, "I seem to have encountered you before. At that time, you saved me from the hands of a demon, but you must have forgotten, right?" Peilang smiled slightly. "Oh, I see." His smile was somewhat bitter as he looked down at his disabled leg and sighed. "It's a pity I will never have the ability to kill demons and save people again." Muzan immediately followed up with the question, "What do you mean?" Peilang shook his head. "It's nothing." As he said this, he was about to leave. His life, now reduced to a cripple, had already come to an end. There was no need to continue reminiscing about the past. Muzan hurriedly caught up. "You once saved me. I would like to invite you to a meal. Can you give me a chance to repay you?" Peilang stopped moving and looked at the person in front of him. He sighed and reluctantly nodded. Having this meal might at least make this person feel a bit better, right? A person burdened with gratitude, but unable to repay it would, if they had a conscience, also find it hard to let go. Peilang limped along, following Muzan to a barbecue restaurant. Since it wasn't mealtime, the restaurant was empty at that moment. After the two arrived, the owner from the back heard the noise and came out. Seeing the two, he suddenly froze for a moment, his expression stiffening. But then he returned to normal and greeted them with a smile. "What would you like to eat?" "Let's start with 20 skewers of the signature dish." "All right." The owner's attitude was very good, even making Peilang feel a bit overly enthusiastic. Almost as soon as they sat down, the owner warmly brought out the barbecue. Muzan picked up a skewer and handed it to him. "This place is really delicious. You should try it." Peilang took the grilled meat from Muzan's hand, and just as he took a bite, he suddenly saw the person in front of him change. It was that evil demon. Peilang was startled and stood up abruptly, but his inconvenient legs nearly caused him to lose his balance, and he hurriedly leaned on his cane. He looked at Muzan warily. "You guy." Although he was no longer a demon slayer, his first instinct was still to protect others. But with a soft bang, the door was closed. The one closing the door was the owner. Is this owner also a demon? Surprised? Unexpected? Muzan held a skewer of roasted meat and laughed. Peilang remained vigilant towards Muzan while cautiously watching the seemingly demonic boss. "What do you want? Isn't this a familiar face? Come, have something to eat. Why do you look so pale after not seeing you for a few days?" Peilang didn't believe Muzan's words at all, thinking it was a joke for a demon to invite a demon hunter to dinner. No way. The boss was a demon. Then that roasted meat in his hand. Peilang's expression suddenly changed, and he instinctively threw the skewer of meat away, feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit. "This isn't human flesh." Muzan said this while taking a bite. Peilang was even more certain that this was human flesh. Can a ghost eat ordinary food? Don't waste food. Muzan looked at Perispero, wanting to overturn the table with the human meat, and hurriedly protected the barbecued meat. This was really just ordinary barbecue, and it was quite tasty. Food shouldn't be wasted. Although it was a shop run by his subordinate demons, they sold only regular barbecue. No demon would actually be willing to sell human meat, right? But Perispero became even angrier upon hearing this. "The so-called food you speak of is human, isn't it?" To be fair, the Demon Slayer Corps is quite stubborn in their attitude towards demons. Muzan was holding the grilled meat, chewing on it as he approached. Pelyuang gritted his teeth and glared at Muzan, wanting to back away. Having already had his Nicaran blade confiscated and with his legs disabled, what ability did he have left to resist? Moreover, even if he were healthy and wielding the Nicaran blade, he still wouldn't be able to harm this guy. The boss blocking the door saw this and said, "Lord Muzan values you, so don't be ungrateful." "Shut up." Muzan glared at him. "Boss, all right. You're the king of demons. I won't say anything." Peilang also caught this word, Muzan. "You are the king of demons, Kibutsuji Muzan. No wonder you are so strong. I thought the 12 Kizuki were even stronger. So it turns out that the one who learned at our dojo back then was the dignified king of demons, right? Are you bored?" "Yes," Muzan said naturally. "The king of demons is not the 12 Kizuki." Peilang took a deep breath, maintaining a vigilant attitude. "What exactly do you want to do? I don't think a mere cripple like me should attract your attention." "Don't be so hostile," Muzan said with a smile while holding a skewered meat. Come. Sit down and talk. Your leg is already crippled. No need to act tough." Peilang looked at Muzan, being cautious but also understanding the current situation. Even when uninjured, he was not a match for this guy, let alone now. To find an opportunity to escape, he could only temporarily cooperate with this guy, feigning compliance to buy time. Thus, he sought a chance to flee and report the King of Demon situation to the Demon Slayer Corps. Gripping his cane tightly, Palon's eyes were fixed on Muzan as he slowly sat back down on the stool in front of him. I find you quite agreeable. Why not become a demon? Although Palon had already sat down, he still held onto his cane, and upon hearing this, he looked at Muzan with a sarcastic fake smile. If you want to kill or torture me, just come directly. There's no need to humiliate me like this. You shouldn't have any relatives harmed by demons, right? Why do you hate demons so much? Isn't it only natural for humans to detest man-eating demons? Palon spoke without looking directly at Muzan, as he always felt that this guy feasted on human flesh. Muzan is a bit speechless about Peluang's stubbornness. It's not like this in the original work. Is the charm of the Demon Slayer Corps this great? However, his main purpose in bringing Peluang over wasn't to turn him into a demon. It was just an attempt, and if he didn't want to, so be it. Plus, he couldn't be bothered to explain to the stubborn Demon Slayer Corps. What is up with you looking like this now? Peluang didn't cooperate with Muzan at all. He didn't know what the so-called Demon King was really thinking. I tell you, will you let me go? Muzan nodded. All right, I'll tell you. Muzan immediately put on a serious expression as he listened to the story, chewing on grilled meat. Peluang looked at Muzan with disgust and said in a tone devoid of emotion, 2 years ago, while I was on a mission, I encountered some officers who wanted to confiscate my Nickerin blade. We got into a dispute, and in the end I was shot in the leg, losing my Nickerin blade as well. After becoming disabled, I lost my fighting ability and left the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan finished the last skewer and felt a bit strange. In the end, Pelwin was still defeated by firearms. However, now that he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he probably didn't want to become a demon at all. What a shame. After saying that, can you let me go now? Pelwin leaned on his cane and was about to stand up. At the same time, he was ready to fight to the death if Muzan turned out to be untrustworthy. Hold on, let me give you a suggestion. Muzan said with a smile in response to Pelwin's look of suspicion. You can use wisteria poison to create bullets that can kill demons, and then you can continue to fight. Pelwin. He looked at Muzan with a strange expression. Are you sick? Although he felt that Muzan's suggestion seemed highly feasible. You are the Demon King. Why would you help him find a way to kill demons? Sure enough, demons are heartless and ruthless. Even companions and subordinates can betray each other. If the Demon King is like this, then other demons are even worse. Then, he heard Muzan say again, you can go to some places with advanced medical skills. Maybe it can help with your injuries. Muzan didn't just mention Lushur Pharmaceutical, but it's pretty much the same. Lushur Pharmaceutical should now be the most advanced in the pharmaceutical industry in the entire country and even the world. Palon looked at Muzan with a strange expression. What do you really want to do? It's fun. All right, just leave quickly. Don't be a nuisance if you're not going to eat barbecue. Palon. As Muzan expected, after Palon left, he immediately returned to the Demon Slayer Corps, telling the master about his encounter with Muzan while starting to work on the development of the demon-slaying drug. In fact, the wisteria flower poison is no longer effective against demons. Even if it is successfully made, it would only be a weapon against half-demons. Muzan can allow ordinary people to see half-demons, and with a single shot, they can be taken down directly. In 1892, the streets still had dirt floors, and most of the houses on either side looked like they were from a long time ago, with the surrounding environment being somewhat harsh. The pedestrians' clothing resembled that of several decades ago, and the overall atmosphere felt quite unpleasant. Even between the houses, garbage was hidden, making it easy for some unpleasant incidents to occur. The sun had just set, and there were still many pedestrians on the road, relying on the dim yellow lights from the houses on either side to illuminate the street. Muzan, based on the memory shared by his subordinate demons, found a place where the local order was very chaotic and prepared to feast. However, as soon as he arrived, he encountered a person who looked somewhat familiar. A man wearing a red mask, with a Nickerin blade hanging at his waist, dressed in a haori with wave patterns and cloud motifs. Especially the prominent nose on the mask was truly eye-catching. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him a couple of extra times. Moreover, because the mask looked quite menacing, many people were able to avoid him. Muzan quickly remembered who this was. Kanroji Sakanji, the master of the original protagonist, Tanjiro. Muzan, disguised as a human, was about to walk towards him. However, before he could get close, Kanroji Mitsuri suddenly turned around, his hand gripping the hilt of his Nickerin blade, vigilantly watching Muzan. His voice low demon. The people around, hearing this strange man's words, looked at him with eyes of disbelief. But upon noticing the sword at his waist, they instinctively moved away from him a bit. Could he be a madman who slashes people randomly? Muzan looked around in confusion. but there was indeed only himself among the surrounding demons. He couldn't help but point at himself and asked Kanroji Mitsuri, "Are you talking about me?" Kanroji Mitsuri did not respond with words, but instead swiftly drew her Nichiren blade. On the busy road, she immediately assumed a combat stance. Her actions further confirmed the onlookers' suspicions, causing them to distance themselves. They were interested in the commotion, but definitely didn't want to get involved. However, seeing that this strange person seemed to have a clear target for attack, they couldn't help but want to stop and watch the excitement. Muzan finally remembered. Kanroji Sakanji, like Tanjiro, had an almost cheat-like nose with a unique and keen sense of smell, able to judge a person's emotions through scent and discern demons disguised as humans. He couldn't understand it. It was simply a bug. Even he, the Demon King, couldn't do that. At most, he could rely on intuition to sense human emotions. Kanroji Sakanji looked down on the demon before him and swung his sword directly at it. Muzan sidestepped and put on a panicked expression. "Help! There's a murder!" While shouting, he turned and ran away. Rengoku, without saying a word, swung his Nichiren blade and chased after him. The people around, seeing this, quickly stepped aside to clear a path. Muzan watched as the people in front of him all avoided helping, instead curiously watching the scene unfold. It truly was a place with a bad atmosphere. He had originally hoped that a passerby would stop Kanroji Mitsuri, but it seemed that this group of bystanders was completely indifferent. He was chasing and fleeing with Kanroji Mitsuri, running wildly down the street. At the same time, Mitsuri was also a bit surprised. His senses told him that this guy was very strong, and also a demon who had undoubtedly devoured many people. Yet, there was also a gentle aura about him. What a joke. A man-eating demon can feel gentle. Moreover, he could sense this guy's emotions. There was no killing intent at all, and the panic on his face was completely fake, as if they were just playing around. He didn't take Mitsuri's attack seriously at all. Mitsuri could feel how powerful this demon was, enough to completely crush him. But just as he sensed, there was no killing intent. The demon just wanted to play with him. This reminded him of some demons he had encountered in the past. Those demons, like the one he was currently chasing, not only lacked killing intent, but even wanted to give him some pointers. And those demons were all incredibly strong, easily defeating him before letting him and his companions go. Now, amidst the crowd, Mitsuri, despite his many doubts, did not dare to let his guard down. He just wanted to drive this demon out of the crowd, no matter what method he had to use. The two figures chased and fled. Suddenly, loud noises came from behind on the street, along with hurried footsteps approaching quickly. It sounded like there were quite a few people. Muzan looked back and saw the officer coming. He immediately shouted, "Help! Officer, help! A madman is chasing me with a knife." Hearing Muzan's cries for help, the officer hurried his pace. Over the past year, the order in the town had been extremely poor. Many people had already died. If a few more died, they wouldn't be able to continue their work. Why was the order here so terrible? "Stop! Otherwise, I will shoot." The officer shouted at the pursuing Kaneo Tsuyuri while raising his gun and chasing forward. However, even though Kaneo could sense that this demon meant no harm, he didn't dare to take the risk and just wanted to block this demon. At the same time, he aimed to buy time until the Demon Slayer Corps arrived. "This is a man-eating demon. Don't stop me," Kaneo shouted while quickening his pace to chase Muzan. But the officer didn't believe in the existence of demons at all. He thought this was a crazy person, shouting for him to stop while chasing. "Last chance. If you don't stop your attack, we will shoot. Officer, please save me quickly. I can't hold on any longer," Muzan shouted impatiently. Kocho Shinobu's face darkened. This damned demon was actually using ordinary people. The officer, seeing the increasingly dangerous situation of the victim and the crazed attacker, raised his gun. "Stop." Kocho Shinobu understood that it was impossible to explain the situation clearly, so he could only remain vigilant of the officer behind him while chasing after Muzan. The next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out, and Kocho Shinobu hurriedly dodged, the bullet grazing his skin and creating a hole in his haori. Muzan was almost hit and turned to glare at the officer, shouting in terror, "You almost hit me. I can't hold on much longer. Hurry up." The officers felt a headache coming on, wondering why there was so much trouble. "Can you stop shouting already?" They were worried he might die, so they could only endure and encourage him. "Hang in there." They realized that the assailant was completely insane and couldn't be reasoned with, so they gave up on trying to advise him and decided to use force instead. The distance was still far enough, and since these people's shooting skills weren't great, it wasn't too difficult for Rintaki to dodge. It was just frustrating. "Stop causing trouble. I'm protecting you." Muzan watched as one by one, people brushed past him, even nearly getting hit by bullets. "It's ridiculous." You guys are organizing crime by killing both the victims and the perpetrators, right? Huh. No wonder the order here is so terrible. Muraoka Masahito. You get them dismissed now. Muraoka Masahito. All right, I'll dismiss them. They're all dismissed, all of them. The police officer was also bewildered. How can these two run so fast? They're all out of breath now. Muzan snatched a bullet again, his face darkening, and turned to the officers. Raising his middle finger, you all are trash. If you want to kill me, just say it. The officer responded, hey, how could someone being chased and attacked be so arrogant? I'm not saving you anymore. Let's go, it's time to clock out. A group of officers holstered their guns and called to each other as they walked away. Muzan left, just like that, dismissed. Everyone must be dismissed. All of them. Social vermin. Shinobu Kocho breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, couldn't he help but look down on these so-called officers. Is this it? No wonder the order here is so poor. However, it was just right that no one stopped him. But just when they thought the officers were about to leave, suddenly a gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot straight towards Muzan. Muzan? This time, it wasn't a misfire. They were clearly aiming for him. He dodged and couldn't help but laugh in anger. All right, no need for a dismissal now. If you can survive tonight, consider me defeated. The officer who fired the shot, seeing that he missed, turned the gun around, a bit disappointed, and put it away, then walked away with his colleagues. Muzan remembered them, one fleeing and one chasing. The two figures quickly ran out of the town and arrived at a desolate field. Muzan was running when he suddenly noticed that Kaneo Tsuyuri was no longer chasing him. He turned around in confusion and asked, why aren't you chasing me? Kaneo Tsuyuri understood that the demon in front of him had no intention to kill. So he put down his Nickerin blade and looked at Muzan, saying, I'm curious. You're different from other demons. Why is that? Muzan was taken aback for a moment, then realized with the extraordinary sense of smell of Kanroji Mitsuri that he had already detected that there was no killing intent and should have sensed his strength. Want to know? Muzan smiled mockingly. Kanroji Mitsuri slightly nodded. While he was waiting, Muzan revealed a sneer. Want to know? Then beg me. Kanroji Mitsuri. Let's fight. He raised his blade again. Even though he knew he couldn't win, he still wanted to give it a try. Moreover, he wanted to figure out what these strange demons were all about. With that, he charged forward, but Muzan easily dodged, pretending to pick his nose like Luffy. You little chicken, don't waste your effort. You can't defeat me. Kanroji Mitsuri remained silent and swung his blade again. Muzan casually reached out and easily caught his seemingly powerful and swift attack. The blade was gripped in his hand, and it couldn't even cut through his flesh. It's worth noting that he was once a water Hashira. Even though he had retired due to old age and his strength had declined, he was still a former Hashira. However, the feeling of boredom emanating from this person made him feel a bit defeated. Even though he already knew that the guy in front of him was strong, he didn't expect him to be this terrifying. Muzan wanted to try something interesting. Simply being weak was not fun at all. With a sudden force, Sanemi Shinazugawa stumbled, and his Nickerin blade was easily taken away. Seeing this, he quickly retreated. Muzan was playing with a Nickerin blade in his hand, and under the shocked gaze of Kanroji Mitsuri, the Nickerin blade slowly turned red. As for whether he ever said he would no longer use the breath of the sun, he definitely did not say that. Muzan looked at the red Nickerin blade in his hand, weighing it a bit, then glanced at Kagaya Ubuyashiki, grinning proudly as he said, Do you want to know why the Nickerin blade in my hand can turn red? Kagaya Ubuyashiki stared intently at the fiery red Nickerin blade in Muzan's hand. It is said that this flame-like red Nickerin blade represents the hope of exterminating demons. But why is it in the hands of a demon? Do you want to know why? Beg me for it. Muzan arrogantly said. Kanroji Mitsuri really couldn't see how this guy could be related to the words hope to annihilate demons. Has the deity lost its mind? But it cannot be denied that the red Nickerin blade made him let his guard down against the demon in front of him. And coupled with the fact that he didn't sense any killing intent, it was quite obvious that this guy exuded a strange aura. It was as if everything was just a game. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Muzan with a disdainful gaze, although they were separated by a mask. Muzan felt a chill from his scrutiny. All right, I'll tell you. Muzan curled his lips, but decided to speak in another place. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki frowned slightly. However, the demon in front of him did not show any malice. Even though he felt a bit uneasy, the two of them eventually arrived at a coffee shop in the town. Although the order here was poor, in any chaotic area where there is poverty, there must also be wealthy people. To serve them, everything necessary would not be lacking in their living area, and the environment would not be bad. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was not very accustomed to such places. Moreover, He did not expect a demon to be so familiar with drinking coffee. What do you want to drink? Kagaya Ubuyashiki waved his hand. Anything is fine. I'll order 2 of what I want. The waiter nodded and left. Kagaya Ubuyashiki urged, what exactly is going on? How can you use the Nickerin blade and even turn it red? Don't worry. Muzan took out a handful of sunflower seeds and handed some to the bewildered face of Kanroji Mitsuri under her mask. While cracking the seeds, he said, fortunately, I have consumed the blue horizon flower, allowing me to live without eating humans. Moreover, I can also wield the sunblade, and I have successfully convinced many demons not to prey on innocent people. Kanroji Mitsuri did not sense the smell of lies. Muzan continued for hundreds of years. I have killed many wicked demons without harming a single innocent person, and I have even saved many. Listening to Muzan's words, there was not a hint of deceit. Shinazugawa was momentarily moved. As a demon, he had overcome his desires and instead helped many people. He subconsciously understood from Muzan's words that the demon before him had freed himself from the control of the demon king through the blue. He used the Nickerin blade to kill evil demons while also advising other demons to do good. He had saved many people. Such a demon was fundamentally different from those who had lost their humanity and committed all kinds of evil. Muzan said, many of the demons I have persuaded have become doctors to help others heal. Listening to Muzan's words, Sanemi could almost imagine a demon who had consumed the blue spider lily, breaking free from the control of the demon king. They began to persuade other demons, bearing the pressure of being discovered and killed by the demon king, bringing along more and more demons, overcoming their cannibalistic urges with the blue spider lily, and continuously helping others to atone for their sins. Suddenly, he felt that the smile on his face hid endless bitterness, but all he could smell was gentleness and happiness. How optimistic this must be. Those who use the water-breathing technique have a heart full of tenderness. For a moment, he failed to notice the deliberate guidance in Muzan's words. Muzan smiled, picked up the coffee that the waiter had placed on the table. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at the coffee on the table and suddenly felt that this cup of coffee represented the person in front of him, tasting sweetness amidst bitterness. In the end, Kanroji Mitsuri did not touch the coffee on the table, watching this person who had never told him their name. As soon as Muzan left the sight of Kagaya Ubuyashiki, he ran off to find Tamayo. I need to get him something that can block that cheat-like sense of smell. You guys have cheats, but I don't have one yet. Back then, I put in so much effort to turn Tamayo into a demon. Wasn't it to have her create cheats for me? Meeting Kagaya Ubuyashiki was a reminder for him. If he wanted to go have some fun, he had to deal with that bug-level sense of smell first. Tamayo was busy experimenting with Muzan's blood, observing it under a microscope. When she suddenly sensed Muzan's presence behind her, she turned to him and asked, Boss, what can I do for you again? Do you know there's a type of nose? Tamayo, a nose can come in different types? There's a nose that can smell other people's emotions and even detect lies, distinguishing between humans and demons. Can you give me a potion that can deceive such a nose? Tamayo listened to Muzan's words, feeling a bit confused. Are you sure we were talking about the same type of nose? Does a nose really have that capability? This nose, Muzan pointed to his own nose. I met someone whose nose can discern a person's morality, emotions, distinguish between humans and demons, and detect lies. Give me something that can fool their noses. Tamayo felt overwhelmed by what he said. What you're talking about isn't scientific. And do you think I'm just someone who buys cheats? Muzan seriously patted Tamayo's shoulder. You're not being scientific either. Don't worry. I believe in you. Tamayo felt a headache coming on, but there was no need to ask more. Muzan would definitely give her a I don't care answer. Fine, let it be. Just lose some hair. Muzan looked at Tamayo with great satisfaction. You keep it up. After saying this, he disappeared. The suffering belongs to Tamayo, while the joy is his own. As for Yoshiro's distant gaze, Muzan couldn't be bothered to care. After confirming that Kagaya Ubuyashiki had left, he returned to that town to look for something to eat. Because of its remote location and chaotic order, countless damn people were hidden behind it. He also changed his appearance again. It was difficult to speak ambiguously and fool Kagaya Ubuyashiki. A week later, the officials, police officers, and management in this area had all changed. On TV, news reported the actions of the officials here. The so-called arrests, death sentences, and years of imprisonment had actually already disappeared from this world. To Muzan's delight, as expected of Tamayo, she truly provided the best assistance. She actually managed to get him what he needed. With a blank expression, Tamayo handed the potion in her hand to Muzan. It should be useful, but it can only prevent others from recognizing you as a demon. If you've eaten humans, your emotions and lies will still be discernible, and whether it's effective, you'll have to try it out. Muzan looked at the potion in his hand. Because he could see Tamayo's thoughts and memories, he understood the principle behind this thing. It was based on Tamayo's speculation. If the speculation was correct, it would be useful. Although Tamayo didn't quite understand the ability to smell emotions and lies, she could basically guess why it was possible to distinguish between humans and demons, and whether they were man-eaters. It was similar to the principle of smelling scents. As long as they started from Muzan and allowed him to control the leakage of that kind of aura, they could prevent others from detecting it. This was actually similar to the so-called fighting spirit of the permeable space. The main function of Tamayo's potion was to assist the user in perceiving the characteristic scent that identified them as either human or demon, thereby allowing it to be hidden. Muzan drank the potion, felt it for a moment, and successfully suppressed the scent. Although he was a person who slacked off as the king of demons, he still had some talent. With a nervous heart, Muzan changed his face again. He found Kanroji Mitsuri, since he did not deliberately hide his tracks. And with the development of technology, cameras had already begun to be installed. Finding someone was quite easy. Along a train track in the wilderness, fields on both sides were filled with crops. Kanroji Mitsuri was waiting for nightfall. He smelled the scent of a demon, but could not find it, so he could only crouch there. Perhaps the demon would appear at night. He noticed that this demon's scent was pure evil. It was like a beast without intelligence. It seemed that most of the demons he encountered were like this. But the sunlight had not yet disappeared. The edge of the sun was still on the horizon. He heard footsteps behind him, making slight sounds as they stepped on the wild grass. He did not smell the scent of a demon, but instead felt an inexplicable tension. Kanroji Mitsuri turned around to look. It was an ordinary passerby. But why would someone come to the wilderness at this time? There were no houses around. And with a nearby evil demon, Kanroji Mitsuri felt a bit uneasy. Sir, Muzan looked at Kanroji Sakanji, a hint of joy flashing in his heart, which left Kanroji Sakanji somewhat puzzled. Did you call me? Kanroji Sakanji nodded. Are you going to the town over there? He pointed in the direction where Muzan had just walked. Muzan nodded slightly in agreement. Rintaki Sakanji felt a mix of confusion about the relief and joy that this person in front of him seemed to express. Is it normal for someone to be scared and then happy to meet a fellow traveler? Let's travel together. It could be a bit dangerous at night. Okay. Back at Azure Pharmaceutical, Muzan immediately told Tamayo, mass production. We need to give every demon a demon hand. 2 months later, the early summer sun was somewhat blinding. Muzan lay in Infinity City, sipping cola. Meanwhile, Tamayo encountered Rintaki Sakanji. Rintaki Sakanji met the child Makomo,
who was 2 years old and had no parents, living off the kindness of strangers. In this small child, he seemed to see the tenacity of human life.
He wanted to adopt this poor child and went through local procedures to gain custody. Tamayo had shifted from only adopting abused children to adopting both orphans and abused children. She also loved Makomo very much, and her smile was beautiful. However, seeing Rintaki Sakanji, who had already obtained custody, left Tamayo feeling helpless. All she could do was threaten him. If you dare let this child get hurt, you're dead. Rintaki Sakanji smiled beneath his mask, his voice sounding reliable and steady. Don't worry, I'll take good care of this child. Hearing his words, Tamayo felt somewhat relieved. But unexpectedly, a year later, Tamayo glared at her old acquaintance, Rintaki Sakanji. Am I the one running the orphanage? Or are you? Rintaki Sakanji felt a bit embarrassed. The child's father had already passed away, and his mother died after giving birth. Rintaki Sakanji had just sent a nearby demon hunter to the hospital. Hearing about this, he went through the procedures to adopt these 2 children, and once again, Tamayo was late. The hospital had notified her there was a child whose parents had both died, asking her to come and adopt him. But when she arrived, she saw the dead old man holding the child that was supposed to be hers, Yataro. This is the second time. The second time, Tamayo's daughter, who was already in her 20s, tugged at her mother's hand. It's good that someone is adopting them. This child will have a happy life. Tamayo glared at Rintaki Sakanji, taking a deep breath. If anything happens to these 2 children, I'll kill you. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back suddenly. Next time I see you, I'll stab you. Rintaki Sakanji watched Tamayo leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A nurse beside him explained. She is the director of a nearby orphanage and loves children very much. She must have already considered that child her own. Spring 1898. Outside, Azure Pharmaceutical. Doma smiled as he sent off the person in charge of purchasing medicine, standing at the door, watching them leave. Once they disappeared from view, Doma eagerly left Azure Pharmaceutical to hunt for food. He was looking for a cute and twisted young lady to taste. He loved psychologically twisted young ladies. They were extremely delicious. Doma walked with a light step, a smile on his face. But his speed was so fast that it was hard to see him clearly as he darted through the streets. Just thinking about the taste of cute delicacies made him so happy. Soon, after a hearty meal, Doma smiled as he devoured the last eyeball, licking his fingertips. He took a pleasant stroll, exercising after his meal. Suddenly, amidst hurried footsteps, he saw a woman with a child rushing out an alley. She was dressed in light green, but had scars all over her face, her eyes swollen to the point of almost not being visible, barely revealing green pupils. Her hands, holding the child, were also covered in wounds, with red cuts and brown scabs that were shocking to behold. Doma's first reaction was that another delicious meal had come to him. But noticing the fear and panic radiating from the girl, her face filled with terror as she kept looking back while holding her child, he realized something was wrong. Breathing heavily from running, sweat dripping from her forehead. Upon seeing Doma, she rushed towards him as if she had found a savior. "Please, help me." Doma gentlemanly supported the woman, whose legs felt weak. But his worries seemed a bit feigned. What happened? The terrified woman, disregarding everything, wanted to hide behind Doma, whispering, "Please help me block him. If I'm discovered, eventually." Just then, a man's furious voice accompanied by hurried footsteps echoed. "Kotoha, you filthy woman, where are you? Come out. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Doma felt a wave of disgust at the sound. He positioned Kotoha behind him. The man rushed out, searching left and right, and immediately spotted Kotoha hiding behind Doma with her child. The man looked menacing, his face red, holding a wooden stick, and he stomped over, gritting his teeth. "You bitch." As he spoke, he tried to pull Doma aside, but Doma stood firm. "You think you can meddle?" Doma looked at him with disdain while keeping Kotoha behind him. Get lost. He had no desire to engage with such people. The man, enraged by Doma's words, immediately raised the wooden stick. "I'll beat you both." Doma protected Kotoha and her child and kicked him away. Bang! The man was easily kicked over, collapsing on ground. Unable to move due to the pain in his abdomen, his back hitting the ground hard, feeling as if his bones were breaking. The man struggled to get up. Doma turned to Kotoha, his smile returning. "Let's go." "Thank you." Along the way, Doma learned about Kotoha's situation. Kotoha worriedly asked, "If you hit him, won't the police catch you?" It was already 1899. While technology was developing, the law had also become relatively refined. Doma still wore that smile. "It's okay. I can handle it." Learning that Kotoha had nowhere to go, Doma took her to his home. Though he had hardly ever stayed in what he called a home, this was a house he bought on a whim. Mimicking Muzan, he even placed a rocking chair in the house. Not far away was a forest and a river. The environment was quite nice. But compared to the so-called good environment, Doma was still more passionate about delicious girls. He figured giving her this house wouldn't be a waste. Doma opened the door and led Kotoha to a bedroom. Kotoha looked at the child who had already fallen asleep in her arms, a loving smile appearing on her face. She carefully placed the child on the bed. "There's food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just go get some." Tamayo said this as he placed the keys down on the nearby table and was about to leave. At that moment, he felt only a hint of pity for the poor girl and helped her out of instinct. Now he wanted to go back and devour that guy. Muzan and Akaza scold him. Naturally, it doesn't matter, but that guy? On the other side, the Yukiana lovingly looked at a child in the hospital. The child is called Tanjiro Kamadu, abandoned by his parents in the hospital. What relieved the Yukiana was that finally no despicable old man rushed over to apply for custody in advance. Great! With a gentle smile, the Yukiana took Tanjiro away. "This child is very cute," and when he saw her, he smiled happily. The Yukiana brought Tanjiro back to the mansion, prepared some formula, and fed him little by little, rocking him to sleep slowly. Gently placing him on the bed, she took one last look at the adorable child before closing the door. Then, she revealed a sinister smile. The scum that dares to abandon a child. On the other side, Doma realized that the still infant child was very fragile and couldn't eat rice and such. He began helping Kanroji prepare formula and other supplies. Meanwhile, Kanroji, whose wounds were slowly healing, made Doma feel she was becoming more beautiful. Her green pupils sparkled like gems. Truly captivating. Moreover, she always held Inosuke, singing songs that sounded lovely. The kind Kanroji by his side made him feel good. Thus, Doma started frequently visiting this home he had hardly ever been to. But now Doma only thought of Kanroji as a beautiful piece of art, enjoying looking at her. If we talk about emotions, it was merely an appreciation and fondness for beautiful things. At this moment, Doma sat on a nearby chair, watching Kanroji hold little Inosuke, humming a gentle melody. On the other side, the Yukiana was a bit troubled. Tanjiro was a little timid, besides her and the girls. Whenever the other brothers got close to him, he would burst into tears and curl up. What to do with this child? At the edge of Tokyo, the economy is not very developed. The remnants of history are vividly displayed here. A family that has been passed down for 100 years holds a unique position and prestige in the local area. A ninja family, selecting the strongest in the most brutal way, maintaining their own strength. And today, this century-old ninja family was surrounded by a group of police officers. The surrounding crowd was also evacuated. The children were subjected to hellish training methods that they could hardly bear, resulting in a high death rate. Then, through ruthless slaughter, the brothers would kill each other to select the final strongest, inheriting the position of the family head. This might not have been interfered with in the old days, but in today's world, it is already illegal. This family, built on the most cruel and ruthless means, using human lives as a foundation, must be eradicated. Within the already surrounded Yosui family, there was no sign of wanting to fight back against the outside world. The children who had not died from the brutal training were gathered in one room. The head of the Yosui family looked at his 8 children, one of whom had already died due to the harsh training. Today, these matters finally led to disaster. The police issued an arrest warrant against him. However, he did not feel regret. The Yosui family, as a ninja clan, could maintain its prosperity relying on the strength bought at the cost of humanity. Ninjas should abandon useless emotions. Together as a family, although the economy and technology in their location were not advanced, they were not completely ignorant of the modern world. He understood the power of firearms and had always been filled with worry because of it. They seemed to be on the verge of being abandoned by the times. He originally wanted to incorporate firearms into their training, determined to innovate as long as it made the family stronger. But it seemed he had no chance to enact those changes himself, still adhering to the traditional cold weapon combat methods. They lacked the ability to deal with fully armed police officers. Gathering the children together, the Yosui family head scanned the 8 children with a cold, pressured gaze. Devoid of warmth. After I leave, you need to train according to my instructions, he issued his final command, looking at the child he was most satisfied with. This child resembled him the most, had always been one of the best, and his character pleased him greatly. Yosui Mitsuri for now. You will be in charge of these matters, but be careful not to get caught. Yosui Mitsuri nodded expressionlessly. The Yosui family head said no more, donned the attire symbolizing the family head, and walked out the door as if stepping onto an execution ground, calmly opening the main door. He stood before the armed police, and even when rows of dart gun barrels were aimed directly at him, his face showed no change in expression. Sacrifice is necessary for the family. He was disarmed by the police, handcuffed, and escorted into a car, leaving behind the family he had devoted half his life to. The police also stormed into the Yosui house, taking away several of the wives listed on the arrest warrant, as well as more ninjas who had harmed their own flesh and blood. Abusing their own children was enough for them to spend the rest of their lives in prison or even face the death penalty. Those poor children, although inheriting the Yosui family's wealth, the oldest among them was not even 10 years old, and they must find new guardians. It was impossible to train as the Yosui family head had envisioned. After their father left, Yosui Tenjin and his 7 siblings opened the instructions left by their father. Like a will, it resembled a terrifying training schedule. The pages were densely filled with commands he had for his children. Still almost inhumane training, but it was also filled with other requirements. They were to learn about firearms, develop new departments to understand current technology, and avoid government searches. A list of things detailed to an absurd extent. There was also a page dedicated to Yosui Mitsuri. The content of this page was to have the siblings fight each other, ultimately selecting the strongest. Although much of the content reflected the Yosui family head's effort to adapt his family to this rapidly changing era, the ignorant and backward thoughts had ultimately taken root in his heart. All of this was fundamentally unattainable. Yet, Yosui Mitsuri, who had always looked up to his father, regarded these as a matter of course and had even begun to conceive specific actions. Just then, while the 8 children were looking at their father's will, they heard increasing chaos outside. Bang, bang, bang. Kill. Do not kill those who surrender. The sound of heavy footsteps, shouts of killing, the noise of battle, and gunfire all rushed in from the chaotic outside. The children in the room immediately raised their guard, each grabbing a weapon and ready to fight at any moment. Yosui Tenjin took down the 2 swords from his back and cautiously approached the door, while inadvertently trying to shield his siblings behind him. Top, top, top. The footsteps were quickly approaching. Yuzui Tenjin looked outside and saw his relatives being captured, handcuffed, and some already showing signs of blood. They were being escorted away. At the same time, the officers also noticed this room, and their first glance fell on the small figure peeking out to assess the situation. Seeing this, Yuzui Tenjin quickly withdrew his gaze, using the wall to shield himself, and warned his siblings inside. "Be careful, we've been discovered." The officers outside looked at each other. This should be the children. They appeared very alert. So be careful not to hurt them. As the officers drew closer, the children also became tense, listening to the footsteps, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Creak. The door made a slight sound. The children, who were only 7 or 8 years old, seemed to have received an order to attack, each charging forward with their weapons. "Careful," an officer shouted urgently, but they never expected that a few children could possess such combat awareness and ability. Throwing stars and blades came at them together, and the leading officer was accidentally slashed on the arm. He quickly grabbed his gun and retreated, aiming at the children. In an instant, the officers, who had only intended to take them to the orphanage, became cautious. They were secretly astonished at what kind of brutal training these children, who looked to be under 10, had undergone to become like this. However, these children were still just children, and they were soon grabbed one by one, shouting to be let go. Their understanding was limited. They only felt that this group of people were the enemies that had destroyed their family. These restless little ones were taken away. When they grew up, they would inherit the fortune, but for now, they needed a guardian. These children, who had received misguided education from a young age, needed a new family. After finishing a new book by Akira, Muzan let out a sigh and looked at the situation of the demons under him. Then he discovered that the father of the Sound Hashira had been captured. Muzan. Oh, the children from the Sound Hashira's family are now sent to the orphanage. Muzan suddenly had an idea. He hurried to the orphanage. The facilities of this orphanage were not very good, but it seemed to have been established not long ago, and there were not many staff members yet. The children being sent here were all very aggressive. They refused to cooperate with anything, shouting that they could leave if they had the ability. There were also a few children who remained silent, expressionless. But without exception, they were all very alert. The director and the staff looked at these children, worried. Just as he sent away the person who brought these children, he saw a man standing at the entrance of the orphanage. "Hello, do you need something?" The director asked as he walked over, instructing the staff to take the children inside. This man was dressed neatly and appeared to be somewhat well off. Was he here to adopt a child? Muzan smiled gently and said, "I want to adopt a child." He looked at the children being led inside by the staff. Perhaps because the orphanage was newly established, it didn't have many facilities, but the surroundings were relatively new. The director smiled upon hearing this and hurriedly led Muzan inside, while also asking him some questions to confirm that he did not have any bad intentions. As they followed the director inside, Muzan discovered that, despite appearing empty from the courtyard, the orphanage actually had many children. What was heart-wrenching was that most of these children were disabled. Some had intellectual disabilities, some had physical deformities, and others suffered from serious illnesses. Many people abandoned these children when they weren't what they had hoped for. These poor little ones ended up in the orphanage. Even though the orphanage was being constructed as well as possible, once inside, there was a palpable sense of oppressive silence. The director, seeing that Muzan seemed patient, first took him to see the children in the worst condition. However, to his disappointment, Muzan did not show great compassion and adopt these children, for whom survival was already a problem. There were countless tragedies in the world, and he couldn't save them all. However, he could let Maruoka Masahito and the others take notice. Moreover, social progress was the fundamental way to address these tragedies. Then they arrived in front of a few children who had just been brought here. What were the names of these children? Muzan understood that the few wary little brats in front of him were unlikely to answer his questions. It would be better to ask the director. The director already had their information, which was conveniently in hand. After flipping through it, he handed the information over to Muzan. Muzan took the documents and flipped through them. Soon finding Yuzui Tenjin, he walked over, and Yuzui Tenjin showed no fear, glaring at Muzan with an annoyed expression. Muzan crouched down, wanted to reach out and touch his head. But Tenjin Yuzui saw this and immediately hugged his own head, taking a step back and glaring at Muzan. "Don't touch me." Muzan helplessly scratched his head and showed a gentle smile. "Come with me." Yuzui Tenjin looked displeased and disdainfully at Muzan without saying a word. It was clear that he had no intention of cooperating. Having never experienced the betrayal of being deceived by his father to kill his own brother, and with most of his family taken away, it had all fallen apart. At this moment, in his eyes, these people were all enemies. "Listen to me." Muzan has lived for over 1,000 years. So what could this 7 or 8-year-old child possibly be thinking that he hasn't considered? Was your father taken away? Yuzui Tenjin looked at Muzan, still not saying a word. Muzan continued. Do you know that your father was arrested because he abused you? Your family has always been about making siblings kill each other to determine the strongest. You know, if the officers hadn't taken you out, you would have faced such things in the future. Yuzui Tenjin scoffed. He knew his father had always been ruthless. After all, one of his younger brothers had died, and their father showed no signs of emotion. But he still felt that they were his family. He didn't want to believe the words of this person in front of him, who looked like a monster. Meanwhile, Yuzui Mitsushiro was somewhat moved by this. How did this person know these things? Muzan ignored his reaction and continued. You are still being taken to the orphanage. There is no need for you to train desperately anymore, and no one will force you to train like that. What do you want to do? Spend your life aimlessly in the orphanage with your siblings? The sound of Shira gritted his teeth, and the other children looked at Muzan as well. What he said made sense, but they were reluctant to admit it. Perhaps it was out of defiance, or perhaps they just didn't want to believe these strangers. Do you know about school? Come with me, and I'll take you to school to live the happy life of an ordinary child, without having to struggle, without fighting. How about it? You've seen those guns, right? Don't you want to know more? If you follow me, there is a chance at the orphanage. Even go to school, ISNT guaranteed. Yuzui Tenjin was moved, but he didn't want to admit it and instead looked at his family. He couldn't leave his siblings behind and go with this stranger to live a happy life. He was smart enough to see the current situation clearly. They were just a group of little kids, and faced with society, they had no power to choose. Meanwhile, the director was also quite baffled. Why does this stranger who suddenly came to adopt children seem to understand the situation better than I do? Muzan looked at Yuzui Tenjin as he held down his siblings and understood what he meant. He smiled and said, how about this? You come with me, and I'll adopt your other siblings. I'll take care of your education. What do you think? Anyway, they'll grow up and can play on their own without needing to worry about them. Yuzui Tenjin glanced at his siblings, and it seemed they were also swayed by this man's words. Only Yuzui Sakanoto had a strange expression. He nodded and said, I'll go with you, but you must keep your word. Muzan revealed a satisfied smile upon hearing this and reached out to pat Yuzuru Tenjin's head. Good. Yuzuru Tenjin felt a bit displeased, but under the circumstances, he had to bow his head. If he had to be patted, then so be it. The smile on Muzan's face also made Yuzui Tenjin very unhappy. What are you so comfortable about? Are you playing with a cat? Yuzui Tenjin squeezed out a sentence in an annoyed tone. Have you touched enough? Muzan had an expression of I can't hear you as he continued to touch. Yuzui Tenjin, accompanied by a few little ones, Muzan quickly completed the paperwork and obtained custody. Then he bought train tickets. The 8 children who had only experienced training after training since they were small finally revealed their true nature, looking around curiously as they followed Muzan on the street. However, their past experiences made them afraid to do anything else. They obediently walked beside Muzan. Muzan inexplicably felt that he was the king of the children, leading a group of little kids around the streets. Following Muzan, they arrived at the train station, with the little one's eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Muzan casually patted the head of Yuzui Tenjin next to him, making Yuzui extremely unhappy the whole way. On the train, the little ones glanced at Muzan's expression and, seeing that he didn't seem to stop them, leaned against the window, watching the rapidly changing scenery outside. Noticing that the smile on Muzan's face was gentle and that he wasn't displeased, they became bolder and started to talk to each other, whispering. While talking, they kept glancing over at Muzan. Yuzui Tenjin glared at this annoying guy, thinking, how long do you want to keep touching? If you want to pet a cat, go raise one yourself. What do you mean by touching my head? Meanwhile, Yuzui Shinosuke quietly tilted his head to look out the window, a puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that his father was wrong? The person he had always looked up to as a role model. Could have been a mistake all along? He desperately tried to erase his own identity, wanting to abandon emotions like his father. Was it all wrong? Just then, lost in his thoughts, he heard Muzan's voice and looked over in that direction. Muzan finally took his claws off Yuzui Tenjin's head and smiled. I won't touch you anymore. Don't make that face. Yuzui Tenjin. Yuzui Mitsushige was taken aback and noticed that Muzan was looking at him. Muzan looked at Yuzui Tenjin and suddenly leaned closer. Tenjin, come smile for daddy. Tenjin. He remained expressionless. Then Muzan grabbed his face and forced the corners of his mouth upward. Tenjin wanted to break free. But with his back against the window, there was nowhere to escape, so he was forced to smile as Muzan pinched his cheeks. Tenjin's brother, who used to resemble a block of ice, was now being toyed with by Muzan, and suddenly, Tenjin felt a sense of schadenfreude. The others also noticed Tenjin, some looking openly, others cautiously glancing over. Tenjin finally got what he deserved. The train soon arrived at the station. After being pinched and patted by Muzan all the way, Tenjin was at his wit's end. 7 years of restraint were completely shattered. I've held back my emotions for 7 years. Is it easy for me? Pouting in anger, as if finally saved, he quickly broke free from Muzan's clutches, using the money from his subordinate demons. Muzan had nearby demons help him buy a large house very close to a local school. At this time, many cities had already built tall buildings, and it was worth mentioning that mobile phones had appeared. However, Muzan was too lazy to buy one. After all, it wasn't a smartphone. But seeing these little guys, Muzan thought he could get them one. In such a relatively developed city, the architectural style was increasingly aligned with Muzan's understanding, with houses differing from traditional ones. The 8 little ones couldn't help but look around. The streets were different from what they knew. Passing in front of a building, they were somewhat surprised. So tall. Although their home also had buildings, these 9 or 10-story ones were indeed beyond their imagination. Muzan led them to their destination, which was a villa with a courtyard. Although it was only 3 stories tall, the area was large enough. After spending nearly an entire day on the train, they realized that the person adopting them was easy to get along with, and they became bolder. The children, who had been constrained for years, appeared very happy, as if they had finally escaped their restraints. They eagerly ran into the house, curiously looking around and cautiously touching things they didn't understand. At that time, the television was still the old bulky type, but for them, it was also something new and exciting. Muzan proudly walked up to Yuzui Tenjin and placed his claw on his head. How is it? Not bad, right? Yuzui Tenjin, without any awkwardness, nodded. Come on, call me Daddy. Yuzui Tenjin. Father. He said it without reluctance, slightly bowing, even a bit respectfully. He didn't have much emotional attachment to his biological father. So isn't it normal to acknowledge an adoptive father? But Muzan suddenly felt bored. Why do you just call me like that? Yuzui Tenjin. Am I not obedient enough for you? Come on, stop looking, you all go pick a room. Muzan clapped his hands, calling the children to choose their rooms. Due to their training from a young age, they were quite obedient. Upon hearing Muzan's words, they stopped running around and quickly selected their own rooms. Born into a ninja family, this was probably their first time choosing something they liked on their own, right? The 8 little ones, excited all day, soon fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, Muzan kicked open a door. Get up, time for school. The 8 little ones were momentarily stunned. Their old habits didn't give them much time to react, and they immediately perked up, breaking free from their dazed state. Muzan brought them to the school, and the children were still very excited. A brand new life, without battles, without killing, and without their father's cold, piercing gaze. Muzan threw them into the school and didn't care anymore. He briefly explained the situation to Tenjin and Mitsuri, then left directly. He can't really think that he would take care of these little kids bit by bit, right? The night sky replaced the dusk, accompanied by a crescent moon descending over the dome above. Kyujiku took a fruit from beside him, looked up at the starry sky, and placed the fruit into his bag. It's already night. Not far away, his younger brother was still squatting on the ground catching bugs and playing. Kyujiku stood up and looked at his engrossed brother. Cookin', let us go. Kyujiku shouted to his brother. Oh. Kyujiku's brother was pulled out of his joy of catching bugs and suddenly realized it was already dark. Hurriedly putting the bugs into a bottle and catching up with his brother. Brother, slow down. Kyujiku helplessly stopped, turned back, and smiled at him. Hurry up. As he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped, his pupils widened, and a look of terror appeared on his face. Cookin', run. While shouting, Kyujiku used all his strength to run towards his brother, immediately grabbing his hand. Run. Roar. With a loud roar, a ferocious monster came running from not far away, as if it had seen a delicious meal, opening its giant mouth that emitted a foul stench, quickly crawling and chasing after the two. How could 2 children under 10 outrun such a monster? Cookin was so scared he wanted to cry, his legs weak from fear of the monster behind him, but his brother was pulling him, allowing him to barely keep running forward. Kyujiku felt the monster getting closer and closer behind him, his heart filled with immense tension and fear. Help! Someone save us! Kyujiku shouted while desperately pulling his almost immobile brother. His chest felt hot, as if something was burning in his lungs. Help! Cookin's eyes were filled with tears, running desperately. Roar! The terrifying monster, as tall as 2 people, roared as it charged forward, its massive body trampling on the seedlings in the fields, crushing them one after another. The stench from its mouth grew stronger, and its huge mouth was about to bite down on the 2. Kyujiku wished he could run his legs off. Hurry up! Faster. He couldn't help but regret, knowing that the night was dangerous. Why did he bring his brother out to play? Now Cookin also had to die with him. Please, someone save us. The giant mouth, accompanied by a smell that could make one's eyes sting, had terrifying teeth. Help! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. A figure appeared, blocking the monster's biting teeth with a knife. Taking this opportunity, Kyujiku hurriedly grabbed his brother and ran forward, constantly looking back. It was a tall man wearing a purple-black haori, with black hair edged in red. The huge monster was easily held back by him with his knife. Cookin, who had temporarily escaped danger, finally couldn't help but shed tears. So scared. While running and looking back, Kyujiku suddenly saw the man twist the blade. He swung the long knife and actually beheaded the monster. So strong. Kyujiku stopped in his tracks. Cookin, sobbing, ran to his brother's front and hugged him, crying. Kyujiku patted his brother's back to comfort him, while he couldn't help but look at the man who saved them. Just as he was about to thank him, he suddenly heard footsteps and instinctively thought there was another monster. But approaching was a figure of a man in a red haori, with black hair and red edges, wearing 2 swinging sun wheel earrings and carrying a long knife, walked towards the man who saved them. Brother, Yui said, noticing the 2 little kids not far away and seeing the half-demon that was dissipating, he understood what had happened. Kokoshibo looked at the half-demon on the ground with disgust. Although he didn't need to breathe, the breath hitting his face was enough to make him feel nauseous. If it weren't to save these 2 little kids, he would have directly slashed down from behind. Thank you for saving us. Kyujiku gathered his courage to approach and bowed to express his gratitude. Kokoshibo waved his hand. Though he had hidden his eyes, his expression was emotionless and looked somewhat terrifying. Yui, with a similar blank expression but a gentle feeling, squatted down and patted the heads of the 2 children. The night is very dangerous. Hurry home. Kyujiku stood up and looked at the 2 men, holding his brother's hand, and asked, what was that monster? That is a half-demon, a monster that eats people and fears sunlight. Don't run around at night anymore. Kyujiku asked, won't half-demons attack people at home? You. What do you want to say, little kid? Kokoshibo looked down at Kyujiku with an unfriendly voice. Kyujiku was a bit scared by Kokoshibo's glare, but thinking of how he had saved him just now, even though he looked fierce, he gathered his courage and said, can you teach me how to deal with half-demons? Kokoshibo's face remained cold as he growled, no. Hurry up and scram. Yui looked at his brother helplessly. Then he turned to the 2 kids, who looked a bit scared and wronged after being scolded by Kokoshibo. If you want to kill half-demons, you can go find the Demon Slayer Corps. They will teach you. But remember, half-demons usually can't be killed with ordinary weapons. And before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, if you encounter a half-demon, run away immediately. Kyujiku nodded seriously. Seeing that the 2 seemed genuinely uninterested in teaching them, Kyujiku remembered the term Demon Slayer Corps and bowed to express his thanks. Thank you. It's fine. Just make sure to protect yourselves. Yui patted his head and stood up. Kokoshibo glanced at the 2 kids, sheathed his Nichiren blade, and urged Yui, let's go. Watching the 2 leave, Kyujiku bowed slightly with his brother towards their backs. He wanted to find the Demon Slayer Corps. The feeling of despair just now seemed to be engraved in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The monster from earlier seemed to be telling him that there are terrifying existences in this world, and there are people fighting against them. He wanted to have the power to deal with those terrifying monsters and protect his brother. He also wanted to protect more people, just like the one who saved him. He bid farewell to his parents and set off on a journey to find the Demon Slayer Corps and join them. A year's time had made Tamayo accustomed to the girl beside him. Although she was always very dull, her feelings were very sensitive. Tamayo smiled as he returned home and saw Kanaho humming something while holding the 1-year-old Inosuke. Inosuke, like a little bug, stretched out his hands and hummed along with Kanaho's voice. Chinyi noticed that Tong Mo had returned, standing up with the child in his arms. She walked towards Tong Mo, her expression as gentle as a mother's, as if sensing Tong Mo's mood. Mr. Tong Mo, are you not happy today? For a moment, the expression on Tong Mo's face seemed to disappear, but he quickly put on a smile. No, I just closed a big deal today. I'm very happy. Chinyi revealed a gentle smile and put down Inosuke, who was already able to walk. She held Tong Mo's hand and looked at his face with soft eyes. Tong Mo seemed to feel something for a moment, but it seemed to flash by, and he couldn't capture that unfamiliar feeling. Inosuke, looking displeased, stared at the 2 and grunted twice. Food? I'm hungry. Chinyi hurriedly let go of his hand, smiled at Tong Mo, and picked up Inosuke to take him inside for milk powder. Inosuke, being held by Chinyi, grunted again. Tong Montak. Just a pig, huh? He indeed wasn't feeling happy today. That guy, Yoshizawa, actually dared to come over and warn him with raised eyebrows, like a beast tearing flesh and blood. Is he out his mind? How could an ordinary demon dare to do that? Inside, Yi fed Inosuke the milk powder and then let him play on the floor. Because this place was close to the forest, Inosuke always wanted to run towards it. As soon as he got on the floor, he dashed out barefoot. Just as he ran out, he was expressionlessly picked up by Tamayo at the door. Tamayo looked at the little one in his hands, gradually revealing a smiling expression, his two sharp teeth showing. If you run again, I'll eat you. Inosuke pouted, turned his head, and grunted twice, not even bothering to speak. Yi rushed over to hug Inosuke, looking down at him. All right, Inosuke, don't run around. Held in his mother's arms, Inosuke began to laugh and wave his hands, making happy grunting sounds. The next morning, as Tamayo left the bedroom to go to Leoyev Pharmaceutical, he saw that Yi had already prepared breakfast for him. Looking at the food on the table, and Yi sitting beside him, holding the child with a face full of love and a genuine smile. Tamayo felt that he could perhaps eat a bit of normal food. Although he had always been able to eat ordinary food, he still only ate blood and flesh that could make him stronger. Now it seemed that eating these foods wasn't meaningless. Yi noticed that Mr. Tamayo was up and smiled at him. Mr. Tamayo, I've made breakfast. Pei Lang found Leoyev Pharmaceutical. At Muzan's deliberate request, Zhu Shi became his attending physician. The increasingly developed technology brought medicine along with it. In the operating room, Pei Lang was lying on the operating table, already anesthetized. Zhu Shi was methodical, her skills practiced and steady as she performed the surgery. Pei Lang's leg was only crippled, and with some effort, it could still be treated. At most, there would be some sequelae. The surgery quickly ended, and Pei Lang was sent to the ward. Zhu Shi changed out of her surgical gown and came to Pei Lang's ward. Although she didn't know what the boss was up to again, she just did whatever he asked. Zhu Shi sat at the foot of his bed amid Pei Lang's puzzled expression. You are from the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Pei Lang was taken aback. You know about the Demon Slayer Corps? Zhu Shi nodded, revealing a gentle smile. If you get sick or injured in the future, you can come here, and we will do our best to treat you. Pei Lang suddenly felt a bit moved. He thought there were not many people who believed in the Demon Slayer Corps and demons anymore. Zhu Shi continued, 100 years ago, the Demon Slayer Corps also purchased medicine from us, and it has continued to this day. So I understand what you're doing and hope I can help you. Pei Lang suddenly looked determined, nodding with a resolute expression. We will definitely not let you down. We will eradicate the evil demons. Zhu Shi's smile remained gentle as she stood up. If you encounter any trouble, please be sure to tell us. Make the boss happy. After saying that, Zhu Shi left. After Zhu Shi left, a nurse came in to do follow-up care for Pei Lang, saying, You're really lucky. Ms. Zhu Shi rarely performs surgeries herself. She's the best doctor in our hospital. Is that so? After this incident, the cooperation between the Demon Slayer Corps and Leoyev Pharmaceutical, along with its affiliated hospital, became increasingly close. Many medicines for the Demon Slayer Corps were procured from Leoyev Pharmaceutical, and many severely injured demon hunters were sent to the affiliated hospital of Leoyev Pharmaceutical. Therefore, Leoyev Pharmaceutical also offered a discount on treatment fees for the Demon Slayer Corps. Free is impossible to be free. Meanwhile, in Zhu Shi's office, Yoshizawa looked grimly at Muzan. This guy, even if he is the Demon King, can't keep coming to find Miss Zhu Shi. Boss, what exactly do you want to do? Actively leading the Demon Slayer Corps to Leoyev Pharmaceutical? Muzan occupied Tamayo's chair, sitting on it and shaking his legs, looking at Tamayo, standing aside with some excitement as he described. Just think about it. When the Demon Slayer Corps finds me and discovers the truth, it turns out that the one who has been helping them all along is a demon. Isn't that interesting? And by then, all the Hashira and main combat forces of the Demon Slayer Corps will be his people. When the final battle comes, the Demon Slayer Corps will rush over, and then they'll see, hey, it's all familiar faces. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? Muzan thought of this and couldn't help but show a sinister smile. Shizuka's eyes flashed with confusion and disgust. Have you lived for 1,000 years and finally turned into a pervert? Yashiro noticed that Miss Shizuka was also quite impatient, so he opened the door, making his intentions very clear. Muzan glared at Yashiro. Are you starting to look down on me more and more? Yashiro turned his head away. Hey, Muzan said, I'll show you something interesting today. After saying that, Muzan's face suddenly transformed into Tamayo's face. He mimicked Luffy digging his nose with one hand while adjusting his pants with the other. Yashiro instantly exploded with anger. Change back. Hurry up and change back. Muzan rolled his eyes disdainfully. Anya's smile was driving Yashiro crazy. He grabbed Muzan's shoulders and shouted frantically, "Change back! Change back! Don't make that expression while pretending to be Ms. Tamayo. Muzan, change back for me." Yoshiro is about to go crazy. Tamayo silently turned her head, unable to bear to look. 1,000 years of time has completely turned you into a freak, hasn't it? Muzan scoffed disdainfully and looked at Tamayo, pointing his thumb at Yoshiro. He's panicking, he's panicking. Tamayo, don't put that on my face. Yoshiro completely lost his mind, digging through a trash bag, trying to put it over Muzan's head. But Muzan stood up and dodged, continuing to point his thumb at Yoshiro. He's panicking, he's panicking. I'm so mad. Give me back my perfect Miss Tamayo. Hey, you little rookie, you're panicking. Muzan raised his middle finger while wearing Tamayo's face. Change back for me. Change back. I'm begging you. Please change back. Tamayo turned her head to look at the wall, unable to bear to see it. Doma came over with a vengeful heart towards Yoshiro. As soon as he opened the door, he saw this scene. Doma? Muzan turned to look at Doma. He knew that Doma was also unhappy with Yoshiro, so he revealed a malicious smile and glanced at Yoshiro. He shook off Yoshiro, who was crying and clinging to his arm, and cheerfully looked at Doma. Come on, turn your face into Tamayo's. Doma instantly understood. What a great idea. You really know how to have fun, boss. And so this scene unfolded. Tamayo covered her face and stared at the ceiling. Yoshiro was going crazy, shouting, "Change back. Please, I beg you, change back. Change back." Winky face, Muzan, and Doma, wearing Tsuguko's face with comical expressions, surrounded Yoshiro. Look, it's your favorite Miss Tsuguko. Yoshiro. Muzan even used a deep voice like a strong man. Yoshiro, I'm not going to live anymore. Yoshiro almost went crazy, and with a heavy punch, he struck his own head and fainted. Muzan and Doma exchanged glances. At that moment, a strange alliance appeared. They seemed to have discovered an interesting way to play. Two unhinged individuals stared at each other. Who will be the next victim? In the early morning, sunlight spread across the ground. Akaza, who had been busy all night, just lay down to rest. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Akaza closed his eyes, sensing it was a demon, and didn't pay much attention. Whatever they were here for, he wanted to sleep. But he felt two figures standing at the foot of his bed. A familiar voice came, and Akaza slowly opened his eyes. Winky face, he jumped, startled, and immediately lost his temper. Doma was surrounding him, grinning. Akaza slapped himself in the face. Wake up. What kind of nightmare is this? It hurts. It's not a dream. Akaza, 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 Akaza. Damn it. Akaza exploded, punching one of the Domas in the head. Didn't blow up? Why would you hit me, Akaza-sama? 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 At that moment, Akaza's eyes were filled with terror. He stiffly swallowed. Why you stay away from me? Akaza-sama, Akaza-sama. Akaza was about to go insane. Why are there so many damn Domas? Help me. Winky face, driving Akaza crazy. The two unhinged individuals began to choose the next victim. Kaneo, Sayuri. Kokushibo was bewildered. My lord, have you finally lost it? Why are you making that expression and spinning in front of Yuri? Muzan, relying on his ability to clone himself, surrounded Yoriichi with a circle of Kokushibo, while Doma enjoyed it. Yoriichi was directly provoked. How can someone be so despicable? He drew the Nichiren blade. Today, I will kill my father. Die for me. Muzan, with Kokushibo's face, looked at the Nichiren blade about to be swung down and suddenly fell to the ground, looking pitiful and enchanting. Yoriichi, can you really bear to cut down your beloved elder brother? Wailing, Muzan Kabutsuji, enough already. Kokushibo couldn't take it anymore. Have some boundaries. Don't use my face like that. Wailing, but there's still Doma. Kokushibo and Yoriichi, get out of here. All right, we'll go. The two glanced at each other again, wondering who the next victim would be. Jotaro would be great. When a group of Muzan and one Doma, with Daki's face, ran up to Jotaro, surrounding him and making expressions like this, or with a similar expression to Luffy picking his nose, Jotaro was like, oh, get away from me. Don't make that face using Daki's face. Daki watched this scene, nearly breaking apart. Leave my face alone, and leave me and my brother alone. Act like a person. After driving a group of demons crazy, the two finally had enough fun. Proudly, they returned to Yagyu Pharmaceutical. As soon as the just-woken Yoshiro saw Muzan Kabutsuji coming over again, he almost exploded, literally. What do you want now? Fear was written all over Yoshiro's face. He had already understood that anyone could be provoked, except for Muzan. Definitely do not provoke. It would end very badly. Muzan smiled and approached. Do you think you can escape just by not provoking me? Here, Kyogai has something to say. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. Muzan said, looking at Tamayo, about the curse of the Tsujikuni family. You should work on it a bit more. If we don't resolve this, the Demon Slayer Corps won't be able to handle it. Tamayo nodded. You keep giving me tasks every day. You're the boss, so it's up to you. Muzan left, and Yushiro breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Muzan finally figured out how to prevent bug-level noses like Tanjiro's from detecting his emotions or whether he was lying. It involved biological pheromones. As long as he could perceive them, he could control them to hide his true feelings or even fabricate them. With the foundation of being able to hide his identity by drinking a potion, Muzan quickly learned to control the expression of his condition. Hearing, smelling, and sensing would no longer be able to discern anything. It was extremely useful. In the evening, Muzan returned to the house where 8 little brats of Yuzui lived, carrying several basic mobile phones. Under their eager and curious gazes, Muzan distributed one phone to each of them. From now on, if anything came up, just call me directly. The 8 little ones nodded, played for a while, and then conscientiously ran into the kitchen to cook. What a joke! Would Muzan cook for them? Each of the 8 little ones had clear responsibilities: sweeping, cooking, and doing laundry. Muzan leisurely lay on the sofa, watching TV. The next day, when the 8 little ones had made breakfast for themselves and left a portion for Muzan, they shouldered their backpacks and headed to school. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Muzan finally crawled out of bed. Upon leaving the bedroom, he saw the breakfast on the table. As usual, there was a small note on it. Yuein's father remembered to eat breakfast. Muzan finished his breakfast and, based on the information provided by his subordinate demons, went to find Kagaya Ubuyashiki. According to the memory of the Shikigami he had accessed, Kagaya had already adopted both Shinobu and Kaneo. He went there to get familiar with them. Muzan took on the appearance of a child, putting on some worn-out clothes and adopting a sorrowful expression. Reality confirmed the location of Rengoku Sakanji. Rengoku Sakanji lived at the foot of a mountain, where some hunters and farmers also resided nearby. The tragic scene of a 7 or 8-year-old child, wearing somewhat tattered clothes, with a sad yet resilient expression on his face, naturally caught the attention of a hunter who was going up the mountain to chop firewood. He looked at the child and walked over to him. Child, how did you end up in the forest? It's very dangerous here. Muzan pressed his lips together, and tears suddenly shone in his eyes. Can you help me? The hunter, seeing his expression, quickly asked, What's wrong? Do you believe in the existence of ghosts? Muzan tentatively asked the ghost. The hunter repeated, You encounter ghost. He knew about ghosts because he was the neighbor of Mizunaki Sakanji, and he understood a lot about such things. Muzan nodded, and a look of sadness appeared in his eyes. My parents were killed by demons, and I was the only one who escaped. I heard that there are people here who can teach me how to kill demons. I want to avenge my parents. Muzan gritted his teeth, as if filled with hatred towards demons. He was then brought by the hunter to the front of Sakanji Urokadaki's house. At that moment, Urokadaki was standing in the yard, teaching the 2 children, Zenitsu and Nezuko, the breathing techniques. Noticing the hunter coming over with a child, Urokadaki crossed the yard and looked at Muzan beside the hunter. Who is this child? The hunter looked at Muzan with a sympathetic and pained expression and explained, This child encountered a demon and lost his parents. He specifically came to seek your guidance on how to slay demons. Muzan looked up at Kanroji Mitsuri, revealing a pleading expression. Kanroji Mitsuri did not sense the scent of lies, and seemed to perceive the sadness emanating from the child in front of him, the hatred towards demons, as well as the fear and regret left by past memories. Kanroji Mitsuri, wearing the mask of a half-tengu, felt somewhat moved beneath the mask. Come in. Thank you. Muzan hurriedly said. The 2 children who were practicing breathing techniques noticed Muzan walking in behind Kanroji Mitsuri and looked over in confusion. They heard Kanroji Mitsuri's reminder. Focus. Hey! The 2 children quickly responded. They concentrated on their breathing practice. Child, what is your name? Tsukin. My name is Tsukin. Good, Tsukin. Do you confirm that you want to embark on the path of demon slaying? You might die. You might not even be able to kill a single demon and lose your life. But if you give up this path, you still have the chance to live like an ordinary person, get married, have children, and live a stable life. Tsukin nodded firmly without hesitation. I confirm. Good. Very spirited. Muzan. Kanroji Mitsuri continued. You should take a break today. Tomorrow, I will start teaching you the breathing techniques and explain the knowledge about demons. Muzan nodded. That night, Kanroji Sakanoto introduced Muchiro to Tanjiro and Nezuko at the dinner table. The 2 children were very excited to see the new member and happily chatted with Muchiro. Michiro responded to their enthusiasm with a gentle smile. The next day, early in the morning, Kanroji Sakamoto called Michiro up and, after breakfast, began teaching him the water breathing technique. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find that Michiro had extremely poor talent. After spending the entire morning, he barely grasped a little. Yet every time he saw the determined light in the child's eyes and sensed the unwavering resolve and hidden sorrow within him, Kanroji Sakamoto could not give up on him. Even if the talent was lacking, as long as he gave it his all, he would surely succeed. In 1900, time passed day by day. Kanroji Sakamoto watched Michiro chatting and laughing with Nezuko and Tanjiro, yet he could feel the sadness that Michiro struggled to hide, which moved him for the child's strength. In fact, at this moment, Michiro was a clone of Muzan. He had gone to find Kanroji Mitsuri. At this time, Kanroji Mitsuri was still small, without the pink-green hair, but she was already known for her frightening strength and outrageous appetite. One of Muzan's demons happened to see a terrifyingly gluttonous little girl while eating, which left a deep impression on him. So, when Muzan had some free time to see what his demons were up to, he took notice of her. Muzan arrived at a place in the memories of his subordinate demons, where the first thing he saw was a noodle shop. Muzan lifted the half-drawn curtain and immediately noticed a little girl crazily slurping ramen. Next to her were bowls stacked one after another. There's no doubt about it. This must be Mitsuri Kanroji. The people around her were looking at Mitsuri with expressions of disbelief. This kid can really eat a lot, right? Mitsuri noticed the gazes from those around her, then glanced at the money in her hand and the pile of bowls beside her. 1, 2, 3, 4. No more money. If I eat any more, I won't be able to pay. TT. But I'm still so hungry, and it seems like I've eaten too much, and now everyone is staring at me. Muzan noticed that she had eaten several bowls and smiled. The opportunity has come. From now on, he would be Ikihira Kobane's brother-in-law. Muzan approached Kanroji Mitsuri with a gentle smile, like that of a friendly older brother. Mitsuri looked at the person walking towards her with confusion. Muzan smiled and said, "I'll treat you to a meal. You can eat as much as you want." Hearing this, Mitsuri glanced at the stack of empty bowls beside her and then looked at Muzan. "Are you sure?" The 7-year-old Mitsuri shook her head and said, "No, thank you. I can't eat food from strangers." Mitsuri ran away, paid the bill, and hurried off. Muzan looked at the little child. To let such a small child run out alone, it should mean that Mitsuri lives nearby. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the store, he saw Mitsuri running directly into a house across from the noodle shop. It seems that must be Mitsuri's home. Muzan left a doppelganger here and rented a place nearby to live. It's still early, so he can gradually get familiar with the area. After all, he can create clones. Over the course of 3 months, every time Mitsuri went to the ramen shop to slurp noodles, she would see Muzan there as well. Since he looked familiar from the first time, they started chatting. Mitsuri then learned that the person in front of her was named Tsukihiko, a dreamer who wanted to become a writer but had never succeeded in submitting his work. As time went by, Mitsuri and Muzan became more familiar with each other. Mitsuri gradually got used to meeting this big brother who always liked to treat her to meals and pat her head at the ramen shop. At this moment, Mitsuri was leaning on the table, with a pile of empty bowls beside her, eagerly looking at the ramen in Muzan's bowl. She was still so hungry. Muzan smiled and took out a bag of something from a nearby bag, placing it in front of Mitsuri. "Take a look." Mitsuri seemed to have already caught the aroma coming from the bag, instantly perked up, got up from the table, and hurriedly opened the bag of snacks. "Sakura rice cakes." "Thank you, brother Tsukihiko. It's nothing, go ahead and eat." Muzan smiled and gently patted her head. While watching the anime, he always thought that this child's head must feel very good to touch, and now he finally got to do it. Meanwhile, on the other side, 8-year-old Kyuka Masakuni had been wandering for nearly a year. He had never imagined that he could wander alone in cities and towns for so long. He didn't know where the Demon Slayer Corps was, nor did he know how to find them. He could only ask around. He would inquire wherever he went. But many people did not believe in demons, let alone tell him where he could find demon hunters. While doing odd jobs, he continued to search for demon slayers. After taking a train from the last city, Kyuka's destination this time was a village. Getting off the train, he looked at the map he had just bought and walked in the direction indicated. The more unsafe the area, the more dangerous it was, and the more likely demons would appear, which could lead him to the Demon Slayer Corps. In that city, he had seen in a newspaper that several people had died in this village, all during the night. The next day, only remains could be found. The newspaper said that wild beasts had appeared, but looking at the torn flesh in the photos, Kyuka felt it might be the kind of monster called a half-demon. Even if it was dangerous, he had to take a look. He had been striving to join the Demon Slayer Corps for nearly a year and couldn't miss any glimmer of hope. Taking advantage of the midday sun, Kyuka set off toward his destination with a small knife. The forest was too dense, making the surroundings somewhat dark. However, the sunlight filtering through the leaves gave him a bit of a sense of safety. The journey was much longer than he had imagined. As evening approached, he still had a little less than half the distance to cover. A sense of tension began to rise in Kyuka's heart. He took out the dry food from his bag and ate it with water from his canteen while walking. Kyuka dared not waste a moment of time. As night fell, he finally saw the village not far away, with lights illuminating every household. He hurriedly ran toward it. Crack! The sound of dry leaves being crushed came from a house ahead, drawing Kyuka's attention. A strange black shadow appeared in his line of sight. A massive figure was approaching that house. Kyuka was startled. It was a half-demon. No, he had to find a way to save them. Shouting recklessly. Even if he warned them, the result would likely be everyone dying together. He had to stay calm. While the half-demon did not notice him, Kyuka quickly hid behind the wall of the house, using the blind spot to run quickly toward that household. As the monster got closer, Kyuka felt increasingly anxious. After rounding a house, he finally reached the front of that family's home. The window was open. Kyuka hurriedly leaned through the window and called out in a hushed voice, "Run. There's a monster coming this way." His voice attracted the attention of a family that was eating inside. They looked at this unfamiliar boy. A monster? But seeing his nervous and panicked expression, the male head of the family did not ignore his words and opened the door to look outside. There was nothing there. Seeing this, Kyuka ran to the front door and pointed to the back of the house. The man stepped outside and looked in the direction Kyuka was pointing. In an instant, terror and disbelief filled his mind. What is that thing? He hurriedly ran back inside, calling out to Kyuka, "You should come in and hide too." Kyuka saw the monster approaching the house directly. Hiding inside was useless. "You all need to run." The man then realized the gravity of the situation and shouted at his family, "Quick, there really is a monster." Kyuka led the family of 3 to run quickly and discreetly along the blind spots created by the houses, while also continuously warning the residents along the way. However, this caused them to waste quite a bit of time. Some families had basements and managed to squeeze in as many people as they could, while those who couldn't fit had to flee. Kyuka knew that this kind of monster couldn't be killed. To survive, they had to either escape or hide. If they could last until dawn, they could survive. The half-demon thought it had not been discovered yet, and, standing 2 meters tall, burst through the front door and dashed into the house. But once inside, it couldn't smell any humans, and it began to bare its teeth, searching everywhere. It smelled something. Over there, the half-demon crawled quickly along the house like a terrifying lizard, rushing toward Kyuka and the other villagers who had not yet hidden. Noticing that the monster was approaching them, Kyuka urgently shouted, "You all need to escape." Some villagers, seeing the monster charging toward them, immediately fled without a second thought, while others saw that this boy seemed not to be preparing to run at all. One person grabbed Kyuka and ran with him. "Let go of me," Kyuka shouted. This monster was faster than the one he encountered last time. At this rate, they would surely be caught. If he could just delay a bit longer, these people could escape. But the person holding him was stronger than him, and they just kept running. As the monster got closer, Kyuka could only shout, "Let go of me, or we'll all die. But I can't let a little kid go to his death." The person holding him yelled. Just then, a figure came rushing in from the other side of the forest. He was holding a sword. Kyuka was somewhat surprised. Was he from the Demon Slayer Corps? The newcomer was fast, quickly catching up to the half-demon, swinging the long knife in his hand. With a whoosh, a single slash easily decapitated the seemingly terrifying monster. With a dull thud as it hit the ground, accompanied by the sound of blood splattering, the evil spirit began to dissipate. He walked up to Kyuka and the others. Kyuka hurriedly struggled out of the grip of the person who had finally let go, looking at this person. "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" The demon hunter nodded. "Can you let me join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Spring of 1902. Seonkai travels along the way. With the broadening of his horizons, the enhancement of his experiences, and the daily practice of writing, his level of literature has grown increasingly high over the decades, evolving from a once struggling writer into a great author. Seonkai has also grown to love this feeling of journeying across the world more and more. He enjoys venturing into places that ordinary people cannot reach, having visited developed cities and witnessed the rapid changes of the world, then going to remote edges to see the remnants of history. After disembarking, Seonkai arrives at the island of Hachiho. Crossing a muddy path, with his backpack on his back, he comes upon a village. It seems to have remained as it was dozens or even hundreds of years ago, with the villagers working according to the rising and setting of the sun and farming according to the changes in weather. After spending a few days in this tranquil and primitive village recording his observations, Xiang Kai prepares to leave. He puts on a small backpack and walks along the dirt road toward another place. But suddenly, he notices a woman who seems out of place in this village. The villagers wear rough linen clothes, their skin tanned and darkened from hard labor in the fields. But this woman is dressed in clean and beautiful clothes, her long black hair smooth and adorned with exquisite ornaments. Her fair hands resembling those of a young lady from a wealthy family. Her voice is also sweet and makes one's body tingle. Xiang Kai, being an outsider, catches the attention of this beautiful woman as well. The woman walks towards him with small steps and a charming smile, and Xiang Kai, being an honest man, feels a bit shy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scolded so mercilessly in his human days without any temper, and even after becoming a ghost. He held back for a long time before finally erupting. He looks at the woman, somewhat bashful. The woman seems quite pleased with Xiang Kai's reaction and smiles, saying, "Are you a traveler from afar?" Dianki nods honestly. "May I invite you to my home? I have always been curious about what the outside world is like. Could you tell me about it? I will treat you well." Although Xiang Kai feels something is off about the woman, he thinks to himself that he is already a ghost, so what is there to be afraid of? He nods and follows the woman out of the village. The path the woman takes confuses Xiang Kai a bit. They pass through a forest outside the village, go up a hill, cross a river, and only then do they arrive at the place the woman mentioned. What comes into view is a beautifully constructed village, peaceful and prosperous. From the hillside, it looks like a fairyland embraced by the mountains. The woman leads the way, glancing back at Xiang Kai with a sweet smile. Xiang Kai returns the smile. The two quickly enter this dreamlike fairyland. It is then that Xiang Kai realizes that there are only women here. All around him are women dressed in splendid attire, with delicate features and charming postures, all smiling at the arrival of Xiang Kai with kindness and warmth. Seeing that Xiang Kai seems to have noticed this, the woman meets his shocked gaze and smiles. "You are not mistaken. There are only females here. 4 generations, we have only given birth to daughters. And it has been hundreds of years since a man appeared." Xiang Kai feels increasingly uneasy, but he does not show it. He follows this unnamed woman deeper into the village. As he looks around at the luxurious and exquisite buildings, he notices there are almost no farmlands or places to sustain life. How do they survive? The woman turns back and smiles. "We're almost there." Xiang Kai nods. Finally, they arrive at a low house. The woman opens the door and leads Xiang Kai inside. Upon entering, Xiang Kai discovers the room is pitch black, with no windows, seemingly sealed off tightly. "What is this place?" The woman smiles, reaching out in the darkness to light a candle. "Please wait a moment." Saying this, she goes outside and closes the door. Confused, Xiang Kai sits on a nearby chair, waiting for the woman. Suddenly, he notices a faint sound of wind coming from a corner of the room. No, it's not the sound of wind. He frowns and walks toward the corner, and suddenly a gust of air blows onto his face. At this moment, even someone as naive as him understands what is happening. This is poison gas. Xiang Kai quickly gets up to open the door, but it has already been locked. Sure enough, that sweet-sounding woman is actually trying to harm him. This beautiful facade must be hiding something sinister. As for the poison gas, he is a ghost. He doesn't need to breathe, and besides, what poison could possibly affect a ghost like him? Xiang Kai looks at the locked door, clenches his fist, and strikes with force. Boom! Bang! A group of delicate women gathers around the house that has trapped Xiang Kai. What is called a house is actually a cage, specifically designed to deceive those brought here. Once inside, they will be poisoned and knocked unconscious, and then they will become their tools. Their wealth will be robbed clean. Unfortunately, the snake god only likes to eat babies and cannot be offered to the snake god. After a while, when the prey is completely unconscious, they will open the cage. But in their eager waiting, suddenly a loud noise is heard. Bang! The solid wooden door is kicked open, crashing to the ground. Standing at the doorway is a tall, muscular man, retracting his fist, looking at the group of women with a gradually revealing sinister smile. At that moment, these women seem to see the shadow of the snake god in this man. With one punch, he smashed open the wooden door. This guy must be a monster, right? The expressions on the faces of these enchanting women change from pleasant smiles to sheer terror. They scatter in a panic. Run. Go call the snake god. But no matter how you look at it, Xiang Kai is still one of the 12 Kizuki. Facing a group of ordinary women trying to escape, he pushed off the ground and charged out fiercely. The woman at the back, who had lured him here, was instantly pierced through the chest by his claw. Her body stiffened, fear on her face, mouth open to cry for help. Save. But before she could say anything, a tremendous force struck her head. Accompanied by splattering blood, Her head was directly ripped off. Xiang Kai casually tore off her arm, slurping it like a chicken claw while tossing the corpse aside, and pursued more prey. He didn't rush to attack, but followed them to the place they claimed the snake god was located. These guys ran to this luxurious building, as if they had found salvation, rushing inside and shouting for the snake god's help. Xiang Kai followed them in, passing through the corridor, and soon saw a grand and opulent large room. In front of him lay a gigantic bed, on which a half-demon with a human head and snake body was reclining. The bed was filled with the skulls of infants, and fingers with sharp nails rhythmically tapped on the skulls. Disturbed by the sudden intrusion, her expression turned displeased as she looked down at the women rushing in, just about to scold them when she noticed Xiang Kai entering. A smile appeared on her face as she leisurely propped herself up from the bed and slithered closer to Xiang Kai with her snake tail. "Are you a demon?" Xiang Kai scrutinized her for a moment, then tore open his shirt, revealing 6 demon drums on his body. "Lord Muzan hasn't cleaned you up yet." Xiang Kai took a fighting stance. The snake demon looked at Xiang Kai with a smile, her eyes filled with sarcasm. "What's wrong? Haven't you freed yourself from that Muzan's control? How pathetic." "Heh!" Xiang Kai let out a mocking laugh, and suddenly slapped the demon drum on his right shoulder. The snake demon immediately felt the space shift, and the entire room began to flip. With Xiang Kai's movement, 3 destructive claw-shaped shockwaves surged toward her. However, due to the sudden change in the room, the snake demon couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on, almost taking all the damage. The snake demon showed a look of shock as her chest was torn open with 3 huge, deep gashes. This guy was strong. She wasn't a match. She had to escape. Xiang Kai seized the opportunity to pursue her, and with each strike of the demon drum, the room structure constantly shifted and flipped, with wave after wave of claw-shaped shockwaves almost leaving her with no place to hide. Xiang Kai rarely fought, so he used all his strength against this seemingly powerful snake demon, who had likely consumed many people. But under the intense onslaught, the snake demon was utterly helpless to fight back, unable to even escape, being continuously hit by the barrage of attacks. She was already a bloody mess, with wounds all over her skin that had not healed in time, rotting flesh everywhere. As for the women who had rushed in, they were all torn to shreds in the aftermath of the battle, filled with terror. The room resembled a hell on earth. The snake demon, with her disfigured face, cried out for mercy, but Lord Muzan had said that half-demons should be killed on sight. Xiang Kai had no intention of letting her go. With each successive impact tearing at the snake demon's body, she finally shattered into pieces. Demons cannot kill each other because of Muzan's will, but there was no such restriction against half-demons. Even though demons cannot be killed by sunlight blades, they can live forever and recover infinitely, relying only on Muzan's blood. Since they cannot be killed, they can be devoured. After all, it's just flesh and blood. Plus, you can gain Muzan's blood. The snake demon writhed her remaining mangled flesh, desperately trying to recover and escape, but as Xiang Kai continued to consume her, the speed of her body being devoured surpassed her recovery speed. With a mixture of unwillingness and resentment in her eyes, Xiang Kai crushed her last remaining head and swallowed it. As for now, Xiang Kai understood what was going on. The people here worshipped a snake demon, relying on it to plunder wealth, which led to their current prosperity. Doma must really like this place, right? But unfortunately, this place was discovered by him. He could never tell Doma about it. What do you call this? A buffet. That day, all the women in this village on Hachiho Island spent their time in terror, fleeing. But their escape was destined to be futile. By the end of the day, Xiang Kai felt he had eaten too much. His immense power made him want to engage in a blood battle. He could take on 10. However, he also knew it was just an illusion. Kokoshibo could have easily cut him down. Xiang Kai grabbed the last survivor. His sharp-nailed palm plunged directly into her chest, crushing her heart. While eating, he searched for any other survivors. How strange, they were all women. How did they pass on to the present? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard a sound of breathing from the place where he had fought the snake demon. Without the cover of other screams and cries, Xiang Kai was finally able to notice the sound. Is someone down there? Moreover, the voice seemed to be deliberately suppressing its breathing out of fear. Xiang Kai listened carefully and slapped the drum behind him. The room's space shifted, and a confinement chamber appeared before Xiang Kai. Like a cage, the entire room was airtight. A greasy, foul odor wafted through the air, thick enough to make one nauseous. Inside the confinement chamber, a small child was curled up in the corner, using thin clothing to cover themselves, exuding a sense of weakness and pity. Xiang Kai instinctively hid the demon drum and his features as a demon. He walked over and patted the wooden pole. "Child, what's wrong?" hearing a voice that was unfamiliar and different from those sickly sweet voices that made one shiver. And sounding quite gentle, the child dared to turn around and look. What met their eyes was a tall man draped in a haori, with his upper body exposed. His muscles were somewhat intimidating. Though he looked a bit fierce, he seemed to harbor no malice. "Are you here to save me?" Although Xiangkai didn't understand the specific situation, he could tell that the child was being held captive here. "I'll get you out right away." While using brute force to crush the lock, Xiangkai said. At the same time, he noticed that the child was cradling a small snake in their arms. The little creature looked shocked as it saw Xiangkai crush the iron lock with ease. So humans can be this strong? Is it because all his relatives are female that they have no strength? "Come with me." Xiangkai opened the door and smiled at him. The child nodded in a daze, stepping out of the cage that had confined him since childhood, running to Xiangkai's side, and then heard Xiangkai say, "I'm Xiangkai, what's your name?" "Ihei Kobane," said the child after a moment of silence, biting his lip. "Don't you like that name?" Xiangkai asked, noticing his reluctance to answer. Ihei Kobane shook his head. "I'm just a bit scared." "What's wrong?" Kobane did not answer him, but urged, "Let's escape quickly. There are monsters above. If we're discovered, we'll be caught and taken back." As he spoke, he tugged at Hashikai's clothes but couldn't move him. Seeing Hashikai still standing there, he anxiously urged, "Don't just stand there. It'll be over if my mother and the others find us." "Your mother?" Hashikai asked, slowly being pulled forward by him. Kobane, while being vigilant of his surroundings, quietly explained, "When I was just born, my mother and sisters locked me up here to offer me as a sacrifice to the monsters. We need to run quickly, or you'll also be offered as food to the monsters." Hashikai was momentarily speechless. Did this count as a grudge against his entire family, or as a life-saving benefactor? Hashikai didn't know how to tell him, and could only remain silent as he was led outside. Kobane was surprised that they encountered no obstacles along the way, not even any people, and they were about to escape easily. But when he opened the door a crack and peeked outside to confirm the situation, he saw a ground full of broken bones and bloodstains. The still-drying blood was pooled in large patches, and the ground was scattered with pieces of flesh like leftovers, with skulls thrown everywhere. Hashikai silently covered his face. He should have cleaned up the scene earlier. Kobane's expression stiffened, and he turned to Hashikai. "We need to run. That monster must have discovered you broke in and attacked my family." Hashikai didn't dare to say anything and was led away by Kobane. They ran until they reached the edge of Hachiho Island. "Let's find a boat. We must escape this island." Hashikai didn't know what to say along the way and could only lead Kobane to the port, where they boarded a boat to leave Hachiho Island. "My family offers their own infants as sacrifices to be eaten by monsters, and the monsters give them wealth in return. I was also meant to be eaten by the monsters. However, because I am a boy who hasn't appeared in the family for 100 years, they kept me alive until today. I wonder if that monster has spared my family." Hashikai, hearing this, quickly asked, "Do you hate your family?" Kobane nodded, his expression somewhat gloomy. "I hate them. They have never treated me as family. I was just a sacrificial offering. I can't see them as family either." He glanced at the sea and continued, "They live by plundering the lives and wealth of others. They can't even be called human. The blood that flows in my veins is filled with their sins. After escaping here, I must find a way to rid myself of this evil family." Hashikai felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. See, he definitely didn't kill the wrong person. However, Hashikai still had no intention of telling him the truth. On one hand, it would be complicated to explain, and on the other hand, as a demon, this child had also suffered from half-demons and had not lived a normal life since childhood. He would likely be scared. Moreover, from Kobane's words, it was clear that he bore the sins of his family upon himself. Clearly a pitiful victim. He felt that simply being born into this family was sinful. Hashikai reached out and touched Kobane's head. "You did nothing wrong. No matter what your family did, you were just a victim. Don't take their sins upon yourself, okay?" Kobane lowered his head. Hashikai continued, "You shouldn't feel ashamed of your background. No matter how terrible things your family did, the child is innocent, right?" Kobane did not respond, merely gazing at the sea with a somewhat melancholic look. How could there be no fault? The sins they created would continue on to him. Hashikai felt a bit of a headache. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Kobane was just a child, and he would gradually come to understand things. After getting off the boat, Kobane finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally escaped from the grasp of that family and the monster. Standing on the shore, the cool sea breeze blew across the surface of the sea, brushing against their faces in the setting sun. Behind them loomed tall buildings, and as night approached, A huge structure had already lit up. This left Ike, who was leaving the primitive island for the first time, somewhat dazed. Hashikai looked at the little guy beside him. What are you going to do from now on? Ike stared at the unfamiliar city. I don't know. How about this? You can travel with me for now, and we'll go wherever we end up. Ike looked at the tall man beside him, who could also be considered his savior. Thank you. Hashikai smiled. Let's go. The 4-year-old Zenitsu left the bird woman extremely confused. This child, why was he so mature? Once he realized that his sisters were not his biological ones, it was as if some strange switch had been flipped, and he clung to them to play. Although he didn't do anything too excessive, it made Zenitsu's sisters extremely annoyed. Very annoyed. Moreover, why was this child always shouting about wanting to die? Wasn't this world supposed to be safe? On the other side, 3 years had allowed Kanade and Doma to become accustomed to each other's presence. Doma could feel Kanade's beautiful and unique feminine glow from the perspective of an ordinary person. Gentle and pure, Kanade seemed to be a ripple in his calm world. But only Inosuke. He repeatedly disrupted the beautiful atmosphere between the two as they sang and listened to each other. Doma really wanted to ask Kanade, did you give birth to a pig or what? Why is he so drawn to nature? The barely 3-year-old Inosuke began to abandon his mother and wander far away. As long as he was full, Kanade dared to let go, and he would run into the forest. Doma and Kanade searched everywhere in the forest, calling Inosuke's name. Suddenly, they noticed a figure that looked like Inosuke squatting beside a tree in some bushes not far away, obscured and somewhat unclear. Kanade hurriedly approached. Inosuke, come here, dear. But as the creature stood up, Kanade instinctively took half a step back. What is that thing? Why is it shirtless, but wearing Inosuke's clothes and has a pig's head? Could it be that this monster ate Inosuke? Thinking of this, Kanade's face showed some fear. But suddenly she saw the smiling Doma walking past her, picking up the strange creature. Then he grabbed its head and pulled it off. Kanade is a headpiece? Inosuke, Doma smiled at the little item in his hand. You really like pigs, huh? Inosuke reached out to grab back his headpiece, angrily grunting at Doma. Speak human language. Doma stared at Inosuke with a smile on his face. Give it back. Give it back. Inosuke waved his hands, but his short arms and legs couldn't reach at all. Doma smiled, holding the pig in one hand and his mask in the other, making it impossible for Inosuke to get close. Open her mouth. Mr. Doma, don't tease Inosuke. Doma glanced at, can you change my mind? While carrying him, he walked out of the forest and had no choice but to follow. Once they were back home, Doma locked the door and watched as Inosuke, the silly pig, pawed at the door lock. This silly pig was easy to deal with. The next day, Doma saw little Inosuke directly climbing over the wall and running out. Frightened, shouted anxiously from below, Inosuke, come down. Hurry up. Don't fall. She was almost in tears. Inosuke glanced at, gave a thumbs up, and grinned. Don't worry. I'm strong. After saying that, he put on his mask and jumped down from the wall. At the same time, he looked at Doma at the door, and the nose of his mask moved along with his proud snorts. Doma rushed outside in panic. Don't die. Doma, on the other hand, was relieved. He realized this little brat wasn't an ordinary human child. His physique was very strong, and jumping over a wall was no problem at all. When opened the door and ran out, she saw that Inosuke had actually climbed onto a wild boar, and the two of them were grunting as they ran off into the distance. What on earth did I give birth to? In the evening, the boar returned. As soon as it entered the door, Inosuke, who had just come back, ran in wearing his mask and shouted, Make one for me, too. Doma and, you still know how to come back, smiled helplessly, brought another plate from the kitchen, and placed it on the table in front of Inosuke. Inosuke took off his mask and devoured the sushi, finishing each piece with a smug smile at Doma. Doma. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning sun had just lit up half the sky when Inosuke climbed out of bed. With his HM laughter, he rushed out to ride the boar back into the forest. The wild boar grunted a few times, and Inosuke followed suit, and the two pigs separated. Inosuke ran towards the other end of the forest. There lived a family there too, just an old man and a silly guy whose head looked like an octopus. But that old man was nice. He would give him food. It's just that silly octopus head didn't even realize he was a human. Yesterday, he gave that fool a bit of face and got kicked out. If that idiot dares to kick him out again today, he'll just pin him down. Inosuke grunted as he ran over, and as soon as the old man saw Inosuke, he rushed into the house to get food. Trembling, he walked over, squatted down, and placed the bread in front of Inosuke. Inosuke grabbed it. His mask was made from a real pig, so his mouth could open. Inosuke stuffed the food into his mouth through the mask. After finishing, he contentedly grunted twice at the old man. The old man, showing his few remaining teeth, laughed as he picked up this strange creature. At that moment, the young man who had regarded Inosuke as a fool finally noticed this strange creature and ran over. Grandpa, don't feed them anything you see. Kumii, don't act like that. What if you attract its parents? The old man in Inosuke's eyes, who was Kumii's grandfather, felt a bit guilty after being scolded and obediently put Inosuke down. Kumii grabbed a broom and started to chase Inosuke away. Get out, get out. Inosuke, furious, snorted through his nostrils and grunted a couple of times as he was chased away, just as he left Kumii's grandfather's line of sight. Inosuke suddenly sprang up and kicked Kumii in the face, sending him tumbling. Inosuke stepped on Kumii. You keep saying get out, get out. Are you annoying or what? You octopus-headed bastard. Kumii? What the heck? The pig-headed monster can talk. Help! Inosuke grunted a couple of times, removing his foot from Kumii's body. Quick, bring me the rice cakes. This is my territory now. Thus the scene unfolded. Kumii looked at his grandfather, who was feeding the pig-headed monster and telling it stories, with a mix of grievance and fear. Why can the pig-headed monster talk and hit people? Meanwhile, Doma, who was fed by every day, thought about his boss's cooking skills. Then this scene happened. Muzan stared at Doma in disbelief. If you want to cook for Mitsuri Kanroji, then go ahead. Why come to me for cooking experience? Learn it yourself. Doma sobbed, hugging Muzan's arm. Muzan-sama, please. Muzan. He poked a finger into Tamayo's head, then pulled his hand back with a look of disgust. Get lost, get lost. Thank you, boss. Tamayo ran away with a smile. Muzan, you seem to be seriously ill. Just wait, I'll bring you something interesting in a few days. Tenjin ran home and showed a wave to Kanawo. In the kitchen, using the hanging tools given by the boss, he cooked food that far exceeded Kanawo's level thanks to Muzan's hundreds of years of culinary skills. The food made by Mr. Tenjin in front of Kanawo looked very tempting just by the smell. Try it, Tenjin said with a smile. Kanawo nodded and cautiously took a bite. Her expression showed surprise. It was really delicious. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Tenjin. So Mr. Tenjin can cook too? And it's so delicious. When Inosuke returned home, he found the two foolish humans actually ignoring him and eating. He immediately charged over with a boar-like momentum. Give me a share too. Tenjin glanced at Inosuke and smiled at him. He picked him up and, amidst the confused gazes of Inosuke and Kanawo, carried him outside. Thud! Inosuke was thrown to the ground and the door was shut. Kanawo and Inosuke. Mr. Tenjin, please don't do this. Inosuke yelled from outside. How dare you lock me out? Open the door for me. Tenjin went to Ryoya Pharmaceuticals. Muzan smiled as he ran to Takito's house. He looked at Inosuke, who had finally stopped running outside, holding a pig and humming while sitting in the yard with Kotoha. Kotoha looked at Muzan, who had entered on his own, with confusion. Who are you? I'm a friend of Takito. Muzan casually said with a smile on his face. Is Tamayo off to work? Kotoha nodded, not suspecting much. Being able to mention Tamayo's name so readily didn't seem like a lie. If you're looking for Tamayo, you can come back in the evening. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for him here. Muzan nodded and sat down to one side. Then I'll wait for him to come back. Shinobu nodded and put Inosuke down. Be good, don't run around. After saying that, she went inside to pour tea. Inosuke stood on the ground, looking at Muzan. Muzan also looked at Inosuke. At that moment, Inosuke wasn't wearing his boar mask, and his small face was quite charming. Plus, being young, he looked like a delicate little girl. What a pity he's a boy, and he has the voice of a tractor. Inosuke examined Muzan and suddenly said, What are you staring at me for, you guy? Muzan. Didn't you look at me first? You rascal. Inosuke jumped up, wanted to charge at him, but Muzan held him down with one hand. Watching Inosuke grind his teeth and bounce around, Muzan wanted to laugh. At that moment, Kotoha came out with tea and placed it on the stone table in front of Muzan. She then looked at Inosuke and picked him up. All right, Inosuke, you need to be polite. Inosuke snorted disdainfully a couple of times. Muzan, he spoke casually, looking at Kotoha. When I came in just now, I heard you singing, and your voice is really beautiful. Have you considered becoming a singer? Kotoha looked at Muzan in confusion. By this time, television had already become widespread, and newspapers would report on popular singers and actors. But those who didn't pay attention to such things were completely unaware. Kotoha had first experienced domestic violence, and for these past few years living with Tamayo, she didn't have much access to television or newspapers. She was completely unaware of who the singers were. In fact, Kotoha's singing was quite unique and beautiful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught the attention of someone like Tamayo, who was devoid of emotions. With Neikime and Kotoha, they could bring over the sound Hashira, and with the beautiful Daki, they could have her dance or something. This combination would be great. When Kotoha gets busy, and Tamayo wants to see her, She could just watch her on TV. Perhaps Kotoha felt that living in Tamayo's house without doing anything was not good. And combined with her limited knowledge about these matters, Muzan's deliberate coaxing made her heart waver. Just as it was said in the original work by Tamayo, she was a beautiful fool with not much sense. It was easy for her to be deceived by Muzan, an old guy who had lived for 1,000 years. Kotoha fell for it. However, it was clear that Kotoha's main focus now was still taking care of Inosuke, and Muzan indicated that he could wait. With his purpose accomplished, Muzan did not linger, and without waiting for Tamayo to return, he stood up to take his leave. "Mr. Tsukihiko, aren't you going to wait for Mr. Tamayo?" Kotoha asked curiously. Muzan smiled. "No need. I have other matters to attend to." After saying that, he stood up and left. 1903. Muzan took out his notebook, which contained names and other details. The names Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Kaneo, Shinobu, Ju, Tenjin, Mitsuri, and Nezuko were all marked with a check. However, the names of Kamado Tanjiro, Inosuke, and the Big Moth had not yet been checked off. Now, he marked a check next to Kamado Tanjiro's name. He found him, unlike in the original work. Although Kamado Tanjiro's mother had passed away, his father had opened a pet hospital. Initially, some kind-hearted people would drop stray cats and sick cats at the pet store's entrance. But as Kamado Tanjiro grew up, his robust physique, over 2 meters tall, made those compassionate souls hesitate to approach, and it even affected the business to some extent. Having a tall and strong figure standing inside the shop was quite intimidating. "Tanjiro, why don't you head home first?" his father said, watching Tanjiro with a smile as he played with the kittens. The over 2-meter-tall Kamado Tanjiro looked sadly at his father. "Am I really that troublesome?" His father looked at his expression, feeling both helpless and sorrowful. "Son, why did you have to grow up so strong?" Kamado Tanjiro glanced again at the kitten desperately clawing at his arm, trying to escape his embrace. He felt even sadder. Kamado Tanjiro reluctantly put down the kitten and left the pet store, as if a shadow had been cast over him. However, passers-by politely made way for Kamado Tanjiro, creating a spacious path. This only made him feel sadder. When he got home, his 6-year-old younger brother, Kaname, saw Tanjiro return, gave him a glance, and then turned his attention back to his textbook. Without a doubt, this kid was scared away again. Instead of wasting time caring about him, it was better to focus on improving himself. Seeing Kaname ignore him, Kamado Tanjiro felt even sadder. Why is everyone like this? He picked up a flute and sat in front of the door, playing and playing. Thanks to modern technology and medical advancements, his eyesight was not affected by the fever he had as a child. After playing for an unknown amount of time, a girl from the neighboring house could no longer bear it. She cautiously moved closer, maintaining a safe distance. Big brother, you've been playing for the whole afternoon." Kamado Tanjiro looked at her in confusion, causing the girl to step back in fright. You continue. Upon hearing this, he stopped playing the flute. "I'm sorry." It's okay, the girl said as she ran back home. How scary. Not far away, an old man sweeping in front of his house watched this scene and sighed helplessly. He put down his broom and walked over to the tall, robust, yet sorrowful Kamado Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, don't be sad." The old man patted his shoulder and looked at Tanjiro's sorrowful and helpless expression. Speaking earnestly, "You'll definitely meet someone who understands you. Being strong is a blessing from the gods. You don't need to be sad about it." Kamado Tanjiro nodded. The next day, due to his father's obligations, Kamado Tanjiro was taken to the store by his brother Kaname. Kaname glanced at his useless older brother. "You just stay inside and don't scare away the customers." Kamado Tanjiro nodded and walked listlessly into the inner room of the pet store. He wanted to hold a cat inside, but because he was too strong when holding them, the cats didn't like him. Inside, through the window, Kamado Tanjiro noticed someone outside handing out flyers. The person saw his window was open and, perhaps in a hurry to finish distributing the flyers, ran over with a smile. "Hey, big brother, are you looking for a job?" Kamado Tanjiro felt a bit touched. It was the first time someone had approached him. He blankly accepted the flyer that the person handed him, or rather, shoved into his hands. The flyer prominently displayed, "Kindergarten teacher recruitment. No experience necessary. High salary and good benefits. You just need to have a caring heart for children. Sunshine Kindergarten." At the same time, the person who handed him the flyer said, "Bro, are you just sitting at home feeling abandoned? Do you want to try being a teacher at a kindergarten?" Kamado Tanjiro looked at the flyer and then at himself. "Are you sure? Bro, are you feeling tempted?" The person continued talking to himself. "Don't hesitate. Let us go. I'll take you to apply." The person casually wanted to take him to the interview from outside the window. In the end, Kamado Tanjiro left the pet store in a daze. taken to the kindergarten by this person. The kindergarten principal was a girl with white hair who glanced at him and then, without asking anything, pointed at him and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to get familiar with the job." Kamadu Tanjiro. Are you guys serious? The person who brought him there tiptoed, trying to pat his shoulder like a senior. But he couldn't reach. Feeling a bit awkward, he pretended nothing happened. Don't worry, the principal has a good eye for people. Thus, Kamadu Tanjiro, looking completely bewildered, became the homeroom teacher and music teacher for a class in the kindergarten. You can still play the flute, so let us put you to good use, the principal said, patting his arm. So, Kamadu Tanjiro began his journey of dealing with a group of little kids. Perhaps because they were fearless. These little ones didn't care about his height at all. They still surrounded him. Kamadu Tanjiro experienced the feeling of getting along with people and the pain of being tormented by a bunch of little rascals. You all behave, please. In the office, Kizuki Chiyu was sucking on a lollipop and glanced at Zero. You really did it. You opened a kindergarten. Zero smiled. I don't know what the boss was thinking, but it's good to help him out. Chiyu looked through the window at the big guy, Kamadu Tanjiro, who was being tormented by a bunch of kids, yet didn't lose his temper. The boss is a truly unique guy. He found such a peculiar talent. On the other side, the Demon Slayer Corps was not some outdated organization. While managing their business, the head of the Yuzui family also realized that nowadays, relying solely on their efforts to eliminate demons would be difficult. The government's opposition to private weapon possession had also affected them. They must find a way to cooperate with the government. The child Paelang is very insightful. After losing a healthy leg, he quickly regained his will. He not only found a way to heal his leg, but also began to develop new weapons to exterminate demons. What an excellent child. Now, Paelang has collaborated with Lu Sure Pharmaceutical to research bullets that can target and even kill evil demons. This further reminded him that he must communicate with the government again. The rapid development of technology today has made cameras increasingly common, making it almost impossible to hide from the government's watch while wielding weapons to slay demons. Only by convincing the government that demons exist and cooperating with them can they effectively eradicate evil demons. The frail Ubuyashiki, relying on his wealth and connections, met with the mayor. The mayor respectfully invited Ubuyashiki inside and personally served him tea. This surprised the head of the Ubuyashiki family. After taking a sip of tea, he was somewhat astonished. Is this wisteria tea? What a coincidence. He placed the teacup back on the table, his expression serious. I apologize for the sudden visit. I would like to discuss cooperation with you, and hope you can report it for me. The mayor smiled, looking at him, waiting for him to continue. His expression was quite comforting. Do you believe in the existence of demons? When Ubuyashiki said this, he felt a bit anxious. Although a vague premonition told him that this time could be successful, he was unsure how much effort it would take. I believe, the mayor nodded. Ubuyashiki was somewhat astonished. You believe? You actually believe? I have prepared so many arguments to persuade you. But you believe? Yet the mayor looked at him with a gentle smile, even making him feel somewhat relieved. I have always known that your Demon Slayer Corps has made a lot of efforts to exterminate evil demons. I also know that man-eating demons hide in cities, towns, and forests. You have sacrificed a lot to protect the innocent. Unfortunately, those above have always doubted it. So I can only support you in secret. Upon hearing this, Ubuyashiki realized that in this city, they had never been discovered while slaying demons with their Nichiren swords. It turned out that the person in front of him was helping them. The mayor smiled. I have actually been waiting for you for a long time. I will report the situation again. Thank you. Ubuyashiki felt a sense of respect. It seemed that the mayor had reported it many times already. The mayor still wore that smile. It's all right. You are the ones fighting on the front lines. Please make sure to protect your life. Ubuyashiki nodded. Then I shall take my leave. The mayor stood up and watched as Ubuyashiki disappeared from sight. After leaving the city hall, Ubuyashiki felt delighted about the smooth progress of this visit. Although the mayor seemed to have reported many times without success, with the mayor's help, everything would go more smoothly. Meanwhile, in the city hall, the mayor closed the door and saw the suddenly appearing Muzan Kabutsuji and Shinjiro Asanuma. Everything you instructed has been said. Good job. In a few days, inform him that Shinjiro Asanuma will come. Upon hearing Muzan's words, the mayor nodded and said nervously, boss, the blood. Why the rush? Muzan glared at him and poked a finger into his head. He couldn't be bothered with him rolling on the ground, and turned to Shallow Marsh Seiji. The census tools are up to you. When it comes to insidiousness, it all depends on you, boss. Of course. A mere Demon Slayer Corps is too weak. The intel was all delivered by me. Shallow Marsh Seiji looked at Muzan helplessly. You still climbed up when I gave you a pole. Huh? Now that satellites are flying high and cameras are everywhere, the demons under Muzan have almost taken control of the officials. Finding a demon slayer core is a piece of cake. Once he found one, Muzan had Shallow Marsh Seiji appoint one of his demons as the mayor. Hey, garbage demon slayer core, you don't know, right? I know exactly what you're doing. Meanwhile, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, due to the collaboration between Lushur Pharmaceutical and the Demon Slayer Corps, in order to show sincerity and expedite the research on wisteria flower bullets, Shai generously handed Luziu to the Demon Slayer Corps. Luziu, why are you throwing me over? I was just about to slack off after hundreds of years. You just tossed me over to research bullets against demons. I'll just use those bullets on you. Take that. However, despite his complaints, Luziu obediently worked under the boss's orders. He stayed with Peiran at the Demon Slayer Corps, tinkering with how to target half-demons. The two were discussing how to create wisteria flower gas that would be effective against half-demons but harmless to humans, and how to speed up the effectiveness of the wisteria flower poison. Suddenly, they heard footsteps outside the door and saw the head of the Canoe family, the Lord, enter with a smile. You've worked hard. Peiran looked excited, as if he had seen an idol, while Luziu remained calm and even wanted to laugh. You're amazing, boss. During his time at the Demon Slayer Corps, Luziu not only helped Peiran make bullets, but also treated many members of the Corps, earning him a good reputation. Unlike Muzan and Tamayo, who went to the Demon Slayer Corps thinking about eating, he would never expose himself. After dealing with the head of the Canoe family, Luziu learned that the Demon Slayer Corps actually wanted to cooperate with the government. Well, let the boss do as he pleases. A week later, Canoe received news that the mayor successfully persuaded someone above him. He personally came to confirm that as long as they could prove that demons really existed, they could grant the Demon Slayer Corps a certain degree of freedom to carry weapons, and even consider cooperation depending on the situation. Canoe hurriedly followed the news and went to the city government again. Upon arrival, he saw the mayor waiting eagerly to take him inside, seriously advising, "You must provide evidence and persuade him to cooperate. You can exaggerate the situation if needed, as long as you can convince him." The head of the Canoe family nodded seriously. Upon entering, he saw Shallow Marsh Seiji, someone he had seen many times on TV news. After all these years, Shallow Marsh Seiji had changed names numerous times and also changed his face. Canoe put in a lot of effort to persuade him, and eventually, in the afternoon, the two got into a car with a Hashira heading toward Wisteria Mountain. It's better to let him see it with his own eyes. After Shallow Marsh Seiji was almost bitten by a demon and was dramatically saved by the Hashira, he was so frightened that he hurriedly called for cooperation. Ultimately, in a friendly atmosphere, it was almost Shallow Marsh Seiji who actively requested deeper cooperation. However, of course, the Demon Slayer Corps would only be allowed to equip weapons specifically against demons, with firearms and ammunition, and the government would support the manufacturing of more weapons. But the bullets would all be wisteria flower bullets, with limitations on those that might threaten civilians. At the same time, the government would strongly support demon-slaying operations. Thus, the cooperation was established. However, Canoe found it hard to let go of what Kagaya had said about kind demons and what Peiran had mentioned about the Demon King. In fact, many demon hunters had encountered those extremely powerful demons, but ultimately spared them. He once speculated that there might indeed be demons that had escaped Muzan's control. But could the Demon King that Peiran spoke of really be that benevolent? What would that mean for the Demon Slayer Corps? What about the evil demons that never disappeared? Could it be that the Demon King Peiran mentioned might not actually be Muzan? As for Muzan turning over a new leaf? Ridiculous. Even if 9 suns appeared in the sky, that scoundrel would never change. He is the source of all evil. According to Mr. Shallow Marsh Seiji, in a few years, a population census would be conducted, and at that time, the demons hidden in the mountains would be discovered. However, due to the threat of demons, conducting a population census required the development of more powerful weapons specifically against evil demons to ensure the safety of the census team. When that time comes, it would be the moment to completely eradicate the evil demons, right? In 1904, Yamakawa Kuda finally returned from abroad. As a top foodie, one country was no longer enough. So he left and traveled the world in search of food. After decades, he felt that he had reached the level of Hashira. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge that level. Upon returning to Tsujikuni, he was fortunate enough to encounter an ignorant guy right after his arrival. Seeing the guy had quite a bit of money, he thought of extorting him. In front of many onlookers, he deliberately bumped into him, then fell to the ground and shouted, "My arm is broken." Yamakawa Kuda calmly watched as the guy seemed unconcerned and continued to shout, "Pay me. You broke my arm. If you don't pay, you can't leave." Meanwhile, the people around were pointing at the fallen guy. This guy is trying to scam someone again. Let's go. Don't get caught up in it. I've heard he abuses his wife and kids. What a scum. In a noisy crowd, hardly anyone believed that he was genuinely hurt. It was clear how terrible this guy's usual behavior was. He looked at Yamakawa Kuda with no reaction, even with contempt in his eyes, and quickly got back up. Brothers, go after him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly men rushed out from the crowd, surrounding Yamakawa Kuda aggressively. Seeing this, some people hurriedly left, some ran to call the police, and some tried to dissuade them. However, they were met with a fierce glare. Keep yapping, and I'll hit you too. Yamakawa Kuda looked at the aggressive group and suddenly smiled. Acting as if he was scared, he walked towards the earlier guy. I'll pay. It's my fault, and I apologize to your friends for the trouble. Saying this, Yamakawa Kuda took out some money and handed it to him under the guy's smug and disdainful gaze, adding, since you made me run around, I'll treat your brothers to a meal. The people around looked at his demeanor and admired how he could bend and stretch so easily. This guy just takes out money like that. This group of people also didn't expect that they would actively invite them to dinner. Sure, very accommodating. Yamagawa Kuda kicked him, watching the guy get scared to tears, and kicked him again, while gnawing on an arm in his mouth. Another survivor in the corner curled up and shouted for mercy. Please, let me go. I'll pay you back all the money. But this place was also a good spot for them to drag people in and beat them up, and it was impossible for anyone to come to the rescue. Yamagawa Kuda revealed his blood-stained, crimson teeth and smiled. He stepped closer, bent down, and looked at the guy, trembling in fear. Watching him too scared to move, he placed his palm on his head. With a forceful push, bam. Soon, after a hearty meal, Yamagawa Kuda left the alley, bought a bottle of mineral water, and rinsed the blood from his mouth to avoid scaring others. Just leisurely walking around after eating, he suddenly sensed a certain aura. A half-demon? He eagerly followed the scent. Because half-demons are very similar to demons, and both originate from Muzan. If they get too close, they can be detected by the demons. A 12 Kizuki chasing a half-demon is not difficult at all. The half-demon hiding in the shadows of the alley suddenly sensed something terrifying approaching and hurriedly tried to escape. But in the next moment, a figure flashed before his eyes, and sharp claws pierced through his chest. Yamagawa Kuda tore and devoured. The blood of the boss must not be wasted. But he also noticed footsteps approaching him and quickly grabbed the half-demon's corpse, hiding around the corner. At the same time, he saw that it was a woman coming. Her clothes were a bit worn out, patched all over, and there were scars on her face and hands. The woman just took a look, noticed no one was in the alley, found it a bit strange, but still left. Only then did Yamagawa Kuda continue eating the half-demon. But soon he heard voices coming from the house behind him. Madam Immortal River, your husband has finally been killed. Yamagawa Kuda. What do you mean finally killed? Why are you so happy about it? While eating, Yamagawa Kuda eavesdropped on their conversation. Even though the person informing them used some inappropriate wording, the family didn't seem displeased. Instead, they seemed relieved. The content of the conversation was too confusing. Who wouldn't be interested? After eavesdropping for a while, he finally sorted out the situation. The so-called Madam Immortal River's husband, Yamagawa Kyugo, was actually one of the guys who wanted to hit him earlier, and he had eaten him. That guy gambled, drank, and was abusive. His wife and 7 children had almost died from being beaten by him. The family's current poverty was almost entirely due to him. But due to his intimidation, the family couldn't get rid of him, and they lived with immense difficulty every day. As for the so-called father-son bond, what nonsense is that? As he lingered behind the house, he finally noticed a faint fragrance. It was rare blood. It was coming from the house behind him. Was his luck too good? This scent was probably not just any rare blood. No, he must get his hands on it. For hundreds of years, as a top-notch foodie, he had collected various rare blood. This time, the rare blood seemed to be something he had never encountered before. The next day, early morning, as the sun was just rising, Shimi had already taken her younger brother out to work. After dropping her brother off at another job site, Shimi had to go further for her day's work. She crossed the dilapidated street and suddenly noticed a figure watching her. In a nearly empty street, a strange man was just staring at a little girl, which made Shimi a bit scared. Thinking of the past, when her father had beaten her, Shimi swallowed hard and cautiously walked in the opposite direction of that strange person. But the more she feared, the more happened. That person stepped up to her and called out, "Wait a minute." Shimi paused and turned to look at him. "Do you need something? Are you short on money?" Yamagawa Kuda revealed a friendly smile, but this made Shimi even more uneasy. Could it be that he was trying to trick her into selling her kidney? Or some unhealthy industry? Or maybe something illegal? She took half a step back, feeling more alert. "What do you mean? I want to buy your blood, not too much." It It won't affect your health. Shimi looked at this strange guy with a peculiar expression. What do you want my blood for? Don't worry. I'll take you to a proper place to draw blood. There's no risk, and the compensation will be good. After some conversation, Shimi was strangely persuaded, thinking about being able to exchange a little blood for a lot of money, so her younger siblings and mother could buy new clothes and have enough to eat. She couldn't refuse. Yamagawa Kuda excitedly took her to a personal clinic run by a demon, of course, with a business license. Shimi was a bit worried. Would he really pay? Would she be drained to death? But soon, the blood draw was over, and the guy did pay her as he promised. This relieved Shimi and made her feel excited. This was enough money for the family to live on for half a year. Maybe she could come back in 6 months. The doctor smiled broadly as he watched her leave, even giving her a box of snacks. His attitude even made Shimi feel overly enthusiastic. How could he not be enthusiastic? This is the rarest blood of the rare blood. After Shimi left, the doctor looked at Yamagawa Kuda. Give me half. Why should I? Want to fight? Fight? Who's afraid of who? After Shimi got the money, she hurried home and gave it to her mother. She only told her mother that she helped someone and that the person was very wealthy, so he gave her a large sum of money. Although Tsuzumi Yamagawa was a bit suspicious, she didn't think her son would do anything wrong. Shimi was a gentle and sensible child, and she felt very relieved. She reminded Shimi to be sure to thank that gentleman properly and watch her leave. She also went out to work, and Shimi made a note of that place. In 6 months, their lives would surely get better, right? After beating up the guy who dared to sell rare blood, Yamagawa Kuda contemptuously looked at the doctor whose head was slowly recovering. I'm living here now. Give me a room. The doctor? You're really not polite. Are you kidding? I'll definitely come for blood again. How can I give up my room? Yamagawa Kuda said matter-of-factly. Fine. You do you. If you want to stay, go find a house yourself. Get lost. Muzan wrote a hook on his notebook behind Shinobu. Next, the not-so-hated Jew. With Muzan's suggestion and the agreement of Kanroji, Kaneo and Tsujikuni went down the mountain to buy some daily necessities and clothes for their growing bodies. In the original story, Ju encountered Kanroji, and his residence was not far from Kanroji. In the evening, as the sun set and the moon hung in the late sky, Kaneo and Tsujikuni finally finished their shopping and were ready to head back. Suddenly, a huge noise came from not far away, as if some monster was crashing into a house. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. The two exchanged glances, immediately dropped the big bag of items they had bought, and ran away. There might be a demon over there. They needed to save people. Since the distance was not far, in just a few seconds, they rushed over. As they passed a house that blocked their view, a menacing half-demon came into sight. A monster over 2 meters tall roared and reached out its hand to grab a woman on the ground. Another man, holding an axe, stood in front of the woman, shouting as he swung down at the reaching hand. Crack! The already dull axe struck the monster's claw, only sinking into its flesh before getting stuck. Run! Take the children and run! The man shouted, watching as the monster was about to grab him. Just then, Kaneo rushed up, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to lift a stone the size of a head and smashed it at the monster. Roar! The monster howled in pain and turned to grab Kaneo. But Kaneo used agile footwork to dodge, circling around the monster. At the same time, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the monster being held up by his junior, Tsujikuni seized the opportunity. He drew the Nichiren blade that Kaneo had handed to him earlier. Water-breathing, first form water surface slash. The Nichiren blade created an arc slash, shining like water, and the monster's head fell with a thud. Tsujikuni breathed a sigh of relief as he landed on the ground. He didn't expect that Kaneo, in a show-off mood, would actually make good use of the Nichiren blade. Without the Nichiren blade, this family, including the two of them, might not have been able to defeat the evil demon. At this moment, the man also looked at the two children, who appeared to be only in their teens, yet were able to kill such a large monster. Meanwhile, Ju, who had been locked in a cupboard by his sister after the demon appeared, had seen the entire process through a crack in the door. So strong. Ju climbed out of the cupboard, looking at the two with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. The fear and despair from earlier turned into desire at that moment. Kaneo took the opportunity to grab the Nichiren blade and ran towards him, brushing his hair back, putting on a show. I amazing? Are you envious? Tsujikuni. Ju, however, nodded seriously. Amazing, right? Kaneo smiled proudly. Do you want to be as amazing as me? Ju immediately nodded vigorously. I do. Let's go. We're going to see my master. This time, Ju did not comply and looked at his parents and sister. I want to go, is that okay? Ju's parents exchanged glances, looking at the two children who saved their family. Who are you? We are disciples of Kanroji Sakanoto, Tsujikuni replied with a smile. Since they were at the foot of the mountain, They had heard of him, rumored to be a skilled swordsman. That's fine. Ju's father walked over, smiling as he patted Ju's head. Ju's face lit up with joy as he looked happily at Kaneo. All right, let's go. Kaneo waved his hand and took Ju up the mountain. Suji-kuni, aren't you all being too hasty? Does the master agree? In the end, the two still brought Ju before Kanroji. Kaneo, master, I brought you a disciple. Kanroji, where are the things you were supposed to buy? Suji-kuni, I forgot. Muzan silently turned his head and said nothing. Ion was too excited to notice. Ion? Anyway, the water-breathing family has gained a new member. What surprised Kanroji Sakanji was that this child's talent was also very good. Only Tsukiyomi was lacking. That talent was truly hard to describe. Forget it. If he can't learn, it's fine to stay here for a lifetime. At least he won't die on the path of killing demons. 1905, winter. Sakanji was very unhappy. The little one who had accompanied him for several years encountered the Demon Slayer Corps, clamoring to join. Over the years, this child had been very obedient and sensible, accompanying him to many places. As time passed, they had seen many landscapes together. Ikaku Kaname gradually began to understand the things he had said. He slightly put down the guilt in his heart. After all, this guilt was something that shouldn't exist. Ikaku Kaname also taught him to read and was even preparing to send him to school. But then he encountered the Demon Slayer Corps. Sakanji sat at the door, shaking his legs with an unhappy face. Inside, Ikaku Kaname listened carefully to the demon hunters talking about demons. Demons are monsters that eat people and cannot die. They can only be killed with Nichiren blades, and they also fear the sun, so they do not appear during the day. The demon hunter glanced at his expression, confirming that he wouldn't let him suffer because of past events, and continued. The snake demon you encountered before should be a demon. Ikaku Kaname nodded. Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps? I want to learn how to kill demons. I want to personally kill that evil demon. He showed a determined expression. Soon, Sakanji watched as the demon hunter took away the child he had raised for 3 years. My child, you are so heartless. No, I have to write a book to express my painful emotions. On the other side, getting used to the days of taking care of small children, Kanamori Kumii felt a happiness he usually didn't feel in kindergarten. Although these kids could be really annoying at times, they were still very cute. When they saw him being disliked, they would come over to comfort him. These kids are so gentle. He was moved to tears. At dismissal time, because it was winter, it got dark very early. The street lights turned on. The usually chaotic street for picking up children was now neat and orderly. Kanamori Kumii stood at the school gate, and no one dared to cross, except for those children. The parents looked like they had seen the homeroom teacher, like little chicks, watching one child after another being picked up. Only he and a few other teachers remained in the kindergarten, and Kanamori Kumii was about to go back. But suddenly he saw a child who had just been picked up running towards him, crying. Kanamori Kumii hurried over. What's wrong? The child cried while shouting, Save my dad. There's a monster over there. A monster? Kanamori Kumii didn't quite understand. But since the child was crying and asking him to come, he didn't have time to think and ran along with the child to the street. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from a distance, and the street was thrown into chaos. Passers-by fled in panic. Help! Run! There's a monster over there. The child was hiding behind a sign, crying and pointing in the direction of the monster. Teacher, quickly save my dad. There was a monster that was slightly shorter than an average person, with a hideous face and a purplish body. It was currently on top of a man, roaring. The man was holding a broom, desperately trying to keep the monster's mouth shut. Seeing this, Kanamori Kumii looked around anxiously and quickly grabbed an iron bucket from the side, swinging it as he rushed over. Bang! The iron bucket slammed hard against the monster's head, causing it to roll away with a thud. The man, who had been pinned down, quickly got up and ran towards the child who had come with Kanamori Kumii. Dad! The child cried loudly as his father hugged him, then hurriedly released him. The man patted the child's head. You run away. Saying this, he grabbed a nearby stool and turned to run back to help. But with a series of banging sounds, the man stared blankly as Kanamori Kumii crazily smashed the iron bucket against the monster's head. The seemingly terrifying monster was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, desperately flailing its limbs on the ground like a helpless insect. But each shocking blow not only left it with no chance to escape, but also scared the passers-by watching. Kanamori Kumii struck again, finally stopping his movements. With the head all smashed and rotten, it should be dead, right? But he then saw the monster's head actually starting to heal, and it was crawling away in a panic. Such a fast recovery speed. Kanamori Kumii felt a bit scared and hurriedly grabbed the already deformed iron bucket again, chasing after it and hitting the monster on the head. The monster, scared, put all its strength into running away. Help! Bang! The deformed iron bucket hit its head hard again, and the monster's head exploded, its entire body tumbling down from the tremendous force. Kanamori Kumiai dared not relax, raising the iron bucket to keep hitting. The monster was on the verge of collapse. Is this a human? But with no intelligence. It only knew it had to escape now. It didn't even know how to beg for mercy. This made Kanamori Kumiai feel alarmed. After hitting for so long, it still wasn't dead? Such a terrifying monster. A demon hunter who arrived late hid in the crowd, silently watching this scene. What to do? I don't dare to go. But seeing the demon being beaten to almost pieces, with flesh and blood all over the ground, he actually felt pity. For the first time, feeling compassion for a demon. Stop hitting. You can't kill it like this. The demon hunter finally drew his Nickerin blade and walked over. Kanamori Kumiai looked at him while smashing. This almost made the demon hunter step back in disbelief. This kind of monster can only be killed with a Nickerin blade. Kanamori Kumiai was stunned, and the demon hunter quickly took the opportunity to slash down on the demon's neck. Only a little bit of its brain detached from its body, and it died with a smile. So this is what compassion is. Kanamori Kumiai watched as its body began to slowly dissipate, somewhat surprised. The demon hunter saw that he seemed to have no intention of attacking him and explained, "This kind of monster is called a demon. It has an immortal body and fears sunlight and Nickerin blades." Saying this, he tentatively asked, Big brother, would you like to join the Demon Slayer Corps? It's a pity not to kill demons with your physique." Zero Yuko looked displeased at the demon hunter who dared to dig into his territory. Looking for death? Glancing at Kanamori Kumiai, Zero Yuko slammed his resignation letter on the table. "Hurry up and get lost. Don't let me see you again." The demon hunter awkwardly bowed before leaving the office, taking the door with him. On the other side, 7-year-old Zenitsu was already filled with mature thoughts and worries. What if he couldn't find a wife? No way. He had to find a wife. From now on, he would work hard to find one. Although rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrows, Zenitsu was hungry and wouldn't be picky. To date, at just 7 years old, Zenitsu had proposed to sisters aged 3 to 20. But the results were clear. All had failed. However, today he finally succeeded. The girl who accepted his proposal was a 14-year-old from the city. Although she was twice his age, she was very pretty. At that moment, Zenitsu felt he had achieved his life dream. Amazing. He, a 14-year-old kid facing a 7-year-old kid. She sat on the swing in the park, looking at the little boy standing obediently in front of her, and said arrogantly, "If you like me, you have to prove it." The 14-year-old girl, hands on her hips, looked like a proud peacock. "You have to give me a gift that's valuable enough. Otherwise, you don't like me, and I won't marry you." Is that how it works? Although 7-year-old Zenitsu didn't quite understand the logic, he still nodded seriously. "I will work hard to earn money and buy you a gift." This was the third day these two little kids were sweet-talking each other. Muzan was sitting on a nearby bench, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping milk tea. These two little kids are really interesting. Being young is great. Unlike him, an old man over 1,000 years old, thinking back to the past. It seems it didn't have many memories back then either. The little girl walked away with her chin held high, and Zenitsu noticed this strange guy who had been watching him for 3 consecutive days. "Just look if you want." And with such an eager expression. What is the point of munching on sunflower seeds? Watching a show, huh? On the 4th day, the little girl, so young, had already learned a bit of PUA, making Zenitsu spin in circles. Watching his fiancée, leave, Zenitsu gradually started chatting with Muzan. A month later, Muzan's doppelganger comes here every day to watch the love drama between a 7-year-old and a 14-year-old. He also tries to give him some advice. Of course, Zenitsu definitely won't listen to the advice. After a month, although he still doesn't know what this strange guy's name is, they have basically gotten familiar with each other. And today, after working hard as a child laborer for a month, Zenitsu handed over all the money he earned to the little girl. The little girl beamed with joy. He hit the jackpot. This little brat is too easy to trick. 1 month and 1 day later, Zenitsu experienced heartbreak. His fiancée, he ran away. After a month of dating, he didn't even know where she lived. Zenitsu cried his heart out. Muzan symbolically patted his shoulder, and the two figures, one big and one small, sat side by side on the bench. It was filled with a sense of nostalgia. 1 month, 1 day, and 1 hour later, Zenitsu fell in love. Muzan, winky face, it's been 2 months and 1 day, and Zenitsu has broken up again. Muzan really can't stand it anymore. Heartbroken, Zenitsu squats in a corner of the park, shrouded in a layer of shadow. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. Is another girl coming over to comfort him? Yay! Zenitsu quickly gets up to look. This guy. T.H. Muzan. No. Are you really that disappointed to see me? Muzan pretended to sigh deeply, looking at Zenitsu with disappointment, as if Zenitsu had let down his hopes. Zenitsu, what did I do? Why do you look like I've wronged you? You disappoint me too much. Zenitsu. Muzan shook his head. 2 months, and you haven't managed to abduct a single girl, and you've been tricked twice. You really disappoint me. Zenitsu, be more accurate with your words. What do you mean by abduct? We are truly in love. Muzan revealed a smile reminiscent of a high-level hermit, somewhat resembling a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Do you want to know how to successfully win over a girl? Zenitsu looked at Muzan with disdain. What do you mean by win over? I truly love girls with all my heart and soul. I conduct myself properly and sit upright. What do you mean by win over? Hurry up and tell me what to do. Muzan, I have a method for you that can almost guarantee you'll get a girlfriend, but it requires some sacrifices on your part. Muzan laughed. Zenitsu looked at Muzan. A little sacrifice doesn't matter. 2 lewd guys, one big and one small, leaned against each other, huddling together. Muzan lowered his voice. Since you are mentally prepared, come with me. But you need to know that there is no room for regret in this matter. His expression was serious. Are you sure? Zenitsu couldn't help but be affected by the emotion and nodded firmly. I'm sure. Good. Muzan was very satisfied. Come with me. In the clothing store, Zenitsu looked at Muzan with a strange expression as he bought all sorts of girl skirts, hair accessories, shoes, and even cosmetics. What are you trying to do? Even Zenitsu, no matter how foolish he was, could see what this creepy guy was up to. I'm not going to play along anymore. Taking advantage of the moment, while Muzan was still picking out clothes for him, Zenitsu quietly tried to sneak away. Muzan grabbed him and lifted him up. Trying to run? Zenitsu, I'm on a pirate ship now. You agreed to this yourself. I told you there's no going back on this. Muzan's face revealed a grin of hee-hee-hee. I don't need to find a wife anymore. Let me go. Zenitsu flailed his limbs, trying to break free from Muzan's grasp. Now, this is not up to you anymore. Muzan chuckled sinisterly. If it weren't for the fact that Zenitsu wasn't scared, the two of them were just fooling around, the store clerk would have wanted to call the police. In the end, Zenitsu was dragged by Muzan to a makeup room. He was given a beautiful makeup look and dressed in a lovely dress. Muzan nodded in satisfaction. He felt that Zenitsu would definitely look good in women's clothing too. In the original work, it was purely because the Sound Pillar's makeup skills were too poor. Zenitsu stood in front of the mirror, somewhat dazed. What to do so beautiful? Other girls are nothing compared to me. Indeed, the most beautiful one has to be myself. Zenitsu's face turned slightly red. I'm so beautiful. I don't need a wife. Having myself is enough. Muzan looked at Zenitsu and wondered if he would create some strange attribute for him. Zenitsu? Muzan tentatively asked. Zenitsu looked at Muzan and nodded. I understand your intentions. Muzan? What did you understand? Forget it. Just tell Zenitsu what to do. Muzan patted Zenitsu's head and said under his gaze, all you need to do is use this look to compete with the girls for boyfriends. When none of them like anyone anymore, they'll have to like you. Zenitsu? Are you insulting me indirectly? Although Zenitsu was momentarily captivated by himself, he wasn't really about to give up on his life goal of finding a wife. But what kind of twisted idea is this? Muzan looked at Zenitsu with an utterly disbelieving expression and said, why not give it a try? After all, it won't hurt to test it out, and who knows? You might just succeed. This kind of existence has a gambling mentality. Many scams exploit this mindset, where people know it's impossible but still want to give it a shot. As a result, they end up being deceived. Thus, Zenitsu became intrigued. Try it? It's not like I have anything to lose. Watching Zenitsu run out in a little dress, Muzan chuckled and took a photo. I will record all your dark history. Muzan smiled and pulled closer, following along. How could he miss such a scene? In the children's playground, Zenitsu found his first target. Sitting on a swing, a boy was pushing a girl on the swing. Zenitsu knew he had the duty to stop these kids from falling in love too early. He resolutely walked over in a little dress and wig. As he got closer, he revealed a shy and charming expression, lowering his head and taking small steps. Children are the easiest to make friends with. Even if they are strangers, it's easy to handle. Zenitsu gently tugged at the boy's shirt. Brother, could you help me push the swing too? No one is playing with me. Zenitsu lowered his head, slightly pouting, looking aggrieved. The boy instantly blushed. Oh, okay. The girl? We're all just a few years old. Do we really need to use such advanced tactics? Do I have a grudge against you? Muzan was somewhat astonished by this scene. He never expected it. How could this kid Zenitsu be so talented? You're really good at this. Have you seen a lot and gained experience? At such a young age, you've learned quite a bit. Perhaps he really wants to use Muzan's crooked ways to win over a wife. Or maybe he's just getting carried away. Zenitsu's performance was extremely impressive. 2 or 3 pairs a day. Whenever he saw a pair, he would break them up. The shy little lowly persona was firmly under his control. Although others were also playing around at a young age, they couldn't compete with Zenitsu, who had the support and guidance of a 1,000-year-old guy behind him. The two of them were simply unstoppable. With their efforts, in just 1 month, there were almost no cases of early romance around. From little kids to those already in their teens attending middle school, none were spared. However, after a month of busy work, Zenitsu only gained the favor of some boys. As for the girls, they found him utterly displeasing. Are you bored? You've had quite the fun this month. You just want to change out of your women's clothing and chase after us? Go for peaches. On this day, a man who had already been deeply convinced by Zenitsu's tricks ran over with a bunch of wildflowers and some money in hand. Muzan showed a watching the show smile. Your partner is here. Zenitsu, look at you. What have you taught me? You promised to help me find a wife. Why is it a bunch of guys? Muzan didn't care at all about Zenitsu's gloomy expression. Hurry up. Zenitsu gritted his teeth. You scoundrel. You tricked me. Just wait. I will get my revenge. Still being deceived by Muzan, wearing a little dress, Zenitsu walked step by step toward that boy with a sullen face. I've told you. I'm a man. The boy looked at him with deep affection. It's okay. I really love you. A short old man with white hair and a white beard approached Muzan, wearing brown clothes and leaning on a cane. He looked at Zenitsu's figure and asked Muzan, is this your child? Muzan replied, no, I would consider myself his uncle. Muzan glanced at the old man beside him. He is from the Demon Slayer Corps. Why does he look a bit familiar? The old man got straight to the point. This girl, I want to take her as my disciple. Muzan curled his lips. Yes, man. Old man. It's not like it used to be. We wouldn't raise a boy as a girl just because of superstition, right? He dresses like this just to compete with others for men. Old man. How can you say such things with a straight face and even look serious? Who are you? Muzan was munching on sunflower seeds, watching him. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sandaiji Zagenro. Oh, I am Tsukihiko. Muzan nodded, recalling that in the original work, Zenitsu's master. Zenitsu actually had a talent for thunder breathing, so it was normal for him to attract this guy. If you want to take him as your disciple, go ask him yourself. On the other side, Zenitsu was nearly in tears. It was all that guy's fault for leading him down this cursed path. What a sin. Zenitsu pushed away the boy with a lovesick expression. Stay away from me. Don't do this. Zenko, I picked these flowers for you, and also this, he said, pulling out a sum of money. This is a gift from me to you. Zenitsu looked at the money and suddenly noticed that the top bills looked somewhat familiar. Well, he had given that girl money. He had smugly written I love you on it. Why was it back in front of him now? Zenitsu's expression was a bit strange. Where did you get this money? The boy was momentarily speechless. Zenko, that's not important. Where did it come from? The boy stammered, but looking at Zenko's gaze, he finally confessed. This was money he had tricked from 2 girls. Zenitsu. Muzan excitedly took out a watermelon, completely disregarding that it was the middle of winter. He took big bites while listening to their conversation, even casually handing a piece to Sanjuro. What is this? It's a closed loop. The love-hate relationships among these elementary school students are so interesting. Isn't this more entertaining than a palace intrigue drama? Sanjuro, holding the watermelon, felt that his understanding of children had shattered into pieces. Are today's elementary students this terrifying? In the end, the boy was taught a lesson by Zenitsu and went home. Children are like this. They don't really have any views on love. They just find it interesting or admire those in love and want to learn. They can easily be led astray. Idle elementary school students enjoy pretending to be mature and playing some love games. Or perhaps they just have less homework. However, in the end, that money still returned to Zenitsu's hands. After all this commotion, Zenitsu had somewhat understood. At such a young age, there's no need to think so much. Just focus on doing what needs to be done. Those little brats are too foolish. Not worth his time. After dealing with that idiot, Zenitsu finally noticed that there was an old man next to that damn brat. Could he be as useless as him? Zenitsu scrutinized Sanjuro and looked at Muzan. Who is he? I don't know, but he wants to take you as a disciple. Zenitsu, you guys chat, I'm leaving. With that, Muzan got up and left. Zenitsu stared blankly at Muzan's back. Are you really just going to leave me with a stranger? What if he is a human trafficker? Regardless of how it happened, in the end, Zenitsu, the fool, was persuaded again. He took Sanjuro back to the orphanage. Tamayo glared at Sanjuro with hostility. How annoying. How infuriating. Another old man, going to steal her child again. She was furious, but according to Muzan's orders, Tamayo could only suppress her urge to kill and watch helplessly as her beloved child was taken away by that damn old man. She was so mad. There's no way she would let her child encounter such an old man again. She was just not compatible with old men. Sanjuro was confused by Tamayo's unwarranted hostility, but as long as he could take on a disciple, that was good enough. After getting his agreement, he quickly left with Zenitsu. It's worth mentioning that since the Demon Slayer Corps and the government had already established a partnership, Sanjuro had identification. So Zenitsu wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. On the other side, because the Rengoku family had been part of the Demon Slayer Corps for generations, they were practically considered members. After the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku's wife, became increasingly weak, the Demon Slayer Corps helped him with her health. The highly skilled medical practitioner, Yashika Jiguchi, was finally sent to the Rengoku household. He examined Rengoku's wife, saying, "There's nothing serious, just postpartum weakness, lowered immunity, and some health issues. I'll prescribe some medicine, and you'll be fine in a few days. However, there are some things you need to pay attention to. I'll write you a list for future reference. It should take about half a year to recover, and make sure to exercise. Don't just stay cooped up indoors." As he spoke, he pulled out a notebook and pen from somewhere and quickly wrote down 2 lists. Kaijiro Rengoku nodded gratefully, accepting the lists. He was baffled. "I can't understand this. Are you sure you wrote in a language I can read? All right, there's nothing else. I'll take my leave." Yashika Jiguchi was swift and decisive. Without waiting for Kaijiro to speak, he put away his paper and pen, slung his medical bag over his shoulder, and left. All in one go, Kaijiro Rengoku reached out and opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't call out to him. "I really can't understand." The next day, Kaijiro ran to the residence of the Uzui family to inquire about Yashika Jiguchi, only to find out what was written. He even wrote his own copy. Following Yashika's advice, Rengoku's wife, with the passage of time, began to improve day by day. Just as Yashika had said, it was only a matter of postpartum immunity issues. It was somewhat hard to diagnose. With hundreds of years of experience, Yashika could tell immediately what was wrong. The medicine he prescribed was also very effective. Meanwhile, Muzan was also very excited. The wireless network and computers have finally evolved into a form he is familiar with, although it is still quite expensive at the moment. How could the great demon king not afford a phone? The 8 siblings of Uzui watched as their father fiddled with a seemingly high-end phone, and they couldn't help but curiously gather around. Muzan glanced at Uzui Tenjin. He must be really good at rhythm games. Under the curious gaze of the 8 little ones, Muzan handed a rhythm game to Uzui Tenjin. "Give it a try." Uzui Tenjin looked at Muzan before accepting the phone. The other 8 little ones also gathered around. Soon, Uzui Tenjin got the hang of it. He became increasingly skilled, almost clearing each level on the first try. The others were also tempted. "Tenjin, let me play after you finish this level. Don't talk until you're done." Uzui Tenjin was fully focused, clicking along with the rhythm. As the speed picked up, the surrounding audience held their breath, afraid of disturbing him and causing him to hit the wrong notes. At the same time, they were anxious. "Hurry up. I want to play too." Finally, when the last note fell, one brother hurriedly reached out to grab it. "Let me play. Give it back to me. Stop grabbing it. Let me play. I'm the biggest. I'm the smallest. You should let me play." A group of little ones started a fight over the phone. Muzan, eating sunflower seeds. One of them shouted loudly, "Don't fight. Listen to what Yuian's father has to say." Muzan, who was watching the show, was taken aback, wondering how he got involved. Under the gaze of the 8 little ones, Muzan spat out the sunflower seed shell. "You guys continue, it's fine, don't mind me." The 8 little ones. "Do you want me to arrange something for you?" Hearing Muzan's words, the 8 little ones quickly nodded. Muzan slowly nodded, stood up, and picked up his phone. "All right, everyone stop playing. The phone is mine." After saying that, he walked away, put the phone in his pants pocket, and turned on the TV to watch. The 8 little ones. "Not only are we not allowed to play, but you're not even playing with it yourself?" Perhaps Muzan had a change of heart. The next morning, Muzan came back with another phone. He handed it to Tenjin. The others watched eagerly, waiting for Muzan to give them one too. Last time, everyone got one, so surely it would be the same this time. Muzan looked at the 8 little ones with eager faces and the Tianyuan who thought he owned the phone. "What are you looking at? This phone is for the 8 of you to play together. Whoever grabs, it gets to play. 8 people, 1 phone, watching these little kids fight over the phone. Who wouldn't like it? The 8 little ones. Is this what our dear father is like? Love it." Then Muzan had no choice. They could fight amongst themselves. They immediately pounced on Tianyuan. "You played yesterday. It's our turn now. Get away. Let me play." Muzan, eating sunflower seeds. The 8 little ones got carried away, fighting over a phone, and the room turned into chaos. Muzan didn't care at all. After all, they would have to clean it up later. While they were wrestling, suddenly a loud cry was heard. "My finger is stuck." The 8 of them froze at the shout and turned to look at the person who called out. Tengen's finger was stuck in the crack of the cabinet door. The cabinet door wouldn't budge. They were scared and hurried over to find a solution, but with the crowd gathered, they were at a loss and could only look to Muzan for help. Muzan walked over leisurely while munching on sunflower seeds. What's wrong? His hand is stuck. Someone shouted and pointed at Tianyuan. Muzan glanced over, seeing the pleading look in Tengen's eyes, and cracked a sunflower seed. He wore a mocking expression as he looked at him. This is so funny. How can you get stuck like this? Are you stupid? Hey, Yu's father. Help him get his hand out first. I can't stand watching this. At least don't just keep mocking him. Tengen didn't say anything, no matter how much you scolded. Just help me get my hand out. You're stuck, right? While speaking, Muzan continued to look at him with disdain and mockery. Yuzui Tengen. Just help me get my hand out. I don't care. Figure it out yourself. Muzan leisurely munches on sunflower seeds. Yuzui Tengen is simply unbelievable. If you don't help, I'll figure it out myself. All right. Muzan was looked at by a group of little ones with expressions like your scum, right? He chuckled helplessly and said, just kidding. Then he squatted down and with a forceful grip, crushed the part of the wooden door that was pinching his fingers. All right, hurry up and clean up the room. As for snatching phones to play rhythm games, it was ultimately under the suggestion of Akaza that the 8 little ones, each with a bit of injury on their faces, reached an agreement. Each person gets half an hour to play in turns. This doesn't even mention the self-sufficient life of the 8 little ones under Muzan's care. Muzan went to find Tanjiro. Because Tanjiro's family had always lived in the place where Yoriichi once resided, Muzan didn't have to expend much effort to find it. He returned to that forested area as if he were going home, following a familiar path. After passing through the town and crossing a muddy trail in the forest, he arrived at that familiar place. The house that he once had his demons build now housed the Kamado family. As for the descendants of Tsujikuni Yoriichi, it was unknown where they had moved to, just like the descendants of Kibutsuji Muzan, whose surname had even changed. In the past, he was afraid of sunlight, but now he was invincible. Sitting at the door, sewing clothes for the children, Kamado Nezuko noticed Muzan walking out of the forest and looked up at him. Who are you? Muzan looked at the somewhat faded house, which had endured 100 years, and for a moment, he was lost in thought until he was called back by Aoi's voice. Only then did he turn to Aoi and say, my name is Yuin. I heard that my ancestors live nearby, so I came to find it. I didn't expect that there would still be people living here. Acha replied, is that so? She touched her little son, Shigeru, who was peeking out from behind her. She was puzzled by the way the stranger was staring at the house. In the inner room, Nezuko, Hanako, and Takeo also curiously poked their heads out to look at this unfamiliar man, Muzan. Muzan smiled at the children. Your kids are very cute. Kane, hearing her child being praised, smiled even though she knew it was just a courtesy. They're a bit shy. Did you just move here? Kane shook her head. We have lived here for generations. If you're looking for the place where your ancestors once lived, it might be here. I heard my father say that there used to be a family living here, but later they became samurai and left. Is that so? Thank you. Muzan had a smile on his face that instinctively felt very warm and friendly. Your husband. He went to town for work. In the evening, Tanjiro returned with Tanjiro, noticing a stranger chatting and laughing with his wife. After some conversation, they developed a fondness for each other. Muzan even invited him to stay for dinner. As night approached, Muzan gently touched the little Tanjiro's head beside him. I must take my leave now. Tanjiro couldn't help but pull on Muzan's hand and then looked at his father. Father, Grandma said that there might be man-eating demons at night, and it's almost dark now, so let's have Uncle Tsukihiko stay the night at home. Muzan smiled and patted his head again, looking at Tanjiro. No need to trouble yourself, he said, then lowered his head to look at the somewhat worried Tanjiro. Speaking in a tone meant to soothe the child. It's okay. I have a flashlight. If there are any demons, I'll scare them off with the light. There's an empty house nearby. It might be dangerous at night, so you can stay here for the night. Nezuko and Hanako nodded in agreement. Shigeru and Takeo curiously observed Muzan, still a bit timid. In the end, Muzan was allowed to stay. After all, this house was built by the demons Muzan had instructed, and there were plenty of rooms. There were also empty rooms available. Soon, houses began to be built next to the Kamado family. A few months later, Muzan settled here. He became increasingly familiar with the Kamado family. Due to the technological advancements at that time, Tanjiro was responsible for the firework at a factory in town. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Tanjiro helped his mother take care of his younger siblings at home. Sometimes he would go out with his father to buy things. One night, Muzan sat at the door, watching the Kamado family also sitting at their door, hanging a rope with bells nearby. The family watched Tanjiro dress in traditional mountain festival attire and perform the fire Gakagura dance. Because the two houses were very close, Tanjiro ran over to Muzan. Muzan seemed to be unaware of what was happening and touched Tanjiro's head. "What is your father doing?" Due to the end of winter, Tanjiro was a bit shivery from the cold wind. He shrank his body a little, smiled at Muzan, and said, "My father is performing the dance of the fire god. To pray to the fire god. Father said that if you can remember the breathing and master the techniques, you won't feel cold or tired while dancing." As he spoke, he looked a bit dejected. "Father taught us, but I never seemed to grasp the techniques." "Is that so?" Muzan said, patting Tanjiro's head and smiling. "It's okay. As long as you study hard, you will definitely learn." Tanjiro nodded seriously. After that, Muzan occasionally saw Tanjiro teaching the children to learn the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro always noticed Uncle Tsukihiko watching them. Half a year later, Muzan and Tanjiro are sitting together, chatting. Muzan suddenly said, "Your children should be of school age now, right? Have you thought about sending them to school?" Tanjiro sighed upon hearing this. Before he could speak, he heard Muzan continue, "If you can't afford it, you can apply for subsidies from the government." Thus, 3 days later, at Muzan's suggestion, the entire process was extremely swift. Application, approval, issuance of certificates, enrollment. It was seamless. 6-year-old Tanjiro and Nezuko put on their backpacks and stepped into the school in the town for the first time. Since Tanjiro had to leave for work early and Aoi had to take care of Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru, it was Tsukihiko, who was Muzan, that brought the two to school. Muzan patted the heads of the two little ones and said with a smile, "Go on in, don't be late. You need to study hard at school." Tanjiro and Nezuko nodded seriously and ran towards the school. Being their first time in school, they looked around curiously, feeling a bit lost and not knowing where to go. Muzan quickly saw a senior who seemed to be welcoming new students. He led Tanjiro and Nezuko inside until they disappeared from his sight. In the evening, it was also Muzan who came to pick them up. After school, the students ran out in a frenzy. The siblings were looking out at the entrance and noticed Muzan's figure in the crowd. So they waved their hands and walked towards him. Muzan held the hands of two little children and smiled. "How was today?" Tanjiro and Nezuko showed happy smiles on their faces. "We learned a lot today and made 2 friends. Let me take you shopping." On the first day, Muzan took the two little ones to the snack street to buy some food. On the second day, Muzan took them to the amusement park to play for a while after school. On the third day, Muzan brought Tanjiro and Nezuko to a nearby gun club. A gun club that had official authorization under his directive. In this era, he definitely had to teach Tanjiro how to handle a gun. Otherwise, why would he come all this way just to get familiar? Teach Tanjiro to play with guns. Tanjiro looked bewilderedly at the gun in his hand and then glanced at Uncle Tsukihiko. Muzan patted Tanjiro's head. "Give it a try." "Okay, fine." Tanjiro learned how to shoot in a daze, and Nezuko was brought along to learn as well. As night approached and they returned home, Tanjiro recounted this somewhat absurd incident to his parents. The next day, Muzan's reasoning was also quite ridiculous. "Just taking them to have some fun. What's the big deal?" So, the two little ones got used to being taken by Uncle Muzan to the gun club to play with guns after school. As other siblings started school, Muzan generously brought them along to learn how to shoot as well. During this time, Tanjiro's understanding of firearms deepened. He became clear about the characteristics and strengths of various guns. With his strong innate talent, his shooting accuracy improved significantly, even approaching a perfect score. He was even called a genius. After all, Tanjiro, as described in the original work, managed to go from an ordinary person to a combat talent who could participate in the final battle and play a significant role in just a few short years. Isn't it normal to learn how to shoot? In the gun club, a group of people gathered around. Tanjiro held a gun, aiming at a moving target. Bang! The gun fired. Right on target. Tanjiro casually had the staff adjust the distance. On the other side, Nezuko was also holding a handgun, despite her young age. She exuded a sense of vigor and grace. With both hands holding the pistol, her expression was serious. Bang! Another hit. Nezuko smiled, looking at her brother Tanjiro, as if to say, "Aren't I amazing?" With her hands on her hips, Tanjiro smiled back at Nezuko. After that, Muzan began to take them running, exercising, continuously working on their physical fitness. Although Muzan often said, "The body is the most important thing, so you need to exercise more and stay healthy," the problem was that this kind of training was no longer just for health purposes, right? Soon, Muzan also learned the dance of the fire god. After showing off at the club and finishing with the firearms, Tanjiro was dragged away by Muzan. "Come on, I'll teach you the dance of the fire god." Tanjiro, bewildered, asked, "Uncle Muzan, you can do the dance of the fire god too?" "Isn't, it's something you can learn after watching a few times." Muzan had a look of complete nonchalance. Tanjiro, Winky face, you're flaunting it so openly. Don't make that face. Muzan rubbed his head and said, let's go. I'll teach you the details properly. You'll learn it within a month. Tanjiro let out a sigh. Uncle Tsukihiko, you used to be a fitness coach, right? Pay attention to your breathing. Follow the breathing method I taught you. Your movements are wrong. Pay attention to your power technique. Muzan was sipping milk tea while loudly directing Tanjiro. Tanjiro could only watch the milk tea in Muzan's hand, both craving it and needing to focus on performing the dance of the fire god. As time went by, Muzan noticed something interesting. Nezuko's training was incredibly effective, especially in terms of strength. Nezuko's power grew stronger, and she accidentally revealed her abilities at school, transforming from a cute little girl in her classmate's eyes to a big sister figure. Tanjiro didn't know how to react at that moment. All he could say was, awesome. No wonder she's my sister. Nezuko calmly accepted this and even boasted to her classmates about how amazing she was. After their midterm exams, the two kids' grades were just average. However, Muzan happily took them to see a movie, a horror film. The 6 or 7-year-old Tanjiro and Nezuko were stunned. Uncle Tsukihiko, please be a decent person. Why did you bring us two little kids to watch a 3D immersive horror movie? On the screen, the deep, eerie music matched the footsteps of the movie's protagonist, as if it were stepping on the audience's hearts. Nezuko and Tanjiro huddled together, holding hands, too scared to move. Suddenly, roar! A terrifying, grotesque face suddenly appeared on the screen, accompanied by a scream that could stop a heart. Tanjiro and Nezuko instantly hugged each other tightly, nearly crying out in fear. After finally calming down, they noticed that Tsukihiko was completely unfazed, sitting to the side, watching the blood-soaked face while enjoying popcorn with great delight. Soon, the movie entered another tense segment. Nezuko and Tanjiro closed their eyes in fright. Nezuko leaned closer to Tanjiro and said, brother, I can't bear to watch. Muzan listened and looked at the two. Nezuko thought that this guy, Tsukihiko, had finally had a change of heart. But the next moment, he actually pried open Tanjiro's eyes. I can't bear to look. You take a look for me. Tanjiro's eyes were just pried open. Are you even human? How can you do something like this? Are you still human? Have I killed you or something? What great hatred or resentment do we have? On the other side, 2 years of time had made Yamakawa Kuda and Shinazugawa Sanemi familiar with each other. Sanemi took the money handed to him by Kuda, slightly bowed and thanked him, then was about to leave. But Kuda called out to him, Sanemi, do you want to know why I need your blood? Sanemi paused. Looking at Kuda, he was indeed very curious, but since Kuda hadn't said anything, he chose not to ask. Since you need my blood, I'll bleed, and you pay. The doctor beside them, who had been watching Kuda, curled his lips and closed the door. Kuda looked at him seriously and said, you need to be mentally prepared for what I'm about to say. Sanemi nodded, waiting for him to continue. Kuda slowly asked, do you know about demons? Demon? Sanemi repeated in confusion. Kuda understood that he didn't know about demons. There exists a type of demon in the world that becomes stronger by eating humans, and there's a type of blood that is extremely rare. Just a small amount can give demons a tremendous boost, known as rare blood, and your blood is the rarest of the rare. Sanemi swallowed, somewhat unable to believe his guess. You mean my blood is rare blood? You're saying that I'm... Yes, Kuda nodded. Sanemi involuntarily took a step back, looking at the two. So you want to eat me? Kuda seemed to show a hint of a smile. You can rest assured, we won't harm you, nor will we harm any innocent people. He paused for a moment before continuing. The birth of demons is due to the blood of the Demon King. But our boss doesn't allow us to harm others at will, so you can relax. At this moment, Shinazugawa Sanemi also realized. If they wanted to harm him, they could have killed him directly from the start, instead of slowly wearing him down. In fact, to ensure he wouldn't be harmed by too much blood loss. They only did it once every 6 months. Coupled with what he had seen over the past 2 years, Sanemi believed his words. Kuda saw that he had lowered his guard a bit and continued. However, there is another type of demon in this world. They have low intelligence and will kill indiscriminately. And your blood, being the rarest of the rare, is highly attractive to demons. 2 years ago, a demon wanted to attack you, but I dealt with it. For your safety, I want to ask you, would you like to learn some self-defense techniques with me? Kuda was genuinely worried about the rare blood being easily taken by a half-demon. To be honest, he had already dealt with more than one half-demon that wanted to harm Sanemi. Teaching Sanemi something would at least help him protect himself against half-demons. Moreover, Kuda did find the little guy quite likable, but I still have to work. Sanemi's tone was a bit weak. Kuda curled his lips. If you become my disciple, I'll pay you a salary every month. All right, I'll become your disciple right now. Without a second thought, Sanemi knelt down on the spot and directly performed the bowing ceremony. His actions were extremely decisive. Kuda didn't expect this at all. That night, Shizuka learned that his son was being valued by someone and was taken as a disciple. And there was even a salary every month. What kind of luck is this? Has he really been too lucky these past few years? The next day, Yamakawa Kuda began training Shinazugawa Sanemi. It was Sanemi's first time at Kuda's house. This was a house that Kuda had bought. After living for hundreds of years, could he still be poor? The house had a courtyard perfect for training. The courtyard was spacious, and the house had an ancient feel, but it was equipped with all the necessary appliances, even Wi-Fi. Watching Sanemi grit his teeth and persist, whenever he seemed to be about to give up, Kuda would remind him, if you don't work hard because your blood attracts danger, what will happen to your family? Every time he heard this, Sanemi felt as if he had taken hormones, wanting to train with his life. One day, Kuda seemed to understand something. He stopped reminding him and quietly took out a photo and put it on the wall. It was a family photo of Sanemi. Now, seeing his younger siblings and mother every day, Sanemi was full of motivation. Without Kuda needing to remind him, he automatically carried out every step of training. However, Kuda sometimes still had to remind him to take care of his body and not to overexert himself. On this day, under the blazing sun, Yamakawa Kuda lay leisurely in the shade of the eaves, fanning himself with an electric fan, drinking the rare blood he had saved, watching Sanemi sweat profusely, panting as he desperately held up a large rock. Suddenly, he smelled a dizzying fragrance, and his mind immediately started to feel hazy. Kuda hurriedly gulped down an entire pack of rare blood and reminded Sanemi, "Hurry and take care of your wound." Sanemi, exhausted, didn't even notice the blood flowing from his scratched wound. Seeing his master's face turning a bit red, with a look in his eyes as if he wanted to eat him, he hurriedly threw down the large rock and ran inside to tend to his wound. Kuda had never easily drunk Sanemi's blood. That stuff was really effective. Moreover, the stronger the demon, the easier it was to get drunk from his blood. He couldn't drink it in front of Sanemi. Otherwise, he was really worried that if he got drunk and lost control, he would directly eat his own disciple. Say goodbye to rare blood. After Sanemi bandaged his wound, he was forcibly sent out by Kuda, who was drooling. Kuda left him with a parting shot. "If you don't want to be eaten by me, hurry up and get lost." Sanemi quickly left. Because the wound wasn't very large, he recovered in about 2 days. Only then did he dare to go find his master again. As soon as he entered, he was lifted up by Kuda. "Let's go. I'm taking you to learn to shoot." Before he could react, Sanemi heard his master shout, "Mikumo." The next moment, Sanemi found himself in a brightly lit wooden building. On a high platform in front, a woman with her face obscured by hair was kneeling, holding a pipa. "Mikumo, give me some guns, and I'll send you some rare blood tomorrow." Sanemi heard his master speaking to the woman, as if negotiating. Is she also a demon? He saw the woman slightly nodding, plucking the pipa, and with the sound, a box appeared out of thin air in front of them. "Come on, let me show you how to use a gun." Knives are no longer enough. You need to know how to use a gun. Shimi was thrown to the ground by his master and didn't dare to say much. After all, he was just an ordinary person, facing a man-eating ghost. Out of curiosity, he subtly looked around. It was so big here. Is this the woman's home? Kanzaki Kotaka opened a box and took out the guns and ammunition inside, drawing a target on the front wall. He handed a gun to Shimi, who was still looking around. "Stop dazing, watch how I do it first, and learn well." Shimi took the handgun and nodded seriously, focusing all his attention on his master. At that moment, another figure suddenly appeared before him. Dressed primarily in black, they looked like one of those wealthy individuals. They must be a serious and unapproachable superior. Shimi instinctively eased his movements, shifted his feet to distance himself from this newly appeared person, and simultaneously averted his gaze to avoid eye contact. However, could this person also be a ghost like his master? Muzan had just arrived and noticed Yamashita Kanta and his newly accepted disciple, Shinazugawa Sanemi. "Oh, practicing your spear?" Sanemi was a bit surprised to see him smiling and casually greeting him. Out of politeness, he slightly bowed and lowered his head towards Muzan. Yamashita Kana nodded. However, he saw his boss walking straight towards his disciple. Not caring that Sanemi instinctively moved away from the approaching stranger and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. "Sanemi, from now on, don't give your blood to your master. I'll give you a large sum of money. Just give it to me directly." Sanemi looked up and turned to Muzan. "Are you also a demon?" "Yes, I'm your master's boss. Why don't you just betray your master and become my disciple directly? I can teach you everything." Muzan is undermining his subordinates right in front of them. Yamakawa Kanta, winky face, he really can't stand it anymore. "Boss, that's enough. I'm still here watching." "What good is watching? Who cares about me?" Yamakawa Kanta. He walks over and grabs Shimi. Don't mind him, let's go practice shooting. Shimi, being pulled away by his master, can't help but ask, Master, is this really okay? According to your words, this should be the so-called Demon King, right? Although he is completely different from what I imagined, at least we should show some respect. It's fine. Muzan glanced at the two and then jumped in front of Nezuko. It is worth mentioning that Nezuko's identity as a string sound has also expired. Therefore, she is currently preparing to create a new identity. Muzan grabbed a small stool from the mirror space. Mingnu, I want to discuss something with you. Next time we create new identities, let's also make one for Daki, teach her some dance or something. I found someone who sings quite well, and we can all do it together then. Daki and Kyogai have already eliminated the pleasure district. After decades of effort, I've finally erased my childhood trauma. In an instant, I feel light and carefree. I've resigned from my official position, and I'm off to enjoy life. Can Muzan just watch them idle? Nezuko nodded. Anyway, you are the boss, and I'll do as you say. Plus, thinking about pulling a demon along seems pretty good. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Let's bring Daki over too. Nezuko nodded, and with the sound of a pipa, Daki and Jotaro appeared in front of Muzan. Jotaro. He immediately hugged his sister and closed his eyes tightly. What do you want to do this time? Muzan curled his lip. What are you reacting for? Well, have I ever let you down? Kyogai didn't say anything, silently closing his eyes and holding on to his sister. Daki, being held by her brother, also didn't speak. Don't use my face to cause trouble. All right, you two. This time I won't let you down. Daki and Kyogai cautiously opened their eyes to look at Muzan. Really? Hurry up and get to the point. The point? Has Muzan Kibutsuji ever done anything serious? Muzan pointed at Kibutsuji Taro. Don't slander me in your heart. Kibutsuji Taro. Do you even need me to slander you? Daki? Komhide. Daki glanced at her brother, then looked at Muzan, and could only walk over. Muzan's fingernail pierced into Daki's brain. Daki. A surge of memories appeared in her mind. It's not blood demon art. It scared me to death. As for the memories that appeared, they were about dancing. You have to know that the demons under Muzan have all sorts of abilities, and he can read memories. Throwing Daki a memory about dancing is a piece of cake, right? You will follow Nakon from now on. Muzan glanced at Daki, then looked at Jotaro. As for you, do whatever you want. Jotaro, winky face, can I really be separated from my sister? My silly sister will definitely be tricked and end up with nothing without me. Brother, are you talking bad about me? Daki seemed to sense something and shouted at Jotaro. No, my silly sister. How could I talk bad about you? All right, I believe you, brother. On the other side, the Takedo family runs a restaurant. Their parents are always very busy, preparing before dawn and working until dark. Kokushibo and Yuichiro coincidentally went to eat. After ordering, they didn't wait long before seeing two little ones acting as waiters, bringing their meals. Kokushibo seemed to sense something from the two children. This is his descendants. Yuichiro looked at his brother. They are your brothers. Before Yuichiro could finish speaking, he saw Kokushibo shake his head. Watching the two children place 2 bowls of rice on the table, Kokushibo said, Do you two want to become my disciples? In response to the question, Michiro looked at Kokushibo with some confusion, as if he was also anticipating something. A 6-year-old child, when asked like this, would naturally first think that he might have been noticed by some extraordinary person, right? Michiro then gave him a disdainful glance. Chinibu? However, out of respect for the guest, Michiro, while pulling the eager Michiro back, replied, No, it's fine. After saying that, he dragged Michiro towards the kitchen. What a strange guy. Who knows if he's some kind of human trafficker? Moreover, these two gave off a very odd feeling, something that was hard to put into words. Michiro was being dragged in by Yuichiro and couldn't help but shout, Brother, why are you rejecting this so firmly? What if they are powerful samurai and recognize our talents? Yuichiro looked at his silly younger brother with disdain and said, What era are we in? Samurai, hurry up and finish your homework. Michiro had an angry expression on his face, pouting. Tsh, stop messing around and get to work. Oh, Kokushibo looked at the two brothers, and Yuichiro looked at Kokushibo. Brother, do you want to take them as your disciples? Kokushibo nodded. I want to see how my descendants are doing now. He looked at the two brothers. Their combat talent shouldn't be weak. They shouldn't be so ordinary. Yuichiro had an extremely rare differing opinion from his brother. Kokushibo had ambitions, constantly pursuing stronger power, while Yuichiro sought a peaceful and beautiful daily life. The next day, early in the morning, on their way to school, the two brothers saw the two strange men watching them nearby again. Michiro felt a bit scared. Could they be human traffickers? He grabbed Michiro's hand and whispered, Let's keep our distance from them. The brothers took a longer route to avoid the two strange men. On the third day, they saw the two strange men again. This time, the two were at a nearby milk tea shop, watching the two through the glass. Michiro cautiously stared at the two strange guys, holding Michiro's hand and walking away quickly. On their way home from school, they saw the two strange guys again. Unable to hold back, they cursed inwardly. What exactly do these two want to do? Are they crazy? But looking at how tall and strong these two strange uncles were, the two little kids didn't dare to run over and question them. Michiro looked at his brother's gloomy expression. Brother, do you think they really want to take us as disciples? Upon hearing this, Yuichiro became even angrier and slapped his silly younger brother on the back. Can you stop daydreaming? Watch fewer comics. Oh. Yuichiro was slapped back to reality by his brother and nodded weakly. He then looked at the two people and asked his brother, So, what do you think those two have been watching us for these past few days? How would I know? Let's hurry up and leave. Yuichiro pulled his brother to quicken their pace. Inosuke couldn't help but turn back to look at the two strange men. It seemed like they were smiling at him. They didn't look like bad people. Brother, I think I saw them smiling at me. You're mistaken. Let us hurry and go. Oh. On the fourth day, they saw those two strange guys again, this time in front of a house at their doorstep. In front of the house was a stone table carved with a chessboard, with chess pieces set up, and the two strange men were playing chess while glancing at them. It was absurd for Yoshihiro. Had they really moved their home here just to keep an eye on them? If it weren't for the fact that the two guys didn't seem to have any malicious intent, Yoshihiro would have wanted to report them to the police. Those two strange men at their doorstep were so scary. Brother, why don't we just ask them what they want when we come back from school? Michiro suggested. Yuichiro immediately vetoed. No way. That's too dangerous. Anyway, it's right at our doorstep, and they don't seem like bad people. Yuichiro turned back to glance at the two guys. He felt that Michiro had a point. All right, but if we encounter any danger, we run. Michiro nodded. Sure enough, when he returned from school, he saw the two strange guys playing chess at the door again. Noticing them, he glanced a few times. While pulling his younger brother behind him, he walked over to watch them. What are you two staring at us for every day? Kokoshibo placed his chess piece down and looked up at the two descendants. You have good talent. I want to take you as my disciples. Michiro, uncle, be realistic. Taking disciples? What era is this? Michiro was pulled back by Yuichiro, watching them with an expectant smile, saying, Are you samurai? Before Yuichiro and Kokoshibo could respond, Yuichiro suddenly tapped his brother's head. Michiro, be more realistic. Michiro rolled his eyes in frustration. You're such a boring brother. Yuya smiled and looked at Michiro. We are samurai. But your brother is right. Samurai are no longer needed in this era. After all, firearms have far surpassed swords and blades. Kokoshibo glanced at Yuya. Anyone can say that, but you can't. Michiro looked disdainfully at the two silly old men. So, you're just two guys with severe chinibyu. Uncle, you're already so old. It's time to face reality. Stop thinking about samurai and just find a job. He paused and looked at them. You both Haven T found girlfriends, have you? You should focus on finding a job and starting a family. Stop daydreaming. If it were someone else, they would call the police. Seriously. The young Michiro, just starting school, took on a grown-up stance, scolding the two old men who were hundreds of years old. Yuya had a slightly helpless smile on his face. Kokoshibo didn't know what to say for a moment. Uncles, don't just see someone and think about taking them as disciples. You'll end up in a mental hospital. Michiro half joked and half admonished, dragging his still hopeful little brother away. Kokoshibo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Yuya smiled as he looked at his brother, scolded by the younger generation. Not far away, a lewd figure with a camera had already recorded this scene. Yuya looked speechlessly at the boss, who was acting like a paparazzo. Lord Muzan, have you finished filming? Muzan put away the camera, his face showing a malicious expression full of mockery. Kibutsuji, you're still Upper Moon 1, and you, what a waste of the ceiling title I gave you. Getting taught a lesson by two little brats. Kibutsuji looked at Muzan expressionlessly. Yoriichi was also speechless. Can you stop mentioning the ceiling title? What the hell? I think that the two brothers, Tsutomu, are right. You two should seriously find a job. Upon hearing this, the Tsukiguni brothers just stared at Muzan. What crooked idea do you have now? Muzan heard the same thought from the two people. How unworthy must I be in your hearts? Yoriichi and Kokoshibo remained silent. The next day, the morning sun shone through the glass into the supermarket. People were passing by on the street, heading to work or school. The fact that he didn't see the two middle-aged men playing chess at the front door made Tanjiro Kamadu breathe a sigh of relief. Finally free from those two guys. However, as he passed the supermarket, he saw those two familiar figures sitting at the checkout, looking at the two of them. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. Then he realized, Did his words from yesterday have an effect? Did they really find work? Yoriichi noticed them and waved at them. When Mu Yilang saw this, he smiled and waved at Yuan Yi. Yu Yilang had a little adult demeanor, looking quite pleased as he nodded at him. This uncle is really difficult to manage. Oh, little friends. The two were taken aback, and only then did they notice that in addition to the two strange uncles in the supermarket, there was also a shorter uncle who, noticing them, smiled and waved. Hurry and go to school, don't be late. Yu Yilang nodded to Mu Yilang. Then they ran off. This uncle looked much more mature. He should be the store manager based on his attire. It must be tough for him, with two employees who are both middle school delinquents. Muzan smiled at Kokoshibo. Your descendants are quite cute, much better than you. Then he turned to Yoriichi. And you, this expressionless face, you don't smile at anyone but me, right? Muzan started rambling again. Yoriichi silently turned his head away, and Kokoshibo also turned his head. He was so cute when he was young, but the more he grew up, the more rebellious he became. As an old father, my heart truly aches. How much have I sacrificed for you two brothers? Kokoshibo and Yoriichi. Spouting nonsense, huh? On the other side, the pig was already 7 years old and had been thrown into school by Doma. Muzan, with his clones all over the place, found his way to Kanawo. Can I give you two some private space? Sitting on the sofa, watching Kanawo sing with headphones on, Doma was in a good mood. Then he heard an annoying knock on the door. Kanawo quickly took off her headphones. Mr. Doma, I'll go answer the door. Saying that, she stood up and ran to open the door. The smile on Doma's face seemed to show some displeasure. Muzan didn't hide his arrival at all. Doma already knew that Muzan had come over again. I was listening to Kiname sing, and we were having a great time. So why did you come over and make a fuss? Muzan walked into the room with a smile similar to that of Doma, following Kinoko. However, for some reason, Doma could always see a word cheap on his long face. Muzan ignored Doma and said to Kinoko as they walked, have you thought about what I told you back then? Do you want to come? Kinoko couldn't help but look at Doma. She had mentioned this to him before. Doma initially didn't realize anything and thought someone else, like him, had good taste and appreciated Kinoko. Now he understood. He didn't expect it to be that guy Muzan. You were at Tsukihiko, right? Muzan looked at Kanoya with a suspicious gaze, took out his phone, and with a righteous expression said, could Doma still control your personal freedom? Let me help you call the police. No. Mr. Tsukihiko, please calm down. Kanoya hurriedly stopped him. Muzan held his phone, looking determined to uphold justice. Are you being threatened by this guy? Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything for you. When the time comes, the police will just shoot him. Mr. Tsukihane, please don't do this. Don't overthink it. Kinya was flustered and looked at Doma for help. You need to talk some sense into him. Is your boss insane? Doma smiled at Muzan. Boss, can you please stop playing around? Muzan didn't even look at Tamayo, just at Kodoha, returning to normal. Your child has started school. Why not give it a try? Don't worry about what others think. But Kodoha still looked at Tamayo, as if saying, you go ahead, I'm listening. Tamayo waved his hand. If you want to go, then go. After saying that, he smiled at Muzan. Just wait. That day, Kodoha finally stepped onto the path of a singer and met her mentor, Kankatsun, Ningnu. Perhaps it was true talent. Her voice was captivating. Soon, Kodoha gained fame and teamed up with Kankatsun, who played the pipa, as well as with Koyuki Daki, who could dance, sing, and play instruments. In no time, they became widely known. After all, it was a boss who personally opened the way for them, a century-old pipa master, and a heavenly gifted singer with an excellent voice. All three of them were exceptionally good-looking, directly mastering the flow of popularity and hard power. It was impossible not to be successful. In Tamayo's house, in the bright living room, Muzan lounged on the sofa, smiling as he watched Tamayo, who had fallen to the point of only being able to listen to the songs of Konoha on his phone. He showed no concern for Tamayo's resentment towards him. Charge! Charge! In came Inosuke, shouting like a tractor as he burst through the door. Tamayo looked up with a smile at the now 7-year-old boar. But his voice didn't sound very friendly. Stop shouting, or I'll roast you. Oomph. Inosuke grunted a couple of times. The teacher told me to tell you that you have to go to school tomorrow. Tamayo. Muzan shook his leg and smiled at Kaneo. Are you happy? Kaneo still wore a smile. Such trivial matters didn't cause him any emotional fluctuations. Moreover, he had already gotten used to it. Inosuke, completely unconcerned about what the two were thinking, told Kaneo he was going to school and then dashed out. I am the king of the mountain. Humph. He shouted as he disappeared from their sight. No need to think. Inosuke was skipping class again to play the king of the mountain in the forest. At such a young age, he was already muscular, and the animals in the forest were almost no match for him. Born as a human, you've been wronged. You should be a wild boar. Charging forward, Invincible, right? Kaneo really found this pig annoying. That face inherited from your mother is truly a waste. Meanwhile, at the side of Kanroji Mitsuri, in front of the house, by the roadside, the afternoon sun was somewhat dim, the wind rustling the leaves. And the distant birds seemed to mourn for the farewell. The setting sun always added a touch of sadness to parting, making it feel like a permanent goodbye. It was another year of the Demon Slayer Corps entrance examination. This year, Kanroji Mitsuri was going to participate in the examination. The four who were sending her off looked at her with some concern, but more encouragement. Sukamitsu, Muzan's clone, watched as Mitsuri, holding the Nichiren blade and having packed her bags, was about to set off. He stepped forward, looked at Mitsuri seriously, and patted her shoulder. You must come back alive? Kanroji Mitsuri, Kanato, and Ju also looked at Mitsuri. Mitsuri smiled. Don't worry, I will pass the examination and come back. Watching Mitsuri's figure disappear down the road, the four of them gazed at the increasingly dim sky before returning home. Meanwhile, Muzan's clone had already chased after her. Although Hand Demon was no more, there might still be some absurd plot power to fill in something. It was better to send a clone over to take a look. He didn't want the character who died in the original story to die again. Below Fujisaki Mountain, the moonlight shone down. Wisteria flowers swayed gently, resembling a purple ocean. After the children of the Kamadu family finished their instructions, they entered Fujisaki Mountain to begin this year's Demon Slayer Corps entrance examination. Mitsuri held her Nichiren blade, cautiously paying attention to her surroundings. Crack, crack. The dry leaves on the ground were crushed underfoot, and Mitsuri immediately turned around, assuming an attacking stance. A demon roared and pounced. Food! Food! Seeing a demon for the first time, Mitsuri felt a bit intimidated but forced herself to calm down. She adjusted her breathing. Swinging her blade, she struck. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. A horizontal slash sent splashes of water flying, cutting through the demon's neck. Watching the demon's head fall, Mitsuri breathed a sigh of relief. She had successfully killed her first demon with her own hands. After the first time, she no longer felt much fear or panic when facing demons. Mitsuri continued to slay demons. After all, they were just weak demons brought in for the examination, and they hadn't eaten many people. They were all quite weak. Mitsuri chopped them down like cutting vegetables, one slash for each lesser demon. Wherever she went, she killed. When facing demons, she didn't need to think about compassion. She just needed to slash whenever she saw one. Suddenly, two demons attacked simultaneously. Mitsuri perked up. Long-term fighting had made her a bit fatigued. Moreover, facing two at once was quite a challenge. The demons roared as they charged at her, and Mitsuri gripped her Nichiren blade tightly. Water breathing. Bang! Mitsuri. Before she could attack, one demon stumbled, tripped over a rock, and performed a faceplant right in front of her. Mitsuri seized the opportunity to slash down. The other demon took the chance to attack Mitsuri. However, at that moment, the fallen demon didn't intend to die. It reached out and grabbed the other demon by its foot, dragging it over. Demon. Why are you pulling me over after knocking me down? Get up and fight that human. But due to the lack of reaction, it was used as a meat shield and was precisely slashed at the neck. With a thud, its head fell to the ground, filled with resentment. The fallen demon hurriedly tried to get up, but was pinned down by the still dissolving body of the other demon, unable to rise momentarily. Although Mitsuri couldn't understand their actions, with their faceplants and mutual sabotage, it didn't hinder her from decisively slaying the demons. With another slash, the two weak demons fell, just like that. Muzan crouched in the tree, watching this scene, thinking this generation of half-demons is useless. In fact, there really aren't any powerful demons on Fujisaki Mountain. A group of half-demons can be considered subpar, just looking scary. Shinobu felt like she could easily take them down, almost like fishing in a pond. This gave her a surge of confidence. The image of Tsukiyomi with that arrogant expression and his voice flashed through her mind. Hey, a bunch of little noobs. You trash are useless. Shinobu hurriedly shook that scene out her mind. Tsukiyomi was toxic. If it weren't for Iyong's lack of words, he would have led her astray long ago. And Kanato was almost learning Tsukiyomi's line about little trash too. In Momoyama, the lush green lawn and abundant trees made for a stunning view. Kaneo Tsuyuri was tapping Zenitsu's head with a cane. Steel isn't a blade. It must be hammered repeatedly to improve its purity and forge a strong blade. Zenitsu, with his head down and tears glistening in his eyes from the tapping, thought, You're just hitting me for no reason. Pick up your sword. Kaneo shouted. Finally, after enduring a day of training, Zenitsu returned to his room, and upon seeing the posters of Shinobu, Kaneo, and Kanade hanging on the wall, he felt a surge of energy. The next morning, with dew from a night lingering on the lawn, Zenitsu walked across the grass, wetting his pant legs, the air slightly cool. How terrifying. I don't want to train. Help. I'm going to die. Zenitsu yelled while clinging to a tree trunk, refusing to let go. Kaneo was pulling him down with a rope. Get down and continue training. Zenitsu, you must believe in yourself. Help. I'm going to die. Meanwhile, the very worried Tamamo no Mei had found her way to Momoyama, heading straight to Kaneo. After dodging a few annoying trees, she saw that old man tying Zenitsu up with a rope. He could fall and die. What are you doing? Tamamo shouted as she ran over, pushing Kaneo aside, opening her arms and looking at Zenitsu with compassion. Come on, Zenitsu, come down. Mother will protect you. Seeing Tamamo, Zenitsu immediately climbed down and threw himself into her arms, crying, Training is so scary. I'm going to die. Tamamo glared at Kaneo. Ma'am, training must involve suffering. Zenitsu can't handle it. Tamamo pouted, not caring, then gently stroked Zenitsu's head. Zenitsu, do you want to go back with Mother? Hearing this, Zenitsu's crying stopped. I can still continue. Tamamo was a bit surprised. Zenitsu, why? I don't want to give up. Tamamo sighed helplessly. All right, I want to force you, but I came to bring you something. Zenitsu looked at her in confusion. Then, he watched as she took off her backpack and pulled out a stack of books. With the same loving expression, Tamamo now seemed more like a ruthless demon in Zenitsu's eyes. These are the books I've brought for you. Even during training, you can't slack off on your studies. She looked at Kaneo. You mustn't let my Zenitsu slack off on his studies. Zenitsu looked at Kaneo, hoping he would say something about not having time to study during training. But instead, he heard Kaneo's equally ruthless words. Rest assured, ma'am. Zenitsu thought, is this love? He understood. When he has children, they won't escape either. Sorry for the trouble. Tamamo returned to her polite demeanor, leaving a stack of self-study books for Zenitsu and leaving leisurely. Under Muzan's guidance, she was well aware of the importance of education and knowledge. She wasn't a fool who spoiled children. Learning, no one can escape. Inakami Kaigaku is the adopted child of Kamadu Tanjiro's father. Although this child is not good with words and often hurts others with his speech, they always believed he was a kind child. Moreover, he was very ambitious and worked hard in his studies. His grades in school were consistently at the top, rarely dropping from first place, which made both Tanjiro and his father very fond of him. He was also serious about his work, much more mature than the average child, and wouldn't cause trouble, making him very reliable. His only shortcomings were being overly ambitious and not very good at speaking. However, shortly after Tanjiro left, Kaigaku finally understood what had happened that caused Tanjiro to leave. Are there actually man-eating monsters in this world? Once an orphan, the anxiety of possibly dying any moment surged back. The last time a demon appeared, Tanjiro dealt with it directly with brute force, but he was gone now, and if demons appeared again, he would die. No way. He must have the power to deal with these threats. Just studying isn't enough. Kaigaku asked his father where his brother had gone. Seeing Kaigaku seemed worried about his brother, his father told him the details. Meanwhile, news about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps appeared online. Originally, there were places that believed in the existence of demons, and with almost government certification, the existence of demons was confirmed. The Demon Slayer Corps also came into the public eye. Kaigaku bid farewell to his father and set off on the path to the Demon Slayer Corps. When Kyujiro Rengoku learned about it, he felt a bit uncomfortable. I put in so much effort back then, traveled so many places, and finally risked my life to meet the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Now it's so easy? How unfair. Kaigaku arrived at Momoyama. He was smoothly taken as a disciple by Kaneo. Kaigaku became Zenitsu's junior, originally filled with a sense of crisis. He wondered if a senior would bully him. Would he lose the chance to learn the breathing techniques because of his senior? How should he fight back? He must surpass his senior. With nervousness and even a hint of hostility, Kaigaku saw the little brat clinging to a tree, crying and saying he didn't want to train, that he was going to die. Is this it? This thing is my senior? He is worthy? Kaneo looked at Zenitsu clinging to the tree, sighed, and shouted, Get down. I don't want to. I'll die. Kaneo, your junior is watching you. Zenitsu finally opened his eyes, looking down through his tears, and noticed a fierce-looking kid beside his master. How scary. You want to hit me, right? Zenitsu shrank up further, looking down at Kaigaku. Junior, you're so fierce. Kaigaku, when did I become fierce to you? Zenitsu, get down. Aren't you ashamed? Sanjima Ziwalang was furious, tapping his cane on the ground and glaring at the useless kid. I don't care. I am scared. Sanjima Ziwalang couldn't continue arguing with him and turned to Kaigaku. Let's go. Don't mind him for now. Zenitsu shrank back, watching the two walk away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. So scary. That night, as he expected, his junior brother Kaigaku was indeed fierce. Kaigaku looked at Zenitsu with disdain and annoyance. Sitting on a rock and munching on a peach, you, a useless person, are actually my senior brother? I'm sorry. Zenitsu hurriedly apologized. Don't be fierce with me. I'm scared. Kaigaku, hurry up and get lost. You useless brat. The next day, when a morning sunlight shone on the sparkling dew, the grass also began to glow. Sanjima Ziwalang had taken on a new disciple, Tsukiyakari. The 7-year-old Tsukiyakari respectfully performed the disciple ceremony and thoughtfully bought gifts for his two senior brothers, a figurine of Zenitsu, and a workbook for Kaigaku. When Kaigaku received the gift, his expression was not good. Just because he studies hard doesn't mean he likes studying. You've also made it onto my blacklist. Just wait. Zenitsu was quite pleased, putting the figurine under a cover and placing it on the table, excitedly feeling like a dandy. Tsukiyakari, also known as Muzan, was naturally doing this on purpose. He had his ways to deal with Kaigaku. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile, looking both scary and lewd. Zenitsu noticed his junior brother's expression and felt a bit scared. Why are all the new junior brothers so terrifying? Soon, Muzan witnessed a familiar scene. Kaigaku was sitting on a rock, munching on a peach and scolding Zenitsu. Zenitsu was whimpering, afraid to say much. While scolding Zenitsu to disappear quickly, Kaigaku noticed Tsukiyakari. He looked at him displeased. What are you looking at, you guy? Muzan smiled and reached out to pat Zenitsu's head. Then looked at Kaneo. I'll show you something interesting tomorrow. Kaneo frowned at the still grinning Tsukiyomi, wondering what was going on with him. Why did he have such a lewd smile? Under Kaneo's somewhat disgusted gaze, Muzan led the weeping Zenitsu away. Thank you, Zenitsu said softly. It's all my fault for being so useless, making my senior brother dislike me. Muzan pulled Zenitsu into the house while saying, Kaneo doesn't understand anything. He's just a little brat. I'll give you a tip. Treat him well. Muzan couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was both lewd and unsettling. Zenitsu was terrified. What do you want to do? As he was led into the room by Muzan, Zenitsu felt increasingly anxious. Muzan leaned his arm on Zenitsu's shoulder, leaning in with a smile. This made Zenitsu feel as if he saw a familiar figure. That thing that tricked him into wearing women's clothes. I guarantee that this method will make Kaigaku either scared or shy when he sees you in the future. Zenitsu, what are you trying to do? It can't be what I'm imagining, right? Why do you and that perverted guy sound so similar? Then, Zenitsu saw his junior brother pull out a dress, a set of cosmetics, a pair of accessories, and a beautiful pair of shoes from the wardrobe. Are you called Tsukihiko? Zenitsu shouted. Muzan, huh? No. Are you Tsukiyan's son? Who is Tsukiyan? Muzan was holding the skirt, looking confused. Never mind, that's not important. Come on, let's change clothes. I'll do your makeup nicely. Muzan approached with a smile. Zenitsu, isn't it just cross-dressing? I've been doing that for a long time. That day, Zenitsu put on women's clothing again. That day, Zenitsu had beautiful makeup, wore pretty little shoes, and adorned himself with exquisite hair accessories and earrings. Zenitsu stepped out of the door, revealing a smile. He was really good at it. Kaigaku? He stared blankly at a girl he didn't recognize, who was shyly walking towards him in a dress, and she was a bit to his liking. So beautiful. Zenitsu slightly lowered his head and revealed a shy smile. Brother, could you help me? Saying this, the girl actually leaned towards him. It's worth noting that Muzan had also given Zenitsu 2 peaches. What does it mean to have a baby face with a big chest? Although he was not yet 10 years old, Kaigaku's face turned red on the spot. Kids should know that boys and girls shouldn't be too close. Please behave yourself. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu immediately showed a pitiful and teary expression. Brother, you think I'm disgusting. No, just don't get so close. Zenitsu, or you could say Zenko, pouted with a wronged look. Oh, all right. What do you want me to help you with? Kaigaku, while distancing himself from her, asked with difficulty. Zenitsu suddenly hugged his arm and rubbed it twice. Brother, I'm lost. Could you help me find my home? Kaigaku jolted and hurriedly pulled his arm back, swallowing hard, almost unable to look directly at her. All right, you live nearby? I live in Peach Mountain. Zenitsu, as expected, had a voice that came out in a delicate and sweet tone. Kaigaku hurriedly led her to find her home, quickening his pace. Whose precious child was thrown here? I'm still just a kid. Zenitsu smiled shyly and delicately. Kaigaku picked a peach and handed it to Zenitsu. Don't worry, have a peach first. Thank you, brother. It's nothing. I'll take you back right away. Beautiful women Do not disturb my path. I'll throw you out soon. Kaigaku was a swordsman with aspirations. He wouldn't let a pretty girl, who just happened to be his type, distract him. Soon, a wooden cabin appeared in front of them, and Zenitsu looked at Kaigaku with a delicate gaze, while Kaigaku's face turned slightly red. Is it here? Zenitsu lowered his head and nodded slightly. Thank you, brother. I don't want to part with you. What is your name? While asking, Zenitsu hugged Kaigaku again. Kaigaku, flustered, tried to pull his hand away. Your development too fast. Kaigaku, my name is Kaigaku. As he withdrew his hand, he hurriedly urged, you should go back quickly. Don't get lost again. This was just a simple, empty wooden cabin. Zenitsu went inside, changed his clothes, and ran back to continue training. Muzan smiled when he saw Zenitsu. How is it? How did Kaigaku react? Zenitsu leaned in, showing a similarly abnormal smile. It's very interesting. Hey. Kaigaku looked at the two of them with a face full of disdain. What are you two useless fools who don't know how to train hard doing? He had just returned and was desperately trying to shift his attention. Muzan and Zenitsu both looked at Kuya with lewd smiles. Kuya? What do you two want? Kuya was scared by their gaze. Zenitsu, how did you? A coward, and up like this. The two of them, still smiling, said, it's nothing. We're just going to continue training. Kuya, you keep it up too. The next day, after finishing training, Kuya noticed a familiar figure in the peach grove. She was holding some peaches and looking at him with a bright smile. Kuya jumped down from the rock and walked towards her, asking, what brings you here? Did you get lost again? She shook her head, revealing a gentle smile. I remember the way. I missed you a bit, so I brought some washed peaches for you, brother. Kuya took the peaches she handed over and couldn't help but smile. Thank you. As long as you like it, big brother. She smiled sweetly. Kuya's face turned slightly red. All right, you should go back now. I need to continue training, but I want to watch you train. The girl seemed to want to watch him train, but worried about being a bother, she said, Big brother Kuya, keep it up. I'm leaving now. Showing a beautiful yet reluctant smile, she took small steps and gradually disappeared into the peach grove. Kuya stared at the peaches in his hand, momentarily speechless. The third day, the fourth day, for several consecutive days, he could see this girl coming to visit him almost every day, bringing him washed peaches. Kuya had also grown accustomed to this beautiful girl, and occasionally felt a bit lonely when he didn't see her. The two lewd creatures hid in the shadows, watching Kuya gradually get infatuated, exchanging glances. What is happiness? On an unknown day, Zenitsu's figure disappeared from the peach grove. Kuya noticed his younger brother, Tsukiyo, who only had a lewd smile, approaching with a familiar grin. Yo, senior brother, do you have someone you like? That girl just now looked really good. Don't talk nonsense. Kuya swatted away Tsukiyo's hand that was reaching for his shoulder, but heard his younger brother say again, you don't like her? If you don't, I'll go after her. I really like girls like that. Kuya glared fiercely at Tsukiyo. Are you looking for death? Muzan, you're on yours. Stay away from her. Kagaya warned. Muzan curled his lips. See? Still saying you don't like it? You're already so anxious. Get lost. All right. Muzan rolled away with a smile. Zenitsu dresses in women's clothing every day, spends some time teasing Kaigaku, and then discusses with Muzan while sharing lewd laughs together. It's really too interesting. So much fun. Muzan is still fanning the flames. That night, the moonlight spilled over the peach orchard. Zenitsu looked up at the perched Kaigaku and asked, Junior brother, do you like that girl? She comes to see you every day. Kaigaku glared at Zenitsu with a dark expression. Get lost. No, junior brother, if you like her. Just say it quickly. Don't let someone else get to her first. Get out of my sight. You're just a waste of time for our master. As Kaigaku scolded, he felt that Zenitsu was different. He used to keep his head down and wouldn't dare to speak. But why did his expression now resemble that of the moon? It made even his insults seem less impactful. All right then. Zenitsu replied in a sarcastic tone and immediately walked away, leaving behind a baffling hee-hee laugh that Kaigaku couldn't comprehend. Have Zenitsu and the moon gone mad? Inside the house, Muzan and Zenitsu were plotting something, sharing sinister laughs as they discussed their next moves. It was time to reap the rewards. There was no doubt that Kaigaku was already losing it. The light rain soaked the peach orchard and drenched the grass. Kaigaku stood under the eaves, lost in thought as he gazed towards the peach orchard. What was that girl doing right now? The rain created a thin veil between him and the girl, separating them. The cool breeze was a bit chilly. Today, he hadn't seen that figure and felt a sense of emptiness. Perhaps the rain understood people's feelings. The sound of rain gradually diminished, leaving only the droplets falling from the eaves. Kaigaku stared blankly at the peach orchard. She would come, right? The dark clouds dispersed, and the warm sun hung in the sky. Kaigaku picked up his sword, tried to immerse himself in training. Yet he couldn't shake that figure from his mind. It was just a fleeting shadow, but it took root in his heart, as solid as a rock. His breathing became a bit erratic. At that moment, he heard footsteps and quickly looked over, only to reveal a look of disappointment. Irritated. Why was it Zenitsu, not that girl? Speaking of which, he and T even asked her name. She would come back. Today he had to ask her name. Remember her name. Once he became stronger, he would marry her. Zenitsu grinned at Kaigaku. What's wrong? She didn't come? Miss her? Kaigaku disdainfully turned his head away. None of your business. Get lost. All right then. Zenitsu chuckled as he ran over to Muzan, raising an eyebrow. The effect is excellent. Very, very good. It's time for the final step. The two exchanged a glance, sharing a low, lewd laugh. Kaigaku had been waiting for that figure, but didn't see her. He found it nearly impossible to sleep that night. The two lewd guys were carrying out the entire plan without involving Sanemi Shinazugawa, who had recently noticed that Kaigaku seemed a bit off. Perhaps he needed to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. The next day, the sunrise on the horizon was particularly charming. Kaigaku waited with anticipation for her to come see him like usual, to pick peaches for him, wash them, and hand them to him with those beautiful hands. Finally, amidst Kaigaku's waiting, he saw that figure, the one etched in his heart, the one he thought about day and night. The morning breeze fluttered her skirt, and her dark hair danced gently. The peach orchard reflected the beauty, and the gentle wind caressed her elegant attire. A sight to behold. Kaigaku, big brother. The girl ran over, holding a peach with a bright smile, and extended it to him. Kaigaku took the peach, his face slightly reddening. Can I know your name? The girl revealed a charming, shy yet happy smile. My name is Zenitsu. Kaigaku. You have the same name as my senior brother? No, I'm your senior brother, Kaigaku. Zenitsu said, pulling off the wig. Kaigaku. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. Go die. You go die. Kaigaku smashed the peach in his hand onto Zenitsu's head. Ha ha. Zenitsu didn't care at all about being hit by the peach and laughed uncontrollably like an idiot. As Kaigaku chased him with a sword, Zenitsu laughed so hard he could barely breathe. I can't, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. Not far away, the moon was also laughing uncontrollably. This is too funny. All the hard work over the past half-month wasn't in vain. Dying of laughter. I'm going to kill you both. Kaigaku was about to go mad, seeing his junior brother and the moon laughing too. He couldn't help but realize that this little rascal was definitely the mastermind behind it all. Gripping his sword, he swung it towards the moon. Muzan was laughing so hard that the muscles in his mouth were twitching as he fled, shouting, Gigi, how could you bear to do this? Because Kuyu had run over to chase Muzan, Zenitsu, who had gotten a breather, shouted in his own voice. Yeah, Kuyu Gigi, how could you bear to cut Zenko? Gigi, the two of them shouted as they were being chased. Kuyu completely lost his mind, frantically swinging his knife. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Stop shouting. Stop it. Shut up. D. This loud shouting finally attracted Kamado Tanjiro, who looked at the chaotic scene, unable to comprehend for a moment. Why was Zenitsu wearing a skirt and wearing makeup? What happened to Kuyu? Why did he look like he had gone insane? And then there was Tsukimi. Why did your smile look so lewd? Why are you shouting Gigi? What does it mean? Winky face. The three guys finally got tired and exhausted. Kuyu, panting, looked at the equally drained Zenitsu and Tsukimi, who was pretending you wait. Tsukimi ignored him and looked to the other side. Master is coming. Zenitsu and Kuyu hurriedly looked over, and only then did they realize that their master had arrived. Zenitsu's face instantly turned red. He was still in women's clothing. Winky face. In the end, Kamado Tanjiro learned almost the whole story from Muzan, his expression becoming somewhat hard to describe, playing so flamboyantly at such a young age. Zenitsu, hurry and change back. Don't wear it again. Zenitsu lowered his head, not daring to speak. Kamado Tanjiro then looked at Kuyu. I said, why have you not been in good condition these days? You should take a few days off. Kuyu also lowered his head and replied with a soft Muzan held back a laugh. Sanjuro Tamioka looked at him again. Tsukimi, this is something you taught Zenitsu, right? Muzan chuckled twice and nodded. Don't do that in the future. No problem. Muzan swallowed hard. Sanemi Shinazugawa shook his head and let out a long sigh. He couldn't understand the younger generation. That night, Muzan found Kaneo displaying that maddening smile that drove Kaneo crazy. Do you want to take revenge on Zenitsu? Kaneo frowned, looking at Muzan with disgust and caution. What do you want to do? Muzan, Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think about making me cross-dress. Kiyama seems to have understood this junior brother. It's not a good thing after all. Don't you want to take revenge on him? Kiyama glanced at Tsukikage. No. Hurry up and leave. All right then. Doesn't seem like it, right? There are ways to make you think. No one can escape. Muzan went to find Zenitsu to discuss something. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you want to play something interesting?" Zenitsu looked at him suspiciously and replied, "What kind of twisted idea do you have this time?" Muzan wore a smile reminiscent of a great villain. "Don't you want to mess with Kaneo?" "I do." The next morning, Kaneo was woken up by an alarm clock. The sound of the alarm was nothing short of a nightmare. "Gg, Kaneo, Gg, wake up." To be honest, Kaneo was frightened awake. The voice was all in Zenitsu's style. Kaneo jolted up, slamming his hand down hard on the alarm clock. The alarm didn't turn off, and his hand hurt. This was a steel-cased alarm clock, and it had no switch. Kaneo tried to pick up the alarm clock to throw it away, but it was firmly nailed to the floor. "Gg, Kaneo, Gg, wake up. Gg, Kaneo, Gg, wake up. Gg, Kaneo, Gg, wake up." It was like a brainwashing sound, playing on repeat, and Kaneo felt like he was going insane. "Who did this?" "Tsukiyomi. My wife Zenitsu. You two come out here." The two figures popped out, poking their heads in from the window. "Kaneo, Gg," the two things shouted in unison. Kaneo completely lost it, immediately lunging at Tsukiyomi, grabbing his collar. "You better turn off that alarm right now." "Kaneo, Gg, I can't turn this off. I'll kill you." Muzan. He just stared at Kaneo. Kaneo was about to go crazy. What on earth is in this Tosaka? "Gg, Kaneo, Gg, wake up. That damn alarm clock is still ringing." At this moment, Zenitsu spoke up. "Kaneo, Gg, I have a way to turn it off." "What way?" "Hurry up and say it." "Gg, you just have to call me Senpai. And I'll respond with MM, and that will work. It's voice activated." "Kaneo, oh. You still want me to call you Senpai?" "Why not, Junior? Or Kaneo, Gg." Zenitsu smiled at him. "Otherwise the alarm clock will keep ringing." Kaneo, furious, snorted with anger. "Fine. You win. I'll call you." He glared at Zenitsu and forced out the words Senpai from his throat. Zenitsu made a symbolic MM. "The alarm clock is still ringing." "My wife Zenitsu. Why is it still ringing? Are you messing with me?" Kaneo grabbed Zenitsu by his collar, glaring at him, wishing he could just cut him down. Zenitsu smiled mischievously. "How could that be? It's just that Gg, your voice is too soft for it to be recognized." "Fine. You win." Kaneo took a deep breath. "Senpai, your voice is still too soft. The alarm clock can't hear you. You have to overpower the sound of the alarm clock." Muzan was saying something sarcastic on one side. Koyuki shot a fierce glance at Muzan. He shouted loudly, "Senior brother!" "Ah!" At this moment, the alarm clock finally stopped. Koyuki let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the tatami mat. It's over. Finally over. Then, the next day, Koyuki was once again awakened by the sound of the demonic voice. "Gg, Koyuki, Gg, get up. Gg, Koyuki, Gg, get up." Koyuki stared blankly, covering his ears and lying on the ground. "Let me die." At that moment, the two characters popped out from the window again. Zenitsu looked at his junior. "Come on. Call senior brother. Call senior brother." Muzan shouted. Kayajiro was in despair, not caring about anything. "Senior brother." Alas, the alarm clock obediently stopped. Muzan and Zenitsu exchanged a glance, happy. After Zenitsu ran off cheerfully, Muzan looked at him. "So, do you want to think about it now?" "Do whatever you want." Kaneo lay on the tatami mat, his eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling as if a shadow had enveloped him. "Huh. This world is truly cruel. Come. I've already prepared everything for you." Muzan excitedly dragged Kagaya to change clothes. Kagaya had tears in the corners of his eyes. What sins did he commit in his past life? Why did heaven send such a thing to punish him? Kagaya was dressed in a beautiful little dress, wearing long fake hair, along with various decorations. Facing the mirror, Kagaya was momentarily dazed. Is this first time in women's clothing actually quite pretty? One can only say that Tsuki Akari's makeup skills are really impressive. So you learn to do makeup at such a young age, just to dress others in women's clothing, right? Kagaya's mind was in a mess. Muzan patted his shoulder. "Wait here. I'll go get Zenitsu." Kaneo looked at him expressionlessly and curled his lips. "I just hope you won't bother me as much in the future." As for the so-called revenge on Zenitsu, he no longer harbored such thoughts. He seemed to have matured and also realized something. It wasn't rational to waste energy getting angry over these things. "Look at what I've become. These two are laughing like dogs every day." Muzan didn't answer him and excitedly ran out to call Zenitsu. Zenitsu had just finished his breakfast and was about to start his training for the day. However, seeing Tsukiyomi running over excitedly, he felt a bit uneasy. What do you want to do? Although it was really fun to mess around with this guy, don't doubt that he wouldn't hold back when it came to messing with himself. I'll take you to see something amazing. Zenitsu, let's go, let's go. Muzan said as he pulled Zenitsu towards the room where Kaneo was. Arriving at the door, Muzan mysteriously told Zenitsu, you need to be mentally prepared. Zenitsu took a step back, feeling uneasy. What do you want to do? What's inside? Don't worry, Muzan said as he pulled Zenitsu inside. As soon as Zenitsu entered, he noticed a girl kneeling in the center of the room on the tatami mat. Her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, and her fair, delicate face appeared somewhat stern. Although she was just a girl, she already exuded the aura of an ice queen. Muzan silently took out his camera. Naturally, he captured everything about Zenitsu, but Zenitsu didn't notice. He would give him surprise later. In the tatami room, Kaigaku sat, looking at Zenitsu rushing towards him with impatience. His eyes filled with disgust and disdain. Yet, he seemed to have realized something, and his expression became very clear, as if he had seen through the world and was liberated. In Zenitsu's eyes, it seemed like hearts were forming, and he shouted, "Ah, be my wife. Please marry me." Marriage. Kaigaku looked at him with cold eyes, his face full of mockery, unwilling to respond to him. Foolish. Zenitsu seemed to have some kind of guess, but facing the woman in front of him, he didn't want to think at all. Anyway, I just think she is a beauty. She is a beauty. She must be. Zenitsu appeared to have lost his mind, shouting around him to marry him. Kaigaku finally couldn't hold back and scolded him in an unabashed voice, "TSK. Enough already." Zenitsu. He instantly returned to normal, pouting with a face full of reluctance. Why did you have to speak? If you hadn't spoken, everything would still be as I imagined. Kaigaku, with a face made up to look like a girl's, smirked and looked at Zenitsu. Are you stupid? Muzan silently recorded the entire process. Kawakaji looked at the footage of Muzan, expressionless. Are you done playing? Saying this, he was about to take off the ridiculous coat and change back into his original clothes. God knows why this guy came to the Yama to become a disciple while still wearing women's clothing and a wig. So you came here just to dress up as a woman. Huh. Kawakaji experienced much less pain than in the original story. That extreme, selfish disregard for everything did not reach its peak. The result of not having an extreme personality was that he was forced to break down by Muzan. Muzan satisfiedly put away his camera. At that moment, outside the house, the voice of Master Sanjuro Tsujikuni came. Zenitsu. Kaigaku. Tsukiyo. It's time for training. Kaigaku suddenly became flustered. I can't let Master see me like this. I'm still wearing makeup. Tsukiyo. Hurry and help me take off my makeup. He shouted while taking off his women's clothes. The strap behind him was tied in a way that made it impossible to remove, and he became even more flustered, making it harder to get it off. Muzan was of no help at all, and Zenitsu couldn't bear to watch any longer. He hurried over and grabbed his clothes. I'll help you take it off. Just then, with the sound of footsteps, the door opened. Sakanji Urokadaki walked in and saw this scene. Tsukigumi was silently looking at the ceiling with his back turned to him. Tanjiro was disheveled, his makeup beautiful like a girl's, wearing a wig, adorned with exquisite decorations, and his skirt half on, half off. Zenitsu was grabbing his messy clothes, trying to help him undress. You, what are you doing? Sakanji Urokadaki couldn't hold back any longer. What is going on here? What have you three disciples learned at such a young age? Urokadaki was so angry that he was flaring his nostrils. Stop it right now, he shouted, then looked at Tsukigumi. Was it you who did this? Muzan scratched his head and smiled. In the end, it was Kagaya who revealed the matter. Sango Tsuwa looked at Tsukiyomi, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of disciple did he take on? A single rat droppings spoiled the whole pot of soup. 1907. Muzan had actually found the two sisters long ago. He had just settled down in a nearby place, with his clone keeping an eye on them. As night fell, heavy dark clouds obscured the already dim crescent moon. The night was terrifyingly dark. The streets were devoid of any passers-by, and from a few houses where lights had not yet gone out, faint sounds could be heard, casting a few solitary lights on the cold, desolate street. Rapid, indistinct footsteps echoed on the ground. A shadow flashed by. In the distance, a figure stood atop a house. Muzan watched the half-demon running towards Shinobu Kocho's family and yawned. He thought it would be time to deal with these things soon. It was getting boring. A terrified scream suddenly echoed from the house that had just turned off its lights, and Muzan's figure vanished in an instant. Inside the house being attacked by the half-demon. A terrified husband held up a stool to delay the demon, while his wife frantically hid their child in a cupboard and grabbed a broom to confront the threat. The two ordinary people had almost no ability to resist against the half-demon. The monster was nearly 2 meters tall, slender, with bones seemingly protruding from its skin, and its face was grotesquely decayed, extremely disgusting and terrifying. As the monster grabbed her husband, the wife rushed forward with the broom, shouting, "Let go of my husband!" The monster seemed to mock her, looking at her with a sneer as it reached out to grab her as well. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked the monster away. At the same time, he drew a long knife and swiftly severed one of the monster's arms. The husband, who had been caught, fell to the ground and quickly scrambled to his feet to run towards his wife. Seeing this, the wife also rushed towards her husband, glancing at the man who had appeared suddenly, wanting to thank him, but he reminded her, "Protect yourselves." Meanwhile, the monster's severed arm began to grow back. But before it could rise again, the man had already raised his knife and struck down at its neck. With a smooth motion, the terrifying head separated from its body, rolling a few times on the ground. The man put away his long knife and looked at the couple. "Are you okay?" "We're fine, thank you," the wife hurriedly replied, and the husband also bowed in gratitude. Muzan smiled and looked at the two girls who had sneaked out. "Little ones, do you want to learn how to kill half-demons?" That night, Muzan stayed at their home and explained in detail about demons. The four of them listened very seriously. Although there was already information about demons online, they didn't know as much as Muzan did. They always thought that such monsters should be far away from them. It wasn't until they encountered this monster today and nearly lost their lives that they realized these so-called demons are actually everywhere. Muzan wore a sorrowful expression, as if filled with compassion for the world. So many families have been destroyed by these demons. All I can do is try my best to slay these monsters. Sigh. The two sisters looked at Muzan, thinking that if he hadn't come today, they would likely have lost their parents because of this. Kanai looked at Muzan and asked, Mr. Tsukihiko, can I follow you to learn how to deal with these monsters? Butterfly Shinobu also looked at him with anticipation. At this time, Kanai was 12 years old, and Butterfly Shinobu was 11. Muzan was a bit surprised and looked at their parents. Do you agree? The two sisters looked at their parents with anticipation. Kanaho said firmly, I want to slay these monsters and protect more innocent people, just like Mr. Tsukihiko saved us. To save more people. The parents, who had been somewhat hesitant, couldn't help but show a gentle and satisfied smile upon hearing their children's words. If you want to go, then go. We will always support you. In that case, tomorrow morning, you will come with me. Muzan sighed softly, seemingly worried whether it was a good thing for the two children to become demon hunters. The next morning, as the sunrise broke, the colorful clouds in the sky were particularly beautiful, shimmering with a light of hope. In the small town, a layer of pale, yellow sunlight spread across the ground. The father, having packed his children's bags and prepared some travel expenses, solemnly handed the items to his two daughters. Reluctantly, he watched as the two daughters walked away with Mr. Tsukian until they disappeared from view. On the road, facing the morning glow, Muzan told the two sisters, from now on, you will follow me to search for evil demons. During this time, I will teach you breathing techniques, prepare Nichiren blades for you, and also let you personally deal with demons. The two sisters nodded. We will do our best. Muzan smiled gently, patting the heads of the two little ones. All right, do your best. The three figures, one big and two small, walked further and further away, their shadows stretching behind them in the morning sun. They boarded the train with Muzan and left their hometown. By noon that day, they arrived in a new city. Muzan rented a house and began to teach the two sisters the breathing techniques. Just like in the original work, although Muzan taught them water breathing, Shinobu Kocho and Kane Kocho ultimately created their own techniques, insect breathing and flower breathing, based on water breathing. Muzan has a large stock of Nichiren blades. The two sisters have great talent, and Muzan quickly handed the Nichiren blades over to them. It is worth mentioning that Butterfly Shinobu's blade is similar to that in the original work, as she is too weak. A month later, Muzan took the two sisters through several cities, and after getting off the train, he rented a house. He settled in with the two sisters, teaching them while searching the area for any demons. Muzan naturally has official proof. That night, the full moon hung high in the night sky. Muzan looked at the two sisters training hard in the yard and suddenly sensed the presence of a half-demon. He stood up from the rocking chair and glanced at the sisters, saying, take care of yourselves. Watching his master, Tsukiyomi, draw the Nichiren blade and rush out. The sisters also grabbed their Nichiren blades and cautiously followed. Just as they ran out the door, Muzan spotted a half-demon sneaking toward a household in the shadows of the alley. Muzan boldly charged forward with the Nichiren blade in hand, while the half-demon, realizing it had been discovered, roared and lunged forward as well. Then it was slashed across the neck in one swift motion. Muzan kicked the still dissipating head hard, saying, "Oomph, worthless thing." The kicked head ultimately disappeared with a mix of humiliation and anger. It didn't even attract anyone's attention and died so carelessly. Muzan turned back to his two sisters who were hiding behind the door and explained seriously. During battle, curses and provocations can make the enemy lose their rationality, which makes it easier for us to win. Kanai Butterfly seemed a bit skeptical and chuckled. Is that so? Shinobu Butterfly was more straightforward. Master, you're just trying to fool us, aren't you? No way. Muzan began to speak nonsense again. Did you just see that? I took down this monster with a single strike. Which means I'm very strong, right? The two sisters nodded, not fully understanding. Muzan continued. The reason I am so strong is because of this theory, which has allowed me to rise from weakness to where I am now. Many people perish before they have a chance to grow stronger, simply because they do not know my technique. Moreover, when it comes to these monsters, you must be ruthless and make them furious. The two sisters twitched their lips. Although they felt there was some truth in what he said, it seemed like he was talking nonsense. Why does this master seem a bit unreliable? After that, Muzan brought the two sisters to slay more and more half-demons. The butterfly sisters gradually got used to Muzan instantly killing a demon with one strike and then humiliatingly kicking it while calling it little garbage. As the sisters became more skilled in their breathing techniques and swordsmanship, Muzan felt it was time to take them into actual combat. A few days later, the three quickly arrived in another city. The newspapers here already had news about the disappearances. The butterfly sisters looked at the newspaper Muzan handed them and then raised their heads to look at him. Is it a demon? Muzan nodded. I've already noticed. But this time, you need to handle it yourselves. Are you ready? The two sisters nodded. Muzan smiled and said, let's go. They crossed the brightly lit street, where shadows gradually replaced the light. In the dark alley, eerie sounds of tearing echoed. For the first time facing a demon, the two sisters felt a bit nervous, adjusting their breathing and gripping their blades tightly. They exchanged a glance. At this moment, their master had stepped back, and this was their first battle. The half-demon also noticed the two delicate children walking into its trap, gnawing at a nearly unrecognizable corpse on the ground, and slowly turned its head. It revealed a terrifying face and let out a loud roar as it lunged at the two sisters. Kane and Shinobu flanked it, moving in from the left and right. Perhaps Muzan's incessant manipulation had taken effect as time had passed, and they had been influenced. It was just a very weak half-demon, and even the butterfly sisters, who had only trained for a few months, felt little pressure in dealing with it. Shinobu's slender blade pierced the demon's body, and Kane seized the opportunity to strike down. The half-demon's head fell to the ground with a thud. Shinobu pulled out her knife and kicked the half-demon's corpse, while Kane stepped on a rolling head, smiling. This is really disappointing. Shinobu, closer to Muzan's sentiments, pouted, TSK, little trash. The first battle also made Shinobu realize that her master was right. Her strength was indeed too small, and she couldn't sever a demon's head. She had to think of another way. Shinobu studied the wisteria poison to deal with demons. But Muzan was too lazy to get involved. Although he had knowledge from Yoshizawa Kyoki and understood everything, he just couldn't be bothered. It was yet another encounter with a half-demon. Muzan watched from a distance as the two sisters flapped their haori, working together to slay the half-demon. Kana was responsible for smiling mischievously, while Shinobu displayed an expression of disdain, bluntly calling it a piece of trash. The half-demon died with its eyes wide open. Compared to the more intelligent demons, facing this half-demon, which was like a wild beast, wantonly killing, Kana couldn't harbor any thoughts of coexisting peacefully with demons. The half-demon's corpse gradually dissipated. The two looked towards their observing master in the distance, revealing smiles. Muzan also revealed a satisfied and gentle smile, gently touching the heads of the two sisters. Not bad. You are indeed my disciples. As he spoke, Muzan brought up the next stage. Next, I will take you to learn how to use firearms. Firearms? Kanehiro was a bit confused, while Shinobu directly asked, Master, isn't it only the Nichiren blade and wisteria that can deal with demons? Muzan laughed and said, what if we add wisteria poison to the bullets? Seeing that the two sisters understood, Muzan continued, we need to use methods of the new era to exterminate demons. Come on, I'll take you to practice shooting. With his credentials, it was easy for Muzan to take the two sisters to a professional training facility to start learning how to shoot. Using the Nichiren blade to slay demons requires a lot of strength, but with guns, although the recoil is considerable, there is still a wide range of options to choose from after some training. Because the Demon Slayer Corps collaborates with the government. Some relatively developed cities have established training facilities specifically for demon hunters. As long as you provide proof, you can enter. In the training facility, the two sisters were awestruck by the dazzling array of firearms. Shinobu immediately noticed a machine gun with a very fast attack speed and strong visual impact. The sound of rat-a-tat-tat made Shinobu's heart race. "Master, I want to learn that," Shinobu said, pointing to a man skillfully handling a machine gun, her face filled with longing. "All right, let's go learn that." Muzan excitedly pulled Shinobu to the machine gun side and reminded Kane, "What do you want to learn?" Shinobu was taken there and felt quite unaccustomed at first, not expecting the recoil. However, as she got the hang of it, the continuous firing and powerful impact brought her immense pleasure. The straightforward and hot-tempered Shinobu fell in love with the machine gun. She could already imagine herself wildly shooting at demons with a machine gun. On the other hand, Kane, who was not as aggressive as Shinobu and didn't understand guns, was at a loss about what to choose. Muzan thoughtfully chose a handgun and a sniper rifle for her, with a direct headshot from 800 miles away. It was exhilarating. Thus, under Muzan's dedicated training, the two sisters became excellent demon hunters capable of both close combat and long-range attacks. With a bit more practice, their strength would be quite impressive. After months of continuous training, the sisters were taken by Muzan to hunt half-demons. After experiencing the convenience of firearms, while Butterfly Shinobu still carried a blade, she found herself more often pulling out a big gun whenever she spotted a demon, striking a pose. Before the half-demon could even approach, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the dense bullets were mercilessly unleashed. From a distance, Kane was taking one headshot after another. The two sisters were unstoppable, like gods killing gods. Even if a half-demon was strong enough to temporarily withstand the poison and manage to get close, they would still be harvested by the sisters, who were equally skilled with their blades. As they grew more proficient, Muzan no longer needed to intervene. One morning, while taking the sisters out for a meal, Muzan noticed someone in a Demon Slayer Corps uniform passing by. The Butterfly sisters looked at the demon hunter, then at their master. It dawned on them that they had never seen their master with a Corps uniform. Their master looked quite young, so they assumed he wasn't retired. Moreover, it was said that members of the Corps carried a messenger crow, yet their master seemed not to have one. "Master, why don't you wear the uniform?" Butterfly Shinobu curiously asked Muzan, and Kane looked at him as well. However, they noticed their master showed a sad expression upon hearing their question, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The sisters were unsure of what was going on, but could guess that it touched upon their master's pain. "Let's go." Muzan sighed and stood up. The two sisters hurried to follow. As noon approached, their master unusually left them at the inn. Alone, with a sorrowful expression, he left. Taking advantage of their master's absence, they began to discuss what might be going on with him. Their master's Demon Slayer Corps uniform must carry some sad memories. Kanaho looked at the gun their master had given her. Their master is so strong but must have gone through a lot of suffering. "Sister, we must help our master move forward." Meanwhile, Muzan found Tamayo and, with a mysterious smile, said, "Let's go here tonight." Muzan held his phone, pointing to a certain place. Doma squinted his eyes and smiled at Muzan. "Boss, are you trying to trick me and make me run over there myself? What kind of nonsense is that? When have I ever tricked you?" Muzan looked as if he had been wronged. "Please do me a favor. Next time I'll call back the piano leaves for you." Doma smiled at Muzan. "Lord Muzan, please don't go back on your word." "Don't worry. Muzan, keep my promises." Muzan was about to leave when he reminded, "Change your clothes and your face." Don't worry, Doma said leisurely, waving his hand with a golden metallic fan. Meanwhile, in the inn, the two sisters were discussing how to learn about their master's past and help him step out when they suddenly heard footsteps. They then saw Muzan open the door and walk in, his expression returning to its usual state. "Let's go. It seems there are demons appearing in the west of the city. We should investigate." "Oh." The two sisters hurriedly responded, getting up to grab their weapons and following Muzan. Night fell. The light near the edge of the city, bordering the forest, was dim, and the sounds of unknown animals and rustling wind came from the forest. The air felt somewhat desolate. Muzan solemnly drew the Nicaran blade and looked at the two sisters. "Protect yourselves. This demon is very strong." Seeing their master, who usually faced any enemy with calmness and even mocked them a few times, display an unprecedented level of caution, the two sisters couldn't help but feel anxious. Kane quickly slung her sniper rifle and grabbed her handgun to find a favorable position for sniping. Meanwhile, Shinobu created some distance, found cover, and set up her machine gun. Muzan smiled as he looked at the two children, his smile making the sisters feel an unusual tenderness. radiating a sense of comfort. However, it also added a few more layers of unease in their hearts. Master, you won't be in danger, right? Yui smiled, a mix of determination and nonchalance in her expression. I won't be in danger. You must survive and live well. As Muzan's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the three. It was a man who looked just like a human, wearing a smile. But the two sisters sensed a terrifying oppressive force emanating from him. This was a demon, and a very powerful one at that. The carefree smile and demeanor that had once graced their master's face disappeared, replaced by a fierce determination and anger. The sisters seemed to understand something. This guy must be the one who caused their master to show such a troubled expression at noon, right? Master Yui drew the Nickeran blade, its blade glowing with a blue light. The evil demon continued to smile at them, leisurely waving a golden fan, seemingly not taking them seriously at all, and said, "So, you want to trick me again?" Upon hearing this, the sisters confirmed their suspicions. This guy really knew their master. Tamayo looked at Muzan, who had fallen silent, his smile somewhat helpless. Although the butterfly sisters found it humiliating, he said, all right, I'll play with you." The sisters focused their minds, determined to help their master kill him, to help their master overcome the shadow of the past. In the next moment, Master Yui charged forward. The evil demon merely waved his fan lightly, and icy mist surged from it, creating two exquisite ice men. The two ice men seemed to come alive, wielding icy blades and creating countless ice vines to battle Master Yui. Master Yui's strikes were almost invisible to the naked eye, a frenzy of attacks. Yet the two ice men easily blocked them. This was the first time the sisters witnessed their master using his full strength. His terrifying speed was almost beyond their ability to follow. Yet, even such a powerful master seemed utterly powerless against this guy. Was this what a truly powerful demon looked like? Just facing two little ice men created by him, their master was already at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would definitely be killed. Kane held her breath, seizing the moment the evil demon didn't team move, focused, aimed, fire. A bullet silently flew towards Tamayo's head. Tamayo seemed oblivious, but in the next moment, he tilted his head slightly, and the bullet whizzed past. He dodged it. Tamayo smiled at Kane, who was high up in the distance. "Don't interfere, little girl, or I might not be able to resist eating you." He covered half his face with his fan, laughing. "After all, you look so beautiful. You really seem delicious." TSK. Kane glared at him, unwilling. How'd he notice? Now that she had been spotted, finding another opportunity seemed almost impossible. Moreover, if their master was distracted by the two little ice men and was discovered, she would be in danger too. "Sister, get away from there," Shinobu shouted, raising her machine gun and firing wildly at Tamayo. Tamayo looked at Shinobu with a smirk. It's such a pity to shoot at me when I'm so beautiful." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinobu's pupil shrank. This guy disappeared? Where did he go? Crack! A sound of snapping echoed, and Shinobu hurriedly retreated. This guy had directly appeared beside her. With just a flick of his fan, he sliced a crack where she had been standing. The stones on the ground shattered. At that moment, taking advantage of Tamayo being distracted by Shinobu, Kane had already moved to another position and fired another bullet at him. But it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Without even looking back, he tilted his head slightly and dodged the bullet. At the same time, he waved his fan, sending several ice blades flying towards Kane. "Sister," Shinobu shouted. Kane quickly rolled behind a large rock to take cover. Crack, crack, crack. The ice blades embedded themselves deeply in the stone and soil. Just then, their master finally dealt with the two ice men and charged at Tamayo. It seemed Tamayo hadn't reacted in time and was struck in the neck by a slash. Crack. The anticipated scene of decapitation didn't occur. The Nickeran blade stopped at the surface of his skin, unable to penetrate. Master Yui finally understood the vast gap between himself and this evil demon. But it was too late. The demon kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground. A shocking thud echoed, followed by coughing sounds as Master Yui painfully spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but nevertheless struggled to get back up. Gripping the Nickeran blade tightly, he charged forward again. The butterfly sisters noticed that due to the fall, their master's back was scraped, and his clothes were stained with patches of red. He might even have broken bones. Master Yui once again engaged in battle with the evil demon. The butterfly sisters wanted to provide support from afar, but they found themselves unable to intervene. Shooting carelessly could hit their master. What to do? At that moment, they saw Master Yui suddenly restraining the demon's arms. "Quick, shoot!" Master Yui shouted. Kane, holding the sniper rifle, and Shinobu, not far away, froze. How could they shoot? One shot, and Master Yuan would die. Even after months of training, she couldn't shoot with such precision. Hurry! Master Yuan shouted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demon's elbow struck Master Yuan repeatedly, causing blood to continuously spill from his mouth. As the demon was about to break free, Kane and Shinobu finally steeled their resolve. I'm sorry, Master. With a trigger pulled, bullets from the sniper rifle and the machine gun rained down on the two figures. Master Yuan finally fell silent. But the bullets striking the demon failed to breach his defenses. He picked up Master Yuan's body, casting a meaningful smile at them before disappearing into the night. Kane felt as if she had lost all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Shinobu stared blankly at Kane's sister. Tears streamed down both of their faces. Master's really dead. The usually smiling Kane finally broke down, burying her head in her arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Shinobu knelt on the ground, tears dripping onto the soil. The pale moonlight shone down, leaving only the two children, barely 12 or 13 years old, crying in despair on the deserted edge of the city. Kane, sobbing, struggled to stand, gathering the sniper rifle and forcing back her tears as she slung it over her back, walking toward Shinobu. Let us go. She was the older sister. She could not be weak. Their master was dead. From now on, she had to protect her sister by herself. She would definitely avenge their master. Shinobu bit her lip and raised her head to look at Kane, her face already wet with tears, but being silently watched by her sister. She stood up with tears in her eyes. A few crows cawed, and the two figures cast long shadows on the ground as they walked away step by step into the cold wind. Upon returning to the inn, the two noticed the master's belongings placed on the ground. There, a letter was pressed down by a knife handle without a blade. It was written in the master's handwriting. I know that facing Upper Moon 2 this time, I will definitely die, but I have to go. For years ago, I went with my senior brother to Fujisaki Mountain for the assessment. But before we reached Fujisaki Mountain, we encountered that terrifying demon, Upper Moon 2. My senior brother sacrificed himself to protect me, and I watched helplessly as he was devoured by the demon, only able to run away. I was scared and didn't participate in the assessment. But I have nightmares every night. That demon comes, and my senior brother died because of me. I have been feeling guilty day and night. So, I started to walk the path of demon slaying alone, making myself stronger. I actually never deserved to be called a demon hunter from the beginning. The so-called proof is given by others. For my senior brother, I must face that demon. And also for myself. I can no longer escape. I'm sorry for leaving you all behind and leaving this world without permission. But you all have great talent. And you can definitely replace me to slay Upper Moon 2. You must survive, okay? Tsukihiko left. That day, the Butterfly Sisters set out on the road to Fujisaki Mountain, joining the Demon Slayer Corps, becoming stronger, and then avenging our master. In the distance, Doma and Muzan sat cross-legged on the rooftop, watching the two figures walking further and further away. Muzan, are you really going crazy with boredom? What nonsense are you talking about? Muzan slapped Doma on the head. Doma expressed that he didn't want to talk anymore. In 1908, because the authorities acknowledged the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and demons, Takato Muichiro and Yuikaru finally reacted. Those two suspiciously eccentric uncles couldn't be part of the Demon Slayer Corps, could they? Back in school, the two brothers discussed it all day and finally decided to directly ask them on their way home. Arriving at the supermarket, they saw the two sitting at the cash register, checking out customers. The two also noticed the brothers. Yujiro waved his hand and went back to helping the customers. There weren't many people in the supermarket, only 3 or 4. The brothers opened the door and rushed inside the supermarket. After waiting for a customer to leave, Muichiro leaned over the cash register in front of Kokoshibo and asked, "Uncle, are you part of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Kokoshibo looked at his descendant and replied, "Not really." Yuikaru pouted and said, "What do you mean by not really?" "It's either yes or no." He then looked at Yujiro, thinking this uncle seemed easier to talk to. "I used to be, but I've quit now." Upon hearing Yujiro's answer, Muichiro asked, "Why did you quit?" "The Demon Slayer Corps is so powerful, slaying evil demons, protecting world peace." Yuikaru also looked at him curiously. Kokoshibo replied expressionlessly, "I was kicked out." Yujiro realized that it might not be appropriate to ask further. But Muichiro boldly pressed on, "Why? Is it because you guys are too weak?" Kokoshibo nodded this time, revealing a rare smile. "Yes, we are too weak." "Uncle, are you joking?" Muichiro looked at his expression with some disbelief. These two strange uncles seemed quite strong, right? Then, Ichiro slapped Muichiro on the head. "Are you still asking questions?" Michiro immediately held his head and looked at him with grievance. Why are you hitting me again? Aren't we here to ask these questions? Bia, another hit. You're asking me again? Then why are you hitting me? Michiro looked angrily at Yuichiro. Why do you keep hitting me? Yuan glanced at the two brothers and couldn't help but smile. It's okay. Just ask whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Michiro immediately shouted, Look, he doesn't mind me asking. Yuichiro gave him another slap. Michiro, Yuichiro ignored him and looked at Ye. Uncle, are you strong? I guess so, Ye replied modestly. Kakushibu just stared at him. Huh, so, have you killed any demons? Yes, we have. Ye answered whatever was asked. Yuichiro was also very tactful, knowing what questions should not be asked. Kakushibu kept silently mocking them in his heart. Not only have they killed demons, but they've also slain the Demon King. Michiro couldn't stop his curiosity and persistently asked, Then why did you guys withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps? Kokoshibo recalled for a moment and answered on behalf of Yoriichi. It could be considered that we were framed by demons. The boss wanted to have some fun and didn't directly reveal the half-demon situation. So Kokoshibo cooperated and didn't mention it. Yoriichi nodded in agreement. The demon framed my brother and turned him into a demon. So I followed my brother and withdrew from the Demon Slayer Corps. Demons are so despicable. Michiro, filled with righteous indignation, then excitedly said, Uncle, you said that my brother and I have talent. Can you take us as your disciples? Bia. Michiro immediately held his head and stared at Tanjiro. What are you doing hitting me again? Becoming a demon slayer is dangerous. Don't do something stupid. Tanjiro looked at Michiro with disdain and mocked. If anyone has talent, it's me. Just focus on your studies. Michiro, Yoriichi, Winky Face, you are all very talented. So be my disciples. Kokoshibo said to himself. Yoriichi looked at him and said reluctantly, Uncle, you should be about that level, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been kicked out so easily. Just focus on your work. With skills like yours, don't even think about taking on disciples. Yoriichi nodded with a smile. Kokoshibo, if it weren't for the fact that you are my descendant, I'd draw my sword. Do you believe that? Besides Muzan, I don't believe there's anyone stronger than the two of us. Inosuke couldn't stand it anymore. Brother, don't say such outrageous things. What if they are really strong and want to take us as apprentices? Wouldn't we be missing out on a great opportunity? Tanjiro didn't respond to Inosuke and pulled him outside. Stop daydreaming every day. You can't be a hero. Enough, Tanjiro. Ichiro was being forcibly dragged outside, shouting angrily. In fact, he could guess that those two uncles were likely very strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for the demon to go through so much trouble to set them up. But it was too dangerous. He didn't want his brother to face danger. He also didn't want those two uncles to return to their dangerous past. In the supermarket, Muzan leisurely walked over, leaning against the counter after snatching the rare blood from Kanta. Kabutsuji, you're not good enough. Your descendants all say you're too weak. Yoriichi smiled and remained silent. Muzan, ignoring Kokoshibo's not-so-happy expression, you can't even recruit your own descendants as disciples. How pathetic is that? Kokoshibo, Winky Face, you're the Demon King. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Soon, the Demon Slayer Corps found the two children, the descendants of the swordsman who created the original breathing techniques. On a summer evening, Kaneo Tsuyuri came to visit with sincerity. Naturally, the Tsuyuri brothers' parents received her politely and called the two brothers, who had just returned home. Kaneo told them that they were the descendants of the creators of the original breathing techniques and earnestly requested that Tsuyuri Michiro and Yoriichi join the Demon Slayer Corps. The Tsuyuri brothers' parents were very willing. It was a joyful thing for their children to help fight demons and protect others. However, Tsuyuri Yoriichi pouted and glared at her fiercely. You which must be trying to trick us into going to our deaths. Then you won't have to do anything yourself. Yoriichi, be polite. His father hurriedly scolded him, then awkwardly looked at Kaneo. But Yoriichi still looked disdainful and said, There's no way we're joining any Demon Slayer Corps. Don't even think about it. Inosuke wanted to cover his brother's toxic mouth. I want to join too. Don't refuse for me. I want to be realistic. Inosuke glared at his foolish younger brother. What do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps for? To die? What about the initial swordsman? Staying safe is the most important thing. He believed that both he and his brother had talent. After all, more than one person had said so. But talent does not equal strength. When faced with danger, they could still die. No matter what others do, you cannot face danger. Under Yuichiro's tough attitude, the family could only helplessly send off Kaname. The next day after school, Yuichiro ran to the supermarket to complain to Geniki. Yesterday, a big sister named Kanemitsu Amano came to our house and wanted us to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but my brother refused. He is really being so unreasonable. Yuichiro, unreasonable my foot. hurry up and leave. Don't disturb the uncle's work. With an uncle like this, he'll be laid off again sooner or later. Saying this, he dragged his brother away. Kokoshibo recalled, if he had ever been this sharp-tongued, why does it seem like his descendants have eaten explosives? Muzan watched the two brothers leave, smiling as he looked at Kokoshibo. You're not doing well. Yoriichi's expressionless face is more approachable than yours, and he is clearly your descendant. Kokoshibo looked at Muzan with a blank expression, not wanting to speak. Meanwhile, on the Shido family side, Amano visited repeatedly. The parents of the Shido brothers were somewhat moved. Unfortunately, with Ichiro not wanting to go, they naturally wouldn't force their child. Amano could only return home, disappointed time after time. The two brothers had also gotten used to running to the supermarket after school to chat with the two uncles. Occasionally, the uncles would give them some snacks, though it was unclear if the manager allowed it. One day, after school, Michiro ran into the supermarket, leaning against the cashier. Hey uncle, is it really dangerous to join the Demon Slayer Corps? My brother told me it's really dangerous and you can easily die. Muzan grabbed a small stool and sat down beside him, then pulled over a trash can, cracking sunflower seeds. What's so dangerous? I'll tell you. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps is just random killing. The two at once finally noticed that the store manager was also here, Uncle Store Manager. Inosuke curiously asked, Manager, did you also know that the old man and the others were originally part of the Demon Slayer Corps? Muzan nodded. Of course I know. I watched them grow up. The store manager, don't brag. You look younger than the uncles. Ichiro had a somewhat disdainful expression. Michiro asked, do you know how strong the uncle and the others were when they were in the Demon Slayer Corps? They were pretty much no different from an ordinary person like me. Muzan was casually munching on sunflower seeds and talking nonsense. When Ichiro heard this, he was somewhat surprised. Did he guess wrong? But then again, where would there be so many reclusive masters working as cashiers in a supermarket, looking to take on disciples? That would be considered normal reality. He proudly looked at Michiro. I told you, those uncles are weak. They must be unable to kill demons to get laid off. Muzan nodded indifferently. As for Kokoshibo, he didn't care at all. He didn't care about strength at all. He felt quite happy watching the two little guys bicker every day, still with his brother. However, Kagaya looked at his boss and didn't know what to say. All right, you say I'm weak, then I'm weak. Just as weak as you. Michiro didn't want to pay attention to his brother and looked at Muzan. Did you just say we should join the Demon Slayer Corps and kill recklessly? Muzan nodded. You are the descendants of the founders of the original breathing techniques, unlike these two, whose ancestors don't even know what breathing techniques are. Inosuke, excited, looked at his brother. Brother, the store manager said so. Let's join the Demon Slayer Corps. Uekairu scoffed. TCH, what does the manager of a supermarket know? You believe him just like that? Hey, I know quite a bit. Muzan, while spitting out sunflower seed shells, said, so, Uncle, what is that initial breathing technique? Ichiro was actually quite curious too, and, seizing the opportunity, he naturally had to ask. The initial breathing technique, huh? Muzan put on a reminiscing expression and sighed softly. I know, but, under the gaze of the two children, Muzan's expression changed. I won't tell you. Takedo Michiro and Takedo Yoriichi. Why do we think you were more mature back then? Since I'm his disciple, I'll tell you. Muzan pointed at Kokoshibo. Come on. Yoriichi shrugged. Isn't it better to just join the Demon Slayer Corps? You guys don't have much to do anyway. After school, you can just learn and play with him. He is just a poor old man who got laid off from the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi and Michiro. Old man? He is only a few years older. Perhaps it was out of boredom, or perhaps it was unstoppable curiosity. After all, learning from silly Uncle wouldn't be dangerous, right? In the end, the two little guys agreed. Maybe it was true talent. Plus, as the founder of the original breathing technique, and having lived for so long, Yoriichi and Kokoshibo at least knew other breathing techniques. After trying a few, they found that these two brothers excelled in wind breathing. However, as they learned, Michiro developed a mist breathing technique. Yoriichi developed a fog breathing technique. Moreover, they learned quickly. Even just studying with them for a little while after school, they picked it up in a few days. One day, the two little guys were practicing to maintain that same breathing with Kokoshibo, and the results were significant. Suddenly, they realized that the sky outside had turned dark. Shopkeeper, is it dark outside? Time passed so quickly. No, it's the dark clouds. Yoriichi looked at the thick black clouds that seemed to be pressing down from the sky. Just to confirm his words, lightning flickered at the horizon, and distant thunder rumbled. Immediately after, raindrops the size of mung beans suddenly poured down like they were splashed. The sound of rain pattered on the ground, and the drops on the roof sounded like they were being struck. Cold wind blew in through the door crack. The two little guys, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, shivered. They could only rely on the long hair hanging down from their heads to keep warm. It seemed that for a while, they wouldn't be able to go back. Looks like you guys can't go back for now, Yoriichi said, handing them his phone. Call your parents. When the call connected, it started off normally, just checking in. But suddenly, a scream was heard. Mom, what's wrong? Yoriichi shouted in panic. On the other end of the line came a terrified voice. There's a monster downstairs outside. Don't come back. Muzan carefully sensed the situation and thought, damn it, a half-demon. Forget about this thing. Kokushibo and Yoriichi also noticed the half-demon. Kokushibo glanced at the two little guys and stood up. I'll go. After saying that, he dashed out the door without even grabbing an umbrella. Uncle. The Tsuguko brothers quickly looked at Muzan and Yoriichi, who had no intention of helping. It's dangerous for Uncle to go alone. While hanging up the phone to call the police, they couldn't care less about finding an umbrella and were about to run out into the heavy rain. But Muzan lifted them up, one in each hand. Calm down. Didn't you say Uncle is weak? Isn't he just going to his death if he goes? Onairo shouted anxiously. Michiro also wanted to break free from Muzan and shouted, let go of me. Don't you care about Uncle? Muzan calmly said, you two kids going over there is useless. So hurry up. Onairo is about to die from anxiety, and you didn't even notice how cold-blooded you both are. Yuani felt very reassured about his older brother. They were only 1 or 2 houses apart, and he could rush there in an instant and take him down in one strike. What is there to worry about? The rain comes quickly and goes just as fast. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the sun at the horizon, and the surroundings brightened up. The moisture and water on the street had not yet dried up, and the sky was showing a bright white. The breeze in the air was very refreshing. As the two brothers broke free from Muzan's grasp, they hurriedly rushed out the door. Father, mother, and master, please don't get into trouble. Even though their master was very weak, he still rushed out without hesitation. At that moment, they completely acknowledged that the uncle was their master. But their master's boss and younger brother were too ruthless. However, after running across the street and arriving at the entrance of their home, they saw their master holding a knife, looking down at a grotesque corpse that had yet to dissipate on the small path on the other side of the house. Kokushibo looked at him. It's taken care of. Master, you're actually this strong? The two were somewhat stunned. They had always thought that, just as the shopkeeper said. Their master was very weak. He was too weak. Kokushibo looked at the nearly vanished corpse and sheathed his Nicaran blade. The two little ones now understood why the shopkeeper and their master's younger brother were not worried at all. There was simply no need to worry. Kokushibo glanced at the upstairs and said, your parents are fine. After saying that, he was about to leave. Master, do you want to come to our house? Also, we don't even know your name. Inshur. After saying that, Kokushibo headed back to the supermarket. Inshur means mountain stone. From that day on, the two little ones worked even harder to learn from Kokushibo. What happened that night seemed to remind him, even if he tried his hardest to avoid danger, it would still come. Instead, it would be better to find a way to be unafraid of danger, thus protecting his family and master. Master, how is your strength in the Demon Slayer Corps? Muzan looked at the two little guys who had just finished training in the backyard behind the supermarket and casually replied, his level can't compare to the current Demon Slayer Corps. The two little ones naturally ignored Muzan's words and looked at Kokushibo expectantly, waiting for his answer. It's about the same, Kokushibo replied ambiguously. He felt that if those Ashira were to become demons, they would definitely be very strong. What a pity. As for Muzan, he was just focused on having fun, not caring about whether someone became a demon or not. Due to previous events, the Tsujikuni family became familiar with Muzan and his group. They learned that the man who saved them was named Yamashiro. The owner of the nearby supermarket was called Tsukihiko, and another cashier was named Yamamura. Muzan didn't care that these two little ones ignored him and looked at them by himself. I'll take you to the Demon Slayer Corps. With your talents, you shouldn't be ordinary. You should be my tools. Muzan doesn't care who has joined the Demon Slayer Corps now. After all, they are ultimately killing half-demons for him. Moreover, it's just amusing to think about. In the final battle, he plans to give them a surprise. Mitsuri Kenroji looked at Muzan upon hearing this and excitedly said, you know people from the Demon Slayer Corps too? Muzan nodded. I guess so. Come on, we won't join the Demon Slayer Corps. Don't even think about it. Onairo gave Michiro a slap on the head. Michiro was so angry that he was flaring his nostrils. I'm going anyway. It was yet another amusing brotherly quarrel. Muzan also stopped butting in, munching on a watermelon while watching the two argue, occasionally spitting out watermelon seeds. The two brothers were in a heated argument when Muzan suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was Kanani, who had persistently invited Taketo to join the Demon Slayer Corps. She was originally on her way to the Taketo household, but was drawn in by the commotion in the supermarket and noticed the two targets here. Muzan threw away the watermelon rind and shook off the watermelon juice stuck to his hands. Amano opened the supermarket door. The two little guys who were arguing were also attracted and noticed that she was back again. Inosuke was in a fit of anger and didn't care about his brother's opinion. He hurriedly shouted at Kaname, "Sister Kaname, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Bia. Inosuke slapped him again. "Join your head. And you demon girl, hurry up and get lost. Stop bothering us." Kaname wasn't angry and looked at Muzan, who seemed like the boss. "Sorry to interrupt." It's fine. Muzan waved his hand. "You are from the Demon Slayer Corps, right?" He paused for a moment, looking at Kaname, who slightly nodded. He smiled and said, "These two kids told me that you've been wanting to invite them to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I have a proposal." Kaname looked at Muzan. Muzan's smile became wicked. "I'll help you kidnap him, Amano." Realizing the situation, she hurriedly waved her hands. "No need for that. We won't force anyone to join, and this is illegal." "It's okay," their parents agreed. Muzan stood up from his beloved little stool. Meanwhile, Yuaro, who had anticipated what the store manager was planning, was ready to run outside while holding onto his brother. "You all better give up. I'm not joining the Demon Slayer Corps," he shouted while making his escape. But now, Yuaro was just a little brat. Muzan quickly caught up with him and directly lifted Yuaro with his paw, which was dripping with watermelon juice. "Let me go. You're not following the rules." Yuaro squirmed like a fish out of water under Muzan's grip. Muzan ignored Yuichiro and looked at Kaname. "Don't worry, I've already talked to their parents. Let's go. Straight on the road." Saying this, Muzan directly hoisted Yuichiro onto his shoulder, disregarding Kaname's panic and objections. He then looked at Michiro. "Let's go. If he forces you not to join, then you force him to join." Although Michiro also felt that it seemed a bit wrong, why was he so motivated? "All right. Manager, please calm down for a moment." Amano chased after and advised Muzan. Muzan walked out without looking back, carrying Yuichiro and taking Michiro with him. "I'm very calm." Kokushibo and Yoriichi seemed to ignore this scene and casually looked elsewhere. Yoriichi even thoughtfully called the parents of the Tsutomu brothers to inform them of the situation. They were quite familiar with each other, and since the supermarket was right at their doorstep, the Tsutomu family often visited the supermarket and had gotten used to their children running there every day. Muzan had already plotted with the parents of the Tsutomu brothers. Although their parents were somewhat hesitant and felt uneasy, they didn't outright oppose it either. Tsutomu Ichiro was both angry and anxious, struggling to break free. "Yamashiro-sensei, you have to stop the manager." Kokushibo silently turned his head, clearly indicating that he wouldn't intervene. "Oh, I'm so frustrated. Tsukihiko, let go of me." "Bia." Muzan slapped Yuaro on the head. "Be quiet." "Yuaro, damn it. Although the location of the Hashira headquarters is not public, I know some places for the Demon Slayer Core firearms training established with the government support." Thus, the scene appeared. On the street, a man was carrying a small child, who was flapping his little claws, while another identical but very excited child followed beside him, and a woman behind them was anxiously trying to persuade them. If it weren't for their calm demeanor, and the child being carried only being angry, someone would have called the police by now. All the way, Amano endured the strange looks from others and followed Muzan. "Mr. Store Manager, there's really no need for this. Would I need to go to join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Muzan asked to himself. After all, Amano hoped they would join the Demon Slayer Corps. "Let me lead the way." "Muzan, isn't this just right?" Taketu Muichiro happily bounced along, also casting a provocative glance at his older brother. "Heaven has its cycles. Who can escape the heavens?" In the summer of 1909, that country on the continent developed just as it did in his memories, alongside the rising technology of the entire world. In other words, the college entrance examination has reached an increasingly competitive level. In other words, the exam papers are abundant. Muzan revealed a smile. The calculus exam can't be missed. Although the college entrance examination doesn't test calculus, the papers from universities and graduate school entrance exams are more than enough. At this moment, almost all the demons sensed a wave of malice descending. It flashed by, but it sent chills down the spines of the demons. Lord Muzan is up to something again? The next moment, they received Lord Muzan's order. Prepare for the calculus exam. It will be held in 2 days. Even though it was a scorching summer day with that big fireball hanging in the sky, they felt a chill in their hearts. They thought Lord Muzan had forgotten about this little matter, but it turned out he was just waiting for them. Winky face, 2 days later. Nakeim returned to Infinity Castle with a stack of exam papers, readying the examination room. She wore a gloating expression, but then saw Lord Muzan smiling, staring at her intently. Nakeim couldn't help but swallow. "B-boss, I won't have to take the exam too, will I? What do you think?" Muzan chuckled. Nezuko's smile instantly vanished. Soon, the time was up. Muzan looked at the already seated and sorrowful Nezuko. After working so hard for so many years, why can't I have even a small privilege? I'm a secretary after all. Give me some privileges. Bring them over. Muzan lay on the Muzan happy chair, rocking chair, at the front of the examination room and said. Tamayo grabbed her pipa and weakly strummed it a couple of times. The sound of the pipa was also weak, as if it had wilted. The examination hall, resembling a square, was instantly filled to capacity. The seats were occupied by examinees. No one could be absent from this exam. Some demons even held a book in their hands, cramming at the last minute. But upon seeing Muzan at the front, they immediately tossed the book aside. Who would dare to cheat with Muzan Kibutsuji monitoring? Kagaya, having been sent over, looked at the spacious examination hall and the leisurely Muzan. Is this for real? Forget it. I want to learn anyway. I'll just submit a blank paper, and you can't do anything to me. Meanwhile, Kokoshibo and Yoriichi, who were managing the store, were also extremely bewildered. Do we have to take the exam too? Even though our family is a successor to the country and was once very powerful, and we have had teachers but calculus. What are you looking at? Hurry up and write. Papers will be collected in an hour and a half. Muzan scolded, taking out a packet of fresh blood and leisurely sipping while reclining in a rocking chair. The ghosts in the exam room were in despair. Why must we endure this torture while taking the exam? The fresh blood had a fragrance. Due to Muzan's intimidation, they dared not make any small moves, and could only stare at the papers, scratching their heads in frustration. An indescribable feeling of torment was long and painful. They couldn't understand, couldn't write. Their heads hurt. Thus, there were various reactions among the ghosts. Some honest ghosts earnestly studied, or like talents such as Sanjuro, furiously wrote on their papers. This was a rare occurrence. Most were at a loss, staring at the paper without knowing where to begin. The less sharp-minded ghosts directly slapped their heads, mercilessly smashing themselves, only to find that self-destruction was not enough to knock them out. Then they turned their heads and noticed a ghost sleeping nearby. They thought, why am I hitting my own head? Why not just fall asleep? As they pondered, they felt dazed. Some had studied but hadn't fully grasped it. They were pulling their hair out in handfuls, letting it grow back just to pull out again. Others poked their fingers into their heads, tried to extract knowledge they hadn't remembered before. In short, the scene was extremely spectacular. It was also very bloody. If one didn't know better, they might think it was an execution ground. Soon, the hour and a half of torment came to an end. Come on, hurry up and hand in your papers. Muzan patted the table in front of him and shouted. Upon hearing this, the top students led by Yoshino either relaxed or let out a sigh and submitted their papers. Most of those who heard the sound were jolted awake, springing up from their desks. Dazed, they hurried over to hand in their papers, while some submitted theirs with a pale expression. Just when they thought it was all over, the ghost heard Muzan's words. Those who didn't pass would have to buy papers, complete 100, and come back in a year. If they still didn't pass, they'd have to keep doing it. The ghosts. We are ghosts. Terrifying. Powerful ghosts. Why do we need to study? This farce ended just like that. The two strongest, Kokoshibo and Yoriichi, received special treatment. Muzan personally bought them exam papers, double the amount, and gave them to them. Go for it. I believe in you. If Ennui and Kokoshibo hadn't maintained their composure, they would have drawn their swords by now. Even the usually resistant Kyojetsu received special treatment. Muzan specifically left him in Infinity City, watching Chinyu with an expression that seemed to say, as long as I slack off, you can't do anything about it. Chinyu. One sentence directly triggered Jingyue Chinyu. Boss, you can't do this. Who can learn that thing in just a year? I don't care. Muzan ignored his protests completely. Naruko, take me outside. Naruko grabbed a pipa from the side, weakly plucked a few strings, and quickly threw Muzan out. Kagaya looked at Naruko, who was already teary-eyed. Don't look at me. I can't help it. The potential of demons is limitless. They don't need to sleep, and their powerful bodies also enhance their brains. At least their memory and learning abilities are somewhat improved. If pushed hard enough, who knows what they can do. After leaving the examination room, Doma felt he had undergone an hour and a half of mental torture. He casually killed a lone shark gang, swallowed one of the male members whole, and returned home with a barely alive woman. In this ruthless world, only the flesh and blood in his mouth could bring him a bit of warmth. Indeed, when faced with problems, eating something delicious can solve them. The tasty meal made him forget the unpleasantness of earlier and enjoy the happiness of the moment. Then, footsteps were heard at the door. Doma froze for a moment, only to see Kanade standing at the entrance, looking at him in terror. Doma couldn't help but loosen his grip, and the head of the terrified woman fell to the ground with a thud. Kanade covered her mouth and took a step back. Mr. Doma. Kanade. Let me explain. Doma hurriedly wiped the blood from his face and rushed towards her. Kanade instinctively stepped back to maintain her distance, tears sparkling in her eyes, and shouted, "Don't come any closer. It's not what you think." Doma wanted to reach out and grab Kanade's hand, but her desperate retreat made him hesitate to approach any further, so he could only try to explain. But the fact that he was a cannibal was already laid bare before Kanade. The image of him as the gentle figure who had always helped her completely shattered in that moment, leaving only the horrific scene she had just witnessed. Him holding a dead woman in a tragic state, devouring human flesh and blood, with bones scattered on the ground and terrifying bloodstains on his face. She thought she had escaped the torment of her husband and mother-in-law, only to walk into another den of demons. Tears filled Kanade's eyes as she looked at Doma, then suddenly turned and ran away. Doma stood frozen for a moment, unsure of what to do. Kanade was very afraid of him. What should he do? Muzan, who was planning when to throw Doma to Naruko and Kanade, sensed that something was off with Doma. He became interested and looked from Doma's perspective. Then he discovered that there really was a problem on Doma's side. He knew that with Doma's blatant cannibalism, something would eventually go wrong. Well, Doma brought this on himself. He would have to figure out how to fix it. Fortunately, he had a pretty good idea. Muzan flashed over to Doma's side and saw Doma standing there somewhat at a loss. Doma's emotions were ultimately either lacking or dulled. Faced with his ambiguous feelings for Kano, especially in this situation, he had no idea what to do. Doma stared blankly at Muzan, and a feeling that was hard to describe seemed to arise in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. Lord Muzan. Slap. Muzan slapped Doma on the head. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and chase after Kanu. Without a doubt, Kanu would run into the forest to find Inisuk. She was definitely trying to take Inisuk away from Doma. Inisuk, that pig, would thrive in the forest, but Kanu might not. Kanu, with tears streaming down her face, ran towards the forest. She had to find Inisuk quickly. If she saw Doma eating people, she would definitely be caught and eaten too. She had to help Inisuk escape. She had to protect Inisuk. Kanu, who was not particularly strong, was panting heavily as she ran with all her might, feeling anxious and guilty inside. Why was she so foolish to bring Inisuk to the demon's lair? Why couldn't she even find Inisuk? Inisuk, Inisuk, where are you? Kanu shouted anxiously, ignoring whether there were any wild beasts in the forest that could be attracted. At that moment, she heard Inisuk's distinctive loud voice from a distance. Charge! Charge! Accompanied by the sound of thundering footsteps, Kanu hurriedly ran towards that direction. Inisuk, run! Inisuk, wearing his boar mask, rushed over, stomping the ground and leaving 2 deep tracks. Stopping to look at Kanu, his voice filled with excitement. Is there an enemy? I'll smash him. Kanu, panting, grabbed the hand of her 10-year-old son. Doma is a demon. We need to escape. Huh? Inisuk looked at his mother and suddenly took a defensive stance, looking towards Kanu's direction. They're coming. Run. Kanu immediately understood what Inisuk meant and pulled his hand to escape. But Inisuk showed no sign of wanting to flee, instead letting out a bizarre laugh. Mwahahaha. Kanu, despite trying to pull her 10-year-old child, couldn't budge him. Charge! Charge! Inisuk shouted, breaking free from his mother's grip and charging forward. Since his mom said this guy was a demon, he'd smash him directly. At the same time, Doma finally caught up. Kanu, let me explain. Just as he finished speaking, a wild boar came charging in with a loud shout. At that moment, Muzan's voice echoed in Doma's head. Knock him out and take him away, simple and effective. Doma thought the same. Seeing Inisuk charging like a wild boar, he struck out, and Inisuk fell to the ground with a thud. Inisuk, Kanu shouted as she ran over, wanting to protect Inisuk. Memories of Doma cooking for her and listening to her sing flashed in her mind. Warm scenes now turned into falsehoods, like a mirage that finally ended. She feared that what she thought was beautiful was merely an illusion. In his eyes, she was just food. Let Inisuk go. I'll go with you. Kanu stood in front of Inisuk, resolutely looking into Doma's eyes. But at that moment, all she saw was an indescribable emotion. Not the fake sadness or smiles he had shown before. I'm sorry. Doma struck Kanu with a hand chop, and as she fainted, he lifted her up and slung her over his shoulder. He would do a princess carry. A mere slap could knock Inisuk out. So Doma didn't dare use too much strength to avoid hurting him. Inisuk let out a villainous laugh. Mwahahaha. Let go of my mom. I'll fight you. Charge. Bam. Doma threw Inisuk over his shoulder. Charge my foot. Inisuk, slung over Doma's shoulder, struggled fiercely, flailing his limbs. Let go of me. You be quiet. Doma slapped Inisuk on the head. Inisuk snorted through his nose. However, Inosuke had excellent insight and could sense killing intent, which is known as fighting spirit. He could feel that this guy actually had no intention to kill him. So he just snorted while being carried. Are you even a demon? Doma didn't answer. Carrying the mother and son home. Answer me. Inosuke shouted with a voice akin to a tractor. But he received no response, shouting all the way home. He was thrown onto the ground, and Canoe was placed on the bed in the inner room. As Inosuke lay on the ground, he noticed Doma sitting leisurely nearby, drinking some beverage. Hey, do you know if that guy Doma is a demon? Inosuke shouted out Muzan's name loudly. Muzan was drinking juice while looking at Inosuke, showing a nervous expression, as if he had just been pretending to be calm. He leaned in and whispered, I just found out that guy is a man-eating demon, but he doesn't know that I know. Let's escape while we can. No way. I want to take my mom with me. Can you defeat that guy? He's the upper rank too. Muzan looked anxious, as if afraid of being discovered, nervously glancing around. He definitely won't harm your mother for now. I'll take you out of here first. Otherwise, we will both die. Once you become stronger, you can come back to take revenge on him. Muzan seems genuinely worried that Doma will find out, looking anxious and in a hurry, as if there's no time for hesitation. Inosuke stands up. No way. I have to kill that guy. TSK. Muzan seems to have an emotion similar to being frustrated that iron won't turn into steel, angry that he is inflexible, saying to him, be a bit more rational. Muzan said, forcibly carrying Inosuke on his shoulder. Ignoring Inosuke's struggles, he walked out with him. Let me go, you bastard. Do you want to die for nothing? Muzan roared in anger, hurriedly dragging him outside. Tamayo's hostility increased by 1. After Kanawa woke up, she was very agitated and eager to find Inosuke. Being sensitive to emotions, she also noticed that Tamayo had no ill intentions. However, her worry for the child made it impossible for her to feel at ease. Kanawa, can you calm down? Tamayo said, grabbing Kanawa's hand to try to stop her from rushing to find Inosuke. Kanawa shook off his hand and glared at Tamayo angrily. What have you done to Inosuke? He's in the living room. Tamayo went out to bring Inosuke in, and Kanawa hurriedly followed. In the living room, there was no one. Kanawa looked at Tamayo, who was gazing at the empty spot where Muzan used to be. Kanawa, don't panic, let me explain. Did you kill my child? Kanawa, unable to find Inosuke, burst into tears and shouted at Tamayo in a loss of control. At that moment, Tamayo almost wanted to cry. Boss, you are deliberately setting me up. However, Tamayo was still very skilled at explaining. There would always be time to clarify things. On the other side this year, Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri, who had barely learned the water-breathing technique, arrived at Fujikase Mountain to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps exam. Suki, you brought a gun? Where did you even get that? Kaneo looked at Suki, who was spinning a gun in his hand like a show-off. Who said I can't use a gun? I even brought explosives. Saying this, Suki pulled out a bundle of bombs from who knows where. Stay away from us. That's dangerous. Kaneo was frightened and pulled Ju back as she watched Suki with the dangerous items. Although there was no rule against bringing guns or explosives with that attitude, were you planning to blow up Fujikase Mountain? Suki waved his hand and moved closer to the two, smiling. Don't worry, this thing won't accidentally explode. Ju looked at Suki, his voice flat. Do you realize you're breaking the law? Regardless, the three of them successfully made it to Fujikase Mountain. They had to take this dangerous person with them and requested that unless absolutely necessary, he shouldn't take out his dangerous items. We can protect you during the exam. Suki readily agreed. The journey went quite smoothly. The demons on Fujikase Mountain were not particularly strong, although Ju and Suki were still too weak, with Kaneo leading. The two had an easy time. Kaneo decapitated a demon with one slice, while Suki boasted behind her. See, this demon is weak. Ju nodded seriously in agreement. Indeed, the half-demon glared at the two clearly weak demons who were mocking him from behind, refusing to die in peace. Suki, Kaneo glanced at Suki, showing a gentle smile. You're so weak, don't be so arrogant. Ju nodded seriously. Indeed. Suki, I'm just leveling up. Ju, you little weakling, you're not much stronger than me. Ju, Tomioka. I know. He had a blank expression, seemingly looking down on Suki. The three continued to delve deeper. Soon, they encountered the second demon. Little Trash. Kaneo, expressionless, slashed with her blade, and the half-demon charging at her instantly lost composure. You little demon, don't be so arrogant. Kaneo's calm gaze filled the half-demon with immense anger, but the strength disparity was evident. The half-demon charged in angrily only to have its head sliced off by Kaneo. With a thud, the head fell to the ground, separated from the body, and it didn't even have time to react. Muzan looked at Ion and said, I think we could just slack off by following Kanroji. Ion watched Kanroji slaughtering demons and replied with a serious expression. Kanroji can't hold out for 7 days by herself. That means we still need help. But the way he said it seemed to imply that Kanroji wasn't that strong either. However, Tsukiyomi and Kanroji were used to Iyong's way of speaking. The first night passed smoothly. A ray of sunlight tore through the night sky, taking advantage of the dawn. The three of them took out food and rested in the sunlight by the tree. After a nap, the sun set, in the places shaded by trees. The forest was enveloped in darkness. From a distance, they heard roaring sounds, and the three exchanged glances before heading in that direction. Since they had the energy, they might as well help their fellow candidates. After all, there was no real competitive relationship. But as they got closer, peering through the branches and leaves, they discovered that the ones fighting were not humans, but a group of demons. Dozens of demons were tearing each other apart like wild beasts. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a scene reminiscent of hell, which was particularly frightening in the dim forest. The three quickly hid behind a tree. No matter how strong Kanroji was, dealing with dozens of demons at once was still too much. Kanroji lowered her voice and asked, "Why are they fighting each other? Didn't the master say that demons shouldn't cannibalize each other?" Iyong remained silent. He didn't know why he should speak. Tsukiyomi speculated, could it be that they are starving? Unable to fight us, they can only kill each other? This group of half-demons was weak, and even among the participants, there were weaker ones. However, there were not many candidates to begin with, and the intervals were long. They were counting on this to fill their stomachs, which was unlikely. There were no restrictions like the Demon King among half-demons. In order to gain more power to restrain Muzan, half-demons hoped for stronger abilities. Those demons that couldn't deal with the candidates simply resorted to cannibalism. After all, it's all flesh and blood. Half-demon flesh and blood is still flesh and blood. Moreover, it even contained Muzan's blood, which could be more nutritious than that of humans. Iyong glanced at the group of demons fighting and turned to the two. Will they become stronger if they keep this up? It's possible, Kanroji whispered. Tsukiyomi looked at her and said, Kanroji, go, cut them all down. Kanroji replied, are you treating me like a dog? I can't win. Let's leave here first. The two nodded and quietly tiptoed away. Once they were far enough, Tsukiyomi expressed concern. If a stronger demon is really born this way, we definitely won't be able to survive. Iyong nodded. Kanroji held her Nichiren blade tightly and said, we can gather others to deal with that group of demons. No, you can't do it, Iyong firmly denied. Even Kanroji, who was used to his way of speaking, almost couldn't hold back. Let's at least try. Although Fujisaki Mountain wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. There were about 20 to 30 participants. With their deliberate search, they quickly followed the sounds of battle and encountered someone being chased by a demon. Kanroji swung her Nichiren blade and struck down. The person being chased heard the noise, looked back, and saw that the demon had been killed, finally letting out a sigh of relief and sitting down on the ground, panting to each thank you. It's okay. Tsukiyomi stepped forward in place of Kanroji and said straightforwardly, we encountered dozens of demons, and if we don't kill them, they might retaliate against us. Can you come with us to deal with them? The man hurriedly shook his head, shaking it like a rattle drum. No, I can't. Saying that, he quickly stood up from the ground and tried to run away. When encountering so many demons, he was eager to escape. Why fight? A demon almost killed him. It's better to stay far away. Kanroji looked disappointedly at the fleeing figure. Since he wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps, why was he still so cowardly? Forget it. Let's find the next person. Tsukiyomi patted Kanroji on the shoulder. This time they encountered a man who was chasing after a demon. Their position happened to be in the direction from which the demon was running. You three, don't get in the way, the man shouted. Kanroji raised her Nichiren blade to confront the approaching demon. The demon, seeing this, was about to grab the three of them as hostages. That's my prey. However, Kanroji had already struck down, looking at the man. At that moment, the man angrily put down his blade and glared at Kanroji. You three, are you looking for death? Are you out of your mind? Iyong looked at the man and bluntly stated, dealing with demons should be a team effort. Helping each other is the right thing to do. The man's face visibly darkened. He stepped forward and grabbed Iyong's collar. Are you tired of living? Did I say something wrong? Iyong looked confused and expressionless. The man was even angrier, his face bulging with veins, and he looked like he wanted to headbutt Iyong. Are you trying to pick a fight? Sorry. Kanroji, unable to do anything about her junior brother Iyong, sincerely apologized to the man. It's my fault. Let him go. The man exhaled deeply. Don't let me see you again. Tsukiyomi looked at Iyong, who had been thrown aside. With a mocking smile, you angered someone again. If you can't speak, then just don't. Iyong. Oh. Tsukiyomi felt that his reaction was really annoying. Let's go find someone else. Continuous failures didn't discourage Kanroji. She led the two deeper into the mountain. However, the deeper they went, the fewer demons they encountered. They came across a man sitting by a tree, eating a biscuit. Kanroji approached him and, facing his puzzled gaze, directly said, "We found demons fighting each other, and a very powerful demon might be born. We are too few to stop it. Do you want to join us?" The man put down the biscuit. "No wonder I haven't seen any demons. It turns out they are busy killing each other." He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and looked at the three. Cooperation is one thing, but there's no need. After saying that, he put away the half-eaten biscuit and walked around the three before leaving. Tsukiyomi patted the somewhat disappointed Kanroji. Forget it, people probably aren't willing to cooperate with strangers. Kanroji looked at the forest ahead, wanting to say something, but then they heard a series of urgent footsteps approaching rapidly. "Help! Help!" A figure burst out from the bushes, noticed the three of them, and shouted urgently, "Help! There's a particularly terrifying demon behind me." He ran forward recklessly while speaking. Behind the man, a series of dull and loud footsteps echoed, as if the ground itself was trembling. The surrounding trees were violently knocked down by the massive body, producing a thundering sound. "Oh no!" Yuane watched as the absurdly large half-demon approached step by step, feeling a bit surprised. Was this some kind of flesh and blood Gundam? It stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a giant square. A mountain of flesh was moving towards them. It had almost completely lost its human shape, with countless heads and faces protruding like tumors from the grotesque flesh, and numerous claws and legs flailing about, the flesh intertwining to form pillar-like legs. As this horrifying creature drew closer, trees around them crashed down with a loud rumble. K2 and Eon both sensed the terror of this synthetic demon, raising their Nicaran blades in a serious manner. Water breathing, the two jumped simultaneously, swinging their Nicaran blades to strike. As for Yuane, he was too weak. They didn't expect him to help, just hoping he could protect himself. However, this seemingly slow-moving mountain of flesh was much faster than anticipated, its writhing claws reaching out towards the two like tentacles. With no leverage in the air, they had to abandon their attack on its main body and instead use their strikes to fend off the incoming claws. But the monster's hands were nearly endless. Although they could easily sever its arms, avoiding its attacks was quite troublesome. It felt as if they would be caught and crushed at any moment. In just a few seconds, they had sustained some injuries from unavoidable strikes. They needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Yuane aimed his gun at the flesh mountain demon. Given its massive size, it was difficult to dodge, so it had to block with its hands. Being hit in the hand was better than in the body. Moreover, the bullet felt dangerously threatening to it. Instinctively, it told him not to get hit. He would die. Seizing the opportunity that Yuane had created for them, the two exerted all their strength, swiftly severing several of its arms. In the instant it was still recovering, they leaped up and swung at the flesh mountain demon. Bang! In the next moment, the demon's palms swatted the two little guys down, simultaneously reaching for Yuane. "Run!" Katie yelled while struggling to stand up, shouting towards Yuane. Just moments ago, he had been knocked down from over a meter high, and with the demon's immense strength, he likely had a fracture. His back was also injured from the fall, causing him painful numbness. Yuane hurriedly dodged, but he was too slow compared to the flesh mountain demon, and before he could escape far, he was caught by a claw. The immense force crushed Yuane, contorting his face in agony, and he lost the strength to shoot. His handgun fell to the ground with a clatter. K2, disregarding the intense pain throughout his body and the blood spilling from his mouth, shouted and charged forward. Let him go. But countless hands reached toward him. Keita fought through the increasing pain, ignoring the worsening wounds, swinging his Nicaran blade with such speed that it almost created an afterimage, continuously severing the demon's arms. Yet, countless new arms grew back. Despair and urgency spread relentlessly. At this moment, Yuane, who had always been regarded as weak and unreliable, bore the pain with a smile. You guys run. Eon got up and rushed forward recklessly, shouting no. They saw Yuane preparing to detonate explosives. Despite his bones seemingly all broken from being crushed, Yuane faced the pain with an unprecedented calmness, revealing a gentle smile that he had rarely shown before. Eliminate the evil spirits. It's up to you. No. In the next instant, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, flames and a powerful shockwave engulfing everything, stirring up a cloud of dust. Eon and K2 were thrown back by the blast. crashing to the ground, their already battered bodies enduring immense pain. Yet, they felt little of that pain, tears streaming from their eyes as they stared blankly at the rising smoke and flames. Ywain was dead. He had left them forever. With the explosion, the flame spread. Death became an established fact. They couldn't even go back to search for Ywain's body. Keita sobbed as he looked at the approaching flames. Struggling to rise from the ground, reaching out to Iyong, who was tear-streaked, suppressing his emotions, his voice holding back too many feelings. Let's go. Don't let our junior brother's sacrifice be in vain. In the flames, despite being at the center of the explosion, Muzan was unscathed. After all, he had survived for so many years, far stronger than in the original story. The flesh mountain demon was engulfed by flames, its countless faces filled with terror. Run. We must escape. We will die. We will definitely die. It looked at the approaching figure of the demon king, Kibutsuji Muzan, and the smile on its face was utterly overshadowed by the terrifying aura that pressed on every nerve in its body, causing it to tremble. At that moment, the little bit of intelligence it had just gained boiled down to one word: escape. The half-demon let out a shriek and turned to run recklessly toward the sea of fire. Even if it would be burned, the chances of survival were far greater than facing the demon king. Muzan appeared behind him almost instantaneously, his purplish-gray nails piercing into the half-demon's body. The half-demon, desperately trying to escape, halted in his tracks, curling up on the ground and letting out a pained roar. Muzan withdrew his fingers and no longer cared about the half-demon that was about to explode. He hadn't anticipated this fire. It turned out that such a small amount of explosives could trigger a wildfire in the forest. He should be more careful in the future. Taking advantage of the flames not spreading yet, Muzan used a blood demon art, causing the temperature around him to drop rapidly. As the icy mist spread, the flames gradually extinguished. Muzan disdainfully lifted his leg to avoid the rotten flesh of the half-demon that exploded on the ground. The evolution direction of the half-demons is really getting stranger. Ascending with blood and flesh, huh? They look like zombie counterparts. Muzan glanced at the direction of Kaneo and Ju, then disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Doma was crying and complaining to Kaneo, recounting his tragic experiences. That damn Muzan Kibutsuji forced me to become a man-eating demon, and to survive, I had no choice but to feed on those who commit evil. Kaneo, forgive me, I shouldn't have kept this from you. Kaneo looked at the ridiculous Doma with a cold gaze she had never shown before. Tell me the truth? I don't even know what happened to my son. Facing Doma, she felt no fear. Doma looked aggrieved. Kaneo, don't you believe me? Stop lying. Where is Inisuk? The expression on Doma's face disappeared, and he smiled helplessly. Kaneo was too sensitive to emotions, almost able to tell at a glance that he was indeed lying. All right. It was my choice to become a demon. Kaneo, don't be anxious. Where is Inisuk? Kaneo-chan, don't worry. Doma revealed himself, directly and unabashedly eating the leftovers. Our boss requires us not to harm innocent people. I haven't harmed a single innocent person. Oh right, the boss is the Demon King. He smiled, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, holding an arm in his hand, and looking at Kaneo. He said, do you know what this child did? She lent money at high interest, causing dozens of families to go bankrupt, turning many people against each other, forcing them to kill their own family members. Kaneo, do you think she deserves to live? Kaneo was momentarily speechless. She knew that Doma was not lying. So where's Inisuk? Upon hearing this, Doma once again displayed a crying expression. My boss always tricks me. While I was waiting for you to wake up, he tricked Inisuk away. Boo-hoo. Kaneo couldn't bear to look for a moment, turning her head to ask, where's Inisuk now? Doma pretended to scratch his head, saying, you should have been taken by the boss to learn breathing techniques. Kaneo? Breathing technique? She also goes online. She had learned about the Demon Slayer Core and demons, and breathing techniques are what demon hunters learn to deal with demons, right? Doma looked at Kaneo as confused expression and waved his hand with a smile. Well, the boss just wants to play a little. Kaneo, you don't need to worry. With the boss around, Inisuk will definitely be fine. I want to see Inisuk, Kaneo said to Doma seriously. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to put her mind at ease. Before Doma could respond, Muzan Kibutsuji appeared before them. Oh, still not done soothing him? Doma, why can't I soothe him? Don't you have any self-awareness? Muzan leaned towards Kanoya and pointed at Doma, saying, let me tell you, this thing is just garbage. If you can't stand him, I'll take care of it for you and smash his head. Kanoya quietly distanced himself from Muzan. Don't come near me. Muzan? She looked at Muzan and asked, where's Inisuk? Doma also looked at Muzan. Yeah, where's Inisuk now? Kodon wants to see him. My other clone took him to Sagan City to learn the breathing techniques. Muzan revealed a disdainful smile as he looked at Toka. Just think about it. When your son finally becomes stronger and comes over, only to discover the truth, how interesting that would be. Toka, winky face, are you sick? I just want to see my child. Okay, but can you fulfill this small wish of mine? Can we just sneak a peek? Toka, although she had known this guy for a long time, she never imagined he had this kind of personality. The Demon King. Is this all there is to it? Having figured out a few things, Toka also received news about her son, and since the two beings in front of her had no ill intentions, she felt a bit more at ease. Looking at Muzan, she asked, "Want to know why there's still so many demons randomly killing people?" That thing is a half-demon. I've already killed all the demons that were randomly killing people. The half-demons have broken free from my control, and there are many of them, making it quite troublesome to kill them. Mainly, I'm too lazy to go through the trouble of finding them. I'm also working hard to eliminate half-demons. You have to believe, we're all good people. In short, after a bit of back and forth, Muzan shamelessly allowed Toka to secretly watch Inosuke. Everything was explained. Doma looked at Toka and said with a smile, "Why don't you become a demon too? That way, I can always listen to you sing." "I don't want to become a demon." "Why not? You all don't want to become demons. Eternal life is great. Not everyone wants eternal life." Toka revealed a calm smile. "Everyone's life pursuits are different. You want eternal life and power. But all I want is the simple and warm happiness of being with my family, the companionship through aging, sickness, and death. Moreover, I have never yearned for eternity, nor have I ever thought about trading my humanity for eternal life. You probably can't understand that, right? But as a human, I have the belief of being human. I will use my short life to accompany Mr. Doma with warmth for decades, but I will not foolishly seek eternity. I understand very well that for someone like me, eternal life is actually another kind of torment. Forever is not eternal. It will change. It will deteriorate. The so-called immortality is truly a kind of illness." All right. As long as you're willing." Muzan waved his hand. He really couldn't understand. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years and was quite happy. Every day, he found joy and was extremely content. On the other side, Inosuke finally recognized the truth. Filled with resentment, he abandoned Tsukihiko, who was only thinking of escaping to survive. He ran alone into the forest to train himself. He firmly believed that he belonged to nature and that through the trials and battles in nature, he would become stronger and stronger. Wearing his boar mask, he was still the invincible king of the mountains. Unlike the special students like the Tsutomu brothers, Inosuke wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps to obtain methods to deal with demons, which could only be done through the assessments at Mount Fudosaki. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps was quite a prestigious organization, officially recognized, so one couldn't just say they wanted to join and immediately become a member. This forced him to return to the forest to continually strengthen himself. 1910. This year, for G was becoming increasingly popular. On Visual Live, among a list filled with all sorts of content, the only gaming streamer in the top 3 had been steadily in the top 10 since he started streaming. He had never dropped out. His streamer name was Gorgeous Festival God. True to his name, the rhythm games he played were always incredibly flashy. Special effects were flying everywhere. Even more frightening was that the rhythm games he played were beyond the realm of humanity. What does it mean to say that the eyes can't keep up at all? The viewers could only think of 2 words: amazing. Were they watching for the skills? Wrong. They were watching for the afterimages. Even if a technical streamer didn't show their face, their superb skills could cause many rhythm games to explode in popularity. On this day, the new song from the light music group collaborated with a currently popular rhythm game. And on this day, the Gorgeous Festival God also got the chance to play it in advance and immediately started a live stream. The popularity shot up to the top. The barrage of comments nearly covered the screen completely. Gorgeous Brother's voice really hits me hard. Love it. Gorgeous Brother cleared in one go. No rhythm game can last more than 3 minutes in front of Gorgeous Brother. Tonight, TTP, Gorgeous Brother. Did you trade with the film brother? Room manager. Film brother is invincible. Mikasa looked up at Tian Yuan, who was live streaming and leaving traces on the screen with his hand, and still had the leisure to chat. Thanks to my wife Qingla for the rocket. Thanks to the god of freeloading for the... It's worth mentioning that under Tian Yuan's leadership, the remaining 7 brothers and sisters also started their own live streams one by one. After all, their genetic talents are evident, and each of them is playing incredibly well. Muzan didn't expect to raise 8 internet celebrities. Income method 1, on the other hand, in the Kamadu family. As he grew up, Tanjiro also began to find part-time jobs to help his father earn money. Muzan's leisurely retirement life stands in stark contrast to Tanjiro and the others' busy schedules. One morning, while holding a camera and taking pictures everywhere, Muzan heard a sound coming from the forest, just as Kamadu Nezuko was rocking her child. She hurriedly placed the baby back inside the house and ran out to see a wild boar charging towards the dense foliage. Muzan instinctively stood up to block the wild boar. Tanjiro Kamadu is not a particularly strong person, so how could he deal with an adult wild boar? Muzan had just stood up when he saw Aoi use a headbutt. He suddenly stopped his movements and picked up the camera. With a bang, the wild boar was dazed, and Aoi proudly straightened up, watching the wild boar flee in panic. Muzan silently recorded this scene. What is a headbutt? Could the mother of the headbutt be weak? Everything is just a brain full of confusion. All right. Tanjiro, who was going to work during the holiday, walked out the door and looked dazedly at his proud mother. Suddenly, he felt that everything he had learned about guns was completely useless. It seemed like he understood something. On the other side in the park, Muzan looked at Kanroji Mitsuri, who was sitting under a tree and eating sakura machi. Are you really okay with your stomach? Didn't you just eat 6 bowls of noodles? Don't worry, Tsukihiko. Kanroji Mitsuri stuffed her mouth with sakura machi. I could eat 10 more bowls without any problem. Mitsuri, your hair is changing color, Muzan said as he took out the camera. Witnessing this unscientific scene firsthand, Muzan also found it absurd. The black hair began to change color like something out of science fiction movie, smoothly transforming from black to pink, and even automatically turning the tips a light green. Indeed, this world might not be scientific at all. Kanroji Mitsuri looked confused. What are you saying? Just take a look for yourself. Muzan pulled out a mirror from somewhere and handed it to Kanroji Mitsuri. Mitsuri picked up the mirror and looked into it. Oh, Yuya-kan. What's going on? Why did my hair change to this color? Muzan looked at the sakura machi in her hand. Is there a possibility that you ate too much sakura machi? Kanroji Mitsuri. Winky face, impossible. That is not scientific. Then why do you say that? Kanroji Mitsuri looked at the sakura machi in her hand, hesitating to take a bite. It can't really be. Suddenly, her hair changed color. How am I supposed to tell my parents? What is wrong with your hair? It looks so flashy, definitely not a proper woman. Who would marry you? Can a woman like you raise children? And that strength of yours, it's really abnormal. You actually have the face to go on a blind date? Hurry up and go home and hide. Mitsuri lowered her head, listening to her blind date berating her, biting her lip and not daring to speak. She was holding back her feelings of grievance. If you eat that much, pay for your own meal. Bang. The man slammed the table, stood up, spat at Mitsuri, and walked out toward the door. After paying, Mitsuri, holding back her grievance, went to find Tsukihiko to complain. At that time, Tsukihiko was definitely in the park feeding stray cats. Mitsuri ran all the way to Tsukihiko, and as soon as she entered the park, she saw his figure and couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Tears streaming down her face. Wah, someone dislikes me. Muzan put down the cat food and looked at the tearful little pink-haired girl. What's wrong? He went over and patted her head. Who dares to dislike you? Just slap him. I went on a blind date, and he called me a weird woman. TT, Miri cried loudly. All right, it's okay. Don't take that jerk's words to heart. Next time, I'll take you to get back at him. Muzan gently stroked Mizuri's head and comforted her. He said my hair color is strange and that I look like a delinquent. Mizuri said this with a sense of grievance. Muzan waved his hand. Look at the times we live in. Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Just be happy yourself. Then, Muzan smiled. You should have added his account, right? Miri nodded, feeling that Yuin-gu was smiling in such a creepy way. Let me give you a tip. That day, Miri created a new account, using a weak woman-esque avatar, and added an extremely powerful and intimidating name. Strawberry Milkshake. That day, Miri understood Muzan's intention and couldn't help but smile. I passed your friend request. We can start chatting now. Who are you? Miri, is this Bishin? Do you know me? Miri, my friend asked me to add you. Said you're also single. Miri, oh, so what is your name, sister? Miri, I'm Lizzie Bishin-gu. My friend said you're very handsome. Is it true? Of course. Under Muzan's guidance, Miri quickly got Bishin to send his handsome photos one by one. He even added, Sister Lizzie, do you want to see your brother's abs? Huh. Seeing this sentence, both of them couldn't hold back. It was too much. In short, as the days went by, Bishin gradually became infatuated with this so-called Lizzie. Day by day, he kept asking for a meetup, but this couldn't be rushed. Every time he postponed, it was just an accumulation of final results. Finally, after more than half a month, the man finally got to meet his beloved Lizzie. He excitedly bought milk tea, reserved a table, and ordered a feast just to make himself look better. Then he saw that strange woman walk into the restaurant. Which unlucky guy was going on a blind date with her? How could this woman have the face? Then he saw Miri walking straight towards him. The man frowned. What do you want, woman? I have a girlfriend today. Hurry up and get lost. TSK, still pestering him? He hated such flashy women the most. Not a bit of a delicate demeanor. Miri smiled, looking at him, slowly took out her phone and opened it. See for yourself. The man looked at Miri with disgust, then suspiciously glanced at the phone screen. The expression on his face instantly stiffened. Why you? You're lazy. Émoticône clin d'œil, surprise. Oh, unexpected, right? You crazy person. The man completely lost it. Are you out of your mind? But Miri still smiled, sitting down at the table and silently started eating. Why give up on the meal she had worked hard for half a month to get? The man watched Miri eat, almost exploding with anger. How can you still eat? Get lost. At the same time, his loud yelling attracted the attention of those around them. Miri had already prepared a clever plan from Muzan for this situation. With tears barely squeezed from her eyes, she looked up at Bishan, sniffling. I know you have a new girlfriend and want to kick me out, but Miri seemed to be crying so hard she could barely speak, sobbing a few times. Do I not even have the right to finish this last meal before breaking up? You hit me at home, and I've never blamed you. You have so many ex-girlfriends, and I've never complained. Why do you still want to abandon me? Now that you have a new love, you look down on me eating a bit in front of you. Miri acted deeply emotional, crying out with great grievance. People around began to point the man, some even scolding. How could you do such a thing, young man? You even abused a weak girl. What a disgrace. Finally, after Miri finished her meal, the man was forced by those around him to pay the bill. He hurriedly chased after Miri. Seeing that there were finally not many people on the street, he grabbed her shoulder. You crazy woman, give me back the meal money. Miri smiled at Bishan, slowly rolled up her sleeve, flexing her muscles. The man, I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. Since then, although Miri still went on blind dates, the people she met weren't all bad apples, but it was still hard to find someone she liked. Another blind date. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dare to come out for a blind date? With such an appetite. Are you a pig? Who can afford to feed you with that appetite? Miri expressionlessly looked at the blind date in front of her, who was babbling nonstop. The other person's nagging couldn't affect her appetite at all. After all, she came for a blind date, and the other party had prepared a lot of food at first for the sake of face, which made her heart ache. Seeing such an unserious woman, he felt even more pain for his wallet. He started scolding Miri, but Miri's expression didn't change at all. Still calmly eating the food quickly. The man was getting angrier when he noticed the table was already empty. Miri naturally reached out to grab the last bowl of rice in front of him, not even looking at him, shoveling it into her mouth. The man, you stop that. You pay for yourself. I won't waste a single cent on you. Miri finished the last bite of rice, slowly raised her head to look at the man. Under his fierce gaze, Miri silently rolled up her sleeve. Then, the man's expression changed. Miri bent her arm, flexing her muscles. The skinny man suddenly looked exceptionally weak and helpless in front of Miri. Winky face. Be brother, I'll pay right away, just calm down. Don't be impulsive. Miri disdainfully glanced at this useless man, stood up, and left the restaurant without saying a word. The man, with tears in his eyes, went to pay. Although it was already this era, there are always some self-righteous old stubborns who want to impose their foolish values and shackles on others. Miri had gone on many blind dates because she ate so much, usually splitting the bill. After all, if the other party treated her, it would be a huge expense. But encountering someone like this, once she showed her muscles, everything was over. She was just using blind dates as a cover. Through this, her parents provided her with plenty of food resources. Of course, if she could be lucky enough to meet someone she liked, that would be best. But Miri had already lost hope and let it go. There are always people who have strong opinions about girls with dyed hair, thinking they're troublemakers or gang leaders. Especially after seeing Miri's muscles, let us just say, if they didn't run away on the spot, that would be bold. Miri didn't care about others' opinions of her, but she really wanted to find her own husband and happiness. Moreover, her appetite was getting bigger and bigger. She must find a job. Leaving the restaurant, Mitsuri went to find her brother Mayen for a free meal as usual. Mayen had become her go-to for free food. That day, due to her growing obsession with making money, Mitsuri noticed the wealthy organization known as the Demon Slayer Corps. Brother Mayen, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Mitsuri continued munching on her Sakura rice cakes. Hair color didn't matter anymore, as long as it was delicious. It was fine. Why? She hadn't even seen the head of the recruitment team and the HR department, Keimori Teruya, come out to invite her. Muzan has never mentioned this to Mitsuri. The Demon Slayer Corps has plenty of resources. Moreover, I've heard there are many handsome and charismatic demon slayers in the Corps. I'm sure she will find her own happiness. Muzan. Speaking of which, the Tsuguko family has been paying the Demon Slayer Corps members for hundreds of years, while he has always been living lavishly off the money of his subordinates. Forget it, it's not important. The Demon Slayer Corps also noticed this strongman, and the two sides quickly reached an agreement. On the third day, Muzan found that Mitsuri had already left. Was she that eager? Stars twinkled in the night sky, with the crescent moon poking half its head out from behind the drifting clouds. The sound of the wind whispered. A terrified scream cut through the night sky, and from what seemed like an ordinary house came a chilling sound of chewing. Two large moths with Nickerin blades ran quickly towards the house. At this point, they had already undergone the Demon Slayer Corps assessment and, after numerous hunts, had become top-ranked members. This time, the mission described a malevolent demon that enjoyed eating children, with young ones disappearing every night. The scream alerted the two sisters, who immediately rushed over. The old wooden door creaked loudly as the sisters, weapons in hand, stepped inside. What greeted them was a floor covered in corpses and dismembered limbs, blood splattered across the walls. Fearful faces of the dead stacked upon one another. And in the room stood a demon with short pink hair, clutching a recently deceased body. He smiled at the two, even arrogantly snapping the arm of the man in his hands, as if having a snack. You bastard. The countless innocent dead made Shinobu's face nearly twitch with rage as she raised her machine gun and fired without hesitation. Akaza dodged the bullets and instantly appeared in front of Shinobu. In the next moment, a soundless bullet seemed to anticipate his movement, shooting towards a spot right in front of Shinobu. Akaza quickly reached out, catching the bullet and with his other hand, smashed Shinobu's machine gun to pieces. Sister, fall back. Seeing Kanawo trying to distance herself for a sniper shot, Akaza charged forward, and Kanawo hurriedly drew her sword to counter. But it was too late. Her sniper rifle was snatched away in an instant. With a crack, it broke apart. Crack! Shinobu's Nickerin blade struck hard against Akaza's back, but couldn't even break the skin, instead producing a metallic clanging sound. Too weak. Akaza glanced back at Shinobu with disdain in his eyes. You fool. Shinobu gritted her teeth. Kanawo seized the opportunity to draw her Nickerin blade, attacking Akaza's neck with all her might. Akaza looked down in disappointment at the Nickerin blade resting on his skin and at Kanawo. Too weak. You have potential, but you're still too weak. Become a demon. You can keep improving yourself. Akaza unconsciously began his proselytizing mode. Ugh. Shinobu raised her chin defiantly, arrogantly giving him the middle finger. Kanawo, with a serious smile, asked, Why would anyone want to become a demon? Such trash. Akaza, you two ungrateful fools. I have to beat you today. Akaza showed no mercy. Shinobu and Kanawo's pupils dilated as Akaza's speed suddenly increased to the point that they could barely keep up. Before they could counterattack, both felt a tremendous impact on their shoulders. Their Nickerin blades slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. Akaza lifted them both onto his shoulders. Let go of me and my sister, you trash. You idiot. Shinobu shouted, flailing her limbs. Akaza, what do you want to do with us, Mr. Demon? Kanawo, unable to break free, could only ask. Akaza said nothing, and with a thud, he threw them to the ground, then, disregarding their struggles, bound them to a pillar. He began to slap their faces hard. Just that smiling expression on Kanawo's face reminded him of that guy, Doma, and he thought, I won't let you smile. You little trash. Even though Shinobu's cheeks were swollen from the blows, she still shouted angrily. At the same time, she felt puzzled. This guy, while he was humiliating them, was also holding back. Why? Kanawo realized the difference between herself and him. And since this demon was different from the bestial demons she'd encountered before, she changed her approach. Why do you want to become a murderous demon? Akaza looked at Kanawo, whose face was bruised but still smiling, feeling increasingly annoyed. None of your business. He thought it was better if she didn't become a demon. Otherwise, another Doma might appear. Akaza didn't realize that Kanawo's smile was entirely different from Doma's. Don't you feel guilty for killing so many innocent people? Kanawo shouted at Akaza, who was about to continue eating the corpse. You were once human. How can you so calmly consume your own kind? Akaza paused, looking at Kanawo, who had lost her smile, and smiled back. You know these people are innocent. The children they kidnapped were sold like livestock, and those who harm others are scum. Why shouldn't I eat them without guilt? His words left Kanawo speechless for a moment. Is that so? Shinobu, however, shouted angrily. What about those truly innocent people? Why do you have to kill them? You trash. Don't use this to cover up your own ugliness. Akaza couldn't be bothered to talk to someone as foolish as her, and, out of kindness, decided to toss the two sisters aside to eat later, to avoid provoking them. He got up and looked at the two sisters, who had their eyes closed, unable to bear the sight of the carnage. He clawed at the ropes, binding them, cutting them loose, then lifted them up one by one. Shinobu, who was being carried and knew she couldn't resist, asked, "What do you want to do?" Akaza didn't want to waste words on such weak and foolish beings. He carried them into another room and threw them in with a thud. He then vanished into the moonlight. The sisters saw children trapped in cages inside the room. They were ragged, dirty-haired, and their eyes were dull. They were children captured by human traffickers. The next day, the demon left, and they had no ability to stop it. Surviving was merely out of the other's pity. The two sisters felt very complicated inside. They had hardly encountered any intelligent evil spirits, apart from the so-called Upper Moon 2, while the others were like wild beasts. However, this encounter with the evil spirit greatly deviated from their understanding. With the government's intervention, the truth of the incident was revealed. The so-called evil spirit in the mission description was actually those human traffickers, while the demon had resolved the issue of the traffickers and saved those children. A sense of inexplicable irony filled their hearts. Kanoho seemed to have some special thoughts. Could demons coexist peacefully with humans? But she also found this idea absurd. Shaking these thoughts from her mind, Kanoho looked at the children brought to the orphanage, their eyes lifeless from abuse, and turned to Butterfly Shinobu with a gentle smile. "Shinobu, let us adopt a child." "Sister, don't joke around. We don't have time to take care of a child." "It's okay, Shinobu." Butterfly Shinobu, "No way. It's really okay." In the end, with Kanoho's success, Butterfly Shinobu angrily watched as Kanoho led a dazed little girl all the way back to the Demon Slayer core. Butterfly Shinobu, is there a cycle of karma in heaven? Who does heaven spare? Want to see Kotoha, but can't? How pitiful. Akaza put on the smile of Doma. Doma smiled cheerfully at Akaza. "Lord Akaza, you really are heartless." "Akaza, Muzan specially told me this news and reminded me how to speak in the past, Kaneo." "Thank you, Muzan." Kaneo, on the other side, Tamayo approached the Tsujikuni family to propose using his blood to research what the so-called curse is and attempt to find a cure. Kagaya Tsujikuni immediately agreed to have a tube of his blood drawn. After Tamayo took the blood, he began to fully investigate what this curse really is. However, it was absurd that even with the current level of technology, Tamayo found it difficult to analyze anything from the blood. Instead, he discovered that the closer Muzan's blood was to Kagaya Tsujikuni's blood, the more rapidly the activity of Kagaya Tsujikuni's blood began to decrease. Conversely, if the two were isolated using vacuum, magnetic fields, and other means, Kagaya Tsujikuni's blood could maintain its activity for a longer time. Tamayo felt like he had discovered something, but it was difficult to truly analyze it, and for a moment, he became overwhelmed. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't do anything else. 1911, Shinobu left Infinity Castle, and under his Master-S instruction, he would go to that familiar hospital every 6 months to draw blood and store it. He would give it to his master when he came again. Of course, it would usually be taken away by his Master-S annoying boss. Although he had learned about Muzan's identity through Kanto Yamakawa, Shinobu still couldn't accept that the so-called terrifying, powerful, and most fearsome enemy of mankind was this thing. What else could it do besides messing with his master? But just as his master once said, his blood really would attract those half-demons. Thanks to his Master-S teachings on marksmanship and the breathing techniques he got for free from Muzan, Shinobu was able to easily deal with those half-demons every time. In the shadows, Shinobu cut off the head of a half-demon and put away the Nichiren blade his master had given him. He noticed someone watching him at the alley entrance. "Are you also a demon slayer?" The person at the alley entrance looked at Shinobu, who had effortlessly dealt with a demon and was coolly putting away his Nichiren blade. Because he wasn't wearing the uniform, he didn't dare to confirm for a moment. Moreover, he hadn't received any news about other demon slayers coming to help nearby. Shinobu sized up the young man dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. He had slightly raised eyebrows, 2 scars on his left cheek, and a silly, honest smile. He honestly replied, "I'm not a demon slayer, just learned some breathing techniques from others." He had heard from his Master-S boss that the Demon Slayer Corps was just tools to kill half-demons for him, right? What do you mean by enemy? Not worthy at all. Although he felt a bit sorry for the Demon Slayer Corps, he thought, "Muzan, you don't deserve to be their enemy, right? Compared to their strong momentum, firm will, and tireless efforts, you just laze around every day, only knowing how to steal my Master-S precious blood. What are you?" Although he knew Muzan was the so-called Demon King, while in Infinity Castle, looking at Muzan's daily lack of seriousness, Shinobu really couldn't generate any respect for that thing. You're really not a demon slayer? The demon slayer who got the answer was a bit surprised. So strong. And you just learn from others? Do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Someone as strong as you could definitely become a Hashira. No thanks. I'm not interested. Shinobu had learned the truth behind the facts and had lost interest in these matters. The Demon Slayer felt it was a pity that this person was so strong, clearly could become a force to eliminate evil demons, yet wasn't he interested. He didn't want to give up and insisted. You're so strong. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps would definitely earn you a lot of admiration, and many lovely girls would like you. Not interested. Becoming a Hashira would also mean almost unlimited salary. Let us go. Where is the Demon Slayer Corps? Demon Slayer. Stop showing me that greedy expression. Compared to the Shinobu in the original work, who only had one younger brother left. This Shinobu was shouldering the lives of an entire family of 8. To provide a good life for his younger siblings, to afford schooling, to have the qualifications to see a broader world like others. Shinobu must do everything possible to earn money. To earn money desperately. Let's go. I'll take you there. My name is Kiyoshi Tsukiyo. And you? Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu smiled. Kiyoshi, who realized Shinobu was actually very gentle, became bolder. By the way, who is your master? How could they teach such a strong disciple like you? A wanderer. Shinobu found it inconvenient to reveal his master's name. If his master's name had already been exposed to the Demon Slayer Corps, wouldn't that be self-revealing? How mysterious. Kiyoshi's smile made Shinobu feel he was a bit silly. However, Kiyoshi didn't perceive Shinobu's subtle disdain and continued to speak to himself. Someone as strong and good-looking as you must be liked by many girls, right? Not interested. Might as well earn more money. Kiyoshi, why do you like making money so much? Lack of money. Why do you lack money? Need to use money. Kiyoshi. Yuzui Tenjin started a live stream with his 7 brothers. 8 chefs were ecstatic. It was called a dream collaboration. The live stream editing even hit the trending list of video platforms. However, these had nothing to do with the Yuzui siblings. After the live stream ended, there was a knock on the door. Tenjin looked at his 7 siblings, who were still engrossed in the game, and had to go open the door himself. Hello. Behind the door was a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, purple pupils, and a distinctive beauty mark under her right eye. Who are you? The woman smiled. Are you from the Yuzui family? Yuzui Tenjin looked at this unfamiliar woman and nodded suspiciously. The other 7 also put down their games and looked at her. They seemed not to recognize this person. My name is Hinetsuru. My ancestor once had a relationship with your family. We're a ninja family, second only to the Yuzui family. However, with the passage of time, my family has disbanded. She continued slowly. Although this era allows for free love, my father once instructed me to meet you because our ancestors had some agreements. Moreover, I am now a demon slayer, and this trip is mainly to invite you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. As the longest-lasting ninja family, the Yuzui family is very talented. She wanted to try inviting the Yuzui family members who had previously collaborated with her ancestors to fight together in the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer Corps? One of the 8 repeated in a questioning tone. They naturally knew about the Demon Slayer Corps, but felt it was far removed from themselves. Never expecting a demon hunter to come knocking on their door. It was still the former ninja clan. They didn't want to have any connection with that clan again. In their youth, they were unaware, but looking back, those days seemed absurd. Their father didn't resemble a father at all. However, the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization recognized by the government and akin to heroes, always provided these teenagers in their rebellious phase with beautiful fantasies and hopes. Yuzui Tenjin also wanted to learn about those things that once seemed so distant. In the end, among the 8, for people, including Yuzui Tenjin, wanted to follow Hinetsuru to the Demon Slayer Corps to understand the situation. After making a call to Tsukihiko's father, Muzan agreed immediately. Go ahead. Perfect timing. Under intense pressure from Muzan, Kyojetsu finally learned calculus. Looking at the math test paper with a score of 99, he seemed to have lost his sanity. Ha 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 ha. I passed. I learned it I'm invincible. Who else? Narumi. Look I passed. Boss. Look. Damn it. 99 points. Watching Kyojetsu, who was bouncing around like a grasshopper, Muzan slapped him down to the ground. Shut up. Kyojetsu sprang back up. How can I be calm? I learned calculus. Let me ask, how many demons have learned calculus? Bia. Muzan slapped him to the ground again. Listen to me. A look of malice appeared in his eyes. I appoint you as the Minister of Education. From now on, you will be responsible for educating those unqualified demons, and you will also be in charge of the exams. Kagayachin you? Boss, Are you trying to drive me to death? If I've done something you don't like, just say it. Why do you have to torment me like this? Muzan smiled and waved his hand. Not all. We can't weigh someone like you who can score 99 points. Jinghua Chinyu, Muzan is ultimately too kind. All right. I'll give you an idea. Let Kagaya continue to perform, and I want to hear what else you can say with that cold, flowery gaze looking at Muzan. Muzan suddenly felt that he might be a bit excessive. You are responsible for organizing the current education levels of the demons. They need to attend school and obtain a master's degree based on their abilities to meet the standard. So, does that mean I only need to collect the master's diplomas? The eyes of the 1,000 demons lit up, shimmering with a gleam of schadenfreude. Muzan smiled and nodded. You also need to take the exam for the certificate. By the way, for the college entrance examination, please go to neighboring Zhejiang. Qianyu. Forget it. At least it's better than before. The fact that Qianyu could recover their emotions so quickly still shows that they don't understand the value of education and the competition involved. They also don't understand what the Zhejiang exam papers are like. And when all the demons received this news, they were all completely bewildered. Lord Muzan, have you finally gone mad? Are you messing with us? What is a master's degree? Do you really understand it? 1912, winter. In the night, snowflakes fall endlessly. Under the moonlight, a bright white expanse shimmers. In the forest amidst the wind and snow, 2 houses with white roofs quietly stand in the snow. In the distance, within the forest, a splash of blood color breaks the pure white. Scarlet flowers bloom against the snow, particularly eye-catching. Muzan looked at a half-demon corpse on the ground and understood that these things wanted to target Tanjiro's family. Muzan certainly wouldn't just watch as the Kamadu family, who had been his neighbors for several years, disappeared like this. Tanjiro emerged from behind the trees, looking at the body in front of Muzan that was gradually dissipating. Is this a demon? Muzan nodded. Yes, be more careful at night from now on. Let's go back. Uncle Tsukihiko, are you a demon hunter? Tanjiro knew that demons could only be killed with a Nichiren blade, and it was the demon hunters who were responsible for exterminating demons. Muzan touched Tanjiro's head. Was in the past? Uncle Tsukihiko, have you retired? I suppose so. Uncle Tsukihiko, can you teach me how to deal with those evil demons? Tanjiro also wanted to become a demon slayer, not only driven by youthful passion, but also by his desire to help others. He had seen online multiple times how those demons had destroyed the happiness of many families. He wanted to use his own strength to protect their happiness. No, someone will teach you in the future. Muzan spoke in a manner reminiscent of a fortune teller, uttering words that were strikingly similar to fatalism. Tanjiro looked at Muzan in confusion, wondering when Uncle Tsukihiko had learned fortune-telling. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. What Muzan didn't expect was that in just a week, 3 or 4 dozen half-demons had come to their deaths. Even more absurd was that these half-demons hadn't been ordered to come as cannon fodder. They had all arrived purely by chance. It seemed to blatantly suggest that fate existed, as if the Kamadu family was destined to perish. Muzan even felt that if this continued, he might be able to wait for rabbits by the stove door and finish off the half-demons. But in reality, that was impossible. The half-demons that ran over were basically useless. The production cost was terrifyingly low, and they appeared much faster than Muzan could kill them. These half-demons were like flies, and Muzan was getting annoyed. At the same time, Muzan was also very curious about what this so-called fate wanted to do. For the other Hashira, it was more like a subtle influence. For example, Kaneo happened to meet Shinobu. Many coincidences left Muzan unsure whether he was cooperating with fate or if fate was cooperating with him. From a moment the half-demons appeared, it seemed like fate was trying its best to trap him, to the point of pushing him to his limits. But later, as he developed technology, fate began to somewhat comply with Muzan's ideas, allowing him to frolic and have fun every day. However, when it came to Tanjiro, it became extremely rigid, acting as if it couldn't function unless he followed the script. What on earth did this thing want? Moreover, now it could only induce the half-demons to come over and cause some disturbances. There were no substantial issues at all. It was as if it was reminding Muzan to cooperate. Looking at the 2 half-demons charging towards Tanjiro from both sides of the house, Tanjiro skillfully swung his axe down, blocking one of the half-demons alongside his father. Inside the house, Aoi held onto Rokuta, protecting the children behind her, and couldn't help but worry as she opened a crack in the window to peek outside. Muzan pulled out the Nichiren blade and rushed toward the other end, slashing down with it. There was a sound of flesh being cut, and the head of the half-demon fell to the ground with a thud. Tanjiro watched as Muzan dealt with one of the half-demons. As Muzan approached with the Nichiren blade, he skillfully kicked the leg of the half-demon away. Taking advantage of the half-demon's difficulty in standing steady while baring its teeth at him, he quickly retreated. Muzan swung the Nickerin blade towards the head of the half-demon at that moment. Tanjiro seized the opportunity and, alongside Muzan, struck simultaneously from the left and right. However, Tanjiro was using an axe, primarily to block the direction of the demon's escape. With a thud, the half-demon's head fell to the ground. Tanjiro was also splattered with droplets of blood. Muzan put away the Nickerin blade and exchanged a glance with Tanjiro, both sighing. Uncle Tsukihiko, what's going on lately? I don't know either. It feels like they're targeting you. Tanjiro looked sorrowfully into the distant darkness. This can't go on like this. Muzan thought for a moment and looked at Tanjiro. How about this? You go to the nearby Kirasaki Mountain to find a master, learn the breathing techniques, and join the Demon Slayer Corps. Then request to have your family move near the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, if this continues, something will eventually go wrong. Muzan wants to see if this thing called fate is solely aimed at Tanjiro joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro also thinks Uncle Ye's suggestion is feasible, but he is still worried. Uncle Ye, can you and my father handle those evil demons? Don't worry. Absolutely. Over the past week, Ye has been slaying demons as if he were slaughtering pigs, one slash for each little demon, which has convinced Tanjiro of his strength. Although Tanjiro is very curious about the various mysterious aspects of Uncle Ye, he doesn't ask too many questions. At least he can confirm that Uncle Ye has always been helping them. Tanjiro also thinks that Ye's suggestion is feasible. His body is becoming increasingly weak, and with age, it's basically impossible for him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. They can only rely on Tanjiro. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the wooden floor. Half of Tanjiro's face was illuminated by the sunlight as he looked at his family and Uncle Ye who were seeing him off, waving his hand. Don't worry, I will definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps. After saying that, he turned around, facing away from the sunlight, and set off on his journey. The few of them watched Tanjiro's departing figure until he disappeared into the snowy landscape before slowly returning. One of Muzan's avatars secretly followed Tanjiro. Right now, Tanjiro didn't have any sun blade breathing techniques, and if he encountered a half-demon alone, he would definitely be in trouble. Although fate wouldn't let Tanjiro die, Muzan had already touched his head, so he would definitely ensure Tanjiro's safety. Just as Muzan anticipated, after Tanjiro left, he didn't encounter any half-demons again. He smoothly followed the navigation to Misty Mountain. Seeing that Tanjiro had met Sakanji Urokadaki, Muzan left. It was a sure thing that Tanjiro would succeed in becoming his disciple. On the other hand, after Tanjiro left, the Kamado family still had a continuous stream of half-demons coming to their doorstep. This meant that fate wasn't just about making Tanjiro a demon slayer. What else could it be? Nezuko? Or it didn't want to put a burden on him. To be honest, Muzan was used to it. He even placed a burden on himself, Kaneo. Meanwhile, after accepting Tanjiro as his disciple, Sakanji Urokadaki learned about Tanjiro's situation and told him to bring his family to Misty Mountain. Although he didn't know why Tanjiro's family was targeted by demons, he was confident he could protect a family of ordinary people. Initially, Tanjiro was worried, but after witnessing Sakanji's strength and learning that he was once a water Hashira, he immediately bowed in gratitude and hurried back. During this time, the Kamado family had been attacked numerous times by half-demons, which almost harmed Nezuko. As time passed, this so-called fate became increasingly apparent. Although it was mainly harassment, Tanjiro felt a sense of urgency as he saw the sky darkening. Hurry up, faster. A cold wind blew around him, and on the snowy ground of winter, Tanjiro shrank his body and quickened his pace toward home. In the cold wind, there was a faint smell of demons. Tanjiro could almost guess without thinking that a demon had gone to his house again. But with Uncle Ubuyashiki and his father there, nothing would happen, right? Yet the unease in his heart seemed to deny his thoughts, urging him to hurry, faster. After passing through the forest, Tanjiro finally returned to his familiar home after 2 weeks. But what he saw was the glaring blood flowing on the snow-white ground. Uncle Ubuyashiki. Tanjiro instantly lost his voice, drew the sun blade his master had given him for self-defense, and rushed forward with red eyes. Don't come near. A huge wound on Muzan's chest kept bleeding, his face growing paler, desperately pinning himself to the ground with the Nickerin blade, making a sound like ha-ha while looking at his demon. Hurry and save your father and Nezuko. Upon hearing Muzan's words, Tanjiro finally noticed 2 different scents of blood in the air. Tanjiro was worried about Uncle Yuahiko and could not let go of his family. Seeing Tanjiro hesitating, Yuahiko shouted, "Go now. I can hold on." Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro followed the scent and ran into the house. The sound of monstrous roars came from the wooden house. Bursting into the room, Tanjiro saw an unbelievable scene. Nezuko had grown significantly larger, pressing down on their father. Drooling and roaring, Tanjiro held his axe horizontally against Nezuko, trembling next door, his veins bulging, clearly using all his strength, almost unable to hold on. Their mother had already been injured, clutching her wounded arm, protecting a few children while raising a stool to smash it down on her daughter Nezuko. Tears unconsciously streamed from her eyes. Nezuko roared, turned around, abandoned the suppression of Tanjiro, and lunged at Aoi. Tanjiro couldn't hesitate any longer and charged at Nezuko, slamming his head into her. Bang! With a loud sound, Nezuko was knocked dizzy, staggering back 2 steps, barely regaining her balance. Arching her back and baring her teeth at Tanjiro in a threatening manner. Tanjiro raised the Nichiren blade at Nezuko, shouting excitedly, "Nezuko, wake up! I'm your brother." Roar. Nezuko's eyes also transformed into slits, seemingly startled by Tanjiro's shout, and rushed fiercely at him. Tanjiro had not yet learned any breathing techniques, nor undergone training from Urokadaki Sakanji. And he couldn't use the Nichiren blade at all. He could only rely on his strength to block Nezuko from biting him. When Nezuko took a step back, Tanjiro lost his balance, and Nezuko seized the opportunity to bite down on Tanjiro's head. "Tanjiro!" Aoi and Tanjiro screamed in terror. Crack! Tears flowed from Nezuko's eyes. All her teeth shattered. Seizing the moment, Tanjiro headbutted her, and with a loud thud, Nezuko was knocked out and fell down. The sound of her bones cracking could even be heard. Tanjiro didn't have time to think. "You guys tie up Nezuko first. I'll help Uncle Yuhiko." Saying that, Tanjiro rushed out. But as he ran outside, he saw Uncle Yuhiko with a large hole in his chest. That demon had already broken free, lifted the lifeless Yuhiko, and dashed into the forest. "No!" Tanjiro shouted with red eyes, desperately chasing after it. But how could an ordinary person catch up to a demon? In a moment, that demon vanished from sight, and Tanjiro sat on the ground in a daze. "Uncle Yuhiko, is he dead?" Tanjiro's eyes streamed with tears, each drop hitting the snow-covered ground. Muzan kicked the half-demon that was holding on to him, the one who had just said something about being a half-demon. Damn it, what a hassle. The half-demon rushed over to bite Nezuko. It's worth noting that becoming a demon or half-demon doesn't require much blood. Just eating or having a wound contaminated is enough for the blood to enter the body, thus transforming into a demon or half-demon. Just as Nezuko was about to turn into a half-demon, Muzan rushed over and, taking advantage of his injury for being scratched by a demon, poured his own blood into Nezuko's wound. Since it had come to this, Muzan decided to go all in. However, whether the demons could sense what their boss was up to depended entirely on Muzan's mood. So, the next morning, Nezuko woke up tied to a bed, feeling clear-headed, and looked at Tanjiro with a confused expression. Stop thinking. On the other hand, due to Muzan's educational requirements for demons, and with Yashiro having learned calculus, it seemed he was pushed to his limits like a cornered dog. He suddenly leveled up, took the college entrance examination, and got into one of the top 100 universities in the world. This greatly stimulated the other demons. It should be noted that he was the last one to learn how to read back in the day. This was unacceptable. He had to be stronger than Yashiro. Thus, an event that Muzan found amusing occurred. Internal competition. One by one, they acted as if not getting into a top 100 university was unacceptable, relying on their long lifespans, decent intelligence, and the fact that they didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. They began to compete. Muzan immediately stated that he must add fuel to the fire. The one with the highest final score and the highest degree could receive his blood. The demons, Yura, 2 years later on Mount Fujisaki. As Kagaya Ubuyashiki and Hinakami Ubuyashiki finished their conversation, night fell and the Demon Slayer core entrance examination began. Tanjiro looked around at the people. There was a loud yellow-haired person, someone who looked fierce, and a very beautiful girl. Next to the yellow-haired person was someone who seemed very aloof. With no time to think too much, Tanjiro hurriedly followed the crowd into the mountains. "Someone is going to die. Junior brother, you must protect me. Just wait to die. Ah, how can you be so heartless? Tsukimi, get lost. Don't wipe your snot on me." Tanjiro noticed the 2 loud people. They seemed to be senior brothers. Tanjiro then saw that the fierce-looking person had taken out a double-barreled gun. His weapon is a gun, so you can use a gun? And the quiet girl slowly pulled out a coin. A coin can also be a weapon? Tanjiro was a bit confused. As expected, just like Master and Uncle Tsukihiko said, Going out to see more can reveal many things he didn't know. With the experience of dealing with demons together with Tsukihiko, Tanjiro smoothly cut through the demons. Moreover, due to the fusion demon incident that occurred a few years ago on Mount Fujisaki, hunters now come to check regularly. If a powerful fusion demon appears, it will be quickly dealt with. After all, times have changed, human rights concepts are increasingly important, and demon hunters are waiting nearby. If there are demons exceeding the standard, they will be resolved quickly. Tanjiro chopped off a half-demon's head, wielding his water-breathing technique special effects, leaving a trail of water wherever he went. So breathing techniques are not scientific at all. Tsukimi, also known as Muzan, brought along a timid Zenitsu. Zenitsu shrank behind Tsukimi. So scary, so scary. Do you think you're Kizaru? Zenitsu. Demon, Tsukimi said, swiftly drawing out the Nichiren blade. Zenitsu quickly closed his eyes. At the same time, Tanjiro, with splashes of water all around him, also approached. He swung his Nichiren blade to help, but heard the yellow-haired person shout with his eyes closed. Close your eyes. Tanjiro. Whoosh an instant. A light brighter than a flashbang erupted from the Nichiren blade in the hands of the seemingly unfriendly man. Tanjiro felt like he was blinded. He only heard a proud shout. Sun breathing, first form, blinding light. Tanjiro. You call that sun breathing? With a whoosh. The head of the half-demon that had just been blinded rolled to the ground. Tsukimi triumphantly retracted his flashlight. Zenitsu cautiously opened his eyes. Tanjiro's eyes were streaming with tears. He felt like he hadn't been hurt by a demon, but rather seriously injured by his teammate, who was also supposed to be a demon slayer. It hurts so much. I'm telling you. Tsukimi placed his arm on Tanjiro's shoulder, seriously spouting nonsense. What initial breathing is that compared to sun breathing? That is at most fire breathing. This is it. So bright that it's impossible to look directly at. This is truly sun breathing. The strong light directly blinds the demon's eyes. Wait until I master it. When I open my breathing technique, I will be the sun. I'll turn them to ashes. Tanjiro, winky face. Is that so? Of course. Zenitsu looked disdainfully at his incompetent junior brother and turned to Tanjiro. Don't listen to him ramble. Just when Tanjiro thought that this yellow-haired person was quite normal, Zenitsu revealed his true nature, hugging Tanjiro and crying. Brother, please protect me and let me survive. I'm just a useless person. I can't kill demons. Tanjiro, you two brothers are something special. Tsukimi pulled the embarrassing Zenitsu over and, with Tanjiro's speechless expression, smiled at Zenitsu without hiding. You can't be like this. I'll give you a tip. Zenitsu, forget it. Don't try to trick me. This is slander. Well, let me tell you what to do. Although Zenitsu knew that his incompetent junior brother definitely had no good ideas, he still couldn't help but perk up his ears to listen. Tanjiro also curiously leaned over. Muzan smiled and said, You dress as a girl and let others protect you. Zenitsu frowned. Zenitsu relaxed his brow. Zenitsu suddenly realized. Zenitsu was overjoyed. That's right. Is there anyone in the world who can refuse to protect a girl? Girls are creatures with 2 breasts, 2 legs, and 2 butts. Just looking at them is a great fortune in life. Who could refuse to protect a girl? Tanjiro looked at the 2 things with the eyes of someone observing another species. How could such a creature still exist in the world? Yueying. Zenitsu. Tanjiro disdainfully glanced at the 2 things. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. However, in the end, the 3 of them still gathered together, and with Tanjiro, Yueying, and Zenitsu directly made a big mess. Tanjiro's mood was hard to describe. After casually saving a few people, the 3 encountered Kanaihu. Only then did Tanjiro realize that this girl was using a rifle paired with a Nichiren blade, rather than the coin he had imagined. Kanaihu shot and killed a half-demon with a few shots, then looked at the 3 who were approaching. She had a blank expression. Zenitsu's eyes immediately lit up. This is a real woman, not the fake woman packaged by the scammer disciple of Tenjin. Zenitsu rushed over like a pervert, sticking out his tongue. Marry me, beautiful lady. Kanaihu looked at Zenitsu, who was running over wanting to hug her, and pulled out a coin. Tanjiro truly couldn't watch any longer. How could you just hug a girl? He immediately went over and grabbed Zenitsu. Zenitsu was like a wild horse, eyes green, reaching out to Kanaihu wanting to hug her. But his small stature couldn't break free from Tanjiro's hold. On the other hand, Kanaihu, with a calm face, silently tossed a coin in the bewildered gaze of Tanjiro. It landed with a slap, reverse side up. Kanaihu looked at Zenitsu and moved aside expressionlessly. No. Zenitsu. TT, why not? You must like me. Why refuse? Marry me. Kanaihu didn't toss another coin for Zenitsu. Are you making decisions with coins? Tanjiro asked while holding onto Zenitsu. Kaniho looked at Tanjiro and tossed another coin, catching it, heads up. Only then did she nod and answer Tanjiro. Yes. At this moment, Yuang spoke up. Then do you breathe now? Upon hearing this, Kaniho froze, looking at the coin in her hand. Toss. Reverse side. So she probably doesn't breathe. Kaniho. Tanjiro was shocked on the spot, hurriedly letting go of Zenitsu and rushing over to grab Kaniho's coin. Toss. Reverse side. Toss. Reverse side. Tanjiro was so anxious that his arm trembled. Toss. Heads up. Look. It's heads. Quick, breathe. Kaniho. Huff, huff, huff. Oh, Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wing. Don't mess around and cause a life to be lost. Muzan really didn't expect that you really don't breathe. He thought those teasing videos he saw in his previous life were just jokes. But thinking about her starving to death without knowing to eat, it doesn't seem impossible that she doesn't breathe either. Winky face amazing. Muzan couldn't hold back any longer and asked again, what is your name? You answer me with a coin toss. So, do you want to toss a coin to decide whether to toss a coin? Do you want to use a coin toss to decide whether to toss a coin to decide whether to toss a coin? Kana? She looked at the coin in her hand, wanting to ask Muzan what kind of nonsense that was, but suddenly Muzan's infinite loop took effect. Should I toss the coin? Should I toss a coin to decide whether to toss the coin? Should I toss a coin to decide whether to toss the coin to decide whether to toss the coin? Kana froze for a moment, as if she had crashed. Tanjiro. Tsukimi. Maybe you should stop talking? He then looked at Kana. What does your heart want you to do? Kana looked at Tanjiro, then at the coin in her hand, and froze again. Tanjiro. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. So the trio became a quartet. Zenitsu also noticed Kana's problem and rushed over to debug it, repeatedly asking Kana if she would marry him. But due to the infinite loop bug caused by Muzan, Kana had already crashed. She stared at the coin, silent and with vacant eyes. Tanjiro comforted her along the way. The effect was quite noticeable, and Kana finally returned to the state where she could flip the coin. Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief, swatted Zenitsu, who had heart-shaped eyes, aside, and looked at Kana. What is your name? Kana looked at the coin in her hand, tossed it, and it landed heads. Kurikara Kana. My name is Tanjiro. Tanjiro showed an exceptionally bright smile. Kana looked at Tanjiro, picked up the coin, tossed it, and it also landed heads. Looking at the heads of the coin, she smiled at Tanjiro. Zenitsu, watching from the side, had tears in his eyes. His teeth were grinding, looking no different from a demon. Ugh, that damn Tanjiro. I thought he was a decent guy. I didn't expect him to directly steal my wife. Ah! Tanjiro, you scumbag. She clearly likes me. Muzan, winky face, if you can't stand it, just go and exploit a bug. Zenitsu looked at Muzan. You're right. I'm going now. Zenitsu was once again tossed aside by Tanjiro. After he finally fixed the bug, you want me to find a new one? Do you really think I'm a programmer? The next morning, after finally making it to dawn, Zenitsu looked at the sunlight streaming down and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Survived another day. Hooray. He looked at his junior. Tsukigumi, give me a dress. I want to go and cause some trouble. Muzan, why are you getting more and more skilled? After resting for a whole day, Zenitsu changed into a complete set of women's clothing. Although he was confused about why his junior brother carried women's clothes with him and where he kept them, it wasn't important, as long as he was happy. Looking at the transformed Zenitsu, who had become a yellow-haired girl, Tanjiro, Kanawa's expression looked even more dazed. Zenitsu swayed his hips flamboyantly and tossed his hair in front of the two. Am I beautiful? He even winked. Tanjiro. Oh. Kanawa's brain signaled that she didn't want to deal with such complicated information. She expressionlessly skillfully took out her rifle, with a Nickerin blade hanging at her waist, and led Tanjiro into the forest. You two continue. We'll take our leave. After saying that, Muzan dragged the dressed-up Zenitsu away, revealing a mischievous smile. A person who was also participating in the assessment crouched in the grass, quietly watching the half-demon searching for humans as food. He gently drew his Nickerin blade and held his breath. What are you doing here? The man was startled by the sudden female voice behind him and turned around to see a beautiful girl. Strangely, she was followed by someone holding a glowing sword. Regardless, the man nervously glanced at the half-demon. Not discovered. That's good. Shoo, keep it down. Don't get discovered. Oh, you're here to pee, right? Man, as expected. That demon finally noticed them. You two are looking for trouble. Run. Zenitsu put his hands on his hips, lifted his chin, and pointed at the half-demon. Go. Tsukiyo. Dazzle him. After saying that, he covered his eyes. Mun? Muzan. Muzan swung his knife. Sun breathing. Second form. Dazzling your head. Advanced sound effect. The half-demon's head fell with a thud. The guy who was desperately trying to escape was completely stunned. Stunned in the physical sense. His head was spinning. You're strong, but don't confuse friend and foe. Following Tsukamoto, everywhere was a chaos of dazzling lights, like flashbangs thrown all over the place at night, bang bang bright, flashing and flickering. From the mountain, there were constant shouts of my eyes. I'm blinded. What the hell? The demon hunters responsible for keeping watch crouched at the top of the mountain, utterly dumbfounded. They felt like their eyes were going blind all night. It's one thing to carry a gun, but why bring flashbangs? Almost all the demon hunters who were caught off guard harshly remembered that sun-breathing user. I will eventually make you pay for what you've done to the creator of sun-breathing. Hey, Zenitsu, bring something interesting. Muzan chuckled. Zenitsu looked at his junior brother Tsukiyomi, eagerly gazing at Muzan. Soon, a white light rose above the Fuji mountain, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Sun-breathing, third form disco spotlight. In an instant, the white light spread out, lighting up a large area of the sky. In the dark night sky, several big words were illuminated, stuck in the sky. Girls' disco, paradise. The giant bright light in the night sky flickered and swayed like disco lights. Zenitsu stared in confusion at Tsukiyomi, wondering where he pulled out a speaker from. Grabbing what was called a Nichiren blade, labeled as a disco light, Muzan adjusted the speaker. Music play. The music of paradise echoed through the night sky. Zenitsu looked at Tsukiyomi. Are we really dancing? Tsukiyomi had sent him a video, so he could dance. Of course, look, the audience is here. As Muzan's voice fell, a half-demon howled as it was drawn in by the lights and sound. Whoa, dead. Keep going. Continue the music, continue the dance. Music play. Dressed as a girl. Zenitsu stood under the lights, moving to the music. The powerful music and lights attracted a crowd of people and demons. Brothers, kill the demons and dance together. Hurrah! Regardless of their motivations, Muzan, strong enough on his own, took down all the demons that were drawn in with a single slash. The half-demons were bewildered. They just ran over, and in a flash, their heads rolled. On the mountaintop, several demon hunters with binoculars were stunned. This is an assessment. Team entry assessment. Why are you holding concert? Why is there a speaker? Brothers and sisters, let's dance. Zenitsu, holding a microphone that appeared in his hand at some point, shouted to create the atmosphere while leading a group of people in dance. Muzan waved the Nichiren blade, leaning against the speaker to adjust the music. Dozens of people surrounded him, dancing. The scene became chaotic for a moment. On the other side, bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and Kanaho held a rifle, providing steady fire. A half-demon managed to escape the concert without looking, but still ended up dead under the rifle. Humans, why do they have such things as technology? Kanaho put away the rifle and looked towards the source of the music and lights. She looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was also confused, wondering who was being assessed with all this flashy stuff. Should we go take a look? Kanaho suggested they go check it out. Kanaho took out a coin, intending to flip it, but Tanjiro grabbed her wrist and smiled at her, saying, "No need to flip a coin, let's go." Kanaho looked at Tanjiro, nodded after a moment, and ran over with him. Then they passed through the woods, following the lights and sounds, and saw a group of people dancing. They were doing strange dances. At the center were Zenitsu in women's clothing and Tsukiyomi. Brothers, come together. Jump up. Brothers, let's get hyped. Tanjiro. That night, Tanjiro was completely bewildered. He felt like a rural kid, completely out of place in this ridiculous world. This world was too crazy. After seeing the videos recorded by the demon slayers present, Shinjiro Yashiki struggled to maintain his expression. These kids are really energetic. Is the Demon Slayer Corps really not going to have any problems? He had a bad premonition. Soon, Muzan received the Nichiren blade crafted for him by the Demon Slayer Corps. Zenitsu also got his own Nichiren blade. Although he was excited for a moment, his rational side quickly kicked in. Having a Nichiren blade meant killing demons, and killing demons meant death. Brother, you must protect me. Ivildi, I will definitely die. Don't you want to look cool in front of the girls? Hearing this, Zenitsu perked up. Muzan pretended to calculate and said, I can tell you, you will meet a very lovely girl. Zenitsu, who cares if he's a junior or just talking nonsense? I believe it, so it must be true. Every demon slayer receives a special phone used for communication and task assignments. It is said to be very durable and resistant to drops. Muzan fiddled with the phone in his hand. This device could connect to the internet, but its functions were quite limited. Its main purpose was to facilitate communication within the Demon Slayer Corps. After obtaining the Nichiren blade, as he expected, the task soon arrived with a buzzing sound from the phone. His first mission was to deal with a demon that had appeared in a nearby city at night. The first victim of the demon was the local mayor. Zenitsu was already scared. If even a mayor could be killed, he would definitely die if he went. Zenitsu grabbed the departing Tayuri by the arm, tears streaming down his face. Shitty. Let's refuse the mission. We are definitely going to die. Muzan looked at Zenitsu with disdain, too lazy to waste words on him, and walked towards him. Zenitsu was so scared that he stepped back, hugging himself tightly. What are you going to do? Muzan. He grabbed Zenitsu's collar. Zenitsu shouted and struggled. I don't want to go on a mission. Muzan's expression was emotionless as he forcefully dragged him toward the door. Zenitsu fell to the ground, struggling but unable to escape Muzan's grasp, his hands clawing at the door frame in an attempt to hold on. However, he was too weak and was forcibly pulled down by Muzan. Sitting on the ground with his back to Muzan, he slid forward while shouting, "Let me go. I don't want to face any evil spirits." Winky face. Moreover, it should be noted that they were on the second floor. They had to go downstairs. He didn't even have time to get up before being dragged to the stairs, where he desperately clung to the railing. Zenitsu cried, his nose bubbling, "I don't want to go. You can't make me." Muzan looked at Zenitsu with a grim smile and exerted a strong pull. Zenitsu, finally realizing his lack of strength, was forcefully ripped off the railing. No. Bang. He tumbled from the first step to the second, landing painfully. Stop, stop, stop. Zenitsu shouted anxiously. Just stop already. Tsukiyomi dragged him down like pulling a suitcase, quickly dragging him down with a thud, thud, thud. After falling down several steps, his bones ached, but he finally reached the bottom. Zenitsu hurriedly got up, grabbed Tsukiyomi by the collar, and whether out of anger or pain, tears filled his eyes. Are you trying to kill me? Muzan showed a smiling face and said, Are you going or not? Otherwise, should I drag you over? He reminded, you still have to go down more than 10 steps to reach the first floor. Zenitsu, furious, shook off Muzan and tears of sadness streamed down his eyes. Someone as weak as me, being forced by you to kill demons, will definitely lose my life. TT. Zenitsu looked at him as if saying, You've wronged me. You have to take responsibility for me. Muzan kicked Zenitsu in the butt. Hurry up. Zenitsu. In the end, Zenitsu was still dragged to the mission location by Muzan. After all, although Zenitsu is timid, he knows he needs to carry out the mission. He is just simply scared, which makes him seem more troublesome. It must be said that the mission scheduling of the Demon Slayer Corps is also very precise. When they arrived at the location mentioned in the mission, it was just getting dark. Demons, who are afraid of sunlight, only emerge from their hidden dark places at night, and the Demon Slayer Corps can only search for those demons at night. However, with the proliferation of cameras and their cooperation with the government, the effort to hunt down demons during the day is also continually progressing. However, once it involves the cooperation of two forces, especially the official side, it can be very troublesome to smoothly achieve the goal and gain the rights to access the surveillance footage. The government also has ambitions. They want to incorporate the Demon Slayer Corps into their military organization, making them subordinates rather than partners. However, none of this has anything to do with Muzan. He only cares about making himself happy. The mayor's office has become a crime scene due to the evil demon and has been sealed off. Muzan brought Zenitsu, carrying the certificate, crossed the blockade, and entered amidst the curious gazes of passersby. Muzan suddenly felt like he was a police officer. As he expected, there was a pool of dried blood on the floor, and the mayor's corpse had long been devoured by a half-demon. According to the mission description, it wasn't just the mayor who was dead. The mayor's personal secretary, his wife, the vice mayor, and several executives from nearby businesses had also been killed. They were all, without exception, either wealthy or powerful. So it turns out to be a rich-hating fiend? Zenitsu looked at the dried blood on the ground, scared and hiding behind Muzan. Shitty. You have to protect me, for sure. Muzan walked towards the glass without saying a word, a somewhat expectant smile on his face. Zenitsu, fearing there might be some special danger, hurried to catch up with Muzan. Grabbing his hem, he shrank his neck and kept peering out the window in the direction Muzan was looking, nervously asking, What's going on? There, SA girl. Zenitsu, where? He immediately jumped out from behind Muzan, pressing his face against the window, staring wide-eyed in the direction Muzan was pointing. His eyes almost turned into binoculars, trying to focus directly. Are you lying to me? Zenitsu's face was squished against the glass, contorting as he unwillingly searched through the pedestrians below, questioning. However, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure illuminated by the streetlight. A man wearing a green haori, carrying a wooden box, with a scar on his head. That guy Tanjiro came too? His voice suddenly froze, grabbing Muzan's shoulder, his expression fierce as he pointed out the window at Tanjiro walking towards them. Don't tell me the girl you mentioned is that guy Tanjiro. You can't tell the difference between men and women anymore, right? Muzan disdainfully pushed Zenitsu's claws aside. I've never cross-dressed, and I can tell the difference between men and women. Tanjiro also noticed them through the window and waved at the two with a smile. Muzan smiled and waved in response, then looked at Zenitsu and raised an eyebrow, saying, "There's a girl behind him." Zenitsu hurriedly leaned against the window to look out, but saw nothing. Instead, he noticed an old lady. Zenitsu finally couldn't be bothered to waste time with Tsukiyomi, who always tricked him, just playing him again. At that moment, Tanjiro pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the two bickering brothers, he set aside his previous understanding and smiled, saying, "You guys have a really good relationship." "Oomph." Zenitsu scoffed, looking as if to say, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Muzan patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said, "You're really sharp. I think blindly searching isn't very effective. We can wait for opportunities." Tanjiro suggested, "The richest person in this city, right now, should be the head of the audit bureau. Let's go find the director and see." Zenitsu nodded upon hearing this and quickly added, "My junior, and I will stay here. You go ahead." Tanjiro. Muzan pushed away Zenitsu, who was about to wipe his nose on his clothes, with a look of disgust. He then turned to Tanjiro, restoring his serious expression. "All right, let's go together." Tanjiro nodded. Zenitsu suddenly lunged toward Muzan, hugging him and rubbing his tears on Muzan's clothes. "No. What if the demon doesn't go there? It will kill someone else. So my junior brother and I will stay here." Muzan picked up Zenitsu. "You stay here, we'll go." "No," Zenitsu shouted, clinging to Muzan's leg. "You said you would protect me. Can you please stop rubbing your snot and tears on me?" Muzan finally couldn't hold back as he watched his clean clothes get stained by Zenitsu's tears, and he kicked him away. Tanjiro silently averted his gaze, unable to watch. In the end, the overly frightened Zenitsu still followed the two, timidly arriving at the director's residence. In fact, anyone could see that this demon was specifically targeting them. The director was now too scared to leave his house, hiding in his bedroom. If it weren't for the fact that he had no authority to command the officers, he would have called all the local police to protect him. As for the others, what did he care? As long as he was alive, that was enough. And when he heard his wife say that the Demon Slayer Corps hunters were coming to protect him, he was instantly overjoyed, urging his wife, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Please invite them in." Indeed, people like him were different from the mayor, who just occupied the toilet without doing anything and used his power for personal gain. The higher-ups would still send those hunters to protect him. Muzan walked in with a gentle smile, following the director's wife, and cheerfully took off his hat, saying to the director, "Director, we will take care of your safety tonight." The director, with a beer belly, chuckled as he looked at the three of them. "I'm counting on you for my safety tonight. After we kill that demon, I'll host a banquet for you." Muzan smiled. "Thank you very much." As for Zenitsu and Tanjiro, one is too busy being afraid, although he occasionally glances at the director's daughter. That girl, the other one is quite reserved in such a situation. Tanjiro is not accustomed to this kind of scene and keeps his distance from these important figures. The director's wife looked at Zenitsu with a somewhat gloomy expression, shifting her stance to block Zenitsu's lewd gaze. Zenitsu then realized he had been a bit too blatant. He awkwardly chuckled twice and scratched his head. As night deepened, the streets became sparse with people, and a solitary streetlight illuminated the desolate road. The wind rustled the plastic trash, making some noise. The director was curled up in his bedroom, somewhat afraid to sleep. The three of them stood guard in the director's house, with Tanjiro trying hard to sniff every scent. The high and mighty feeling emanating from the director made him uncomfortable, a sense of disdain and contempt, yet he had no choice but to rely on them. So he appeared quite polite. Suddenly, a faint breath entered Tanjiro's nose. It was a demon. At the same time, a crashing sound was heard, followed by the shattering of glass, a series of small, dense sounds hitting the ground. From behind, in the director's bedroom, came his terrified scream. "Help! Help!" Tanjiro instantly drew his Nichiren blade, burst through the door, and rushed inside. Upon seeing the director cornered by the evil demon, trembling all over and pale-faced, Tanjiro immediately charged forward. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Tanjiro rushed to the half-demon in an instant, slicing one of its arms. The half-demon hastily dodged, bending its body and letting out a threatening hiss towards Tanjiro. Taking this opportunity, Tanjiro stepped aside, shielding the director behind him, gripping his Nichiren blade towards the half-demon. Seeing this, the director hurriedly ran outside. The half-demon, seeing the director fleeing, roared and recklessly charged towards him. Tanjiro blocked the half-demon's advance with a slash. The director, hearing the noise, ran for his life without daring to look back, not even glancing at the trembling Zenitsu hiding behind the wall, or Muzan, who was leisurely watching the scene. Tanjiro was too busy dealing with the demon in front of him to notice that Tsukiyomi had somehow pulled out sunflower seeds from somewhere and was enjoying the show. Muzan was still quite certain, just a half-demon, and Tanjiro could handle it with ease. Moreover, Inosuke was also coming. Zenitsu curled up, holding his head. So scary, so scary. At the same time, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Charge forward, charge forward. Bang. With a loud noise, a pig-headed monster burst in through the front door. The director, who was trying to escape, suddenly saw a terrifying pig-headed monster charging towards him and hurriedly dodged. Get out of the way, you fat pig. Inosuke shouted, kicking the blocking director aside, brandishing his serrated Nichiren blade, and rushing forward with a low, terrifying laugh. Brother, help! It's a monster! Zenitsu was so scared that he almost jumped on Muzan, clinging to him like a sloth, thinking this monster was going to chop him. However, he saw the monster charge straight at the evil demon. Although Tanjiro couldn't process this pig-headed guy at the moment, his sense of smell told him that this was also a demon slayer here to kill demons. Tanjiro cooperated, slashing at the half-demon's arm, and Inosuke, being quite talented in combat, quickly realized Tanjiro's intent and swung his sword towards the half-demon's neck from the other side. Tanjiro delayed the half-demon, preventing it from dodging in time. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Beast-breathing, second fawn slash. The two unleashed their attacks simultaneously, and in an instant, there was a smooth, cutting sound, and the half-demon's head dropped to the ground with a thud. Who? Inosuke's pig nose sprayed 2 streams of air as he held the Nichiren blade behind him. He looked at Tanjiro. I am the Mountain King, Inosuke Hashibara. You're not bad. Be my little brother. Tanjiro politely replied. My name is Tanjiro Kamado, and I never thought of being a little brother. He spoke seriously, genuinely answering the question. At this moment, Zenitsu also realized that this pig-headed monster was a demon slayer. After all, his Nichiren blade had the words Demon Slayer engraved on it. Moreover, he had a special Demon Slayer phone on his waist, although its screen was almost completely shattered. Tanjiro, however, looked at the dead demon. He sensed extreme anger and resentment from it, resentment towards the director they were protecting. This demon had no rationality, but seemed to have an obsession. It seemed to have experienced extremely unfair events when it was human. Buzz, 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 buzz. Inosuke's phone at his waist began to vibrate. Huh. Inosuke let out a low exhale, grabbing the phone at his waist, his pig eyes glaring at the pitiful broken phone. If you ring again, I'll smash you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone continued to ring. Oomph. Inosuke exhaled 2 streams of white air, raising the phone high. I'll smash you. Inosuke, not like this. Tanjiro quickly ran over to grab Inosuke's arm to stop him. Inosuke, confused, had his phone taken away by Tanjiro, watching curiously what Tanjiro could do. You see, it's like this. Tanjiro smoothly unlocked Inosuke's phone, which had no lock screen, revealing an urgent message. Look, Tanjiro handed the phone back to Inosuke, which displayed his mission. He could see it by opening it. Inosuke squinted, grabbed the phone, initially dazedly following Tanjiro's instructions, but after a moment of hesitation, he got anxious, furiously tapping the screen, causing the apps to go haywire. Inosuke became even angrier, raising the phone again, ready to smash it on the ground. You're trying to drive me mad. I'll smash you. No. Tanjiro hurriedly stopped him again, snatching the phone back. Don't rush. Look, tap here. Tanjiro patiently taught Inosuke. This is a communication device. Not a living thing. It doesn't understand what you're saying. Inosuke seemed to ponder, looking confused, and nodded. All right, I'm going to call you Tanjiro the Eighth. He swung his incredibly flexible arms in a flashy motion, then pointed at Tanjiro. From now on, you're my little brother. You're responsible for managing this thing. Who is that? Tanjiro couldn't take it anymore. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. All right, Tanjiro the Eighth. Tanjiro, there are so many ridiculous things in the Demon Slayer Corps. You're making me laugh. You silly pig head can't even remember names. Seeing Inosuke's foolishness, Zenitsu also grew bold and laughed, pointing at Inosuke. Inosuke, humph. White steam puffed from his nose as he bent over. Charge forward. How dare you mock me? Brother, help. Inosuke suddenly jumped up and thudded on Muzan, clinging to his waist like a sloth. The pig-headed monster is killing people. You yellow-haired dandelion actually dare to call me a pig-headed monster. Inosuke, having missed his target, turned around and charged at Zenitsu again. At the same time, Muzan suddenly grabbed Zenitsu. What the heck? Brother, how could you do this? Zenitsu yelled, tears streaming down as he rushed towards Inosuke. Tanjiro, help! That brother of mine is completely unreliable. Tanjiro is gentle. He definitely won T, just watch me get hit. Tanjiro, ultimately too soft-hearted, ran over to block Inosuke. Inosuke, don't crash into people. He is our teammate. Huh? Inosuke was blocked by Tanjiro, one eye wide open, mouth crooked. Tanjiro the Eighth, don't block the way. Inosuke didn't tease slow down, charging straight towards Tanjiro. Just knock down anyone in the way. Tanjiro, I have my temper too. What are you trying to do by constantly giving me names? When I tell you to stop, you just stop. Tanjiro shouted, swinging a punch at the charging Inosuke. Bang! Inosuke instantly stopped. Tanjiro exhaled, standing straight, looking down at the dazed Inosuke. Zenitsu, hearing the bone-crunching sound, covered his forehead in fear. You guys are really monsters, right? I'm the only normal one. And you, Tsukiyomi, stop eating sunflower seeds. Inosuke, feeling dazed, swayed a few times, exhaling from his nose. You guy, charge forward. How could I be knocked out by someone else? Komeduid. Talniru, isurinir, okay? I don't need your surrender. Komeduid. Seeing that the power of the pig-head monster was attracted to Tanjiro, Zenitsu looked at them with disgust. What a bunch of abnormal guys. Inosuke instantly turned his head, his fierce pig eyes glaring at Zenitsu. Huff. Zenitsu, I didn't say anything. He said it. Zenitsu pointed at Muzan. Muzan, you brat. But Inosuke isn't an idiot either. He feels like he's being insulted by Zenitsu's intelligence. He bends down and says, charge. Help. This time, Tanjiro doesn't even want to save him. All right. Muzan stepped forward, blocking Inosuke's head as he charged in and looked towards the door. The throne director had returned. Muzan can control those biological pheromones at will, and he has been continuously improving. He has finally obtained a bug-like nose that is infinitely close to Tanjiro's. At least he knows the emotions of the fat pig in front of him, which makes him quite uncomfortable. Got it, Maruoka Masahito. Investigate him thoroughly. Dismiss him. Dismiss him, Maruoka Masahito. Muzan, I'm very busy. Muzan, hurry up. I don't care. The fat pig pretended to laugh happily as he looked at the three, but his eyes constantly revealed his hatred for Inosuke and disdain for Muzan and Zenitsu. Two useless fools. They didn't even think to save him in time. And that dead pig-headed monster. Just wait. You're finished. Everyone, stay here for a night. I've reserved lunch for you tomorrow. No need. We'll take our leave. Muzan dealt with him quite gracefully, looking at the three people behind him and saying, let's go. After the four left, a team of police quickly surrounded the area. These guys committing crimes and abusing their power are actually quite easy to investigate. It's just that their network is too large. Now that the higher-ups took direct action, they were done for. A few days later, they were taken to prison. After all, they dared to offend Muzan, and their efficiency in handling matters was very high. At the same time, those who were easily identified were also thrown in one after another. From bottom to top, they were all caught. Maruyama Masahito suddenly felt that the boss was quite useful. With these guys, they could catch them without fail. Muzan. On the other side, in the Sugimoto family, a few people were invited in to rest for a day. As for the urgent task on Inosuke's phone, since he had been unresponsive, it had already been handled by someone else. He truly is a top-tier troublemaker. Inside the house, the family had prepared a resting room for them. It was a large room, but just one whole room. Several beds were lined up on the tatami mats. In the room, the family brought them food. Inosuke immediately took off his headgear and excitedly grabbed the food from the bowl with his bare hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke's face. Winky face, wow, so beautiful. Inosuke turned to the astonished and confused Tanjiro. What do you have to say about my face? Nothing. Your face is fair and beautiful. It's really good looking. After Tanjiro's praise, Inosuke immediately got angry. Inosuke, physically, let's settle this. I really think your face is very good looking. Your skin is very fair. With his silly logic, Tanjiro inadvertently added fuel to the fire. Inosuke completely exploded. The room was in chaos, with loud noises echoing. Zenitsu, in the restroom outside, rolled his eyes and shook his head. Sure enough, this pig is looking for trouble again. Luckily, he went out to use the bathroom. Muzan dragged the table to the corner of the room, eating his meal while watching them fight fiercely. Tanjiro's headbutts hit the mark every time, while Inosuke was so angry that steam was coming out of his nostrils. In the end, Tanjiro knocked him down with a headbutt, and he lay on the ground staring up at the ceiling. He needed to train hard. Sooner or later, he would surpass the head of Kaneo. Seeing the duel's outcome, Muzan smiled and approached Inosuke on the ground while Zenitsu was still in the bathroom. Are you unhappy with Zenitsu? What's it to you? Inosuke reached over and grabbed a chunk of food, swallowing a mouthful of rice, and looked sideways at Muzan with a provocative glare. He suspected this guy wanted to take revenge for his cowardly brother. Just come at me. Can I even take you on if I can't beat Kaneo? Muzan, I want to help you trick him. How about it? Are you interested in joining? Inosuke unexpectedly looked at Muzan. His eyes filled with disdain. You actually teamed up with someone to deceive your own senior brother? What a piece of trash. Muzan, are you trying to trick me? Of course. Tanjiro looked at them, feeling a bit worried and sympathetic towards Zenitsu. Please don't be too harsh. Muzan raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. He then looked at Inosuke and pulled out a set of clothes from who knows where, smiling as he said, Here, put on this outfit. Both Inosuke and Tanjiro were confused. Where did he pull out a whole set of clothes? Inosuke looked at the clothes in Muzan's hand. They were somewhat androgynous, with a long skirt that hung down and were quite loose. Inosuke didn't mind and took and put them on. It perfectly covered his muscular body, and with his face, he looked like a beautiful girl. Quite exquisite. At that moment, footsteps from Zenitsu could also be heard outside the house. Muzan hurriedly grabbed Inosuke. Quick. Sit tight. Do as I say. Muzan hurriedly gave a few quick instructions. When Zenitsu pushed the door open and entered, his first sight was of a beautiful girl sitting quietly on the tatami mat, looking very gentle. Moreover, there were no traces of makeup on her face. She was a completely natural beauty, absolutely a 24K true girl, not something packaged by the likes of Tsukiyomi. To be honest, after being tricked by Tsukiyomi so many times, he could distinguish between what was drawn with makeup and what was a completely natural girl. As an LSP, being beside Tsukiyomi, he had to possess the ability to accurately differentiate between genders. And in front of him was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful girl. Zenitsu instantly lost his reason and rushed forward, smoothly transitioning into a kneeling position. Miss, please marry me. You must marry me. Inosuke looked at him coldly, saying nothing, silently shaking his head. Zenitsu, with tear-filled eyes, asked why. The moment I saw you, I couldn't help but think of something, and I instantly became furious, pointing at Muzan and Tanjiro. Did those two guys force you? Inosuke shook his head again. Zenitsu then lunged forward, grabbing Inosuke's hand, tears streaming down his face. Why? Please marry me. I beg you. You must find this guy disgusting too. Muzan yanked away Zenitsu, who was clinging on stubbornly. She is the daughter of this family. How could she possibly like a guy like you? Stop bothering her. But she clearly likes me too. You're definitely jealous. Zenitsu protested, desperately trying to get to Inosuke, as if he had seen some treasure. As soon as Muzan let go, Zenitsu instantly pounced. Miss, I'm coming. Muzan grabbed Zenitsu and said, You still want to trick me? With that, Zenitsu was thrown out by Muzan. Inosuke was pleased and shouted as he charged forward. Tanjiro facepalmed, unable to watch. What kind of teammates had the Demon Slayer Corps arranged for themselves? Or was there no normal person in the Demon Slayer Corps? At the same time, the commotion from the three of them woke Nezuko. With a loud bang, Zenitsu was sent flying and landed on the ground, furious and ready to charge back. After all, it's not like demons can't die. He wasn't going to back down, but just as he sat up, he suddenly heard a sound. It was a squeaking noise, as if something was shaking and rubbing against the floor. Then there was another faint bumping sound, although the noise was nearly imperceptible amid their commotion. Zenitsu's excellent hearing easily caught the sound coming from an unknown source. He hurriedly reached out to stop Inosuke, who was getting ready to charge again. Stop it. There's something moving. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the sound. Inosuke obediently straightened up, as if he had heard something too. Following Zenitsu's gaze, they heard a soft thud. Zenitsu and Inosuke saw a box in the corner of the room shaking, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought it was a ghost. The dandelion and boar, with their extraordinary hearing and perception, had already noticed the demon hiding behind the iron-headed kid. However, the demon inside the box had no killing intent, instead exuding a gentle aura. Inosuke thought it was that gentle, kind Nezuko. He looked at Zenitsu with disdain. What a weirdo. Who would like such a small human child? They look weak and useless. Humph, let go of me, Tanjiro shouted, shaking his foot. Hearing this, Zenitsu finally released his grip. But before Tanjiro could feel relieved, he saw Zenitsu shamelessly trying to go around him to bother Nezuko. He hurriedly stepped in to block Zenitsu, angrily standing between the two. Nezuko tilted her head in confusion, knowing that Tanjiro was her brother and she had to listen to him. Did that mean she shouldn't let the yellow dandelion get close? Tanjiro, please let me see my wife. Tanjiro desperately protected Nezuko behind him. You can't have any ideas about Nezuko, Zenitsu exclaimed. So her name is Nezuko. What a beautiful name. Nezuko-chan, both you and your name are so charming. But, Tanjiro, You're forcing me. I'm going all out for Nezuko. Thunder breathing. In an instant, a flash of yellow lightning seemed to flicker in the room, and Tanjiro saw a yellow arc flash past him, with Zenitsu suddenly appearing behind him. Acting like a lecher, Zenitsu grinned and lewdly approached Nezuko, saying, "Nezuko-chan, let's get close." Nezuko, panicking, wanted to dodge, but with a bamboo tube in her mouth, she couldn't speak. "Don't come over." Finally, Zenitsu, relying on the speed of his all-out thunder breathing, managed to hug Nezuko. He grinned as he rubbed against her. Nezuko was extremely flustered. She was so scared this yellow-haired guy seemed to have a problem with his head. Ugh. Oh, seeing Nezuko's angry expression, Zenitsu became even more excited. "Nezuko-chan, please marry me." "Nezuko, you're forcing me." In that moment, Nezuko's body suddenly grew larger. Her terrifying, bulging muscles appeared, her arms thicker than Zenitsu's waist, and her once cute expression turned extremely scary. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, she exuded an overwhelming presence, and her clothes looked like they were about to scream. She coldly glanced at the little thing hanging on her, grabbing the still-stunned yellow-haired chick by the collar. "Zenitsu." Winky face, gulp. Zenitsu struggled to swallow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, terror written all over his face, and regretful tears unconsciously hanging at the corners of his eyes. The tears slid down his cheeks. "And Nezuko-chan, I was wrong. Please let me go." Nezuko looked at the little thing in her hand, her bite force almost breaking the bamboo tube in her mouth. Hearing the bamboo tube crackling, Zenitsu felt like he could already hear the sound of his bones breaking. Winky face, "Tanjiro, please save me. I was wrong. Tanjiro didn't even know how ruthless he could be. "Tanjiro, really, if it weren't for Uncle Muzan, he would have quit the Demon Slayer Corps by now. I was originally so cool and powerful." He looked up, excited and in awe, rushing over as if he were a mecha fan, seeing a real giant mecha, his eyes sparkling as he circled around Nezuko. "You're amazing. You're so tall." He looked up at Nezuko's bewildered eyes. "Hey, duel with me, Nezuko." Zenitsu took the opportunity to shout up at Nezuko, "Go duel that pig head. Let me go." Amid Zenitsu's surprise and nervousness, Nezuko slowly placed Zenitsu down on the ground, and Inosuke, eager to fight, was ready to engage. This muscular guy really wanted to fight him. "Come on, let's duel." But then he saw Nezuko gently placing her enormous hand on the trembling little yellow chick's head, her body gradually returning to its original form as she tenderly patted Zenitsu's head. Zenitsu trembled but felt a surge of affection. A girl. It had been years since he had seen a real girl. No matter what, it's what he likes. Looking at Nezuko like this, Inosuke got angry. "Don't you want to fight me?" Nezuko tilted her head to look at him and gently patted the boar's head as if to soothe him. Inosuke momentarily put down his hands. "This time, I won't duel with you." Zenitsu immediately rushed over, pushing Inosuke away as if he were protecting Tanjiro. "That's my wife. Stay away from her." "Inosuke, you bastard, looking for death. Do you think I'm as sick as you, yellow-haired chicken?" Zenitsu, having forgotten the pain after healing, hugged Nezuko's arm again, grinning. "You silly pig, what do you know?" Tanjiro rushed over and pulled Zenitsu down from Nezuko's arm. "Don't get close to my sister." Meanwhile, Muzan felt that he had filmed enough, and Nezuko's strong figure remained in the camera. This towering physique, to be honest, he didn't know. Was it because he trained with Nezuko too much when she was young that it led to this strange form? The farce quickly came to an end. As night deepened, the white moon hung lonely in the night sky. Nezuko watched the food being taken away, drooling as she drilled back inside. Why does it seem like she can eat, but her brother won't let her? I don't want to rely on sleeping to replenish my energy. I'm so hungry. Nezuko, feeling wronged, squeezed back into the box, getting angrier and hungrier with every thought. She was so angry that she couldn't fall asleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in a room, the undercover Shinazugawa Sanemi sat on one side, chatting with his good buddy Iguro Abanai. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He glanced at Abanai before opening his phone. On the chat app, he received an unapologetic message from his incompetent master. "The thing that stole the blood I drew from my master, a half-demon, appeared east of Yamayama. Hurry up and tell your boss." Is it really okay for a dignified demon king to send a message like this to a demon slayer who has already become a Hashira? After sending it, he couldn't even be bothered to take it back, right? "You handle it yourself. I'm busy." "I don't care. Hurry up and go." "Sanemi, all right. You're the oldest. I'll listen to you." He stood up and said, "I have something to do. Let's continue talking about that guy next time." Abanai nodded. Watching his comrade leave, Muzan discovered that one of his subordinate demons found a half-demon he was quite familiar with, Rairu. This guy, as expected of someone who appeared in the original work, turned out to be a half-demon with intelligence. That's quite rare indeed. Muzan couldn't be bothered to run over and handle it himself, so he simply let the Demon Slayer Corps take the trouble. After all, you all have the purple wisteria spears, so killing a half-demon should be a piece of cake, right? Kabutsuji has a lot of trust in his children, those who are willing to do anything alongside him to exterminate the evil demons, so you should learn from that. The next morning, the sun shone so fiercely into the house that it was unbearably hot. The light reflecting off the ground was almost blinding. Muzan thought that if he hadn't consumed the blue spider lily, the reflected light alone would have been enough to cause large areas of his skin to rot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone started buzzing early in the morning, and Muzan squinted as he reached for the phone by the pillow. They're sending out tasks this early in the morning. The Demon Slayer Corps is really exploiting their employees. How about working year-round without a break? His boss is much better. Yoshiro, you should learn from me. Looking around, that enthusiastic kid Tanjiro had even run out to help the host with cooking. Inosuke had already started exercising with his boar head on, headbutting trees, and the host was somewhat worried that this kid was too young to start fighting, facing too many dangers, and might be losing his mind. They couldn't help but look over with pity and sympathy, only to be met with a fierce glare from the wild boar. As for Zenitsu, he was busy circling the box that Nezuko had locked him out of, making lewd sounds and persistently proposing. Muzan woke up the latest. He grabbed his phone and looked at the tasks displayed on the screen. He was stunned. Damn, how did this task end up in their hands again? Moreover, the task clearly stated that the ones executing it were the closest people to Far Mountain City: Tanjiro Kamadu, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Inosuke Hashibara, and Tsukimi. If he had known, he wouldn't have told the Demon Slayer Corps about this. Muzan walked over and grabbed Zenitsu, who was hugging the box and laughing, saying, "The mission is here, don't freak out." Zenitsu held on even tighter, saying, "I don't want to go. No one can separate me from Nezuko-chan." Muzan, winky face, he directly grabbed Zenitsu, who was stuck to the box along with the box and Nezuko inside, dragging them out. As he opened the door, he saw Inosuke diligently training in the yard and Tanjiro walking by with a bucket of water. A mission has come. Let us set off after breakfast. In the middle of the day, they were on a train heading to the mission location. For some reason, there were a lot of people on the train today. All the seats were taken, and the aisles were crowded. Zenitsu was sitting in the aisle seat, and beside him, a girl had no place to sit and was standing unsteadily in the swaying train, occasionally bumping into Zenitsu's knee. Zenitsu lowered his head, trying hard to hide his lewd smile. He bumped into the girl's leg. Suppressing his inappropriate expression, Zenitsu put on a gentlemanly smile, stood up, and looked at the girl beside him. "You can sit here." The girl, unable to bear it any longer, thanked him quietly and hurriedly sat down to take out some water to drink. Inosuke, who was extremely excited because he rarely saw trains and didn't understand them well, was pressed down in his seat by Muzan, unable to move. "Wow, amazing. So fast. Let me go. I want to race it. I can definitely beat it." Muzan slapped Inosuke on the head, which was covered by his boar mask. "You, shut up." Inosuke huffed. Tanjiro was sitting in the carriage with Nezuko, stroking her head, feeling that what he saw before of her was like a dream. Such a vast place. So many things. Zenitsu was cowering behind Tanjiro, having moved from hiding behind the unreliable Tsukigumi to the reliable Tanjiro's back. Although Tanjiro was a bit stubborn, he was indeed dependable. Feeling secure hiding behind Tanjiro, Tanjiro glanced helplessly at Zenitsu, who was carrying a box with Nezuko inside, and walked inside. Muzan quickened his pace and ran over to catch the runaway wild boar, dragging him inside. "Don't run around. Help me navigate and see if there are any demons." Inosuke glanced at Tsukigumi, who was holding on to him, and wondered, how could this little guy be so strong? He squatted down, and under the strange gazes of those around him, he stretched out his hands and activated his pig navigation. The surroundings appeared in his mind as if they were 3D modeled. "Found it. Over there." Saying this, Inosuke swiftly drew his Nichiren blade and crashed into the crowd. Charging forward, people casually shopping with their children were suddenly knocked aside, falling to the ground, their butts aching painfully, gritting their teeth as they stood up, yelling at the strange man in the boar mask. "Are you crazy?" But Inosuke had already rushed past, ignoring the passerby. Seeing more people being knocked away and cursing loudly, he suddenly felt a sense of balance. "It's not just me." Tanjiro shouted to not hit people as he followed, and Zenitsu timidly followed behind. Muzan leisurely followed along as if shopping. After all, he wouldn't be putting in any effort in a fight. The few of them quickly followed Inosuke, crashing through who knows how many people, and burst out of them all. Inosuke suddenly turned a corner. Right here, right here. Right here. He let out a laugh reminiscent of a kidnapper trying to scare children, shouting as he pulled out his Nickerin blade and swung it. The iron door was forcefully cut open, 2 deep gashes appearing as it fell down. Inosuke excitedly rushed in, and Tanjiro and Zenitsu hurriedly followed. It was pitch black inside, tightly sealed, and the air was filled with an indescribably foul smell. Outside, it looked like a warehouse. But upon entering, they found another iron door, which had already been opened by someone. The heavy smell made Tanjiro's nose uncomfortable, but he could still discern that there was a demon and a person hidden inside. Had they been captured by the demon? Inosuke, there is someone in here. They might have been captured by the demon. They're still alive. Let us hurry, Tanjiro said, transforming into a guiding light as he rushed forward. Nezuko in the box had a headache. Facing the evil demon, Tanjiro seemed completely mad, fighting and chasing without a care, and she was just a teenager, bouncing around in the box like a roller coaster every day. The key was that she would roll over and bump her head. Nezuko huffed angrily, trying to adjust her position to fit the box and avoid a few bumps. At this moment, Tanjiro and Inosuke finally found the evil demon. It was a demon with yellow pupils and long hair, and unlike the strange-looking ones they had seen before, this demon looked very human, except for the black patterns on its face and sharp teeth and claws that proved its identity. The aura emanating from it was clearly that of a demon, and it was stronger than any they had encountered before. This demon carried an undeniable scent of greed. Beside the demon stood a middle-aged man in a suit, radiating fear and panic. Tanjiro drew his Nickerin blade and adjusted his breathing. "I will definitely save you," Tanjiro shouted as he rushed forward, with Inosuke following suit. Zenitsu smartly found a corner to hide. The demon sneered at them. Another meal delivered right to their door. How foolish. Did they really think this guy was the one he had taken hostage? Inosuke swung his blade, but the demon blocked it, and Tanjiro took the opportunity to grab an ordinary person nearby, pulling him to escape. Run. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly rolled and crawled out. The half-demon sneered, mocking them. Do these demon hunters really think everyone is innocent? Just because they are with a demon means they were captured? The half-demon grabbed Inosuke's Nickerin blade, completely unconcerned about the blood dripping from his palm. This little wound meant nothing to a half-demon. Inosuke hurriedly stepped back, trying to pull out his blade, while Tanjiro swung his sword. The demon quickly caught Tanjiro with its other hand, grinning widely, revealing its sharp teeth. "You demon hunters really are just food delivered to my door." Saying this, it yanked them both towards it along the blade's edge. Caught off guard, the two stumbled and almost lost their balance. But Inosuke used the momentum to swing his sword upward, directing the force from his weight into the strike against the demon, twisting his wrist and swinging his arm in a wide arc, aiming the blade at the half-demon's waist. Nezuko bumped her head against the wooden board. On the other side, Zenitsu, who was hiding, was nearly in tears. Why were there 3 demons here? 3 beast-like half-demons were crawling towards him with a roar. Zenitsu cried out and quickly tried to escape against the wall. But seeing his 2 teammates being suppressed by the demons and his missing junior, he could only run outside. "Help! Someone, please save me!" Zenitsu shouted. Hearing the voices of the 3 demons getting closer, his heart racing and his back bristling with sweat. The next moment, bang! A half-demon crashed into him hard, causing Zenitsu to lurch forward and fall heavily, hitting his nose and feeling pain. He hurriedly tried to get up, only to see the 3 demons almost right in front of him with their terrifying faces nearly touching. Zenitsu was so scared he nearly fainted, entering a half-conscious state of self-protection. The moment I close my eyes is the moment I take off, just as the 3 half-demons lunged at him. There was a sharp sound of a blade being drawn, and a flash of yellow lightning zipped past, causing intense pain in their necks and heads. They looked down to see their own headless bodies. "Half-demon, what just happened?" Muzan was eating snacks he just bought and drinking soda while watching Zenitsu first roll in fear and then directly have a major accident. With his eyes closed, Zenitsu put away the Nickerin blade and slowly opened his eyes. Now back to his normal state, he looked at Muzan in confusion, tears of emotion streaming down his face, and suddenly lunged at Muzan, exclaiming, "Woo, senior brother, you really do care about me." Muzan, disdainfully avoiding the tearful Zenitsu, "Stay away from me." While saying this, Muzan, under Zenitsu's bewildered gaze, pulled out a gun from seemingly nowhere, spinning it stylishly in his hand, exuding a boss-like aura as he walked in. At this moment, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Rokiro were also at a standstill. Unless an opportunity arose, it would remain this way. This demon had blood demon arts. Moreover, it could steal the opponent's energy through contact. This made the two of them find this guy quite tricky. At that moment, Muzan entered, raising his gun. The half-demon Rokiro felt a sense of crisis from his side and hurriedly tried to dodge. But Muzan had already predicted it. Bang! The half-demon seemed to collide with a bullet that had gone awry towards Muzan, a bloody hole appearing directly in his head. The half-demon let out a roar, the intense pain in his head making him lose rationality, recklessly charging towards Muzan. He had to deal with this guy first. But the next moment, bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, 3 bullets hit simultaneously, and Muzan disdainfully watched as Rokiro fell, putting away his gun and kicking him. Trash. The times have changed. Tanjiro and Inosuke were also completely caught off guard, surprised by the sudden victory, still in a daze with their Nickerin blades. Muzan looked at them disdainfully. What ancient relics are you? Can't a single gun solve this quickly? TSK, TSK, TSK. Inosuke, you guy. But it seems he can't beat this guy. It's infuriating. I can only be angry for nothing. However, Tanjiro seriously considered Muzan's words when dealing with demons. There was no need to consider the means. A gun stronger. He also wanted to use a gun, so he applied to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for one. Zenitsu looked at the handgun in Muzan's hand with some admiration. With a gun, wouldn't he be invincible? What was there to fear about demons? Soon, the 3 received their guns. A person named Murata helped bring them over. Just a reminder, don't rely too much on guns. Murata said as he put on the backpack originally used for carrying the guns and hurriedly left. He had tasks to attend to and was very busy. Not long after the few watched Murata leave, their phones started buzzing incessantly. Tanjiro quickly took out his phone to check. Was there another place nearby with a demon? As for Inosuke's phone, it had already stopped ringing. Zenitsu, listening to the sound, was in great pain. Why were the missions coming so frequently? He had barely survived. Muzan also opened to check the task. There are more half-demons than he imagined. Like insects, they are numerous and can hide, making them impossible to eradicate completely. This task is in Luaha City, where people have been disappearing recently, suspected to be due to the presence of evil demons. Since they're the lowest-ranked GUE-level demon hunters, this unclear task was assigned to them. Zenitsu looked at the task description and gradually felt a sense of luck, his mood settling down significantly. Perhaps it has nothing to do with demons at all? Inosuke, with a pig's head on his head, leaned towards Tanjiro's phone screen to take a look. Hey Kaneo, were there demons again? Tanjiro, while struggling to push the pig's head away, replied. Luaha City, let's go together. Shortly after they set off, Maruoka Masahito casually sent someone to investigate the director that the boss encountered. After all, the boss usually encounters one, and with that, a majority can be sentenced. Sure enough, after the inspection bureau came down for a review, they indeed caught one right away. Maruoka Masahito suddenly understood. The Demon Slayer Corps deals only with demons. But behind the demons, there are human affairs, and it's easy to catch them directly. Luaha City, an extremely developed city. They got off the train right at noon. The surrounding area was filled with glass skyscrapers that made it hard to open their eyes. The entertainment industry here is extremely prosperous. Huge screens on the skyscrapers display advertisements and promotional materials. The most eye-catching is the large screen continuously showing a poster of a light music group, Qingxian and Qingyin, along with Qinya. At this moment, Zenitsu was already drooling. The task description mentioned that there might be evil demons in an entertainment company in Luaha City. Zenitsu, trembling with excitement, opened his phone and constantly compared the entertainment company they were going to with the one where the light music group was located. His eyes were getting brighter. Hee, it's really the same company. Yay, maybe he could meet the light music group and then marry them. Hee. Muzan silently patted Zenitsu's shoulder. Control yourself, you're drooling. Zenitsu hurriedly wiped his mouth, trying to regain his composure. I'm just too excited. Inosuke looked up at the poster, his pupils dilating with red veins as if he was about to cry, and suddenly let out a loud roar. I'm coming to save you. I'll kill you, Doma. My mother is here. Is she trapped in that big box by that guy Doma? Tanjiro sensed the urgent and anxious emotion emanating from Inosuke and quickly followed. Inosuke, what's wrong? Tanjiro had never sensed such complex emotions from Inosuke before. Inosuke didn't answer Tanjiro, swiftly drew 2 Nickerin swords and sent all the confused bystanders flying, causing chaos along the street. Cars on the main road quickly stopped in fright, creating instant pandemonium. The sounds of whistles and shouts filled the air. Are you crazy, you pig-headed fool? Looking for death? Don't run. Bam! Inosuke suddenly leaped onto the roof of a car and then jumped from car to car, charging forward. Anyone who dared to block his path was cut down. He was going to save his mother. Doma, you're dead today. Tanjiro followed behind, humbly apologizing to each person he bumped into and helping those who fell. Zenitsu quickly rushed over to help as well, watching the chaotic scene caused by Inosuke in just a few seconds. Nearby traffic police were drawn over. Seeing their Demon Slayer uniforms and instinctively thinking they had come to help with the chaos, they asked, "What happened here?" As Tanjiro watched an angry bystander walk away, he quickly turned around and replied, Sorry, my teammate is too anxious. I'll stop him right away." The officer looked at them. "Did you cause this?" Tanjiro could only keep apologizing. Muzan looked at the situation and, seeing that it was almost handled, pulled Zenitsu to chase after Inosuke. They couldn't just watch him continue rampaging through the city. Luckily, Inosuke got lost and was stuck in a complicated area. When Muzan and Zenitsu caught up, Inosuke was just leaping up and over a wall, flying across the rooftops of someone else's house. Muzan also jumped up and grabbed him by the collar. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Inosuke was caught, kicking his legs and eager to run. "Calm down. That's just a poster. It's not Kotoha herself." Inosuke, hearing this, he somewhat understood what Tsukiyomi meant, looking at him in confusion. "What do you mean? It's not the real person, just a picture, got it?" Muzan let down Inosuke, seeing he didn't run away, and Zenitsu followed him. Zenitsu looked at Inosuke and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you running?" "It's just a picture. I haven't even done anything yet." The three jumped down from the rooftop, and Zenitsu continued, "If you're in a hurry to find them, just come with us to carry out the mission. You'll meet them sooner or later. If you keep acting like this, you'll get caught by the police." Zenitsu's hearing was quite remarkable. He picked up on Inosuke's complex emotions and his fondness for the girls. "I'm not an idiot. Hurry up and take me to find your band." In the end, Inosuke was still dragged by Muzan and patiently explained the details of the situation. Although it was quite difficult for him to express himself, he managed to get the point across. Once Zenitsu understood Inosuke's meaning, he became anxious. Kotoha is being forced by the demons. It's possible that Keo and Kyoko are being forced too. We have to save them quickly. The company where the Kiyavika band was located was called Shuinla. Tanjiro also showed a worried expression at that moment. The three of them looked at the Shuinla building as if they were staring at a giant den of monsters. "We need to sneak in and investigate the situation first. We might also need to seek support from the Demon Slayer Corps." After some discussion, they decided to use the pretext of applying for a job to get inside and take a look. Coincidentally, Shuinla was also recruiting employees. The group changed into ordinary clothes and arrived at the entrance of the Shuinla company, looking up at the towering building and the massive doors. Standing at the bottom, they felt incredibly small. If Inosuke hadn't already known this was a building, he would have wanted to draw his Nickerin blade and fight this monster. With Inosuke's earlier words in mind, they subconsciously viewed the Shuinla building through a terrifying filter. There might be many demons inside, and the basement could be filled with corpses. The higher-ups of Shuinla could be imprisoning those singers, forcing them to sing and dance. If they disobeyed, they would be eaten. Such a large building must be hiding many demons. Although Zenitsu was eager to save people, looking up at the towering structure felt like staring at a huge monster. And they were about to walk into a trap, which made him swallow hard and his legs tremble slightly. Tanjiro was also very nervous. Only when he touched the Nickerin blade at his waist and the newly acquired Wisteria spear did he feel a bit of security. To save those innocent people. "I won't back down." But Inosuke, fearless, looked at the two cowards. "You two cowards. What are you afraid of? It's just demons, right? I've lost count of how many I've killed." Inosuke looked at him, trembling legs and all, angrily scolding. "Hurry up and take off your hood. How are we supposed to sneak in like this?" Inosuke's pig nose twitched before he took off his hood, revealing his exceptionally handsome face. "Oof, I don't need you to remind me." Tanjiro calmed himself down and, like a worried mother, advised them, "Let's go in." "Inosuke, don't act impulsively. Zenitsu and Keo, you need to protect yourselves too. Can you take Nezuko inside?" Zenitsu looked at the box behind Tanjiro. If Nezuko went in, it would be dangerous, and she might attract suspicion, right? However, suddenly recalling Nezuko's impressive stature that day, Zenitsu felt that everything would be fine. What demons or man-eaters were worth mentioning in front of Nezuko? Tanjiro turned back with a gentle smile at the box he was carrying. "I'll always carry Nezuko with me. That's enough." In his heart, Nezuko was always that adorable little girl. Another potential asset. "Hey, what are you staring at my face for?" When Inosuke spoke, the HR immediately froze. "A man?" But it seemed like people nowadays were into that. Are you here for an interview? Just based on Inosuke's face, he could adopt the most respectful attitude. This was definitely going to be a big hit in the future, so he needed to build a good relationship now. He would surely benefit later. Otherwise, come on, let me take you to see our company and introduce you to a mentor. The HR was ready to take Inosuke away. As for Zenitsu and Tanjiro, they were completely ignored with Inosuke around. Tanjiro felt a bit embarrassed and opened his mouth, while Zenitsu, seeing his attitude, got angry. Hey, middle part, what about us? The HR frowned in annoyance, glanced back at them, and impatiently pointed to another door. That way, don't bother me. After saying that, he instantly showed a smiling face, respectfully leading Inosuke to another room. Inosuke patted his shoulder in satisfaction. You're not bad. Be my little brother. Watching their retreating figures, Zenitsu's forehead twitched with anger. This guy, Tanjiro patted Zenitsu's back. Let's go over there, no need to get angry over this. As for Muzan, he chuckled. I'm tired. Layoffs. Give me layoffs. Yes, he was tired and had nothing to do, so he came over here. Although he didn't show up to do anything like singing, he was still a major shareholder. Boss, why did you come over here? In the end, Inosuke was treated as a key training candidate and was quickly assigned an assistant role, while Tanjiro ended up doing odd jobs, like moving heavy objects. Zenitsu, on the other hand, was picked by someone and became an assistant. Muzan leisurely ran to the office to slack off. Tired sat on one side, busy, watching Muzan run over and rummage through snacks from under his desk, lying on the chair with his legs propped up on the table. His head ached. Boss, what do you want again? Muzan grabbed some snacks and casually replied, You guys are suspected by the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm here to investigate. Rue, boss, don't joke around. Muzan, I'm not joking. I'm now a grade D demon hunter, so you better watch yourself in front of me, or I might just cut you with my Nickerin blade. Rue. All right then, it's normal for the Demon King to become a demon hunter. Very normal. After all, I heard he wasn't a stranger to this kind of thing before. Boss, besides you, are there others? The one who looks like a girl, the one with a scar on his head, and the one with the yellow hair like a dandelion. Rue nodded, remembering these details. On the other side, Inosuke looked at his assistant. Hey, I want to see Kanade. His assistant, busy arranging work for him, sat by the computer, scheduling appointments, and didn't even look up, saying, Miss Kanade and the others are performing in Ijing City right now. They won't be back for a few days, and you need to finish your training before you get any relaxation time. While completing a form and exporting it, she turned to Inosuke, resting her hand on the chair, and said, I don't care if you know the Light Music Club, but you better not get too close to them. Inosuke grabbed some snacks from his side. Why? It affects your future. And she suddenly stopped midway. Forget it. Just follow my arrangements, and as for your loud voice, only speak when I tell you to in front of others. Inosuke was quite unhappy with her half-finished sentences and such a ridiculous request, snorting a few times. Why? For your persona, come with me. We'll start a training today, she said, walking over and snatching the snacks from Inosuke's hand. From now on, control your diet and maintain your figure. Hey, give that back. Inosuke shouted and tried to grab it back, but she quickly locked it in the drawer, calmly looking at him, then opened the door and said, Go try your basics first. Inosuke knew his limits and reluctantly followed. Instruments and singing were a complete mess for him, and Kanzaki Aoi, as his assistant, was quite troubled, thinking how to handle this. The music teacher looked at her helplessly. This kid has no foundation. There's nothing we can do. Kanzaki Aoi grabbed Inosuke's arm. There's only one last dance left. You better step up. Inosuke was dragged by her into another room. Once inside, he saw a group of people doing some strange movements and looked at Kanzaki Aoi, asking, Are they worshipping the gods? Kanzaki Aoi, winky face, they're practicing dance, she said while waving to the dance teacher. See if he is suitable for dancing. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed the dance teacher looking at Inosuke with an incredulous and extremely excited gaze. What is this guy doing again? She frowned and looked over. Inosuke was twisting his body, performing even more outrageous moves than those practicing dance. He twisted his head around his arm, dove under his pants, turned to look at her, and proudly made a humming sound. Look at me. Ahoy. The dancers nearby also stopped their movements, looking at him with a strange yet admiring expression. However, you, a girl, shouldn't be making such a terrifying sound. The dance teacher looked at Inosuke as if he were an unpolished gem. Don't worry. I will train this girl well. He's a boy. Kanzaki Aoi rubbed her temples helplessly, thinking whatever, as long as this guy seems a bit off but is obedient and has talent, it's fine. The dance teacher, however, was confused, looking back and forth between Inosuke and Kanzaki Aoi. Are you sure? Although her voice is a bit rough, that face can't possibly be a boy, right? Inosuke glared at her, returning to a normal standing position, glaring with wide eyes, shouting, "Of course I'm a boy." The others around were also surprised. He looked even more like a girl than they did. Moreover, he looked a bit like Miss Kanade, especially those green pupils, really beautiful. On the other side, Zenitsu was grumpily carrying an instrument that looked like a shamisen, following a man. Why do I have to be a guy's assistant? There's so many pretty girls. Why did it have to be this guy in the end? The man leading Zenitsu casually ordered from now on. "You just help me carry my instruments and learn well from me. If you learn well, I'll give you a chance to appear on stage." Fine, Zenitsu replied weakly. The man didn't care. He was just someone to help him carry things, and he probably wouldn't learn anything in his lifetime. He'd seen plenty of guys with no foundation still dreaming. In a recording studio, Zenitsu set up the instrument and sat on the side grumpily, watching him and others play. After the recording ended, the man placed the shamisen aside and looked at Zenitsu. "Yellow-haired one, give me a cup of iced tea." "Okay." Zenitsu replied weakly and got up to buy something. Being an assistant was just hard labor. Moreover, thinking about how Inosuke was being specially trained on the spot while he was serving tea in the recording studio made him even more upset. That wild boar head was just a bit good-looking, right? Just wait. He would surpass him sooner or later. On Tanjiro's side, after learning from Muzan that Tanjiro was a demon hunter, Rue, out of malicious curiosity, wanted Tanjiro to do more work. So he threw him into the most exhausting studio. "My name is Tanjiro. Nice to meet you." Tanjiro smiled brightly, bowing to his colleagues, looking just like an enthusiastic newcomer in the workplace. A group of busy people in the office felt a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Thinking here comes another unlucky guy. "All right," the colleagues replied weakly. Tanjiro was a bit puzzled by their lack of energy. He noticed the water cooler was empty and immediately ran over to replace it with a new bottle. Seeing his actions, the colleagues were quite pleased. This new guy is very diligent. Maybe he can help him out. Then they were a bit dumbfounded. In less than an hour, Tanjiro had cleaned up the messy floor, wiped away the dust, and could even arrange flowers. His little hands were quick and nimble, snipping away with scissors. Watching his busy figure, the originally dark and chaotic office became bright and clean. Tanjiro diligently washed the mop, returned to the office, and saw them still full of energy. "Seniors, what should we do next?" Some people felt a bit embarrassed watching him work so hard right from the start. Others excitedly rushed over with a stack of documents, saying, "Bro, can you help me with this? And this one too. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to milk tea tomorrow." Tanjiro, with a full of energy smile, took on all the tasks. One could only say this is the charm of the eldest son. Within a few hours, he managed to complete all the overwhelming tasks that had them busy. He looked at them eagerly. "Senpai, what next?" "Huh? Finished already?" They were stunned as they took the completed work from Tanjiro, inspecting it suspiciously. "Wow, it's even better than what they did. That's it, you can take a break." But Tanjiro felt that since he was being paid, he should work hard. He had no intention of slacking off, excitedly running to others, asking, "Senpai, are there any more tasks?" "No, really, there's nothing left." "That's impossible. The boss said you guys are the busiest. I need to work hard. No need to be polite." Tanjiro looked at them earnestly. "Really nothing left. We've finished 2 days' worth of work for you." Seeing Tanjiro handle the workload of 7 or 8 people in just 2 days, they felt a bit guilty. In front of him, they seemed like worthless office workers. Tanjiro was still full of energy. "Okay, I'll ask the boss if there's more work." Rue smiled, looking at the knocking Tanjiro entering. "What is up? Too much work?" "No, boss, I'm done." "What next?" Rue looked at him skeptically and laughed. "Don't joke around, get back to work. If you can't handle it, let others help." "I really finished it." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Then go help others." "I'm done." "Help them with tomorrow's tasks." "I'm done." "Go help in the office next door." "Okay." Watching Tanjiro's departing figure, Rue suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Why did he feel like he was exploiting an employee? If it were any other boss, they would definitely be overjoyed. One salary for multiple jobs? A capitalist's dream. But less than an hour later, Tanjiro was back. "Boss, what next?" "Hui. Oh, you finished that already?" "Yes." "Go check next door." Rue waved his hand dismissively, casually responding. But after a few more minutes, Tanjiro was back again. "Boss, what's next?" "Go check the next office." Rue didn't even bother to look up. "Okay." This cycle continued as the sky darkened, watching Tanjiro run in again. "Boss, all right. Take a break." Rue waved his hand helplessly, feeling more tired than Tanjiro. Tanjiro, with a bright smile, said, "No need." "What's next?" "Rue, get lost." "Tanjiro, huh? I'm just working normally. Why is the boss angry?" By the end of the day, The surrounding employees were numb. They didn't know whether to be happy or what. Is this guy the king of overworking? In just one day, they almost had 100 people. Days worth of work. All done. Wait, how are you taking our work? What if the boss doesn't pay us? One person saw Tanjiro coming out of the boss's office and hurriedly grabbed his shoulder. Bro, stop overworking. Really, stop it. We can't keep up. Tanjiro looked at him blankly, his expression innocent and kind. The person felt like crying. Bro, if you keep this up, we'll all be out of jobs. Others nearby hurried over, nodding in agreement. Yeah, big brother, don't overwork. We really can't keep up with you. Tanjiro was a bit confused. I'm just doing some work. Why are you and the boss like this? Isn't it normal to work during work hours? The colleagues. Brother, is this your first job? One asked, and another added. If you keep working like this, you'll just make the boss and those capitalists happy. We'll end up with more work and less pay. You have to learn to slack off in the workplace, got it? Tanjiro, winky face. But that doesn't seem right? He was just an honest kid, struggling to grasp the concept of getting paid without doing much work. Meanwhile, during break time, Inosuke, wearing an open white shirt, slouched in a chair, twisting open a bottle of water and gulping it down. Water droplets ran down his muscles, making the nearby girls blush. They covered their eyes, but couldn't help peeking through the gaps, a group of them nearly bouncing with excitement. So handsome. Yes, really so handsome. So good-looking. And unexpectedly so manly. Look at his chest muscles. Wow, I can't take it. A group of girls shyly covered their faces, their cheeks flushed. He was really handsome. I thought he was just a pretty boy, but his muscles are so. Gulp. Why didn't he go ask for his number? One raised an eyebrow, nudging her friend beside her. The girl blushed. You go. I can't. Inosuke noticed the group of seemingly crazy girls staring at him, put down the water bottle, and glared at them. Hey, what are you looking at? Want to fight? The girls hurriedly waved their hands, looking away in fright. Yes, so fierce. But yes, really so handsome. Especially that shout just now, it hit me. At this time, the dance teacher excitedly pulled Aoi Kenzaki over, saying, You really struck gold. That kid Inosuke has a fantastic figure, and he is so pure and obedient. There's no need to force a persona. He is bound to be popular. As they entered, Aoi saw Inosuke sitting there with his shirt open, his chest muscles on full display, showing a look of surprise. He really is a rare talent. I need to arrange his future work. Aoi wouldn't blush over muscles, but she was excited about her career. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was bored watching the guy play the shamisen. Inosuke practices dancing with the girls every day. He actually wants to accompany a guy to do odd jobs. Is this something a person can accept? I also want to practice dance with the girls. I also want the girls to ask for my contact information. I also want to be looked at by the girls with those flirtatious eyes every day. That guy Inosuke doesn't cherish it at all. He even dares to yell at them. It's really too annoying. That person noticed Zenitsu's gaze and was somewhat displeased. What kind of look is that? If I play badly, why don't you try it? He also has skills. He is not just some idol with a pretty face. It's fine if you're weak at other times. But I'm playing the shamisen and you're looking at him like that? Do you look down on him? Do you think anyone can learn this? He thought that no matter how he said it, this guy would realize his mistake, but unexpectedly, Zenitsu nodded and walked over directly. All right. Zenitsu took the instrument, sat down over there. The guy was also angry. Fine. Let us see what you can play. As a user of thunder breathing, plus his bug-level hearing. Even if he had never learned the shamisen, as long as he had heard it once, he could play any instrument. Zenitsu adjusted the strings, made a few sounds. Tried the pitch. Under the guy's gaze, it seemed to say, let us see how you embarrass yourself. He began to play. The sound rang out densely. What is called the silver bottle bursting with water splashing. What is called the iron cavalry breaking through with weapons clashing. Zenitsu played more passionately, thinking about how Inosuke was always with the girls, able to see the girls in tight clothes practicing dance and being focused on for training. He, on the other hand, was thrown aside to do odd jobs. His anger surged. His fingers left trails on the shamisen, and the sound was like torrential rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. The guy was momentarily stunned. Wow, incredible. The surrounding people were also attracted by Zenitsu's fervent and powerful music. This guy is your apprentice? It shouldn't be. He plays much better than him. This kid is a bit strong. I saw him carrying things for you a few days ago. Don't mislead him. I can tell he plays with a sense of anger. He must have a story. This kid must have a bright future. Soon, Zenitsu, with his extraordinary talent, was assigned an assistant and became another potential stock. But what drove Zenitsu crazy was, why did Inosuke's assistant have a beautiful girl, while his was a middle-aged man? What kind of look is that? What? Do you have a problem with me? The man looked down at Zenitsu with disdain. Hurry up and train. If you dare to slack off, I'll skin you alive. Zenitsu was dragged to the music room by him, feeling dispirited. As soon as he entered, he perked up. The music teacher is female. Long hair, round face, long legs. And Zenitsu hurriedly ran towards the music teacher, twisting his body like a little kid. Teacher, please teach me. The music teacher frowned at his demeanor and took a step back in disgust. Fix your attitude. Stay away from me. No. Zenitsu straightened his face. I fell in love with you at first sight. You are water and I am fish. I can't survive without you. Music teacher. She looked at this yellow-haired brat in disgust and turned to Zenitsu's assistant. Take him to find someone else. I can't teach this kind of thing. In the end, Zenitsu, through his own efforts, got a male teacher. Around him, it was all men, finally getting through when it was off work. Zenitsu ran over to find Inosuke. His intention was not just for fun, but before he could run over, his assistant pulled him back, ignoring his flailing and shouting like a fish out of water with a sullen face. Don't let me see you getting close to any girl. Zenitsu suddenly cried out, why? Are you targeting me? Winky face assistant. Winky face, if it weren't for your talent, I would really want to throw you away. On Inosuke's side, he watched a girl with a flushed face and a bit of fear come over to ask him for contact information. He slammed his palm on the table, looking down at the girl like a gang leader. No such thing. Luckily, the girl had the guts. Don't you have a phone? Phone? What is that? Girl, you didn't grow up in the mountains, did you? Inosuke looked at her. Yeah, what is your problem? Really? The girl was stunned. No wonder, although he looked handsome, he always gave off a wild boar vibe. So you really grew up with wild boars? The three little ones gathered at a nearby restaurant after work to exchange information. Inosuke stuffed his mouth with grilled meat while provocatively looking at the two. Tanjiro wore a loving, yet helpless smile. Zenitsu looked at him disdainfully. Just knew he was a glutton. Such a waste of his handsome face. By listening to the chatter of others practicing dance, Inosuke found quite a bit of useful information. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, being strictly managed by his assistant, was afraid he would go after other girls, almost pressing his eyeballs onto him. Therefore, he didn't get any useful information. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was busy with his own issues, being constantly fed workplace survival tips by colleagues. Inosuke looked at the two disdainfully. You two are really pathetic. Just as Inosuke was about to continue sharing the information he had obtained, Tanjiro gestured for him to stop. Whereas Tsukimi, Zenitsu was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the guy was actually not there. Inosuke also just realized that the useless guy was missing. Tanjiro couldn't help but worry. Tsukimi wouldn't have encountered any misfortune, would he? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind. Did I just hear you cursing me? Looking at Tsukimi walking in with milk tea, Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was a bit worried about you. Muzan waved his hand. Don't worry. Even if something happens to you, I won't be in trouble. Zenitsu, you really can't expect anything good from a dog. Muzan casually sat to one side, competing with Inosuke for food, and said, I've noticed something strange about this company. Upon hearing this, the others quickly focused their attention on him. In fact, the three of them hadn't found any obvious anomalies once they entered. The place was even brighter and cleaner than they had expected, and it seemed no different from a normal entertainment company. Moreover, none of their individual bug-level perceptions detected anything unusual. If it weren't for Inosuke clearly knowing that his mother was here and had been taken by a demon named Doma, they would have suspected that this place was just an ordinary one. Muzan, relying on his subordinates who, like him, cannot die, shows no mercy when dealing with others. I suspect there are issues with the upper management of Shion the company, under the curious gazes of several people. Muzan revealed a serious expression. I investigated the development process of Shion the company, and their share composition underwent significant changes at one point. That guy named Lei almost appeared out of nowhere, and there are many other irregularities. Muzan, with a serious expression, took out the materials that Rue had delivered to him and placed them on the table. You could take a look. On the other side, as the competition for academic qualifications among demons became increasingly absurd, Akaza had become a university professor. Although achieving the level of university professor in just a year was indeed outrageous, this matter was fueled by anger. Recently, Tamayo expressed that he would actively respond to his boss's demands and start climbing the academic ladder. His pursuit of higher education wasn't a big deal and wouldn't be as influential as Kokoshibo's. But the problem was that he was showing off. An even bigger problem was that he would boast to Akaza. One day, Akaza had just finished exercising and was happily sweeping the courtyard, with a painting he had personally created hanging in his room. You see, besides pursuing strength, he also had no degree, after all. Akaza couldn't hold back and was about to punch him, but the next moment, the thing was teleported away by Nakime. Akaza, just you wait next time. Then, as fate would have it, the next time came. I've earned my master's degree. Akaza understood this time, and without hesitation threw another punch. With a loud bang, Tamayo's head exploded. Akaza instantly felt relieved. Now you know, hurry up and roll away. Wah, Akaza-sama is really so ruthless. Is it because you feel inferior to me in both strength and education? Wah. Tamayo pretended to cry while recovering his head. Akaza, get lost. Okay, soon enough. The next time arrived. Akaza-sama, I've earned another. Bang. I know now. Hurry up and get out. Saying this, he grabbed Tamayo by the shoulders and tossed him out while he still hadn't grown his mouth back. He let out a long sigh. Climbing the academic ladder, huh? Who can't do that? Just you wait. Thus, the scene unfolded. Akaza received certification as a professor from a top 100 university and officially took on the position of mathematics professor. Naturally, Akaza was not an isolated case. The competition among demons intensified, and anyone with a bit of time was climbing the ranks. It seemed that not obtaining a doctorate would be a disgrace to their identity as demons. Tamayo, the old-fashioned researcher who only cared about research and not degrees, and Yashiro had become the bottom of the barrel. However, it was clear that Tamayo and the others were still ahead of the times. When it came to hard knowledge, they were still the ones to look up to. Muzan suddenly realized that he was actually the one at the bottom, right? Forget it. What does the competition among demons have to do with him as the Demon King? On the other side, it was already night, and the three little ones were lying in their rented room. Inosuke was shouting and dancing a strange ritual dance as if he were worshipping a cult. But his hands kept coming together, making a sound as if he wanted to smash his right hand with his left, indicating that he was actually swatting mosquitoes. Zenitsu also used his incredible speed to take out his Nichiren blade to slash at the mosquitoes. Tanjiro relied on his sense of smell, and even mosquitoes that could dissolve in light could be accurately swatted. However, mosquitoes are endless to kill and impossible to eliminate completely, especially in this rented place with water, trees, and flowers outside. They had been swatting for so long, yet they noticed that it seemed like Michiro wasn't being bothered at all by the mosquitoes. Why aren't you getting bitten? Inosuke glared at Michiro in indignation. Seeing others not getting bitten by mosquitoes was even more infuriating than being bitten himself. Michiro smiled proudly. The mosquitoes all go to bite you, so they don't bite me. Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu, we really want to hit him. Seeing them like this, Muzan waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. It makes me too happy. The three little ones, don't be so smug, okay? All right. I'll think of a way for you. Soon, watching Muzan bustling about with a hee-hee laugh, they felt both pleased and somewhat suspicious. Is this really useful? Muzan looked at the large formation around him and clapped his hands. Don't worry. It will definitely work. Sure enough, for the next night, no mosquitoes came to disturb them. The three little ones woke up comfortably, crawled up from the tatami, and smiled at the mosquito corpses arranged on the walls and the floor. The everlasting god of formations. The formation made of mosquito corpses was simply too useful. The three returned to the fun company early in the morning, starting another busy day. Zenitsu worked hard for his musician career, while Tanjiro continued down the path of internal competition, carrying the wails of his colleagues. Inosuke's career was also thriving. However, with Muzan's hints, they began to pay attention to certain areas, and information gathering became simpler with a sense of direction. At this time, Senju had also obtained a PhD due to the pressure of internal competition. However, that was where he stopped. He had no intention of continuing down this dull and boring path. With Muzan's guidance, he ventured into e-commerce. Thanks to the network of demonic forces that enveloped the world, along with the trends of the times, Senju's business flourished. Soon, he created a nearly cross-world platform. After all, almost all the high-ranking officials in every country were demons, so cooperation was not a problem. Thus, with a solid foundation, Senju began to neglect serious business. He introduced stone pets, Sharpie dolls, and utilized the marketing strategies he learned. Each time, it was a guaranteed success. Stone pets. They won't run around, require no effort to care for, and are more obedient than any cat or dog, giving you peace of mind. No need to scoop poop, and they 1T resist when you bathe them. More importantly, they can stay with you forever, preventing the pain of loss. Traveling by car, plane, or renting a house, there are no obstacles. At critical moments, they will even become your protector. In the face of danger, stone pets will fight for you with their own bodies. The perfect pet of the new era, Stone. Ridiculously, after he playfully packaged it and created a little nest, it actually sold very well. It even sparked a strange trend worldwide. Cats and dogs lost utterly. Then, Senju began the next step, inviting spokespersons to expand sales. Thus, the light music group became the spokesperson. They even released a light music group co-branded Stone Pet. They just changed the packaging, and it sold well again. Are people today just absurdly indifferent or what? Muzan watched this scene, unsure whether to say it was over 1,000 ridiculous or if this world was ridiculous. He was just jokingly mentioning, "Boss, are these people all idiots?" Xianyu weighed the stone in his hand. "If they are willing, let's respect everyone." Muzan rubbed his temples, unsure of what to say. It could be said that they were too busy. Even if they wanted to keep pets, they couldn't. Instead, it would be better to buy a cheap so-called pet that has those advantages. What they bought was just a psychological comfort. Everyone actually knows this in their hearts, but they just enjoy it, in the company of seeking fun. As time passed, the three little ones not only obtained increasingly ample evidence, but also made remarkable progress in their careers. With Tanjiro's continuous efforts, he began to climb towards the management level. By eliminating others, he rose up. However, Tanjiro had no self-awareness. He only knew that working diligently was the most important thing. But in reality, it was mainly because he possessed hard skills, learning quickly and excelling at everything. He rose based on his abilities. Meanwhile, Zenitsu's first solo album began to be released. Multiple instruments played simultaneously, intertwining with each other, yet each instrument was played perfectly. If it weren't for the unedited video, no one would believe such a genius existed. His outrageous talent, combined with the music he created through hard work, along with the company's promotion, soon made him a rising star. After all, to be fair, his looks were also striking. He was essentially a perfect persona. To prevent his persona from collapsing and to create a sense of contrast that there are no perfect people, the Seeking Fun Company did not hide Zenitsu's essence as a LSP. Those marketing his image were pleasantly surprised that this persona had a positive effect. A sense of authenticity is often more useful than a million marketing strategies. Additionally, Inosuke's first dance video appeared online. At first glance, it looked like a beautiful woman dancing, which seemed common. At the second glance, it appeared to be a bit too beautiful. That pure gaze and light makeup gave a refreshing feeling. Moreover, the dance foundation was genuinely good, showing some skill, quite impressive. The third glance? Was that big rough voice? Are you male or female? The fourth glance, wow. Chest muscles. Why are your pectoral muscles so outrageous? That a bit handsome. With the contrast effect, Inosuke became popular, and they were all happy. Muzan-sama sent him a group of potential stocks. Really nice. Since it was their first appearance, and they were busy, they had been living in the company and didn't have time to gather and exchange information. After a long day of work, the three of them finally gained some freedom. They had no awareness that they had gone viral online and boldly ran out to find a place to eat. Inosuke even put on his affectionate demeanor. What to do? Why does he feel shy? So excited and happy, and socially anxious Inosuke was surrounded by a group of people shouting energetically. The boarhead was so scared it was slightly deformed, instinctively reaching for his sword. "Oh, the sword isn't here. Then let's just go for it. They are all enemies. I will smash you all." Tanjiro, feeling a bit at a loss, swallowed hard. There's so many people. The crowd that rushed over shouting Zenitsu saw this boar-headed creature and was a bit stunned. Then they saw him bow and suddenly go berserk. "Charge! Charge!" he shouted, charging forward like a bowling ball, scaring Tanjiro into hurriedly grabbing his clothes. "Inosuke, calm down. I will smash them. It's impossible for them to catch me and eat me." At that moment, Inosuke felt like a pure wild boar, surrounded by hunters wanting to capture him. Smash them. Smash them all. Zenitsu, seeing such a scene for the first time, also lost his rationality, covering his face and hurriedly panicking back towards the fun company. Most of these people were women. How could he withstand such an atmosphere when he had barely seen a few girls in his life? Not fainting was already a sign of strong psychological endurance. Tanjiro anxiously pulled at Inosuke's clothes, struggling like trying to drag a crazed wild boar. "Inosuke, calm down. They just came to see Zenitsu." Hoo. Inosuke let out 2 puffs of white steam from his nose. "I will smash them. You need to listen to me." The farce finally ended with the help of the guards who discovered the chaos. Inosuke, holding his head, felt a lingering fear. So many people wanted to eat him. Zenitsu seemed to have recovered, acting as if he hadn't just panicked at all. He looked at Inosuke with disdain. "They are all fans, not hunters. Are you stupid, you wild boar head?" Inosuke exploded with anger, jumping up to charge. "What did you say?" Tanjiro hurriedly grabbed Inosuke. "Calm down. You call me a wild boar head. How can I stay calm?" "Oomph." Zenitsu, hiding behind a pillar, scoffed disdainfully. "Look at just now, those were all my fans. Not a single one of yours. You can't compare to me at all, okay? What did you say? You yellow-haired chick. Who are you calling yellow-haired chick? Tanjiro, pulling at Inosuke's head, felt a headache. Stop arguing. Enough already. Hearing this, Inosuke snorted out 2 puffs of white steam. And Zenitsu finally dared to sit back down. I'm giving Tanjiro face. Inosuke, humph. Muzan silently recorded this scene, and naturally, he didn't miss any of the earlier moments. After finishing filming, he walked over to their seats and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, Zenitsu and Inosuke, you guys are popular now?" Tanjiro, fearing that Inosuke would stir up trouble with Tsukigakure again, quickly shifted the topic. Let's talk about our findings first. Muzan casually ordered some food and said, "That guy Rue definitely has issues. It's almost a certainty. However, he might be quite strong, and I suspect there are other demons involved, like the one that kidnapped Inosuke's mother. I think it's safer to request support from the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, we're just fighters. It's better to have professionals come in for information gathering." Tanjiro nodded in agreement. "Then let's report the situation directly." At that moment, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was extremely confused. He was naturally paying attention to the happenings online, watching his demon hunters suddenly become popular musicians and dancers. Kagaya of Yoshiki was bewildered as he compared the photos online with the information they had registered when they joined the Demon Slayer Corps again and again. Really? Didn't they go to carry out a mission? Why have they suddenly become newcomers in an entertainment company? Are they seeking side jobs? Is their salary too low? Kagaya began to ponder whether the treatment in the Demon Slayer Corps should be improved. Were even the junior demon slayers running off to become singers due to lack of money? Just as Kagaya fell in his self-doubt, he received reports from these demon hunters. Upon opening them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it wasn't because the salary was too low. However, as he continued to read, his expression grew increasingly serious. In that almost nationally renowned entertainment company, there were actually more than one demon hidden, and they might be quite strong. After carefully reading, Kagaya decisively made a decision. They needed to provide support. Considering the need to gather information and potential dangers, they had to offer armed assistance. Kagaya thought of the sound Hashira and Hinetsuru. Hinetsu, Makiyo, and Sumo were all very capable at gathering information, and Tenjin had worked with Hinetsuru many times as a guide, so they had a foundation for cooperation. Moreover, he knew that Tenjin was quite popular online as a streamer, and the entertainment company was venturing into the live broadcasting industry, making it a perfect opportunity to enter under legitimate pretenses. Thus, Tenjin went with his wife Hinetsuru and the other 2 women. Rue was immediately delighted to sign contracts with them. He knew that Yuzui Tenjin was a very popular streamer, someone he had always wanted to sign, and he never expected them to come knocking in this way. "I am God. You all are useless. I can make you turn into monkeys if I want." Muzan looked at Zenitsu with disdain, digging at his ears on the side. Tanjiro, the fool, was genuinely listening. Inosuke seemed to be contemplating what was being said with his barren brain. After listening to Tungin's outrageous statements, Tanjiro seriously said, "Lord Sound Hashira, there is scientific evidence that gods do not exist in this world. Moreover, humans cannot turn into monkeys." Inosuke nodded in agreement, seemingly impressed. It sounded like what Taro said was even more correct. "Yuzui Tenjin, everything I said is correct. No rebuttals allowed. But, Lord Sound Hashira, no one is perfect." The teacher said, "We should have a spirit of questioning." Tanjiro explained earnestly, "Yuzui Tenjin, are you out of your mind?" Inosuke continued to nod in agreement. It seemed like Taro's brain really had issues. The cleaning lady shot Tanjiro a glare, just as she entered and closed the door again. Why does this kid always steal her work? Watching the cleaning lady leave, Rue set down a pile of documents, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Tanjiro, who was busy wiping the glass. "What have you been carrying on your back? It seems like you've never taken it off." Tanjiro turned to glance at him and said directly, "This is my sister." Due to the special circumstances left by Muzan regarding Nezuko, other demons could not sense Nezuko, and Nezuko could not sense other demons. So Rue really didn't know that Tanjiro was carrying a demon sister. Furrowing his brows, he looked at Tanjiro. "Your sister isn't like that stone pet or some kind of doll, right?" Tanjiro hurriedly replied, "No, she's not." As he spoke, he felt the box behind him shaking. Nezuko had been sleeping for the past few days. Was she awake now? At this moment, Nezuko had gradually regained some memories, and the lock on the box could be easily opened. Tanjiro quickly stopped his work, hurriedly trying to place the box on the ground. But Nezuko had already opened the door and crawled out. However, as soon as she crawled out, Nezuko was still a bit dazed and fell out of the box head first. Tears immediately welled up in Nezuko's eyes as she got up, looking at Tanjiro with her forehead reddened. Tanjiro quickly wiped his wet hands and gently smiled as he patted Nezuko's head. It's all right, Nezuko, don't cry. Rue watched as Nezuko's forehead visibly healed, but he couldn't sense any aura belonging to a demon or half-demon from her, looking at her curiously. He walked over and, under Tanjiro's watchful gaze, reached out to pat Nezuko's head, revealing a gentle smile. Brother is candy here, don't cry. Nezuko looked up at Rue, watching as he took a piece of candy from somewhere and placed it in her hand. Rue then looked at Tanjiro. Aren't you tired of carrying your sister every day? And your sister isn't a human, right? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro instinctively shielded his sister behind him. Although they suspected Rue was a demon, it wasn't set in stone. What if he was an ordinary person? She has never eaten a person. I will ensure she won't harm anyone in the future. Listening to Tanjiro's words, Nezuko nuzzled against Tanjiro's clothes, displaying a comfortable smile. Rue nodded and sat back down. All right, you're my employee. I trust you, but you have to take responsibility for your words. Tanjiro firmly nodded. Don't worry. Nezuko will definitely not harm anyone. Rue nodded in response, while secretly contacting Muzan. Boss, what are you doing again? Why is there a demon I can't sense? Nezuko? Yes. Not telling you. Rue? Fine. As long as I know she's a demon. Moreover, he found the bond between the two siblings very heartwarming. Almost like seeing the affection he had for his parents long ago. It also reminded him of the time he spent with Zero when she was little. However, Zero had grown up and went off to play by herself. On the other side, Yashiro Pharmaceutical. Tamayo's research had made progress again. Although there was still no way to tackle the illness afflicting the Tsujikuni family, she had discovered something important from Muzan's blood. It was impossible to turn someone who had already become a demon back into a human through medication. After all, demons were basically flawless, leaving no place to start. But there was one method. It involved starting from Muzan. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Since becoming a demon relied on Muzan's blood, as long as Muzan could continue to enhance his control over his blood, one day he would be able to control his blood to leave the demon's body, thereby allowing demons to revert to humans. Tamayo understood this. Currently, it seemed that Muzan's blood, the illness of the Tsujikuni family, and breathing techniques could not be scientifically explained with the current level of technology. In other words, it could be understood that those things were related to so-called theology. Muzan is the epitome of unscientific. His blood is an extension of himself. Apart from anything related to Muzan, almost everything else can be explained using science. Muzan can be considered the last unscientific entity in this world. So to achieve the bug manipulation that Muzan mentioned, it still relies on him, not her. After all, she is at most just a tech enthusiast and cannot be compared to the boss. Tamayo sat on a chair, holding a board resting on the arm of the chair, watching Muzan explain her discoveries. Muzan was somewhat disappointed. You're not good at selling hacks. Tamayo, to be honest, Muzan has indeed been continuously improving himself. Most of the troublemakers out there are basically his clones. His ability to control blood has indeed been improving, but he still needs a little more time to reach the level Tamayo mentioned. All right, let's put this aside for now. Muzan waved his hand and said with a smile, how can you help me change my hair color by eating sakura machi? Tamayo? Muzan, has your brain simultaneously gone bad? We have hundreds of demons who have worked so hard as doctors and professors, and in the end, all that knowledge has gone into your head. Why can you come up with such ridiculous ideas? Listening to Tsuzumi's thoughts, Muzan silently took out his phone. You can see for yourself. Tsuzumi squinted suspiciously at Muzan before looking at the phone screen. Then, she saw a little girl holding a sakura machi, with her hair gradually changing color. Tsuzumi, is this not edited by you? Am I the kind of person who would do something so ridiculous out of boredom to fool you? Tsuzumi, fine, I'll trust you this once. If it weren't for the unedited video, Tsuzumi would have thought that Muzan's brain really had problems from living too long. But I have to say, this absurd situation intrigued her, so she dismissed Muzan and eagerly threw herself into the new project. She is the pioneer of discovering the truth. Moreover, this little girl seems to be from the Demon Slayer Corps. If she tells her in a few days, she probably won't refuse to provide a bit of blood and hair. After all, the atmosphere in the Demon Slayer Corps is quite pure. It is worth mentioning that Yashiro has lived for so long, learned a lot, and started helping Tsuzumi create some tools. He even made significant contributions in the field of medical devices. Plus, he had already picked up Shichamaru, who spins around his legs like a mascot every day. Muzan saw the little guy and wanted to crouch down to pet Shichamaru. This little one seemed to have the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child. It actively ran over to Muzan, rubbed against his palm, and meowed a few times. Muzan revealed a smile and picked it up to stroke it a few times. On the other side, in the rental room, the dead mosquito array was still there. Zenitsu and Inosuke began to compete to see who had more fans, trying to prove that they were better than each other. A strange sense of comparison started. Moreover, after work, Tanjiro was suddenly grabbed on the shoulder by a man dressed in a suit. Tanjiro finished arranging the flowers and looked at him, only to find that the man's expression was particularly tense. He lowered his voice. Could you come with me for a moment? Tanjiro, somewhat puzzled, put down the scissors and followed the man. What's wrong? The man looked around nervously, trying to avoid the surrounding cameras, swallowing hard. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people after work, he walked toward the room. It was a small space with good soundproofing and no cameras. Tanjiro followed in confusion and casually closed the door behind him. The man, however, seemed to be uneasy and locked the door again. Only then did he politely pull over a chair. Please, have a seat. Tanjiro had never been treated so respectfully and hurriedly waved his hand. No. What do you want? Seeing this, the man stopped wasting time. You're actually a demon slayer, right? Tanjiro was taken aback and nodded. What is wrong? The man opened his mouth, looking uneasy, and, after glancing around, whispered, A long time ago, I noticed that guy named Rue had a problem. He must be a demon. Just a week ago, when I was coming home from work, I saw him kill someone in an alley, and then he suddenly disappeared. You must be here to investigate him, right? Please kill him quickly. He might have already discovered me. I will definitely be killed too. As he spoke, he hurriedly fumbled for his phone in his pants pocket, his hands trembling from nervousness and fear of Rue, making it hard to hold the phone steady. Oh, right? This is the video I took that day. Please, save me. Just thinking about what he saw that day brought tears of fear to his eyes. Tanjiro took the phone and saw the scene the man described. From the back, it was indeed that white-haired boss with a human face, grabbing a man who looked pained in a dark alley with one hand. Because he was being lifted high, the man's face was somewhat blurred, but it seemed to be one of the recently missing people in the area. The man struggled weakly, unable to make any sound other than muffled gasps due to being choked. He seemed to notice someone witnessing the scene and desperately try to call for help. Rue's other hand tore off his arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The footage was extremely bloody and cruel, making it hard for Tanjiro to watch. It was clear that Rue's fingers had turned into claw-like appendages. The man convulsed in pain, desperately trying to cry out for help. The video abruptly cut off there, remaining dark and blurry. However, it was clear that the man was definitely Rue, regardless of the physique or anything else. Tanjiro watched the video, his expression gradually becoming serious. He had indeed developed some doubts about his boss in recent days, but these were just minor details that could be explained. Moreover, Rue was a good person, and Tanjiro somewhat hoped that Tsukimi's speculation was false. But unexpectedly, there was already solid evidence. After watching the video, Tanjiro was filled with anger in his heart. How could one be so innocent? The man, in terror, grabbed one of Tanjiro's hands, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Please, save me. He won't spare me. Tanjiro's expression was resolute as he handed the phone back to him. Don't worry. I will not let the murderous demon go. You'll be fine. Thank you. Really, thank you. Unlike Zenitsu and Inosuke, who returned directly to their rental house, Tanjiro chose to follow Rue after obtaining concrete evidence. At this moment, recalling various details from before, it seemed to indicate that Rue was indeed a demon. Not to mention that he didn't have much of a reaction when Nezuko's identity as a demon was revealed. There were many inconsistencies in the identities he had investigated. Also, Tanjiro could never find Rue's figure at night. With the speculation left by Tsukimi, Tanjiro increasingly felt that he might be going out to eat people at night. How many innocent lives had his hesitation cost in these past few days? This time, Tanjiro was determined to follow Rue after work. He absolutely could not watch any more lives being lost. Tanjiro planned to send the information to his teammates while keeping an eye on Rue, who would leave work right on time. As if he had finished his own tasks, he stealthily followed along. Rue naturally knew that Tanjiro was following him. However, he had long wanted to change his not-so-perfect identity, and this was a good opportunity to cooperate and switch identities. Moreover, this man was also a demon, which would conveniently help him out. He was also one of the shareholders of the fun company, and it would be perfect to explain a bit before Rue changed his identity to continue having fun. On the bus, Tanjiro hurriedly followed him. Because it was rush hour, the bus was crowded, and in the throng of people, Tanjiro thought he had not been discovered yet. As the bus gradually became less crowded, it also ventured into more remote areas. Tanjiro silently turned on location sharing, ensuring that if anything unexpected happened, his teammates could arrive in time. At the same time, he realized that with the decreasing number of people on the bus, he would inevitably be discovered sooner or later. Soon, there were hardly any people left on the bus, and Rue noticed him at that moment, smiling as if he had encountered a colleague. Is your home this way too? Hearing this, Tanjiro, initially tense from being spotted, let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Yes, it's a bit remote. It's normal to live in a remote area. Rue was intentionally leading them to a more isolated place. He didn't want to attract too much attention, and it could harm his own business. He couldn't bear to do that. At this time, Inosuke and Zenitsu were arguing when Yuzui Tenjin walked in. He looked around disdainfully. TSK, TSK, TSK. You guys live in a place like this? With mosquitoes all over the walls? Are you out of your minds? So messy. The two. Inosuke grabbed his Nickerin blade. You white-haired monkey want to fight? Zenitsu. Enough of you two. Tanjiro sent a message. The two stared wide-eyed and looked over at him. Zenitsu looked at them with the eyes of someone who thought they were crazy, helplessly saying, Tanjiro went to track down a guy named Rue from the fun company. Tanjiro has already found evidence that he is a demon. There might be danger, and we need to go over immediately to prevent any mishaps. Inosuke excitedly put on his boar mask, pulled out his Nickerin blade from the rental house, and shouted, Let us go. With me around, Tara will definitely be safe. Yuzui Tenjin slapped Inosuke on the head. You blockhead, that kid is named Tanjiro. From now on, follow my orders. Huh? Inosuke raised his eyebrows, glaring at him. Why should I? Yuzui Tenjin grabbed his own sword. I am a Hashira, your commander. Oof. Inosuke disdainfully snorted out 2 puffs of white air. Zenitsu looked at them speechlessly. They were like clashing species. Let us hurry. Zenitsu also prepared his Nickerin blade and pistol, changed into his Demon Slayer uniform, and the 3 hurriedly took a taxi to set off, following Tanjiro's constantly moving location. As they saw the place getting more and more secluded, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Rue didn't he look like a demon? Could it really be, as Tsukimi speculated? Wait, no, where's Tsukimi? At this moment, Muzan had already arrived at the bus's destination. The bus had reached the furthest stop from the city center, the old trade market. A row of dilapidated bungalows stood darkly in place, and in the chilly moonlight, the sound of wind whistled through the empty houses, making it somewhat eerie. Only 3 people remained on the bus. The driver looked at Rue in confusion as he got off. Young man, you didn't get off at the wrong stop, did you? My friend is waiting for me nearby. All right, there might be demons at night, so be careful. The driver reminded him, then saw another young man getting off. Are you guys together? Sort of. The bus gradually drove away. In the desolate, abandoned houses, only 2 stood by the roadside, watching Rue wait for him after getting off. And realizing the remoteness of the place, Tanjiro pulled out his Nickerin blade. Rue, are you really a demon? Rue raised a few white threads in his hand. You've drawn your Nickerin blade. Isn't it already clear to you? Saying this, Rue flicked his fingers, and with a clang, Tanjiro hurriedly leaped to dodge. As he turned to the side, he also saw the white thread cutting down like a blade beside him, carving a deep crack in the cement ground. Taking advantage of the moment he dodged the attack, Tanjiro launched an attack, swinging his Nickerin blade with water breathing. 4th form, striking tide. Clang. Rue did not dodge or evade, allowing the attack to hit his neck, but the Nickerin blade couldn't even break the skin on his neck, as if it had crashed into steel. Rue looked at him with contempt. You're too weak now. As he spoke, a thread suddenly appeared, binding Tanjiro's limbs. With a tug of Rue's finger, Tanjiro was lifted into the air, and Rue looked at him. Where are your companions? Just as he finished speaking, a loud roar came from behind. I'm right here. Rue leisurely turned to look in that direction, only to see a boar-headed figure charging over. But at the same time, Rue suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Hastily tiptoeing and sidestepping to dodge, it was evident that in the next moment, 2 black and gold Nickerin blades slashed towards him. Rue lightly retreated 2 steps, kicking Inosuke, who charged at him, away with a bang. While looking at Yuzui Tenjin, the Hashira have all come. Huh? Yuzui Tenjin laughed heartily with a fighting spirit. Let's have a grand battle. Rue lightly leaped up, standing on the silk threads connecting the houses. I don't want to exert myself fighting the Hashira. Changing identities doesn't necessarily mean death. I'm just playing with them. But in the next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out. Rue sharply turned his head as a bullet grazed his hair. If he hadn't reacted in time, it would have been a direct headshot. Rue couldn't help but smile, looking towards the direction the bullet came from. Not far away on the rooftop, That blonde guy was grinning, holding a gun, looking smug. This thing is way better than a Nicaran blade. Huh. Rue looked at him mockingly and suddenly yanked the silk threads he had set up around him. Zenitsu felt a tremendous force from the gun in his hands, and was snatched away. You useless blonde. Inosuke yelled, drawing his Nicaran blade and leaping up, aiming to slash the silk thread that was pulling the gun away. The silk thread snapped, and the gun fell to the ground. Inosuke quickly rolled to avoid the threads that shot down like bullets, grabbing the gun and retreating. Taking this opportunity, Tanjiro pulled out his purple wisteria gun, expertly shooting at Rue. Blood demon art. Threaded shield. A circular shield entirely made of silk threads suddenly appeared, blocking all the bullets shot at him. The Sound Hashira was performing intricate blade maneuvers with his Nicaran blade while charging at Rue. Cover me. Zenitsu also pulled out his gun again, keeping his distance while shooting frantically at Rue. Demon. Eat peanuts. Inosuke, preferring to use his blade, charged and swinging his Nicaran blade. I'll chop you down. Rue was blocking the bullets with his blood demon art while watching the two charging at him, leaping back to create distance. He raised his arm to pull, and the silk threads moved accordingly. The bullets were deflected. The two charging at him found themselves confronted by the agile silk threads, twisting their bodies in midair to dodge. Inosuke landed hurriedly, just avoiding the silk thread that aimed to slice his arm. Yuzui Tenjin was jumping and dodging between the houses, swinging his Nicaran blade to cut the silk threads, using attacks to counter attacks while constantly closing the distance to Rue. Rue could toy with ordinary demon hunters, but he would have to put in some effort against the Hashira, so he charged directly towards Inosuke, bringing him closer to the Sound Hashira. The Sound Hashira turned and ran towards Inosuke as well. This demon is strong. A Kizuki-level demon cannot be dealt with by ordinary demon hunters. Inosuke was even more excited by this, and swung his Nicaran blade at Rue. I'll chop you down. But Inosuke was no match for Rue at this moment. Rue grabbed the Nicaran blade as it came down and kicked hard. Bang! Inosuke was sent flying, crashing into a wall and sliding to the ground, feeling a sweetness in his throat. How could I be defeated so easily? Ignoring his injuries, Inosuke yelled and charged again. But at that moment, the Sound Hashira also came rushing in. However, still not grasping Rue's attack rhythm. Yuzui Tengen's attacks were easily dodged by Rue. Rue moved his fingers, blocking the bullets shot by the two annoying guys with his blood demon art, while several hard silk threads restricted Yuzui Tengen's movements. Sharp silk threads cut across his skin, leaving small wounds as if warning Yuzui Tenjin that if he moved, it would be more than just wounds. TSK. Yuzui Tenjin looked at him with displeasure, constantly searching for a way to escape. Once he moved, he would lose his hands and feet, which would make him a burden instead. At the same time, Inosuke saw his Nicaran blade about to strike down, but suddenly a silk thread appeared in front of him. It was so thin, yet it firmly blocked his strike. Rue instantly dashed in front of Tanjiro, kicking him away. Tanjiro felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. Next, Rue kicked the startled Zenitsu, pulling the purple wisteria gun towards him with a quick motion. The silk threads seemed to turn into his hand, manipulating the purple wisteria gun to aim at Inosuke and Yuzui Tenjin, smiling. Don't move. TSK. Inosuke huffed angrily, blowing out 2 streams of air from his pig mask, staring at the dark muzzle of the Nicaran gun. Although this thing is meant to deal with demons, its power is no joke. One shot could crack his skull. Rue looked at them with a smug smile. Not far away, Muzan tossed a melon peel perfectly into the trash can, squatting on the rooftop watching them. Tenjin is a bit weak, huh? Really? It seems he has to step in. Can't let Rue just run away so easily. That would be boring. Yuzui Tenjin looked at Rue, a glint of determination in his eyes. He directly sacrificed an arm, using his Nicaran blade to cut the silk threads. He could quickly sever the threads, controlling the purple wisteria gun. A gamble, but in the next moment, sun breathing. Fourth form. No, survival. The surroundings suddenly became as bright as day, the blinding light more powerful than a flashbang, exploding with terrifying brightness. Rue's eyes were momentarily blinded by the pain. A figure swept through the air, creating a gust of wind, seemingly leaving behind an afterimage. The silk threads controlling the purple wisteria gun were all cut in an instant. Rue finally regained his sight, and by the time he reacted, Muzan had already cut through the threads that entrapped Yuzui Tenjin. Tanjiro felt as if he were blind, tears streaming down his face as he got up from the ground. The box that had been pressed against him shifted slightly, and Nezuko crawled out. What the hell? Inosuke, with his mask on, was not as severely affected, but he was still nearly blind, glaring angrily and shouting. Despicable demon. How dare you sneak attack me? I didn't tea. My eyes hurt too. Rue looked at the boss, who was having another episode, and couldn't hold back anymore. The playful mood and relaxed demeanor all turned into headaches and frustration. Boss, what are you making a fuss about? And what S with that huge light bulb? What has this world done to you? TSK, not even this little brightness can block me. A bunch of noobs. Muzan slowly took off his sunglasses and looked at their miserable state with arrogance. Yuzui Tenjin was completely stunned. When had he ever seen such an outrageous Nichiren blade? Tears were streaming down, even more fierce than the cries of mourning from Higanbana. His optic nerves were throbbing in pain. Muzan looked at him, the Nichiren blade in his hand glimmering as if to intimidate. Isn't it magnificent? Yuzui Tenjin, winky face, Zenitsu painfully covers his eyes, tears streaming down. Sukiyake, having you as my junior disciple is truly a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Nezuko managed to escape a disaster by hiding in the box. Watching the scene, her brother was in pain and shedding tears, while Zenitsu and Inosuke also closed their eyes and cried. Nezuko scanned the surroundings. That white-haired person was clearly a demon. It's his fault that my brother became like this. I was tired of watching my boss being at a loss, and then I noticed an anomaly on the other side. I stared in disbelief at Nezuko, whose body was gradually becoming gigantic. Those muscle masses were simply terrifying. This is one of the 12 Kizuki. As long as Muzan doesn't intervene, he doesn't have to be afraid of a few demon slayers. Anyway, Nezuko couldn't break her own high-intensity shield. But the next moment, Rue watched as Nezuko retreated and 3 women drove over in a car. Nezuko lifted the cannon. I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Boss, you're absolutely insane. After the chicks learned about the situation, they went to prepare weapons. They swiftly delivered the weapons over. Since they were not combat personnel, they just dropped off the weapons and ran away. However, they couldn't help but glance back at Nezuko. What a strong girl. Nezuko placed the cannon on her shoulder and fired a shot at Rue. Rue dodged with almost all his strength. Even if it couldn't cause substantial damage, that thing could still blow him to bits. I still need to recover. Who the hell wants to get shot at normally? Actually, they are aware that dealing with ghosts that have speed and defense makes firearms less effective. The main method still relies on the Nichiren blade to cut the neck. The Sound Ashira is trying hard to accept a girl being so robust and says to Tanjiro and Inosuke, "You two, cover me." Saying this, he swung the Sunwheel blade and charged forward, with Tanjiro and Inosuke simultaneously providing cover from the left and right. Zenitsu and Nezuko provided fire support. While Rue dodged bullets and cannonballs, he also controlled the threads to attack them. Blood Demon Art, Thread Rotation, Breath of Sound, 5th form, Resonant Strings, Breath of Water, 6th form, Twisting Whirlpool, Breath of Beasts, 5th form, Frenzied Tear. In an instant, the entire scene was extremely gorgeous, as the breathing technique and Blood Demon Art erupted simultaneously. With the cover of Inosuke and Tanjiro, Yuzui Tenjin successfully approached and slashed at Rue's neck. However, the blade only penetrated a few centimeters, struggling to go deeper. Rue tilted his body to counter the strength of the Sound Ashira, while using his threads to knock away Tanjiro and Inosuke's Nichiren blades. He then grabbed Yuzui Tengin's arm. Bang! Yuzui Tenjin was thrown out violently. His ability to become one of the 12 Kizuki relies not only on Blood Demon Art, but his strength is also quite formidable. Bang! A shell came flying in, and Rue spread his silk net to keep the shell at bay. A loud bang echoed, but couldn't harm him at all. At that moment, Inosuke and Tanjiro exchanged glances. It was time to unleash the true power of the Hashira. Inosuke grabbed Tanjiro's leg and directly used him as a weapon, swinging Tanjiro towards Rue, who thought they were no longer a threat. Rue looked at Tanjiro's scarred head and thought, "Is this it? Just struggling." Boom! A loud sound. I was hit hard and fell down. The back of my head hit the ground, and I was completely dazed. What the hell? Even though he himself was taking it easy, he never expected that the reason he ultimately lost would be a header. Lying on the ground, staring blankly at the night sky, the Sunwheel blade of the Sound Pillar is already resting on his neck. Even though it didn't cut him last time, he's now pinned to the ground, and with a little effort, it could easily sever his neck. Inosuke threw away the Tanjiro-branded hammer. "Hey, where have you locked up Shinya?" Tanjiro was thrown aside, but he didn't feel any dissatisfaction as he got up and recalled the scene of his mother being killed by a wild boar. Growing more confident in his own head, he also grabbed his Nichiren blade and ran over to stare at Rue, preventing any unexpected incidents. Oi, too lazy to continue the act, appeared calm as he looked at the night sky, but suddenly revealed a smile. Guess what? Upon hearing this, Inosuke shouted in anger, raising his Nickerin blade to strike at him. You bastard. But before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. A wave of air surged from Rue, instantly blowing several people away and kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound Hashira quickly grabbed the dropped Nickerin blade and charged into the erupting smoke and dust. However, the place where Rue had been lying was now devoid of any trace of him. The sound Hashira glared at Tanjiro with a stern expression. He tossed the task of writing the mission report to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, being diligent and selfless, gladly accepted the task. Based on this battle, they could generally infer some information. Rue had attempted to escape during the fight, calling out a name, Naki. It was likely a demon with teleportation abilities, and Rue's disappearance at the end was probably her doing. They could also deduce that demons could communicate with each other. But from the time Rue called out that name to his ultimate disappearance, it seemed that there was a delay in that connection. Besides, there was a lot of other information they could gather. Tanjiro wrote a lengthy report and sent it to Ubuyashiki Kagaya. They speculated that there might be other demons hidden within the entertainment district, such as the one who had taken Kaneo. They also needed to search for Kaneo. However, since Kaneo was an important figure in the entertainment district, someone should know her whereabouts. After some discussion, they agreed that they needed to stay in the entertainment district for a while longer. Additionally, in order to avoid alarming the demons and preventing them from harming innocent people, the events of the previous night were not disclosed by the Hashira's decision. The next day marked the first day of work for Yuzui Tenjin. He let down his hair, changed into casual clothes, and headed to the entertainment district with the three little ones. As for Mitsuri, they have subconsciously ignored him. Who knows where he ran off to earlier? Although Inosuke didn't wear a boar mask, he did have a mask on. Zenitsu, on the other hand, was filled with thoughts of wanting to be surrounded by the girls. He was excitedly trying to run outside, but was grabbed by the collar and pulled back by Inosuke. Blondie, put on your mask. Let go of me. I don't want to wear a mask. I want to be surrounded by the girls. Inosuke, I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of lunatics. Put it on me. Inosuke grabbed the mask and shoved it towards Zenitsu's face, while Zenitsu swatted at Inosuke's claws, twisting his body to break free from Inosuke's grip. Ladies, I'm here. Zenitsu regained his freedom and excitedly dashed outside. Just then, bang, with a dull thud, Inosuke slammed a wooden bucket down hard on Zenitsu's head, snorting triumphantly a couple of times. Waste. Zenitsu. Tanjiro had already followed the sound Hashira to leave, and upon noticing the two were fighting again, he helplessly turned around, took the wooden bucket off Zenitsu's head, and handed him a mask with a smile. Put this on, or it'll be a hassle. Zenitsu pouted and reluctantly put on the mask. Sooner or later, he would have a chance to see many, many beautiful girls. Tanjiro's image among the three was increasingly resembling that of a mother, while the two were like a pair of brothers always fighting. Along the way, just the appearance of Yuzui Tenjin attracted frequent attention from passersby. Zenitsu felt even more displeased. Why does this guy not have to wear a mask? Why can this guy be continuously looked at by passing girls? Annoyed, Zenitsu let out a low growl similar to Inosuke's, steam coming out of his nose. Seeing this, Tanjiro patted Zenitsu's shoulder, revealing his signature gentle smile. Even with a mask, there will be people who like you. Oomph. Who would like this coward? Yuzui Tenjin walked ahead with his chest out, not looking back. Zenitsu, you white-haired monkey are not much better. Huh? Who are you calling a yellow-haired chick? I'm a Hashira. You're superior. Show me some respect. Yuzui Tenjin turned his head and glared at Zenitsu. Zenitsu shrugged with narrowed eyes. Humph. I'm the best musician at the fun company. What are you flaunting about, little streamer? Huh? Yuzui Tenjin pretended to pull at the corner of his mouth. A coward like you is a musician? Only the deaf would listen to you, right? I have tens of thousands of female fans. Are they blind? The sound Hashira dug at his ears and scoffed. Zenitsu. Tanjiro looked at them helplessly. Nezuko was still the one who made him feel the most at ease. The sound Hashira arrived at the fun company and was immediately taken away by the enthusiastic assistant of the studio. Zenitsu seemed to hear the assistant's words. Looking at the photos, I didn't realize you were so handsome. With your looks, you'll blow up as soon as you appear. I'm a capable streamer, and don't show my face. Think about it. Who would go against money? Zenitsu became even more annoyed listening to their conversation. This assistant was definitely talking nonsense. Although a shareholder's accident sounded significant in operation for a company that was thriving, especially since it was basically a show, it didn't cause much of a stir at all. They had just created a new identity, and once they left, they could come back and continue. In the following days, their careers were booming. But Inosuke was getting more and more annoyed. A group of stupid female beings, forcing me to practice those weird and flashy moves. If it weren't for the mission, if it weren't for Mother, I would crush them. Inosuke glared and shook his leg, shouting complaints at Tanjiro. Tanjiro smiled helplessly, quietly listening to Inosuke's complaints. Zenitsu grew angrier the more he listened, finally unable to hold back. You wild boar, stop showing off. Those are girls. Do you know how many people would beg to be taught to dance by girls? You silly pig. Huh? What are you yellow-haired perverts blabbering about? Looking at the sound Hashira with 3 girls on the other side, Zenitsu became even more frantic. He let out a zombie-like low growl, his teeth grinding together. Damn it. Damn it. The winner of life. Tanjiro looked at Zenitsu like this, really unable to see him as a normal human. Yuzui Tenjin was listening to his wife Hinetsuru's intelligence report. As for Suma and Makio, they were a couple. Suma liked both males and females. And although Makio was always fierce to her, she took good care of this timid and confused person. Plus, since they always executed missions together, Suma and Makio gradually confirmed their relationship. In this day and age, isn't it normal to be a bit more open-minded? Muzan was sitting nearby, watching them make a fuss. He didn't expect that among the 3 wives of Tenjin, 2 of them had issues with their resemblance. As soon as he said this, Zenitsu exploded, slamming the table with a bang. Impossible. Kaneo is so beautiful. She can't be a demon. She's my idol. Zenitsu, calm down first. Tanjiro looked at him helplessly, then continued. The Kaneo and Kyuka duo is currently in Yunqing City, and they will have a concert there in 3 days. We need to go there, not only to confirm the identity of the Kaneo and Kyuka duo, but also to help Inosuke find his mother. Hearing this, Inosuke immediately stood up. Okay, let's go. Inosuke. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke helplessly again. Calm down. We can't act rashly. Huh? It's best if we go there in the name of the company. Muzan said seriously. Zenitsu replied, but isn't that a bit difficult? The fun company won't listen to us. At this moment, Muzan looked around at them and revealed a smile. Seeing his smile, Zenitsu seemed to remember the time he was tricked into wearing women's clothing. I have a way. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tanjiro listened to Tsukimi recounting his schemes, finding it hard to accept. Although he didn't have to be the one to step forward, really, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Don't worry. The effect will be great. Tsukimi raised an eyebrow and assured him. It's not about how effective it is, and so the scene unfolded. A female manager from the relevant department looked helplessly at Yuzui Tenjin and said somewhat awkwardly, no, you need to develop in the headquarters for a while before you can go to other cities, and she hadn't finished speaking when Inosuke, without his headgear, walked over and stared directly at her. No? The manager's face turned slightly red. She swallowed, glancing at his muscles, especially with that face. So handsome, so beautiful. But she still shook her head. No, that's not appropriate. Rejecting 2 handsome guys, how thrilling. Zenitsu tossed his hair and leaned in, giving her a charming smile, resting one hand on the table while looking directly at her. There's no rule saying that's not allowed, right? The manager found it hard to hold her composure. But Zenitsu's playful demeanor was also a bit poking at her. Although it was greasy, she couldn't resist his seemingly silly and cute look. Still, she made an effort to refuse. Really, it's not allowed. She absolutely would not be tempted by good looks. Absolutely not. At that moment, Tsukimi approached with a gentle and elegant smile, his voice exceptionally refined. Is it really not allowed? The manager looked at Tsukimi coming over and then at the 2 of them. That voice really hits her. All right, I'll arrange tickets for you tomorrow. Tanjiro watched them execute Tsukimi's cunning plan from a distance, unable to look. It was an eyesore. Soon, after a journey, they got off the high-speed train as the sky darkened slightly. The moon was already visible in front, while the sunset behind had yet to set. Someone was already waiting at the station. That person held up a sign, searching for the 4 of them. Muzan also noticed him and walked over. Noticing them, the man hurried over. I am sent by the Shuanla Company, Yinjing City branch, to pick you up. You are Mr. Yuing, right? Muzan nodded. Follow me. Inosuke excitedly leaned against the car window, watching the passing traffic and various tall buildings. Even though he had seen them before, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Oh, so fast. So many cars. This is amazing. This is amazing. Tanjiro was responsible for keeping an eye on him, quickly closing the window whenever Inosuke tried to open it, preventing him from going crazy and running outside. After getting out of the car, Inosuke excitedly looked at the tall buildings in front of him. Although he had been to the headquarters of the entertainment company many times, seeing unfamiliar buildings again still filled him with excitement. Zenitsu glanced disdainfully at Inosuke. Hurry up. Don't order me around. Zenitsu. They made their way upstairs, and as the man led the way, he said, Tomorrow, Miss Kion and the others will have their concert. According to the requirements from the headquarters, you can observe backstage that night. If they allow it, you could try to get the seniors from the Kiyagaku group to mentor you. Thank you, Tanjiro said earnestly. Tenjin and Inosuke were trying to sense their surroundings, but couldn't detect anything unusual. The presence of demons was completely absent. Can I ask where the Kiyagaku group is right now? It's not convenient to disclose that at the moment. We also need to protect their privacy. After all, they're just 3 powerless girls, especially since they are singers, and could easily encounter danger. Please understand, upon arriving at the lounge and waiting for the man to leave, there was no demonic presence. Yuzui Tenjin looked at Tanjiro. I heard you have a good sense of smell. Did you catch any scent? Tanjiro shook his head no. Inosuke directly knelt on the ground, arms spread wide. Beast breathing, 7th, Fong, spatial perception. There really was nothing. Inosuke stood up. He also couldn't find Kanade as presence. Are Kanade and the others not here? It's okay, Inosuke, you don't need to worry. You'll see them tonight, Tanjiro comforted. Inosuke excitedly stood on his seat. I'll find Kanade soon. I'll be able to kill Domus soon. Inosuke, sit down first. Tanjiro called out helplessly to Inosuke. As soon as the car stopped, Inosuke jumped out of his seat, shouting boar charge, and rushed out. Fortunately, there were only a few of them in the car, along with the driver. The driver watched through the rearview mirror as Inosuke caused a commotion all the way. How did this kid end up with such a face? And the persona he has online, I thought it was fake, but it turns out he was just being too restrained. As Inosuke ran further away, Tanjiro hurried to catch up. Yuzui Tenjin also grabbed Zenitsu and jumped out of the car. Tsukihiro was the last to slowly leave his seat. Thank you for your trouble, Tsukihiro said with a smile to the driver before getting out and leaving. The concert venue was large, and the lights were already on, illuminating the sky with flickering rays. Inosuke, excited, didn't care where he was and dashed off as soon as he saw a path. Inosuke, over here. Tanjiro hurriedly chased after him. Zenitsu was being lifted by Yuzui Tenjin. Hey, I can walk. Upon arriving backstage, the staff inside were busy. One person seemed to be waiting for them and hurried over as soon as he saw them. Although it was strange why the famous rising star singer Zenitsu was being carried in such a pitiful manner, no one asked further. This industry is chaotic, so they couldn't speak carelessly. You must be Mr. Yuzui Tenjin, right? This way. Backstage was somewhat crowded, with clothes, cosmetics, and various equipment scattered around. Have Miss Kion and the others arrived? At this time, there were still 3 hours until the concert began, so they should have arrived by now. Tenjin asked while maneuvering around some boxes that were in the way. They haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon. They were thrown into the lounge. Although the environment was nice and there were drinks, it was clear they were sidelined, watching the busy scene outside. It seemed unlikely they would meet the Kiyagaku group while waiting. They had to take the initiative to find them. The group agreed and discussed. Then each divided up the areas to search and left the lounge. Muzan naturally knows where Daki and Nezuko are now. Nezuko relies on her blood demon art, and since she is already beautiful, not wearing makeup is not a problem. After all, if she's not satisfied, she can just change her face. So there's still 3 hours left? Let's have enough fun first. Right now, she's out eating and drinking with her 2 good sisters and 1 Kyo guy. She definitely won't show up until the last moment. Muzan switched to another lounge to continue lying down, with fruits and drinks laid out. The air conditioning was on, and he was slumped on the sofa, twisting open a bottle of drink with a thud. Inosuke and the others began searching everywhere. As time ticked away, they became increasingly confused about why they hadn't arrived yet. There were only a few minutes left until it was supposed to start. Why were they still not here? Was the Light Music Club being so arrogant? In the chat app, Yuzui Tenjin can't find them. Inosuke, they're not here at all. Tanjiro, me too. Zenitsu, the Light Music Company won't discover we're from the Demon Slayer Corps, will they? Are they messing with us? Tsukimi, I couldn't find them either. But just as they were exchanging information, a sudden eruption of enthusiastic shouts from the fans came from the direction of the stage. Light music! Light music! K-on! K-on! The 4 searching in different locations all turned to look towards the stage and hurried over. When Muzan arrived, the other 4 had also arrived, looking incredulously at the 3 people on stage. When did they get here? They had clearly confirmed that there was no one backstage. Inosuke stared blankly at his mother, singing on stage with a microphone, her familiar voice. Tears unknowingly slid from his eyes. Mom, Inosuke. Tanjiro gently patted his back. Inosuke's body trembled slightly, listening to the familiar music ringing in his ears, feeling somewhat dazed. The song ended before he realized it. As the black curtain slowly fell, the departing Kodon turned around and saw the familiar figure looking at her from behind the door, momentarily frozen in place. Inosuke. Mother! Inosuke shouted and ran over, tears streaming down his face. Koton opened her arms to embrace Inosuke, looking at the crying Inosuke in her arms, gently patting his back, revealing a loving expression, saying, "Be good, listen to me." Ninjio smiled and reached to pat his head, but Inosuke swatted Ninjio's hand away. "You, don't touch me." In the lounge, Tanjiro explained the situation and said seriously, "So, I want to ask, what exactly is going on? Is the fun company hiding any demons?" "No," Daki immediately retorted with a sulky face. Zenitsu, being pressed down by Yuzui Tenjin, was frantically trying to rush over to propose. Daki looked at Zenitsu with disdain. Ninjio then nodded. "We indeed haven't found anything that seems like there's a demon. We are also unclear about Koton's situation." She paused for a moment, thought a bit, and said, "However, I remember that a few years ago, Miss Koton was brought here by a man with white ash-colored hair, and she disappeared after that." She then looked at Koton. "That was Doma, right?" Koton didn't know how to respond and could only nod. Ninjio continued. "According to what you all are saying, Miss Koton's current situation should be very dangerous. I remember Doma seemed to have said something to Miss Koton back then." As she spoke, she looked at Koton. "He wasn't threatening you to not leave here, was he?" Koton blankly nodded. Ninjio looked as if she confirmed the fact, her expression serious. "So, Doma could threaten her at any time. The only way to protect Koton is to kill Doma, not to leave here. After all, Miss Koton also has her own career. It was obvious what to do. Just kill Doma. Don't bother us. After all, for all demons, betraying Doma is definitely not something to hesitate over." Muzan cast an approving glance at Narumi. That night, the Light Music Club and Muzan were all at the hotel arranged by the company. To shake off suspicion and send them away, Narumi proactively took them for a tour of the company. Naturally, they found nothing. They prepared to leave as soon as possible. After this night, they would quickly return to the Demon Slayer Corps. On the other side, Daki was on her way back to the hotel, following Kyogai. But when they reached the vicinity of the hotel, she felt a gaze full of malice watching her. Daki frowned and looked around, but couldn't find the person secretly staring at her when suddenly a flash of yellow light caught her eye. A big yellow rat appeared right before her. Excitedly, its body twisted like a worm, holding a bunch of flowers, drooling as it rubbed against her. Pretending to kneel on one knee, loudly shouting ridiculous things. "Miss Cannon, please marry me." Daki instinctively took a step back, making a face like an old subway passenger, looking at him with disgust. So disgusting. Kyogai also looked at him like trash, bent down to look at him, and then picked up the yellow-haired rat. "Ah? You really look like a human, but act like a dog." Saying this, he scratched Zenitsu's face with his nails. Zenitsu, however, still wore a fanatical expression, even narrowing his eyes shyly and rubbing his face against Kyogai. "Hey, uncle, please let your sister marry me. Get lost." Zenitsu's expression genuinely made Kyogai unable to hold back, and he threw the thing away. "No way. At least not like this." Zenitsu, thrown aside, immediately got up from the ground and twisted his body to rub over again. "What the hell?" Kyogai looked at this disgusting thing as it approached them again and hurriedly pulled his sister behind him, unceremoniously kicking Zenitsu away. Daki hid behind Kyogai, half covering her face, looking at Zenitsu with disgust. "So disgusting. If he touches me, I'll feel gross for a long time." Zenitsu didn't even dodge and took Kyogai's kick, then chased after them. Kyogai hurriedly pulled his sister. "Let's go. Stay away from him." And so the scene unfolded. Daki ran ahead, Kyogai followed behind. And at the very back was Zenitsu, chasing after them with a lovesick look on his red face. Not far away, however, a figure with a grim face watched this scene, gritting their teeth, making a grinding sound. Damn it, that shameless woman." Back at the hotel, Kyogai slammed the door shut. Zenitsu, rushing over, had his face slammed hard by the door, causing him to stagger back and barely stand firm. Tears suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he started to cry out in grievance and pain. "Cannon, how could you be so cruel to abandon me? Please marry me. Don't leave me outside. Please, Cannon." Passers-by frowned at him, their minds already imagining a grand drama. Hearing the yellow-haired rat shouting outside, Daki and Kyogai were ready to pull out their weapons. Having this thing in the world is just a waste of air. Killing him definitely wouldn't make the boss angry, right? But in the end, reason triumphed over anger. Daki suddenly opened the door with a bang. Zenitsu, seeing this, was overjoyed, immediately leaping forward with snot and tears. Bang! Daki kicked Zenitsu, her face grim. "Get lost." Zenitsu slid down the wall, looking at Daki with tear-filled eyes and a pitiful expression. Wife, how can you be so cruel? You must be a bit scared. But the next moment, Zenitsu showed a silly grin, twisting his body and giggling. My wife, is so cool. Daki was speechless. What the hell? At this moment, the sound of the door slamming and the impact finally attracted Tanjiro and the others. As soon as they got closer, they saw Zenitsu grinning lewdly at Kanon. Kanon's face looked terrible, clearly having been tormented by Zenitsu for a while. Tanjiro hurried over to grab Zenitsu, apologizing to Kanon. Sorry. As he spoke, he pressed Zenitsu's head down and whispered, quickly apologized to her. Zenitsu reluctantly followed suit. I'm sorry. Why should I apologize for proposing? The sound Hashira couldn't stand it any longer and punched Zenitsu on the head. Don't harass a girl, just because you see one. Watching Tanjiro forcibly drag Zenitsu away, Daki could only roll her eyes in response. There are really too many monsters around. Just as things calmed down a bit, there was a knock on the door again. Daki sat on the bed looking at her phone. Brother, you go open the door. I don't want to move. Kyogai helplessly got up from the chair. My lazy sister. I'm not lazy, Daki shouted back. Okay, silly sister, you're not lazy. Kyogai casually replied as he walked to the door to open it. When the door opened, a strangely ordinary person stood outside. A beautifully dressed woman. And for some reason, she looked somewhat familiar. She was neither a demon nor a demon slayer. And Kyogai didn't recognize her, showing a deadpan expression. Who are you? The woman revealed a very friendly and beautiful smile. Don't you remember me? I'm a singer from our company, and I used to have a good relationship with your sister. Kyogai looked at her with disgust. What nonsense was she babbling? He and Daki were basically in sync. Who was this person? He didn't recognize her. Moreover, he could sense a tangible malice coming from her. Unlike that yellow-haired rat's brainless obsession with his sister. You have to come with me to discuss something for the company. Your sister is a bit, so to avoid messing things up, I can only ask you to come alone. All right, let us go. Kyogai turned back to look inside. I'm going out for a bit. Oh, Daki casually replied from inside. If the company had something to discuss, they could just tell him directly. Why go through the trouble of bringing a woman? Kyogai simply couldn't tolerate this person daring to have ill intentions toward his sister. Daki naturally knew what her brother was going to do and felt a bit annoyed. Brother is going to eat alone again. Not long after Kyogai left, Daki, lazily lying on the bed, felt a bit bored. Suddenly noticing footsteps. There was another knock on the door. Daki excitedly jumped up from the bed. Who is it? Hotel staff, bringing you a toothbrush and cup. Daki hesitated, but not really. She directly opened the door. With a click, a force suddenly burst in from outside, slamming the door open. A man wearing a mask and a hat suddenly pulled out a sharp blade and lunged at Daki. Although he found it strange that the woman showed no reaction. He thought as long as he could succeed, it was fine. The man revealed a perverted smile and growled in a suppressed voice. Die, you filthy woman. But the next moment, clack, the blade hit Daki's clothing, unable to penetrate, as if it had struck steel. Daki's face showed an unrestrained smile. The man's pupils slowly widened. He swallowed hard and awkwardly stepped back half a step. Finally, in the last half second, he reacted, his expression breaking down in fear, turning to flee. What the hell? A ghost! Bang! Daki kicked him, and ribbons appeared, binding his feet and dragging him into the room. The man struggled desperately. He cried out, tears streaming down his face, gripping the floor with all his might. Help! Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Looking at the so-called light sound, the ribbons behind her slowly moving like countless snakes, and her delighted smile, the man's tears flowed even more. I don't want to die. Please, let me go. I can help you eat more people. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Who would pass up a buffet presented to them? But just then, a voice echoed in Daki's mind. Muzan has passed. Hurry up. He wasn't going to set Daki up. Daki was the one who went to expose herself. Right? Upon hearing this, Daki quickly wrapped the ribbons around the man, enclosing him within them. But at that moment, a white-haired man ran over and witnessed this scene, closely followed by 3 little ones. Daki? Boss, you should have told me earlier. You could have given me a heads up. Muzan complained that he couldn't be bothered to constantly pay attention to his subordinates. Witnessing the moment when Kyuka absorbed a living person into her ribbon, it was already undeniable that she was a demon. Yuzui Tenjin grabbed his Nichiren blade and rushed towards her without a second thought. Daki turned to escape. There was no way to fight here. The noise would be too great. She jumped straight out of the window of the room. Tenjin followed closely behind, disregarding the height of the 3rd floor, and leaped out of the window. The 3 little ones also jumped out of the window in quick succession. Muzan leisurely followed behind. He looked through the open window at a few people jumping between the buildings. He rubbed his temples. He was tired. He just wanted to change his identity. He was just playing around, and Daki was the one who got herself into trouble. The Demon Slayer Corps was in the house around the corner, and yet he still dared to act so recklessly. Even his brother knew to take precautions before speaking. Forget it. It's just a matter of changing identities. Let her be. Muzan also climbed over the wall. The man hidden in Daki's ribbon had a half-demon scent about him. Muzan needs to go back and look for them. When Muzan caught up, Daki had already run into a sparsely populated forest. Yuzui Tenjin and the other three also followed. However, at this point, Daki was already at the level of an upper moon and was not intimidated by the four. I don't want to fight you. Just get lost, Daki said impatiently, looking at them. Even if we fight, it won't matter. Huh, you think we would let you go? Yuzui Tenjin said, gripping his dual swords as he looked at the figure standing atop the treetops. Tanjiro looked up at the figure with a hint of sadness. He couldn't sense any malice from Miss Kanawa, but why was she a demon? Miss Kanawa, why did you become a demon? It's none of your business. Daki shot back fiercely, showing her true colors as Muzan's disciple. TCH, there's no need to waste words with her. Just slash her if she's a demon. Inosuke shouted as he charged forward. But after just a couple of steps, he was stopped by Yuzui Tenjin. Why are you stopping me, white-hair guy? Inosuke exclaimed, eager to rush ahead. Although Yuzui looked like he was about to cut him down, he could tell that this demon was very strong. You can't handle her. But those words immediately made Inosuke explode with anger. Huh, are you looking down on me? Inosuke dodged around Yuzui Tenjin and tried to attack Daki. Just as Yuzui was about to grab him and throw him aside, a blonde figure zipped past him. Zenitsu grabbed Inosuke's shoulders and, with a completely distressed expression, shouted, How can you lay a hand on such a cute girl? Huh? Inosuke frowned in disgust at Zenitsu. Are you crazy for women, or what? But Zenitsu ordered, Stay right there. With that, Zenitsu jumped up, holding something in his hand. In Daki's confused and slightly disdainful gaze, he rushed in front of her, opened his hands to reveal a delicate little box, and with a snap, opened it while kneeling on one knee. Please marry me. Tanjiro couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Zenitsu, be rational. Inosuke looked at Zenitsu with a trashy expression. Blonde idiot, are you out of your mind? The sound of Shira couldn't bear to look. Daki frowned at Zenitsu. I'm a demon. Get lost. Saying that, she kicked at Zenitsu. But absurdly, Zenitsu, with a lewd grin, moved closer. Being kicked by a girl is still contact with a girl. That means we're getting married. Seeing his face, Daki immediately lost the desire to touch him. She quickly jumped up and turned to leave, distancing herself from Zenitsu. This guy's too disgusting. Yuzui Tenjin, seeing this, hurried to follow. He had let a demon escape last time. He absolutely couldn't let this one go. He turned back to remind the other three, You three are too weak. Don't follow. Huh? Inosuke, furious, leaped up and shouted, Stop right there. Fight me. Saying this, Inosuke chased after her, while Zenitsu, drooling and full of energy, activated his thunder breathing and dashed out. Tanjiro thought, Forget it, I'll follow too. I need to support them if something happens. However, whether it was last time with Rue or this time with Kanawa, he realized that he couldn't smell the foul stench of demons on them. He also didn't feel any malice. Tanjiro sensed that they were all very strong, but their battles were only symbolic, and they were curiously restrained in their attacks. Rue had never aimed for their vital points. Moreover, Zenitsu's hearing could pick up many things, yet he was out there proposing during a fight. Zenitsu probably hadn't sensed any malice either, right? What on earth was going on? Zenitsu, with sparks flying, was about to overtake Inosuke. Inosuke looked at the lewd blonde and grabbed him, tossing him aside. Don't get in the way. If he gets close, this guy will definitely help the demon. Get him away. Zenitsu fell to the ground with a thud. Just as Inosuke thought he had knocked him out and was about to move on, Zenitsu stood up, bubbles coming from his nose, eyes closed. His entire demeanor changed. He leaped up and zipped past Inosuke. What? I got overtaken. Inosuke shouted. Sleepyhead, I will definitely be faster than you. Inosuke yelled as he chased after him. Tanjiro finally saw the two and hurriedly followed. When they arrived, Daki had kicked Yuzui Tenjin away, looking down on him. You're too weak, right? Yuzui Tenjin replied. I'm a Hashira. He steadied himself, revealing a heroic smile, and shouted, swinging his Nikarin blade as he charged again. I'm the most magnificent god of festivals. Just a mere demon. TSH, Daki scoffed, looking at him. Are you brain dead? What magnificent god? Yuzui Tenjin growled. I'll show you what a Hashira is. Sound breathing first form roar. Although Daki said this, she wasn't foolish enough to take his attack head on. But at that moment, Yuzi Tungin's scornful voice came through. You don't even dare to take my attack? Is that all? Daki retorted. I'm an upper moon. Who wouldn't dare? Those words immediately made Daki lose her rationality. She took Yuzui's attack head-on. Daki swung her ribbons to meet him. Yuzui danced with his dual swords, blocking almost all of the incoming ribbons while getting closer. Fueled by anger, Daki did not dodge and took on Yuzui's blade, aimed at her neck. The ribbons also took the opportunity to strike at Yuzui. But at that moment, the three little ones also arrived. With great teamwork, they rushed in to block Daki's ribbons, giving Yuzui a chance. Inosuke looked at Zenitsu. Sleepyhead, you've impressed me. Zenitsu remained silent, eyes closed, gripping his Nichiren blade. With a swift sound, Yuzui twirled his sword, passing behind Daki, sheathing his Nichiren blade. Is this it? An upper moon? No way. A blood mark flashed across Daki's neck, and her head smoothly slid off. Daki dazedly caught her own head. My head just got cut off like that? Hey, you guys are ganging up on me. Daki immediately grabbed the key point and cried out in grievance. You're just weak. Hurry up and shut up and die quietly. Yuzui Tenjin looked at her with a disdainful expression. Daki protested, You're bullying me. I'm an upper moon. I'm strong. If it weren't for me letting you go, you wouldn't have been able to chop off my head. I didn't even dare to hit hard. You're bullying me. Akaza, what nonsense are you babbling about? Just hurry up and die. Why aren't you dead yet? Shouting so vigorously, Daki's tears flowed down like a waterfall. Oni-chan. Before the words fell, in the next moment, Akaza suddenly sensed a crisis and turned sharply. Be careful. Tanjiro shouted in panic. Inosuke rushed forward without a second thought. A figure suddenly attacked, and Akaza quickly drew his Nichiren blade to block. With a crack, a pair of blood sickles was only a blade's length away from his face, perfectly blocking it. Seizing the opportunity, Akaza exerted force and flicked away Kyogai's blood sickle, swinging horizontally in response. At that moment, Inosuke also charged over, swinging his serrated Nichiren blades at Kyogai from the other side. But Kyogai twisted his blood sickles, blocking both of their attacks simultaneously, and with a strong push, he knocked their Nichiren blades aside. The two hurriedly retreated, but Kyogai did not take the chance to attack. Instead, he walked towards Daki. Silly sister, the boss already said not to learn from the child. See, you've been found out, right? Daki felt even more wronged. Winky face, my head was chopped off, and you still blame me. I've been trying so hard. Kyogai smiled helplessly and placed her head back on. Just put your head back on if it falls off. Stop crying, or you'll look even more foolish. Daki pouted, holding back tears. Even you are bullying me. Winky face, all right, big brother will help you fight back. Stop crying. Kyogai helplessly turned with both blood sickles, revealing a sinister smile. There's no helping it. You guys have angered my sister, so I can only teach you a good lesson. The four of them watched in disbelief as Daki's head was chopped off, then put back on and restored. Can demons really be immune to Nichiren blades? Kyogai, seeing their astonished expressions, bent his back, holding his blood sickles, and tilted his head to explain. If we don't chop off our heads at the same time, we won't die. So don't waste your energy, just let me beat you up. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of blood flashed before the sound Hashira's eyes, and his abdomen suddenly felt a sharp pain, causing him to fly out, crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. Inosuke watched as Yuzui Tenjin was sent flying and quickly gathered his spirit, gripping his Nichiren blade and remaining alert. But in the next moment, another dull thud sounded, and Inosuke was also kicked away. So strong. Inosuke's chest ached sharply as he tried to stand up despite the pain. Tanjiro, having seen two precedents, kept a wary eye on the overwhelming Kyogai. Such terrifying strength. But why is there still no killing intent? Even as he raised his highest alertness, he was still kicked away. Zenitsu closed his eyes, gripping his Nichiren blade. In the next moment, Kyogai suddenly appeared and kicked him. But Zenitsu surprisingly managed to keep up with his speed, narrowly dodging past the edge. He was about to draw his blade to counterattack. But keeping up with the speed didn't mean he was faster. Kyogai kicked again, and with a bang, Zenitsu was also sent flying. Looking at Yuzui Tenjin, who was trying to stand up with his Nichiren blade, Kyogai pressed the blade of his blood sickle against Tengin's neck, smiling. This sickle is full of poison, so don't move. As he spoke, he even smiled and licked the other blood sickle in his hand. Yuzui Tenjin arrogantly looked at him. I come from a ninja family. I'm not afraid of poison at all. Kyogai grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Want to give it a try? Yuzui Tenjin. I actually am quite afraid of poison. Just then, a sound came from the box behind Tanjiro. Tanjiro quickly moved his body, barely standing up, as Nezuko slowly crawled out of the box. Watching Nezuko grow larger, Kyogai was somewhat surprised. A demon? Why can't I sense any connection? Is she a half-demon? Nezuko saw her brother was hurt, and an ugly and terrifying guy was holding a sickle against her brother's friend's neck. He asked the enemy. Yuzui Tenjin and Kyogai faced the moonlight. A daunting shadow slowly enveloped both of them. Yuzui Tenjin swallowed hard. Indeed, no matter how many times he saw it, Tanjiro's sister was too unique. Although it was strange that Tanjiro's sister was a demon, Yuzui Tenjin, first, had no deep grudge against demons, and second, was not a fool. He was very clear that Nezuko was helping them, fighting alongside them, and in the past few days, Yuzui Tenjin had seen Nezuko never attack anyone, mainly because Tanjiro had explained it to him. So there was no hostility. The problem was every time he saw Nezuko's magnificent figure, Kyogai frowned and looked up at Nezuko. Huh? What is that? Nezuko, biting the bamboo tube that made a crunching sound, let out a low growl, and her muscular body suddenly charged at him. Kyogai grabbed Yuzui Tenjin and threw him aside. Tenjin landed with a light thud and quickly stood up. Watching Nezuko run towards Kyogai, Yuzui Tenjin shouted as he grabbed both Nichiren blades. Come on, let us have a grand battle. At this moment, Nezuko was already swinging her fist down, and Kyogai raised both blood sickles to meet her. Half-demon or the boss is up to some nonsense again. It doesn't matter. This little guy is a bit interesting. Let's play with her. If she's a half-demon, we'll just kill her in the end. Just then, the voice of Muzan appeared in Kabutsuji's mind. It's a demon. At this moment, Muzan had already found that half-demon. A half-demon hidden in a residential area. Muzan burst into the house without saying a word. The sound of the door breaking attracted the only person in the small wooden house. Upon seeing Muzan holding the Nichiren blade and wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, the man instantly became tense, grabbing a dagger and warily approaching Muzan. Who are you? Trespassing into my home. Be careful, or I'll call the police. TSK. Muzan looked at him with disdain. Can't you see for yourself? You have the audacity to privately raise a man-eating demon. Hearing this, the man's expression darkened, a bit terrified. Had he been discovered? What if this was just a bluff? The man stubbornly defended himself, angrily shouting at Muzan. What are you talking about? Stop slandering me. Muzan pulled out the Nichiren blade and swung it. Laughing. Are you insulting me? As he spoke, he walked toward the man. The man nervously bent down, gripping the dagger and pointing it at Muzan, shouting, Don't come any closer. Muzan replied, What will you do if I come closer? The man's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he looked at Muzan. Kill him. It's just one more person to kill, right? He won't be the first. As long as I kill him, nothing will be exposed. Kill him. The man's killing intent intensified as he noticed the disdain in Muzan's eyes, slowly approaching. Suddenly, the man shouted, Die. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Muzan's abdomen, ready to kill him, the man felt a surge of excitement. Anyone who dared to obstruct him must die. No matter who it is. As long as it's fed to the ghost at that time, no one will notice. But the next second, bang, Muzan kicked the man fiercely, causing him to fly directly into the wall. He painfully bent over, kneeling on the ground, trembling as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Watching Muzan approach him, the man gasped for breath, struggling to stand up while leaning against the wall, trembling in fear. Why is he so fast? Is the Demon Slayer Corps even human? Those who can fight against such terrifying monsters must also be monsters themselves. He raised his dagger and shouted in a blustering manner, Don't come any closer. As he saw Muzan getting closer, the man kept shrinking back into the corner. Muzan snatched the weapon from the man's hand, slammed him to the ground with a thud, and stepped on him while looking down at him. Tell me what happened. Why does everyone want to cooperate with demons? If only the Demon Slayer Corps could think like this. TSK, TSK, TSK. The man twisted his neck to look at Muzan. The Demon Slayer Corps had the authority to deal with those who obstructed their mission to slay demons, especially someone like him who collaborated with demons. He could be killed without anyone saying a word. But if he were handed over to the police, he would only sit in prison for a few years at most. Since he could no longer resist, he could only choose the best solution. The man swallowed a mouthful of blood. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. All right, go ahead. My brother and I encountered that demon. It seduced my brother and me, saying that anyone it devoured would be forgotten by those around them. My brother and I were seduced, and we let it eat many people. Later, we started helping some people do things that couldn't be seen in the light, feeding the demon those who obstructed them. By the way, I actively recruited those clients who made us kill. The man spoke well. He claimed he was seduced. Killing was also helping others kill. Moreover, it was the demon that ate, not them. The records of those people are in that drawer. The demon is on the altar in the back room. I confessed everything. Don't kill me. He looked at Muzan. Finally, enduring the intense pain in his chest, while waiting for Muzan to hurry up and kill the demon instead of wasting time with him. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, as if what was stepping on him was not a foot, but an ever-expanding, fleshly appendage. The man looked down in terror, instantly panicking and struggling madly. In his eyes, the demon slayer now wore a terrifying smile, and the foot that had been stepping on him had transformed into a giant mouth that was gradually swallowing him. Monster! This guy in front of me is not a demon slayer at all. This is a demon, a man-eating monster. Help! Help! Save! Muzan continued to walk into the house, having already sensed the presence inside. They should have sensed him by now. It scared him. At least they were sensible enough to know they couldn't escape and didn't try to. Creak! A piercing sound of the door opening echoed in the pitch-black room. In the darkness, a palm-sized statue on the altar was trembling continuously. No, Lord Muzan. Oh, you still remember me? It's been hundreds of years. You've done well to hide. Muzan walked in with a smile, stepping over the threshold and looking at the half-demon on the altar. The half-demon was so frightened that he quickly knelt before Muzan, trembling as he hurriedly reported his value. Master, I was wrong. I know where the Demon Slayer core is. I can help you kill them. He thought that, by offering this information, Muzan might be in a better mood and perhaps spare him. Although for hundreds of years, there had been no reports of Muzan sparing any half-demon who dared to betray him. But when he looked up, he saw Muzan's pale hand with purple-gray nails reaching out towards him, and he desperately begged for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. I still have value. I can help you find other half-demons. Please don't kill me. However, seeing Muzan remain unmoved, the half-demon gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Knowing full well that once discovered by Muzan, there was almost no chance of escape, he still fought desperately for a chance at survival. But just as he was about to run, he was caught in Muzan's grasp. After Muzan consumed the half-demon, he grasped the location of its true form. This was one of the stronger demons that had previously transformed into a half-demon. Its ability to create doppelgangers was quite useful, but Muzan wasn't particularly interested. It could separate its own flesh and blood to form doppelgangers the size of a palm, which could synchronize with the consciousness of the main body, making it convenient for gathering information and for being worshipped like this. Additionally, its ability had another effect that the earlier person mentioned. It had consumed many people in this form over time. However, due to this, once Muzan discovered its doppelganger, the main body would also be exposed. Yet, the doppelganger named Tsukiakari did not pursue. He was just an ordinary demon hunter, after all. He casually killed a malevolent demon and also executed a collaborator of the demon. Tsukiakari was currently busy providing support. As for the main body, it instantly appeared in front of the half-demon's true form. The half-demon, now aware that Muzan had grasped its location, fled in terror, not expecting to have just consumed the financier that had been nurturing it all along. Through the window, it saw the figure of Muzan Kibutsuji standing on a branch outside. Muzan smiled and waved at him. The half-demon swallowed hard and whispered, Muzan Kibutsuji. Without saying another word, the half-demon turned and fled. He crashed through the glass, desperately trying to escape. The screams of the person who had just been sacrificed to him had already attracted a crowd outside the house, and now, with a loud bang, the shattered glass fell to the ground, causing the people outside to panic and scatter. Looking up, they saw a terrifying monster burst through the glass and escape, followed closely by a figure in pursuit. Was it the Demon Slayer Corps chasing the man-eating demon? Officer, please be sure to slay the evil demon. Go, officer. Thank you. Officer. Muzan smiled as he looked down at the people below. Don't worry, I will definitely kill these despicable demons. Voices from the crowd rose up, half-demons leaping over their heads, practically wanting to grab one and kill it. You better see clearly. This is the Demon King. I am evil, and the Demon King is the greatest evil in this world. If it weren't for Muzan chasing him closely, he would have definitely killed one. But seeing Muzan, who seemed to be playing with him like a cat with a mouse, hanging leisurely behind him, the demon was filled with both anger and despair. Muzan Kibutsuji, if I survive, I will definitely kill you, you bastard. What are you even acting for? If you want to kill demons, then kill yourself. Damn. In the city, those who saw the figures of the two began to flee in all directions. Muzan chased relentlessly, suddenly accelerating, and kicked the half-demon hard, sending it crashing into a building with a loud bang. With a crack, its skin was torn, and a large pool of blood splattered out. Gritting its teeth, it stood up and let out a beast-like growl. Kibutsuji Muzan, I can't stand being toyed with like this. You're just a piece of trash that can only hide. You only dare to kill demons and never face the Demon Slayer Corps directly. You're nothing but a cowardly waste. What are you pretending for every day? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think my hundreds of years have been wasted like yours? I've been desperately improving my strength. Today, I will kill you. The half-demon completely exploded, spilling out its inner thoughts like beans. I've been fed up with this narrow-minded trash for a long time. Just because you got lucky and became the Demon King? If it were me, I would have already ruled the world. You're just a coward who only knows how to hide every day, only thinking about firing people. Your mind is only on making yourself comfortable. Once I eat you, I will be the Demon King. Power, authority, wealth, all the endless resources, they will all be mine. Muzan couldn't help but laugh at his insults. The people around had already been scared off. You're just trash. The half-demon shouted as he charged over, claws outstretched towards Muzan. Then, the half-demon was stomped to the ground by Muzan with a single kick. Muzan looked down at him with a smile. Come on, keep cursing. Half-demon. Hey, Lord Muzan, I'm an idiot. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Everything I just said was just me talking nonsense when I was sick. It was all about myself. Muzan laughed and fiercely stomped on him. It's okay, I'm both cowardly and trash. Come on, get up and kill me. Half-demon. Winky face. On the other side, Daki wasn't in the mood for a fight. She pulled out a milk tea from somewhere, inserted a straw, and started watching the show. However, Jotaro was battling 5 people at the same time and was still at ease. It was a good chance to see what level the current Demon Slayer Corps was at. Plus, he was enjoying the fight. After all, Nezuko was a demon, so he could attack boldly. As for those fragile ones, a kick would leave them suffering for a long time. After kicking Tanjiro aside, Jotaro grabbed Nezuko by the neck, grinning as he scratched her face with his sickle, taunting, "Look, your brother still needs you to protect him. You're really useless. Not far away." Daki was slurping the coconut in her milk tea, nodding, "My brother is better." Nezuko, although she vaguely sensed a tenuous connection with these two, making it hard for her to feel much hostility, being mocked like this made Nezuko unable to hold back. Her body suddenly shrank, effortlessly breaking free from his grip, landing on the ground in a mature form. Willow patterns gradually appeared on her skin, and a complete demon horn emerged on her right forehead. Her speed was no longer comparable to just now. Tanjiro struggled to lift his head to look at Nezuko, filled with worry, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to stand up. "Don't continue to demonize, Nezuko. Don't lose your reason. Nezuko," Tanjiro shouted as he slowly stood up, grabbing the Nichiren blade beside him. Zenitsu looked at the barely able to stand Inosuke and Nezuko, who was being choked, and with a fierce expression. He roared as he struggled to stand up. "I have to protect Nezuko. I have to protect my companions. I can't just watch Nezuko get hurt." Zenitsu gradually suppressed the pain using his breathing technique, his face bloodied, his eyes showing a determination he had never had before. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. A flash of yellow lightning shot past as Zenitsu swung his blade with great force towards Jotaro's neck. Crack! The yellow lightning pattern blade of the Nichiren sword barely cut into Jotaro's skin. Jotaro glanced at him sideways, and with his other hand, wiped the blood flowing from his neck, revealing a grin with sharp teeth. "You're a bit more useful than his brother." Just as he finished speaking, boom, Jotaro kicked the already weakened Zenitsu away. "But you're still trash." Zenitsu fell to the ground with a thud, gritting his teeth and glaring at him, trying to get up while holding the Nichiren sword. "Let go of Nezuko." Jotaro scratched his face, grinning at him. "Come here." Zenitsu gasped for breath but stumbled and fell again. Meanwhile, Nezuko was filled with thoughts of how her brother was useless. In the blink of an eye, Zenitsu was knocked away again. He instantly appeared in front of Jotaro and kicked him. Jotaro grinned. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you're getting serious." Saying this, he swung his sickle and cut Nezuko's leg, laughing as he looked at the charging Tanjiro. "TSK, TSK, TSK, look at you, still needing your sister to protect you, really." As he spoke, he kicked Nezuko aside and, with a malicious grin, grabbed Tanjiro's Nichiren sword. "You want to protect your sister? Look at you, you're so weak." Tanjiro's skin split open, blood staining his face, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Jotaro. "I can protect my sister," he shouted hoarsely, suddenly exerting force as blue waves were instantly replaced by fiery red heat. Dance of the Fire God. Burning bone. Sunlight. Whoosh. The flame-infused slash unexpectedly struck Jotaro's neck. "I don't care why you've been holding back. As an older brother, I will never let Nezuko get hurt." The red blade slashed across Jotaro's neck, cutting in halfway. Nezuko looked proudly at Daki, who was slurping her milk tea. "Daki, my brother is still better than your brother. What is there to be proud of?" At this moment, because of the battle, Nezuko's bamboo tube had long since shattered into pieces. In fact, the injuries didn't matter much. Only the bamboo tube had truly sacrificed itself. Nezuko put her hands on her hips. My brother can use breathing techniques. Daki, my brother has lived longer than your brother. My brother is more handsome. Nezuko and Daki became increasingly agitated, shouting face to face. My brother dares to eat people. Nezuko, my brother can eat normal food. Daki smirked. My brother can too. Nezuko, my brother can eat a lot in one meal. The two sisters had completely lost their rationality at this point. Whatever came to mind, they said out loud. Daki followed up. My brother dares to eat poop. My brother can too. The fighting Tanjiro and Jotaro. Ooh, I wouldn't dare. Two Daki and Nezuko turned their heads at the same time and shouted. You dare. Two resentful brothers. Huh. Yuzui Tenjin was trying hard to compose music. Observing the rhythm, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing their conversation. Zenitsu also covered his mouth, stifling laughter. Inosuke looked at them in shock, as if saying, are you guys that amazing? Jotaro was exasperated. I'm done fighting. Who knows what ridiculous things my foolish sister will say next. At first, he was happy to hear his sister proudly comparing him to others. What brother wouldn't want a sister to take pride in him? But he leaped back and grabbed his foolish sister by her clothes. Let us go. I'm done fighting. Daki looked up at Jotaro with reluctance. But I want them to see that you're better than them. Jotaro, hurry up and go. Daki, oh. Yuzui Tenjin quickly stood up, grabbing his twin blades as he chased after them. Don't run. I just finished my composition. Tanjiro watched as the battle ended and finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing from exhaustion. Nezuko rushed over to support her brother, carefully laying Tanjiro down on the ground. Seeing this, Zenitsu used all his strength to stand up. Although he was just putting on an act, it was genuine. Nezuko, I can't hold on any longer. The silly Nezuko hurriedly went over to support Zenitsu as well. Just then, Muzan returned. Michiro dashed in front of Zenitsu to support him, showing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up to Nezuko. Don't worry. I got this. Zenitsu, what the hell? Michiro, let go of me. Nezuko nodded and, with tears streaming down Zenitsu's face, ran over to adjust Inosuke's position, as pressing on his bones could worsen his injuries. Inosuke's pig-like nose twitched a couple of times, and he weakly said, thanks. Nezuko smiled like a mother, squatting down to gently pat Inosuke's head. Inosuke, Zenitsu, watching from the side, was so jealous he was about to explode. So angry, so angry, so angry. Michiro, UT. Muzan tilted his head, looking as if he didn't understand what you meant, and whistled twice. Zenitsu. Tanjiro looked at Muzan. Tsukimi, did you just... Muzan supported Zenitsu. Just now, I discovered another demon. The person that Kion caught earlier was actually a murderer. He and his brother worshipped a demon, and the people that demon devoured would be forgotten. I went over and killed it. Honest and simple-hearted Tanjiro didn't doubt the truth of Muzan's words at all. He nodded and asked with concern, Mizuki, are you hurt? Don't worry, I'm not so weak as to be hurt by a demon. Zenitsu, Mizuki, are you mocking us? Am I? The battle ended. Soon, the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps, having received news, also rushed over and carried them away on stretchers. On the other side, Rue had also returned to the fun-seeking company under a new identity. This time he changed his physique. As an older brother, he now looked to be in his 20s, rather than the childlike appearance that Muzan favored. His matters didn't attract much attention. After all, he was just a behind-the-scenes boss. However, things are different for Daki. Rue could only bury himself in handling the situation. The final result was that the fun-seeking company was infiltrated by a malicious demon, and the original Miss Kion was killed and replaced by the demon. For this, Rue boldly proposed a brand new idea, the idol exclusion method. In the future, to prevent bad conduct or demon disguises, they would hold an annual event, where everyone in the company would vote to eliminate those who were incompetent yet relied on their looks or backers. They would be permanently banned from entering this field again. To be honest, this touched the interests of many people, as idols often had all sorts of connections behind them, gathering all kinds of demons and monsters. But this matter was directly supported by Shimizu Shizuku. Muzan gave a thumbs up. Well done. Those useless eaters should be thrown down immediately. At the same time, to make a statement, the Shuin company installed many cameras. On the other side, there was a meeting. After all, Nezuko is a demon, the first demon of the Demon Slayer Corps, so this matter had to be publicly addressed. Brief introduction. No female lead, single male lead, not dark or overly righteous. Muzan crossed over to a time before the plot started. There's a lot of room for operation. Blue other shore flower. Overcoming sunlight. Becoming the ultimate being. Taking care of the 12 Kizuki. Not really. While occasionally scaring the Demon Slayer Corps, and even playing an undercover role until the appearance of mobile phones.